Drink, huh? In a remote mountain village, Li Xiaolong was drenched in sweat on the training grounds. Despite his youthful appearance, each move he executed possessed tremendous power, effortlessly shattering boulders. After 2.5 months of practice, my strength has soared. It is time to prepare for what lies ahead, Li Xiaolong mused to himself as he completed his training. Originally an ordinary person from Blue Star, Li Xiaolong found himself transported to this world after a journey up Tianmen Mountain. Upon reaching Tianmen Cave, he was enveloped by a mysterious force that restored him to his youthful form. Upon arriving, he found himself in the village square of a secluded little mountain village, which turned out to be the home of a hidden martial arts family. Interestingly, everyone in the village shared the surname Li. After discussions among the elders, Li Xiaolong was incorporated into the family lineage of Li Village, thus gaining recognition in this new world. Over the past 2 months, Li Xiaolong displayed remarkable martial arts talent, mastering the accumulated techniques of the Li family. In just 2 days, he learned to sense qi, and his combat power had reached the upper echelon of Li Village, estimated to be around 150 when fully unleashed. Though this level of power pales in comparison to the Saiyans, who can increase their strength with each breath, Li Xiaolong understood that he was laying the groundwork. Great towers rise from solid foundations. By establishing a strong base, he would have ample time to increase his power in the future. Initially, Li Xiaolong felt a sense of disorientation upon realizing he had entered the Dragon Ball world. Learning that it was now the year 699 of the Age of the Gods, with 50 years until Bulma and Goku embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls, and even further until the Saiyans' arrival, he found his concerns fading in light of his martial training in the Dragon Ball world. Cataclysms were commonplace, with planets exploding and Earthlings appearing weak in comparison to those formidable races. Even Krillin, in later arcs, became indistinguishable among the masses. Recalling Raditz's infamous remark about the weakness of Earthlings, Li Xiaolong resolved to strategize in advance. Even if he could not match the power of the Saiyans later on, he aimed to elevate Earth's overall strength, ensuring that no lowly beings would dare to wreak havoc on Earth, nor would there be any more clowns like Satan seeking mere attention. During these 2 months, Li Xiaolong crafted a rough plan in Chinese characters and noted down the Dragon Ball storylines he remembered, fearing that time would cause him to forget. Fully aware of the gap between himself and the Saiyans, he did not set his sights on competing with them, nor with deities or angels in the future. His first goal was to enhance his own strength and potential, for only by becoming the strongest on Earth could he effectively implement his plans. The second objective is to enhance the overall combat prowess of the Earth's inhabitants, beginning with strengthening the capabilities and martial foundations of those around oneself. This initiative is already underway, as Li Xiaolong has commenced training with several children from Li Family Village, who exhibit the finest talents. As they grow stronger in the coming years, he plans to advance to the next phase, ushering in an era of martial arts on Earth. The third goal is to vigorously advance Earth's technology. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Earth's technological advancements are notably specialized, despite Dr. Gero's success in creating formidable androids and Bulma's ability to develop time machines. The planet's weaponry, defensive systems, and even spacecraft remain woefully outdated, or entirely absent. Li Yun, Li Hao, Li Xian, you three take the younger ones and continue your martial training. I must step out for a while, and you must not slack off. When I return, I will assess your progress. Li Xiaolong instructed the trio, who were the most gifted among the 15 trainees of the training ground, having already begun to sense their own energy under his guidance. Rest assured, Dragon Brother, we will diligently train. You will surely be astonished by our progress upon your return. The eldest, Li Yun, promised with a firm pat on his chest. Dragon Brother, can we accompany you on your next excursion? We've heard from the adults that the world beyond the village is incredibly exciting, and we wish to experience it with you. The cheerful Li Xian chimed in. Very well, but I can only agree to take you once you possess my current strength. Although the outside world is captivating, it is fraught with dangers. Should you venture out without adequate power, you may suffer greatly. Li Xiaolong cautioned them that, in truth, Earth has only recently emerged from the scourge of King Piccolo and his demon clan, a calamity that transpired merely a century or two ago. Many martial artists perished, and the knowledge of martial arts is severely fragmented, leaving behind a dearth of powerful individuals to ensure the strength of his future cadre, it is imperative that they strive diligently. Having entrusted his plans to his chosen disciples, Li Xiaolong proceeded to the home of the clan elder. "Grandfather, I have arrived," he announced as he entered. The kind-hearted elder gestured for him to sit. "You have come once again to discuss your desire to venture out and gain experience, haven't you?" The patriarch, having been approached by Li Xiaolong no fewer than 20 times this month, was well aware of the youth's singular focus on this matter. Li Xiaolong nodded eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the elder's response. "After conferring with the other elders, we have ultimately decided to permit you to embark on your journey of exploration." The elder spoke slowly, and, as the final 3 words escaped his lips, Li Xiaolong felt as though his heart had leaped into his throat. While Li Xiaolong could have chosen to leave without a word, such an action was not in accordance with his principles. His chosen companions were here, and he had only recently arrived in this Dragon Ball world. The patriarch had included him in the family lineage and granted him access to a century's worth of martial knowledge, akin to a second set of parents. To depart silently would be an affront to the path he had chosen. "Thank you, grandfather," Li Xiaolong expressed with a respectful bow. The sooner he strategized, the lighter the burdens of the future would become. "Child, you must take good care of yourself out there. Eat well, drink well, and do not deny yourself any comfort. If you encounter someone formidable, lead them to the village. These old bones of ours can still protect you for a few more years," the elder stated with a gentle demeanor before the departure. "Grandfather, I show that my strength in the village is among the finest, and it is I who will intimidate others. No one would dare to bully me," Li Xiaolong replied, feeling a twinge of reluctance at the elder's concern. However, he knew he must pursue his plan. Having experienced warmth in Li family village like never before, he was determined to carry on, even for the sake of its people. "Here, child, take this. I believe you need it more than we do," the elder said, producing a glowing orb radiating orange light from behind him. "Dragon Ball," Li Xiaolong exclaimed in astonishment. Without hesitation, he accepted the Dragon Ball with both hands and examined it closely, discovering it to be the 6-star ball. "I heard you have been inquiring about the Dragon Balls for some time. By coincidence, a member of our clan recently acquired one, so I thought it fitting to present it to you as you embark on your journey," the elder explained, having found the 6-star ball after deciding to send Li Xiaolong out for training. Chapter 2. Departure. In search of the Dragon Balls. After receiving the 6-star ball from the village chief, Li Xiaolong swiftly embarked on his journey. Before his departure, the chief imparted to him a unique sensing technique. Although this method held little significance, it greatly facilitated Li Xiaolong's forthcoming endeavors. This technique was specifically designed to sense the locations of the Dragon Balls by using the Dragon Ball in his possession as a guide. He could roughly perceive the whereabouts of the remaining orbs. The closer he approached a Dragon Ball, the more precise the sensing became, enabling him to accurately locate a Dragon Ball within a radius of 10,000 meters. Upon leaving the village, Li Xiaolong cast a reluctant glance back at his home, then employed the secret technique to sense the locations of the other Dragon Balls. Selecting a direction, he activated the sky dance technique and soared toward it. As the lush vegetation below rushed past him and the birds in the sky were outpaced, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. However, just as Li Xiaolong reveled in this rare moment of tranquility, there were those who sought to disrupt his peace. On the ground, an individual brandishing a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher aimed it skyward, and upon spotting Li Xiaolong through the scope, pressed the launch button. A chill ran down Li Xiaolong's spine, a sense of impending danger flooding his mind. Instinctively, he looked down to see a fiery object hurtling toward him. Unbelievable! Li Xiaolong found himself laughing in disbelief. Here he was, soaring through the skies while a rocket ascended from the earth below. How utterly absurd! With no time to prepare, a surprise attack from the rocket could have inflicted serious harm, but having sensed the danger, he found it a trivial matter. With a mere energy blast, he obliterated the rocket and descended before the individual who had launched it. "Why did you attack me?" Li Xiaolong's icy tone, coupled with his formidable presence, rendered the assailant powerless, collapsing to the ground. "Why, you must understand," the man stammered, glancing toward his companion. "We are members of the Majun Legion. Please, for the sake of Majun, spare us." The man hesitated, failing to respond to Li Xiaolong's inquiry, instead revealing his allegiance. Surveying the area, Li Xiaolong realized that they were in a village, now engulfed in flames. a clear indication that these individuals had just pillaged it. Those who waste rice, Li Xiaolong declared, swiftly eliminating the man with an energy blast. Turning to the next accomplice, he inquired, "And you?" "My lord, we were ordered by Majun to seek the Dragon Balls. Our instruments indicated a rapid approach of a Dragon Ball signal, and upon confirming that you were the one in possession of it." The man faltered, unable to complete his thought. "Very well," Li Xiaolong responded coldly. "If you dare to attack me, prepare to face your fate. Are you ready?" Originally intending to execute the primary offender and depart, he resolved to eradicate these malignant forces upon witnessing their wanton destruction. "My lord, we have wronged you, but please, allow us to know your name," one of them implored, likely intending to report back to their headquarters for potential retribution against Li Xiaolong. "A name?" Li Xiaolong mused, having not previously considered it. "I am merely a passerby." He had little interest in the notion of reputation and felt no fear of the Majun Legion. After resolving the chaos wrought by a band of marauders, Li Xiaolong retained one individual to guide him to the headquarters of the Majun Corps. Given that this faction was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls and could distinctly sense their locations, it was evident that they possessed at least one Dragon Ball themselves. With this opportunity presented to him, Li Xiaolong reluctantly accepted the invitation. He made no effort to prevent the individual from opening the communication channel, boldly allowing him to lead the way to the Majun Corps. Recalling the time when little Goku faced Pilaf with a combat power so meager, swiftly overcoming his challenges, Li Xiaolong now boasted a power level of approximately 150. There was no need to fear a mere military faction. As he ventured into the territory of the Majun Corps, he observed the eclectic array of individuals under their dominion, a realm steeped in the fantastical. During his journey, he encountered several waves of resistance, all of which were effortlessly quelled by Li Xiaolong. Ultimately, he arrived before a white edifice, where, through his sensing technique, he detected two Dragon Balls resting quietly upon the desk within. At that moment, an individual, appearing as though he were on the brink of death, gazed longingly at the two orbs. "Once I gather all 7 Dragon Balls, I shall wish for immortality, and then I will rule the earth," he murmured, consumed by his delusions of grandeur. "Continue your futile dreams," Li Xiaolong retorted. "Your kind is beyond redemption, destined to be swept into the annals of history, leaving only a foul stench." With that, he shattered the walls of the white building and entered the office. "Who goes there?" "Guards! Guards! Kill this intruder." The elderly man, clearly terrified, was already on the verge of collapse. Li Xiaolong's sudden entry rendered him incapable of rising, only able to feebly call for the guards. As he lost control over bodily functions. "Humph! You prey upon the common folk, squandering their sustenance. May you find eternal slumber," Li Xiaolong declared, confiscating the 2 Dragon Balls and swiftly eliminating the leader of the Majun Corps. Subsequently, he purged the faction of its deeply sinful members, ensuring that no rice would be wasted by granting them eternal rest. Having settled these matters, Li Xiaolong resumed his quest for the Dragon Balls. After a period of flight, he sensed the location of the next Dragon Ball becoming increasingly clear. Ahead lay a sprawling complex of buildings, and as he drew closer, he confirmed that the Dragon Ball was indeed nestled within this architectural ensemble. The structures bore the hallmark of traditional Huaxia design, characterized by a square, axial symmetry, which sparked a conjecture in his mind. Upon landing at the main entrance, he noticed the sign above read Dulin Temple. It was from this very temple that Krillin emerged, often bullied by his fellow disciples, before seeking Master Wu Tian, thus becoming the mightiest Earthling in the Dragon Ball saga. Li Xiaolong approached the 2 gatekeepers, expressing his desire to enter and pay his respects while searching for the Dragon Ball. After consulting with the abbot, Li Xiaolong was granted access to Dulin Temple for a tour, although he was aware that many areas within were off-limits to outsiders. "Abbot, I seek to find something within your temple," he stated, having determined that the Dragon Ball resided in the temple's forbidden grounds. "Young benefactor, should you wish to seek that which you speak of within the sacred confines of the temple, there exists but one method: to vanquish me." The abbot would certainly not permit an outsider to traverse so easily into the sanctum of his own temple in pursuit of treasures. The millennia of heritage he possesses reside within these walls. How could he allow a stranger to rummage freely? Clearly, the abbot of Dulin Temple is a master in his own right, unhesitant to challenge Li Xiaolong to a duel without knowing his true capabilities, signifying a notable confidence in his own strength. Before the battle commenced, Li Xiaolong himself was uncertain of the abbot's prowess. Thus, he accepted the challenge. For the Dragon Pearl was a prize he deemed essential. Chapter 3. Offending the abbot, yet desiring to depart, the young benefactor led the two to the martial arts arena, where the monks, having heard of the impending challenge, gathered to witness the spectacle. What audacity! Who does this young man think he is to challenge the abbot and seek to enter the forbidden realm? They whispered among themselves, amused by the folly of the youth. Just wait and see. The abbot will have him searching for his teeth in no time. The skepticism of the gathered monks was palpable. Li Xiaolong, undeterred by their mockery, resolved to let his strength do the talking. Standing with an air of nonchalance, it was the abbot who, unable to contain his composure, initiated the attack. Li Xiaolong's eyes followed the abbot's every move, and with a sudden burst of speed, he sought to overpower his opponent. Just as the abbot's fists approached, Li Xiaolong feigned to the side, then instantly reappeared behind the abbot. What? How could he move so swiftly? The abbot sensed the presence behind him, but could not react in time, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, the abbot demonstrated commendable skill, narrowly evading Li Xiaolong's surprise assault aimed at his lower back. You young scoundrel, how dare you resort to such underhanded tactics? Should you succeed in your treachery, how would I engage with the patrons? The abbot, clearly incensed by Li Xiaolong's maneuvers, decided to unveil his full strength. With a surge of formidable energy, the abbot's robe disintegrated into tatters, swept away by the force of his presence. Li Xiaolong sensed this aura, estimating it to be slightly less than his own maximum output, perhaps 2/3 of his potential. If this is all you possess, prepare for defeat, the abbot declared, launching a full frontal assault. Li Xiaolong, resolute, matched the abbot's intensity, meeting his incoming fist with a solid counter. The abbot staggered back several paces, the ground beneath him cracking under the impact. What? How is this possible? He has actually forced the abbot to retreat. This must be a deception. The gathered monks gasped in astonishment. They were aware that the abbot had honed his skills over decades, yet here stood a boy who appeared no older than 7 or 8, managing to repel the full force of the abbot. Abbot, do you wish to continue? Li Xiaolong inquired, clearly reluctant to prolong the contest. For the outcome of their exchange had decisively revealed the disparity in their strengths. The abbot must have sensed that Li Xiaolong had not yet unleashed his full potential. The expression on the abbot's face shifted, and after a period of internal struggle, he ultimately conceded defeat. Indeed, heroes emerged from the youth. It was unexpected that such a young acolyte possessed such formidable prowess. Given time, his accomplishments may well rival those of the great martial masters. Although a flicker of reluctance lingered in his heart, he nonetheless uttered compliments towards Li Xiaolong. Uncertain whether the abbot's promise would hold, Li Xiaolong refrained from being overly aggressive, as he had already achieved his objective. The abbot, accepting his defeat, decided to send 2 disciples alongside Li Xiaolong to discern what he sought before determining a course of action. Without delay, Li Xiaolong made his way directly to the location of the Dragon Balls. Upon arrival, he discovered that the 2 Dragon Balls had been fashioned into eyes and embedded within the statue of the Buddha, a fact contributing to the statue's placement in a restricted area. The orange glow emanating from the Dragon Balls endowed the statue with a divine aura. With a swift motion, Li Xiaolong extended his hand, and an attractive force drew the 2 Dragon Balls from the Buddha's eyes into his grasp. With his purpose at the Dulin Temple fulfilled, he had no intention of lingering, but he did make it a point to bid farewell to the abbot. Abbot, I have found what I sought on this journey. As for the losses incurred by your temple, I shall, in due course, procure 2 night pearls of the same size to place within the Buddha's eyes as compensation. Li Xiaolong made this promise, having taken the 2 Dragon Balls, thereby rendering the statue incomplete and obliging himself to find 2 night pearls to restore it. Then let it be as the young acolyte suggests, the abbot replied, evidently unaware of the true nature of the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he would not have been so generous, treating them merely as luminous beads. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's assurance of seeking 2 night pearls as restitution, the abbot's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, indicating his intriguing character. After bidding farewell to the abbot, Li Xiaolong proceeded toward the mountain gate. Upon reaching a plaza, he found himself confronted by 18 individuals blocking his path, their expressions indicating they sought to cause him trouble. What instructions do you have? Li Xiaolong inquired. You have offended the abbot and think it will be easy to escape. The leader bellowed, and instantly, 12 of his companions surged forward, encircling Li Xiaolong. Quite interesting, 18 bronze men, are we? Li Xiaolong chuckled, recognizing that every abbot possessed their own depth. I am willing to receive your esteemed guidance, he said, standing firm in anticipation of their assault. Make sure to teach him a harsh lesson. The leader, seeing Li Xiaolong's demeanor, clearly felt that he was dismissing his 18 companions. With a command, the 18 charged forward. All 18 unleashed their combined might, and Li Xiaolong sensed their energies intertwined. Individually, each warrior possessed a combat strength of approximately 40. Yet, when united, their formation could unleash over 140 in power. Fortunately, it was not a simple summation, for had it been so, Li Xiaolong might indeed have faced a formidable challenge. Indeed, one must never underestimate the world's warriors. The Dulin Temple possessed considerable depth. In the future, should he establish a martial arts realm on Earth, he would undoubtedly require the support of the Dulin Temple. Li Xiaolong swiftly entered a combat state, his figure weaving seamlessly among the 18, executing each dodge and strike with precision. The air was filled with the fierce winds generated by 18 powerful fighters, their strength formidable as Li Xiaolong danced like a dragon, skillfully evading their relentless assaults. The coordination among the 18 was impeccable, their attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. Beads of sweat began to form on Li Xiaolong's forehead. However, for him, this was merely a warm-up. He began to apply the extraordinary techniques he had gleaned from his adversaries, each movement infused with profound energy. His figure flickered in and out of sight among the throng, each strike accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Despite the formidable might and flawless teamwork of the 18, cracks began to surface in their defenses under Li Xiaolong's exquisite maneuvers. As the battle reached its zenith, each of Li Xiaolong's attacks grew more precise and powerful. Having nearly mastered the techniques of his opponents, he resolved to conclude the contest. After another deft evasion, he seized upon the vulnerabilities of several fighters, delivering a single palm strike that sent multiple opponents hurtling backward. With their ranks disrupted, the cohesion of the 18 was shattered. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Li Xiaolong, unwilling to linger, turned and soared away, utilizing his aerial techniques toward the direction of the remaining Dragon Balls. Chapter 4. Summoning the Divine Dragon. After departing from Dulin Temple, Li Xiaolong flew onward. In this era, modern conveniences such as automobiles, airplanes, and televisions had emerged, though the development of nature was not as extensive as it would later become. Along his journey, Li Xiaolong reveled in the breathtaking landscapes of mountains and waters. Ultimately, he discovered a Dragon Ball nestled within a mountain that bore a striking resemblance to the Baozi Mountain from the Dragon Ball saga. He was certain that this was the very site where Sun Wukong would later settle, though at present, the small dwelling had yet to be constructed. Sun Wukong was likely still in his youth. Once Li Xiaolong completed his endeavors, he would seek out martial arts prodigies to cultivate, ensuring that they could assist him in the future. Having firmly etched the location of Baozi Mountain in his memory, Li Xiaolong continued on his journey toward the final Dragon Ball's location. He arrived in the southern region, where amidst tranquil, deep mountains lay an architectural complex resembling an academy, quietly nestled on a flat expanse of land. Li Xiaolong descended at the academy's main entrance, where the words Superpower Academy greeted his eyes. Li Xiaolong felt a surge of surprise at this revelation. The Superpower Academy was shrouded in mystery, rivaling that of the Korin Tower, its origins lost to time. The academy periodically recruited students from the outside world, yet its location remained unknown. Even those who graduated never disclosed its whereabouts. Whether this secrecy was by design or due to some unique method employed by the academy to erase the location from students' memories remained a mystery. In the original series, Oolong and Poir had attended this academy, though Oolong was expelled for stealing a female teacher's undergarment, and Poir's reasons for not entering the Superpower Academy were unclear. The Earth within the Dragon Ball universe was still steeped in enigma, with pathways leading to realms of magic and the afterlife, even portals to unimaginable locations. Even powerful entities like Bu were sealed upon this planet. Halt! This is the Superpower Academy. Please leave if you have no business here. A guard swiftly approached Li Xiaolong, blocking his path. Greetings, esteemed sir. My name is Li Xiaolong, and I am here to pay a visit to your esteemed principal. I kindly request that you announce my arrival. If necessary, I shall press on without permission, for my ultimate goal is the Dragon Ball. Although my arrival at this Academy of Superpowers was unplanned, I envision a significant role for it in my future endeavors. In the Dragon Ball realm, where martial arts reign supreme, superpowers indeed shine brightly. For instance, Buu's dark magic is a branch of superpowers, much like the body-swapping technique employed by Frieza's Jinyu Force, which is also a form of innate superpower. Transformations and other such abilities further exemplify this phenomenon. Should the Academy of Superpowers cultivate these abilities vigorously, it may provide an alternative path for those who cannot excel in martial arts, potentially yielding remarkable results in the future. As the individual contemplated expelling Li Xiaolong, he seemed to perceive something and nodded in the direction of the academy. "Follow me. Our principal wishes to see you," he said, turning to lead the way. Li Xiaolong deduced that the principal was aware of his arrival and had communicated something to this person, prompting him to guide Li. In no time, Li Xiaolong was escorted to the top floor of the academy's grandest building. Upon entering the office, he found a tall and beautiful woman awaiting him, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a celestial glow, as if they contained the entirety of the night sky. "Greetings, Li Xiaolong. I am Maifia, the current principal of this Academy of Superpowers." She introduced herself after the guide had departed. "Hello, Maifia. How did you come to know my name, my arrival, and my purpose?" Li Xiaolong inquired, noticing the Dragon Ball in her possession, understanding that she was undoubtedly aware of his intentions. "My eyes have just glimpsed fragments of the future. Your arrival, your purpose, your influence on our Academy of Superpowers, and your contributions to Earth. I perceived these visions the moment you descended at the Academy's entrance," Maifio explained, gesturing towards her captivating eyes. Li Xiaolong was taken aback. In the original narrative, only the Grand Elder possessed the ability to glimpse such future fragments, and even then, only in fleeting glimpses. Similarly, the prophetic fish nurtured by the god of destruction could perceive fragments of the future, yet Maifia's essence did not seem particularly strong, yet she could foresee so much. It appeared that the principal of the Academy of Superpowers was indeed deserving of her esteemed reputation. As Li Xiaolong accepted the Dragon Ball she handed him, he prepared to express his gratitude, but Maifia interrupted him. "There is no need for thanks. What I have given you pales in comparison to what you shall accomplish in the future." She did not elaborate further, her complexion slightly flushed. Observing her blush stirred something within Li Xiaolong. Even on Blue Star, he had never encountered such an exquisite woman. Maifia was undoubtedly the most beautiful he had ever seen, and her formidable superpowers further enhanced her allure. "Ahem, Li Xiaolong, now that you have gathered the Dragon Balls, why not summon the Eternal Dragon at the rear mountain of our academy?" Maifia remarked, noticing Li Xiaolong's enchanted gaze upon her, and deftly shifted the subject. "Apologies, but let us proceed as you suggested." Li Xiaolong felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own lack of composure. Clearly, his resolve was still insufficient. The two arrived at a clearing on the back mountain, placing the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground. After exchanging a knowing glance and nod, Li Xiaolong stepped forward, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Having longed for this moment while watching anime in his youth, he was now on the verge of realizing a childhood dream. Taking a deep breath, he called out to the Dragon Balls, "Come forth, Shenron." This phrase had been rehearsed countless times in his childhood. After his proclamation, he stood aside in quiet anticipation. Once Li Xiaolong had finished speaking, the Dragon Balls began to flicker rapidly, and soon, dark clouds gathered in the sky. What had been a clear blue expanse transformed into ominous darkness in an instant, creating an eerie atmosphere. Thunder rumbled as streaks of lightning illuminated the darkened sky, while the Dragon Balls radiated a golden light that pierced through the clouds. Suddenly, a majestic and elongated green dragon spiraled into view, its eyes flashing with a crimson glow. "You who have gathered the Dragon Balls, proclaim your wish, and I shall grant it, limited to 1, the dragon intoned, echoing a classic opening dialogue. Li Xiaolong steadied his emotions and glanced at Maifia. They both nodded in agreement. "Shenron, could you transform my bloodline into that of a Saiyan, preferably the legendary Saiyan?"
Li Xiaolong eagerly expressed his desire. "I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill this wish. The alteration of bloodlines is beyond my capabilities. Please choose another wish."
The dragon replied, beads of sweat forming as it realized it had perhaps overstepped its bounds with its earlier declarations. "Then, please allow me to learn all the cultivation methods that have existed throughout the universe," Li Xiaolong thought, quickly realizing that even the Earth's Shenron could not grant such a monumental request. It was likely that even the Namekian Dragon Balls would be unable to fulfill such a wish. "Apologies, but I cannot grant you that wish in its entirety. The cultivation methods throughout the universe are far too numerous, including those of advanced deities. Furthermore, Should I provide you with all this information, you may find it overwhelming. I can, however, offer you the cultivation methods from Earth throughout history, as well as some from the planets Adrat and Midamo, the dragon stated, sweat forming as it pondered why this young man consistently wished for things beyond his grasp. Is that so? I see now that I was inconsiderate. Very well. I shall accept your guidance, Li Xiaolong reflected, realizing that if he were to have all the cultivation methods from across the universe crammed into his mind, he would likely be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. It was fortunate that Shenron could not grant such a wish. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Your wish has been granted. Farewell, the dragon declared, its eyes flashing red. Li Xiaolong suddenly felt an influx of martial knowledge flooding his mind. After uttering those words, Shenron ascended rapidly into the sky, transforming into 7 luminous orbs that dispersed across the globe, as the dark sky was instantaneously restored to light. Li Xiaolong, are you all right? Mei Fia inquired with concern, observing Li Xiaolong standing with his eyes closed. Although she possessed the ability to foresee the future, it remained mutable. I'm fine. It's merely the overwhelming influx of information I've received that requires some time to process. Fortunately, the divine dragon has only imparted a fraction of the knowledge, or else I might have faced dire consequences today, Li Xiaolong reflected with relief. Now that your purpose has been achieved, what are your plans moving forward? Mei Fia continued to express her concern for him. I wonder if there are any vacant rooms in your academy? I wish to digest this martial arts knowledge and perhaps select a couple of the most vital techniques to begin my training, he replied, feeling a mix of shyness and joy at Mei Fia's sudden attentiveness, as it was the first time a woman had shown care for him in both worlds. Fortunately, our academy has several empty rooms, along with a training ground, so you can cultivate your skills here without any interruptions, Mei Fia assured. Arranging for Li Xiaolong to settle into a vacant room, with a temporary refuge secured, Li Xiaolong set aside other concerns and began to organize the myriad martial arts concepts swirling in his mind. After dedicating over 10 days, he managed to distill the more significant aspects of martial arts knowledge, which constituted only half of the total information, reserving the remainder for future contemplation. The categorized information encompassed 3 primary domains: martial arts cultivation, supernatural abilities and magical training, and technological knowledge. Upon review, Li Xiaolong discovered a shared method of cultivation across Earth, Adrat and Midamon, known as the dimensional cultivation method. This ancient technique, prevalent billions of years ago, was once embraced by all 3 planets. Li Xiaolong speculated that the dimensional cultivation method was likely popular in the cosmos eons past, only to be obscured by the sands of time for unknown reasons. Perhaps Adrat and Midamon retained this method, but Earth had undoubtedly lost it. As the name implies, the dimensional cultivation method aims to elevate the cultivator's dimensional tier, capable of enhancing their level from 1 to 12. With each tier ascended, the lifespan and innate talents of the cultivator would exponentially increase. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the higher dimensions correspond to divine beings. For instance, the dimension of deities is ranked at 1, while the King of Worlds stands at 5, the God of Destruction at 11, and angels at 12. Thus, the dimensional cultivation method allows practitioners to aspire to the angelic dimension. Li Xiaolong recognized that further cultivation techniques likely existed beyond the 12th dimension, as the hierarchy continues with the Grand Priest and the Omni King. In Dragon Ball lore, the dimensions of divine beings are intrinsically linked to their divine statuses, granting them corresponding dimensional attributes upon attaining such positions. Consequently, aside from the inherent boosts to their dimensional existence, these deities do not benefit from additional enhancements to their talents. The dimensions of angels, however, must be cultivated through personal effort, rendering each angel extraordinarily powerful. After organizing the dimensional cultivation method, Li Xiaolong commenced his training in this truly godly technique and generously shared it with Mei Fia, along with the crucial portions of training concerning supernatural abilities and magical arts. In the past few days, the figures of 2 individuals have frequently been observed within the halls of the Academy of Superpowers, where they have engaged in profound discussions regarding various cultivation methods, thus fostering a deepening camaraderie. Over this period, Li Xiaolong has once again redefined his understanding of his own innate talent for cultivation. Mei Fia, hailed as the most gifted individual in the Academy's history, finds her progress in cultivation lagging far behind that of Li Xiaolong. Both embarked on the journey of mastering the dimensional cultivation method on the same day. Yet after more than 10 days, while Mei Fia has merely grasped the basics, Li Xiaolong feels on the verge of transcending to the first level of dimensional mastery. Remarkably, during this extensive period of training, Li Xiaolong has not exerted his full efforts solely on dimensional cultivation. Rather, he has allocated part of his energy to mastering superpower magic. Even so, his prowess has eclipsed that of the majority of the Academy's elite students. Additionally noteworthy is the remarkable surge in Li Xiaolong's combat strength. Akin to a rocket's ascent, likely due to his impending breakthrough into the first level of the dimension, his aura has rapidly intensified, as if the energies of the universe are drawn to him. Even in the absence of a means to cultivate qi, these energies have surged uncontrollably into his being. Within a mere span of days, his combat capabilities have soared beyond 5,000, imparting upon him the sensation of strength augmenting with every breath, a phenomenon that has left Mei Fia both envious and humbled. During this time, Li Xiaolong conducted an experiment by summoning one of the Academy's most prodigious students to impart the foundational teachings of the second-dimensional cultivation method. Astonishingly, after more than 10 days, this student's progress paled in comparison to even 1% of Mei Fia's achievements. This outcome elucidates the reasons behind the obsolescence of such cultivation methods on Earth. It further corroborates the descriptions within the dimensional cultivation texts, affirming that this practice indeed relies heavily on innate talent. Initially, Li Xiaolong had intended to disseminate this cultivation method widely across Earth. However, in light of these results, he has resolved to reconsider his approach. Determined, Li Xiaolong has decided to innovate a more accessible form of cultivation, one that amalgamates the advantages of the dimensional method, enhanced talent and longevity, into a simplified variant. Future martial artists on Earth would first engage with this method, and upon its mastery, could then progress to the dimensional cultivation method. Nevertheless, he recognizes that he currently lacks the capability to bring this vision to fruition. Li Xiaolong plans to first absorb and fully comprehend the knowledge imparted by the divine dragon before proceeding. As the foundation he aspires to establish for the future of Earth demands meticulous attention. With his resolve firm, Li Xiaolong resumes his immersion in dimensional cultivation, sensing that he is on the cusp of attaining the first level within the coming days. Chapter 6. The first level of dimension. Time has flown by in the midst of their delightful exchanges, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more days have elapsed. During this period, Li Xiaolong has concentrated solely on his cultivation, guiding Mei Fia while wholeheartedly dedicating himself to mastering the dimensional method. In the dense forest behind the academy, Li Xiaolong sits cross-legged, emanating an indescribable and peculiar wave of energy that ripples outward in concentric circles, reaching deep into the cosmos. Mei Fia stands watch beside him, her concern evident. The celestial deity of Earth was the first to perceive the tremor, which subsequently resonated down to the depths of hell. Eventually, this disturbance reached the North Realm King, albeit in a weakened form, nearly on the verge of vanishing. Nevertheless, the North Realm King was still able to sense it. As he was perusing a tome, he set it down and gazed in the direction from whence the tremor emanated. To his astonishment, someone had independently breached the dimensional barrier. After countless millennia, he was once again able to feel such a wave. Let me see which mortal from this planet possesses such extraordinary talent. The North Realm King mused nostalgically as he looked towards Earth. Following the fluctuation, he soon beheld Li Xiaolong in a meditative state, undergoing a breakthrough, along with Mei Fia by his side. To think such prodigies would appear on my territory, 2 of them no less. That young lady, under the tutelage of this individual, should also achieve her first dimensional breakthrough within a year or so. Once they both mature, those 3 fellows are surely going to envy me to death. This is far more delightful than any joke I've heard in a century. The North Realm King's hearty laughter echoed throughout his domain. Meanwhile, on Earth, Mei Fia, who was safeguarding Li Xiaolong, felt her comprehension of dimensional laws significantly deepen due to the impact of that wave. At that moment, Li Xiaolong experienced a profound elevation, as if even his soul were soaring in a realm of celestial bliss, with the ethereal energies of the universe fervently pouring into his being. After a quarter of an hour, the peculiar wave dissipated, and Li Xiaolong's aura surged to a magnitude 100 times greater than before, compelling Mei Fia to retreat. Unable to continue her protective vigil, once Li Xiaolong had solidified his newfound strength, he retracted the formidable pressure emanating from him and slowly opened his eyes. perceiving the world around him as transformed from what it had been prior to his breakthrough. Li Xiaolong, have you succeeded? You are incredibly powerful now. The pressure you just radiated rendered it impossible for me to remain by your side. Maifu approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She thought of the strength she would attain upon her own first-dimensional breakthrough, instantly invigorated by the prospect. I have successfully breached the first-dimensional tier. Ha ha ha, thank you. Maifu, I feel my innate talent has been greatly enhanced, and my lifespan has also experienced a remarkable augmentation. I distinctly sense that I can live for at least 1,000 years, and I believe that as I reach adulthood, I will maintain my youthful peak until the very end of my days, Li Xiaolong expressed, sharing his exhilarating experience of breakthrough. Especially when he spoke of remaining eternally youthful. Maifu's eyes gleamed with fervor. Nothing seemed more alluring to her, an unparalleled beauty, than the possibility of everlasting youth, further fueling her motivation to cultivate her understanding of dimensional laws. Li Xiaolong, you have achieved your breakthrough. What are your plans now? Are you going to leave? Would you consider staying here for a while to guide my cultivation? Maifu posed a pivotal question. Li Xiaolong's mission had been flawlessly fulfilled, having unveiled a potent path for martial arts on Earth. Originally, he had intended to locate the Dragon Balls to make a wish, followed by seeking guidance from the celestial deity at the Kalen Tower. Now, having surpassed the first-dimensional tier, his combat prowess had escalated to an astounding 50,000. The knowledge of martial arts within my mind far exceeds that of the divine, and at this moment, I am entirely capable of methodically cultivating both dimensions and the martial arts wisdom embedded in my consciousness. However, there remains an undeniable reason to visit the celestial realm, primarily due to the existence of the miraculous, a cheat-like artifact held by the cat sage. My feelings for Maifu, too, weigh heavily on my heart. During our time together, I have found myself increasingly enamored with this enchanting and adorable woman. For the first time across 2 lifetimes, I am unequivocally certain of my affection for Maifu. Yet, I must proceed with my plans and return to mentor my comrades, which places me in a quandary between the one I cherish and my aspirations, both of which are dear to me. Li Xiaolong, you can create a simplified method for dimensional cultivation and guide me in my practice. We could also explore the knowledge you have acquired together. Once I break through to the first dimension, would you then accompany me? Maifu gazed at Li Xiaolong, her captivating eyes causing a slight flush to rise on his cheeks. Li Xiaolong considered Maifu's suggestion. It indeed presented a viable approach. He could create the simplified method and then return to execute his plans, utilizing this time to refine the crucial aspects of the knowledge he had previously obtained. Furthermore, the Supernatural Academy is an integral part of my future endeavors, providing a perfect opportunity to begin envisioning its prospects. It is certainly not merely the allure of Maifu's beauty that leaves me momentarily paralyzed, Li Xiaolong reassured himself. Thus, he acquiesced to Maifu's request and settled into the Supernatural Academy, simultaneously guiding her in dimensional techniques while developing a simplified version of these methods. In truth, after Li Xiaolong's breakthrough to the first dimension, Maifu's own progress surged significantly, propelled by the ripples of his advancement. If there were a progress bar, she would currently stand at 40% towards her own first-dimensional breakthrough. Under Li Xiaolong's tutelage, it is likely she will achieve this milestone within 6 months. As Li Xiaolong endeavored to create the cultivation methods, he employed a multifaceted approach. He selected the instantaneous movement from the planet Adrat for his training. This technique, however, could not be imparted to Maifu, as even the dragon could only manage to instill it into Li Xiaolong's mind with great difficulty. He planned to take Maifu to Adrat personally in the future, for this seemingly cheat-like ability is simply too convenient to ignore. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong spent an entire year mastering this skill. Now, having broken through the first dimension, Li Xiaolong felt confident that his comprehension far surpassed that of Sun Wukong in the original tale, allowing him to learn this instantaneous movement swiftly. Upon grasping the information regarding instantaneous movement in his mind, Li Xiaolong felt a surge of joy. The technique diverged slightly from what Sun Wukong had learned. It consists of 3 stages. The first stage involves sensing the aura and instantly moving to the perceived location. The second stage eliminates the need for such sensing, enabling one to teleport to any place previously visited simply by willing it. The third stage involves centering oneself to establish a personal coordinate system, allowing one to imagine a coordinate and instantaneously traverse to it. This stage bears a resemblance to the instantaneous movement of the King of Worlds, and theoretically, it could even facilitate interstellar travel, albeit requiring an immense amount of energy. In Chapter 7, titled The Longevity Technique, Mafia achieves a breakthrough. Li Xiaolong speculates that the reason Goku in the original narrative could only master a form of instantaneous movement akin to the first stage may be due to time constraints. Given sufficient time, Goku could potentially learn the second or even the third stage. Following his initiation into this practice, Li Xiaolong's predictions materialized as he successfully mastered the first stage of instantaneous movement after 2 months of diligent training. During these 2 months, Li Xiaolong was exceptionally busy, simultaneously instructing Mafia, honing his own skills in instantaneous movement, and devoting energy to guide the students at the Superpower Academy, while also devising plans for the institution. In his vision, the Superpower Academy would serve as an alternative path for those endowed with superhuman abilities and those lacking in martial or scientific pursuits. In battle, adversaries would undoubtedly underestimate a group lacking any discernible fighting spirit. Thus, when a practitioner of superpower magic suddenly unleashes a formidable roar, the enemy might be taken by surprise, leaving them to ponder their response. While teaching at the academy, Li Xiaolong identified a significant shortcoming. The training methods were rather rudimentary and scattered, lacking a systematic approach to superpower magic cultivation. He resolved to collaborate with Mafia post-breakthrough to establish a cohesive training methodology for superhumans, where dimensional training techniques and simplified methods could serve as a universal framework for future practitioners. However, superpowers belong to a distinct paradigm, necessitating a structured training approach to continuously cultivate formidable talents. Though Li Xiaolong possessed a compendium of superpower magic cultivation techniques in his mind, his experiments revealed that, aside from Mafia, who exhibited extraordinary innate talent, his own aptitude for this realm was slightly inferior, and others struggled to progress at a glacial pace. His next plan was to simplify the cultivation methods outlined in the Superpower Magic Compendium. Initially, some within the academy were skeptical of Li Xiaolong's capabilities, while others followed him merely out of respect for Mafia. However, after showcasing his own superpower magic techniques, Li Xiaolong earned the unwavering respect of his peers, establishing himself as the foremost authority beneath Mafia. 2 months elapsed after Li Xiaolong perfected his instantaneous movement, once again within the serene confines of the Superpower Academy's rear mountains. He sat cross-legged, exuding a profound aura, as Mafia meditated beside him. At this moment, Li Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath, his gaze brightening with elation. He had finally devised this simplified, lower-tier dimensional technique, marking the inception of humanity's profound potential. Since this dimensional method could extend one's lifespan, it would serve as a precursor, aptly named the longevity technique. At this moment, Li Xiaolong envisioned a day in the future when Raditz would descend upon Earth. Upon encountering a farmer in the fields, he was poised to utter the infamous line about a power level of merely 5. However, the farmer, fueled by sudden rage, would overpower him and bring him to the ground. The mere thought of Raditz's expression at that moment was undoubtedly delightful. While Li Xiaolong reveled in this future scenario, he suddenly sensed a peculiar wave emanating from Mafia beside him. Today was indeed a day of double blessings. Not only had he created the longevity technique, but Mafia had also transcended dimensions. Observing the situation, it appeared her enhancement would not pale in comparison to his own. Li Xiaolong began to protect her as she underwent this transformation. Before long, the fluctuations from Mafia's dimensional breakthrough were once again perceived by King Kai of the North, who joyfully leaped upon King Kai's star. Haha, the North Galaxy now boasts 2 super geniuses who have broken through dimensions. I shall take great pleasure in boasting to that fellow about this. Just wait until he sees how envious those 3 will be, he thought. Alas, Kurt has grown increasingly arrogant during this time. I hope these 2 can quickly mature and eliminate those rascals. King Kai anticipated Li Xiaolong and Mafia's growth, eager for them to vanquish Kurd. Mafia took approximately half a quarter of an hour to break through, and Li Xiaolong could feel her aura intensify 100-fold. However, while Mafia possessed no innate abilities in the realm of Qi, her combat prowess had reached the significant threshold of 100,000. According to the standards they had established for super abilities based on Qi, her power level now exceeded 400,000. Li Xiaolong, I have broken through. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Mafia exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his arms. After all, She had not only surpassed her lifespan, but would also remain youthful forever. A prospect that filled her with uncontainable joy. Both were jubilant, embracing one another and spinning in delight until their excitement subsided, leaving them blushing as they gazed at each other, a hint of romantic tension enveloping them. Just then, an unexpected intruder disrupted their moment. Out of nowhere, a dinosaur lumbered over the mountain, its massive form causing the ground to tremble and resonate with thunderous sounds. Li Xiaolong, irked by this foolish creature interrupting his blissful moment, resolved to have roasted dinosaur meat for dinner. "Wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly," he declared, as he soared toward the dinosaur, his aura radiating fiercely. Upon sensing his presence, the dinosaur attempted to flee, but in an instant, Li Xiaolong struck it down with a single punch. With swift precision, he severed the dinosaur's tail, employing magic to staunch its bleeding in a considerate manner. The creature, akin to a demon in its eyes, fled at lightning speed once Li Xiaolong released his pressure. He returned to Myphia, triumphantly carrying the dinosaur's tail and chuckling softly. "Tonight, we shall feast on roasted dinosaur meat," he proclaimed, waving the tail in the air. "Excellent." Myphia admired Li Xiaolong's culinary skills, convinced that no one could match his prowess in the kitchen, not even the finest chefs in the capital. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat wafted around the campfire, and Myphia gazed with sparkling eyes at Li Xiaolong, who was dedicatedly tending to the grill. "Li Xiaolong, you have aptly named the simplified version of the dimensional method as the longevity technique. The name is quite melodious. I never imagined you possessed such a gift for naming. Why not bestow a name upon the superpower magic cultivation method we shall create in the future?" Myphia praised Li Xiaolong's talent for naming while eating. Li Xiaolong felt quite flattered. In truth, he was not skilled at naming at all. He considered himself utterly inept in that regard. The name was merely a tribute to Blue Star, as the dimensional cultivation method perfectly aligned with his previous conception of the longevity technique. Hence he chose this name. However, he had also conceived a name for the future weakened version of the superpower magic, which would be called the Celestial Demon Strategy. The name Celestial Demon Strategy truly encapsulated the essence of this superpower magic cultivation method. "Yes, let it be called the Celestial Demon Strategy," Li Xiaolong declared while continuing to eat. Chapter 8. Celestial Demon Strategy. The name Celestial Demon Strategy sounds so imposing. "Li Xiaolong, you truly have a knack for naming." Myphia praised him once more, wholeheartedly endorsing the name Celestial Demon Strategy. The Chronicles of Blue Star record that the roots of the Celestial Demon Strategy can be traced back to the ancient era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Reputedly an unparalleled magical skill left behind by the war god Qiyu. Li Xiaolong held high hopes for the superpower magic cultivation method he and Myphia had jointly created. Moreover, with the longevity technique already established, the emergence of the Celestial Demon Strategy would be a splendid addition. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong and Myphia guided the students at the Superpower Academy in the practice of the longevity technique. Indeed, the longevity technique proved to be more accessible for these students compared to the dimensional method. Once the students perfected the longevity technique, they would be ready to embark on the journey of mastering the dimensional method. As the Superpower Academy began to find its footing, Li Xiaolong prepared to bid farewell to the institution. He had been away for nearly a year, and he wondered about the situation in Li family village. The elders in the village would undoubtedly be concerned for him, and he himself missed the benevolent patriarch dearly. Just as Li Xiaolong was about to say goodbye to Myphia, she had already arranged the academy's affairs and packed her belongings, preparing to leave with him. This revelation brought Li Xiaolong immense joy. Li Xiaolong made arrangements for the academy's teachers to not only instruct, but also participate in recruitment efforts, seeking to cultivate individuals with innate superpower magic talents. Now that he had established the longevity technique, even those with modest talents could be gradually nurtured and enhanced within the academy. With a sense of urgency, Li Xiaolong and Myphia made their way back to Li family village. Upon seeing the familiar ancient roads and buildings, Li Xiaolong reflected on how swiftly time had passed. In the blink of an eye, he had been in Dragon Pearl for a year. He had grown stronger and found companions who shared his aspirations. Look, Long Gu is back, and he is accompanied by a fairy sister. As the two leisurely strolled along the ancient path toward the patriarch's home, a keen-eyed youth at the martial arts arena spotted Li Xiaolong and Myphia. Before long, they were surrounded by 15 eager individuals, bombarding them with questions. "Long Gu, after being away for so long, you've brought back such a beautiful sister-in-law. You must introduce me to someone as lovely as her in the future. Li Xian, who had grown considerably taller, remained as cheerful as ever. Upon hearing his words, the crowd echoed their agreement. Very well. Allow me to first pay my respects to the venerable clan elder. Once I return, I shall share with you my experiences. Moreover, I wish to impart some valuable insights to you, my dear companions. Li Xiaolong is also exceedingly pleased with the enthusiasm displayed by this group of brothers. Although Mei Fia felt a tinge of shyness at being referred to as sister-in-law, she did not object. Surrounded by the crowd, Li Xiaolong led Mei Fia to the elder's abode. Ah, my dear child, you have returned. The elder greeted them with a warm smile that enveloped both Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia in a comforting embrace. Elder, I apologize for causing you concern. This is Mei Fia, the head of the Academy of Superpowers, and, well, my girlfriend. Li Xiaolong introduced her with a bashful scratch of his head. Splendid. Xiaolong has grown up indeed. He returns with such a stunning girlfriend. You must treat her well from now on. And, my dear Mei Fia, should Xiaolong ever mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform us. We shall stand by your side. The elder and the assembly of elders beamed with delight at the sight of such a graceful young lady accompanying Li Xiaolong. Elder, Li Xiaolong treats me exceptionally well. Our relationship is harmonious, Mei Fia chimed in, her cheeks flushed as she defended Li Xiaolong. At that moment, Li Xiaolong realized that his status as the favored one had been usurped by Mei Fia. Nevertheless, witnessing the warmth with which she was received by the elders brought him immense joy. Soon, the hall was filled with joyous laughter as Li Xiaolong regaled everyone with tales of his recent adventures. When he spoke of the divine dragon, his peers were filled with yearning, eager to behold the dragon's magnificence themselves. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong shared the dimensional cultivation technique. He discovered that among the younger generation, only Li Yun, Li Hao, and Li Xian exhibited exceptional talent in this art. However, they still paled in comparison to Mei Fia. The remaining 12 individuals, while possessing potential, progressed at a slower pace. It was estimated that they would require a decade to master the first tier of dimensional cultivation. The elders of the village, due to their advanced age and diminishing faculties, found the pursuit of dimensional cultivation increasingly challenging. Among the middle-aged, 3 individuals showed promise in this discipline, namely Li Yun, Li Hao, and Li Xian's fathers, Li Zhongqian, Li Zhongquan, and Li Zhongshu. It appears that such talents are indeed hereditary. After imparting the dimensional technique and the longevity method to the villagers, Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia settled into the community. They simultaneously taught martial arts and devised a systematic and accessible approach to the cultivation of superpower magic. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. Under Li Xiaolong's tutelage, the villagers made remarkable progress, particularly Li Yun, Li Hao, Li Xian, Li Zhongqian, Li Zhongquan, and Li Zhongshu, all of whom successfully advanced to the first tier of dimensional cultivation. The rapid advancements of these individuals can be attributed to the joint guidance of Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia. Furthermore, the unique energy emitted by Li Yun, who was the first to break through, greatly assisted the others. Despite some disparities in their innate abilities, the cascading breakthroughs fostered an environment in which all 6 individuals achieved their advancements within 6 months. The greatest progress, however, was made by Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia themselves. Originally at the first tier of dimensional cultivation, they found themselves nearing the second tier due to the special energy fluctuations caused by the breakthroughs of the 6. Li Xiaolong estimated that after a period of consolidation, he would be poised to transcend to the second tier within 2 months. Under the influence of 6 fluctuations, the remaining villagers spent 6 months perfecting the art of longevity, and at this moment, they had progressed to the practice of dimensional techniques. While the 12 individuals were not far from reaching the first tier, Li Xiaolong discovered that the talent of the villagers was indeed formidable. An entire village could yield such an abundance of prodigies, whose aptitude in dimensional techniques and martial arts was unparalleled by the other inhabitants of the Dragon Ball Earth. During this half-year, through the collaborative efforts of Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia, they finally created the complete Heavenly Demon strategy. The strategy they devised was divided into 4 volumes: spiritual energy, magic, techniques, and formations. Spiritual energy was the foundation of practicing the Heavenly Demon strategy, akin to how martial artists cultivate their chi, serving as a means to enhance the energy within superpowered individuals. Meanwhile, magic, techniques, and formations represented the methods of application. Throughout these 6 months, neither Li Xiaolong nor Mei Fia had consciously trained. yet their combat prowess had significantly increased. Li Xiaolong's current combat strength had reached 700,000, with a superpower value of 300,000, while Mei Fia attained a combat strength of 250,000 and a superpower value of 650,000. The 6 individuals who had just broken through to the dimensional level had combat strengths of Li Yun at 250,000, Li Hao at 250,000, Li Xian at 200,000, Li Zhongxian at 300,000, Li Zhongquan at 300,000, and Li Zhongshu at 300,000. The group's aptitude in superpowers was not particularly remarkable. Even after their dimensional breakthrough, their enhancements were modest, with the highest superpower values just exceeding 1,000, while the rest languished around 100. This lack of interest in superpowers led them to abandon that pursuit in favor of concentrating on martial arts.
Chapter 9. Coming to seeing everyone on the right track, Li Xiaolong began to contemplate the establishment of martial arts on Earth. He noticed that,
apart from the villagers of Li Family Village, the other inhabitants of Dragon Ball Earth were progressing rather slowly in their cultivation of the longevity technique. Even those with relatively good aptitude needed 1 or 2 years to fully master it. After imparting the longevity technique and dimensional methods to the villagers, Li Xiaolong made a visit to the Dulin Monastery. Following a discussion with the abbot, he successfully persuaded the monastery to join his cause in promoting martial arts on Earth, primarily due to the irresistible conditions Li Xiaolong offered. Upon hearing about the longevity technique and the dimensional methods, the abbot immediately expressed his willingness to comply. Furthermore, the abbot assured that his intentions were solely rooted in compassion for the suffering of all beings and a desire to contribute to the advancement of martial arts on Earth. Asserting that he was not motivated by a desire for the longevity technique or dimensional methods, Li Xiaolong merely smiled at this, knowing that as long as they contributed to the martial arts of Earth, that was all that mattered. After all, he had created the longevity technique to empower the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world. Eventually, he intended to announce it to the world. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong observed the cultivation progress of the longevity technique at Dulin Monastery and noted that the pace of their training was not as rapid as that of the villagers. To ensure thoroughness, he and Mei Fia revisited the Superpower Academy for observation, where they found that the training speed of the longevity technique was similarly slow. However, Li Xiaolong had no intention of simplifying the longevity technique any further, given the efficacy of the longevity technique and dimensional methods. The talents of Dragon Ball Earth's inhabitants would substantially improve over 2 generations. As the Celestial Demon strategy was successfully completed, Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia returned once more to the Academy of Superpowers. They imparted the Celestial Demon strategy and instructed the students for a period. Li Xiaolong soon discerned that the Celestial Demon strategy was indeed more suited for these endowed individuals. However, the longevity technique and dimensional methods still required practice, for they were the foundational cultivation practices that would enhance the overall strength of Earth. The Celestial Demon strategy could only augment the practitioner's spiritual energy, but it did not extend their lifespan. With both the Academy of Superpowers and the Dulin Temple now on the right track, Li Xiaolong prepared to journey to the Kalen Tower. His primary objectives were to consult with the celestial deity regarding martial arts matters and to discuss the strategic resource known as the Xian Do, or immortal being. This vital resource must be firmly within his grasp, ideally. He would encourage the cat sage to cultivate it extensively or obtain the methods of cultivation from the cat sage to improve and facilitate training among his subordinates. In the original narrative, the immortal being served merely as a means to stave off hunger, often misused by the character Jackalope. Consequently, the Dragon Ball warriors were forced to split a single bean to share. Each time Li Xiaolong witnessed this, he felt an overwhelming urge to berate Jackalope, lamenting the fate of the Dragon Ball warriors. Now that he found himself in this Dragon Ball universe, such occurrences must be altered. He resolved to intensify Jackalope's training to quell his inner resentment. Accompanied by Mei Fia, Li Xiaolong arrived at Kalen Tower, where they promptly sought out the cat sage. Upon seeing the couple hand in hand, the cat sage refrained from inquiring about the super holy water, for the aura of their earlier breakthroughs was palpable even within the tower. The divine suppression emanating from them was unmistakable. Although the cat sage had only perceived the fluctuations of their energy without sensing the dimensional breakthrough, the weight of their dimensional presence was now evident. Greetings, cat sage. I am Li Xiaolong, and this is my girlfriend, Mei Fia. Li Xiaolong introduced himself, as the cat sage was likely unfamiliar with him. Oh, so you are the celestial deities, Li Xiaolong. Truly remarkable, indeed. The future of Earth rests in the hands of young talents like you, the cat sage responded. Recalling the celestial deity's prior mention of these two super geniuses, whom even the King of Worlds had advised him to pay attention to. Oh, you have heard of me? It is indeed an honor, Li Xiaolong replied, adopting a modest demeanor. Li Xiaolong, may I inquire as to why you seek me? The cat sage asked. Cat sage, I have heard about a wondrous item known as the immortal being that you possess. I hope you can grant me some, and if possible, share the cultivation methods with me. I am willing to offer something in exchange, Li Xiaolong articulated earnestly. The immortal being, you say? It is not particularly rare. Since you desire it, I shall provide you with some. However, the conditions for cultivation are rather stringent. I can share the details, but it will depend on whether you can find a suitable place for cultivation. The cat sage generously acquiesced. Then, cat sage, I present to you the longevity technique I have devised, along with the dimensional method. I hope you will cultivate them, contributing to the strength of our planet. I foresee formidable adversaries approaching Earth in the near future. Li Xiaolong entrusted the longevity technique and dimensional method to the cat sage. Initially, the cat immortal was rather languid and had no intention of accepting Li Xiaolong's martial arts techniques. However, upon hearing of the formidable adversaries that would soon threaten Earth, he reluctantly acquiesced. Dear cat immortal, I implore you to enhance the cultivation of the divine beings. They are of paramount importance to our planet. I earnestly request that you do not decline, Li Xiaolong expressed with fervor. Upon hearing his words, the cat immortal, for the sake of Earth, begrudgingly agreed to the demands of his unscrupulous benefactor. Rest assured, I shall ensure that fresh fish, your favorite, will be delivered to you monthly as recompense, Li Xiaolong promised. Not intending to exhaust the cat immortal all at once, but rather to sweeten the deal. Upon hearing this, the cat immortal's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the fresh fish that awaited him each month. Now, let us seek the celestial deity to retrieve the divine beings, Li Xiaolong declared, leading Maifia toward the temple. In the original narrative, the location of the temple remains shrouded in mystery. Sun Wukong had to rely on his golden staff to reach it. It was only later, as the Dragon Ball warriors grew in power and received guidance from the celestial deity, that the temple lost its enigmatic aura in their eyes. However, for Li Xiaolong and Maifia, the temple was easily found, and upon their descent, they encountered a shadowy figure awaiting them. Mr. Bobo, greetings, Li Xiaolong initiated the conversation. I have been expecting you for quite some time. Please, follow me. The celestial deity has been waiting, Bobo replied, ushering them into the temple. As they entered, Li Xiaolong and Maifia curiously surveyed their surroundings. The temple, its age indeterminate, was imbued with an aura of mystery. Although Li Xiaolong had seen it in his previous life, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation, far surpassing that of any screen. Upon encountering the celestial deity Piccolo, both Li Xiaolong and Maifia were taken aback. Despite having seen him in media, the reality of the encounter was profoundly impactful, though they quickly regained their composure. Ah, my dear children, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. The celestial deity spoke first. Since your dimensional breakthrough, I have been closely observing your endeavors and am well aware of your contributions to Earth. Even the King of Worlds has spoken highly of you, urging me to keep a watchful eye on your progress. Now that you are here, the moment has come, the celestial deity continued, engrossed in his thoughts. I apologize for the delay, esteemed deity. I had intended to visit you sooner, but pressing matters detained me, Li Xiaolong said. Feeling somewhat awkward after realizing how long the celestial deity had waited for their arrival. Good children, you have performed admirably, surpassing even my own efforts. I wonder, do you harbor any interest in the position of the celestial deity? If so, I would gladly bestow this title upon you, the celestial deity suddenly proposed. Haha. O Divine One, your efforts have been commendable. We have grown accustomed to idleness, unfit to assume the role of a deity. Moreover, once you, the Divine One, have mastered the techniques of eternal life and dimensional law, your strength will undoubtedly augment. I implore you, do not entertain thoughts of relinquishing your divine duties. We must strive together to fortify our planet, preparing for the crises that lie ahead. With earnest words, Li Xiaolong endeavored to inspire the divine Piccolo. The notion of working as deities is utterly implausible. I shall never engage in such toil in this lifetime. It suffices to be a guide for the inhabitants of Earth, and to live a blissful life in tranquility alongside Maifia. Why pursue the burdens of divinity? Li Xiaolong contemplated the future fusion of the Demon King and the Divine Piccolo, coupled with the techniques he had imparted, envisioning the emergence of the mightiest deity. With his assistance, perhaps the Divine One could even ascend to the position of the King of the universe. The idea of serving you is preposterous. Rather, I shall reverse our roles, requiring you, the Divine One, to serve me for eternity, Li Xiaolong mused. Prior to this encounter, he had briefed Maifia on the situation regarding the Divine One. Upon learning that either the Divine One or his attendant must always remain in the temple, and that even when one departs, it can only be for a brief period, Maifia was astounded by such constraints. Seeing that neither expressed interest in their divine station, the Divine One ceased to press the matter, ultimately accepting the techniques offered by Li Xiaolong with resignation. Divine One, you must diligently practice the teachings I have bestowed upon you, for the future crises facing Earth are formidable. Observing the Divine One's demeanor, Li Xiaolong reiterated the urgency of his message. What crisis do you speak of? The Divine One's expression grew grave at the mention of future calamities. Allow me to present to you the ominous visions I have perceived, Li Xiaolong declared, extending his hand as a holographic image emerged from his palm. This was a manifestation of a superpower he had created, capable of projecting vivid scenes he wished to convey. The first image depicted the invasion of the Saiyans, followed by Frieza, Cooler, and Gula. Then came the crisis of the androids, succeeded by the emergence of Cell, and subsequently Majun Corps. Finally, a cataclysmic deity appeared, whose mere strike could obliterate planets, his temperament volatile. Countless celestial bodies fell to ruin due to his whims. And the scene culminated with this god descending upon Earth, the vision abruptly terminating thereafter. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Li Xiaolong, are these projections genuine? Maifia was the first to regain her composure after witnessing the apocalyptic imagery, as thoughts swirled in their minds. Could Earth truly withstand such crises? Maifia, the Divine One, and Bobo turned their gaze to Li Xiaolong, awaiting his response. These are indeed real occurrences that will transpire. I possess a foresight ability. I foresaw these visions long ago, which is why I made these preparations. However, I have not experienced such foresight again. Li Xiaolong began to fabricate explanations, realizing he could not disclose that these images stemmed from his anime viewings. Can we truly triumph over these crises? The Divine One inquired, his confidence wavering. Divine Being, you must have faith in your own abilities. As long as you diligently cultivate my techniques, I shall later facilitate your fusion with the short flute. Your talents are indeed formidable, and with the combined efforts of myself and Maifia, we have ample time. The Earth will undoubtedly overcome these crises. Li Xiaolong began to rally the spirits of those around him, concerned that they might succumb to negativity upon witnessing the dire circumstances. Li Xiaolong, that celestial being capable of obliterating worlds, Maifia inquired with curiosity. That deity is known as the god of destruction, the highest divinity in the cosmos, on par with the Supreme Kai. However, his dominion is destruction, tasked with eradicating civilizations detrimental to the universe's evolution. Yet, the god of destruction is capricious. Even the annihilation of other planets holds little consequence, Li Xiaolong gravely explained. From the original narrative, it is evident that these so-called deities maintain a lofty disposition regarding humanity as mere playthings. For instance, the gods of destruction, Beerus and Kampa, displayed their disdain and condescending attitude towards mortals while competing for the Super Dragon Balls through martial arts tournaments. Li Xiaolong contemplated that the fate of humanity should rest in the hands of humanity itself, unlike the Omni King, who can erase the universe at a whim. A calamity far too immense for mankind. Lesser threats, such as Zamasu, harbor even greater biases against humanity. Li Xiaolong refrained from disclosing information about the angels, Grand Minister, and Omni King, as even the god of destruction was sufficiently astounding. Divine Being, my purpose in coming this time is to seek your divine edict for that king, which would facilitate my actions. Although we have considerable time, it is also incredibly precious, and I do not wish to squander it on fruitless endeavors. Li Xiaolong finally revealed his intentions. Although the King of Earth is merely a figurehead, the authority of his title remains useful. Li Xiaolong preferred not to waste time persuading or exerting effort on such matters. While he could easily dominate through strength, it would be more prudent to act under the auspices of the Divine Being. Very well, I shall issue the divine decree, compelling that king to cooperate with you. As for the other matters, you seem well prepared. Therefore, Proceed as you see fit, and may the earth flourish under your guidance, overcoming each crisis, the divine being solemnly affirmed. You need not bear excessive pressure. I am here to support you. Have faith in me. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Li Xiaolong encouraged his companions. As they witnessed Li Xiaolong's unwavering confidence, they too felt uplifted, and the mood lightened. After discussing the process and details of the martial arts event, and finding no further additions necessary, Li Xiaolong and Maifia departed the divine sanctuary, making their way to Li family village. Soon after, the divine being's decree descended upon the palace of the king. Chapter 11. The martial ancestor. Shortly after Li Xiaolong returned to Li family village with Maifia, the divine being's decree reached the king's palace. As the world descends into chaos, the martial ancestor, Li Xiaolong, deeply empathizes with the struggles of sentient beings in their quest for survival. Thus, he establishes the path of eternal life in hopes of disseminating his teachings across the realm. Accompanied by 6 guardians and 12 attendants, the martial ancestor's wife, Maifia, serves as the dean of the Academy of Supernatural Abilities, intending to aid him in imparting these teachings. A divine decree has been issued, mandating that the king and his ministers fully support the martial ancestor in his mission to spread martial arts throughout the world. The populace is also called upon to respond to the martial ancestor's summons. Any defiance will result in universal abandonment, as proclaimed by the celestial decree. Above the royal palace, a magnificent celestial canopy radiates divine light. The deity has employed the magic taught by Li Xiaolong to craft this grand spectacle, even enhancing it with mental suppression and his own aura. The cumulative effects of these enhancements leave the king and ministers within the palace in profound reverence. The onlookers, witnessing this divine proclamation, are filled with fervor and excitement regarding the martial ancestor Li Xiaolong and Maifia, for the pursuit of evolution and strength is ingrained in the human genome. Li Xiaolong perceives the transformations occurring within the palace as a spell reveals the scene. Akin to a live broadcast, the deity has bestowed upon him the title of martial ancestor, a title that resonates with him. As Maifia is now his wife, he finds great satisfaction in this development. With a heart brimming with joy, he reflects on the divine message, while Maifia blushes beside him. The concept of manifesting this divine decree was Li Xiaolong's idea, with most of the content stemming from his thoughts. However, the title of martial ancestor was conceived by the deity himself. Contemplating his achievements, Li Xiaolong feels he is indeed capable of bearing such a title. What delights him most is the deity's introduction of Maifia as his spouse in the decree, an announcement made before the entire world. Their mutual affection is now publicly acknowledged, prompting Li Xiaolong to consider planning an elaborate wedding ceremony with Maifia. Without delay, upon returning to Li family village, Li Xiaolong summons 18 individuals, including Li Yun, to make arrangements. Li Yun and Uncle Qian, you two will oversee martial affairs in the western region centered around Li family village. Li Hao and Uncle Kuan, you are responsible for the southern area. Li Xian and Uncle Zhongshu, you will manage the northern region. Maifia and I will take charge of the eastern region, in addition to the Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Li Xiaolong delineates the earth into 4 major regions: northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, with each region assigned to responsible parties. The 12 individuals will form groups of 4, selecting their preferred regions, but they need not accompany him. Their primary role is to assist in the 3 designated areas. Although it may appear that Li Xiaolong and Maifia are short-staffed, they have become adept at teaching others. Their martial arts experience surpasses that of their peers, making it unnecessary for them to serve as aides. Furthermore, Li Xiaolong is keen on cultivating their ability to operate independently, recognizing that the responsibilities to be managed will only increase with time. Without fostering talent, how could he continue to live his life with ease in the future? First, you shall establish a martial arts academy, subsequently categorizing disciples into external and internal students based on their ranks. An annual assessment will be conducted for the disciples, with those who pass being promoted, while those who fail will be demoted. Li Xiaolong shared his vision with everyone to prevent them from wasting time on unnecessary structuring. Furthermore, each year, a minor competition will be held among the martial artists in each region, culminating in a grand competition every 5 years across the 4 regions to invigorate the spirit of training among the practitioners. The audience listened attentively to Li Xiaolong's plans. Additionally, I will establish a martial artist task alliance, where warriors may undertake missions to earn substantial rewards, thus averting any potential financial hardships. Li Xiaolong recalled the circumstances of Wukong's family from the original tale. In the narrative, son Wukong was relatively affluent after Chi-Chi's arrival due to the wealth amassed by the Bull Demon King. However, Saiyans have hearty appetites. And with the arrival of son Gohan and Wu Tian, Chi-Chi's aspiration for Gohan to become a scholar was partly driven by the desire for him to contribute financially to the household. I must ensure that such a situation does not arise, for it would be a pity to see such a promising martial talent reduced to a mere shadow of his potential. Brother, this approach is splendid. We need not worry about martial artists abandoning their path due to financial constraints. This will foster a virtuous cycle, Li Yun exclaimed, his eyes alight with understanding, wholeheartedly endorsing Li Xiaolong's proposal. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing Li Yun's analysis. Indeed, Xiaoyan, you are perceptive, grasping my intentions so swiftly, Li Xiaolong replied with delight. With this momentum, Li Yun would soon be capable of managing responsibilities independently, alleviating some pressure from both himself and Myphia. In addition, I have persuaded Dulin Temple to assist us in spreading martial arts throughout the world. If you require personnel, seek them out at Dulin Temple, but ensure that their remuneration is fair. Li Xiaolong then informed everyone of the developments regarding Dulin Temple. Over the past year, the strength of the monks at Dulin Temple had surged remarkably. While none had achieved complete mastery in their cultivation, the growth in their abilities was undeniable. With over 1,000 monks available, this would provide a substantial boost and ensure that there would be no shortage of capable individuals. The group swiftly set out to execute their plans, with Li Xiaolong and Myphia heading towards the eastern region. Li Xiaolong designated the eastern territory for himself and Myphia due to its substantial population, which was greater than the combined populace of the other three regions. Initially, they would instruct the students, and once Li Yun and the others were capable, they would pass the responsibility to them. Time flew like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 11 years had passed since Li Xiaolong arrived in the Dragon Ball world, marking a decade of martial arts development. During these 10 years, Li Xiaolong, alongside Li Yun and others, diligently worked to cultivate martial arts on Earth, witnessing rapid advancements in martial practices and their own abilities. Throughout this decade, numerous martial arts prodigies emerged on Earth. Although no one had yet succeeded in breaking through the first-dimensional barrier outside of Li Village, Dulin Temple, and the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities, the foundational strength of Earthlings had been elevated exponentially. In contemporary times, there are already hundreds of individuals on Earth whose combat power exceeds 10,000. Apart from those who have just begun their journey in martial arts or newly born infants. The lowest combat power among others is already in the hundreds. Excluding Li Xiaolong and his team, the average combat power of Earthlings has surpassed 200, which is considered remarkably high among celestial bodies. The most significant breakthroughs have been achieved by Li Xiaolong and his cohort. Both he and Myphia have ascended to the fourth dimensional tier, with Li Xiaolong's combat power reaching 25 billion and Myphia's at 24 billion. The enhancement experienced by the inhabitants of Li Family Village, in comparison to other Dragon Ball Earthlings, can only be described as astounding. Chapter 12. Journey to Adrat Star. The people of Li Family Village have all ascended beyond the first dimensional tier. Notably, Li Yun, Li Hao, Li Xian, Li Zhongqian, Li Zhongquan, and Li Zhongshu have all reached the third dimensional tier, with their combined combat power exceeding 12 million. Although there are variances among them, the differences are merely in the millions. Meanwhile, the other 12 individuals have all attained the second dimensional tier, each boasting combat power above 1 million. Such a formidable assembly is indeed a terrifying presence in the cosmos. A decade has passed, and at Dulin Temple, one individual has already broken into the first dimensional tier, while the Academy of Superpowers has also witnessed one such breakthrough. Additionally, several others are on the cusp of achieving the same, and it is believed that it will not be long before Dulin Temple and the Academy of Superpowers see an influx of first-dimensional tier individuals. Initially, Earthlings were not particularly intrigued by martial arts, as it seemed that only those from Li Family Village could transcend dimensions. However, following the breakthroughs of the abbot of Dulin Temple and the talented instructor Cyrus from the Academy of Superpowers, Li Xiaolong vigorously promoted their achievements. Both were arranged by Li Xiaolong to appear globally, and upon witnessing their presence and hearing first-hand accounts of the benefits of their breakthroughs, the fervor for martial arts among Earthlings surged dramatically. After all, the prospect of increased longevity and enhanced talents was too compelling for anyone of sound mind to ignore. Following the first grand martial arts competition among the four major regions, Li Xiaolong and Mafia entrusted the eastern region to Li Yun and his companions, while they themselves embraced a leisurely life, alternating between cultivation and monitoring the progress of others. Whenever issues arose that required their intervention, Li Xiaolong would step in to assist. It is noteworthy that over the past decade, the celestial being has advanced to the third-dimensional tier through the cultivation of the longevity technique and the dimensional law bestowed by Li Xiaolong. The rapid advancement of the celestial being can be attributed to his exceptional innate talent and the fact that he had already been at the first-dimensional tier for several centuries after inheriting his divine position. Although the dimension he possessed was inherently divine, once he perfected the longevity technique, his progression through the dimensional law accelerated dramatically. After mastering the longevity technique, he swiftly ascended to the first-dimensional tier and, in a remarkably short span, achieved the second-dimensional tier. Subsequently, it took him 7 to 8 years to reach the third-dimensional tier, depleting much of the foundational strength he had accumulated over centuries. To attain the fourth-dimensional tier, it is likely he will require an additional decade or more for accumulation. Upon advancing to the fourth tier, Li Xiaolong discovered that the transition between the fourth and fifth tiers represents a significant watershed. Tiers below 5 are considered low-level deities, while those at tier 5 and above are classified as intermediate deities. After a thorough examination of the breakthroughs in dimensional ascension, it became evident that, aside from the initial stage, which offers a guaranteed 100-fold enhancement, subsequent stages from 2 to 4 yield varying increments, 10-fold for both myself and Mafia, 9-fold for Li Yun and his group of 6, and 8-fold for Li Xingchen and his 12 companions. The remaining members of the Li family village experience approximately a 7-fold increase, though it falls short of 8. In light of everyone's innate talents, I, Li Xiaolong, concluded that the multiplicative enhancement relies heavily on one's original aptitude. We now await the breakthroughs of the Abbot and Celis at the second stage to ascertain their potential increments. Following the second grand tournament across the four major regions, I resolved to venture into the cosmos. My first destination would be the planet Adrat, as relying on the dragon's wishes to acquire martial techniques from others proved insufficient. Moreover, I intended to accompany Mafia to learn the art of instantaneous movement. Presently, the martial arts development on Earth has entered a promising trajectory, with the Superpower Academy establishing branches across the four regions, fervently educating those endowed with supernatural magical abilities. Additionally, I have been a strong proponent of technological advancement. A decade has elapsed, and Earth's technological progress has been nothing short of remarkable. Although we have yet to witness the emergence of a miraculous company akin to the Universal Capsule Corporation, under my patronage, applied technology has surged ahead. Based on the celestial vessels used by deities, we have successfully developed spacecraft that significantly surpass the original designs, eschewing the unsightly shapes of the past for aesthetically pleasing, technologically sophisticated forms. The vessel I now board, rather than being merely a spacecraft, resembles a formidable battleship, equipped with Earth's latest star-destroying cannon capable of obliterating planets the size of Jupiter with a single shot. Initially, I intended to travel aboard a standard ship, but the insistence of a team of talented engineers compelled me to acquiesce to their enthusiasm. Furthermore, I plan to gift this ship to the inhabitants of Adrat as a gesture of gratitude for my martial training and to foster goodwill, as I intend to impart the longevity technique to them. Having firmly established my influence over Earth, I find myself yearning for greater ambitions. As I ponder the upcoming tournament of strength, I cannot assure that the future Goku will emerge victorious. Nor can I predict whether the defeat of Goku will lead to the resurrection of other universes. Even if such resurrection occurs, I question whether that individual would still be myself. These uncertainties weigh heavily on me. Thus, I believe it is prudent to take fate into my own hands. Fostering goodwill with Adrat is but the first step in my cosmic ambitions. Once Earth's martial practitioners have grown formidable, the expansion of our martial influence throughout the universe will be set into motion. Inputting the coordinates of Adrat into the control console, a surge of energy pierced the void, and the cosmic battleship vanished into the abyss. This technology was conceived by Li Xiaolong, who, upon contemplating the vast time required for spaceships to traverse the cosmos, was inspired by the concept of void teleportation and wormhole traversal, often depicted in numerous works from his previous life. Grounded in the principle of instantaneous movement, Li Xiaolong dedicated 5 years to the thorough development of this transformative technology, a boon for the universe. Beyond the planet Adrat, a mesmerizing vortex materialized, from which a cosmic warship emerged slowly. This vessel was none other than the one Li Xiaolong occupied. As the ship fully exited the wormhole, Li Xiaolong observed a group of individuals ahead, standing starkly exposed in the vacuum of space without any protective gear. A mental message resonated within the ship. Esteemed Earth Martial Ancestor and Martial Ancestor Madam, I am the chieftain of the Adrat people. Having foreseen the future, I am here to welcome your esteemed presence. The former chieftain of Adrat and a multitude of elders arranged themselves in a line, poised to receive him. Upon further observation, Li Xiaolong discerned that the inhabitants of Adrat enveloped themselves in an aura of energy, enabling them to survive for extended periods in the cosmos. After issuing commands to his ship, he followed suit, wrapping his own body in a similar energy field, and shared this method with Myphia. Together, they disembarked from the vessel to stand before the elders of Adrat. Chapter 13. Deliberation of Plans with the warm welcome from the Adrat people. Li Xiaolong and Myphia entered the planet. Chieftain, this warship is a token of goodwill from Earth, and also serves as a gesture of gratitude for the martial knowledge sought by the divine dragon from your kind. Please allow my subordinate, Li Xiaolong, to dock the ship in the harbor, he explained. The chieftain readily accepted without hesitation. It became apparent that 11 years prior, it was indeed the martial ancestors' influence that allowed for the acquisition of martial knowledge from their planet, which they regarded as an honor. The chieftain expressed a desire to follow the martial ancestors' lead, which took Li Xiaolong by surprise. However, reflecting on the wondrous nature of Adrat's martial arts and the chieftain's earlier mention of foresight, he regained his composure. Martial ancestor, I foresaw your intentions and envisioned a future where you lead our planet to greater glory. After our discussions, we unanimously agreed to support your ambitions, the chieftain articulated, noticing the shift in Li Xiaolong's demeanor. Very well, I shall impart the longevity technique and dimensional law to you. You are to practice diligently. And when the time comes for me to spread martial arts across the universe, your contributions will be invaluable, Li Xiaolong responded, having witnessed the Adrat people's prophetic abilities. Through a transfer of mental energy, he conveyed the longevity technique and dimensional law to them. Upon reaching the 4th tier of dimensional mastery, Li Xiaolong experienced a significant enhancement of his mental prowess. Subsequently, he began to develop abilities inspired by novels from his previous life, rendering the transmission of teachings much less cumbersome. The crowd, having received the long life technique and the dimensional method, was taken aback, showering praises upon Li Xiaolong's genius and ambition. Originally, the planet Yadalat had its own dimensional method, but over the passage of endless time, it had become fragmented. What a remarkable idea! Lord Martial Ancestor truly deserves to lead us toward boundless glory. Exclamations of admiration echoed among the people. Please, focus on your studies. My companion Myphia and I have come to learn some of your secret techniques. Kindly arrange for someone to escort Myphia while I confer with you regarding our future plans. Li Xiaolong articulated, once the crowd had settled. I shall make the arrangements immediately. The clan leader responded obediently. Soon, an individual guided Myphia to a towering edifice, for it was here that all of Yadalat's secret techniques resided. The tower soared into the clouds, and from this vantage point, one could perceive the vast expanse of Yadalat's arcane knowledge. Lord Martial Ancestor, for ordinary individuals, the study of secret techniques is limited to a maximum of 3, as this is the threshold of mental endurance. However, both you and your wife possess formidable mental strength and have already transcended dimensions. Thus, I am unaware of your limits. The clan leader's words resolved a long-standing curiosity for Li Xiaolong. It became evident that in the original narrative, it was not that Wukong refrained from learning more techniques, but rather that his mental capacity could not sustain the learning of additional methods. Li Xiaolong noted that the general mental prowess within the Dragon Ball universe was rather limited. Vegeta, for instance, served as a prime example. Initially, he was under Babbidi's control. Although there was an element of volition involved, had his mental fortitude been stronger, Babbidi would not have succeeded so easily. Furthermore, Beerus was overtaken by someone of such a lowly temperament. Had his mental strength been robust, he would never have been able to dominate Trunks, Gohan, Goten, and ultimately, even Vegeta. Li Xiaolong, I shall enter to study now. You may deliberate among yourselves. I am fervently eager to learn instant transmission, Myphia declared, her enthusiasm palpable. Over the years, witnessing Li Xiaolong's mastery of the technique had ignited a deep envy within her. And now that the opportunity to learn had finally arrived, she could hardly contain her excitement. Both Maifia and Li Xiaolong were irresistibly drawn to the pursuit of martial knowledge, sharing a mutual passion as martial enthusiasts. After Maifia entered the tower to study, Li Xiaolong engaged in discussions with the elders and the clan leader, deliberating on matters ranging from martial knowledge to governance, and from the future of martial development on Adrat to affairs concerning the broader universe. Upon concluding their discussions, Li Xiaolong began instructing the others on the practice of the long life technique. Adrat, indeed, was a planet where martial arts had never waned, and the cultivation of the long life technique progressed swiftly. Li Xiaolong surmised that the planet harbored numerous supergeniuses capable of directly practicing the dimensional method. However, these elders were advanced in age, with their talents significantly diminished, necessitating the foundational practice of the long life technique. During this period, Li Xiaolong ventured into the secret technique tower once, discovering that it was not the library-like structure he had envisioned, but rather filled with numerous stone tablets. While points of light resembling stars floated in the air, the monument is crafted from unique stone found on the planet Adrat, capable of inscribing martial arts knowledge within its depths. This stone is remarkably resilient, which is one of the reasons it serves as a vessel for secret arts. Merely touching its surface allows the information contained within to flood one's mind, reminiscent of the transmission jade slips that linger in Li Xiaolong's memory. The luminescent points suspended in the air are not mere embellishments. They embody a secret technique that encapsulates stored knowledge. By engaging with them, one can grasp the intricacies of the arts within. The inhabitants of Adrat are truly a peace-loving race, devoted to the dissemination of martial knowledge. Within the Secret Arts Tower, extraterrestrial visitors can be seen diligently studying the techniques, with new guests arriving and departing daily. After discussions with the elders, Li Xiaolong entered the tower to select his own practices, while the elders gathered the people of Adrat to relay matters concerning him, passing down the longevity technique and the complete dimensional arts. The entire planet was engulfed in a fervor for cultivation, yielding several extraordinary talents capable of directly practicing the dimensional arts, namely Moore, Cecilia, and Gort. Li Xiaolong took special measures to summon them. He was pleasantly surprised to encounter 3 such prodigious individuals on Adrat, aside from those from Li Family Village. Only Maifia on Earth could be considered a genius of this caliber. Upon entering the Secret Arts Tower, Li Xiaolong initially intended to select the technique that could foresee the future, only to discover that such arts were exclusively for those who had not yet advanced in dimensions. Regrettably, he lamented that the dragon had not bestowed this foresight technique upon him. Unperturbed, he chose a dozen significant techniques, and, over the span of 2 months, mastered them all, astonishing the elders. Meanwhile, Maifia advanced to the second stage of instantaneous movement after 2 months of study. Her rapid progress compared to Li Xiaolong was due to her current status as a 4th-tier dimensional being, her talent having increased geometrically multiple times. Had Li Xiaolong embarked on this learning journey now, he could have mastered the 3 stages of instantaneous movement within a fortnight. After Maifia accomplished the second stage of instantaneous movement, Li Xiaolong contemplated his departure. After all, the 3rd stage did not necessitate study in this location, as its execution relied on the accumulation of energy. His next destination was Namek, a crucial element in the future cosmic martial arts plan. Chapter 14. Namek. After bidding farewell to Adrat, Li Xiaolong executed instantaneous movement directly to Namek. The planet, still recovering from its past calamities, appeared somewhat desolate. The future has shifted, Nasha, a noble guest has arrived. Please go and welcome them, and remember to address them as the Grand Elder of the martial ancestor. Suddenly proclaimed the elder, awakening with a statement that left Nasha puzzled, before instructing him to fetch Li Xiaolong and his companion. Li Xiaolong, is this truly the homeland of the deities, Namek? How wondrous! It even boasts 3 suns, and the sky is a vibrant green, exclaimed Maifia, joyfully surveying the surroundings of Namek. The galaxy in which Namek exists is quite extraordinary, as it is orbited by 3 small stars, ensuring that night never falls upon the planet. While Li Xiaolong and Maifia were still savoring the enchanting surroundings, a figure resembling a celestial deity approached them from afar. You must be the esteemed Prince Wuzu, Li Xiaolong. Our Grand Elder has summoned you. I am Nashana, the Grand Elder's guardian. Upon receiving the Grand Elder's instructions, I swiftly set out to find you both. Nasha? Very well. Please lead us to the Grand Elder. Thank you. Li Xiaolong contemplated the current year, 710 of the era of AI, knowing that Nairu was born in the 744th year, meaning there were still 34 years until that time. Under Nishana's guidance, the two quickly arrived at the Grand Elder's abode. Contrary to the portrayal in the original text, the Grand Elder did not appear as aged. He looked benevolent, yet retained his vigor. Upon meeting the Grand Elder, Li Xiaolong first offered his respects. Esteemed Prince Wuzu, there is no need for such formality. I foresaw fragments of the future upon your arrival at Namek. Your presence has altered the course of fate, rendering it far more splendid, the Grand Elder said, visibly moved. It is but my duty. However, I must also express my gratitude for your support, Li Xiaolong thought to himself, slightly bemused by yet another seer of the future. Rest assured, Namek shall fully commit to this endeavor, Prince Wuzu, the Grand Elder assured with delight. With that in mind, I shall impart the techniques of eternal life and dimensional arts to you, enabling Namek to regain its former glory as swiftly as possible. Li Xiaolong then utilized his mental energy to transmit the teachings to the Grand Elder, with Nashana also receiving the knowledge. Grand Elder, I have come to request the use of the Dragon Balls, and additionally, I would like your assistance in unlocking our potential, Li Xiaolong stated, determined to explore the possibility of enhancing their abilities. Very well, please come closer. I must make contact with your head, said the Grand Elder, placing his hand atop Li Xiaolong's head, releasing a wondrous aura. In an instant, the energy emanating from Li Xiaolong surged forth, but he quickly reined it back. Had he allowed it to fully unleash, both the Grand Elder and Nashana would likely have sustained injuries. Li Xiaolong had developed exceptional control over his powers. Although the energy drawn out by the Grand Elder was novel, it remained within his grasp. The people of Namek gazed curiously towards the Grand Elder's residence. Even though the energy had only erupted momentarily, its terrifying presence left an indelible impression on their minds, prompting many to rush towards the Grand Elder's dwelling. Prince Wuzu, your potential is extraordinarily profound. I could only manage to extract this much. I am unable to guide even a fraction of your abilities, the Grand Elder said. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, ceasing his efforts only when his strength was nearly depleted. Thank you, Grand Elder. You have done more than enough. Here are some Senza beans, which will instantly restore your stamina and injuries. I hope you can also assist my wife, Maifia, in unlocking her potential. Li Xiaolong offered as he handed the Senza beans to the Grand Elder. Upon consuming them, the Grand Elder was revitalized in an instant. I beg your pardon, my lady. The Grand Elder apologized before continuing to assist Maifia in unlocking her potential. It is truly astonishing. I never anticipated that the lady of the martial ancestor possessed such formidable potential. Although she may not quite match the martial ancestor himself, it is likely that few others possess the same caliber of ability as she does. The Elder once again expressed his admiration for the potential of both individuals. Maifia's mastery over her power was not as formidable. She reigned in her aura only after a single breath of explosive energy, allowing the Namekians to experience the profound depth of her presence. Nearby, a spacecraft was approaching Namek, and the combat power detection devices of its occupants erupted in an explosive failure. The two aboard, akin to encountering a primordial beast, frantically piloted the ship in retreat. At the moment of Maifia's aura's eruption, Li Xiaolong swiftly shielded the Elder and Nasha, preventing them from harm and ensuring the Elder's incantation was not interrupted. Grateful, Maifia thanked the Elder after sensing the situation, while Li Xiaolong produced a mystical bean for the Elder to consume. Thanks to the Elder's cultivation of their potential, the two had undergone a remarkable transformation. Li Xiaolong's combat power surged by 500 million, reaching an impressive 30 billion, while Maifia's increase surpassed his, soaring by 600 million to a total of 25 billion, marking her first surpassing of the superpower threshold. The reason for Li Xiaolong's relatively lesser increase in power was due to his immense potential. Despite the Elder's utmost efforts, only a limited amount could be drawn forth. This was akin to a tug-of-war, where the Elder faced resistance from Li Xiaolong's physique, akin to the notion of pulling the seedling to help it grow. Only the old Supreme Kai's potential development could simultaneously enhance combat power and augment individual potential. Currently, both of their combat strengths exceeded that of the lightning cell from the original narrative. However, this increase was a result of their unique methods. And should one consider their innate combat powers, a significant gap remained between them and Lightning Cell. Li Xiaolong felt a sense of relief. As long as he adhered to his plans meticulously, once a multitude of Earthlings began to break through dimensional barriers, coupled with the arrival of exceptional talents. It would not be said that all could match the strength of the androids, but among the cosmos, they would indeed be formidable. By the time Raditz arrived on Earth, it was likely that any random individual could possess combat power in the tens or even hundreds of millions. Contemplating Raditz's expression at that moment brought a smile to Li Xiaolong's lips. Xiaolong, what brings you such joy? Is it the increase in power that delights you? Mafia inquired, noticing the change in his demeanor. Haha, it's nothing, merely thinking of an amusing occurrence. When the time comes, I shall take you along to witness it. And share in the joy, Li Xiaolong replied, planning to bring Mafia along to experience this delightful scene. Elder, what has transpired? We sensed a powerful aura emanating from your dwelling and feared for your safety. At that moment, voices came from outside the door. A group of elders, accompanied by clansmen, had gathered outside the elder's residence. The elder had survived a catastrophic event in the past and subsequently fathered at least 108 children, all of whom have become the current elders or guardians. These elders continued to procreate, leading to the vibrant life that now flourishes on Namek. Among the progeny of the Grand Elder, one cannot overlook the formidable Slag, a super Namekian and the offspring of the Grand Elder himself. During the calamity that befell Namek, the Grand Elder entrusted the infant Slag to the care of Slag Star. However, Slag harbors an exceedingly malevolent disposition. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaolong, as Mafia exuded her aura, 2 extraterrestrial beings in the vicinity of Namek were Slag's subordinates. Initially intent on invading a nearby planet, they were utterly terrified by Mafia's presence. In a state of panic, they hurried back to report their encounter to Slag. Chapter 15. The invasion of Slag on Slag Star. Slag was receiving reports from his subordinates. After vanquishing the defenders of Slag Star, he established complete dominion over it, and, using it as a stronghold, extended his rule to encompass all nearby celestial bodies. Positioned precisely at the confluence of the northern and eastern galaxies. Accompanied by his minions, he wreaked havoc across the cosmos, committing unspeakable atrocities. His combat prowess and malevolence have only intensified with age. This inherent wickedness has rendered Slag increasingly nefarious, as he arrogantly proclaims himself the sovereign of the universe, relentlessly invading planets. Your Majesty, numbers 7 and 8 have returned. They claim to have crucial information to report, a loyal guard announced. Oh, did these 2 imbeciles uncover anything of significance? Bring them forth, Slag commanded with a stoic expression. Soon, trembling in fear, numbers 7 and 8 entered. The very same individuals who had previously encountered Mafia outside Namek. Did you manage to seize that planet? Slag's cold voice resonated ominously. Reporting to your Majesty, we. Number 7 stammered, unable to complete his sentence. Humph. Useless fools, what purpose do you serve? Slag's fury manifested as he obliterated number 7 with a simple energy blast. Your Majesty, I possess vital intelligence to convey. We were en route to that planet when, just before our arrival, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the vicinity. Our detectors exploded, compelling us to hastily return to report to your Majesty, number 8. Witnessing the demise of number 7, prostrated in terror and hastily relayed his account. Oh, I recall that the detectors assigned to you 2 had a combat power threshold of 60 million. This suggests the presence of a formidable entity nearby. It seems I am in need of a competent subordinate. Having refrained from engaging in battle for years, I am eager to restore my prowess. I shall forgive your transgressions. Once I subdue this individual, you will be rewarded, Slag expressed with a hint of excitement. At this juncture, Slag had yet to enter his twilight years. In the original narrative, the Elder Slag was deemed even more formidable than Frieza and the Super Saiyans. Yet the current Slag was at the zenith of his physical capabilities, boasting a combat strength far surpassing that in the original tale, reaching a staggering 2 billion. Although Slag is undeniably wicked and arrogant, it must be acknowledged that he possesses the credentials to be so, as a combat power of 2 billion places him among the upper echelons of the universe, especially in an era where few ancient titans remain active. Under the leadership of the 8th, they swiftly approached the vicinity of Namek. When Shrag materialized near Namek, both Li Xiaolong and Mafia immediately sensed a powerful aura akin to fireflies in the darkness. In their perception, the intensity of this aura was approximately 24 million in battle power. Li Xiaolong conjured a magical projection to reveal the circumstances surrounding Namek. Shrag. I never anticipated this child was still alive, the elder exclaimed, recognizing Shrag and displaying a look of joy. Elder, do not rejoice too soon. Take a closer look at Shrag's aura, Li Xiaolong cautioned, possessing a deeper understanding of Shrag. How could this be? How could Shrag harbor an evil heart? His aura is exceedingly malevolent. Is he here to invade Namek? The elder exclaimed in disbelief after observing for a while. The elder could hardly fathom that his own child possessed such malevolence, now leading a force to invade his home planet. Do not worry, we shall handle Shrag, Li Xiaolong assured, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of confronting Shrag. With Mythia by his side, their combat prowess had significantly increased, and apart from their training, they had no worthy opponents. Shrag's appearance provided them the perfect opportunity to unleash their full potential in battle. Upon further examination, Li Xiaolong discerned that Shrag harbored immense energy within. He recalled from the original tale that Shrag could transform into a super Namekian, amplifying his strength tenfold. Based on the aura Shrag emitted, after enhancement, his battle power could reach 240 million. However, Li Xiaolong sensed an astonishing potential energy within Shrag, estimated at 2,400,000,000. He speculated that Shrag might possess an even further transformation, allowing him to augment his power yet again. Elder, your kin have arrived just in time. Instruct them to wait here. Shrag's combat prowess is formidable, and your people presently cannot match him. Simply observe our performance. Li Xiaolong proposed. The Namekians were still relatively weak and likely incapable of enduring even the residual aftermath of a battle. After making arrangements, Li Xiaolong selected a suitable area to release his aura, though he restrained it to only 20 million in intensity. A full release would likely frighten Shrag away. Allow me to take the lead this time. You can engage next time we encounter an enemy, Mythio exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the emergence of a worthy adversary. Determined not to let Li Xiaolong steal the spotlight. Just moments ago, Li Xiaolong had shared information about Shrag with Mythia to prevent any unforeseen mishaps during the confrontation. Li Xiaolong intended to shield Mythia while also protecting the Namekians. Upon detecting the aura emitted by Li Xiaolong, Shrag commanded his subordinates to pilot their ships towards him. And soon a multitude of flying vessels filled the sky. You too are the mightiest of this planet? I am Shrag, the Emperor of the Universe. Will you pledge your allegiance to me? Shrag proclaimed as he descended from his ship, hovering above with an air of superiority. Very well. You must first defeat me before making such claims, Mythia retorted, taken aback by this audacious individual who dared to speak to her from a position of superiority. Heh. Your combat prowess must be around 20 million, which indeed qualifies you as a formidable force in the cosmos, Slag remarked. A sinister smile gracing his lips as he surveyed Mythia and Li Xiaolong. Alas, you remain unaware of the vast gulf that separates us. My own battle power stands at an impressive 24 million. Why not join my ranks? I have a deep appreciation for talents such as yours. Li Xiaolong noted a common flaw among Slag and other formidable beings from the Dragon Ball universe, their incessant chatter. It seemed that long periods of invincibility had rendered them lonely, and upon encountering somebody of comparable strength, they could not resist boasting about their abilities. Slag, is it? You claim your combat power is 24 million. But tell me, do you truly believe you can still overcome me? As Slag continued to flaunt his arrogance, Mythia intensified her aura. Rather than feeling intimidated by her escalating energy, Slag became exhilarated. At that moment, Mythia unleashed an aura of approximately 200 million. Lacking the inclination for the gradual probing that Goku exhibited in the original tale. With an understanding of Slag's capabilities, she resolved to draw out his most powerful form for a proper confrontation. An overwhelming energy radiated from Mythia, causing Slag's subordinates and the Namekians to gaze upon her in terror. Ha ha ha, now this is entertaining. I was beginning to think you were too weak to provide me with a challenge. Watch closely, for I possess two forms. My first transformation amplifies my strength tenfold, bringing my battle power to 24 million, Slag exclaimed, transforming into a super Namekian, a colossal figure materializing before the onlookers. Chapter 16. Purification of Slag. How do you intend to respond now, esteemed opponent? Slag inquired, his anticipation palpable as he hoped Mythia would further elevate her energy, allowing for a truly exhilarating battle. Very well, As you wish, Mei Fia replied with a light chuckle, intrigued by Slag's verbosity. A cataclysmic aura erupted from Mei Fia, sending debris flying as Slag's weaker subordinates were flung aside, some even crushed under the weight of her energy. This revelation instilled a stark realization among the lesser minions. Observing the battle came with its own perils. Mei Fia's energy peaked at 2 billion before it stabilized, causing Slag to break into a cold sweat, relieved that she did not escalate her power further. Otherwise, he would have faced catastrophic defeat. Ha ha ha, magnificent. I had not anticipated encountering such potent beings in the universe. I have made my decision. You shall all perish. I have no need for subordinates of your caliber, Slag declared, his arrogance subdued. He could not afford to have such a formidable entity beneath him. In that case, prepare to witness my ultimate form. Consider yourselves fortunate. I have never unveiled this transformation before, and your demise shall be a privilege. Sherlag clenched his fists tightly, his movements reminiscent of someone preparing to leap. A series of guttural roars erupted from him, akin to the transformation of Wukong, as a formidable aura, even more potent than that of Mei Fia, emanated from his being. The ground began to fracture, and bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, creating a scene that bore an uncanny resemblance to Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3. After what felt like an eternity of these primal cries, Sherlag's physique gradually diminished to its original size, yet he appeared significantly more robust. His muscles pronounced and his skin now tinged with a hint of orange amidst green. This form, it bore a striking resemblance to the orange-hued Piccolo from Dragon Ball Superheroes. Could it be that he had unlocked a fragment of that orange transformation's power? It seemed so. One could not help but recognize Sherlag's genius. Upon witnessing Sherlag's transformation, Li Xiaolong was reminded of the orange form from Dragon Ball Superheroes. However, it was evident that Sherlag had barely scratched the surface of that power. Li Xiaolong felt compelled to admire Sherlag's extraordinary talent. Do not let him perish. He is a prodigy who could serve me well. Such remarkable aptitude should not be squandered. He was a natural-born worker. Very well. I shall teach him a lesson before passing him on to you. Mei Fia had no objections regarding Sherlag's fate. Since Li Xiaolong required this laborer, she would simply incapacitate him. How dare you underestimate me? Prepare to meet your end. Sherlag, incensed by their apparent disregard, launched a fierce assault toward Mei Fia. He scrutinized her closely, hoping to detect a hint of anxiety on her face, only to find disappointment, as Mei Fia exhibited no signs of tension. Instead, excitement radiated from her expression. Mei Fia refrained from unleashing her full strength, having frequently sparred with Li Xiaolong and honed numerous martial techniques and offensive maneuvers. Dealing with someone as brutish as Sherlag, who relied solely on raw power, was a trivial task. As their battle unfolded, the landscape around them transformed rapidly, with dust and debris swirling as mountains crumbled. Had it not been for Li Xiaolong's protective measures, the residual force from their clash could have obliterated Namek. Unbelievable. I did not foresee you being this formidable. As Sherlag's attacks yielded no results and he found himself at a disadvantage, he retreated in rage. Observing this, Li Xiaolong surmised that Sherlag was about to employ a prince's tactic. In the blink of an eye, Sherlag unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Mei Fia. Humph. Such trivial skills dare to challenge me. Mei Fia had evidently adopted Li Xiaolong's catchphrase, and with a commanding shout, she erected a spherical transparent shield enveloping her. A cloud of thick smoke billowed, obscuring her figure. Did I hit her? Sherlag watched the smoke with anticipation. What do you think you were doing? Such crude attacks could never reach me. Have you not heard of the law of smoke and safety? Prepare for defeat. Mei Fia's voice resonated from behind Sherlag. Over the years, during her sparring sessions with Li Xiaolong, she had often been teased for her ability to feign injury. Now, she finally had the opportunity to unleash her frustrations on Sherlag. What? When did this happen? Sherlag swiftly turned around, astonished to see Mei Fia silently appearing behind him, evading his formidable attack. You must be drenched in sweat, huh? Mei Fia teased, observing Sherlag's greenish complexion. This guy was already green, from head to toe. Li Xiaolong couldn't help but mentally scoff. Who on earth are you? Sherlag, drenched in sweat, finally remembered to inquire about Mei Fia and Li Xiaolong's origins. I'm merely a passing masked rider, so remember me well. Ahem, I'm just a passing Earthling, so do take note. Mei Fia awkwardly scratched her nose, having unwittingly let slip her usual banter from training with Li Xiaolong. What? A masked rider? An Earthling? Do you think that's impressive? Slag was even more perplexed, expecting them to reveal some grand background. Enough with the nonsense. Prepare to receive my thunderous palm. Myphia struck out with a colossal surge of energy directed at Slag. Countless arcs of electricity flickered through the air. Dark clouds obscured the sky, and a rumbling thunder echoed as bolts of lightning descended, striking Slag like divine retribution. What? How could this be? How could I lose? Slag's face turned pale with fear as numerous bolts of lightning struck him, leaving him charred and blackened. The immense energy palm propelled him deep into the ground, leaving a gigantic imprint on the surface. Within the imprint, Slag, begrudgingly raising his arm, still attempted to utter something, but another bolt of lightning flashed down from the sky, rendering him unconscious. There he lay, charred and oozing green blood, a pitiful sight in the center of the palm print. Xiaolong, this move is far too powerful. I hadn't realized it before, and I wasn't finished having fun with this guy. Myphia expressed her frustration. She had finally found a worthy opponent, only to have him collapse the moment she took things seriously. Aren't you being greedy? Such a profound technique is rare in the universe. Leave this fellow to me. I just learned a purification technique that could cleanse his wicked heart and make him useful, Li Xiaolong declared, outlining Slag's future with clarity. During this expedition to the planet Adrat, Li Xiaolong had acquired a secret method imbued with purification abilities. After his enhancement, this technique had grown even more potent, evolving into a transformative power. Originally intended for future adversaries like Cell, he had not anticipated employing it so soon. Chapter 17. Planet Metamor, let us see how effective this purification technique is. Approaching Slag, Li Xiaolong's hands emanated divine light, enveloping Slag's form. Gradually, Slag's charred body began to metamorphose within this divine radiance, turning a deeper shade of green as the malevolent energy within him dispersed. Should this wickedness spread among the inhabitants of Namek, it could lead to the emergence of numerous fiends throughout the cosmos. Beneath the embrace of divine radiance, the malevolent aura dissipated like snowflakes melting under the sun, and as this wickedness faded, Slag's visage gradually transformed into one of benevolence. After thoroughly purifying Slag's evil heart, Li Xiaolong began to assess the efficacy of the purification technique. Not only had the technique cleansed the malevolence, but it had also mended Slag's injuries. To Li Xiaolong's astonishment, he discovered that Slag's innate talents had actually increased post-purification. It appeared that the evil heart had also corroded this individual's gifts. Li Xiaolong felt a twinge of regret. However, having purified him was akin to salvaging a prodigy. Are you suggesting that this individual possesses even greater potential? If so, might the talents of the celestial god also be comparable to his? Myphia mused, glancing at the still unconscious Slag. Recalling what Li Xiaolong had previously shared about the celestial god Bic, given the remarkable talents manifested after the division of Piccolo, should Li Xiaolong purify Piccolo and facilitate their fusion, it could potentially yield a super genius rivaling Slag. Yet, the matters concerning the celestial god and Piccolo would require decades of planning. Li Xiaolong was resolute in ensuring that the legacy of Bic was not lost, for he was a dedicated nurturer, a rare talent in his own right. A careful strategy was essential to simultaneously birth Bic II and achieve the fusion of Piccolo and the celestial god. As the battle concluded, the elder approached with a cadre of Namekians to inspect the situation. Is this child unharmed? The elder inquired of Li Xiaolong, sensing the absence of Slag's malevolence. His expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Rest assured, elder, his evil heart has been purified. Upon awakening, he should recall his former memories. And his innate talents have even been enhanced, Li Xiaolong elucidated. To think he is one of our kin. It seems he was infected by the demon race after being sent away, the Namekians murmured among themselves. Indeed, we are fortunate to have the intervention of the martial ancestor. Otherwise, our Namek would have faced dire consequences. Many breathed a sigh of relief. Such was the reality. Had Slag been allowed to roam freely on Namek, the inhabitants would likely have been absorbed and assimilated by his malevolent heart. In that scenario, both he and Myphia would have had no choice but to flee. For Slag's innate gifts were formidable, and should he absorb his kin, the resultant power would be terrifying. We owe our gratitude to the martial ancestor, otherwise, this child would have been beyond saving. The elder expressed, though not overly sentimental, he was nonetheless filled with gratitude for Li Xiaolong's efforts in rescuing his child. You are? Slag awoke, recognizing the elder at first glance. My child, you have finally returned. I cannot fathom what transpired after you were sent away that led to the birth of your evil heart, the elder inquired with genuine concern. Elated to see Shrag restored and remembering his past. Father, after I was sent away, a portal appeared on Shrag's star. I ventured within, only to become ensnared, and thereafter, my memories are shrouded in darkness. Upon my emergence, I was beset by a malevolent heart, and since that moment, my temperament underwent a profound transformation. It was only today, after being purified by this esteemed individual, that I recalled my past memories. Shrag recounted the events of that time succinctly. The portal you initially entered was likely the gateway to the demon realm, and upon your entry, you were probably transformed by a formidable demon. When I purified you, I sensed a unique aura of the demon world within your malevolent heart. Li Xiaolong surmised the circumstances. The demon realm holds significant weight in the Dragon Ball universe. For instance, Piccolo was infected by a denizen of that realm, and now there is Shrag. Furthermore, the demon realm is home to countless powerful beings. Although Beerus' portrayal in the original narrative was somewhat lackluster, he faced the likes of Bu, making him a formidable opponent for Li Xiaolong and his companions today. Child, this is the revered master of martial arts, Li Xiaolong, and this is his esteemed spouse, Myphia. Were it not for Master Li, you would likely have faced annihilation. The Grand Elder introduced them. I am grateful to you, Master of Martial Arts, for your benevolent rebirth. I wish to follow you faithfully to atone for the transgressions I have committed over the years. Shrag knelt, expressing his desire to become a follower of Li Xiaolong. Very well. I hear you have established a territory at the junction of the East and North Galaxies. Manage that domain well. I shall provide you with further instructions. Additionally, you shall safeguard planet Namek, as you are indeed a descendant of its lineage, which makes you well suited for this task. Li Xiaolong felt a surge of joy at Shrag's willingness to follow him. With Shrag's current formidable strength and undeniable talent, having him as an ally would yield a powerful addition to his ranks. This dimensional technique shall be imparted to you. I hope you will cultivate it diligently. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you the Longevity Sutra. Li Xiaolong shared both the Longevity Sutra and the dimensional technique, recognizing that Shrag's expansive territory would require his assistance in management. Li Xiaolong and Myphia lingered on planet Namek for a time, instructing the Namekians in their cultivation and guiding Shrag on how to manage his domain. Additionally, Li Xiaolong helped enlighten Shrag's subordinates, thereby ensuring a solid foundation for Shrag's leadership. The following day, Li Xiaolong utilized the Dragon Balls of Namek to grant 3 wishes, to fortify Earth and planet Namek to the utmost, and to restore the Saiyan homeworld, planet Sadala. Once planet Vegeta met its demise, he intended to relocate the Saiyans to Sadala. In truth, the homeworld holds immense significance for any race. If a race becomes disconnected from their homeworld, especially if it is destroyed, various anomalies may arise, potentially leading to their extinction. Recently, Li Xiaolong discovered that Earth continuously nurtures its inhabitants. Initially, he believed this to be an anomaly, but upon arriving at Adrat and planet Namek, he realized it was a widespread phenomenon. The homeworld nurtures its indigenous beings, and over time, the races that grow on their home planets become increasingly powerful. The more robust the planet, the more pronounced this effect becomes. Had it not been for Li Xiaolong's formidable spirit, this characteristic may have remained undetected. The planet Shadara is situated in the southern galaxy, precisely where Li Xiaolong intends to initiate its development. The southern galaxy, lacking significant mention in the original narrative, requires gradual cultivation to fortify its cosmic presence, thereby allowing for the dissemination of talent once it has been sufficiently developed. This period shall serve as an opportune time for talent accumulation. As for the eastern, northern, and western galaxies, Li Xiaolong plans to dispatch the accumulated talents to these regions following the demise of Frieza and his kin at the hands of Yukon. Having organized his companions and observed their martial paths firmly established, Li Xiaolong, accompanied by Myphia, sets forth towards another destination, the planet Metamor. Chapter 18. The demonic invasion of Metamor in the vastness of the cosmos. Li Xiaolong and Myphia soar through the starry expanse at remarkable speed. The original text omits any reference to Metamor, aside from Wukong seeking knowledge from its inhabitants during his sojourn in the afterlife. As the Dragon Ball saga transitions into the Bu arc, Wukong receives an invitation to return to the mortal realm for the World Martial Arts Tournament. During this time, he not only intends to participate, but also wishes to impart his techniques to Vegeta and Gohan, hoping that, should formidable adversaries arise during his absence. They might use these skills to counteract them. However, during the course of events, Vegeta sacrifices himself in a confrontation with Buu, and Gohan is mistakenly believed to be deceased, though he is actually rescued by East Kaioshin. Wukong's time in the mortal realm diminishes due to his transformation into a Super Saiyan, and in a moment of despair, he glimpses his son, Goten, alongside Trunks, the son of Vegeta. Recognizing their potential, he entrusts Piccolo and Krillin with the knowledge of his techniques to be passed on to Goten and Trunks. During their journey, Li Xiaolong inquires about Metamore on a commercial planet, learning that it, like the planet Adrat, is renowned for its martial traditions within the universe. Initially intending to teleport directly to Metamore or travel by spacecraft, Mythia proposes traversing the void in their physical forms. Previously, Li Xiaolong had witnessed leaders from Adrat welcoming him in the vastness of space, subsequently developing a method to survive temporarily in the cosmos, which he refined during his time on Namek. Now, with the cosmic breathing technique he has created, they can survive extended periods in space with minimal requirements, only needing a key level exceeding 500 points to utilize it. This technique allows them to linger in the cosmic void for an hour with minimal energy expenditure. As they navigate through the emptiness of space, their energy consumption is outpaced by their recovery, all the while marveling at the celestial vistas as they approach Metamore. However, as they near Metamore, Li Xiaolong senses an anomaly, a potent demonic aura. Alarmed, he realizes that Metamore is likely under siege from the demon realm. He recalls accounts from his previous life, reflecting on the fact that Wukong learned the Metamore fusion technique in the afterlife because the planet was already destroyed, a detail absent from the Dragon Ball narrative. In the present moment, upon witnessing the dense magical aura enveloping the planet Metamox, Li Xiaolong realized that the recorded accounts were accurate. He understood that he could not allow the demon realm to obliterate Metamox, for these invaluable talents were the undeniable backbone of his cosmic dominion. Li Xiaolong and Mythia instantly teleported to the location where the magical energy was most potent. Chief, the demon race is exceedingly powerful. You should take the children and flee. We shall hold the line. Metamox must not perish, an elder, battered and bruised, insisted, having repeated these words numerous times. Were it not for the Metamoxians' secret arts of restoration, they would not have endured this long. No, as the chief, I vow to stand with my kin till the end. You must escort the children away. I will confront this demon, proclaimed the chief of Metamox, equally wounded. Ha ha ha, none of you shall escape. You will either submit or be annihilated. There are no alternatives. The demon's arrogance was palpable, having already claimed many Metamoxian lives. The battlefield was rife with chaos, as the chief and the elder restrained the demon while others contended with the remaining demon minions, who appeared to hold the advantage. The Metamoxians were gradually being pushed back. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, not a single Metamoxian quailed or hesitated. Even when wounded, they employed their secret arts to recover swiftly and continue the fight. Pray tell, who has granted you such audacity? Li Xiaolong's voice suddenly resonated across the battlefield. Who dares to meddle in the affairs of the demon realm? Do you wish to court death? Startled by Li Xiaolong's words, the demon momentarily faltered, but emboldened by the strength of the demon realm behind him, he bellowed defiantly. The demon realm will inevitably be transformed. How dare you showcase your trivial skills before me? Feel the wrath of the great celestial dragon, Li Xiaolong declared with fervor. Though the demon's combat strength was estimated at a mere 1,000,000, it had already inflicted considerable suffering upon the Metamoxians. Had Li Xiaolong not arrived, this day might have marked the end of Metamox. A surge of dragon-shaped energy surged toward the demon, severely wounding him with a single strike. Witnessing this, the Metamoxians recognized their savior had arrived. You are commendable. Your perseverance holds significance. You are all heroes in your own right. Now, allow me to become your hero and rescue you from this abyss of suffering. Remember my name, Li Xiaolong. His voice echoed throughout the battlefield. A radiant divine light descended, and under this illumination, all demons ceased their resistance, sitting cross-legged in surrender. Li Xiaolong forcibly transformed these demons, who were not considered living beings within the seventh universe. The demon realm exists independently of the entirety of the King's cosmic system, yet it parasitically absorbs energy from it, leading to its growth. This explains why the king has not eradicated the demon realm. He can only annihilate universes within his own system, while those outside it remain impervious to such destruction. Since these demons are not counted within the cosmic system, even if Li Xiaolong were to enhance their strength, it would not bolster the overall might of the universe, primarily due to the demons' inherently low potential, with their power derived solely from the demon realm. The reason for their transformation lies solely in my intention to use these demons as expendable pawns. In due course, the martial universe will undoubtedly infringe upon the interests of certain individuals, and it is these demons who shall lead the charge. Nevertheless, for those demons endowed with exceptional talents or devoid of sins, I, Li Xiaolong, am inclined to offer them an opportunity. For while they may not enhance the foundational essence of the universe, they can augment the strength of my own forces. These demons, in their current state, are far too feeble for me, and I swiftly proceeded to transform them all. Their appearances underwent a remarkable transformation. They became bald-headed figures, hands clasped in prayer before their chests, resembling the Asuras who were once converted in the Chronicles of the West. Thank you, Lord Li Xiaolong, for saving our Medamo star. We are willing to follow you, Master of Martial Arts, and contribute our humble efforts to your grand undertaking. The chieftain of the Medamo star, battered and bruised, knelt before Li Xiaolong. Witnessing their chieftain's actions, the others also knelt before him in reverence. Do you recognize me, chieftain? Upon hearing the chieftain refer to him as the Master of Martial Arts, Li Xiaolong inquired with a hint of perplexity. Master of Martial Arts. I possess a unique talent for perception, enabling me to sense important information at specific moments. However, this ability is capricious. Just now, I received your message and gleaned insights into the magnificent endeavors you shall undertake in the future. The chieftain of Medamo Star candidly explained the circumstances to Li Xiaolong. Chapter 19. Entering the demon realm. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaolong felt a twinge of envy. Why could he not possess such foresight? Although Maifei shared this ability, it was only effective for exceptionally significant matters or specific scenarios. Thus far, she had only demonstrated it during their initial encounter. Very well. I shall ensure that you do not regret your choice today. Together, we shall witness an unprecedented era of prosperity. With a sweeping gesture, Li Xiaolong employed a restorative technique to heal all the injuries of the Medamo Star inhabitants, earning their profound respect. I will first impart to you the secrets of eternal life and the dimensional art. Devote yourselves to diligent cultivation, so you may contribute to our future endeavors. Directly, Li Xiaolong bestowed the dimensional art and secrets of eternal life upon them. Following the fierce battle, Medamo Star lay in ruins. Li Xiaolong resolved to seek assistance from the Adrat Star and the Grand Elder to aid in the restoration efforts. This would not only allow the inhabitants of the three stars to become acquainted, but also capitalize on their respective areas of expertise. In terms of construction, the Medamo Star people and the Adrat Star inhabitants could collaborate, while the ecological restoration of the surface vegetation fell within the expertise of the Namekian people, who had previously faced a calamity far graver than what Medamo Star now endured. The Namekian star had since been restored to a flourishing state. After a brief wait, Maifei remained on Medamo Star to prevent any unforeseen changes. Li Xiaolong then utilized instantaneous movement to locate the Grand Elder and the chieftain of Adrat Star. After explaining the situation, both summoned their kin to assist in the reconstruction of Medamo Star. Li Xiaolong promptly employed instantaneous movement to transport these helpers to Medamo Star. The Patriarch introduced the esteemed Elder of Adrat and the Elder of Namek, both of whom, like you, have pledged their allegiance to me. I have brought them to assist you in the reconstruction of our planet, providing an opportunity for you to become acquainted with one another. Li Xiaolong provided a thorough introduction of all parties involved. In accordance with the command of the esteemed martial ancestor, greetings to the inhabitants of Namek, Medamo, and Adrat. The three factions began their discourse, each renowned within the cosmos and belonging to notably peaceful races, all having heard of one another's illustrious names. Days passed, and seeing that everyone had acclimated, Li Xiaolong resolved to venture into the realm of demons. Although he felt significantly inferior to the Demon King, he was confident that, should he desire it, the Demon King would not be able to detain him. Xia, will you remain on Medamo or accompany me to explore the true nature of the demon realm? Li Xiaolong inquired symbolically. Knowing that Maifei had declared her intent to follow him wherever he went, it was impossible to abandon her for an adventure. Naturally, she affirmed her desire to join him. Focus on the reconstruction of the planet while Maifei and I investigate the demon realm. And do remember to cultivate diligently. Li Xiaolong instructed the group before arriving at the portal through which the demons had once entered Midamo. This portal resembled a swirling vortex, emanating a sinister purple glow, exuding an aura of demonic energy. After inquiring with the demons, he learned that the portal was bidirectional and could remain open for approximately 2 weeks. The time limitation was to prevent powerful beings from invading the demon realm, although generally, few dared to attempt such an incursion. As they stepped into the vortex, a wave of dizziness enveloped them. During this transition, Li Xiaolong felt as though he was on the verge of grasping some profound insight. Yet as the scenery shifted before him, that sensation evaporated, leaving a sense of disappointment in its wake. Perhaps the duration of the passage was too brief. Had it lasted longer, he might have attained a remarkable understanding. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on it. Recognizing that uncovering the circumstances in the demon realm was of utmost priority, and he could seek further enlightenment upon his return, Li Xiaolong and Maifia surveyed their surroundings. The blood-red sky exuded an oppressive atmosphere, and they found themselves in a plaza designed specifically for the operation of this teleportation portal, with numerous guards stationed throughout. "Welcome back, esteemed warrior. Has Midamo been conquered?" inquired a demon. Li Xiaolong had transformed his appearance to that of a demon leader upon entering the portal. Prior to their arrival, he had gathered intelligence about the demon realm from this leader, who, however, was clearly not of a high rank and only possessed knowledge of the most basic classifications of the demon hierarchy. In this strictly stratified realm, power delineated status, with the lowest rank being demon fodder, aptly named as such, followed by demon soldiers, demon captains, demon warriors, and demon generals. This was the full extent of the classifications known to the demon leader, who stood as a high-ranking demon warrior, possessing a modicum of influence in this domain. Maifia, in turn, had assumed the guise of another demon and accompanied Li Xiaolong closely. "Let us proceed to meet the leader. I must report the situation." Li Xiaolong commanded the demon before him in a tone of authority. "As you wish, sir. Please follow me." The demon responded obediently. Under the guidance of the demon, Li Xiaolong encountered the leader, a formidable demon with a battle power exceeding tens of millions. Without hesitation, Li Xiaolong unleashed a mental technique, causing all demons in the magic city to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. He then rudely employed a soul-searching mental technique on the demon general, directly accessing its memories. In a brief span, Li Xiaolong grasped the essence of the demon general's recollections. He discovered that there were 4 demon kings in the demon realm, one of whom was the well-known Depura. Each demon king commanded 4 demon lords, beneath whom were the demon generals, with each lord capable of leading 100 generals. The demon general lacked knowledge of the demon king's strength, but was somewhat aware of the varying capabilities of the demon lords, each possessing strength exceeding hundreds of millions. The demon general's memories revealed that numerous generals exceeded a battle power of 100 million. According to the rules of the demon realm, one could ascend to the rank of demon lord by either defeating or slaying a demon lord. The demon general possessed a combat prowess of 110 million, placing it in a lower middle tier among its peers. Who would have thought the demon realm harbored such a multitude of formidable beings? Fortunately, we transformed our appearances. Otherwise, exposure would have led to a relentless pursuit by these powerful entities, Maifia remarked with trepidation after hearing the intelligence about the demon realm. There must be some limitations on these powerful demons, or they may fear venturing into our universe. Otherwise, our universe would have long been overrun. They might also be wary of the god of destruction and the angels. Li Xiaolong articulated his conjectures. Indeed, as Li Xiaolong surmised, the demon realm was teeming with powerful beings. Should they all invade the 7th universe, it would be swiftly conquered. However, the presence of Beerus, the god of destruction, served as a stabilizing force. No matter how many demons there were, they would be no match for him. Historically, the demon realm had engaged in such invasions. But after suffering a massacre at the hands of the god of destruction, its current strength paled in comparison to the past. Over the years, it had only slightly regained its vitality, and the scarcity of powerful beings in the 7th universe was partly attributable to this. Chapter 20. Transforming the demon general into an undercover agent. Of course, Li Xiaolong was unaware of these historical events, which even the demon king Depura did not know, let alone a mere demon general. Xiaolong, with so many formidable beings in the demon realm, why not convert them? This would prevent them from wreaking havoc in the universe and simultaneously bolster our strength. What do you think? Maifia proposed her suggestion. That is a feasible approach. However, my current ability to convert is limited to those with strength below 2 billion. I suspect the demon lords exceed that threshold. Engaging in battle with them, given our current strength, would be arduous. Let us first convert the demon general. Li Xiaolong concurred with Mei Fia's suggestion. Given our strength, if we were to confront that demon king, victory would indeed be unattainable. However, we could convert this demon general into an undercover agent, biding our time until our power increases once more. This demon general could incite the demon lord to venture into our universe, at which point we would be poised to convert them. This gradual approach would inevitably transform the demon realm into our stronghold, as articulated by Mei Fia. Let us then proceed separately. The portal remains open for 9 more days. Regardless of how many demon generals we manage to convert by then, we shall instantly teleport to the portal's location, where I will ensure that the demon general stands guard against any unforeseen events. With their thoughts aligned, Li Xiaolong swiftly made the necessary arrangements, and soon, Mei Fia and Li Xiaolong parted ways. Mei Fia had also mastered Li Xiaolong's conversion technique, albeit with slightly less proficiency. Nevertheless, converting demon generals was well within her capabilities, considering their strength paled in comparison to hers. The demon realm sprawled endlessly, its expanse rivaling that of the 7th universe. And in truth, the density of powerful beings within the demon realm was relatively sparse. Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia executed their teleportation, arriving at a location where the aura they sensed was akin to that of the demon general. In the demon realm, just like other powerful entities across the universe, the demons merely employed their auras superficially, without the refinement of concealing it. This oversight rendered their auras as guiding beacons to the 2 martial arts experts. After converting one demon, Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia hastened to their next destination. However, the demon generals were exceedingly dispersed, with a staggering total of 1,600 present. Furthermore, some demons were averse to conflict. Even those with formidable strength would refrain from vying for the positions of demon general or demon lord. This presented a considerable challenge for the duo, but even if their time was slightly squandered, they remained determined to convert these demons. Nonetheless, they adopted a discerning approach towards different types of demons. Those who ascended to the rank of demon general bore heavy karmic burdens, while those averse to conflict typically possessed little to no karmic entanglement. When forcibly converting a demon general, the potential for future development would be limited. In contrast, those demons who shunned battle were first lulled into a hypnotic state before conversion, preserving their potential. The 9 days passed swiftly, and just 1 hour before the portal's imminent closure, the 2 adeptly teleported to its vicinity. Exchanging a knowing glance, Li Xiaolong issued a command to the demon general to close the portal, and together they stepped through, returning to Metamor Star. Their eagerness to return to the 7th universe stemmed from their growing discomfort with the demon realm's environment. Regardless of their location, they were perpetually surrounded by the crimson sky. Even the vastness of space lacked the inky blackness characteristic of the 7th universe, instead presenting a uniform blood-red hue. After 9 days, both felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, which was hardly surprising given the demon realm's nature, a breeding ground for a species that thrived on slaughter. They found themselves admiring those demons who, despite being in such an environment, still eschewed conflict. However, with their current mental fortitude, neither Li Xiaolong nor Mei Fia would succumb to the darkness of the demon realm, though they found it momentarily challenging to adapt. Xiaolong, how many demons have you converted? I have managed to convert just over 50, yet these demons are exceedingly dispersed. Much of my time has been consumed with travel and sensing their auras. Mei Fia expressed a tinge of regret, for it was not often one ventured into the demon realm. She harbored a vague premonition that should she return lacking sufficient power, the experience could prove perilous. I share this sentiment. If our strength is insufficient during our next journey to the demon realm, we may find ourselves in grave danger. It would be prudent to wait until we have fortified our abilities before we attempt to reclaim it, to avoid any unforeseen calamities. Mei Fia voiced her concerns directly to Li Xiaolong. Understood. Upon our return, we shall take the time to consolidate our strength and only venture back to the demon realm when we possess ample confidence. My own conversions have barely surpassed yours. Amounting to just over 60, Li Xiaolong responded earnestly, heeding Mei Fia's counsel. Interestingly, while converting a demon, Li Xiaolong encountered an ancient consciousness left behind by a primordial demon. Had it not been for his formidable spirit, he might have met his demise within the demon realm. He chose not to disclose this encounter to Myphia, wishing to spare her worry. It was fortunate that she did not stumble upon that consciousness. Otherwise, even the Dragon Balls might not have sufficed to revive her. Save for the Super Dragon Balls, Li Xiaolong was resolute in his desire to keep Myphia safe. For safety's sake, it would be wise to wait until he had attained sufficient strength before attempting to reclaim the demon realm, ensuring that he could shield her from any danger that might arise. Based on Li Xiaolong's conjecture, that consciousness likely belonged to Mikakapura. Even if it were not, it could have been left by one of his subordinates or a peer from ancient times. Mikakapura is the God King of the demon realm, far surpassing the God Kings under the Omni King system, and even the mightiest of destruction gods would find themselves outmatched by him. Restricted to merely contending with his subordinates, excluding the likes of Beerus, the strongest destruction god. In Li Xiaolong's recollection, long ago, due to Mikakapura's nefarious intentions, the great God King imprisoned him, who was then a demon master of the celestial realm, within a temporal space. Within this isolated realm, Mikakapura forged the dark demon realm, acquiring dark powers and amassing a multitude of celestial demon masters, including the formidable Demigra, Puting, and Gyulabai. These three were capable of grappling with even the weakest destruction gods, not including the most powerful, Beerus. In his quest for the power of time, Mikakapura contended with Kuranoya, who was still a god king at that time, for the throne of the god king of time. He repeatedly employed the forces of the demon realm and created the cockroach bird, only to have his machinations uncovered by Kuranoya. Recognizing Mikakapura's schemes, Kuranoya ascended to the position of God King of Time first, sealing Mikakapura and the cockroach bird within the crevice of time. To this day, Mikakapura remains imprisoned in that temporal crevice. Yet as time progresses, and with the interference of certain mysterious forces, that seal may not endure for long. This incident has served as a wake-up call for Li Xiaolong, underscoring the necessity to remain vigilant against the deities within the Omni King system and the Tournament of Power, as well as against those ancient demon gods and enigmatic forces. Chapter 21. The invitation of the Galactic King. Li Xiaolong and Myphia lingered on the planet Midamo for a while, dedicating their time to studying the arcane arts of the Midamo inhabitants and imparting the secrets of longevity and dimensional techniques to them. To Li Xiaolong's astonishment, he discovered that 4 individuals on Midamo could directly cultivate the dimensional arts, one being the chieftain and the others, Anxiala, Melior, and Sales. Although this number paled in comparison to that of Namek, it surpassed that of Adrat by 1. This additional individual should not be underestimated. Each one possesses the potential to shoulder great responsibilities. The presence of one more cultivator adds to the foundation of the planet, rendering it stronger. Given time, these individuals could evolve into unparalleled existences within the cosmos. After their sojourn, Li Xiaolong and Myphia prepared to return to Earth. However, just as they were about to approach the chieftain of Midamo, he sought them out first. Master Wu, Madam Wu, the Galactic King has heard of your exploits and has sent a messenger to invite you to the heart of the galaxy, seeking your assistance. Should you decline, I shall send this messenger away, the chieftain explained, observing their puzzled expressions. The Galactic King, is it? That auspicious figure? In that case, I shall reluctantly pay him a visit, Li Xiaolong mused, contemplating the opportunity to witness the essence of the Galactic Center. Although referred to as the Galactic Center, it is merely a nominal title. In reality, it does not represent the core of the Milky Way. Much like the term North Galaxy, which does not literally denote the northern part of the galaxy, the universe is divided into 4 regions based on a central point, designated as the Galactic Center. Nevertheless, Li Xiaolong understood that the 7th universe, such as the one containing the Dragon Balls, is not as expansive as the vast universe of his previous existence. The 7th universe likely contains no more than 100 billion star systems. In Li Xiaolong's recollections, the Galactic King was a formidable deity known as Mels, the son of the High Priest and brother to Whis, who was presumably honing his skills among the Galactic Patrol. Li Xiaolong was keen to discern the reality of Mels, to gauge the disparity between himself and the angels, and to establish rapport with them. As future dealings with the celestial beings were inevitable, under the guidance of the Midamo chieftain, Li Xiaolong encountered the emissaries sent by the Galactic King. However, the messenger left little impression on Li Xiaolong's memory. Despite possessing an aura of immense power, equating to millions, they appeared to him as little more than a mere background character. Truth be told, the Galactic King, despite being the nominal ruler of the universe, exhibited a level of strength that was rather unimpressive compared to that of his subordinates. Even a casual villain could easily vanquish them. Their prolonged tenure in power is largely attributed to the endorsement of the supreme deities, the King of Worlds and the God of Destruction. Let us proceed. I wish to meet your galactic king, Li Xiaolong declared, opting not to engage in lengthy discourse with the messenger, as it was likely that, in a few decades, these individuals might very well be under his command. He refrained from acknowledging the galactic king directly, referring to him simply as your galactic king. Li Xiaolong did not board the vessel of that individual. Instead, he instantaneously transported both himself and that person to the very heart of the galaxy. The coordinates of the galactic center are readily accessible in the cosmos, and Li Xiaolong was already well aware of them. Accompanying him was, of course, my Fia. The forces beneath the galactic king seemed rather feeble. One could not help but wonder how they had maintained their position for so long. Upon arriving at the galactic center, my Fia did not hesitate to voice her disdain, openly criticizing the weakness of the galactic king's subordinates. Xiaoya, must you not extend them a modicum of courtesy? Why not to speak so candidly? Li Xiaolong interjected with a playful jab. The individual present wore an expression of discomfort and embarrassment, internally lamenting the prince of martial ancestors' bluntness. Is it truly necessary to be so forthright? It would have been better had you remained silent. Were it not for the fear of your volatile temper frightening the inhabitants of the galactic center, I would surely retort. Lord Martial Ancestor, allow me to escort you to meet the galactic king, the individual suggested, wary of provoking either of the two formidable beings. Let us proceed. I have matters to discuss with your galactic king, Li Xiaolong replied. The trio soon arrived at the council hall of the galactic king, who sat idly upon his throne. Welcome, esteemed Martial Ancestor. I have long admired your prowess, the galactic king proclaimed. Though he lacked substantial abilities himself, he was exceedingly concerned with appearances. Enough. You have likely only just heard of my reputation, or perhaps your superiors have briefed you. What business do you wish to discuss with me? Li Xiaolong expressed his disinterest towards the galactic king, who occupied his position without actively engaging in governance. It was absurd that the ruler of the galaxy was so neglectful of cosmic development, embodying a profound incongruity between virtue and office. Esteemed Martial Ancestor. I have summoned you primarily to request your assistance in apprehending cosmic criminals. As you are aware, I lack any formidable warriors among my ranks. I hope, for the sake of the universe, that you will extend your aid, and of course, we shall ensure that your subordinates are well compensated. The galactic king awkwardly laughed, responding to Li Xiaolong's pointed remarks. Given that Li Xiaolong's information came from the king of the Northern Realm, who had mentioned his formidable strength, the galactic king was understandably apprehensive about inciting Li Xiaolong's wrath, which could very well lead to the annihilation of the galactic center. Li Xiaolong anticipated the galactic king's request. Recognizing that managing the entire universe with his meager forces was an impossible feat, their influence was confined to the galactic center, and beyond that, they would receive no respect in the other four major regions. Throughout this exchange, my Fia listened intently to Li Xiaolong, holding the galactic king in disdain and feeling no inclination to engage in dialogue with him. I am willing to cooperate with you. However, our collaboration will currently be limited to galactic patrols and technological advancements. Other aspects can be determined later.
Li Xiaolong had originally intended to negotiate a partnership regarding the galactic patrols, and now that the galactic king had broached the subject,
it placed Li Xiaolong in a position of advantage. Furthermore, he proposed the inclusion of technological collaboration. Earth boasted numerous brilliant scientists, and the universe held a wealth of advanced technologies. Given time, these talented individuals would undoubtedly yield substantial returns for Li Xiaolong. Li Xiaolong's plan at this stage is to utilize martial artists to assist in technology, allowing them to seize resources and knowledge. Once the technological talents grow powerful, they will, in turn, support the martial artists in resource acquisition, with both paths complementing each other, progressing in unison. Grateful to the Martial Ancestor, we, the Galactic Patrol Headquarters, possess a task distribution device capable of assigning missions from across the universe. We shall provide your esteemed command with a task acceptance device, where missions may be undertaken at your discretion, each promising substantial rewards. The Galactic King immediately elaborated on the situation. It is said that the task distribution device is an artifact, as it facilitates real-time transmission of missions throughout the universe. One must understand that even at the speed of light, communication in the cosmos is sluggish, By ordinary means, information would arrive too late. As for the task distribution device, it stands as a testament to the divine support for the Galactic King, and Li Xiaolong has already devised plans for future dealings with him. Although my forces may be few, our technological prowess is formidable. I will send representatives to discuss potential technological collaboration with you, Martial Ancestor. In matters of technology, the Galactic King exhibits considerable confidence. Despite a lack of powerful subordinates over the years, his technological capabilities are undoubtedly supreme within the universe. Very well. You may send your people directly to Earth. Additionally, if any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Acknowledging that one must offer something in return, Li Xiaolong decided to give the Galactic King a sweet incentive. Thank you, Martial Ancestor. Now that our discussions have concluded, why not indulge in some of our exquisite cuisine? Our food is renowned as the finest across the universe. The Galactic King was noticeably excited at the prospect of a culinary experience. However, we must decline the offer of tasting, as we have urgent matters to attend to back on Earth. Now that our agreements are settled, we shall take our leave. Furthermore, please expedite the dispatch of technological talents to Earth. Li Xiaolong was acutely aware of the true nature of the Galactic King's so-called delicacies and promptly rejected the tasting invitation, realizing he must further cultivate the path of gourmet exploration in the universe. Rest assured, Martial Ancestor, I will send individuals at the utmost speed, and the task acceptance device will accompany them. The Galactic King was quite earnest regarding Li Xiaolong's requests. For every mission his subordinates undertook to eliminate cosmic criminals would significantly alleviate his burdens. Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia instantaneously returned to Earth. The reason for refraining from imparting the longevity technique and dimensional law to the Galactic King's subordinates stemmed from Li Xiaolong's cautious considerations. The Galactic King is the de facto ruler of the universe, backed by the kings of realms and destruction. Should he impart such knowledge, those individuals would ultimately belong to the Galactic King, leaving Li Xiaolong standing as a martial ancestor in jeopardy. Inevitably, this could lead to divergences between himself and the Galactic King, a scenario Li Xiaolong wished to avoid. He envisioned a universe unified under a singular will, wherein all must acknowledge his supremacy. As for the dimensional law, there is little concern in its transmission. After all, the Galactic King likely possesses it. Yet the weakness of his subordinates indicates their lack of innate talent. However, the eternal technique is undoubtedly out of reach. It is the absolute key to unlocking dimensional laws. Once one possesses their own eternal technique, the number of practitioners of dimensional laws in the universe will undoubtedly skyrocket, and the emergence of formidable beings will be exponential. Xiaolong, why not savor the delicacies from the Galactic King before returning? Perhaps there are culinary delights unknown to our Earth. Upon returning to Earth, Mai Fia was somewhat perplexed by Li Xiaolong's urgency to return, as there seemed to be no pressing matters at hand. You cannot fathom the nature of those so-called delicacies from the Galactic King. Just imagine the essence of humanity, and you will understand. Li Xiaolong directly conveyed the information about the culinary wonders he knew of in the universe to Mai Fia. Ugh, how revolting. Thankfully, you knew beforehand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bear it. Mai Fia expressed her distaste. Since that is the case, I shall take it upon myself to revolutionize the culinary realm of the universe. I intend to spread the culinary delights of our Earth throughout the cosmos. Mai Fia shared an unspoken understanding of Li Xiaolong's thoughts. Although he had not explicitly mentioned his plan to transform the universe's culinary landscape, she accurately guessed his intentions and eagerly volunteered to embark on this mission. Very well, that way, there will be fewer planets facing destruction in the universe. Li Xiaolong thought of the god of destruction, Beerus, a being who relished food to the extent of annihilating numerous innocent planets in pursuit of culinary satisfaction. How is it possible that the development of cuisine is intertwined with planetary destruction? Mai Fia pondered, recalling that Li Xiaolong had not mentioned Beerus during their discussions about future crises. After all, Beerus, a supreme powerhouse of the universe, was overwhelmingly formidable, instilling despair in those who faced him. Though he remained a source of dread, hope had begun to emerge. The universe is inhabited by numerous deities, ranked from low to high as heavenly gods, Kaiashins, apprentice Kaiashins, and the Kaiashins themselves. The Kaiashin is the highest deity in the universe, sharing its rank with the god of destruction. These two supreme beings oversee distinct responsibilities. The Kaiashin governs creation, while the god of destruction, as implied by the name, governs destruction. Li Xiaolong elaborated on the information regarding cosmic deities. The god of destruction is significantly more powerful than the Kaioshin, existing on a different plane of divinity. The god of destruction, at full strength, possesses the capability to obliterate the entire universe. Our universe's god of destruction, aside from enjoying slumber, has an insatiable appetite for gourmet delights, often waking to seek out culinary treasures. Should a dish fail to meet his expectations, he would not hesitate to destroy the planet in question. Li Xiaolong displayed images of Beerus annihilating planets. What? He is that powerful? Merely a fragment of his aura can devastate a planet. If he were to visit our Earth, we would stand no chance. Mythia expressed her concern. Do not worry, Xiaoya. Beerus will not appear for several decades. Each slumber lasts for decades, sometimes even centuries. And by that time, we may possess the strength to contend with him. Moreover, the god of destruction has rules governing planetary destruction. He only obliterates planets whose civilizations hinder cosmic development or those with a rebirth rate of 0. To prevent these obsolete worlds from impacting others, even if we cannot oppose Beerus, the contributions of our Earth to the universe's development would deter even a god of destruction from recklessly obliterating our planet, Li Xiaolong reassured her. In light of our pressing need to enhance our capabilities, we must also expedite the advancement of Earth, thereby facilitating its development within the cosmos. A sense of urgency surged within Mythia. By the way, you just mentioned our universe. Could it be that there exist other universes? At that moment, Mythia recalled the additional information embedded in Li Xiaolong's earlier remarks. Indeed, you discerned it correctly. Our universe is not the sole one in existence. In fact, there are 11 universes akin to ours, known as the 1st to the 12th universes, with our universe being the 7th, and its parallel being the 6th, while the others correspond to various parallel universes. Since Mythia had grasped this, Li Xiaolong decided to expound further. Moreover, beyond our series of universes, there exist parallel universes born from historical alterations. These directly correspond to the 12 universes of our series. To my knowledge, 3 parallel universes already exist alongside ours. Li Xiaolong continued to share what he knew about the cosmic realm. How marvelous it is that altering history can yield parallel universes. Does this imply that we could potentially create an infinite number of universes? Mythia felt an exhilarating sense of curiosity. However, such actions are strictly prohibited. Tampering with history and traversing time is a grave offense, forbidden by all deities. This is because the emergence of parallel timelines would weaken divine powers, and even we would experience a diminishment of strength. Li Xiaolong elucidated the drawbacks of altering history, hoping to prevent Mythia from making any unwise decisions. I see. I had thought there might be a shortcut. Do we currently have counterparts in other timelines? Given that the emergence of parallel selves would dilute our powers, Mythia remained quite concerned. Chapter 23. Earth's initial contact with the universe. According to my sensing, we do not possess temporal counterparts, which presents us with a unique opportunity and advantage. We can leverage this to strengthen ourselves swiftly. Upon reaching the 4th tier, Li Xiaolong could perceive whether he and Mythia had temporal counterparts, but this was limited to just the 2 of them. Fortunately, neither had manifested such counterparts. The presence of temporal counterparts results in a comprehensive weakening. This diminishment affects one's strength, soul, and innate talents. And the emergence of multiple counterparts would cause a proportional reduction in strength. Thus, we must diligently practice to avoid the potential emergence of parallel timelines, lest we find ourselves weakened. Mythia was particularly invested in her cultivation and innate abilities. Do not worry, Xiaoya. I sense that once I attain the 5th tier and allow some time for dimensional consolidation, I will be able to devise a secret method to prevent the emergence of our temporal counterparts. At that point, we shall no longer fear the birth of parallel timelines. Li Xiaolong had already gleaned some insights into this method by the time he could sense temporal counterparts, but he could only create it upon reaching the 5th tier. Let us hasten our cultivation, striving for an early ascension to the 5th tier, so that we may bring forth this secret method and avert any unforeseen occurrences. Mythia was eager to commence her training, for her innate talent was already inferior to Li Xiaolong's, and should she be further weakened, she would be unable to keep pace with him. Under the urging of Mythia, the 2 individuals entered a period of seclusion for cultivation. Prior to this retreat, Li Xiaolong had briefly yun on the collaboration with the Galactic King, entrusting the entire matter to Li Yun and his associates. Given their prowess, they were considered formidable in the universe, and it would be advantageous for them to engage in early experiences that would facilitate their expansion into the cosmos. A few days after the two entered seclusion, representatives from the Galactic King arrived on Earth. Li Yun was taken aback by their swift arrival. However, he ensured that the reception was conducted with the utmost regard, recognizing the contributions these individuals would make to Earth. Alongside these talented scientists came the mission acquisition device. Following Li Xiaolong's instructions prior to his retreat, Li Yun placed this artifact in Li family village for management purposes, as the village was destined to evolve into a martial arts center, making it an ideal location for such a device. Unexpectedly, Brother Long's journey yielded significant rewards, not only establishing a connection between Earth and the cosmos, but also acquiring renowned civilizations such as Namek, Adrat, and Metama. I shall expedite communication to foster rapport with them. With Li Xiaolong in seclusion, Li Yun assumed responsibility for many matters, supported by the other five. Li Yun dispatched the three brothers, Li Zhongqian, Li Zhongquan, and Li Zhongshu, to Namek, Adrat, and Metama respectively, also allocating 6 members from the 12 to accompany them. Currently, the affairs of Earth are primarily managed by the 12. And even with 6 members assigned, they can manage the workload, as the younger generation of Li family village must also participate in management and experience. As they engage with Namek, Adrat, and Metama, Li Yun plans to bring all technological talents for future exchanges with Earth to the Earth Technology Institute established by Li Xiaolong. Presently, Earth possesses little technology to offer in return for the expertise of the Galactic King's personnel. Initially, these individuals looked down upon engaging with Earth's scientists, perceiving it as an unfair advantage for Earth. Had it not been for the Galactic King's directive to cultivate a good relationship with Earth's people, these talents would have likely returned to the Galactic Center. However, this perception underwent a complete transformation after a year, as the technological talents became utterly astounded and desensitized by their experiences. Reflecting on their arrival a year prior, they had approached Earth with great enthusiasm, often holding their heads high when encountering the eager eyes of Earthlings seeking knowledge. Now, that dynamic has been entirely reversed. The technological talents under the Galactic King find themselves in a position where they have exhausted all they can teach, even seeking to learn from Earthlings. The personnel dispatched by the Galactic King have imparted all their knowledge to the people of Earth, not out of generosity, but because the technological talents of Earth are exceptionally extraordinary. The knowledge imparted has been rapidly absorbed and expanded upon by Earth's scientists, who have made breakthroughs that have surpassed their instructors, creating a remarkable role reversal in this exchange. Li Xiaolong, upon emerging from seclusion, was quite taken aback to learn of the remarkable feats accomplished by the talented individuals under his command. He had not anticipated that his team of technological prodigies would exhibit such vigor, though the merits of the longevity technique undoubtedly played a role. A year later, the first batch of technological talents dispatched from the Galactic Center returned, significantly advancing their respective fields upon their return. Consequently, the Galactic King sent forth another cohort of experts from diverse domains, this time numbering tenfold compared to the initial group. Through this continuous exchange, Earth's technological advancement skyrocketed, akin to a rocket's ascent, realizing comprehensive enhancements. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the scientists from the Galactic Center developed a profound affection for Earth's culinary delights during their exchanges. Upon their return, they carried fragments of Earth's gastronomic culture back to the Galactic Center, which subsequently spread to other regions of the universe, indirectly aiding Myphia in her culinary dissemination mission. By the time Myphia emerged from her retreat to promote culinary arts, she discovered that Earth's cuisine had already gained significant renown throughout the cosmos. She found that her efforts were minimal, as her subordinates could effortlessly elevate Earth's culinary reputation across the universe. A decade swiftly passed, marked by rapid development on Earth, Namek, Adrat, and Metamor. During this period, martial arts on Earth achieved preliminary success. Now another decade has elapsed since Li Xiaolong initiated the martial arts program on Earth, totaling 20 years. Excluding the residents of Li family village, Earthlings have carved out a place for themselves in the universe. The abbot of Dulin Temple and the Academy of Superpowers, Cyrus, both ascended to the 2nd tier, with 2 others from Dulin Temple advancing to the 1st tier and 3 from the Academy reaching the same level. Beyond Dulin Temple and the Academy of Superpowers, the 4 regions delineated by Li Xiaolong have emerged vigorously, with 15 individuals attaining the 1st tier, one of whom remarkably surged to the 2nd tier, none other than Wu Tian, a character renowned in the original narrative. Furthermore, the Grand Elder of Namek, Nasha, and Slag have also reached the first tier, alongside 5 others. On Adrat, aside from the trio of Mor, Cecilia, and Gort, 3 more have attained the first tier. Meanwhile, on Metamor, the leader, Anshura, Melior, and Silas have all advanced to the first tier, with 2 additional individuals joining their ranks, resulting in a balanced progression between the first-tier individuals on Adrat and Metamor. Although Li Xiaolong and Maifia remain in seclusion, their renown across the universe has been steadily rising. As Li Yun has dispatched personnel to foster development in the cosmos, with the focus centered on the southern galaxy as per Li Xiaolong's guidance. Over the past decade, Earthlings have banded together to undertake missions as galactic patrols, combating crime. With these endeavors, the name of martial ancestor Li Xiaolong has spread far and wide alongside their exploits. Chapter 24. Fifth-dimensional realms in the southern galaxy, where Li Yun has been primarily operating, control is nearing completion. However, in terms of martial arts development, it is still in its nascent stages. The illustrious title of martial ancestor Li Xiaolong continues to proliferate throughout the southern galaxy alongside the martial arts initiatives. On that day, a tremendous and peculiar wave emanated from the earth, swiftly radiating into the vast expanse of the cosmos. The North Realm King immediately sensed this anomaly and gazed in astonishment towards the direction of the earth. The momentum of this wave continued to propagate further into the universe, yet it could only be perceived by those who had entered the dimensional realm. The other 3 galactic kings soon detected this phenomenon, each one bewildered as they sought the source of the disturbance. In the distant King God realm, King God Xin and his subordinates also felt the wave and quickly pinpointed its origin. To his astonishment, King God Xin marveled at the emergence of such extraordinary talent among mortals. At that moment, in the God of Destruction realm, Whis was savoring delectable cuisine when he felt the wave. A staff materialized in his hand, its top resembling a projector, casting an image that revealed 2 individuals in meditative poses, one of whom was emanating the peculiar wave, none other than Li Xiaolong, who had been in seclusion for a decade. After 10 years of diligent cultivation, Li Xiaolong had finally ascended to the 5th dimension, a process that had taken far longer than he anticipated. This realization underscored the significant threshold between the 4th and 5th dimensions. It was likely that others would require even more time to achieve such a breakthrough. Only those with exceptional talent could hope to transcend, while those who relied solely on the longevity techniques would find it exceedingly difficult to reach the 5th dimension without extraordinary fortune, even amidst thousands of others advancing beside them. However, Li Xiaolong held great hope for the next generation of Earth, as their parents had been endowed with enhanced talents. He speculated that a surge of genius would soon emerge from Earth's youth. Indeed, what a remarkable young man. I never anticipated such a level of genius would arise after all these years. When Lord Beerus awakens, he may very well have a formidable rival. Oh, how I yearn to witness the moment Lord Beerus faces a challenge. Whis mused, seemingly entertained by the thought of Beerus encountering difficulties. While Li Xiaolong was lost in contemplation, he sensed a similar extraordinary wave emanating from Maifia, which quickly spread throughout the universe, further astonishing the deities. To their disbelief, 2 individuals of such caliber had emerged from the same location in such a short span of time. It appeared the cosmos was on the brink of transformation. Maifia's rapid breakthrough was aided by Li Xiaolong's own advancement. Otherwise, she would have needed another year to consolidate her strength. As the 2 waves dissipated, Li Xiaolong's subordinates became aware of their breakthroughs and swiftly utilized instant transmission to return to Li family village from various corners of the universe. Upon emerging from their seclusion, they found themselves surrounded by throngs of people who ushered them into the council hall. Li Xiaolong was eager to learn about the developments that had transpired over the past decade, and many had inquiries to present to him. Within the council hall, Li Yun meticulously reported the progress of the Li family village over the past 10 years. The villagers had experienced remarkable growth. Li Yun and his 5 companions had all ascended to the 4th dimension, while 12 others, including Li Xingqian, had reached the 3rd dimension. The remaining villagers had all surpassed the 2nd dimension. Such a formation, when placed in the cosmos, would undoubtedly be an explosive presence. And should the prowess of the Li family village be publicly revealed, it would surely terrify all. Presently, the average combat power of the Li family village exceeds 1 million. With Li Yun and others boasting, Li Yun at 1.5 billion, Li Hao at 1.5 billion, Li Xian at 1.5 billion, Li Zhongqian at 1. 7 billion. Li Zhongquan at 1. 7 billion, and Li Zhongshu at 1. 7 billion. While there are slight variations in their levels, these differences are merely in the millions. The 12 members of Li Xingshan are all at the 3rd tier, each possessing combat capabilities exceeding 11 million. Brother Long, your recent breakthrough has evidently consumed considerable time. With your talents, we can only speculate how many years we may require to ascend to the 5th tier, voiced Li Yun, articulating the concerns shared by the others. Li Xiaolong assessed the situation of his companions and discovered that even those who had cultivated the longevity technique followed by the dimensional method exhibited significantly superior talents compared to other Earthlings. Initially, he had been apprehensive that the others might lack the requisite talents to advance to the 5th tier. Having reviewed your circumstances, I ascertained that every member of the Li family village has the potential to progress beyond the 5th tier. However, those with relatively lesser talents may need to spend millennia solidifying their abilities at the 4th tier. As for you, the extraordinary prodigies who directly practice the dimensional method, it is likely that merely an additional 20 years of solidification at the 4th tier will suffice for your elevation to the 5th tier. Li Xiaolong conveyed his findings to the group. Could there be some unique reason within the Li family village, or perhaps my influence? For those not directly training in the dimensional method, extraordinary opportunities would be required for advancement to the 5th tier. Yet this does not seem to apply to the villagers of Li family. Li Xiaolong fell into contemplation. Moreover, allow me to elucidate the conditions for entering the 5th tier. Upon achieving this level, enhancements will be comprehensive, multiplying one's capabilities 100-fold. My lifespan has already surpassed 100 million years, with sufficient time spent solidifying your foundations. You too shall attain lifespans of at least 10 million years upon entering the 5th tier. You must exert yourselves diligently. As I eagerly await your companionship in witnessing a more splendid world, Li Xiaolong encouraged the group. The prospect of such significant enhancement is astounding. No wonder even Brother Long required a decade for solidification. Fellow clan members, we must strive earnestly as we are destined to accompany Brother Long in exploring a more magnificent world. Li Long, filled with vigor, rallied the group with encouragement. We shall not allow Brother Long to outpace us. He shall not abandon us to experience a more splendid world alone. The group, brimming with confidence, exchanged spirited affirmations. Upon assessing the developments of the past years, Li Xiaolong was most astounded by the advancements in the Technology Institute. Currently, Earth's technology has surpassed that of the later stages depicted in the original narrative by several magnitudes, though the Universal Capsule Company has yet to emerge. The prodigy Beerus resides within the Technology Institute, and Li Xiaolong estimated that within a year or two, Beerus would unveil the Universal Capsule, a timeline significantly accelerated compared to the original narrative. Li Xiaolong commanded the Technology Institute to provide unwavering support for Beerus's research, allocating both human and financial resources to bolster his efforts. In contemporary times, Earth's technological advancements have established it as a formidable force within the cosmos. The epitome of this progress is exemplified by Earth's space battleships and combat androids, which, aside from their military variants, also include models designed for daily life. Earth's battleships are impervious even to beings with combat prowess exceeding 100 million, and their main cannons can unleash a staggering force in the hundreds of millions. With the aid of their sophisticated targeting systems, even the mightiest adversaries find it impossible to evade their assaults, though the ship's considerable size limits their maneuverability. Conversely, the intelligent combat robots circumvent these drawbacks, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities and combat strength surpassing 100 million. Both Li Xiaolong and Mei Fio were incredulous upon hearing these developments. It was astonishing how rapidly Earth's technology had evolved in merely a decade. This remarkable leap was largely attributable to the unwavering support of talented individuals from the Galactic Center. For Earth to achieve such monumental advancements again would require decades, if not centuries, of foundational work, unless extraordinary geniuses emerged. Fortunately, such talents would soon appear, including figures like Beerus, Dr. Gallo, and Bulma. Moreover, civilian technology on Earth has also progressed rapidly. Various forms of high-speed rail transportation have become ubiquitous in every city, while rural areas now utilize flying vehicles as their primary mode of transport. The standards of living, including essentials such as food, clothing, and shelter, have transformed dramatically compared to a decade prior. Xiaolong, let us engage in a friendly spar. This time, I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. I intend to pin you to the ground. Mei Fia proposed, her competitive spirit ignited after their companions left to attend to other matters. Historically, each time she sought to challenge Li Xiaolong following her breakthroughs, he had bested her. Xiaoya, do you believe you have improved? Very well. I shall witness your progress firsthand, Li Xiaolong replied, eager to gauge the advancements both he and Mei Fia had made. Although he sensed a quantifiable enhancement following their ascensions, a clearer understanding of his own capabilities would only emerge through direct confrontation. The two teleported to a lifeless expanse of the universe and unleashed their full potential, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Their energy radiated throughout the cosmos, akin to the most brilliant stars, drawing the attention of countless formidable beings who, in their awe, sought the source of this overwhelming power. Although the vastness of space rendered sound transmission impossible, the sheer grandeur of the spectacle profoundly captivated the onlookers. Yet, they dared not approach the epicenter of the conflict. Even a mere fraction of the energy emitted by the two combatants could obliterate them instantly. Previously, one unfortunate soul had recklessly positioned himself in the path of their battle, only to meet a swift demise, his body disintegrating from the residual energy emanating from thousands of miles away. Those two. It is astonishing that mere mortals can attain such heights, transcending into the divine realm in such a short span, wielding unfathomable strength. However, one wonders how Bu perceives this. With these two on Earth, Bu is unlikely to stir any significant turmoil. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the god of the Kaioshin, Shin, gazed gravely at the sight of the battle between the two warriors. Even from the vast distance of the entire divine realm and universe, he was profoundly shaken by the aura emanating from them. Contemplating the situation with Bu in the presence of Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia on Earth, he felt a sense of relief, though he still contemplated finding a moment to remind the two. The area where the two engaged in combat was ablaze with brilliant lights, reminiscent of a grand fireworks display, as the aftermath of their struggle triggered a series of planetary explosions. Countless abandoned planets succumbed to destruction beneath the tremendous forces unleashed by their clash. Once the celestial bodies in the vicinity were rendered utterly desolate, the region transformed into a complete vacuum. Both combatants gained a clearer understanding of their own powers, dismissing the onlookers entirely as they instantaneously transported themselves back to Earth. At present, their strengths were as follows. Li Xiaolong possessed a battle power of 350 billion and a superpower value of 320 billion, while Mei Fia had a battle power of 300 billion and a superpower value of 320 billion. Although the ascent to the 5th tier had consumed a decade of their lives, the explosive growth that accompanied this breakthrough rendered the effort entirely worthwhile. Li Xiaolong had finally attained a measure of self-preservation in this universe, confident that he and Mei Fia could navigate most challenges, provided they did not encounter the formidable gods and enigmatic beings from the later stages of the original tale. Even against the ultra-blue transformation of Goku, they felt prepared for a confrontation. Xiaolong, now that we have broken through, should we not venture directly into the demon realm and convert all the demon kings and generals? I surmise that the source of our previous sense of impending doom would no longer pose a threat to us, Mei Fia suggested eagerly, haunted by their hasty retreat from the demon realm. Initially, she had envisioned using the demon generals as insiders to incite the demon lords to enter the universe, allowing them to strike. However, given the remarkable enhancements brought forth by their 5th tier breakthrough, they could now easily dominate the demon realm. Let us wait a few more days. I need to create 2 secret techniques to ensure our safety. After all, we cannot ascertain whether ancient demon clans have left behind any contingencies, Li Xiaolong mused, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the thought of Micah Capula and his subordinates. Those adversaries were not within his current capacity to defeat, and the memories of being subjected to their mental assault lingered vividly in his mind. While his spiritual fortitude was formidable, Mei Fia's soul and mental prowess did not match his own, and Li Xiaolong wished to shield her from any danger. Now that Li Xiaolong had ascended to the 5th tier, his comprehension had been exponentially enhanced, allowing him to effortlessly manipulate the secret techniques he had long envisioned. Within 2 days, he successfully devised 3 exceptionally powerful techniques. The first was a mental defense technique, although he initially intended to create a soul defense technique. His limited understanding of souls compelled him to settle for a mental defense technique, which sufficed, as the Dragon Ball narrative had never ventured into the realm of souls. The second was an ultimate concealment technique, which, once activated, would render the two undetectable even before a god of destruction. The third secret technique pertains to mental assault, which, as its name suggests, employs mental power to attack an adversary. This technique serves as a formidable weapon for triumphing in battles across different levels. Should one find themselves outmatched and unable to escape, executing this technique can diminish the opponent's strength by at least 50%. Those with weaker mental fortitude may even be obliterated by a single strike. For instance, the captain of the Jinyu force, although not particularly powerful, managed to seize the bodies of his foes thanks to his innate talent. If he were to encounter a mental attack, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Additionally, Li Xiaolong took the time to meet with the apprentice angel, Myers, who serves under the Galactic King. During a prior discussion with the Galactic King, Myers had been away, possibly summoned by his father, the High Priest, for urgent matters. Upon returning from his seclusion, Li Xiaolong introduced Myers to his companion, Myfia. Both parties engaged in a brief exchange to familiarize themselves. When Li Xiaolong inquired about the current situation and the ancient powerhouses or other universes, Myers remained cryptic, deflecting the questions. Unable to glean further information, Li Xiaolong and his companion returned to Earth, preparing to venture into the demon realm. Myers, however, kept Li Xiaolong in mind, but chose not to report this encounter to the High Priest. Upon their return to Earth, Li Xiaolong commanded a demon general located closest to Earth. Soon, a purple vortex manifested in the cosmic expanse beyond the planet. Li Xiaolong, a teleportation passage to the demon realm has emerged near Earth. You must investigate promptly to prevent an invasion by the demon race. The urgent voice of the North King echoed in Li Xiaolong's mind. Thank you for your concern, Lord King, Li Xiaolong replied. However, this passage was opened at my behest, and Myfia and I intend to visit the demon realm to address this looming threat. He disclosed his intentions candidly to the North King. Exercise caution. The demon realm harbors several deities from ancient times. Though they are currently sealed and banished, one cannot rule out the possibility of their hidden machinations, the North King cautioned. Oh, might I inquire further about this matter, esteemed king? Li Xiaolong asked, sensing that the North King possessed more knowledge on the subject. I can only share so much. Beyond that, I cannot divulge any further information. If you wish to learn more, you must seek it out yourself, the North King interjected, abruptly halting their dialogue. These deities undoubtedly hold secrets, yet the North King's demeanor suggests that higher-tier gods may have acted against them, which renders him hesitant to speak further. Myfia, who had been listening intently, pondered the implications of their conversation. It appears that the profound mysteries of these realms can only be unraveled through our own explorations. Once we attain sufficient strength, we will uncover the truth. But until then, let us proceed to the demon realm and enlighten our subordinates. We cannot keep them waiting. Additionally, regarding the ancient deities mentioned by the king, exercise extreme caution. Should any unusual occurrences arise, immediately employ the secret technique to flee and contact me. As for the ancient deities of the demon realm, Li Xiaolong was only aware of Mechikabura and his subordinates. Who knows what other hidden powers may exist? Upon entering the realm of demons, the two individuals encountered the demon general responsible for opening the passage. Esteemed one, here are the coordinates of all the demon generals, demon lords, and demon kings in this realm. Please accept them, and let them join our ranks swiftly. It is our honor to serve you. The demon general reverently presented a spherical device. Indeed, this method of transformation is extraordinarily powerful. Each of these demons is guilty of heinous crimes, yet through this process, they have been transformed. This technique must not be disclosed, for one day our own people might fall victim to it. Myfia gazed at the demon general in astonishment, voicing her concerns. Rest assured, this secret art cannot be learned by others without my consent. Li Xiaolong had foreseen the dangers of this technique's potential disclosure when he originally devised it, incorporating a protective spell to prevent theft of its secrets. Without his approval, no one would ever be able to master it. Should ancient deities attempt to reference it in creating their own methods of transformation, they would find themselves utterly lost. As he activated the spherical device, a luminous screen materialized, revealing 4 tree-like diagrams. At the apex of each diagram stood a demon king, the Eastern Demon King Dapula, the Western Demon King Daxus, the Southern Demon King Dan Tai, and the Northern Demon King Dars. Each of these kings served as a starting point, beneath which were 4 demon lords, named Demon 1 through Demon 16, aptly corresponding to the 16 demon lords. Each of these 16 lords commanded 100 demon generals, totaling 1,600 generals. Each name was accompanied by an image and a detailed introduction, although the descriptions of the 4 demon kings were not particularly exhaustive, as gathering information on the kings through their generals proved somewhat challenging. You have done well. This is your reward. With a mere gesture, Li Xiaolong summoned an immense influx of natural energy from the cosmos into the demon general's body. The general's aura surged rapidly, escalating until it stabilized at approximately 5 billion. This ability was one that Li Xiaolong acquired after ascending to the 5th tier, drawing natural energy from the universe into a specific individual's body. However, the individual must possess a formidable physique, and the amount of energy they can contain is contingent upon their foundational combat strength, also known as their chi. The demon general already possessed around 1 billion in combat strength, thus enabling such a substantial enhancement. Nonetheless, Li Xiaolong was reluctant to apply this method to Earthlings, as this enhancement came at the cost of the recipient's potential. Earthlings, having cultivated their own longevity techniques and dimensional laws, would find this method ultimately unprofitable. Perhaps in several hundred, or even 1,000 years, some might seek his intervention after exhausting their potential. The rationale for employing this method on the demon general was that Li Xiaolong discovered all demons were incapable of cultivating the longevity technique and dimensional laws, likely due to the constraints of the world's laws or deeper-rooted reasons. Moreover, since the transformation of these generals had been forcibly enacted previously, their potential had been depleted, necessitating such a crude method to elevate their power. The 2 individuals each selected 2 demon kings, along with their respective demon lords and generals for transformation, and then departed, teleporting directly to their designated locations according to the coordinates. The 2 individuals now possess such formidable strength that they traverse the demon realm with ease. Not even the 4 demon kings can evade the fate of being forcibly transformed by them. Although these 4 demon kings are currently regarded as absolute powerhouses in the cosmos, their prowess pales in comparison to that of the 2. The strengths of the 4 demon kings are as follows. The East Demon King, Depura, at 25 billion. The West Demon King, Daxus, at 20 billion. The South Demon King, Dantai, at 20 billion. And the North Demon King, Dars, at 20 billion. Li Xiaolong chose to confront Depura and Dars, along with their subordinates. After transforming all of their subordinates, Li Xiaolong first turned his attention to Dars, who was effortlessly transformed without any unexpected resistance. Depura was saved for last, as the original narrative portrayed him as no weakling. He was one of Majicapula's subordinates. Li Xiaolong surmised that the Depura in this demon realm was likely a mere avatar or incarnation. Upon arriving at Depura's palace, Li Xiaolong decided to observe the situation. In his eyes, Depura sat languidly upon the throne, yet he perceived a different scene altogether. Li Xiaolong noticed countless transparent threads emanating from Depura, most connecting to other demon entities within the realm. One thread even linked to himself, a manifestation of the causal secret art he had learned in his previous life. Among the threads, 2 were notably thicker. Upon examining them, Li Xiaolong discerned that the thickest one represented the causal connection between Depura and his true form, revealing that Depura was indeed merely an incarnation. Without hesitation, Li Xiaolong materialized and directly initiated the transformation of Depura. The moment Li Xiaolong appeared, a surge of energy erupted from Depura. However, under the radiant influence of Li Xiaolong's transformative light, Depura succumbed to an unconscious state. Had Depura been a true avatar, Li Xiaolong might have hesitated to act, but as merely an incarnation, the connection to his true self was exceedingly tenuous. Even if Depura were transformed, his true form would remain oblivious. Suddenly, sensing an unusual spatial fluctuation behind him while performing the transformation, Li Xiaolong tightened his grip and managed to successfully transform Depura before the source of the spatial disturbance emerged. Soon, Li Xiaolong gleaned from Depura's consciousness that Majicapula had planned to summon Depura for a specific task today. Consequently, Li Xiaolong stood before the spatial disturbance, awaiting Majicapula's arrival. Unexpectedly, Majicapula emerged from the spatial passage, grumbling about the weakened demonic energy in the realm, oblivious to the identity of the figure standing before him. What, Depura? Are you not here to welcome me? Who are you? Majicapula's self-dialogue was interrupted as he finally noticed Li Xiaolong, his anger igniting as he demanded an explanation. Why? Have you forgotten me so soon, O Lord of Demons? Li Xiaolong replied, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded my Jacapula. It is you, wretched Earthling, who extinguished a fragment of my consciousness. I shall ensure your demise. This essence of mine, painstakingly separated, demands a price in your life. Mechikapura's aura erupted suddenly, locking onto Li Xiaolong. Chapter 27. The avatar of the war demon Lord Demon. Were your true form to confront me, I would certainly flee, alas. You are but a mere avatar now, Li Xiaolong observed with a hint of amusement directed towards Mechikapura. Curse you, Earthling. Even if my avatar possesses but a fraction of my true power, it is far beyond what a mere mortal like you can contend with. Prepare to meet your end. Incensed by the disdain of a mere Earthling, Mechikapura unleashed his attack. Boom. A beam of violet light surged from the heavens, hurtling towards Li Xiaolong, who stood resolute. What? Does our esteemed demon lord merely engage in bravado? Such feeble strikes are akin to mere tickles. Li Xiaolong raised a shield, effortlessly deflecting the assault. Humph. You possess some strength. It is no wonder you managed to extinguish my consciousness. Yet this is where your journey ends, you pitiful mortal. I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending a demon. Upon witnessing the ease with which Li Xiaolong thwarted his attack, a serious expression replaced Mechikapura's earlier arrogance. This avatar was his weakest form, and he had not anticipated encountering a formidable adversary like Li Xiaolong upon its manifestation. A surge of overwhelming power erupted forth, causing tremors throughout the demon realm. Mechikapura understood that without revealing his true strength, his avatar might not endure. Crackle, crackle. The violet flames engulfed Mechikapura, presenting an image reminiscent of a demon. Swish. Mechikapura teleported, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Li Xiaolong in an instant. Having long been prepared, and having mastered teleportation to the highest echelon, Li Xiaolong was not so easily ambushed. He executed a technique akin to the Phantom Fist, leaving behind an identical illusion of himself. As Mechikapura's strike met the illusion, it erupted violently, sending him reeling. Though he was thrown off balance, Mechikapura sustained no severe injuries. However, Li Xiaolong's counterattack followed swiftly, delivering a punch directly to Mechikapura's midsection. You wretched mortal, not this move again. Pain contorted Mechikapura's features, as he recalled the last encounter where Li Xiaolong had employed this very technique to dismantle his consciousness. Divine body of the demon. Li Xiaolong's fist struck true. Yet Mechikapura bellowed, his form radiating a purplish-black luminescence as he expanded in size. Scales resembling fish skin adorned his body, bristling with sharp spines, exuding an aura of lethal sharpness. This maneuver was exceedingly perilous. One misstep could result in countless barbs piercing him. Judging by the purplish-black glow, it was likely laden with potent venom, a toxin from an ancient demon that Li Xiaolong had no immunity against. Humph, Li Xiaolong scoffed, teleporting away from the perilous form of Mechikapura. Swish, a towering figure of a demon god, several dozen feet high, collapsed the grand hall's ceiling. Let us see who is truly formidable. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate this celestial intent of the four symbols. As Capra manifested his colossal demonic form, Li Xiaolong invoked a secret technique born from the celestial intent of the four symbols, summoning a majestic azure giant behind him, exuding an aura of divinity and authority. A mere trifle. How dare you flaunt your skills in my presence? Behold the might of the great dragon, Li Xiaolong. The azure giant surged forward, delivering a strike that unleashed a torrent of dragon-shaped energy waves. Mortal, perish before me. Capra, taken aback by Li Xiaolong's display of power, felt astonished. Having lived for eons, he had never encountered such profound techniques. Had humanity evolved into such wonders over the millennia? In response, he too unleashed a powerful strike. The ensuing collision sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Now it is Li Xiaolong's turn to be astonished. Although he had only utilized 20% of his strength, the results were evenly matched. It is essential to note that the manifestation of the celestial intent of the four symbols grants a spiritual body tenfold the strength of the original. The wind spirit alone is such, while the fire spirit is 20 times, the thunder spirit 50 times, and the lightning spirit a staggering 100 times. Who are you? How can such extraordinary mortals exist in this world? Remember this well. I am merely a passerby from Earth. There is no one as benevolent as your brother Xiaolong in this world, Li Xiaolong replied earnestly. Curse you. What nonsense is this? Prepare to meet your end. Capra roared in fury, sending the wind spirit flying. Taste my black ray. Capra unleashed a beam combining magical and physical might towards Li Xiaolong. Humph, little black. If that is the case, I shall take this seriously. The wind spirit erupted with even greater vigor. The clash of the demon body and the spirit caused shockwaves that obliterated the planet beneath them as they battled within the cosmic realm of the demon world, annihilating countless celestial bodies with their tumultuous power. Capra, a demon god of immense antiquity, demonstrated fluidity in his movements, effortlessly employing powerful secret techniques. Numerous martial arts and magical attacks streamed forth from his hands. Swish, swish, swish. The wind spirit and Capra's demonic form engaged fiercely in the cosmic expanse. Xiaolong, who is this deity that can contend with your spirit for such an extended duration without faltering? Mei Fia, having appeared beside him unbeknownst, inquired about Capra. This individual is one of the ancient gods mentioned by the King of Realms, known as Mazika Capra. The dark demon realm he created is the upper realm of this demon world. This is merely one of his avatars. While his true form remains sealed within the rifts of time and space, Li Xiaolong elucidated Capra's background. If such an avatar possesses such strength, how formidable must his true form be? Do you require my assistance? Mei Fia, sensing the fluctuations of battle across the cosmos after pacifying the demon kings and their minions, teleported to Li Xiaolong's side upon recognizing one of the energies as his. Not at all. It is fortuitous that I can engage with him longer, allowing me to gain insight into their techniques, for I am sure our paths will intertwine again in the future. This is indeed a rare opportunity to gain insight into the methods of these ancient demonic deities. Humph, almighty demon, is that all you have? The creator of the dark demon realm surely possesses more than such trivial abilities. Li Xiaolong's ethereal form continued to mock, even as his figure shifted incessantly. You wretched mortal, you have truly provoked my wrath. Dark power, assault, bring death upon this being. Magicopera bellowed, his demonic body radiating a dark purple luminescence as he surged towards Li Xiaolong's spirit. He understood that conventional physical or magical attacks would be futile against Li Xiaolong. Such efforts would be in vain. However, his own capabilities were far beyond what any mere mortal could fathom. Humph. So, there are indeed hidden tricks. Could this be a law-based attack? My ethereal form is rendered immobile, forced to watch helplessly as this fiend assaults me? In that case, let us try this. Li Xiaolong discovered that beneath the purplish glow emanating from the demonic form, his spirit felt as if it were ensnared by the very fabric of the universe. Unable to move as the oncoming attack approached, accompanied by a terrifying essence reminiscent of the destruction wrought by the god of destruction, Beerus. With a cold smirk, Li Xiaolong realized that even if his ethereal form were to be obliterated, it was not beyond resurrection. His spirit was merely a manifestation of vital energy, easily reconstituted even if shattered by this fiend. However, Li Xiaolong had no intention of allowing Capra to destroy his ethereal form so readily. He was determined to create some trouble for him. Without hesitation, Li Xiaolong commanded his spirit to self-detonate. Boom. Although sound could not traverse the cosmos, the instantaneous release of energy from the spirit was a terrifying spectacle, illuminating the demon realm for the first time with the brilliance of sunlight. Li Xiaolong's corporeal form summoned a protective shield, containing the explosive energy within the confines of the battle's star domain. Otherwise, a significant portion of the demon realm would surely be annihilated. Damnable mortal, I cannot believe I have been toyed with by such a lowly being. I shall torment you for eons to alleviate this rage within my heart. At the explosion's epicenter, Magicopra's demonic form lay in ruins, appearing utterly wretched, reduced mostly to a skeletal frame. Yet as a demon, his vitality remained formidable, allowing him to stand even in this diminished state. Almighty demon, how do you find my Li Mei barbecue? Would you care to savor it once more? Li Xiaolong reformed an ethereal body before Capra, gazing at him with derision. Curse you! You can still manifest such an avatar? We shall see. Next time we meet, I will flay you alive and torment you for eons to quench this rage. A wave of spatial distortion enveloped Magicopra's form, causing him to vanish before Li Xiaolong's spirit. This fiend possesses unexpected means. If only I could devise a method to intercept such spatial traversals, thought Mei Fia, lamenting the escape of her adversary. This was a rare opportunity to study a demon. Chapter 28. Conspiracy. Who is this person? A mere passerby from Earth? Who would believe such nonsense? Amidst the chaotic spatial currents, Magicopra's avatar fled in disarray. Yet thoughts of the formidable adversary, Li Xiaolong, who had inflicted such a significant loss upon him, occupied his mind. It is imperative to consult those individuals, for this being may very well be a remnant of an ancient demon god. Otherwise, how could an ordinary Earthling have the chance to rise again after such an event? Majicapula propelled the fractured form of the demon god into the depths of the chaotic space. Time passed unmeasured as Capula traversed the void, until a diminutive vortex materialized before him. This vortex, inconspicuous amidst the vast turbulence of the inner space, would elude even the most diligent seeker if one were unfamiliar with the area. Moreover, access to the inner space is not granted to just anyone. The most commonly recognized realms are the cosmic expanse and the void of the universe. Beyond the cosmos lies the outer space. An entry into the inner space requires either a unique method or the absolute power to penetrate through the outer space. Capula's avatar had reached the inner space through a special means, for his current strength was insufficient to breach the outer realms. Upon entering the vortex, a miniature universe unfolded before him. Within this microcosm, a grand palace emerged, exuding an aura of foreboding despite its magnificence. "I did not anticipate your swift arrival," which is indeed a rarity, came a voice from within the hall, where no seating was present. The high walls were adorned with 10 niches resembling shrines, encircling the chamber. 9 figures stood in the remaining niches, shrouded in black mist, obscuring their features. One figure appeared notably tall, its outline reminiscent of the sovereign, while another, distinguishable by its immense wings, revealed little else. Who has inflicted such a grievous injury upon our lord of the demon realm? Was he not meant to be preparing for an incursion into the 7th universe? It is surprising to see him return in such a disheveled state. Could it be that the lord has grown feeble? Remarked the winged shadow with an air of sarcasm. Humph, there is no need for your mockery. For the purpose of this gathering is precisely to address this matter, Capula retorted as he approached the vacant position, detailing the encounter with Li Xiaolong. Do any of you recall this individual? He claims to be a mere passerby from Earth. Might any of you have encountered such a primitive Earthling with such capabilities? As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Capula inquired, "Is it possible that remnants of primitive Earthlings escaped during that ancient incident? That was personally dealt with by him. How could any remnants still exist?" The shadow's gaze instinctively turned towards the throne of the Omni King as he pondered this. Indeed, how could remnants persist after such intervention? The others echoed in agreement. Given the presence of this individual, our plans must be reconsidered. In light of this, let us proceed with our strategy in the parallel 3rd universe of the 7th universe. After deliberation, the shadows reached a consensus. The 3rd universe of the 7th universe is a derivative parallel universe, while Li Xiaolong's universe serves as the main universe, with the other 3 parallel timelines designated as the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd based on their chronological emergence. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaolong, the realm of the Omni King, encompassing 12 universes, is but one of many similar systems visible from the expanse of outer space. Each of these universes has been crafted by the Omni King, drawing inspiration from the primary universe. Beyond the universes of the Omni King's domain, there exist colossal singular universes, each surpassing those of the Omni King, yet failing to match the collective breadth of the 12. A meticulous observation of the outer cosmos reveals 9 distinct singular universes, each radiating its own unique luminescence, devoid of parallel counterparts, thus qualifying them as unique universes. Within these realms, one can sense an array of energies, some exuding a foreboding aura, others emanating purity and sanctity, while yet others project an overwhelming ferocity, along with an atmosphere of uncertainty. However, these 9 unique universes are separated by vast distances, interspersed with countless parallel and wandering universes. The wandering universes neither belong to the Omni King's domain nor to the 9 unique systems, nor are they occupied by any formidable beings. Some of these universes have detached from the Omni King's realm, while others are the creations of ancient demon gods or have formed naturally. Having devised a plan, the shadowy figures resolved to refrain from provoking Li Xiaolong, recognizing that their own scheme held greater significance. Subsequently, they dissipated, and the figure of Majicapula vanished within the palace. I have gleaned some insights. A period of seclusion should enable me to develop this secret technique, Li Xiaolong mused, contemplating the spot where Majicapula's avatar had disappeared. This venture into the demon realm could be deemed a successful conclusion. Let us return, Xiaolong. With such formidable beings looming above us, our strength remains woefully inadequate. In the wake of their recent battle, Myphia clearly felt her own helplessness. Her earlier pride had subsided, replaced by a fervent enthusiasm for cultivation. In truth, Myphia had also practiced the majority of the secret techniques devised by Li Xiaolong, including the celestial force symbols, though her execution proved far more challenging than his. Li Xiaolong could nearly infinitely condense his divine form, as the ambient energy of the cosmos was intimately attuned to him, seemingly eager to be harnessed by his will. In contrast, she could only condense her form thrice before her internal energy was entirely depleted, leading Myphia to wonder if Li Xiaolong was indeed the favored child of this world, summoning the Dark Lords and their subordinates. Li Xiaolong outlined the future plans for the demon realm, instructing them to maintain the status quo, as it was inevitable that other demon gods would seek them out. They would serve as invaluable informants, providing him with crucial intelligence. The group then traversed directly back to the void outside Earth. "Why have you returned so swiftly? Did you encounter some unforeseen event?" inquired the two from the North Realm, who had been vigilantly monitoring the passage. "Rest assured, my lord," replied one of them. "The demon realm is unlikely to pose a threat in the future. They have now become my subordinates. Unless an ancient demon god were to awaken, they shall no longer wreak havoc upon the universe." Li Xiaolong felt a sense of solace seeing the North Kai still focused on the passage. It must be said that among the deities in Dragon Ball, only the North Kai and the Supreme Kai could be deemed reliable. The rest were utterly absurd. However, "Dear Kai, the unexpected occurrence you mentioned has indeed transpired." Myphia decided to tease the North Kai. "Ah, what has happened?" the North Kai exclaimed. "It's not a significant surprise. Merely that we have encountered the ancient demon, Mechikabura." Myphia, relishing the chaos, continued to embellish the tale to frighten the North Kai further. "What? You have encountered that demon? What shall we do? If he invades our universe, we are doomed." The North Kai fretted anxiously on his planet. "Calm down, dear Kai. Xiaoya was merely jesting. I understand your anxiety, but please, do not panic." Chapter 29, The Laws of Space. That joke was hardly amusing. The North Kai finally quieted. Yet, Xiaoya was correct. We indeed encountered Mechikabura. "What? This is dire." Hearing Li Xiaolong's words, the North Kai leapt once more. "Kai, please hear me out. We did encounter Mechikabura, but it was merely his avatar, which I defeated and made flee. He is unlikely to return to the demon realm anytime soon, and should he do so, I will be able to vanquish him again." Li Xiaolong recounted his encounter with Mechikabura, hoping to extract some valuable information from the North Kai. "Excellent. You nearly frightened me to death. Could you perhaps convey your message all at once next time? My lifespan has been considerably shortened by your antics." The North Kai lamented. "Is it not the North Kai who is overly anxious?" Myphia retorted with amusement. "Do you not have anything to share with us, dear Kai?" Seeing the North Kai's reluctance to divulge what he knew, Li Xiaolong pressed directly. "Alas, do not inquire further. There are matters I cannot disclose. Should I utter them, they would vanish in an instant. Xiaolong, please do not put me in such a predicament." The North Kai wore a troubled expression upon his face. "The knowledge you seek can only be uncovered through your own endeavors. Perhaps the demons possess the clues you desire, but even in your present state, you would appear as mere children before a true demon." The North Kai gravely cautioned them. "Is that so? Then I have gleaned some insight. Thank you for your guidance." "Dear Kai." Though the North Kai had said little, Li Xiaolong surmised that his inquiries were likely connected to the angels or even the Omni King. After breaking through to the 5th tier, Li Xiaolong stumbled upon a seal hidden within the bloodline of Earthlings. The purer the bloodline of an Earthling, the more potent the seal. Aside from the inhabitants of Li Village and Myphia, whose seals were weak or even absent, all other Earthlings bore significant seals, with those possessing greater talents having less constricted seals. Even with his current understanding and abilities, he could not unravel that seal. Given this suspicion, coupled with the various wonders of Earth, such as the hyperbolic time chamber, the spirit and time room, the dimensional laws, and the position of the Supreme Kai, he pondered deeply. Li Xiaolong speculated that a significant transformation must have occurred on Earth in ancient times. The Earth of that era may have been extraordinarily glorious, but a cataclysm at some point led to immense losses, leaving no remnants or records of that history behind. Only the solitary figure of Kailinta standing as a testament to the past. His recent dialogue with the North Realm King further solidified Li Xiaolong's conjecture. He had shared these thoughts with Myphia, who, relying on her intuition, affirmed that Li Xiaolong's speculations were likely correct. Over the years, countless instances had validated Maifia's perceptive insights, bolstering Li Xiaolong's confidence in his theories. However, given that this matter pertained to angels and even the All-King, it was not something that could be resolved in a short time. Everything had to be rooted in one's own strength. Upon returning to Earth and assessing the development of his subordinates, he subsequently entered a state of seclusion once more. After several months, Li Xiaolong devised a secret technique that could reinforce space, rendering instantaneous travel impossible under its influence. Nevertheless, he found himself dissatisfied. The escape of Mika Kapura had not relied upon such a technique. Having created this secret, he had grazed the edges of spatial laws and began to comprehend how Kapura had fled. It seemed that the ability to bind him, manifested by Kapura's demonic form, was also a form of law power. Evidently, these so-called gods and demigods held merit. It was likely that the god of destruction possessed the law of destruction bestowed by the All-King. Yet, the All-King's methods appeared to transcend mere law power. Were they perhaps something of a higher order? In the secluded chamber, Li Xiaolong mused aloud, while Maifia entered a profound meditative state, seemingly unwilling to awaken without substantial gains. At that moment, he sensed Li Yun approaching the chamber, prompting him to rise and step outside. "Brother Long, the matter you instructed us to monitor has come to pass," Li Yun stated as he entered the council hall. Just a couple of days ago, a group of exiled beings known as Saiyans appeared on Planet Plant, ruthlessly slaughtering the indigenous Zufula tribe. Fortunately, our timely intervention spared the genius scientist from falling victim to the Saiyans' malevolence. Long before, during the deployment of the cosmos, Li Xiaolong had forewarned about the Saiyans. Recalling that in the original narrative, they had amassed and seized control of Planet Plant around the years 720 to 730 of the Age of the Gods, renaming it Vegeta. During this tumultuous period, the scientist Dr. Liji was killed, the Zufula people were annihilated, and their technology was appropriated by the Saiyans. To his astonishment, this event had unfolded much earlier than anticipated. Li Xiaolong gazed contemplatively in the direction of Planet Plant. "Brother, what did you say?" Li Yun inquired, perplexed. "It's nothing. Please continue," Li Xiaolong replied. "Currently, the Zufula people are at a disadvantage, lacking the military might to confront the Saiyans. I have already relocated them to Earth, and the brilliant scientist Dr. Liji has joined our Institute of Technology, with the remainder of his kin properly settled." Having completed his report, Li Yun sat nearby, his face adorned with a mixture of confusion and concern. "Are you perplexed as to why I permit the Saiyan race to act as they do? This tribe, characterized solely by destruction, why should they be allowed to persist? Am I correct?" Li Xiaolong chuckled as he gazed at Li Yun. "Brother Long, I find the Saiyan race exceedingly brutal, embodying destruction as if it were ingrained in their very genes. Why should we allow them to wreak havoc upon the universe?" Li Yun expressed his confusion, his face tinged with indignation. Over the years, overseeing the martial affairs of the Southern Galaxy, he had encountered wrongdoers. Yet none matched the malevolence of the Saiyans. Most races across the cosmos were feeble and benevolent. He was incensed by the Saiyans' occupation of Planet Plant. And had it not been for Li Xiaolong's earlier admonition regarding their potential utility, he would have eradicated them long ago. "This matter is a debt I owe to the Zufu tribe. I shall create a suitable planet for them within the cosmos, and you shall diligently instruct them in martial arts. As for technology, with Dr. Liji's assistance, when I establish the planet, they shall all be summoned. Only in this way will they be recognized as the indigenous intelligent life of that world." Li Xiaolong revealed his thoughts openly to the villagers of Li Family Village, withholding only his conjectures. Everything he had learned over the years was known to them, although he refrained from disclosing the unfolding narrative. They were aware that the mother planet could nurture native intelligent life. "Brother Long, have you truly attained such a level? You can even create life-bearing planets? Are you nearing the 6th tier?" Li Yun stared at Li Xiaolong in astonishment. "Indeed, I anticipate ascending to the 6th tier within a year, and I will also grasp the laws of life, space, and other principles. You must strive diligently to reach the 5th tier. Then you shall be considered formidable within the universe. Transitioning from the 4th to 5th tier is a significant threshold." Upon entering the 5th tier, Li Xiaolong felt a sense of ease, confident that even without deliberate accumulation, he would naturally ascend to the 6th tier within 5 years. Chapter 30. Creating life-bearing planets. The Saiyans are crucial for the future. Otherwise, I would not permit them to threaten the universe. However, in a decade or so, They will likely face extinction, and one of their descendants will arrive on Earth. This individual is pivotal. Li Xiaolong did not conceal this information but elucidated the rationale directly. Is it that you restrict our expansion into the Northern Galaxy, Eastern Galaxy, and Southwestern River, merely to await that child? Li Yun seemed to awaken from a dream. No wonder, despite their evident capability to expand beyond the Southern Galaxy in recent years, Li Xiaolong had restrained their power to the Southern Galaxy. All for the sake of the Scion descendant. Initially, Li Xiaolong had conferred with Mythia regarding the fate of the Saiyans. His original plan was to deploy forces across the 4 major regions of the universe, aiming to purify the violent genes within the Saiyans. Upon Goku's interjection, he intended to take Goku as a disciple and return the remaining Saiyans to Planet Salad. However, Mythia's reaction was intensely fervent. Her intuition suggested they were on the brink of catastrophe. If Li Xiaolong proceeded with his plan, it could potentially lead to the annihilation of their entire universe. And that was her instinctive apprehension. Li Xiaolong, having reluctantly accepted the situation, chose to respect the narrative arc of the original work, at least regarding Wukong. The unequivocal protagonist of fate, he was not prepared to intervene in the early stages. Even when Li Xiaolong conferred with Mythia about the matters concerning Wukong's later development, any alterations to the plot seemed to evoke no sense of impending calamity for Mythia. Perhaps by then, it would be inconsequential, or they, along with their respective forces, might have grown sufficiently formidable. I cannot divulge further details unless you ascend to the 5th tier. All you need to understand is that they shall pay a price for their actions. Strive for the 5th tier, and you will uncover more truths about this world. It is not that Li Xiaolong aims to be cryptic. Rather, the overwhelming knowledge of potent beings would impose a tremendous impact on their martial path. The narrative concerning Wukong is particularly pivotal. He could sense that even a mere mention of Wukong to anyone below the 5th tier would result in their immediate obliteration. This illustrates the significance of the 5th tier and the reasons behind its formidable barriers. This conviction strengthened Li Xiaolong's belief that the so-called Tournament of Power was merely a scheme orchestrated by the Omni King, who was far from the naive fool he appeared to be. A being wielding the highest authority within the cosmic hierarchy could not possibly be simple-minded. Very well. You may return to your tasks now. Remember, do not interfere in matters outside the Southern Galaxy, and do not reveal the strength of Earth, Li Xiaolong reiterated. I understand the boundaries, Brother Long. We must also strive harder. We cannot always rely on you to bear the brunt, Li Yun replied, adept at managing numerous affairs while not neglecting his martial pursuits, displaying his sagacity. From Li Xiaolong's words, he could glean some insights. All right, go ahead and give it your all. Li Xiaolong felt a sense of comfort at Li Yun's response. Li Xiaolong then turned back to his meditation chamber. And soon a year passed. One day, Earth suddenly resonated with an extraordinary wave of energy. Li Xiaolong had broken through to the 6th tier. Soon after, another wave followed. As Mythia also ascended to the 6th tier. Xiaolong, how was your breakthrough? Did you gain any new insights? Mythia inquired immediately after her own advancement. Indeed, as before, I have experienced a tenfold enhancement in all aspects. However, the other gains are truly significant, Li Xiaolong replied, raising his hand to reveal a vibrant sphere of light, interwoven with strands that appeared both destructive and creative. Is this what you refer to as insight? It is captivating, yet I still cannot comprehend its intricacies, Mythia remarked. Her brow furrowed. This is the power of the laws I have comprehended. I have grasped 12 distinct laws in total: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, destruction, creation, life, space, purification, demon, and angel. These 12 laws, Li Xiaolong confessed, surprised by his ability to understand so many laws at once. Particularly, the laws of demon and angel, named after races, indirectly underscored the might of these two factions. Li Xiaolong, a member of the angel clan, understood that the demon law, as the counterpart to the angel law, should similarly govern the demon clan. However, this was not addressed in the original text, suggesting that future encounters with them were inevitable. You have comprehended such a multitude of laws while I remain utterly perplexed. This cannot continue. You must assist me in grasping these laws. I do not wish to drift too far from you. Even if I ascend to the 7th tier, I fear understanding the laws will remain elusive. You cannot abandon me to forge ahead alone. Upon witnessing Li Xiaolong's mastery of numerous laws, Mythia insisted on his guidance to comprehend them herself. Very well. I shall assist you. I will demonstrate the power of the laws daily to aid your understanding. As the softness of her arm brushed against him, Li Xiaolong felt his thoughts become somewhat disordered. Following this breakthrough, the disparity between them became increasingly apparent. Li Xiaolong was reluctant to see their differences widen, as the path of cultivation was destined to become increasingly solitary. Maifia was the only companion traversing this journey with him. However, once he lifted the seals within her bloodline, her potential would likely surge, diminishing their current gap. I must first ensure the well-being of the Zufu Lu clan, as I promised to create a new planet for them. A year has passed, and it is time to fulfill that promise. You should come and witness this. It will greatly benefit your understanding of the laws. Li Xiaolong hastily shifted the topic, realizing that the conversation could lead to more intimate moments. Gathering everyone together, he included all the members of the Li family village and those who had transcended dimensions under his command, culminating with the Zufu Lu clan. Pay close attention, as this will greatly benefit your martial arts in the future. In the expanse of the universe, within the habitable zone of a star, Li Xiaolong's voice resonated within the minds of the gathered. The previous planets within this habitable zone had been shattered into countless fragments, perhaps after millions of years. These remnants could coalesce to form a new planet. Li Xiaolong was poised to harness these materials to expedite the planet's formation. A radiant light emanated from his hands, enveloping the ring of fragments within the habitable zone. Countless shards traversed the void, converging before the assembly. As the fragments collided and compressed, the outline of a planet gradually emerged, accompanied by a formidable gravitational force that accelerated the gathering of debris. Quickly ascend this planet. It is time for it to become your mother star. Li Xiaolong conjured a portal before the Zufu Lu clan. They obediently entered the passage, encased in a divine light. As the newly formed planet lacked the strength to withstand the dangers of a lifeless celestial body. Next came the task of birthing life upon this planet, transforming it into a genuine world of existence. Observe closely and learn well. The divine light in Li Xiaolong's hands shifted once more. The laws of life, creation, and the 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, were unleashed, enveloping the entire lifeless planet with a rich force of laws, with the law of creation at its core, and the laws of life and the 5 elements as its foundation. Soon, a wave emanated from the planet's core, followed by rapid transformations upon its surface. The earth began to shroud itself in mist, giving rise to rivers, lakes, and oceans, and shortly thereafter, the emergence of diminutive flora was observed, followed by the appearance of larger vegetation. Chapter 31. The Attention of Wisdom? What is this wave? Someone has indeed forged a life-bearing planet. Wis's staff materialized in his hand, and Li Xiaolong, accompanied by his companions, conjured the imagery of a life planet in the vastness of space. Ah, this little fellow again. It is astonishing how much progress he has made in such a brief time. Indeed remarkable, perhaps even more ingenious than the primitive humans of ancient Earth. Wis gazed at Li Xiaolong's methods with a sense of disbelief. The deity of the universe, the king of all, is said to be the creator, yet he merely guides life to emerge on planets already capable of sustaining it, subsequently nurturing the birth of sentient beings. Unlike Li Xiaolong, who directly coalesces a lifeless planet into a vibrant life-bearing sphere. Could this young man be a remnant from ancient times? That seems implausible, after all. That was the handiwork of the one who directly engaged in creation, leaving no remnants. Wis's gaze drifted toward the palace of the king of all, his expression contemplative. This lad is destined to stir countless waves in the future. Ah well, the angels cannot intervene in cosmic affairs anyway. I might as well engage with him. I have heard that he previously sought out contact with Meruz, and his character seems commendable. Perhaps I shall take it upon myself to guide him. In due time, Lord Beerus may find himself with a worthy rival. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaolong, his creation of a life planet had captured Wis's attention, even igniting a desire within him to mentor the young man. At this moment, Li Xiaolong was but a final step away from completing the creation of the life planet before him. Initially, a vague deity had come into existence on this planet, and the last step was to awaken this divine entity. Just as a human's spirit governs the body, a planet too requires a similar essence to preside over it, which Li Xiaolong designated as God. The laws of creation and life converged at the planet's core. Boom! In the vacuum of the cosmos, all present seemed to hear a resounding echo. A profound wave radiated forth, not akin to a dimensional breakthrough. Yet it exerted a tremendous influence upon those within this cosmic space, significantly advancing their dimensional progress. particularly for Li Yun and the others, who were on the cusp of ascending from the 4th to the 5th tier. What would have ordinarily required decades of arduous effort now felt as though they had gained years of accumulation in mere moments due to this wave's impact. They surmised that a retreat of 1 or 2 years would suffice for their ascension. A sense of affection emanated from this nascent planet, a deep connection to its creator, Li Xiaolong, which felt akin to that of a parent toward a child. Such a sentiment had never been experienced on Earth. Could it be that the deity of Earth pales in comparison to the one I have forged? That seems unlikely. After all, the Dragon Ball Earth had birthed sentient life long ago. Might this new deity have encountered some calamity or suffering? Li Xiaolong, pondering the nature of this nascent god, resolved to investigate the situation on Earth upon his return. After the deity's birth, it instinctively sheltered the Zufu tribe, who had long inhabited the planet, regarding them as its own intelligent offspring. A series of peculiar waves flowed into these individuals, subtle yet gradually enhancing their innate talents. Li Xiaolong, accompanied by the others, descended upon this newly birthed planet, which was larger than Earth, with a gravitational force approximately 10 times that of Earth. However, for the denizens of this realm, such weight was negligible. You are reborn now, with a brand new mother planet. Thus, you may bid farewell to your former selves, leaving the past behind as you stride toward a magnificent future. Li Xiaolong resolved to bestow a new name upon the Zufu tribe. Mighty martial ancestor, please grant us a name for our tribe, a name for our mother star. Dr. Li Ji stepped forward, kneeling with utmost reverence. This new planet is conceived based on the principles of the 5 elements, endowed with life through the laws of creation and existence. Henceforth, let it be named the realm of the 5 elements. Since you have severed ties with your past, you shall henceforth be sheltered and influenced by the realm of the 5 elements. The 5 elements embody the essence of 5 virtues, the higher manifestations of the 5 elements. I hope you will forge ahead, leading the realm of the 5 elements toward the elevation of the 5 virtues. And you shall henceforth be known as the clan of the 5 virtues. Li Xiaolong reminisced about certain aspects of his previous life, harboring great hopes for the planet he had created and the clan of the 5 virtues. Thank you, martial ancestor. We shall certainly adhere to your teachings, tracing our roots and guiding the realm of the 5 elements toward the elevation of the realm of the 5 virtues. Doctor, Li Ji led the tribe in kneeling once more. What is this law? Why has it never been witnessed from ancient times to the present? Observing the 5 distinct yet formidable laws, which appeared to conflict with one another, he saw the young one harnessing these laws in a harmonious and perpetual manner, seemingly fundamental to the world's essence. Why had he never encountered them before? Destroying the divine realm, Vis mused, perplexed, as he watched Li Xiaolong employ the 5 elemental laws in creating the life-giving planet. Such principles had never before manifested. Li Xiaolong bequeathed numerous legacies to the clan of the 5 virtues, including the paramount longevity technique and the dimensional law, alongside his own creations regarding the 5 elements and 5 virtues. A premonition stirred within him. Perhaps the clan of the 5 virtues would surprise him in the future. Having completed these tasks, Li Xiaolong eagerly returned to Earth, intent on uncovering its mysteries. Why does the divine space of Earth lack the 5 elemental laws? Is it sealed? Or is there another reason? He resolved to investigate the conditions of other life-giving planets. In a profoundly enigmatic space within Earth, Li Xiaolong gazed curiously at the luminous orb before him. This orb represented Earth's essence, yet was currently in a state of seal, flickering uncertainly. Each planet's deity was birthed from this core essence, and upon arriving at this orb, Li Xiaolong discovered that the 5 elemental laws were conspicuously absent from Earth's essence. Employing secretive techniques, he summoned images of various planets, scrutinizing their core orbs, starting with those of the northern galaxy, followed by the other 3 regions, and finally the center of the galaxy. In this realm of Dragon Ball, it is astonishing to discover the absence of the 5 elements principle, or rather, that this principle does not constitute the foundation of the world. Instead, it lies concealed within all things, yet remains unexpressed. Li Xiaolong arrives at a surprising conclusion. It is well known that the 5 elements principle serves as a cornerstone for any world, even in the chronicles of his past life. Powerful beings who mastered a single principle would draw upon the external 5 elements to stabilize their creations, lest their worlds ultimately collapse. The absence of the five elements as a foundational element in the Dragon Ball universe elucidates why this world is prone to explosive phenomena, where even the weakest can usurp the bodies of the strong, alongside other peculiar occurrences, such as the emergence of parallel universes. The supreme ruler of the entire cosmic system, surprisingly, births its own counterpart during the creation of parallel universes. Li Xiaolong speculates that those unique worlds must possess some significant principles to support their existence, thereby preventing the birth of parallel universes. However, these remain mere conjectures, awaiting his personal validation. Chapter 32. Completing the Origin. The divine awakens. The creation of planets has indeed yielded abundant rewards. Henceforth, the development of the five virtues tribe will undoubtedly surpass the imagination of the world. Yet, since Earth lacks the five elements principle, it is imperative that I restore its origin to ensure the future advancement of humanity accelerates remarkably. In the realm of the origin, Li Xiaolong feels an exhilarating anticipation. Despite the immense toll this planetary creation has exacted on him, it pales in comparison to his discoveries. Those expenditures seem trivial by contrast. Although I am currently unable to contend with this seal, the task of restoring the origin is exceedingly simple, and doing so may weaken this seal, facilitating an easier unsealing process and saving considerable time. As the five elements converge, Li Xiaolong directly channels them into the origin of Earth, causing the very essence of the planet to bubble with life, as if awakening from slumber. Do you not feel an overwhelming comfort, as though you are about to soar? I too experience an exhilarating sensation, as if I am being elevated from within. Could it be that the martial ancestor has performed some significant act? I have heard whispers that upon his return, the martial ancestor has been engaged in endeavors greatly beneficial to Earth. At the moment Li Xiaolong is restoring the origin of Earth, a profound sense of elevation envelopes all humanity. Some individuals, long hindered by bottlenecks, experience immediate breakthroughs, while others, previously lacking sufficient accumulation, find their paths significantly expedited. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberates from the realm of origin, and in that instant, an ancient and profound aura emanates from it, accompanied by a unique divine resonance. As this sound resonates across the globe, a vast majority of humanity experiences monumental breakthroughs. In this fleeting moment, the native inhabitants of Earth witness the birth of thousands of first-tier warriors. The villagers of the Li family collectively transcend their limits, with Li Yun and 5 others breaking through to the 5th tier, while Li Xingqian and 12 others ascend to the 4th tier. And the remaining members of the Li family village all surpass the 3rd tier. Now, even excluding the residents of Li family village, Earth stands as an undeniably formidable planet within the cosmos, boasting 57 individuals at the 3rd tier, 107 at the 2nd tier, and 1,037 at the 1st tier. However, in the coming decades, the Earth's elite talents are unlikely to achieve significant breakthroughs. After all, the opportunities are limited, and the foundations they have built are nearly exhausted, requiring decades, if not centuries, to accumulate once more. Only genuine prodigies may experience any substantial advancement. In the primordial realm, Li Xiaolong and Myphia sat cross-legged, having just transcended to the 6th level, and unexpectedly, they ascended to the 7th level. This sudden advancement caught me off guard. I am left wondering how I will proceed, as it appears I may need to spend decades accumulating my strength. Myphia, clearly displeased with this progression, had only recently achieved the 6th level, and now, with this rapid leap, much of her foundational energy had been depleted. The disparity between her and Li Xiaolong was now stark, and it would likely be challenging for her to keep pace with him in the future. Do not worry, Xiaoya. I know of a remarkable place where you can swiftly regain your foundation, so there is no need for concern. Others seek breakthroughs, but lack the opportunity. Li Xiaolong assured her. The place he referred to was, of course, the hyperbolic time chamber, which he had forgotten until Myphia's complaints rekindled his memory. In the original Dragon Ball series, a single individual could only remain in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days. However, once one's strength reached the Super Saiyan 3 stage, they could forcibly transcend dimensions to exit, albeit at the cost of damaging the chamber, which would require time for Bu to repair. Given the current strength of the two, exiting would not pose a challenge, especially since Li Xiaolong intended to thoroughly study the chamber. What other place can offer such extraordinary effects? Myphia mused, always following Li Xiaolong wherever he went, unaware of the locations he knew. Within the Temple of the Gods, There existed a miraculous chamber where one could spend a year inside, while only a day elapsed outside. What do you think of this place? Li Xiaolong inquired, gently stroking my Fia's hair and smiling at her. What? Such a wondrous location exists? You must have forgotten about it, my Fia lamented. I indeed overlooked it. However, the hyperbolic time chamber has a drawback. An individual can only stay for 2 days. Yet, considering our current strength, we could break through the time limit and exit. Hence, now is the optimal time to enter. I also plan to allow others to accumulate strength within. Li Xiaolong revealed his strategy, having previously not considered this aspect. If he could rectify the chamber's limitations or discover a method to extend the time each person could spend inside, the rate at which strong individuals emerged on Earth would be astonishing. Unbeknownst to them, the gods throughout the universe were plunged into chaos. For the breakthrough frenzy initiated by Li Xiaolong was truly unprecedented. Even in ancient times, during the era of prodigies, such a simultaneous dimensional breakthrough was unheard of. Moreover, many had ascended to the 5th level, and it was known that those capable of self-advancing to this level would achieve great heights, potentially even reaching the level of destroyer gods. A transformation in the universe was imminent. This was the prevailing thought among the gods, and even Whis, the attendant of the destroyer gods, gazed astonished at the groundbreaking surge of breakthroughs occurring on Earth. What deeds has this little one performed? The Earthlings have been personally sealed by that individual. How could there be such a broad breakthrough? Why is there no trace of that little fellow? Whis gazed in disbelief at the images emanating from the staff. The surprises that Li Xiaolong had crafted for him today were truly numerous. It seems I must seek out this little one. Fortunately, Lord Beerus remains in slumber. A trip to Earth would surely go unnoticed by him. Ha. Whis swiftly navigated the cosmos in their exclusive mode of transportation. A remarkably potent angelic presence has emerged in the universe, and it is heading towards Earth. In our universe, only Whis and Merus are angels. Such a formidable angelic aura must belong to Whis. Given Li Xiaolong's current dimensional status, he qualifies as a mid-tier high deity, capable of sensing the unique aura of deities. Furthermore, angels embody the laws of their kind, and having comprehended these laws, he is particularly attuned to this aura. Xiaoya, a great deity has arrived in the universe. Let us go forth to welcome them. At this moment, both had successfully completed their breakthroughs and established stability. A great deity? Could it be the destroyer god or the supreme Kai you mentioned? In Myphia's mind, only these two deserve the title of great deity. No, this being surpasses them. This is the angel of our 7th universe, the mentor of the destroyer god, as well as his attendant. However, this great deity is exceptionally kind, unlike the destroyer god. Oh, the mentor of the destroyer god? I had no idea such a formidable being existed. This time, you must properly introduce me to all the great deities you know. Now that I have reached the 7th tier, I should be privy to such matters, shouldn't I? Myphia had long desired to learn about all the powerful beings that Li Xiaolong was aware of. Initially, she sensed that there was much information he had not shared with her, but she understood it was for her own good, so she refrained from inquiring. Now that she had broken through to the 7th tier, it was time to ask about these matters. Chapter 33. Whis' reminder. Very well. Once we have met this angel, I shall reveal everything to you. Li Xiaolong felt it was indeed time to discuss what he knew with Myphia. The two made their way to the void of space outside Earth, awaiting Whis' arrival. That little one's aura has re-emerged, astonishingly. There are still places in this universe that elude my detection. Sensing the return of Li Xiaolong's aura, Whis pondered thoughtfully. Whis traversed the cosmos at incredible speeds. Though not as convenient as instantaneous movement, his velocity was unmatched in the universe. The two did not wait long before a figure rapidly approached through the cosmic void. Apologies for the wait, esteemed ones. Whis arrived before them, initiating the conversation. Might I inquire the purpose of your esteemed visit, Whis? Please, allow me to invite you to my humble abode for a discussion. I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Li Xiaolong boldly extended the invitation, aware that anyone familiar with the original work would recognize that the two greatest food enthusiasts in the universe are Beerus and Whis. Since that is the case, I shall gladly accept your invitation. Upon hearing of the delicacies, Whis readily agreed without hesitation. Li Xiaolong did not give a moment's thought to how he knew his name. Previously, he had interacted with Myers, so it was entirely possible that he had learned it from her. Oh, how exquisite it was! The soft, sticky texture, the sweet and sour flavor. Oh dear! It was simply divine. I have never encountered such a plethora of delectable dishes in my lifetime. In the guest dining hall, Weiss indulged heartily, with the table laid out with a variety of sumptuous foods, and the staff continuously bringing forth more delights. Despite his voracious appetite, Weiss maintained an air of elegance, unlike the Saiyans who devoured their meals with reckless abandon. "Thank you for your generous hospitality. I apologize for my behavior," he chuckled. Finally satiated, Weiss followed Li Xiaolong to the tea room. Upon his arrival, Li Xiaolong noticed that Earth lacked tea. However, through his guidance over the years, the tea culture on Dragon Ball Earth had flourished, resembling aspects of his former life. "I never imagined you to be such an aficionado of life's pleasures, with not only a bounty of culinary delights, but also fine tea," Weiss remarked as he savored the brew in his hand. "Since you enjoy it, I shall prepare some for you to take back, and you are welcome to visit my Earth any time to relish the delicacies," Li Xiaolong offered, eager to win favor with such a formidable being. Not to mention, the wisdom and teachings from Weiss could immensely benefit Earth. "Oh, thank you, Xiaolong. I appreciate it," Weiss replied, though his body betrayed his words. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Lord Weiss?" Li Xiaolong finally ventured to ask. Now that Weiss had dined to his satisfaction. "Xiaolong, would you be interested in studying with me for a time?" Weiss inquired directly. "Excuse me?" Li Xiaolong was taken aback. In the original narrative, Goku and Vegeta had sought Weiss's tutelage, lured by the promise of exquisite cuisine. "Since you are aware of my existence, you must also know about the god of destruction. Your current strength is but a fraction, insufficient even compared to Lord Beerus. Should Beerus awaken one day, who knows what might transpire?" Weiss observed Li Xiaolong's silence and assumed he was hesitant or unwilling, prompting him to mention Beerus as a motivator. "I accept, Lord Weiss. It would be an honor to be your student. I hope that Xiaoya may also benefit from your guidance," Li Xiaolong quickly added, not wishing for Weiss to overlook Mafia. Weiss mentioned that his strength was less than 1/10,000th of Beerus's, likely referring to Beerus's ordinary state. The gap would surely be even greater in his god of destruction form. Li Xiaolong was aware of his current capabilities. In the original narrative, even Super Saiyan Blue Goku, though stronger than he was now, was said by Weiss to be capable of keeping Beerus entertained. Following this breakthrough, their respective battle powers were as follows. Li Xiaolong, battle power 450 trillion, psychic power 400 trillion. Mafia, battle power 390 trillion, 430 trillion. Li Xiaolong speculates that Beerus's base combat power is likely at the level of Jing, 10 to the 16th power, and Guy, 10 to the 20th power. Once he assumes his god of destruction form, the disparity may multiply by at least 10,000 times. In the original work, Goku's Super Saiyan Blue is approximately 2,100 trillion, while Vegeta's is around 1,650 trillion. Although both are stronger than his base form, the enhancement Li Xiaolong creates with his Dharma body is a different matter. Moreover, considering Li Xiaolong currently masters various laws, if Goku fails to comprehend these laws, no matter how formidable his combat power, he would be utterly defeated before someone who has grasped them. This is also why Whis compares him to Beerus rather than treating him as a mere plaything. Whis perceives Li Xiaolong's significant progress in the path of laws, and Li Xiaolong directly masters 12 different laws. Of course, Xiaoya is also an extraordinary genius, and it is my privilege to guide such a disciple. Maifia's talent is now among the finest in the universe. Even the legendary Saiyans or the Frozen Demon Clan cannot rival her current abilities. With this matter concluded, I must offer you a warning, Xiaolong. Whis suddenly approached with a grave demeanor, a seriousness Li Xiaolong had never witnessed in the original narrative. "Oh, please, Lord Whis, do not hesitate." Upon seeing this, both Li Xiaolong and Maifia treated the matter with utmost seriousness, awaiting Whis's continuation. "Xiaolong, are you aware of the ancient history of your Earth? Or are you currently in pursuit of this knowledge?" Whis continued to inquire. "I have little understanding of ancient matters, but based on the fragments I know, I can deduce that ancient Earth was quite splendid, though I am unaware of the reasons for its decline." Li Xiaolong refrained from disclosing all he knew, such as the seals of Earth's primordial space and the bloodline seals within its inhabitants, as these matters involve powers at the level of the High Priest, and even pointed to the Omni King. "You are correct in your speculation. In ancient times, Earth was extraordinarily magnificent, arguably the most powerful race in the universe. Unfortunately, due to some insurmountable reasons, it faced destruction, and the current inhabitants of Earth are the descendants of those ancient beings." Whis's expression revealed a sense of nostalgia. Yet he did not disclose the reasons behind ancient Earth's decline. What a pity. However, my ambition is to restore the ancient glory of Earth. I wonder, Lord Whis, what insights might you offer on this matter? Li Xiaolong proactively threw out a bait. I have come to offer you a caution. Your Earth now shines too brightly, which is not a favorable situation. Ancient Earth was far stronger than you are now, yet it was still obliterated in the annals of history, Whis remarked gravely. There is much I cannot elaborate on, but it would be wise for you to temper your brilliance. Otherwise, unnecessary attention may be drawn to you. I hope you grasp my meaning. Whis looked meaningfully at Li Xiaolong. Thank you for your warning, Lord Whis. I understand and will take heed. Li Xiaolong was engulfed in a myriad of speculations regarding Weiss's words. On one hand, he pondered the grandeur of Earth's ancient past, suggesting that even the current might of Earth pales in comparison to its former strength. It was likely that during that epoch, formidable beings of at least the 10th tier, perhaps even those of 12th tier or higher, roamed the planet. On the other hand, he surmised that the decline of ancient Earth could have been precipitated by assaults from ancient demonic gods, possibly inciting even the intervention of the Supreme King. He harbored suspicions that the seals within Earth's essence, as well as the bloodline of its inhabitants, were remnants left by the Supreme King. Moreover, he conjectured that the gaze Weiss referred to might belong to the very demonic entities that besieged Earth in antiquity, and he even speculated that the Supreme King's attention might be among them. It became evident that Earth must be shrouded in secrecy henceforth. Otherwise, attracting the attention of such powerful beings could spell utter catastrophe. All of his years of effort would be rendered futile, and he feared that both he and Xiaoyao would be unable to escape calamity. As Li Xiaolong contemplated this, he realized that his previous plan to have Earth's powerful beings accumulate breakthroughs within the spirit time room would require re-evaluation, prompted by Weiss's warning. As long as you are aware, I shall not intrude further upon your affairs. I must leave without being discovered by Lord Beerus, for his wrath would be formidable. Weiss chuckled, having indulged himself and completed his tasks, preparing to return to the realm of destruction. Lord Weiss, please accept this small token of my appreciation, an assortment of delicacies from Earth. Additionally, I sincerely invite you to visit our planet often, Li Xiaolong said, presenting a gift box containing 10 universal capsules. Over the past 2 years, under Li Xiaolong's unwavering support, Bulma had finally succeeded in developing the universal capsule this year. Though mass production remained elusive and the costs were prohibitively high, currently, Bulma was diligently researching methods to enhance production efficiency and reduce costs. Thank you, Xiaolong. Once you have everything arranged, feel free to visit the realm of destruction. I assure you it will not disappoint, Weiss replied, noting that Li Xiaolong's treatment was far superior to that of Goku and his companions. I will expedite my affairs and seek Lord Weiss's guidance shortly, Li Xiaolong expressed, harboring great anticipation for the realm of destruction. Xiaoyan, summon all those who have surpassed the first tier on Earth. I have significant news to announce. Li Xiaolong instructed after Weiss's departure. Understood, I will attend to it immediately, Xiaoyan replied, sensing the gravity of the situation. Having just met the esteemed deity, she anticipated a major development connected to him. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are curious about the purpose of this gathering. I will now disclose that a crisis is upon us. Deities in the universe have taken notice of our Earth, in a venue spacious enough to accommodate thousands. Li Xiaolong occupied the principal seat. What kind of deity could this be, that even the martial ancestor requires our assembly? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices at this revelation. Silence. Li Xiaoyan commanded with authority to restore order. There is not merely one deity fixated on our Earth. Each of these entities vastly surpasses me in strength, which is precisely why I have convened you all. What? How can such deities exist in the universe? Far exceeding even the martial ancestor? Does this mean our Earth is devoid of hope? Indeed, do we still harbor hope? Even the esteemed Master Wu cannot withstand such forces. How could it come to this? Our Earth, under Master Wu's leadership, had begun to show signs of improvement, yet it has now attracted the attention of such formidable beings. However, let not despair take root. We still possess the time to grow stronger. I shall stand as a barrier against these deities, while their subordinates are yours to face. Li Xiaolong's voice resonated with a calming effect, instantly soothing the crowd. Now let me outline my plans. Henceforth, all individuals who achieve the 4th tier or higher must proceed to the temporal sanctum. You shall become the foundation of our Earth, and the sanctum will offer you a rare opportunity for introspection and growth. This decision was made by Li Xiaolong after careful contemplation. The transition from 4th tier to 5th tier necessitates significant time for cultivation, and those below the 4th tier shall not attract the attention of these deities. The temporal sanctum is a unique space within the divine hall, where 1 year inside equates to merely a day outside. This represents our opportunity. You can diligently refine your skills and deepen your foundations there, and when the time comes, I intend to astonish the gods. Li Xiaolong refrained from divulging the ancient history of Earth to these individuals, as most of it was based on his conjectures, and such knowledge could adversely affect their resolve. Thank you for your assistance, Divine One, Li Xiaolong addressed the deity beside him. All the powerful beings on Earth had gathered, with the deity seated on the podium. Mephia was positioned to Li Xiaolong's left, while the deity occupied his right, separated only by Li Yun. It is worth noting that the current deity is vastly different from their former self. They have ascended to the 5th tier and awakened the power of the dragon god. This awakening has enhanced the Dragon Balls, which can now grant 3 wishes, far surpassing the capabilities described in the original texts. The deity's combat prowess has reached an astounding 200 billion, surpassing even Li Yun and his companions. Currently, Li Yun and the others have all attained the 5th tier, with their combat powers as follows: Li Yun, 160 billion, Li Hao, 160 billion, Li Xian, 160 billion, Li Zhongqian, 180 billion, Li Zhongquan, 180 billion, Li Zhongshu, 180 billion, Li Xingqian, Li Xinghui, Li Xingyu, and Li Xingyun. Swiftly conclude your current tasks and follow me to the temporal sanctum. In recent years, Li Yun and his companions have entrusted the management of primary affairs to Li Xingqian and the other 12, while they have remained in the background to correct errors and provide strategic support. However, this phase of the universe has not seen many powerful beings emerge. Had it not been for Li Xiaolong's restoration of Earth's essence, all 12 would have broken through to the 4th tier, and he had intended for them to manage significant matters for several more years. Li Xiaolong did not hesitate. After all members of the Li family village are now above the 3rd tier, not counting the new members added over the years. It is indeed time for them to undergo trials and shoulder the responsibilities of cosmic affairs. Moreover, the 57 individuals who have ascended to the 3rd tier of Earth are to be entrusted by Li Xiaolong with roles in the governance of both Earth and the cosmos. After all, the inhabitants of Li family village are destined to tread the path of elite distinction. Furthermore, the numbers of the Li family village folk remain relatively sparse in the vast universe. Thus, the involvement of Earthlings, Namekians, Adaltrians, and Metamorans will be indispensable moving forward. In Chapter 35, titled The Laws of Time, it is noted that the Namekians, Adaltrians, and Metamorans are our allied partners, with whom cooperation has previously been established. In the future, some of them will also venture into the room of spirit and time, ensuring that you will not suffer from solitude during your stay. Li Xiaolong intends to properly prepare the room of spirit and time before embarking on a journey to Namek, Adaltria, and Metamor. Given that Earth's remarkable ascension has attracted the attention of the gods, Li Xiaolong plans to divert this attention. He intends to restore the primordial essence of these 3 planets, thus drawing a significant portion of the divine gaze. As for the formidable beings of the 3-star tier, Li Xiaolong has resolved to administer them in a manner akin to that of Earth, except for the Grand Elder, who plays an indispensable role in the narrative. Any formidable being of 4 stars or above must be directed to the room of spirit and time. However, Li Xiaolong's initial step is to transform the room of spirit and time. In the original narrative, the atmosphere there is thin, oppressively hot, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, and gravitational force being 10 times that of Earth, all within a space as vast as Earth itself. In such conditions, individuals with fragile willpower and scattered focus are prone to hallucinations. Nevertheless, this poses little challenge to those of 4 stars and above. According to the original tale, a maximum of 2 individuals could enter simultaneously, and Goku, during his youth, endured a month before succumbing to its rigors. Yet an individual may only enter for a cumulative total of 2 days throughout their lifetime, not in terms of frequency, but rather the actual time spent inside. Goku once stated that a single individual could only occupy 2 days of time in the room, although as long as the 2-year threshold is not reached, one may enter and exit without limitation. By the time of the Beerus saga, either Dandy or Mr. Popo had made modifications, allowing 4 individuals to enter at once. as opposed to the original limit of 2. In Dragon Ball Super, Goku and Vegeta spent 5 years within, with normal ingress and egress. Vegeta explained that this was due to Bulma's repairs and subsequent enhancements to the room. With Li Xiaolong's current formidable prowess, he is capable of far more than Bulma and her companions ever achieved. Li Xiaolong directly led everyone to the temple, and upon sensing the exterior of the room of spirit and time, he discovered that even he could not probe its internal conditions, suggesting that any breakthroughs occurring within could remain concealed. He also intended to establish a concealed formation within, one that he comprehended after breaking through to the 6th tier and grasping the laws, specifically an array of concealment. Li Xiaolong planned to set up multiple layers of formations within the room of spirit and time, followed by several more layers enveloping its exterior. Under the triple assurance, there is undoubtedly no room for error, as the powerful beings of Earth diligently cultivate within the time chamber. The attention of the divine is irresistibly drawn to the allure of the 3 stars. Please wait a moment while I make some modifications. Li Xiaolong stepped directly into the chamber. Upon entry, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere that was thin and oppressively warm. However, such an environment posed no challenge to him. With a glimmer of divine light in his eyes, he swiftly identified the key to control and altered it through the laws of creation, thereby eliminating any restrictions on the number of individuals this space could accommodate. Come in, everyone. I intend to transform this space, and your observation will undoubtedly benefit your future cultivation. With the power of the laws at his command, Li Xiaolong found the task of reshaping this realm to be remarkably simple. Soon, thousands lined up to enter this extraordinary space, and upon arrival, they were met with the same suffocating atmosphere. Those of the 1st tier felt some effects, while those above the 2nd tier were largely unaffected. Pay close attention and learn well. Once everyone had entered, the divine light of the laws flickered in Li Xiaolong's hands, centering on the spatial laws. And using the laws of creation and the 5 elements as a foundation, the space, originally comparable in size to Earth, expanded rapidly, soon becoming nearly 100 times larger. Although his abilities could further enlarge this space, it would be in vain. It was already sufficiently vast for an extended period. With a flick of his hand, a formation was established, dividing the space into 2 distinct parts, one remaining as it was, while the other constituted the newly added area. This division was the result of careful consideration. The original segment was allocated for the main characters, while the newly created part would serve as the domain for those under Li Xiaolong's command. However, just as Li Xiaolong completed this action, he stood still with his eyes closed, emanating a sensation of time flowing. In one moment, time moved forward, and in the next, it seemed to rewind. Brother Long, are you all right? Li Yun and the others, observing Li Xiaolong's demeanor, speculated that the recent transformation had drained him. Don't approach. My Fia, however, recognized Li Xiaolong's state and intervened, preventing Li Yun and the others from advancing. Understanding that he was on the verge of comprehending a new law, she couldn't help but feel envious of Li Xiaolong's talent. Though she too was of the 7th tier, she found herself powerless in the face of his command over the laws. Despite her attempts to seek his guidance in comprehending the laws, her progress had been painfully slow. Boom! A torrent of temporal energy surged forth, sweeping over the gathered individuals, inducing a sense of temporal disarray among them. The law of time. Li Xiaolong gazed in disbelief at his hands, where a mysterious golden light manifested as a new law. Congratulations, martial ancestor, on comprehending the law of time. The crowd heard Li Xiaolong's declaration clearly and responded with deep bows, expressing their gratitude. After comprehending the laws of time, I am capable of accelerating the temporal flow within the mind-time chamber, potentially increasing it tenfold. I urge you to observe closely, for perhaps one among you may grasp the principles I have mastered. Upon his realization of the time laws, Li Xiaolong discerned the intricacies of the mind-time chamber. At its core lies a temporal essence, composed of nearly perfect laws of time. Prior to this understanding, he was unable to perceive its existence. But now he surmises that this core has existed for billions of years. This essence has maintained the temporal stability of this space for eons. And despite the degradation over time, it still upholds a ratio of 1 year to 1 year with the external world. It is likely that when the mind-time chamber was first created, the ratio was at least a century, if not a millennium. Li Xiaolong's ability to accelerate the flow of time to a decade is attributed to the fact that he has achieved a minor mastery of the laws. After grasping these laws, he categorized his understanding into 4 stages: entry, minor mastery, great mastery, and perfection. The 13 laws he has comprehended have all transcended the entry stage to attain minor mastery. His task now is to supplement the temporal essence with the laws of time. With his minor mastery as a reinforcement, the flow of time within the mind time chamber can revert to a decades ratio. Chapter 36. Completing the 3-star Origins. The laws of time continuously infused into the core, swiftly restoring the temporal flow within this space to a decades ratio. Does Xiaoya possess an innate talent for the laws of time? She seems to have gained some understanding. While Li Xiaolong was channeling the laws into the core, his gaze wandered over the crowd, pondering whether anyone might possess a gift for the laws of time. To his surprise, there indeed was someone, his partner, Mei Fia. This realization brought him great joy, for he wished to avoid witnessing her sorrow as he advanced further along his path. Observing Mei Fia's aptitude for the laws of time filled him with genuine happiness. Upon noticing Li Xiaolong's gaze, Mei Fia nodded in affirmation of his speculation. As the laws began to operate once more, Li Xiaolong prepared to transform the newly created space into an environment akin to Earth. However, this endeavor proved far more challenging than creating a planet, as there were no materials available for him to coalesce. He would have to rely solely on his ability to conjure from the void. The creative laws set in motion, and within the emptiness, materials began to materialize according to Li Xiaolong's will, predominantly resembling all substances found on Earth. The laws of the 5 elements, space, and life harmoniously functioned, gradually forming a planet even larger than Earth. Rivers, lakes, and oceans emerged, alongside verdant fields, mountains, and forests, culminating in a scene brimming with vitality. Li Xiaolong projected the sun and moon from the external world into this space through a formation, ensuring that this planet would experience seasonal changes akin to those of the outside world. Upon completing these tasks, Li Xiaolong felt an overwhelming weakness. The act of creation was far more arduous than destruction. Conjuring such a planet from nothingness had nearly exhausted his physical strength, whereas demolishing it would be a mere flick of his wrist. "Are you all right?" Mei Fia swiftly stepped forward to assist, noticing that Li Xiaolong had just stumbled slightly. "I'm fine. It's merely a result of excessive exertion. A single elixir will suffice." An elixir materialized in his hand, and after consuming it, Li Xiaolong was rejuvenated once more. However, the elixir had little significant effect on him at this stage. It was primarily useful for restoring stamina, with little efficacy against injuries inflicted by the laws of the universe. Previously, Li Xiaolong had conducted an experiment on himself, inflicting a wound using the laws. He found that consuming the elixir had no effect on that particular injury. Only after retracting the laws and eliminating their influence did the elixir heal the wound. Under Li Xiaolong's guidance and the relentless efforts of the cat immortal, many elixirs had been cultivated over the years. Li Xiaolong planned to modify the elixirs once his current endeavors were completed. His intention was to create elixirs capable of healing injuries caused by the laws, as he would inevitably encounter formidable foes who had grasped those very laws. Although he could combat them with his own mastery, his subordinates would not be as fortunate. Moreover, over the years, Li Xiaolong had occasionally contemplated the mass production of elixirs. However, most of his time had been devoted to seclusion, studying martial arts secrets and other matters, which left the concept of mass-producing elixirs largely unaddressed. Though he had gathered some insights, this planet will henceforth be a foundation for Earth, Namek, Adrat, and Medum. I shall name it Hidden Essence Star. I hope you all cultivate diligently to achieve the greatness that awaits. We shall diligently heed the martial ancestors' decree and strive to fulfill your expectations. The gathered individuals responded with deep bows. The construction of this place shall be entrusted to you. Once the concealment array is arranged, I will accompany Mei Fia directly to Namek. Long time no see, Great Elder, Li Xiaolong greeted. It has been a while, martial ancestor. What brings you here this time? The Great Elder, now rejuvenated, appeared even more imposing. I trust you are aware of the recent surge of individuals breaking through dimensions on Earth. That was a consequence of my efforts to restore its essence. I am here to accomplish the same for Namek. Although Namek, Adrat, and Medum were all under Li Xiaolong's command, he still accorded them the respect they deserved. Thank you, martial ancestor. Though the Great Elder appears more dignified now, the warmth in his demeanor remains unchanged. Without further ado, Li Xiaolong led Mei Fia into the essence space of Namek. Under normal circumstances, Even celestial beings would fail to detect the essence space of a planet. This was a prime example. The reason Li Xiaolong could enter was due to his comprehension of the five elements law, which he had integrated into a singular, authentic form, an unprecedented law in this realm. By merging the five elements law with the space law, Li Xiaolong discovered the essence space and gained entry, bringing Maifia along to witness his restoration of essence and to aid her in enhancing her foundation. In truth, Li Xiaolong had intended to bring the Great Elder and Slag into the essence space as well, but he discovered that their dimensional levels were inadequate to endure its pressure. Forcing them inside would have resulted in severe damage to their souls and a complete collapse of their physical forms. As the five elements law operated, Li Xiaolong cautiously infused it into the source of Namek. The reason for his meticulousness was that he discerned the source of Namek to be significantly weaker than that of Earth. Although Earth's source was sealed, it remained inherently powerful. However, despite Namek's source being inferior, it contained certain laws absent on Earth, one of which radiated an imposing draconic aura. Li Xiaolong speculated that this was the Dragon God Law. While he infused the five elements law, he simultaneously comprehended this powerful law. Soon, the source of Namek was restored. Yet Li Xiaolong remained motionless, seemingly entranced. How infuriating. Is Xiaolong about to comprehend a new law again? Truly, comparison breeds envy. Why can't I grasp even a single law? Observing Li Xiaolong's state, Maifia felt a blend of joy and envy, pouting as she watched him. In stark contrast to the tranquil source space, Namek was enveloped in a different spectacle. With the source restored, the Namekians were engulfed in a frenzy of breakthroughs. Strange fluctuations emanated from Namek, rippling throughout the universe. The Grand Elder, Slag, Nasha, and five others at the first tier, after breaking through to the second tier, surged forward to the third tier, achieving their breakthroughs swiftly. Moreover, around 200 others among the Namekians ascended to the first tier. These waves of energy soon spread across the cosmos, drawing the attention of the gods. Another collective breakthrough in dimensions. Could this be the handiwork of Xiaolong, the god of destruction? Whis murmured as he observed the scene through his staff. The frenzy of breakthroughs concluded swiftly, with everyone gathering at the Grand Elder's location, eagerly anticipating Li Xiaolong's emergence from the source space. A resonant sound erupted from Li Xiaolong, prompting Maifia to gaze at him with anticipation. Awakening from his meditation, a law coalesced in his hand, exuding a faint draconic presence. Indeed, it was the Dragon God Law. It seemed that the might of the Dragon God was substantial enough to bear his name as a law. Xiaolong, your name contains dragon, and now you have comprehended the Dragon God Law. What a remarkable fate. Indeed, it is truly extraordinary. In his past life, he was a descendant of dragons. Though the dragons of this world bore no relation to the divine dragons of his former existence, perhaps being mere reflections of them. Chapter 37. The God of Destruction S. Realm of. Once this matter concludes, you must assist me wholeheartedly in comprehending the law of time, Maifia declared, arms crossed and voice huffy. Very well, I shall ensure you grasp the law of time this time. Li Xiaolong understood Maifia's impatience. After all, he had already comprehended 14 laws, including the synthesized five elements law that made 15. Let us depart now, lest they grow anxious. Even without sensing from the source space, one could ascertain all occurrences on the planet. Moreover, with a mere thought, one could appear anywhere on the planet. Though limited to this celestial body, it was inherently superior to instantaneous movement. We express our heartfelt gratitude to Lord Wuju. The Namekians bowed deeply in appreciation. Your diligent cultivation is the best form of gratitude to me. There is no need for such formalities. Observing the individuals he has nurtured ascend to greater realms, Li Xiaolong is filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. It is no wonder that some are enamored with cultivation plans. After conferring with the elder, they devised a strategy for those ascending to the fourth tier and beyond to enter the time chamber. Naturally, the elder, as a pivotal figure, would first unlock Goku's potential before proceeding. Presently, Li Xiaolong's words resonate with divine authority on Namek, for every endeavor he undertakes yields immense benefits for them. And as his subordinates, they would not reject his proposals. Following the affairs on Namek, the two proceeded directly to Adrat Star, and subsequently to Metamor Star. Once the primal sources of both celestial bodies were restored, the trio of Mor, Silesia, and Galt on Adrat Star, along with 3 previous first-tier individuals, similarly ascended to the third tier, while approximately 200 first-tier beings also emerged. Likewise, Metamor's star bore the same outcome, yielding around 200 first-tier beings, including the chieftain, Angzera, Melior, and the previous 2 first-tier individuals, all advancing to the 3rd tier. The formidable strength of the 3rd tier now holds a significant standing within the cosmos. However, Namek, with the existence of Shrag, remains far ahead of others at the 2nd tier, thanks to Shrag's exceptional innate talent and formidable prowess even before his cultivation. Indeed, the wave of breakthroughs resulting from the restoration of the 3rd tier's primal sources captured the attention of the vast majority of deities, leaving even Whis uncertain whether these events were orchestrated by Li Xiaolong, merely harboring suspicions in his heart. Similarly, Li Xiaolong communicated the matters concerning the Time Chamber to both the Adrat and Metamor clans, and both factions unanimously expressed their approval. Furthermore, before departing, Li Xiaolong took most of the elevated warriors with him. Although communication between Earth and the 3 clans had occurred over the years, with a few individuals participating in cosmic governance, this represented merely a handful. In the future, a significant number of these individuals would undoubtedly engage in the governance of the cosmos, and Li Xiaolong's return to Earth was intended to facilitate their adaptation. He entrusted the group to Li Xingqian and others, who were in the midst of a transition, thus ensuring arrangements for the 3 clans. Meanwhile, he and Myphia entered the Time Chamber, where the laws of time were dense, and with his application of the time laws, he believed Myphia would soon comprehend them. Before long, a day had passed outside, yet within the Time Chamber, a decade had elapsed. After 10 years of relentless effort, during which Li Xiaolong consistently demonstrated the laws of time to Myphia, the heavens reward the diligent. Finally, in the 9th year within the Time Chamber, Myphia grasped the laws of time. The subsequent year was devoted to Li Xiaolong's practice alongside her, deepening her understanding and application of the laws, moving beyond mere rudimentary manipulation. Throughout these 10 years, Li Xiaolong's mastery of various laws also progressed rapidly, although he had yet to achieve full mastery. He sensed that he was nearing the zenith of his understanding. Xiaoya, let us venture to the realm of destruction to seek Whis. He is indeed a rare and invaluable mentor. In the short term, neither of them anticipated significant breakthroughs, and Li Xiaolong resolved to seek the guidance of Whis in the realm of destruction. It is indeed a blessing to have such a master to guide you. Surely, you will reap immense rewards in due time. With your newfound insights, you will also be able to lead your followers to greatness. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that you must first impart your knowledge to me. Myphia has utterly succumbed to Li Xiaolong's perceptiveness. The realms of the god of destruction, the king of worlds, and the underworld are all on a different tier from the mortal realm, or rather, they exist in another dimension altogether. For ordinary humans, reaching these realms is virtually impossible. For instance, when Goku initially sought to meet North Kai on King Kai's planet, he could only reach it after passing through the Serpent Road of the underworld following his death. Only after sensing the energy of King Kai could he teleport to that location instantaneously. However, these dimensional spaces within the universe are utterly transparent to Li Xiaolong, who has grasped the laws of space. With his understanding of the angelic laws, the aura of Whis shines like a beacon in the dark night. He effortlessly teleports alongside Myphia to Whis' side. Upon sensing the spatial fluctuations and recognizing the presence of Li Xiaolong and Myphia, Whis remains unfazed, elegantly savoring the delicacies he holds. Master Whis appears quite content, while Li Xiaolong and Myphia take seats opposite him without reservation. The cuisine from Earth is truly exquisite. I have not encountered such delectable dishes in billions of years, Whis exclaims, relishing his meal. The culinary culture of Earth has evolved significantly from that depicted in the original text. It has now integrated the culinary traditions brought by Li Xiaolong from the Dragon Kingdom, developing predominantly around this influence. In the original narrative, Earth's culinary culture was primarily represented by the foot basin chicken. Although this cuisine is largely derived from the Dragon Kingdom, it merely scratches the surface. Each of the 8 major culinary schools of the Dragon Kingdom could easily surpass the culinary offerings of the entire world. Do you perceive the distinctions between the realm of destruction and the universe? Whis inquires, setting aside his empty food container. Indeed, there is a palpable difference. The essence of the world is more potent and wild here, and while the laws are concealed in the universe, they are vibrantly active within the realm of destruction. You are indeed correct. This is a unique advantage possessed by the divine. However, as the 2 polar opposites of the universe, Both the God of Destruction and the King of Worlds bear their respective responsibilities to manage the cosmos. True enough, both the King of Worlds and the God of Destruction have their duties. Yet, it seems that Lord Beerus is somewhat lacking in his responsibilities. Shouldn't Lord Whis take a moment to oversee him? Li Xiaolong jestingly remarks, casting a teasing glance at Whis. Oh ho ho ho, Xiaolong. You seem to know quite a bit. Speaking ill of Lord Beerus behind his back may provoke his wrath. When he awakens, you may find yourself in quite a predicament. I would love to witness your spar with Lord Beerus. Surely, such a formidable deity as Lord Beerus would not hold a grudge against me. I too look forward to a contest with him. To be honest, it will be quite some time before Lord Beerus awakens. And I am genuinely curious about the extent of strength possessed by the most powerful being among the gods of destruction. Chapter 38. Mastery of the Laws. I wonder to what degree Lord Beerus has mastered the law of destruction. My curiosity about Beerus's progress in the laws is quite piqued. Oh, how intriguing. The destructive laws of Lord Beerus are indeed at an unparalleled level. To transcend them would usher one into an entirely different realm. In response to Li Xiaolong's inquiry, Whis generously provided insight. To reach a point where no further advancement is possible signifies a state of perfection. Li Xiaolong murmured to himself, contemplating the notion. It is no wonder that the God of Destruction is deemed the strongest in the universe. With such perfected laws of destruction, it appears I must exert myself even more. My current grasp of the law of time is merely at an introductory level, and I am still far from the stature of Lord Beerus. Upon hearing that Beerus' mastery of destructive laws is flawless, Myphia was somewhat taken aback, yet filled with motivation. Her current ambition is to closely follow in Li Xiaolong's footsteps and achieve the strength of Beerus in the shortest time possible. Myphia knows Li Xiaolong well. She is confident that he will soon reach, or even surpass Beerus. The classification of perfection is indeed apt. And Whis concurs with Li Xiaolong's assessment of the realms of law. I wonder what levels the other gods of destruction across the universes hold. As the mightiest of them all, it is reasonable to assume that they possess a significant mastery of destructive laws. After Li Xiaolong elucidated his classification of the laws, he felt curious about the levels of the other gods of destruction. You guessed correctly. Most of the other gods of destruction are indeed at a substantial level of mastery, though a few are only at a minor stage, having recently ascended to their roles. Moreover, their talents do not match yours. Thus, it can be said that you already possess the strength of a god of destruction. This pertains solely to the realm of law. As for combat prowess, that is another matter entirely, as they have trained for at least millions of years. To temper any potential arrogance in Li Xiaolong, Whis added this final remark. Who would have thought that Xiaoya would grasp the law so swiftly, particularly the law of time? You two are truly the most gifted individuals I have encountered in these countless eons. Whis was genuinely astonished by Myphia's understanding of the law of time. Following that event, Lord Zeno made adjustments throughout the entire universe, and considering they are both Earthlings, their achievements in such a brief period are indeed remarkable. Whis reflected on certain ancient occurrences. I wonder how Lord Whis plans to instruct us. Our primary purpose in the realm of destruction is to receive guidance from Whis for the two of us. Oh, how eager you are to become stronger, Xiaolong. Fear not, for I have already devised a targeted training regimen for you both. The original narrative provides scant insight into the realm of destruction, but upon Li Xiaolong's arrival, he discovered its vastness and the many profound mysteries it holds. Under Whis's guidance, the trio approached a swirling vortex that resembled a black hole, continuously expelling a kaleidoscope of colors. A tempestuous energy assaulted them, accompanied by chaotic laws. Even Bu would quickly be consumed by such tumultuous forces. This shall be your training ground. You can sense it, the violent energy and laws here. This is the very core of the realm of destruction, the wellspring from which the universe can thrive. In the realm of destruction and the realm of the gods, there exists a singular location at the cosmic poles. This place perpetually absorbs the chaotic energy and erratic laws from beyond the universe, transforming them before disseminating them back into the cosmos, thus facilitating its continuous growth and evolution. Your mission is to transmute this volatile energy and refine the tumultuous laws present here. Whis has devised a training regimen aimed at enhancing both of your mastery of the laws and your dimensional realms. In this prime source of cosmic energy, the aim is to refine the chaotic energy into a gentler form, significantly deepening your understanding of energy, which in turn will catalyze your ascension to higher dimensions. The refinement of these chaotic laws offers manifold benefits. Not only will it allow you to gain insights into the laws, but it will also elevate your mastery directly upon completion of the refinement. However, do not rejoice too prematurely. Once you achieve mastery of the laws, you can no longer rely on the refinement of external laws for advancement. Your growth will depend solely on your own comprehension. Fortunately, transforming these chaotic laws into gentle and orderly ones will indeed aid your understanding. Just as Li Xiaolong was preparing for a vigorous endeavor, Whis doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. He had assumed he could continuously refine these laws until they reached perfection. Yet, how can one expect such ease in the world? With my level of insight, achieving perfection in the laws should not pose a significant challenge. Li Xiaolong understood Whis' point. Otherwise, how could those gods of destruction, after eons, not reach the pinnacle of mastery? This place is indeed quite profound. I shall contemplate its intricacies and bring my insights back to the hyperbolic time chamber, enabling my subordinates to accumulate their foundation more swiftly. Upon entering this realm, Li Xiaolong immediately sensed its profundity. Following Whis' explanations, he contemplated how to replicate this model within the hyperbolic time chamber, confident that it would significantly accelerate the accumulation of dimensional foundations among his followers, potentially leading to the emergence of powerful law comprehenders. Do your best. I shall indulge in culinary delights, Whis declared, leaving the two to their training while he ventured off to savor exquisite dishes. Li Xiaolong understood Whis' disposition. After all, with infinite lifespan and immense power, seeking progress would take eons, and one must find diversions during such lengthy intervals. Time flew swiftly, and soon 4 years had passed. During these years, Li Xiaolong and Mythia traversed between Earth and the realm of destruction, during which he also established a formation within the hyperbolic time chamber akin to that of the realm of destruction, designed to draw energy and laws from beyond the universe. However, due to his own limitations, it lacked the potency of the realm of destruction. Li Xiaolong speculated that the formation within the realm of destruction was the handiwork of the Omni King, and while his own creation was profound, his strength was a limiting factor, especially considering that the realm of destruction was bolstered by the entirety of the universe. Moreover, both individuals had made significant strides. They had both ascended to the 8th tier, having only recently achieved this elevation. Their current strengths were as follows: Li Xiaolong, combat power, 800 trillion, super ability, 760 trillion, Mythia, combat power, 710 trillion, super ability, 780 trillion. Furthermore, Li Xiaolong has once again comprehended 3 principles that the Dragon Ball universe does not possess: creation, yin, and yang. He has also, akin to his previous mastery of the 5 elements, unified the principles of yin and yang into a singular doctrine. In addition to these newly grasped principles, he has achieved consummate mastery of all previous doctrines, particularly the 5 elements and destruction principles, and is even on the verge of attaining perfection in them. Mythia has also made tremendous progress. Her initial understanding of the time principle has matured, and she has further grasped the principles of demons and destruction. What surprised Li Xiaolong the most was that, with his assistance, Mythia remarkably comprehended the principle of yin. Initially, he had harbored doubts about her ability to comprehend a principle that did not exist in their world, but to his astonishment, her affinity for the yin principle surpassed that of the time principle. However, at this moment, Li Xiaolong indeed halted his actions, for in his memory, this year, the year 737 of the IGG era, a significant event pertaining to the original Dragon Ball would transpire. Chapter 39. The Annihilation of the Universe. Must we proceed in this manner? It is important to understand that such actions indirectly assist the likes of Beerus and Whis. Just as Li Xiaolong prepared to emerge from his seclusion, in a parallel universe within the 7th universe, 2 shadows were engaged in a clandestine discussion. It must be done. This step is crucial. Although it aids Mechikabura, it also brings tremendous benefits to us. The other shadow's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Besides, what is there to worry about? Considering Beerus and Whis' current state, even if they have become stronger, what threat could they pose to us? Moreover, the angels of now are not the same as those from the past. The shadow with the blade-like gaze continued. Indeed, the angels of today are not those of eons past. A mere destroyer like Beerus is hardly a cause for concern. I never expected that after that incident. The Grand Minister, such a formidable being, would make such a foolish decision, effectively cutting off his own wings. When the time is ripe, I shall suggest the elimination of the angels. The shadow with the blade-like gaze spoke with a venomous intensity, as if harboring a profound enmity towards the angels. Very well. Since preparations are complete, let us commence. Let us usher in a new era. The two shadows ascended to the two poles of this parallel universe, forming seals with their hands. A colossal star array enveloped the poles of this universe, although it was a star array. Its essence differed entirely from the formations Li Xiaolong had comprehended, and could be considered a form of sorcery. Esteemed Lord Demon God, please conclude the life of this universe and let it return to your being. This is its supreme honor, the two shadows intoned in hushed whispers. Logically, with such significant actions taken by the two shadows, the destroyer god Beerus would have sensed it long ago, yet he remained unresponsive. This was because the two shadows had just slain all the Kais of this parallel universe, including the old Kai who was still bound to the divine sword, leading to the silent demise of the destroyer god, who was tied to the Kais. In an instant, two radiant star formations enveloped this parallel universe, and a thunderous roar resonated in the void beyond. Thus, this universe vanished into thin air, as boundless, tempestuous energy surged forth to occupy the region, creating a phenomenon akin to the ebb and flow of ocean tides. All universes in this vicinity were affected by this tremendous force. What transpired to provoke such intense fluctuations? The eighth universe, adjacent to the seventh, was among the first to sense this disturbance, along with the parallel seventh universe, whose god of destruction, Beerus, remained in slumber, delaying any immediate response. What? The seventh universe has vanished. What is that incompetent Beerus doing? How could the seventh universe simply disappear? A god of destruction, in a state of exasperation, lamented the loss of the seventh universe, yet they too were unable to escape the fate of the Omni King's retribution. Damn it. It must be because Beerus was asleep, allowing the enemy to eliminate the Supreme Kai. With Beerus's demise, Whis would immediately cease to function. And with the parallel seventh universe's disappearance, Whis's powers would revert to the other three counterparts. The power has returned? The parallel seventh universe is gone. What on earth has happened? In the seventh universe, where Li Xiaolong resided, Whis sensed the return of his own power and speculated on the disappearance of the parallel seventh universe. It seems that the parallel universe has been obliterated. Otherwise, my power would not have returned. Whis quickly deduced the outcome. What is this? Such a profound disturbance. It feels as though it emanates from beyond the universe. Both Li Xiaolong and Maifia sensed the immense tremor. Just as they were heading towards Whis to inquire about the situation, the still slumbering Beerus slowly stretched and began to awaken. Part of my power has returned? Could it be that my counterpart in that universe has been slain? Beerus murmured, still hazy from sleep, as he sensed the surge of power and potential. Such a strong disturbance. What has transpired? Whis. Beerus called out loudly. Beerus has awakened. Both Li Xiaolong and Maifia, en route to Whis, heard Beerus' voice and felt a surge of excitement. After all, they had endured much at Whis' hands over the years. Now that Beerus was awake, they could engage him in earnest training. Ah, Lord Beerus, you are awake. This time, it isn't even your designated awakening time. Whis quickly tidied up his delicacies and approached Beerus with a cheerful smile. Whis, I sense part of my power has returned, along with a tremendous disturbance. Do you know what has caused this? Beerus was genuinely concerned about the matter. Lord Beerus, my power has also returned. Based on my conjectures, it seems the obliteration of the seventh universe in the third parallel universe has triggered this immense influx of energy, resulting in such significant fluctuations. Whis articulated his hypothesis. Your power has returned as well. Then it is likely as you surmise. Beerus affirmed Whis' speculation. The seventh universe of the third parallel universe has met its demise. Could it be that in the original work, Beerus awakened due to this event, subsequently patrolling the cosmos and commanding Frieza to obliterate planet Vegeta? The timeline aligns perfectly. It must be so. Following closely behind Whis, the two individuals, Li Xiaolong and Maifia, listened intently to the conversation between Whis and Beerus. Recalling that the destruction of planet Vegeta was indeed a result of Beerus' sudden awakening and his order to Frieza to annihilate it. Whis, what is the meaning of these two humans? Did you bring them into the realm of the gods of destruction without my consent while I was slumbering? Beerus finally took notice of Li Xiaolong and Maifia. Greetings, Lord Beerus. I am merely a passerby from Earth, Li Xiaolong replied. Though you may not know me, your reputation precedes you, Lord Beerus. Given your disdain for mortals, I presume your power is formidable. I wish to engage in a spar with you. Observing the scornful expression on Beerus's face, Li Xiaolong resolved to teach him a lesson. Although his mastery of the laws was still developing, Beerus had only achieved a complete understanding of the destructive laws. Even if some of his strength had returned, it would not be overwhelmingly superior. Moreover, Li Xiaolong himself had attained mastery over several destructive laws, capable of counteracting a portion of Beerus's perfected destructive power. A mere passerby from Earth? I hadn't anticipated that even the insignificant inhabitants of Earth would grow so audacious as to provoke a god of destruction. In Beerus's perception, neither Li Xiaolong nor Mythia exuded a particularly strong aura. Daring to challenge the authority of a god of destruction? I shall bestow upon you the gift of death. Beerus continued to regard Li Xiaolong with disdain. Chapter 40. Battle with Beerus. Lord Beerus, it may be wise not to speak too soon, lest you find yourself humiliated after being defeated by me. Not intimidated by Beerus's lofty demeanor, Li Xiaolong responded boldly. Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus. You might find yourself in for a surprise. I am far from the simple opponent you perceive me to be. Whis, observing the escalating tension, did nothing to alleviate the atmosphere and instead added fuel to the fire. Is it truly just this insignificant mortal? Beerus dismissed Whis's remarks without concern. Indeed, it is precisely this insignificant mortal. I wonder, does Lord Beerus dare to accept my challenge? Or is he too fearful to face me? A formidable aura erupted from Li Xiaolong, accompanied by his dimensional realm. Oh, I hadn't anticipated that during my slumber, such a person would emerge among mortals. Since you are so eager for death, I, the god of destruction, shall oblige. For the first time, Beerus displayed a flicker of interest as he sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from Li Xiaolong, stirring a long-dormant battle spirit within him. Lord Beerus, do refrain from boasting too early. Should I, this mere mortal, prove victorious, you shall have no ground left to stand on. Li Xiaolong continued to provoke him. Come forth, mortal, and let me witness your worth. If I find your performance lacking, I shall obliterate you. No being stronger than a god of destruction exists within this universe. Li Xiaolong's words evidently incensed Beerus. With a piercing gaze, Beerus emanated an overwhelming aura, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble in response to his formidable presence. Please, Lord Beerus, bestow your wisdom upon me. Now in the external realm, Li Xiaolong observed Beerus with grave intensity, unleashing his full energy. What? This fellow possesses such immense power. How is that even possible? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had failed to detect Li Xiaolong's restrained energy, but now, fully unleashed, it left even him in shock. Huh? Li Feng roared, unleashing a ferocious aura. Buzz, Lord Beerus, do not dawdle in such a moment. Li Xiaolong boldly initiated the attack without hesitation. Quite impressive, but ultimately insufficient. If this is all you can muster, prepare to meet the fate of being obliterated by this god of destruction. Beerus adopted a serious demeanor, effortlessly countering Li Xiaolong's strike with a single hand. Is that truly the case? In that case, let us see how you handle this. 5 Elements Manifestation, Arise. A divine entity radiating celestial light materialized behind Li Xiaolong. Though named the 5 Elements Manifestation, it was not formed through the conventional 5-element principles. Against Beerus in his standard state, such principles were unnecessary. This manifestation was birthed from the essence of the 5 elements, amplifying his strength by a factor of 10,000 to 20,000, contingent upon the potency of that essence. Initially dismissive, Beerus was suddenly confronted by an unparalleled aura, a rare look of seriousness clouding his features. It was evident that Li Xiaolong's manifestation posed a significant threat to him. Li Xiaolong did not push the 5-element essence to its utmost limits. Thus, the amplification of strength was 10,000 times, equating to an astounding power of 8,000 quintillion. Boom. Beerus unleashed his full might as well. Though his aura was evidently overshadowed by Li Xiaolong's 5 elements manifestation, amounting to 6,500 quintillion. Combat is not merely a contest of whose aura is more potent. Despite being at a disadvantage in terms of energy, Beerus consoled himself with this rationale. In that case, let Lord Beerus speak through strength. Witness my great heaven dragon. Li Xiaolong found merit in Beerus's words, recalling how in the original narrative, Goku and his companions had triumphed over stronger foes through exquisite martial skills and extensive combat experience. Yet, in the realm of martial technique, He was confident he surpassed Beerus significantly. While his battle experience may not rival that of the eons-old Beerus, his capacity for learning was exceptional. Li Xiaolong's 5 elements manifestation unleashed a single strike of the great heaven dragon towards Beerus. The latter realized that no matter how he attempted to evade, there was no escape, forcing him to confront the attack head-on. What manner of assault is this, so inescapable? Then I shall endure it. Let it break. Though surprised, Beerus refrained from employing the destruction principles or his destructive form. Retreat. The 5 elements manifestation would not hold back. It was time for Beerus to face some adversity. Bang! Like the fierce battle between Wukong and Beerus depicted in the original work. A wave of energy rippled throughout the 7th universe, causing cracks to appear in the cosmic membrane. Whis furrowed his brow, raising his hand to cast a protective barrier over the area where the two were engaged in combat. How could this be? The god of destruction has actually lost in this exchange. I refuse to believe it. Let's go again. Beerus found himself at a disadvantage. Being relentlessly pushed back by the 5 elements avatar, blood spilling from his mouth. Yes. Beerus unleashed his most formidable technique. A colossal feline attack aimed at the 5 elements avatar. Observing this technique, I found it intriguing. It seemed to be a creation based on Beerus himself, possessing a commendable aura. Therefore, I shall respond with the Great Dragon of Might. Li Xiaolong refrained from employing other techniques. Given the current intensity of the battle, the Great Dragon of Might was sufficient. Countless dragon shadows surged towards the immense anchor-like strike launched by Beerus. Under the onslaught of innumerable dragon shadows, Beerus quickly found himself defeated once more. The god of destruction is not all that impressive. He cannot even triumph over an ordinary mortal. Just moments ago, he was arrogantly boasting, and now he is being thoroughly beaten by Xiaolong, utterly incapable of retaliation. Now that's what I call letting one's strength speak for itself. Witnessing the 5 elements avatar push Beerus back repeatedly, Myphia expressed her disdain, openly critiquing him from the sidelines. Damn it. I admit I underestimated you, mortal. This is where your journey ends. A mysterious aura emanated from Beerus. A faint silvery light enveloped him, and a mysterious silver gleam sparkled in his eyes, exuding an aura of unwavering composure in the face of overwhelming odds. Self-actualization technique. I did not anticipate that Lord Beerus would respond in this manner. Beerus' use of the self-actualization technique was within Li Xiaolong's expectations. Among the gods of destruction, Beerus is one of the few capable of mastering 2 divine techniques, one being the self-actualization technique, and the other, exclusive to gods of destruction, is the self-actualization mastery, which Beerus has perfected to the utmost degree. Prepare to embrace your defeat. Beerus' cold, emotionless voice echoed. Lord Beerus, do you truly believe you are the only one who can wield the self-actualization technique? Defeating me will not be so simple. Just as Beerus prepared to conclude this battle, the 5 elements avatar also radiated a silvery glow, though it was far more potent than Beerus'. Li Xiaolong divided his mastery of the self-actualization technique into 3 stages before reaching the angelic realm, one being the self-actualization technique that Beerus exhibited, another being his current stage of the complete self-actualization, which was also the level attained by Wukong at the conclusion of Dragon Ball Super. The final stage is the ultimate self-actualization. Transcending this stage allows one to exist in a state akin to that of an angel. Chapter 41, Planet Vegeta. What? This mere mortal has reached such heights. It is impossible. Upon witnessing Li Xiaolong's avatar demonstrating a level of the self-actualization technique that surpassed his own, a look of astonishment crossed Beerus' otherwise impassive face. Lord Beerus, shall we continue? The avatar's voice came forth, cold and detached. How infuriating. Must I truly resort to that technique? No, the dignity of the destroyer cannot be trifled with by mere mortals. Activate my ultimate form. A faint silver aura dissipated, and an overwhelming aura of destruction emanated from Beerus, enveloped in a dark purple glow. Even with Whis' barrier in place, the entire universe trembled. Oh, has he finally unleashed this move? It is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. In this state, even Li Xiaolong was uncertain if he could triumph over Beerus, though he believed he would not be defeated. Boom. This must end here. Does Lord Beerus intend to shatter the universe? I doubt he wishes to test the wrath of the Omni King. Just as Li Xiaolong prepared to unleash his full power, Whis intervened in a timely manner to halt the confrontation. The Omni King. Upon hearing the title, Beerus deflated like a punctured balloon, his ultimate form vanishing in an instant. Humph. Boy, I shall let you off this time. Nevertheless, you are quite formidable, capable of battling me to this extent. I shall forgive your provocation this once. Beerus, ever the cunning one, Li Xiaolong merely smiled, refraining from exposing Beerus's intentions. Oh ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, you have misjudged the situation. Li Xiaolong has comprehended over 10 laws. I dare say, even in earnest, you would struggle to achieve victory. Whis opportunely added fuel to the fire, dousing Beerus with cold water. What? Beerus's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist. He retaliated, pushing Li Xiaolong back and creating distance. Humph, it seems I underestimated you. I concede, Lord Beerus. Li Xiaolong did not press the advantage, instead graciously providing Beerus an out. Humph. TCH, Beerus smirked, turning his back to Li Xiaolong, though reluctant to acknowledge him. The truth was undeniable. And what of her? What is her situation? Whis, do not tell me she is equally as strong. Beerus pointed at the excited Myphia nearby. Oh ho ho ho, Myphia is Xiaolong's partner, akin to a wife, I suppose. Though not as powerful as Xiaolong, she has also grasped several laws. Her strength only slightly inferior. By the way, Lord Beerus, if you do not exert yourself, you may soon find yourself left behind by the two of them. Oh ho ho ho. Whis, having finished his introduction, continued to douse Beerus with cold water. How vexing. Whis, Beerus's previously calm demeanor was once again unsettled. You know, ever since that incident, what is the status of the beings in our universe? Beerus spoke through gritted teeth. Yet his gaze held a tinge of fear as he looked beyond the universe. Lord Beerus, will you need to patrol upon awakening? We wouldn't want the Omni King to discover you slacking off, would we? Whis reminded him cheerfully. Given the magnitude of this incident, it is fitting to awaken and conduct a patrol, perhaps to clear my mind as well. Casting a glance in Li Xiaolong's direction, Beerus scoffed. Let them be. They are indeed the absolute powers of our universe. When the Omni King inquires, I shall have my share of the credit. In his heart, Beerus mused that Whis remained oblivious to the credit that Beerus intended to seize for himself. Yet, even if Whis were to discover it, he would remain indifferent. Let us depart, Whis. With that, Beerus and Whis vanished in a flash, leaving Li Xiaolong and Myphia behind in the realm of the destroyers. Wait, we are leaving just like that? Myphia queried with a hint of uncertainty. This was not in line with her preconceived notions of a destroyer. Shouldn't he be enraged and unleash greater power to subdue them? Beerus, after all, harbored a profound fear of the Omni King. Indeed, all destroyers trembled before him. Despite their supremacy in the universe, their disparity compared to the Omni King was akin to that of children before adults. Little did they expect the Omni King to possess such formidable strength. They had a long journey ahead, having never personally experienced the might of a destroyer. Myphia had lacked a concrete understanding of the Omni King's power. However, after this battle, she recognized the vast chasm between herself and the destroyers, gaining a clearer perception of this mightiest of destroyers. Her initial understanding of the Omni King's strength did not frighten her. Rather, it invigorated her spirit. My decision to conceal the Earth's formidable warriors stemmed from a fear of the Omni King and the Grand Minister discovering the truth. I suspect that the seals within our bloodline and the origins therein were crafted by one of these two beings. Indeed, I share that instinct, Myphia replied thoughtfully. Each time Beerus and those deities reference that particular matter, their eyes betray a hint of dread, likely tied to the ancient histories of our Earth. Myphia's intuition had always been remarkably precise, and Li Xiaolong affirmed the suspicions that lingered in his mind. Nevertheless, the specific reasons, processes, and outcomes remained shrouded in mystery, necessitating his own quest for answers. As the two pondered these elusive threads within the realm of the destroyers, Whis and Beerus sped through the cosmos at breakneck speed. Before long, Beerus passed by planet Vegeta, quickly becoming aware of the Saiyans' actions over the years, a civilization that had severely impeded the advancement of other civilizations in the universe. Beerus had initially intended to obliterate planet Vegeta outright, but upon noticing the Saiyans' resemblance to Li Xiaolong, he resolved to observe for potential changes. Thus, he issued a decree for Vegeta to seek out the most comfortable pillow in the universe. The outcome mirrored that of the original Dragon Ball narrative, as King Vegeta audaciously claimed the so-called most comfortable pillow for himself. Such a lack of respect, disregarding the actions of others. In King Vegeta's palace, Beerus crushed the king's head beneath his foot, I commanded you to procure the universe's most comfortable pillow for me, yet you pilfered it from a distant planet. To what extent did you murder to achieve this? You reserved the finest for your own use while offering me the second best. Did you think I was unaware? Beerus lifted King Vegeta by the head, glaring at him with disdain. You shall not treat me thus. Observing from the sidelines, Vegeta rushed towards Beerus upon witnessing the treatment of his father. Alas, before he could reach Beerus, he found himself prostrate on the ground, subdued by a mere glance from the destroyer. The tragic tale of the speedy crash tower has met its first calamity. Initially, I considered your physique to bear a striking resemblance to that of Li Xiaolong and was inclined to grant you another opportunity. However, to my dismay, you proved to be quite ineffectual. With a flick of his wrist, Beerus cast Vegeta aside, expressing his disappointment as he lifted King Vegeta with palpable frustration. Chapter 42. The Annihilation of the Parallel 12 Universes. Let destruction commence. Standing in the void outside planet Vegeta, Beerus surveyed the celestial body below, a faint aura of destruction coalescing at his fingertips. A tremendous wave of energy erupted, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Yet, the destructive energy remained concentrated between Beerus and planet Vegeta endured without obliteration. Could this disturbance be? Whis, we must depart. Both deities turned their gazes towards the source of the explosion, which lay beyond the cosmos. They transformed into streaks of light, swiftly traversing the fabric of space, leaving behind the beleaguered planet Vegeta. Before their departure, Beerus sent forth a divine decree into the universe. The decree swiftly reached Frieza's location, unfurling to convey the command to annihilate planet Vegeta. Oh ho ho ho! The god of destruction, is it? This is a decree impossible to refuse. Despite Frieza's arrogance, he instructed his subordinate Ginyu Force to carry out the divine order. However, he resolved to extract the Saiyans' worth before the planet's demise. As the saying goes, evil begets evil, and soon the Saiyans of planet Vegeta would face their fateful reckoning. Beerus and Whis quickly approached the boundary of the cosmic membrane, where relentless energy storms battered against it. The intensity of the gales even causing spiderweb-like fissures to appear upon its surface. In the dim expanse of space, colossal storms surged toward the cosmic membrane, threatening its stability if left unimpeded. Whis, let us take action. Whis, possessing the authority to intervene, acknowledged the impending threat from beyond the universe. Together, the two deities unleashed a powerful attack of divine energy against the approaching storms. Is that the energy signature of Beerus and Whis? And the recent tremors and impacts, how could they engage outside the cosmic membrane? As Beerus and Whis acted, Li Xiaolong, who was meditating in the divine realm, sensed the disturbance. Let us investigate. This fluctuation resembles that of the previous event in the seventh universe. Perhaps we can lend our assistance. Mafia, too, felt the energy and looked at Li Xiaolong with anticipation. Indeed, let us proceed. Li Xiaolong agreed with Mafia's suggestion, recognizing that the seventh universe was his foundation, and no errors could occur at this juncture. The two swiftly utilized instant transmission to arrive outside the cosmic membrane, witnessing the relentless energy storms surging toward it, with two diminutive figures standing defiantly against the tempest. Though they appeared small, the duo effectively halted the storm's advance. Let us lend our strength as well. With a shared nod, Li Xiaolong and Mafia prepared to counter the onslaught of the storms. You have arrived, and I retract my previous statements. There are indeed formidable beings among humankind, such as yourself, who merit respect. The presence of the two individuals alleviated the pressure upon Beerus, prompting him to acknowledge Li Xiaolong and his companion. Although Beerus stands as the mightiest entity in the universe, his mastery of a singular principle limits his ability to address the ceaseless tempest of chaotic energy, compelling him to resort to brute force. Prior to the arrival of Li Xiaolong and his companion, most of the exertion had been borne by Whis, whose prolonged and intense application of the destruction principle began to take its toll. If this continued, he would undoubtedly succumb to fatigue. While the storms posed no immediate lethal threat to him, over time he would be unable to fully contain them. The cosmos behind him would likely suffer. And should the god of creation fall victim to these storms, his own demise would follow. Lord Beerus, it would be prudent to first manage these storms. In contrast to Beerus, who comprehends but a solitary principle, Li Xiaolong has grasped over a dozen, allowing him to navigate these tempests with far greater ease and comfort. Even Mafia, in her handling of the storms, proved to be a match for Beerus, showcasing the advantages of mastering multiple principles. While the comprehension of a singular principle is relatively straightforward and leads to swift advancement, when faced with equals, those who grasp multiple principles undoubtedly hold the upper hand. It seems I must devise a way to comprehend other principles in the future. Alas, being a god of destruction has its benefits and drawbacks. Had I not chosen this path, I might have been able to master various principles, or perhaps I would not have lived to see that day. Beerus felt a twinge of envy towards Li Xiaolong and Mephia. Although becoming a god of destruction allowed him to take a shortcut to ascend as the supreme deity of the universe with eternal life, it also imposed limitations. The role of a god of destruction comes with numerous forfeited potentials, a characteristic of the divine position, as well as a precaution from the Omni King. While the divine position may provide a swift path, the infusion of destructive principles during one's formative years nearly obliterates the possibility for successors to grasp other principles. Moreover, to manage the gods of destruction and prevent the emergence of those who could grow increasingly powerful by mastering additional principles, the Omni King imposed restrictions upon their appointment. In the future, this young man may indeed alter my circumstances. Having witnessed the myriad of extraordinary techniques employed by Li Xiaolong, Beerus felt a sense of anticipation. Such circumstances were mirrored in the other universes of the 12th cosmos. However, apart from those universes that did not participate in the Tournament of Power, only angels and gods of destruction stood against the storms. In this respect, the 7th universe has grown exponentially stronger compared to its depiction in the original narrative. These storms are infused with chaotic principles. Perhaps you can discern a principle that resonates with you through them. Li Xiaolong perceived that each tempest was interlaced with various disordered principles. He conveyed this insight to Mephia through his divine consciousness, understanding that her grasp of principles did not match his own. Unless confronted with principles she had mastered, she would find it challenging to detect those concealed within the storms unless she actively sought them out. It is no wonder that I experience immense resistance when wielding the laws against these tempests. It turns out that my principles are in direct conflict with those inherent in the storms. Mephia finally comprehended the formidable nature of these tempests, realizing that they are interwoven with laws. No wonder the sheer number has caused even the cosmic membranes to develop cracks. Are these two beings truly so defiant against nature? Under such circumstances, could it be that they are meant to grasp the chaotic laws within the storm? When Beerus observed Li Xiaolong and Mephia struggling against the storm while seemingly engaged in contemplation, he was taken aback. Beerus too discerned the chaotic laws within the storm. Yet his own development had reached a limitation. Even if he wished to understand these laws, he was incapable of doing so. Otherwise, after eons of destruction in the realm of gods, the assimilated laws would have sufficed for him to comprehend. What? This young man, in this state, this reaction, it's impossible. How could he progress so rapidly? After some time, as he kept a vigilant watch on Li Xiaolong, Beerus was left utterly astonished. His mouth agape enough to fit a fist. There, amidst the chaos of the storm, Li Xiaolong radiated a mysterious luminescence, enveloped in an endless warm glow. This light seemed capable of illuminating all evils in the world. The ferocious energies nearby softened under its brilliance, drawing even closer to Li Xiaolong, relentlessly seeking to merge with him. Chapter 43. The Grand Wedding. Li Xiaolong directly comprehended a new law, the Law of Light. In his perception, this law appeared to be unprecedented in the Dragon Ball universe. He had grasped a lower-tier law of light from the chaotic laws, known as the Holy Light Law, which enabled him to understand the law of radiance. This individual truly is remarkable. Within such a brief span, he has grasped an entirely new law, one that feels utterly unfamiliar, as though it has never been sensed even in the presence of other deities. Beerus was thoroughly astounded by Li Xiaolong's state and completely convinced of his perceptiveness. Initially, he had harbored doubts regarding Whis' assertion that Li Xiaolong had comprehended dozens of laws. But witnessing him grasp a law in such a short time dispelled all skepticism. Indeed, I previously sensed a similar aura of law from Whis, which seemed to be called the Holy Light Law, yet is this not an exclusive law for angels? Nevertheless, the essence of this law appears to be of a higher order than the Holy Light Law. As Beerus recalled Whis' previous manifestation of the Holy Light Law, he turned to Whis, who met his gaze, and they both nodded in affirmation of Beerus' conjecture. This young man truly knows how to surprise me. Observing the radiant law emanating from Li Xiaolong, Whis felt a stirring within his own Holy Light Law, reflecting on the remarkable nature of this moment. This marks the sixth unprecedented law I have witnessed from him. I wonder if he has comprehended any other laws that I have yet to see. Whis remains unaware of Li Xiaolong's mastery of the laws of creation and yin-yang. For individuals stood resilient against the cosmic tempest, sheltered by the membrane of the universe. As time swiftly passed, for months elapsed during which Li Xiaolong and Myphia astonished Beerus on several occasions. Initially, Beerus paid little heed to Myphia, but as she grasped a particular law, his interest peaked. Throughout these 4 months, Li Xiaolong and Myphia not only battled the storm, but also delved into the intricate, scattered laws within it. In this duration, Myphia experienced a significant breakthrough, comprehending the laws of space, slaughter, and combat. With a continuous influx of scattered laws available for her contemplation, she refined her understanding of these 3 principles. This advancement was largely attributed to Li Xiaolong, who shared the various laws he encountered, allowing her to ponder and integrate them into her own mastery. During these 4 months, Li Xiaolong himself explored several laws, namely those of the world, destruction, immortality, light, and slaughter. He recognized that, should he devote himself entirely to this pursuit, he could certainly uncover numerous additional laws. However, he sensed that an overabundance of low-level laws might hinder his future development rather than facilitate it. After careful analysis, he concluded that each soul could only accommodate a finite number of laws. Thus, if he were to pursue inferior laws, it would become exceedingly challenging to comprehend higher ones later. Upon reaching this conclusion, Li Xiaolong decisively prevented Myphia from continuing to delve into low-level laws, an action that incited feelings of envy and resentment in Beerus. As for the low-level laws she had already mastered, such as the combat law, Li Xiaolong planned to devise a strategy for their advancement into higher laws later. Although the slaughter law was considered low-level within the Dragon Ball universe, Li Xiaolong was aware that a primordial deity had once attained enlightenment through this very principle, and even his former incarnation, the Chaos Demon God, had achieved mastery through the slaughter law. Li Xiaolong remained uncertain about the connection between the Dragon Ball universe and the myriad worlds of his past life. Yet he resolved to grow stronger and seek answers to the questions that lingered in his mind. For the time being, his primary goal was to navigate through the myriad crises of the Dragon Ball universe and solidify his foundation. At last, the question arose: who had obliterated the parallel 12 universes, causing such turmoil? He longed to uncover the identity of this instigator, vowing to bring about their destruction. After 4 months, the storm subsided in the outer reaches of space, ceasing to inflict harm upon the world membrane. With a fierce gaze directed toward the remnants of the shattered parallel 12 universes, Beerus spoke with intensity. At that time, I would appreciate it if Lord Beerus could inform me as well. I too wish to witness these rodents lurking in the shadows. Li Xiaolong expressed his curiosity about those who orchestrated chaos from the darkness. Myphia shared his eagerness, anticipating the thrill of combat against such universe-destroying beings. Certainly, you should return to your Earth now. I have expended considerable energy and must enter a slumber to recuperate. I would prefer not to be disturbed by your antics during my rest. Beerus's initial plan was to patrol the universe before returning to his slumber. Who among you is aware of the cataclysmic event involving the obliteration of the parallel 12 universes? It has drained him considerably, necessitating a period of slumber to recuperate from this expenditure. Li Xiaolong is cognizant that within the palace of Beerus lies a formation capable of continuously drawing upon vital energy and laws, albeit the vital energy is gentle while the laws pertain solely to destruction. Lord Whis, Lord Beerus, we wish to bid you farewell, and I would also like to extend an invitation for you to attend our wedding. We have prepared an abundant array of exquisite delicacies for your enjoyment. Indeed, it would be an honor for the both of you to grace our wedding with your presence. We have curated an unprecedented feast to delight you. Li Xiaolong and Myphia sent their invitation to Beerus and Whis. Initially, the two had intended to return to Earth to prepare for their nuptials after emerging from their seclusion, but they were delayed for nearly 5 months due to Beerus' awakening and the calamity of the parallel 12 universes. Oh ho ho ho, Xiaolong. Are you finally to celebrate your wedding? Of course, I shall attend. Whis, excited at the prospect of the forthcoming feast, readily accepted their invitation, eagerly awaiting the day. Lord Beerus, I trust you have no objections? Oh ho ho ho. After all, they are my disciples, Whis remarked, fearful that Beerus might discover his indulgence and using this as a pretext. Go ahead, Whis. Have I not encountered enough culinary wonders in my time? They say these are the finest delicacies in the universe, yet none have proven true to their reputation. Beerus recalled the countless cosmic cuisines he had sampled over millennia, finding none deserving of their acclaim. Let Whis represent me at your wedding. I must retire, lest my presence adversely affect the universe, Beerus stated, appearing as though he had been utterly depleted. Very well, then. We shall take our leave to prepare, and we will come to escort you to Earth. Whis. Until we meet again upon your awakening, Lord Beerus. Li Xiaolong took Beerus's words to heart, understanding that should the god of destruction exhaust the laws of destruction significantly, it would indeed be detrimental to the universe. Furthermore, the god of destruction's slumber to absorb these laws is beneficial to the cosmos. Should the laws of destruction become too pervasive, life itself may cease to exist, and even the currently living could face mass extinction. Chapter 44. A grand wedding. After bidding farewell to Whis, Li Xiaolong and Maifia instantly teleported back to Earth. Prior to their emergence from seclusion, Li Xiaolong had already communicated with Li Yun to assist in the wedding preparations, and their return to Earth was merely to check for any additional needs. Wow, Xiaolong, this wedding attire is simply stunning. Did you truly conceive this design? You are extraordinarily talented. I absolutely adore it. At that moment, Maifia, adorned in a magnificent phoenix crown and embroidered silk gown, joyously planted a kiss on Li Xiaolong's cheek. Li Xiaolong had envisioned a grand wedding in the style of the Dragon Kingdom, drawing inspiration from the royal gowns of the historical Zhu family, and thus meticulously crafted a set of phoenix crown and embroidered silk attire. The phoenix crown is intricately linked to the 12 dragons and 12 phoenixes, embodying the essence of unity. The ceremonial attire is adorned in a vibrant crimson hue, with 12 dragons embroidered on the left and 12 phoenixes on the right, while the veil showcases a dragon, phoenix, and auspicious cloud motif, all set against a background of brilliant yellow. This attire draws inspiration from the traditional garments of the Zhu family, appearing both grand and festive. Dragon Brother, it is truly remarkable that not only do you possess extraordinary talent, but you also exhibit genius in the design of wedding attire. When Li Yun first received the manuscript of the wedding dress from Li Xiaolong, he was utterly captivated by its beauty. Now, as it graces the couple, it exudes an ethereal charm, akin to celestial beings descending from the heavens. I too aspire to create a splendid wedding for your sister-in-law. Hence the design of this ensemble. Should I attempt to create another, it would surely be a challenge, as this is a relic from my past life, making its debut in this Dragon Ball universe. Moreover, Li Xiaolong cannot elucidate the situation. While there are instances of Trunks traveling through time in the future, his essence is fundamentally different from that of Trunks. Thus, he readily claims authorship of the design. Given this, let us hold the wedding in 10 days, as that day is auspicious and perfectly suited for such a celebration. Li Xiaolong is well acquainted with the calendar of the Dragon Kingdom and has determined that it aligns harmoniously with this world, albeit after considerable deliberation on his part. Yes, Dragon Brother, I will notify everyone immediately. Additionally, I plan to live stream your wedding within our territory, allowing all to witness the splendor of you and your sister-in-law. Li Yun is undoubtedly the most enthusiastic supporter of Li Xiaolong's wedding, seemingly more delighted than if it were his own. Indeed, that is feasible. Moreover, I shall invite a deity whom you have encountered before. Please ensure that Vados is assigned a separate table and private room. Additionally, we must extend invitations to those from Namek, Adrat, and Metamor. Even if Li Xiaolong does not arrange it, Li Yun will take it upon himself to invite the 3-star warriors. Once everything is organized, Li Yun will proceed with preparations, while Li Xiaolong and Maifia will navigate the wedding venue, making adjustments as necessary. The wedding arrangements are meticulously crafted by Li Xiaolong, adhering to the classical wedding practices of the Dragon Kingdom. 10 days swiftly elapsed, during which Li Xiaolong ventured into the realm of the destroyers to summon Vados to Earth. Beerus, however, remains in slumber, and Li Xiaolong refrains from waking him, for should he invite Beerus, the deities acquainted with him would surely be unsettled. Li Xiaolong is indeed a formidable warrior from our northern galaxy. Under his leadership, Earth has grown exceedingly powerful. What do you possess to compare with us? Li Xiaolong has invited the King of Worlds, the Grand King of Worlds, and the KO Shin to attend his wedding. At this moment, the North KO is brimming with pride, consistently boasting to other KO about the emergence of a powerhouse like Li Xiaolong in the northern galaxy, and under his guidance, Earth, Namek, Adrat, and Metamor continue to produce formidable beings. Do not be too complacent. Although Xiaolong belongs to your northern galaxy, our southern galaxy is by no means inferior. Xiaolong is also developing within our southern galaxy, and it won't be long before we continuously produce formidable warriors. The southern king, observing the arrogance of the northern king, feels equally indignant. Why does Xiaolong not develop in our western or eastern galaxies? Our two regions are no less capable than theirs. This time, we must invite Xiaolong to foster growth in the areas we govern. While the northern and southern kings flaunt their prowess, the eastern and western kings suffer in silence. Unaware of Xiaolong's plans, burdened by their frustration over his lack of engagement in their territories. Witnessing the boastful demeanor of the northern and southern kings leaves them quite displeased. In the past, it was they who boasted before the northern king. Now, the tides have turned, and the emergence of Li Xiaolong, the martial ancestor from Earth, has propelled the northern galaxy far ahead of them. It is astonishing that such a small planet as Earth harbors so many powerful beings. I need not worry about booze matters any longer. Who is this individual to be granted a table solely for themselves by Xiaolong? The Kaishin Xian gazes in astonishment at the array of formidable beings from Earth. It is now the year 735 of the age of AI, 12 years having passed since Li Xiaolong completed the foundational essence of Earth. Over these years, the warriors of Earth have experienced a meteoric rise in power. Thanks to the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber, Li Yun and his companions have spent nearly 50,000 years within, achieving the pinnacle of the 6th level. Had it not been for Li Xiaolong's preparations for a wedding that required the invitation of divine beings from across the universe, fearing their exceptional prowess would draw too much attention, they would have already breached the 7th level. Additionally, the 12 members of Li Xingchen have recently advanced to the early 6th level, although their ascension was a recent development, as they dedicated a significant amount of time to breaking through the 5th level. Presently, the younger generation of the Li family has comprehensively taken over the governance of Earth and the universe, with all peers of Li Xiaolong now at least at the 4th level, having accumulated their foundations in the hyperbolic time chamber. Xiaolong and Xiaoya, congratulations. It is a privilege to witness the wedding of two such prodigious disciples. Your culinary delights are simply exquisite. Weiss has been assigned a table of his own, while Li Xiaolong and Maifia attend to the guests, with Li Yun and others managing everything seamlessly. We are also grateful to you, Weiss, for gracing our wedding with your presence. Oh ho ho ho, with such delectable food, it is impossible for me to resist coming. Since Weiss arrived, he has been savoring the delicacies, maintaining an air of elegance all the while. How disappointing that this generation of Kaishin is so inept, startling at every turn, even failing to recognize an angel such as myself. Sensing the gaze of Kaishin Xian, Weiss harbors discontent toward this Kaishin. It is no surprise that this Kaishin has not received proper training. His ancestor will surely rectify that in due time. Regarding Kaishin Xian, Li Xiaolong perceives a certain narrow-mindedness in his perspective, especially as the Kaishin has taken it upon himself to address the matters of the destroyer gods, neglecting his own duties as a Kaishin, truly a case of misplaced priorities. The auspicious moment has arrived. May the bride and groom ascend the stage to pay homage to heaven and earth. Amidst the conversations, Li Yun steps forward, serving as the host of this wedding, a task to which he has devoted considerable thought and effort. At long last, the wedding of the esteemed Lord Wu and Lady Wu has arrived. Indeed, it is a remarkable honor to witness the union of such esteemed individuals. Lady Wu is extraordinarily beautiful, and her gown is nothing short of exquisite. How we long for our future weddings to feature dresses as stunning as hers. As the ceremony commenced, the atmosphere was electrified upon the arrival of Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia. Compliments for the couple flowed freely, and many expressed envy for their magnificent attire. The wedding was broadcast live, captivating audiences across Namek, Adrat, Metamor, and numerous life-bearing planets in the southern galaxy. With all those under Li Xiaolong's command who could not reach Earth gathered before screens to partake in this grand celebration. As the auspicious moment arrived, Li Yun's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue, ushering in a serene silence. At the end of the crimson carpet, Li Xiaolong gracefully carried Mei Fia as they made their way toward the altar. Upon entering, they prepared for the ceremonial bowing, traditionally known as Bai Tian Di. While such rituals are typically performed at the entrance to the bridal chamber, Li Xiaolong opted to modify the sequence, for this is the Dragon Ball universe, where certain customs warrant adjustment. The altar was adorned with a table featuring ancestral tablets representing heaven, earth, and the 4 cardinal virtues. Behind the offering table hung ancestral banners. As Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia took their positions, Li Xingqian and Celis stepped forward to guide them through the ceremony. They then performed the ritual of 3 kneels and 9 bows, paying homage to heaven and earth, ancestors, and parents. As both Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia were without parents in this world, elders from Li village stood in for them. Subsequently, Mei Fia faced east while Li Xiaolong faced west, performing the husband and wife bow. With the couple properly positioned, they presented incense, kneeling and offering their tribute. Li Yun, as the host, continually announced the proceedings. Soon, it was time for the couple to formally bow to one another, executing 3 deep bows in reverence. The ritual concluded, and they were ushered into the bridal chamber, completing the ceremonial sequence. However, Mei Fia soon re-emerged to greet the guests. Chapter 45, Li Haoyan following the wedding. It was time to indulge in the feast. For this occasion, Li Yun had invited hundreds of top-tier chefs. Initially, he believed he had overestimated the appetite of the wedding guests, yet he soon realized he had underestimated the voraciousness of those unacquainted with culinary delights. Once the banquet commenced, the attendees from across the cosmos devoured the lavish spread as if they had been starved, leaving not a morsel behind, and even licking the plates clean. Have these individuals never tasted food before? Li Yun pondered, shaking his head in disbelief as he observed the cosmic guests, particularly the deities, displaying the most outrageous manners. Let the dishes be served, he muttered, exasperated, urging the staff to hasten with the meal. After this wedding, one can only surmise that Earth's culinary wonders will soon be widely celebrated throughout the universe. In contrast to Li Yun's bemusement, Mei Fia beamed with joy at the sight of the ravenous guests, knowing that this was far more effective than her own efforts to promote Earth's cuisine. Indeed, one could anticipate that, following the wedding, these beings and deities would soon send emissaries to Earth to learn the art of gastronomy. Li Xiaolong wholeheartedly agrees. For the most effective promotion is indeed through personal experience. Although this wedding was grand and magnificent, it lasted merely 3 days. Afterward, numerous deities and their formidable followers reluctantly departed, taking with them an abundance of delicacies, including dozens of food capsules that Weiss also carried back. Once the multitude of divine beings and cosmic visitors had left, Earth returned to its tranquil state. With all individuals ranked above the 4th tier retreating into the Spirit Time House to accumulate their foundations, Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia remained on Earth, occasionally entering the Spirit Time House to guide others in comprehending the laws, though unfortunately, no one had yet grasped any laws. Naturally, the two would occasionally seek out Weiss. 5 years swiftly passed. Within this time, Li Xiaolong ascended to the 10th tier, and he now confidently claimed to surpass the full power of the destroyer god Beerus. However, he seldom visited Weiss anymore. Presently, Weiss surpassed Li Xiaolong in combat prowess, and there was little more he could teach him. Any visit would only result in Li Xiaolong receiving a thorough beating. This was understandable, as Weiss had accumulated countless years of experience, and despite Li Xiaolong's formidable talent, he could not attain Weiss's level in a short period. At this moment, Mei Fia was at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, and the disparity in talent between her and Li Xiaolong became even more pronounced. There was also another reason for this. Mei Fia had finally given birth to Li Xiaolong's child. Outside the delivery room, Li Xiaolong anxiously waited. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, this was his first experience as a father, and his concern for Mei Fia was unwavering. Alas, how exasperating. Why is there no sign yet? My child, please do not torment your mother. Otherwise, once you emerge, I shall show you how to behave. He paced restlessly outside the delivery room, his heart aching at the sounds of Mei Fia's cries. Just as Li Xiaolong finished speaking, a baby's wail resonated from within the delivery room. Suddenly, a powerful and peculiar wave emanated from the room. Ah, this little one is born at the 5th tier. Could it be that this child is the true protagonist of Earth? Li Xiaolong swiftly cast a large formation to envelop the surroundings, intercepting the extraordinary waves produced by the newborn within the formation. Being born at the 5th tier was indeed astonishing. If the deities were to learn of this, they would certainly report it to the High Priest or the Omni King. Since being cautioned by Weiss, Li Xiaolong's strategy had been to develop in secrecy. Thus, he concealed the waves generated by the child's birth. Although the recent grand wedding had revealed a portion of his strength, Li Xiaolong had already implanted restrictions in the minds of the deities, ensuring that no information about Earth would be disclosed. Congratulations, Master Wuzhou. Your wife has given birth to the Dragon Prince. Soon, Someone emerged to share the joyous news. Excellent, excellent. Bestow rewards. Xiaoyun. Let everyone under our command receive a celestial bean, and grant all personnel on Earth 100,000 cosmic coins. With a grand flourish, Li Xiaolong generously shared in the joy of this moment. Thank you, Master Wuzhu. The bearer of the news exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden delight. Xiaolong, let us name our child. Maifia, now replenished with energy, gazed tenderly at the little one. This little one possesses an extraordinary talent, being born into the fifth dimension. I hope he will shine like the radiant sun, his divine light protecting the earth and illuminating myriad realms. Let us name him Li Xiaolong. Li Xiaolong reminisced about another child, equally gifted, who, despite being harmed by his own kin and stripped of what was most vital within him, still grew to become a formidable figure throughout the ages. The name Li Xiaolong resonates with an air of immense strength. It shall be his name. Maifia concurred with this choice. My dear child, though you have been bestowed the name Li Xiaolong, your father shall not allow you to rule unchallenged. I shall shield you from all adversities. I have been in this realm for 49 years, and if we account for the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, it totals over 10,000 years. After such an eternity, I finally have my first child in 2 lifetimes. While I shall not indulge you excessively, you shall undoubtedly receive all the love I possess as a father. My little one, you must strive to bring honor to your father. You will compete alongside the protagonists of this world. I believe in you, for you are already ahead of them at birth. Keep pushing forward. As Li Xiaolong gazed at the adorable child in his arms, he recalled the impending arrival of the protagonist group. Is that event about to unfold? How swiftly time passes. We have known each other on Earth for 49 years. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, Maifia sighed, acknowledging the truth of it. Indeed, after next year, our planet shall attract the attention of true gods. May our efforts not be in vain. Li Xiaolong was confident that as a protagonist, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly capture the attention of the world's overseer. He even speculated that Sun Wukong's rise to prominence might have been influenced by the Omni King, which is perhaps why he felt such a pressing sense of urgency regarding the affairs of planet Vegeta. Oh, it seems the little one comprehends my words. Though his eyes remain shut, he is already waving his tiny fists. Such intelligence for one so young. The sight of this charming little being melted the hearts of both parents. My dear child, your companions shall arrive next year, and your father has faith in you. Li Xiaolong chose not to intervene in the matters concerning Frieza. According to recent intelligence, Frieza is preparing to strike against the Saiyans of planet Vegeta. It would be wise to keep an eye on planet Sadala as well, for the Saiyans will likely accept their fate. Li Xiaolong had once wished upon the dragon that when planet Vegeta was destroyed, the surviving Saiyans would be relocated to planet Sadala. Although the Saiyan bloodline inherently harbors a berserk factor, the purification technique he devised is remarkably effective against such traits. Once the berserk factor within the Saiyan bloodline is cleansed, their future development under my guidance will be bright. Compared to Earth, Namek, Adrat, and Metamor, the innate talents of Saiyans at birth remain superior. Even though these other planets have undergone years of rigorous training, the overall enhancement of newborn talents is not as rapid. Chapter 46. Frieza prepares to strike now that Li Xiaolong and his companions have matured. It is time to entrust these matters to them. Maifia holds a favorable view of the younger generation in Li Family Village. Indeed, Li Family Village has now reached its 3rd generation, and we have finally welcomed our own children. Li Xiaolong and Li Yun represent the 1st generation, which is relatively small in number. Li Xingqian and his peers comprise the 2nd generation, significantly increasing in number compared to Li Xiaolong's cohort. The current affairs are now in the hands of the 3rd generation. Where the prodigies have multiplied, there are as many as 20 super talents among them, and altogether, the 3rd generation boasts over 200 individuals. As for the village chief's generation and Li Zhongqian's cohort, Li Xiaolong has categorized them as the progenitor generation. They currently have little to occupy their time, with their primary focus being the diligent cultivation of their strength. Most of the younger generation in the Xing character lineage are already above the 2nd tier, while the 20 individuals in Li Xingyun's group have reached the 3rd tier, thus the management of affairs has been entrusted to them. As Li Yun's child, Li Xingyun has wholly inherited his father's talents, and having been influenced since childhood, he manages affairs with remarkable ease. Li Xiaolong holds great expectations for him. Xiaoyun, there is an important matter you must remember. Furthermore, Earth must fully cooperate with this endeavor, as it pertains to a formidable deity. As your Uncle Long, I find myself incapable of overcoming this deity and can only play my part in this drama. Li Xiaolong briefly outlines the impending events to Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun is somewhat familiar with Li Xiaolong's plans, having spent much time with his father, Li Yun, visiting Li Xiaolong in his youth. Li Xiaolong's strategy is to refrain from intervening in Wukong's affairs. However, enhancing Wukong's martial arts is no issue, especially since Wu Tian has already ascended to the 4th tier, a situation intentionally orchestrated by Li Xiaolong to maintain balance. Moreover, Sun Wufan has also reached the 3rd tier of strength. Li Xiaolong has resolved that little Wukong's path should mirror that of the original narrative, lest he attract the scrutiny of the Omni King or be detected by the God of Time. Meanwhile, in the expanse of outer space surrounding planet Vegeta, a colossal spacecraft hovers in the void, flanked by numerous smaller vessels serving as guardians. The large spacecraft is Frieza's ship, which meticulously monitors all activities on planet Vegeta. Mr. Shambo, what is the current status of those Saiyan monkeys? Frieza inquires, seated in a smaller flying device, his gaze cold and indifferent as he surveys the planet. Shambo, hands clasped behind his back, responds while observing the planet. Most of the Saiyan monkeys have returned. However, some remote Saiyans will require additional time. Prepare the crew below. Frieza commands. This king intends to obliterate planet Vegeta in 5 days. Otherwise, it would be quite unfortunate should that esteemed individual hold me accountable. A sinister smile creeps upon Frieza's lips, yet it exudes an unsettling and terrifying aura. Once the Saiyan monkeys are eradicated, the Legion's strength is likely to suffer considerable damage. A cosmic being beside Shambo shakes his head in dissent, yet dares not voice his opposition, being an old subordinate left by King Cold. Among the old subordinates left by the Kurdish king, only an elder named Belibulu could disregard the terror of Frieza, even managing to make Frieza heed some of his words. Ha ha ha, after much effort in gathering these Saiyan monkeys, this presents the finest opportunity to annihilate them and obliterate this planet. They are currently compelled to submit to me under pressure, yet they will undoubtedly rebel. After all, these Saiyan monkeys are the very ones that our esteemed master has commanded to be destroyed. Mr. Shambo, after the destruction of planet Vegeta, I trust you will oversee the communications of the Saiyans who have not returned to planet Vegeta from the Uyghur people and ensure their extermination. Understood. I shall not spare a single Saiyan. Then let it be executed thus, ha ha ha. Frieza laughed heartily, nodding at Shambo, his cold gaze fixed on the distant planet Vegeta. Spaceships streaked across the sky above planet Vegeta like brilliant meteors, as the time for Frieza's plan to annihilate the planet drew ever closer. Many Saiyans from across the universe were summoned back to planet Vegeta aboard these vessels, one of whom was Bardock. It was Frieza's ship. What could he possibly want? Is he here to flaunt his might? We Saiyans do not fear him. Bardock, standing at a distance, caught sight of Frieza's ship, a wave of intense unease washing over him. His companions in the cockpit also noticed Frieza's vessel. One pointed it out, his face contorted with fierce expression. What on earth is Frieza scheming? To personally come to planet Vegeta? Bardock propped his chin on his hand, his expression growing increasingly grave. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind, one he could scarcely believe himself. Regardless of his intentions, should he truly provoke us Saiyans, he would not escape unscathed. Yet Frieza's motivations were indeed perplexing. Summoning us all back to planet Vegeta without an apparent reason seemed unnecessary, as he could have merely informed us of our mission through the scanners. The other Saiyans aboard also shared their confusion regarding Frieza's actions. Please, be silent. Do not forget you are still wearing scanners, lest we be overheard. Bardock reminded his comrades at an opportune moment. In the minds of the Saiyans, Frieza had never been regarded as their superior or master, but rather as a collaborator, and at this juncture, they were merely succumbing temporarily to Frieza's overwhelming authority. However, Bardock, having attained a combat power exceeding 10,000 as a low-ranking warrior, had the clarity of mind to understand the situation. He knew, based on the information he gathered during missions, that defeating Frieza was an impossibility. Even a 100-fold increase in their strength would not suffice. I almost forgot. I shall remove this at once. The Saiyan who had spoken, upon hearing Bardock's warning, hurriedly took off the scanner from his head. However, their conversation had already been reported to Frieza by those eavesdropping, and similar scenes were not uncommon among the other Saiyans. Let these Saiyan monkeys frolic for a few more days. Soon enough, they shall taste despair, ha ha ha. Regarding the discussions surrounding the Saiyans, Frieza paid them no heed. After all, in the face of absolute power, everything else is but a fleeting illusion. Frieza indeed possessed the prideful authority to overlook the Saiyans. Yet, one cannot help but wonder what schemes he is concocting. Regardless, it bodes ill for us Saiyans, and preparations must be made. As Bardock observed the gathering spaceships and the immense flagship in the cosmos, his unease deepened. Meanwhile, the other Saiyans were obliviously sharing tales of their conquests, entirely unaware that a looming genocide was about to engulf them. Chapter 47. Sending Goku to Earth. Upon landing on planet Vegeta, Bardock inquired about Frieza's impending arrival. However, the Saiyan race, known for its brute strength, harbored no suspicion regarding Frieza's intentions. Nevertheless, Bardock did glean some valuable information. Many Saiyans spoke of Frieza dispatching his subordinates to gather intelligence on the Super Saiyans, thereby affirming his own suspicions regarding Frieza's motives. A sense of urgency welled within him as he hastened home to see his wife, Jine. Bardock took her aside, bringing along their infant son, Goku, in his pod. And as they walked, he shared the troubling thoughts that plagued him. Bardock revealed his plan, including the prophetic dreams he had experienced. He intended to send Goku to a remote planet, believing that only in such isolation could Kakarot develop into the formidable Super Saiyan he envisioned. Trust in my decision, he implored. After all, remaining on planet Vegeta would spell doom for Kakarot, just as it would for us all when Frieza unleashed his wrath. What? Frieza is that audacious? Perhaps we should inform King Vegeta. He may have a strategy to negotiate, Jine exclaimed, her shock palpable at Frieza's intentions. Still clinging to a glimmer of hope regarding King Vegeta. Time was of the essence. They must send Kakarot away at once, lest it be too late. Bardock speculated that Frieza would act swiftly. However, Jine, being the gentler of the two, found it hard to part with Kakarot, with Frieza poised to strike at any moment. And having heard tales in his missions of Frieza's capability to obliterate planets, Bardock knew it was too perilous for Kakarot to remain on planet Vegeta. We shall steal a spaceship and send Kakarot to another world. If my fears prove unfounded, we can return for him later, Bardock declared as he led Jine, carrying Kakarot's pod, toward the location of the parked spaceships. Despite her immense reluctance, Jine was ultimately persuaded by Bardock's reasoning. They stealthily commandeered a spherical ship, a testament to the stagnant technological advancement of the Saiyans, who, after seizing the planet plant, had inherited the technology of its people. Years have passed, and the Saiyans have roamed the cosmos plundering planets, yet they remain utterly ignorant of technology. Even the once mighty Plantians now show signs of regression in their technological prowess. Despite their attempts to supplement their knowledge by seizing technology from other celestial bodies, their simplistic minds fail to comprehend the amalgamation of two distinct civilizations' advancements. After pilfering a spherical spacecraft, the couple transported it to a secluded location, placing Kakarot within its confines. Inside the vessel, Kakarot seemed to sense the impending separation from his parents, filling the air with his cries. A wave of maternal affection surged within Chi-Chi, unlike the other Saiyans. Her emotions mirrored those of Earthlings. Gazing at her son, she whispered, "Kakarot, do not weep. If all goes well, Mother shall return for you swiftly. Await your father and me. Let us launch at once. Delay may spell disaster. I hope my fears are unfounded." The sense of urgency intensified within Bardock, tension gripping his entire being. What if we steal another ship and accompany Kakarot to that planet? This way, we could care for him. Chi-Chi yearned to remain with Kakarot, nurturing him. No, Bardock replied firmly. Currently, planet Vegeta is swarming with Frieza's minions, all equipped with detectors. Our combat energy is too conspicuous, whereas Kakarot's energy level is merely 2. He would be far safer traveling alone. If we followed, Frieza would surely intercept us. Bardock firmly dismissed Chi-Chi's suggestion. In my dream, Kakarot grows stronger on a planet called Earth. The database indicates Earth holds little value in terms of its inhabitants and resources. It is a seemingly insignificant low-level planet. There, Kakarot will have a secure environment and ample time to grow stronger. Should anything happen to us, he will exact vengeance in due course. Little did Bardock know that the so-called lowly planet, Earth, harbored countless powerful beings, where even the weakest among them possessed a combat power in the hundreds, collectively surpassing even the mightiest warriors of the 7th universe. Very well. I shall defer to your judgment. May Kakarot flourish and grow formidable. Bardock continued, and then there is Raditz. He is currently on a mission with Prince Vegeta. I trust he will be safe. If Frieza truly destroys planet Vegeta, he will remain unharmed, and we must ensure he looks after Kakarot. Chi-Chi thought of their other son, Raditz, the one known for uttering the legendary phrase associated with the Dragon Balls. One could only imagine Raditz arriving on Earth, ready to proclaim his famous words, only to be confronted by an Earthling who swiftly defeats him with a single powerful strike. What would his reaction be? As they sealed the spacecraft's hatch, the couple reluctantly gazed through the transparent door at Kakarot. Pressing the launch button, the vessel began to ascend, gradually lifting off the ground. It seemed to gather strength. Then with a swift motion, it shot into the clouds, rapidly transforming into a star that vanished amidst the dazzling night sky. A report indicates that a spacecraft has departed from planet Vegeta. Should we intercept it? A low-ranking soldier under Frieza's command has discovered Kakarot's ship and promptly reported the situation to his superiors. A fleeting moment of confusion flickered in his eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. Observing the insignificance of the enemy's combat power, which barely registered at 2 points, he resolved to let it perish in the vastness of space. Is this truly the case? It seems my suspicions are nearly confirmed. Even if he is not the Omni King, he could very well be the Grand Minister or a being of similar caliber intervening in this matter. Neither the Saiyans nor Frieza and his subordinates have noticed the two figures standing in the void between them, Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia. Li Xiaolong observed everything unfolding before him, including the report from the lowly soldier. The small leader had initially intended to issue a command to destroy Goku's ship, but a barely perceptible force of law flickered by. In an instant of confusion, the small leader allowed the soldier to let Goku's ship escape. Others, including the god of Destruction Beerus, would have been unable to detect that fleeting force of law, yet Li Xiaolong was not among them. That law was known as the Illusory Law, a lower-tier law wielded by an exceptionally powerful individual, likely a being surpassing the very essence of law itself. However, Li Xiaolong had comprehended the world law, which was a higher manifestation of the Illusory Law. In the Dragon Ball universe, the concept of world law did not exist. Thus, that powerful being acted with great confidence in employing the Illusory Law. Even Mai Fia was unaware of this occurrence until Li Xiaolong spoke, enlightening her to the recent events. In light of this, it appears our prior decision was indeed wise. We must remain hidden and cultivate in silence. Until we possess the capability to independently establish a universe parallel to the Omni King's system, we cannot afford to reveal ourselves, lest we invite catastrophic repercussions. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's conclusion, Mai Fia felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Had we revealed ourselves prematurely, the Omni King or the opposing deities could have obliterated the entire seventh universe to eradicate us. Since realizing the seals embedded within the bloodline of Earthlings and the very essence of Earth itself, Li Xiaolong understood that Earthlings had faced the wrath of one or several deities, who even went so far as to seal both the planet and its inhabitants' bloodlines to prevent any resurgence. Fortunately, with Whis' guidance, we likely escaped annihilation at the hands of those deities. Mai Fia silently expressed her gratitude. In light of the immense favor owed to Whis, Li Xiaolong had no intention of shirking this considerable debt. Kakarot, you must survive. If all goes well, we shall come to retrieve you soon. The spaceship, aboard which little Wukong traveled, swiftly transformed into a radiant cross, vanishing into the vast expanse of the starry sky. Bardock and Jine nestled closely together, gazing up at the heavens, watching the spot where the cross of light had disappeared. This vessel had separated a family, yet it bore the weight of a magnificent world, encompassing the cherished childhoods of countless souls and heralding the rise of a formidable warrior, Kakarot, who was on the brink of embarking on a remarkable journey through life. With the ship's departure, a splendid odyssey was about to unfold. Now, let us revel in the clash of two formidable nefarious forces within the cosmos. No, it should rather be described as a unilateral annihilation. Li Xiaolong observed with keen interest the two factions below. It was indeed a pity that Bardock, such a rare genius, would perish in such a senseless battle. Mai Fia gazed down at Bardock, feeling a twinge of regret. "Ha, little ya, you rarely take an interest in talent," Li Xiaolong remarked. "Fear not, I shall discreetly intervene to rescue him. Such a person could serve as a valuable asset to our foundation." Having recognized the looming threat, Li Xiaolong prepared to amass his resources extensively, including gathering formidable individuals under his command. When encountering a genius, he intended to collect them all. And that fabled little Super Saiyan, How could one not be intrigued? My Fia teased, casting a playful glance at Li Xiaolong. Ah ha ha. It seems my thoughts have been laid bare. He admitted. Indeed, that little fellow, Broly, though fraught with potential pitfalls in his lineage, remains a prodigy among prodigies. Once those hazards are addressed, he will undoubtedly become a tremendous ally. Li Xiaolong was determined not to let Broly languish on that desolate planet for decades, as depicted in the original tale. At this moment, Broly had already been dispatched to planet Vampa by the envious King Vegeta. How do you plan to handle this young lad? My Fia inquired. I shall take him as my personal disciple. Such a level of genius is a rarity in the universe. And we cannot afford to let another opportunity like Goku slip away, Li Xiaolong declared, unwilling to let anyone else misguide Broly. By taking him under his wing, he would tailor a training regimen specifically for him, something that others, not even my Fia, could accomplish. Very well, entrusting this young one to you seems most fitting. Not even Whis could provide him with such tailored guidance, my Fia conceded. Initially, she had considered taking Broly as her own disciple. But reflecting on Li Xiaolong's exceptional talent and their bond, she realized that his disciple would essentially be hers. Furthermore, Li Xiaolong could offer Broly the most appropriate training, and keeping him on her side would only hinder the development of such a genius. Chapter 48. Frieza takes action. Let us see how this wicked Saiyan monkey reacts. If it weren't for the fact that King Frieza requires these Saiyan monkeys to plunder planets, I would have long since annihilated them. Dodoria has harbored disdain for the Saiyans for quite some time. Upon witnessing Vegeta prepare to strike against his kin, it felt as though a switch within him had been flipped. As he observed Frieza piloting the spacecraft into outer space, he trembled with excitement, his facial muscles twitching from the intensity of his emotions. A mere lackey, yet he exudes such tremendous malice. Indeed, Frieza is a source of chaos in the universe. Seeing the malevolence radiating from Dodoria, Mephia's face contorted with disgust. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the formidable genetics of Frieza's lineage. I suspect this is the handiwork of some divine being. Naturally birthed cosmic entities possess talents that have been honed over generations. Unlike the frost demons who reproduce asexually yet still boast potent genes. Indeed, this individual does not appear particularly old and shows no signs of rigorous training. Yet he has already reached this level. If he were to train diligently, his progress would undoubtedly be meteoric. Despite her aversion, Mephia could not help but concede the exceptional talent of Frieza. It is indeed true. Li Xiaolong recalled that in the original narrative, after being released from hell by Goku, Frieza achieved Golden Frieza in merely 4 months of training, directly matching Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form. While this was partly due to the resentment he accumulated during his time in hell, the fact that he could harness that power to enhance himself is a testament to his extraordinary aptitude. How do you intend to deal with him? Though you mention he will have his own destiny, can one not repurpose such a being after fate has run its course? For someone as utterly malevolent as Frieza, Mephia felt no moral qualms in exploiting him. I will forge him into my weapon. He will draw the attention of those divine beings, granting us the opportunity to rise. Li Xiaolong had long contemplated Frieza's role, aiming to have him attract the gaze of both overt and covert deities. While Li Xiaolong and Mephia conversed in the void, Frieza was already en route to planet Vegeta aboard his spacecraft. Is King Frieza truly going to obliterate planet Vegeta? I have long grown weary of these Saiyan monkeys. King Frieza is indeed wise. Alas, such a beautiful planet is on the brink of destruction, a dazzling gem in the cosmos, soon to be reduced to mere fireworks in the vastness of space, all because of these foolish Saiyan monkeys. Although Shang Bo lamented the loss with his words, his expression betrayed an entirely different sentiment. His countenance was one of chilling indifference, his voice laced with a bone-chilling coldness. At that moment, a blue-skinned alien beside Shang Bo spoke up. Her name was Biliblu. Typically, she tended to Frieza's daily needs like a caretaker, resembling an elderly woman nearing the end of her days. Yet, this seemingly frail old woman dared to voice her opinions without reservation in the presence of the notorious and fearsome Frieza, a testament to her audacity. The Frieza's Legion, having lost these Saiyan monkeys, will undoubtedly experience a significant reduction in strength. It seems imperative that after the extermination of the Saiyans, efforts be made to swiftly replenish these losses, for such inexpensive combatants must be adequately replaced. Though Frieza is notorious throughout the northern galaxy and notoriously ruthless towards his subordinates, He has consistently found himself at a disadvantage against Biliblu. Most importantly, despite his setbacks, Frieza has never imposed any punishment upon Biliblu. This peculiar dynamic has granted Biliblu a somewhat unique status within Frieza's ranks. It has come to light that Frieza has initiated a selection process within the Legion to recruit new warriors, and it is only a matter of time before results manifest. Consequently, Biliblu need not concern himself with this matter. Frieza is well aware of the situation. Shambo, a veteran of Frieza's Legion, is the one orchestrating the selection of warriors. Despite being among the elder ranks, power struggles still exist. With his hands clasped behind his back, Shambo gazes idly at planet Vegeta, his demeanor notably serene. It appears I have underestimated Frieza, mused Biliblu with a light chuckle, a flicker of darkness crossing his eyes as he turned his gaze towards the distant planet Vegeta. From the outside, planet Vegeta appears as a stunning blue and white orb, resplendent amidst the predominantly dark cosmos, resembling a brilliant gem suspended in the void. At this moment, all the minions of Frieza's Legion peered through the ship's observation window, eagerly watching the figure gradually approaching planet Vegeta. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and their expressions were filled with exhilaration, as if a magnificent performance were about to unfold. Frieza was finally ready to make his move. Let the Saiyans be obliterated. This sentiment underscores just how unwelcome the Saiyans are in the universe, even among Frieza's minions. Not a single soul wished for the Saiyans to survive. Joining the King's Legion, this would be my first experience witnessing Frieza in action. You may not know this, but the King possesses the power to effortlessly shatter an entire planet. On one occasion during a mission, I was fortunate enough to witness him transforming a planet into a spectacular display of fireworks, a sight that was truly the most beautiful in the cosmos. One minion exclaimed with excitement, as if the destruction of a planet would bring him immense pleasure and reward. You are indeed fortunate, he replied, but I too shall soon behold such a magnificent spectacle. I consider myself quite lucky as well. The other minion, hearing his companion's boast, eagerly anticipated Frieza's forthcoming act of planet destruction. Though Frieza proclaims himself the Cosmic Emperor and is infamous throughout the Northern Galaxy, he rarely intervenes directly. The opportunity for his subordinates to witness Frieza take matters into his own hands is exceedingly rare, as such planetary explosions are seldom heard of in the universe. Naturally, this extraordinary opportunity is met with great anticipation. Outside planet Vegeta, every member of Frieza's Legion held their breath, their attention fixated on Frieza's figure, eagerly watching, fearful of missing a single moment. Outside the main ship of Frieza, he perched upon his diminutive craft, emitting a chilling, sinister laughter that sent shivers down the spine. His gaze was fixated on the distant planet of Vegeta. After a brief flight, Frieza halted, extending a finger from which a small crimson orb began to coalesce. With its emergence, the already frigid void of space grew even more inhospitable. Suddenly, the minuscule sphere, no larger than a peanut, expanded dramatically until it burgeoned into a colossal fireball, hundreds of meters in diameter. To the planet Vegeta, this immense orb resembled a mere grain of sand. Yet the overwhelming sense of pressure it exuded was palpable even to the Saiyans on the surface. This fireball was none other than Frieza's planet-destroying missile. A single one had the capacity to obliterate an entire planet. Farewell, Saiyan monkeys, as your world meets its demise. He cackled maniacally, though sound could not traverse the vacuum. The grotesque distortion of his face was enough to instill fear. Chapter 49. The destruction of planet Vegeta. With a flick of his finger, he directed the sun-like orb, brimming with immense energy, towards planet Vegeta. As the fireball approached the boundary between the planet's atmosphere and the vastness of space, it revealed its true power and terror. The colossal energy exerted by the fireball compressed the atmosphere of Vegeta, unleashing a violent storm that swept across its surface. The air reverberated with terrifying rending sounds as the atmosphere was forcefully displaced by the energy-laden orb. From the ground, it appeared as if another sun had emerged in the sky, growing ever larger in the eyes of the Saiyans, radiating an overwhelming aura. All the Saiyans gazed in astonishment at the fireball, which continued to expand ominously. As the fireball descended, it emitted a horrific heat, incinerating everything in its vicinity. At last, we witnessed the might of Lord Frieza. How magnificent! This aura is enough to extinguish any thought of resistance. Planet Vegeta and the Saiyan race are finally doomed. The sheer terror of Frieza's power was awe-inspiring. To witness such ferocity was indeed an honor. Among Frieza's subordinates, the assembled extraterrestrials were rendered speechless by the might of the planet-destroying missile as it hurtled towards Vegeta. A sense of admiration began to blossom within them as they beheld the diminutive figure atop the craft, igniting a fervor within their hearts. What is happening? Curse it! Has Frieza truly decided to strike? He intends to annihilate all of planet Vegeta and eradicate our Saiyan lineage. The summons by Frieza to the Saiyans was inherently suspicious, prompting King Vegeta to gather the elite essence of all Saiyans within the royal capital. At that moment, all Saiyans in the capital became acutely aware of the impending threat. A series of powerful auras erupted, and figures ascended from the ground as the Saiyans, recognizing the crisis, began to act. Each Saiyan unleashed their utmost might, charging towards the cataclysmic energy sphere plummeting from above. In other regions, the Saiyans, witnessing this scene, also unleashed their full potential in a desperate attempt to counter the impending doom. However, the royal capital housed the most formidable contingent of Saiyans, embodying the entire legacy of their race. Despite their notorious reputation, their indomitable fighting spirit commanded respect. Perhaps it was the bloodline of their ancestors manifesting. Regrettably, this lineage had been tainted over time, for otherwise, this race could have achieved great heights. Observing the Saiyans, regardless of their individual combat prowess, pouring their entire strength against the planet-destroying attack, one could not help but admire their fighting spirit. There exists the possibility of preserving the remaining Saiyans bloodline while purging the corruption that has afflicted it, and perhaps they could be reborn anew. Li Xiaolong, who had long made plans regarding the Saiyans, lamented the plight of a race with such promising potential, now facing extinction due to an inept leader. This individual truly deserved his fate. As for the so-called King Vegeta, Mythia held him in utter disdain, feeling that even uttering his name was a waste of her breath. His demise mattered little to them. In fact, it could benefit their interests. The new Saiyan lineage could be led by Bardock, a figure Li Xiaolong held in high regard, especially as he had been the first in this era to transform into a Super Saiyan, or rather, an imitative Super Saiyan. As the two conversed, the Saiyans below collided with the planet-destroying energy blast. Bang! 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 The energy beams launched by the Saiyans extinguished one after another, proving utterly ineffective against Frieza's formidable attack, with those possessing the highest combat power barely exceeding 10,000 points. The initial wave of resistance had been decisively thwarted. How could this be? Why was this attack so overwhelmingly powerful? How could Frieza, that detestable fiend, possess such strength? At that moment, the pride of the Saiyan elite shattered, and faced with the specter of death, all their previous notions and hopes regarding Frieza crumbled to dust. Damn it! Is this how the Saiyan race is destined to perish? Have I been too arrogant? A flicker of regret stirred within King Vegeta's heart as the grand vision of uniting all Saiyans to defeat Frieza failed to materialize, leaving them as fragile as thin paper, easily torn apart. Damn it, we can barely hold on. Is this the end? The Saiyans roared in defiance. In the moment the planet-destroying blast loomed near, they vanished in an instant. Ha ha ha, struggle, O Saiyan monkeys. The more you struggle and scream, the more joy it brings to me. Ha ha ha. As Frieza erupted into gleeful laughter at the sight of the Saiyans writhing beneath the impending doom of the planet-destroying bomb, an unnoticed phenomenon unfolded. In the fleeting moment just before contact with the destructive force, a barely perceptible glimmer flickered around the Saiyans. Such subtlety would surely escape the notice of the deities, wouldn't it? Mythia, observing as the Saiyans were transported to planet Sadala, felt a twinge of anxiety that these minor maneuvers might be detected by the Grand Priest or the Omni King. Fear not, came the assurance. This battlefield is ensnared in an illusionary array, effectively shielding it from the scrutiny of all probing methodologies. Their interest lies solely in the outcome. They are unlikely to investigate personally, and even if they did, they would only perceive what I wish them to see. Li Xiaolong's conjectures proved accurate. The seemingly inconspicuous Saiyans were indeed of little concern to the Grand Priest and his ilk, were it not for the fear of exposure. Even Li Xiaolong's extensive efforts to gather these Saiyans would not have drawn their attention. One by one, the Saiyans vanished beneath the shadow of the planet-destroying bomb. Their eyes filled with anguish, yet not a single one faltered in the face of such despair. In contrast to the past, where traitorous guides would capitulate before the enemy even arrived, the Saiyans stood resolute, evoking a sense of admiration in Li Xiaolong as he reflected on the stark difference between them and those who had betrayed in his former life. Frieza, I shall not allow you to prevail. Bardock roared defiantly, soaring ahead of the bomb, arms outstretched in a desperate attempt to intercept it. Witnessing Bardock's audacity, countless Saiyans surged forward, determined to shield the bomb with their very flesh. With a roar that echoed with fury, Bardock's aura swelled, shifting colors in a manner reminiscent of Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan. Is this what you refer to as becoming a Super Saiyan? It truly ignites a fire within. Mephiya marveled at Bardock's momentum, which soared like a rocket. Yet, his foundational strength was regrettably insufficient. Otherwise, he might have succeeded in his transformation today. Should I lend him a hand? No, it would be prudent to refrain from drawing attention. Though Bardock's surge inspired hope, the overwhelming might of the situation rendered such triumphs futile. He was not the protagonist capable of defying the odds. Ultimately, Bardock too was engulfed beneath the bomb's descent. With his obstruction removed, the bomb fell unimpeded toward planet Vegeta, heralding the onset of true annihilation. The formidable planet-destroying bomb descended with relentless force, shattering the hardened surface as though it were mere parchment, creating a colossal crater as it pierced the planet's core. A gargantuan mushroom cloud erupted skyward. Continental plates fractured with a deafening roar, and the planet mourned its demise, engulfed in a cataclysm of flames and lava, as the apocalypse descended upon this world. The essence of this planet has been squandered in such a lamentable manner. It would be far better to collect it and integrate it into the primordial realm of the five elements, thereby augmenting both their strength and the planet's essence. At this moment, Li Xiaolong held a pulsating sphere of light in his hand, which seemed to understand its impending fate of annihilation, obediently yielding to Li Xiaolong's grasp. Indeed, this planet was originally the mother star of the Five Virtues clan, and merging its essence into the realm of the five elements could be seen as a return to its origins. As Mephiya reached out to touch the essence sphere in Li Xiaolong's hand, she soon discovered that no matter how she exerted her abilities, she could not make contact with the sphere so tantalizingly close, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Boom! In the dark void of the universe, the explosion of planet Vegeta transformed the emptiness into a grand display of fireworks. The planet shattered into countless pieces. In the depths of space, Frieza's subordinates had already maneuvered their ships far from the explosion's radius. In the monitoring room, Shanbua observed the screen as the life signatures, represented by flickering points of light, swiftly vanished. Before long, there was no trace of any life energy left on the monitor. Planet Vegeta, or what was once Planet Plant, was finally obliterated from the cosmos in this fierce explosion. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated and tranquility returned to space, the once beautiful blue and white planet had vanished, leaving behind only a multitude of irregularly sized and scattered meteors drifting in solemn silence. These meteors alone bore witness to the existence of a planet that had once thrived. Perhaps, countless years hence, these meteors might coalesce to form a new planet. Though whether life could ever emerge anew remains an unanswered question. Chapter 50. Journey to Sadala Frieza, my lord. All life signatures in the direction of the former planet Vegeta have completely vanished. Not a single Saiyan has escaped. All have been annihilated by your planet-destroying weapon. Shanbua reported to Frieza, his eyes brimming with profound reverence for the tyrant. Ha ha, I have personally intervened. It was inevitable that not a single Saiyan would survive. The destruction of a high-level planet indeed releases a spectacle of fireworks, even more splendid than those from the other planets I have obliterated, Frieza exclaimed, his expression exaggerated, with his purple lips and contorted visage rendering him particularly unsettling. Bilibla scoffed, my lord Frieza, in your pursuit of fleeting satisfaction. You have obliterated such an excellent fighting force in the Saiyans. Your recklessness may hinder the Frieza force's ability to expand for a considerable time to come. Biliblu's words carried a tone of reproach towards Frieza, prompting the other subordinates, who had been thoroughly awed by Frieza's display of power, to cast bewildered glances at him. Do you believe that I have acted incorrectly, Mr. Biliblu? Frieza lowered his voice, sending a shiver down the spines of the subordinates, who feared that Frieza might turn his wrath upon Biliblu. Is it not so, Lord Frieza? Although the Saiyan monkeys often prove to be ineffective, they are inherently formidable warriors. With a modest remuneration, they can assist us in expanding our territories, rendering them invaluable as renewable resources. We could surely adopt a different strategy to weaken them, allowing the Saiyan monkeys to charge into battle, I believe they would be more than willing to do so. Bulibulu, undeterred by Frieza's recent display of dominance, fixed his gaze intently upon him. The surrounding minions regarded Bulibulu with a mix of astonishment and curiosity, eager to witness how Frieza would respond to him. With the exception of the elder figures like Shanbua. Ha ha ha, Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly, and amidst the astonished looks from his minions, he unexpectedly tempered his aura rather than becoming enraged. Instead, he began to elucidate to Bulibulu. Mr. Bulibulu, you have misunderstood. My desire to annihilate the Saiyan monkeys is not merely for my own gratification. It is in accordance with the divine edict delivered by Lord Beerus 11 years ago, who harbored great displeasure towards these Saiyan monkeys and wished for their destruction. I am merely fulfilling Lord Beerus's decree. What? The great Lord Frieza is actually explaining this to Bulibulu? Am I hearing this correctly? Countless minions were astounded. Indeed, as Frieza stated, 11 years ago, Bulibulu happened to be visiting the Great King at that time and missed this event. The matter of the divine decree was seldom discussed. And given Frieza's prohibition on such topics, it was only natural for Bulibulu to be unaware. Shanbua quickly stepped forward to corroborate Frieza's words. The god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Bulibulu, upon realizing that it was the decree of the god of destruction Beerus, was taken aback. This was a being beyond their reach, and he was astonished that such a figure would issue a decree to Frieza. If it is indeed the decree of Lord Beerus, then it must be executed. I had thought that you, Lord Frieza, were merely wary of the legends surrounding the Super Saiyans among the Saiyan monkeys, which prompted you to seek their annihilation. Hearing Bulibulu's words, Frieza scoffed disdainfully, his expression akin to that of one observing inconsequential refuse. In this vast universe, apart from Lord Beerus, there is no one I fear. To me, the rest are but trifling entities. At this moment, Frieza's arrogance knew no bounds, blissfully ignorant of the trials that awaited him in the years to come. Such a self-important little fellow. Perhaps I should send someone to give him a proper massage to loosen those stiff muscles, Mifia remarked, intrigued by Frieza's brash demeanor. This fellow will have his reckoning with Goku in due time. After he accepts his fate, we shall train him accordingly, Li Xiaolong mused, finding little interest in Frieza, especially since his current presence alone dwarfed Frieza's power manifold. Indeed, it would be wise to avoid unnecessary complications. Since our business here has concluded, let us proceed to planet Sadala. I surmise the Saiyans have yet to awaken. As Li Xiaolong transported the Saiyans to planet Sadala, they were all heavily drained and grievously wounded. Indeed, it is time to pay them a visit and make some arrangements. Surely, they must have grown considerably stronger after enduring such grave injuries and crises. I find myself somewhat envious of these exceptionally gifted races. The Saiyans possess a remarkable talent for enhancing their combat prowess through severe injuries. It is rather formidable, akin to becoming stronger with each battle. Unlike us Earthlings, who must diligently cultivate our abilities, it is truly a source of vexation. Mei-Fia lamented. Your words carry a hint of arrogance, do they not? While it may be appropriate to speak of our fellow Earthlings in such terms, applying it to us, the Li clan, would elicit bemusement from all in the cosmos. Although Mei-Fia's observations hold merit, the current state of Earthlings, under his guidance, diverges significantly from the original narrative. Besides, the individuals from Li family village constitute the true foundation of Li Xiaolong's strength. Presently, all members of the Li clan from his generation and above have reached at least the 5th tier, a feat unattainable by other races merely through cultivation. Indeed, while you urge them to exert their utmost efforts to breach the dimensional barriers, once they achieve such breakthroughs, absorbing vital energy to enhance their combat abilities will not be a trivial endeavor. Furthermore, as their dimensions elevate, they will find it increasingly easier to comprehend the forces of the laws. Mei-Fia also found solace in this realization. Under Li Xiaolong's command, whether it be the inhabitants of Li family village or other Earthlings, as well as the formidable beings of the 3-star rank, he has urged them all to strive for dimensional breakthroughs. The higher the dimension, the greater the comprehension, and the swifter the understanding of the forces of the laws. Should they wish to rapidly augment their combat strength, a higher dimension naturally aligns more closely with vital energy. Moreover, Li Xiaolong has devised a method for swiftly refining this vital energy. Once they encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation, mastering this technique will lead to explosive growth among his subordinates. In a flash of space, Li Xiaolong and Mei-Fia vanished from the starry expanse. As for the so-called Super Saiyan, it is merely a fabrication intended to instill fear. And even if it were to exist, in the eyes of this king, it would amount to little more than a mere gimmick. The notion of a Super Saiyan serves merely to embellish the Saiyan's reputation. Witnessing planets fall before his might without the appearance of these supposed Super Saiyans, Frieza gradually swelled with arrogance, entirely forgetting his father Cold's initial warnings. Shanbo, with an expression of sudden realization, remarked, "So the Super Saiyan is merely a tale concocted by the Saiyans. I never would have imagined. I previously thought they were merely a tribe of muscle-bound monkeys. Yet they devised such a story to deceive the many powerful entities in the universe. Indeed, who could have anticipated that the Saiyans possessed such cunning? It appears we must not underestimate the intellect of the cosmic beings," Bai Lu added, equally struck by the revelation. "Very well. Let us leave matters as they are. That fellow Vegeta is likely still engaged in tasks with a few inept companions," Frieza mused, recalling the high hopes placed upon Prince Vegeta by his father. "Does King Frieza require us to eliminate their team? They are currently on a remote planet executing a mission. Upon their return, I shall ensure their demise." Shanbo displayed a fervent eagerness to eradicate the Saiyans. Regarding Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan race, he garners particular attention. Had Frieza not previously revealed his intentions to harm the Saiyans, he likely would have acted against Vegeta's team long ago. However, it seems prudent to retain these few monkeys. They may yet serve a purpose. This king is also curious to see if this promising individual can indeed ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. Frieza dismissed Shambo's suggestion. A common trait shared by the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe is their flamboyance. Whether Saiyans or other races, they all exhibit this characteristic. Understood, Lord Frieza. However, apart from Vegeta's 5-man squad, you won't prevent me from eliminating the remaining Saiyan monkeys, will you? Shambo remarked with a grin, lacking the assertiveness of Bilibulu. That is entirely up to you, but ensure that Vegeta remains uninformed. Furthermore, should the news leak, let it be said that planet Vegeta suffered a catastrophic meteor strike, leading to the annihilation of both the planet and the Saiyan race. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I shall execute your command splendidly. Shambo, elated by Frieza's affirmation, promptly accepted the task. Additionally, the Frieza force is in urgent need of reinforcements. Expedite the selection of suitable candidates, Mr. Shambo and Mr. Dodoria. You must take care of this matter, as several merchants have already placed orders for planets. Should there be delays, they would incur penalties. Ha ha ha. Chapter 51. The Rebirth of the Saiyans. Who would have thought that Lord Frieza would adhere to the merchant's regulations? Bilibulu interjected inopportunely. It seems Lord Frieza has undergone quite the transformation. Frieza, unfazed, chuckled as he addressed Bilibulu. Ha ha ha. Mr. Bilibulu, I am not only a competent cosmic emperor, but at times, also an adept businessman. Despite Frieza's notorious reputation across the cosmos, he prides himself on being a man of his word. Take, for instance, the warriors of his legion. Many are mere cannon fodder. Yet Frieza provides them with unimaginable salaries and benefits. This is one of the reasons why, despite his ill repute, many are willing to serve under him. Though he is not a benevolent figure, he is an effective leader. While he may eliminate subordinates in moments of displeasure, he generally maintains a cordial demeanor. Otherwise, the elders like Bilibulu would not dare overstep their bounds. In matters of commerce, Frieza presents himself as a refined gentleman, demonstrating humility even towards the less powerful warriors in his legion, compensating them adequately. It is time to awaken. At this moment, Li Xiaolong and Myphia have already arrived on planet Sadala. For decades, Li Xiaolong has restored planet Sadala using the Dragon Balls. During these years devoid of biological interference, the ecosystem of planet Sadala has flourished remarkably, now appearing vibrant and full of life. Upon witnessing the Saiyans sprawled haphazardly on the ground, Li Xiaolong waved his hand, channeling a pure essence of energy into their bodies, resulting in their complete recovery. Soon, the Saiyans began to awaken one by one. Where are we? Are we not dead? They murmured in disbelief. Indeed, we are not dead. That damned Frieza. We shall seek vengeance. They proclaimed in unison, rallying for revenge. The awakened Saiyans, oblivious to Li Xiaolong and his companion, were consumed by thoughts of vengeance upon seeing their comrades unharmed. Only Bardock retained his composure, assessing his own condition before surveying the surroundings, quickly spotting Li Xiaolong and Myphia. Silence. Li Xiaolong commanded with a low growl, though he did not exert much force. Otherwise, the Saiyans would have perished instantly. As his thunderous voice reverberated in the minds of the Saiyans, they gradually calmed and turned their attention to him. Bardock, please step forward and speak, Li Xiaolong invited, intentionally choosing Bardock to become the new king of the Saiyan race. May I inquire who this esteemed individual is? Bardock, still uncertain about Li Xiaolong's identity despite suspecting he had saved the Saiyans, asked. I am Li Xiaolong, and this is my wife Myphia. You may address me as the martial ancestor, and my wife as the martial ancestor's lady. I am but a passerby from Earth, and you shall come to know of this Earth in due time. A formidable aura erupted from Li Xiaolong, overwhelming the Saiyans and forcing them to kneel, Bardock included. You Saiyans uphold the principle of strength above all. I find this notion commendable. Therefore, I hereby appoint the strongest among you, Bardock, as your new king. Do you have any objections? Li Xiaolong, uninterested in lengthy discourse with the straightforward Saiyans, opted for a straightforward approach to assert his authority. Since there are no objections, let it be so. Do not hesitate to pay homage to your new king. Do you dispute my appointment? Seeing the Saiyans remain still, Li Xiaolong exerted his pressure once more. Bardock found himself somewhat at a loss in this compelling situation. Bow to your king. The Saiyans, sensing the urgency, complied and paid their respects to Bardock. I am aware that some of you may harbor resentment. Thus, I propose this. Should any of you defeat Bardock, the title of king shall be yours. With this declaration, Li Xiaolong sought to further solidify Bardock's position after the homage. Bardock, you must give it your all. This pertains to your Saiyan honor, Li Xiaolong urged, wary that Bardock might hold back. With a flourish of his hand, a magnificent arena materialized before them. You shall compete upon this stage, where any injuries sustained will be automatically healed. Consider it a parting gift from me. This arena was a creation of Li Xiaolong, tailored to accommodate the Saiyans' unique characteristics of near-death injuries and combat prowess, establishing a foundation for the Saiyan race's legacy. Determined to exert every effort. Upon learning that Li Xiaolong was a human from Earth, Bardock was reminded of his son Kakarot. Since Li Xiaolong bore them no ill will, it was likely that Kakarot would flourish under the tutelage of such a formidable being on Earth. Just then, a remarkably robust Saiyan leaped onto the arena, his physique strikingly reminiscent of Broly, both appearing as colossal as mountains. However, upon closer inspection, Li Xiaolong discerned that this Saiyan's impressive stature did not signify the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. With a battle power exceeding 20,000, he was indeed formidable. In the context of Earth at that time, he could have ruled it effortlessly. Indeed, Myphia remarked, observing the imposing Saiyan enter the fray. Yet, the present Earth, even when combined with the entirety of the seventh universe, lacks such strength. Although this fellow possesses a battle power over 20,000, Bardock's training in the pseudo-Super Saiyan form and recovery from severe injuries has elevated his power to 1 million, a staggering disparity. Certainly, I believe that after a period of our guidance, Bardock will fully transform into a Super Saiyan. Bardock had already entered the pseudo-Super Saiyan state while resisting Frieza's planet-destroying blast. And coupled with the recent replenishment of his energy by Li Xiaolong, his progress surged explosively. Just as the two were conversing, the brawny Saiyan was sent flying by a single punch from Bardock, crashing into the arena's energy barrier and losing consciousness. Are you all right? Bardock was taken aback. He had not exerted his full strength, yet he had effortlessly incapacitated his opponent. Fear not, he will awaken shortly. However, Bardock, you may be unaware of your current battle power, which stands at 1 million. Given such a significant increase in strength, it is entirely normal for you to feel disoriented, Li Xiaolong stated, wishing to avoid watching these novices engage in futile skirmishes. What? Bardock has become so powerful? The other Saiyans gasped in astonishment at Li Xiaolong's revelation, gazing incredulously at Bardock. No wonder he easily defeated me with a single blow. It turns out he has grown this strong. At that moment, the robust Saiyan regained consciousness and, upon hearing Bardock's battle power, conceded in admiration. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Li Xiaolong inquired. All the Saiyans knelt on one knee in homage to their new king, Bardock, who was still grappling with his new role, having been thrust into it by Li Xiaolong. Rise, my fellow Saiyans. You have just embraced your destiny, and now you shall welcome your rebirth. I shall provide you the means for this new beginning. In the original course of history, you were destined for annihilation at Frieza's hands. All Saiyans present would perish with the destruction of planet Vegeta. It is we who have granted you this new life, and you must sever ties with your past. Myphia further elucidated. Chapter 52. The Saiyans' loyalty. We express our profound gratitude to Lord Wuju and Lady Wuju for their life-saving grace. I, leading the Saiyans, willingly pledge our allegiance to you, Lord Wuju, with unwavering loyalty. Bardock, ever perceptive, stepped forward to declare our fealty, openly announcing our submission to Li Xiaolong. We are eager to honor Lord Wuju as our leader, ready to follow in your footsteps and adhere to your commands. At this moment, the Saiyans appeared remarkably enlightened, collectively acknowledging Li Xiaolong as their sovereign. After all, it was Li Xiaolong who had surreptitiously rescued them from the destruction of planet Vegeta to this uncharted world, and whose mere presence could immobilize even the mightiest among them, like Bardock. Particularly, Li Xiaolong's ability to create from the void left them utterly astounded. Very well. I accept your allegiance. You shall take pride in your choice today, for you are destined to witness an unprecedented era of prosperity for the Saiyans. Li Xiaolong felt immense joy at the prospect of gaining an additional group of formidable allies. Although they may be perceived as mere enforcers, he would ensure their growth, for their strength would ultimately serve his greater ambitions. You Saiyans have long spoken of the legend of the Super Saiyan, a being whose existence even you questioned. Now, I wish to reveal to you that the Super Saiyan is indeed real. Li Xiaolong imparted the knowledge of the Super Saiyan to them, providing them with a clear goal. What? The Super Saiyan truly exists? Where might Lord Wuju have encountered such a being? All eyes turned to Li Xiaolong, filled with astonishment. I have indeed witnessed a Super Saiyan, but there is no need for envy. Under my guidance, each of you shall have the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. With diligence, you too can attain this power. Li Xiaolong envisioned Goku and his companions achieving Super Saiyan status, while he also knew of another Super Saiyan dwelling in the afterlife, one in full power. But this ancestor had lingered in the realm of the dead for far too long to return to the living. What? Lord Wuju, we all can become Super Saiyans? This is splendid news. Our choice has proven to be wise. Aligning ourselves with Lord Wuju is indeed our path to salvation. A robust Saiyan, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, slid to his knees before Li Xiaolong. Please, grant us your teachings, for I, Belia, am willing to do anything for you, Lord Wuju. The stout Saiyan, named Belia, bowed deeply in reverence. Given your unwavering loyalty, I shall bestow upon you a technique for body training in combat. Furthermore, I appoint you as the Grand Elder of Planet Sadala, second only to Bardock. You need only heed Bardock's orders among the Saiyans. I hope you will train earnestly and contribute to the rebirth of the Saiyans, guiding them towards a glorious future. Thank you, Lord Wuju. Thank you, Lord Wuju. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Belia repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Regarding Belial, Li Xiaolong harbors neither disdain nor affection. However, he acknowledges that Belial is the only Saiyan who has taken such initiative, displaying commendable leadership qualities. At the very least, Belial is willing to relinquish his so-called pride in pursuit of greater strength, seizing every opportunity, unlike Vegeta, who often complicates matters due to his inflated sense of pride, leaving him unable to resolve his own dilemmas. Li Xiaolong directly imbued Belial's mind with a specialized combat technique tailored specifically for him. Although he is not the legendary Super Saiyan, his physique is inherently suited for martial refinement. Should he diligently practice this technique, it is conceivable that his descendants may inherit a lineage akin to that of the Super Saiyans or even surpass it. Do not be anxious. I shall not show favoritism. You will all receive your own cultivation techniques, Li Xiaolong reassured the other Saiyans, who appeared eager. Are you aware that the path you have traversed thus far has been misguided? Li Xiaolong posed a question. Forgive me, Master Wuju, but in what way have we erred? Bardock earnestly inquired, devoid of ulterior motives. This brings us to the conditions necessary for you Saiyans to transform into Super Saiyans. Such a transformation requires a tranquil mindset, which can also be interpreted as possessing an adequate number of cells. Only with a peaceful disposition can your bodies generate the requisite cells. This is why I assert that your previous path was flawed. Your rampant destruction across the cosmos, steeped in brutality, has distanced you from achieving the Super Saiyan transformation. Now it makes sense. No wonder we Saiyans have regarded the Super Saiyan as a mere myth since the outbreak of our internal strife. It is indeed a consequence of our own actions, Bardock reflected, possessing a fair understanding of Saiyan history. They had once faced turmoil on planet Sadala, leading to the demise of the benevolent Saiyans, and the eventual wandering of the fierce ones until they settled on planet Vegeta. Furthermore, there are additional conditions. One requires a foundational combat power of 3 million, which Bardock will soon attain, while others must endeavor diligently. The final condition pertains to anger. However, there exists an alternative method to fulfill this, which is to concentrate all 1S cells in the back. Meeting these 3 criteria will enable you to transform into Super Saiyans. Li Xiaolong did not wish to squander time allowing the Saiyans to seek out moments of anger to trigger their transformations. Instead, he would impart techniques for sensing and controlling their cells, ensuring that once they meet the foundational combat requirements, they could instantly become Super Saiyans. Subsequently, I shall teach you the techniques for sensing and controlling your cells, as well as methods for rapid enhancement of your strength. You must dedicate yourselves to this practice. He instructed. With gratitude, all the Saiyans bowed to Li Xiaolong, recognizing his benevolence. Moreover, remnants of ancient perils still linger within your bloodline. Open your hearts, and I shall cleanse these threats from your lineage, ensuring that your future offspring will be free from such afflictions and possess even greater strength in their youth than you did. Li Xiaolong resolved to preserve the indomitable fighting spirit inherent in the Saiyan bloodline, while purifying the rampant cruelty contained within. In doing so, they would naturally evolve into more peaceful and benevolent beings, without losing their innate courage to battle. The Saiyans appeared to be inherently suited to the martial principles I previously comprehended. Alas, these principles were merely subordinate laws, lacking in a promising future, lamented Mafia. Nevertheless, their fate would ultimately depend on their own endeavors. The nature of laws is not absolute. Should any among them truly break through, they might very well advance the martial principles. The strength of a law is contingent upon its wielder. If the wielder is formidable, so too will the law be powerful. For instance, the angelic, demonic, and dragon god principles that Li Xiaolong once grasped were initially feeble. It was merely that their master had reached the pinnacle in this world, thereby elevating those laws alongside him. Li Xiaolong could not help but ponder the future of Wukong, contemplating that with his assistance, it might be possible to propel the martial principles forward. Chapter 53. Bardock transforms into Super Saiyan with a tranquil heart and an open mind. I shall resolve the hidden dangers within your bloodline, urged Li Xiaolong as all Saiyans seated themselves in meditation. A purifying divine light shimmered in his hands, cascading brilliance upon each Saiyan. Having eradicated the latent threats within their bloodlines, their future talents would undoubtedly become even more extraordinary, Mafia mused, reflecting on the seals within the bloodlines of Earthlings. Were these seals to be lifted, it was likely that the innate gifts of Earthlings would surpass even those of the Saiyans and the Ice Demons. What kind of strength would be required to unseal the bloodlines of Earthlings? Mafia found herself eagerly anticipating the potential of Earthlings once their bloodlines were liberated. It was conceivable that they would possess transcendent talents on par with that of the Saiyans, albeit this might still be the minimum standard. I believe it shall come soon. I have a sense that after I ascend to the 12th tier, I will be able to unseal their bloodlines. At that time, Earth will become all the more formidable and fearsome, even if we are momentarily hindered by certain deities. Li Yun and the others will manage to contend with the remaining adversaries. Li Xiaolong was but 2 tiers away from the 12th tier. Were it not for the myriad responsibilities demanding his attention, such as the affairs of the Saiyans, he would have been able to handle it himself. Any intervention from others, even Mafia, would likely be detected. These distractions have indeed spread your focus thin. Had you not been compelled to personally resolve these matters, you might have already reached the 12th tier in the hyperbolic time chamber, and perhaps even perfected the laws. Mafia felt a pang of discontent. Although she had recently ascended to the 10th tier, the gap between her and Li Xiaolong remained vast, leaving her disheartened for being unable to assist him. There is no need for such sorrow. Leading the Earthlings to rise is a shared aspiration of ours. Even if the process is gradual, it allows us to savor the sense of achievement, does it not? Moreover, with you by my side, what more could I possibly desire? Furthermore, letting them confront the seals within their bloodlines is not entirely detrimental. When I eventually unseal them, their talents and cultivation progress will likely experience an explosive surge. Now, all the inhabitants of Li family village have begun to sense the seal within their bloodline, particularly those from Li Xiaolong's generation and above. Li Xiaolong has imparted to them the techniques to break the seal, and they are now simultaneously contending with the seal while cultivating their powers. Of course, Earthlings with power levels above the 5th rank can also perceive the seal within their bloodlines. Li Xiaolong has likewise shared the methods to confront the seal with them, leading to a widespread awareness among the inhabitants of Earth regarding the existence of this seal within their bloodlines, thus intensifying their dedication to cultivation. Indeed, Bardock, the first to attain the state of simulated Super Saiyan, has notably increased his combat prowess as the peril within his bloodline gradually dissipates. It appears that once the latent dangers within his heritage are completely resolved, he will undoubtedly achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. As divine light cascades upon Bardock, his aura steadily intensifies, and Li Xiaolong speculates that once the threats are entirely eradicated, he will transform into a Super Saiyan. Bailia also shows promising signs, his aura continuously strengthening. Xiaolong, your discernment is truly remarkable, for you instantly recognized his potential, appointing him as the Grand Elder of the Saiyans. Mei Fia marvels at Li Xiaolong's keen insight, noting how Bailia's aura is evidently enhancing at a pace surpassing that of other Saiyans. Oh, I would never admit that my decision to appoint him as Grand Elder was influenced by his adeptness at social interactions. Nevertheless, I too have recognized his innate talent. Li Xiaolong muses inwardly, feeling a touch of awkwardness. In truth, even those Saiyans who are averse to combat are experiencing commendable progress, albeit slightly less than Bailia's. Even during the era of Planet Vegeta, there existed Saiyans who shunned battle, such as Jin, who was responsible for internal affairs. Though few in number, they totaled in the hundreds, and their advancements surpassed those of their similarly ranked counterparts. While the latent dangers within the Saiyan bloodline stem from ancient deities, they are considerably weaker in comparison to the seals present in Earthlings' bloodlines. With a dedicated effort, Li Xiaolong resolved all the Saiyans' latent dangers within just 1 hour. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from Bardock, quickly followed by Bailia, and soon after, the other Saiyans unleashed their energies as well. Quite satisfactory. They have not fallen short of our expectations. Bardock's combat strength reaches an impressive 4 million, positioning him on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan, while Bailia is commendably at 2 million. Observing the displayed prowess of the two, both Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia express their satisfaction. With continued effort, Bailia will effortlessly meet the conditions for his own transformation. Though surrounded by the overwhelming auras of numerous Saiyans, the two remain unaffected. Thank you, martial ancestor, for resolving the latent dangers within our bloodline, Bardock expressed, kneeling before Li Xiaolong in a display of loyalty, unaffected by the surge of power that could have bred treachery. You may now prepare to transform into a Super Saiyan, Li Xiaolong declared, effortlessly casting a formation that enveloped the entire planet of Shadara. He is determined that the fortune of being the first Super Saiyan of this era shall not be usurped by Bardock. It must rightfully belong to Goku. Li Xiaolong was uncertain whether the High Priest and the Omni King had delved into the realm of fate, yet out of caution, preparations in this regard were essential. Moreover, Goku was to be the primary representative in his dealings with the deities, and the fortune of transforming into a Super Saiyan must be bestowed upon him. He focused on the methodical techniques, channeling his awareness to the back and awakening the dormant power within his cells. Although he had encountered Saiyans from the heavenly realm, they were already at full power, having existed for eons, and could maintain that state at will. In this world, he had yet to witness the transformation into a Super Saiyan and sought to rekindle the fervor of his youth. At your command, Master Wuzu, he replied. With a hearty laugh, Bardock's transformation mirrored Goku's movements from the original tale, and soon a resounding roar, reminiscent of a long-standing constipation, erupted from Bardock. Huh. This transformation is indeed quite similar to your description. Mei Fia chuckled at Bardock's antics. Proceed, do not halt, Li Xiaolong urged, noticing the slight embarrassment on Bardock's face from Mei Fia's laughter. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's encouragement, Bardock continued to emit sounds akin to his earlier struggle, striving towards transformation. The initial transformation for a Saiyan was often challenging, but once achieved, subsequent transformations became far simpler. As the saying goes, all beginnings are difficult. To ease the awkwardness, Li Xiaolong elaborated, Belia, the latent issues with your bloodline have now been resolved. If you practice according to the techniques I have provided, you will meet the transformation criteria within a month at the latest. I hope you will exert yourself diligently. Suddenly, a surge of combat energy erupted, causing the entire Sadala planet to tremble. The immense force cleared the clouds above, unleashing a powerful shockwave that birthed a colossal mushroom cloud. Debris flew from the ground as mountains crumbled. The earth quaked continuously, and the oceans churned violently under the tempestuous winds. The planet itself quaked under the weight of this terrifying energy. After a considerable time, the intense pressure finally dissipated, the dust settled, and the extraordinary phenomenon faded. At the epicenter of this energy, a figure with hair standing upright, glimmering golden locks, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, stood resolutely upon the earth. At last, after nearly 40 years in the Dragon Ball realm, and over 1,000 years within the hyperbolic time chamber, Li Xiaolong beheld this familiar transformation once more. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, realizing he had aged into millennia. Although the current Super Saiyan was no longer a formidable sight before him, even the Super Saiyan 4 and Goku's perfected Ultra Instinct seemed trivial. He still cherished the fervor of his memories. To the Saiyans, a terrifying aura emanated from that golden light, a fiery presence heralding the birth of their king, the Super Saiyan. Bardock radiated a golden luminescence. His golden hair standing on end, his pupils transformed into a vibrant green. His muscles bulged impressively, and his demeanor exuded an icy coolness, rendering him extraordinarily handsome. His visage bore a striking resemblance to the adult Goku, evoking memories of Goku from Li Xiaolong's childhood. Chapter 54. Inability to cultivate dimensions. How incredibly cool. I must strive harder. I cannot fall behind Bardock. Witnessing Bardock's formidable presence instilled a sense of purpose in Belial, fueling his determination to pursue greatness. Wow, is this what a Super Saiyan looks like? Absolutely stunning. One day, we too shall transform into Super Saiyans, all thanks to Lord Wuzu. This is a gift bestowed upon us by him. Indeed, I once thought the Super Saiyan was merely a fabricated legend, yet here stands King Bardock, transformed before us. It feels like a dream. We owe it all to Lord Wuzu. It truly feels dreamlike. Just moments ago, we Saiyans faced the threat of extinction. And in the next moment, our king has transformed into a Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan is undeniably magnificent. I too shall work diligently to transform and serve Lord Wuzu. As countless Saiyans beheld Bardock's stoic demeanor, they quietly resolved to strive for transformation into Super Saiyans. All right, Bardock, come here, Li Xiaolong beckoned, raising his hand and instantly transporting the still immersed Bardock before him. The sudden shift astonished Bardock, whose previously cold expression was replaced by surprise. Thank you, Lord Wuzu. The Super Saiyan has finally re-emerged in our clan. Bardock knelt on one knee before Li Xiaolong, momentarily overwhelmed by his newfound power. The innate combat instincts within Saiyan genetics fueled their zeal for battle, yet that fervor was swiftly extinguished by Li Xiaolong's casual gesture. Now, do not become complacent with your current state. Your form is merely the initial phase of a Super Saiyan, demanding a significant amount of energy. Once you learn to master the exhilaration and ferocity that accompany your transformation, enabling you to maintain this state naturally and for extended periods. Only then can you fully harness the Super Saiyan's extreme power. I refer to this state as Super Saiyan 1 at full capacity. Li Xiaolong directly outlined the path that Bardock needed to pursue. I urge you to remain humble. You have only just begun as a Super Saiyan 1, not even reaching full capacity. Furthermore, there exist higher forms such as Super Saiyan 2, 3, 4, God, and Blue. The journey ahead is still long. So focus on achieving full power for now. He promptly informed everyone about the transformations that followed Super Saiyan 1, elaborating on each stage to prevent them from becoming overly self-satisfied and to provide them with clear goals for their efforts. What? This form is merely the initial stage of the Super Saiyan? There are so many more forms ahead. Bardock, who had initially felt a sense of pride, was suddenly brought back to reality. Who would have thought that the Super Saiyan had so many forms? The other Saiyans murmured amongst themselves. Certainly, if you could transform into Super Saiyan Blue, I would relish the opportunity to engage with you briefly for my own amusement. Thus, I encourage you to exert yourselves diligently. Li Xiaolong, ever the realist, cast a sobering perspective. Was the martial ancestor truly that formidable? Indeed, if the martial ancestor were not powerful, he would not hold such a title, nor could he create from the void. Undoubtedly, our allegiance to the martial ancestor is the wisest choice. Although Bardock had ascended to Super Saiyan, he found himself increasingly uncertain of Li Xiaolong's strength, relieved that he had refrained from any reckless actions. Now, I shall impart to you the authentic methods of cultivation. Li Xiaolong raised his hand and infused the longevity technique and dimensional law into the minds of all Saiyans. Devote yourselves earnestly to this practice, for it shall serve as the foundation of your strength. Should you encounter any confusion, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Furthermore, I recommend that you familiarize yourselves with knowledge pertaining to Qi. Another orb of light was released, bestowing upon all Saiyans enlightenment regarding Qi. I wonder how their mastery of the longevity technique and dimensional law compares to that of Earthlings and the inhabitants of the other 3 planets. I trust they will not fall short. Myphia remained optimistic about the Saiyans. The results would soon manifest, and we would observe the outcome. The longevity technique and dimensional law are indeed the cornerstones of becoming a powerful being. Should they neglect to cultivate these 2 pathways, even if the Saiyans achieve Super Saiyan status, it would be in vain, for their lifespan would ultimately become a shackle. Even if others cannot defeat them or choose not to engage, time itself could extinguish these Saiyans. Before long, Li Xiaolong and Myphia had spent a month on planet Sadala, both wearing expressions of bemusement. The Saiyans are indeed peculiar. Such occurrences are quite enlightening. Myphia reflected on her earlier statements, realizing she had spoken too soon. She had not anticipated the slow progress in mastering the longevity technique, although their innate talent for understanding Qi was remarkable. In just a month, they had all begun to sense Qi and had made significant advancements. Yet, Li Xiaolong felt a twinge of regret. Although they displayed talent in Qi cultivation, the inability to master the dimensional law would render their efforts ultimately futile. In a century, they would merely return to dust, becoming transient pawns. Initially, witnessing the other 3 planetary races mastering the longevity technique and dimensional law, particularly the Earthlings' extraordinary aptitude, had inspired hope. Yet now, this experience has served as an unexpected lesson, leaving Myphia astounded. Observing their pace in cultivating the longevity technique, it appears they may require at least 50 years. Fortunately, the Saiyans possess a relatively long lifespan, allowing this generation the potential to reach stages 1 through 4, though stages 5 and beyond seem unattainable. However, through successive generations, it is likely that by the 3rd or 4th generation, many will achieve mastery beyond stage 5. Li Xiaolong found himself somewhat speechless. He had previously harbored hopes of witnessing a few prodigies mastering the dimensional law directly, only to find that even their progress with the longevity technique was exceedingly slow. This sluggishness was a collective phenomenon rather than an isolated incident. It seems that this is the only course of action available. Otherwise, resolution is unattainable. Fortunately, although their cultivation of the eternal life technique is progressing slowly, their accumulation of energy is remarkably swift, and with their ability to transform, they can serve as capable combatants. Myphia reassured Li Xiaolong, suggesting that this is perhaps one of the fundamental rules of this vast universe. If they were to achieve immortality, no one could possibly rival them. Presently, Li Xiaolong has nearly perfected most of his principles and has approached the next stage of these principles, which is the realm of rules. Although this is one of the universal laws, it is not aimed specifically at the Saiyan race. Rather, it adheres to the balancing principle of the great cosmos, which prevents any single race from attaining perfection. However, should they surpass this limitation, the Saiyan race would soar to unprecedented heights. Yet, breaking such rules cannot be accomplished by an individual or even a single generation. It requires the collective efforts of countless individuals over many generations. Without Li Xiaolong, the Saiyan race would not even glimpse the possibility of such hope. It is time for us to return to Earth. Initially, I had hoped to send them to the hyperbolic time chamber to accumulate their foundation, but it seems unnecessary now. That would only exhaust their lifespans in vain. It is far better to allow them to cultivate on planet Sadala, where their innate talents can gradually flourish. Having imparted all that was necessary, Li Xiaolong prepared to return to Earth. Chapter 55. The disciple of Broly, let us depart. Our time away has been sufficiently lengthy. I have missed my little Tian. Myphia radiated maternal warmth, as Li Haoyan was now over a year old. Indeed, I also long for Tian. This return will be relatively uneventful, allowing me to spend quality time with the little one. As our first child in 2 lifetimes, Li Xiaolong is exceedingly fond of him. Bardock, we shall return to Earth now. I will impart the instant transmission technique to you, and I will also send someone to maintain contact with you. Should any matters arise, you may seek them out, or come to Earth to find us. Summoning Bardock, Li Xiaolong conveyed the instant transmission technique and provided necessary instructions. Now, Li Xiaolong can implant the technique directly into another's mind, unlike before when Mei Fia had to travel to planet Adrat to learn it. Once we depart, you must diligently practice and not grow complacent. Additionally, you should refrain from venturing into the South Galaxy. As for seeking vengeance against Frieza, that task shall be entrusted to your son, Kakarot. On planet Sadala, your talents will enhance most rapidly, and should you feel the urge, you may engage in sparring in the arena. We shall heed your command, martial ancestor. We will certainly dedicate ourselves to diligent practice. Whatever orders you give, we Saiyans will respond promptly. Bardock naturally adhered to Li Xiaolong's words with utmost respect. Xiaolong, have you forgotten something? Just as the two were preparing to instantaneously travel back to Earth, Mei Fia prompted him. Ah, indeed, I had forgotten about that. Let us make a brief detour first. Li Xiaolong recalled the matter thanks to Mei Fia's reminder. All Saiyans bowed and clasped their fists in respect as they bid farewell to the martial ancestor and his wife. Is this planet Wampa? The environment is truly harsh. I feel sorry for little Broly. Witnessing the dreadful conditions of Wampa, Mei Fia frowned in concern. It is entirely my fault. I should have taken him away from this place sooner. Fortunately, his father has not yet arrived, otherwise, this young lad would have endured a lifetime of suffering. Li Xiaolong felt a twinge of remorse for his oversight, allowing Broly, such a small child, to face the harsh environment of planet Vampa alone. In the original narrative, Paragus took quite some time to locate planet Vampa, and now, by rescuing Broly, he could spare him from the torment inflicted by his father. Li Xiaolong recalled that upon finding Broly in the original story, Paragus subjected him to inhumane control, driven solely by the insatiable ambition that resided within him. In another version of Broly's tale that Li Xiaolong had heard, Broly was manipulated by Paragus to annihilate all life on Earth, ultimately conquering the galaxy and becoming its ruler. Yet even this dominion was under Paragus's oppressive sway. All was orchestrated by Paragus himself. Who are you? Broly cautiously emerged from the cave, having sensed voices outside. Young one, I am Li Xiaolong, your master, and we have come to take you home. Upon seeing Broly, Li Xiaolong could not help but think of Li Haoyan, his heart aching for the injured child before him. Little one, I am Mei Fia, your mistress. I have come with your master to bring you home. Come here, let me hold you. Mei Fia, filled with compassion, scooped Broly into her arms. Home. Broly gazed at the two, bewildered yet comforted by their presence despite it being their first meeting. Sleep now, dear child. When you awaken, we shall be home, Li Xiaolong said, casting a healing spell that enveloped Broly in a warm glow. Under this soothing light, Broly quickly succumbed to slumber in Mei Fia's embrace. Let us first address the latent dangers within this child's bloodline, Mei Fia remarked. She lacked the formidable prowess and purification that Li Xiaolong possessed, and since this technique was of his own creation, he would undoubtedly be more effective. Very well, allow me, Li Xiaolong asserted, unleashing a divine radiance from his palm that enveloped Broly entirely. The sleeping child, cocooned in the purifying light, appeared remarkably at ease, a smile gracing his tranquil face. Indeed, the latent dangers within this child's bloodline were far more severe than those of other Saiyans. Although his innate talents surpassed those of his peers, the potential within this timeline was exponentially greater. Sensing Broly's bloodline condition, Li Xiaolong felt little astonishment. It was, after all, within his expectations. Ordinary Saiyans from the sixth universe bore no such hidden threats and lived in harmony. However, Caulifla's transformation into Super Saiyan was also uncontrollable, suggesting that the bloodline of Super Saiyans is not as simplistic as one might assume. Li Xiaolong pondered the situation regarding Caulifla's transformation. Is everything all right? Can it be resolved? Mei Fia inquired, having overheard Li Xiaolong's musings. Indeed, there is no issue. It merely requires a bit more time. It seems that the latent dangers within the Super Saiyan bloodline are not the same as those left by the other demon. The being responsible for the threats in the Super Saiyan lineage is significantly more powerful. Sensing the hidden energy fluctuations within Broly's bloodline, it became evident that these oscillations were distinct from those typically found within ordinary Saiyan heritage. This newfound energy was not only more potent, but also possessed a formidable ability to erode the mind. It is no wonder that the transformation into a Super Saiyan is prone to uncontrollable fits. The sheer power is not the only factor at play. Rather, the insidious threat of mental erosion is fundamentally at fault. Although this energy fluctuation poses no threat to Li Xiaolong, it could indeed be a lethal peril for Saiyans. whose souls are inherently fragile. It is hardly surprising that if this latent danger were allowed to persist, the Super Saiyan would ultimately become nothing more than a hollow shell. Endowed with immense combat prowess, but devoid of consciousness, as Myphia observed. A shell? Consciousness? Soul? Could it be that this world harbors deities adept in the art of possession, with the Super Saiyan bloodline serving as a vessel prepared for them? Upon hearing Myphia's words, Li Xiaolong was suddenly reminded of the concept of possession, akin to Captain Jinyu's ability to seize another's body. It appears this world conceals many secrets, or perhaps the Super Saiyan is merely a manifestation designed for him. I am eager to uncover who orchestrates these events from the shadows. Li Xiaolong promptly cast a causal technique into the ominous aura, tracing the causal lines backward, confident that he would soon uncover the truth. There is a peculiar sensation, a vague feeling of being probed. Could it be that the Omni King or the Grand Minister has discovered my presence? In a chaotic temporal realm infinitely distant from the Omni King's universe, a shadow sat in contemplation, gazing quizzically towards the direction of the Omni King's domain. Despite the passage of time, no insights had been gleaned, indicating that the target was indeed far removed. However, the images gleaned from tracing the causal lines revealed that the individual was situated in a realm vastly removed from the Omni King's universe. Li Xiaolong had resolved the inherent risks within Broly's bloodline. After waiting a while and receiving no feedback from the causal lines, he decided to cease his wait. The awe-inspiring influence of the Omni King and the Grand Minister is indeed formidable, compelling even such a being to remain at a distance. It seems that the latent threat associated with the Super Saiyan is likely a method left behind for his eventual return. Myphia's understanding of the Omni King and the Grand Minister stemmed solely from Li Xiaolong's accounts, leaving her with a limited grasp of their true might. Chapter 56, CRs. Within this framework, the Omni King and the Grand Minister are supported by the entirety of the universe, and they represent the apex of divine beings. Even if the adversary possesses means, they cannot rival the Omni King and the Grand Minister, especially with the backing of so many universes. Although the Omni King has obliterated numerous universes under his dominion, those worlds are but trifles to him. This subtle probing technique has never been demonstrated by the Omni King or the Grand Minister. It is a mystery that even I cannot discern. It is worth noting that even during the height of his power, the Omni King's attempts at probing could be detected by me. The shadow fumed as it attempted to discern the obscure sensations transmitted by Li Xiaolong's causal lines. Yet, it remained oblivious to their existence. The shadow's agitation stirred countless storms within this realm, storms potent enough to rend the cosmic membrane. Were it not for the peculiar nature of this space, the fierce turbulence would have surely reverberated across other universes by now. Let us return, for it is time to arrange matters concerning Broly and Goku. Since the inquiry into the causal lines has yielded no information, Li Xiaolong has no intention of wasting time on planet Wampa and directly transported Broly and Myphia back to Earth. As for this fellow, let him go to planet Sadala. With proper training, he could become a formidable warrior. Upon returning to Earth and glancing at Broly beside him, Li Xiaolong was reminded of Paragus, who was still searching for the location of planet Wampa in the cosmos. Without hesitation, Li Xiaolong utilized a teleportation array to send Paragus to planet Sadala across the vastness of space. I entrust Paragus to you. Please guide him well and ensure he does not harbor ambitions beyond his capabilities, as his strength cannot support such aspirations. A voice resonated in Bardock's ear, followed by a flash of light, revealing Paragus' figure. At your command, Master Martial Ancestor. I shall diligently instruct Paragus, ensuring he becomes a loyal warrior to you. The abilities displayed by Li Xiaolong astonished Bardock, deepening his sense of reverence. Where's this place? Bardock, what brings you here? Paragus, who had mysteriously appeared in this palace, was initially filled with trepidation, but upon seeing the familiar face, his sense of superiority from his days on planet Vegeta surged within him. How dare you speak to me like that? You must address me as King Bardock. King Bardock is the designated ruler of our Saiyan people on planet Sadala, appointed by Master Martial Ancestor. Kneel before me. Belia unleashed a potent aura, which pressed Paragus down to the ground. Belia, how can you be so powerful? I am a noble elite warrior. How dare you treat me this way? Paragus, still caught in the habits from his time on planet Vegeta, failed to grasp the current situation. Belia is the Grand Elder of our Saiyan people on planet Sadala, appointed by Master Martial Ancestor. You would do well to behave, for planet Vegeta is a thing of the past, and under the leadership of Master Martial Ancestor. I will guide the Saiyans into a new era. Bardock emanated a formidable aura, and a figure enveloped in golden flames appeared before Paragus. Once again, Paragus was pressed to the ground, his astonishment transforming into terror, tinged with a hint of delight. Super Saiyan. Planet Sadala. I cannot believe these legends are true. Super Saiyans truly exist, Paragus muttered in a daze. Indeed, it is Master Martial Ancestor who has saved our Saiyan race, restored planet Sadala, and brought us here. It is also he who has imparted to us the methods of cultivation and the secrets to transforming into Super Saiyans. Bardock and Belia spoke in unison, recounting the transformations of the Saiyans during this time. Belia transformed into a Super Saiyan, further overwhelming Paragus. It is worth noting that on planet Vegeta, Paragus had been somewhat stronger than Belia, yet now he found himself in disbelief as he witnessed someone he once deemed weaker ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. While he himself wandered the cosmos in search of his son, his envy intensifying. Do you aspire to become a Super Saiyan? If you pledge your unwavering loyalty to Lord Wuju and vow never to betray him throughout your lifetime, dedicating yourself to the prosperity of the Saiyan race and diligently following Lord Wuju's commands, we will impart to you the secrets of attaining Super Saiyan status. Moreover, Lord Wuju has proclaimed that becoming a Super Saiyan is merely the beginning. Subsequent forms such as Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, and even more potent Saiyan transformations await, all of which can only be realized through adherence to Lord Wuju's teachings. Noticing that Paragus had been awed into submission, the two began to entice him with persuasive words. Paragus, captivated by their golden auras and their strikingly cool demeanor, found himself swayed. I promise you, he declared, I shall never betray Lord Wuju and will tirelessly work for the advancement of the Saiyan race. From now on, I shall obey the commands of Lord Wuju and King Bardock. Though aware of Paragus's lingering ambitions, Bardock and Belial were determined to extinguish any vestiges of those ambitions once he had made his pledge. Curious about the identity of this enigmatic Lord Wuju, who had seemingly rescued their Saiyan lineage from Frieza's grasp, Paragus resolved to learn more. Lord Wuju is the most potent deity in the universe. He is the guiding light for our Saiyan people. In his presence, Frieza is but a mere insect, easily extinguished with a breath. Even Bardock and Belial, who could vanquish Frieza, would appear as insignificant ants before Lord Wuju. The two elaborated on their respective battle powers and recounted the events of the past. What? Lord Wuju is that powerful? And you two now possess battle powers exceeding 100 million. Upon realizing that his own power barely exceeded 10,000. Paragus felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing any flickers of ambition he harbored. As Bardock and Belial continued to explain the situation to Paragus, on Earth, Li Xiaolong displayed a look of delight. CRs, the first to transcend to Super Saiyan? I never anticipated this individual would surpass the constraints of the cosmic order, achieving the transcendent bloodline of dimensional law from eons past. What a delightful surprise. At that moment, the threads of fate had returned, revealing information about a shadowy figure in that realm. It was indeed the Transcendent. This Saiyan truly is nefarious. Even the rising stars of his own lineage cannot escape his grasp. No wonder those who transform into Super Saiyans lose their sanity. It is his cunning machinations at play. Mephia looked upon the information concerning this Transcendent Saiyan, CRs, with disdain. Indeed, he is truly malevolent, having embedded a mechanism within the Transcendent bloodline to erode their consciousness. Once the Transcendent bloodline transforms, over time, they will be devoured by this method, becoming mere shells of power. This wretched individual even refines these soulless Transcendent bloodlines into avatars. What a diabolical scheme. Chapter 57. The Omni King. The Omni Demon eons have passed, and although the birth of Transcendent bloodlines is exceedingly rare, one cannot help but wonder at the staggering number of incarnations this individual must possess over such a vast expanse of time. It is astonishing to discover such a concealed power. Despite his unscrupulous methods, one cannot deny that he is indeed a natural-born schemer. Mephia felt a sense of shock. After all, this CRs, as a Saiyan, exhibits a level of cunning and intellect that is unexpected. Saiyans are typically characterized by a greater abundance of muscle than cerebral matter, their customary approach being to engage head-on without much contemplation. According to information relayed by the threads of causality, Saiyans possesses tens of thousands of incarnations, most of which boast combat prowess at the level of 100 quintillion. I estimate that he has roughly 100,000 incarnations, though it is unlikely to exceed that number, as his incarnations cannot cultivate dimensional arts. His methods have paradoxically become an impediment to their training. However, this cunning individual likely remains indifferent, treating most of his incarnations merely as expendable resources. It is truly remarkable how adept he is at concealing his strengths. Who would have imagined that a Saiyan could embody such a schemer? Many of these incarnations likely possess the strength of a god of destruction. Should they launch a collective assault on the universe, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc unless the angels or the Omni King intervened. Otherwise, no cosmos would be able to withstand their onslaught. Since learning of the strength of the gods of destruction, Mafia's reverence for them has diminished. After all, with a bit more progress, she will soon surpass the average god of destruction. Of course, it will take her a bit longer to exceed Beerus, the most formidable of them all, but that time is not far off. Her current objective is to closely follow Li Xiaolong's path and subsequently ascend to angelic status. The information derived from the threads of causality reveals that Saiyans is infinitely distant from our universe. Eons ago, he was driven away by a divine conflict. The data indicates that the universe at that time was not as vast as it is now, yet it was countless times larger than the current cosmos. Following that divine battle, the universe was shattered into its present form, with the Omni King initially intervening to consolidate the universe under his dominion, followed by other deities amalgamating the smaller realms. Is it true that such a monumental war occurred billions of years ago? I wonder if Earth was sealed due to that very conflict. Mafia speculates that the battle is likely connected to Earth's sealing. However, such insights are elusive. He was merely collateral damage during that conflict. His mastery of dimensional arts was acquired after that great war, and another divine conflict erupted millennia later, in which he primarily participated. The more one learns, the more Li Xiaolong perceives Saiyans as a remarkable talent. A Saiyan who comprehends the art of survival to the extent of challenging the Omni King is indeed well suited to serve under him. Li Xiaolong has silently committed this individual to memory, resolving to recruit him should the opportunity arise. Indeed, had he been a typical Saiyan, he would have perished long ago in that tumultuous era, rather than emerging as such a hidden powerhouse. Mafia holds a certain degree of admiration for Saiyans, despite the egregious actions stemming from his own bloodline. Nonetheless, his cunning brilliance cannot be obscured. Moreover, we have gleaned a crucial piece of information. Although the Omni King emerged victorious in the Second Divine War, he was also fragmented into two parts, one being the current Omni King and the other, the entirety of the Dark Omni. What an unexpected revelation! Li Xiaolong gazed in astonishment at the information swirling in his mind. Indeed, it is astonishing that by merely taking on a disciple, such significant news could come to light. However, it is remarkable that even in his fragmented state, the Omni King retains such formidable strength. One can only imagine the magnitude of his power in a complete form. Our journey is still long and arduous, and we must endure. Mafia has begun to comprehend the true might of the Omni King, reminiscent of the mindset she had when she first learned of the god of destruction while possessing only a combat power in the tens of thousands. We have only trained for a few years, while they have honed their abilities for billions of years. Given time, we will inevitably surpass them. You must have faith in your husband. I will lead you to transcend them one by one, Li Xiaolong reassured, noticing Mafia's momentary discouragement. Yes, I believe in you. After all, you have guided us through many impossibilities. Under your leadership, the Earth has become remarkably powerful. We will undoubtedly achieve our goals, Mafia affirmed, her spirit unyielding. The sense of helplessness she once felt upon learning about the god of destruction pales in comparison to her current resolve, as she is now on the verge of catching up to the mightiest of them all. Indeed, we shall progress together. The Omni King's fragmentation also involved Saiyans. Following the fragmentation, the Omni King lacked the formidable power to govern the universe, which led to the notion of decentralized governance. This explains the existence of numerous universes and the Omni King's influence within his system. Furthermore, the emergence of parallel dimensions is also a manifestation of the Omni King's strategies. Many pieces of information are now aligning. It is indeed surprising that the Omni King employs such methods to govern the universes under his dominion. One wonders how many universes he currently commands in this grand cosmos, and how many Omni Kings exist. Mafia's curiosity was piqued. There is no rush to uncover these details. After all, we are still unaware of the myriad of abilities possessed by such a powerful being as the Omni King. Once we are fully prepared, we will delve into the investigation. For now, our primary focus must remain on survival. We are still too weak in the face of the Omni King's prowess, Li Xiaolong mused. Contemplating the vastness of the universes governed by the Omni King, he speculated that the number of universes under his command could easily reach tens of thousands. Given the feedback from the causal threads leading back to CR's domain, where it is likely that 90% of the universes fall under the Omni King's rule, one can only imagine the extent of the Omni King's dominion. Should all these Omni Kings converge, how formidable would he become? We must continue to strive forward. For the road ahead is still long and fraught with challenges, Li Xiaolong pondered silently, withholding these speculations from Myphia. As even a single fragment of the Omni King is already overwhelmingly powerful, the prospect of tens of thousands is truly daunting. Moreover, there remains the other fragmented part, the Dark Omni, whose existence Li Xiaolong is also aware of. Even a fusion of the Omni King and his loyal protectors would be insufficient to vanquish it. If the Omni King and the Omni Demon were to merge into one entity, it would render any glimmer of hope utterly invisible. After all, even a mere avatar of the Omni King possesses the power to govern 12 or even 18 universes. It is likely that the fusion of the Omni King and the Omni Demon could command the entirety of the grand universe. This, I believe, is the very reason for the outbreak of the Second Divine War. Those mighty deities were unwilling to be subjugated by the Omni King. It seems that the Second Divine War arose from the realization among the deities of the Omni King's overwhelming strength, prompting them to unite and diminish his power. Fortunately, they managed to scatter the Omni King. Otherwise, we might have found ourselves devoid of any opportunity. Indeed, with these deities present, they naturally stand in opposition to the Omni King. With their formidable presence shielding us, we can afford to bide our time and gradually develop. What we require is merely time to cultivate, Mayfire remarked with a glimmer of insight. Yes, thus we need not harbor excessive worries. Although these deities are not without their own faults, after all, the previous conflict involving the Earthlings may have been orchestrated by them. They are currently sufficient as a bulwark against the Omni King's pressure. We must also remain vigilant against these hidden deities to avoid being ensnared by them later. Li Xiaolong possessed some understanding of these concealed deities, such as the sealed Mikakapura, the Demon Lord, and the Dragon God, among others. Chapter 58. Goku's amnesia fretting over other matters is superfluous. Our current focus must be on guiding our subordinates in continuous training to prepare for the impending Great War. We must also double our own efforts in cultivation. Li Xiaolong did not wish for Mayfire to expend excessive mental energy on this issue. Their task was to train and lead their subordinates in training. By the way, I nearly forgot about that little rascal Goku. He will undoubtedly serve as a valiant warrior for us in the future. It was at this moment that Li Xiaolong recalled the arrival of son Wukong on Earth some time ago. Haoyan, you stay at home and play with Broly. Your father and mother will soon return with a good friend for you. Now, Li Haoyan was already over a year old, approaching 2. Born as a fifth-dimensional genius, he exhibited the cognitive abilities of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and his physical capabilities allowed him to run and jump shortly after birth. Broly is your father's disciple and will be your brother in the future. You must get along well with him. In contrast to the quiet Broly, Li Haoyan's personality was much more vivacious, having inherited both parents' talents. His intellect was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Over the past year, Li Xiaolong had provided Li Haoyan with rudimentary instruction and the martial arts techniques, which would be challenging for an ordinary Earthling to grasp, were effortlessly learned by the little one after just a couple of explanations. This filled both with anticipation for the child's future, envisioning him as a leader comparable to Li Xiaolong. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I will protect my brother Broly well. I will impart all the martial knowledge you taught me to him, so he can become strong too, the little one declared in his sweet, innocent voice. My little Tian, such a good boy. You truly are Mom and Dad's precious treasure, already thinking of how to help us, Mayfire exclaimed, planting a kiss on the child's cheek, which made him giggle joyfully. Now you and brother Broly can play at home. Mom and Dad will be back shortly. Broly, from now on, Xiaotian will be your elder brother. Make sure to get along well with him. Mayfia gently kissed Broly's cheek and said. Compared to the lively Li Haoyan, Broly's demeanor was notably introverted, his face flushed as he nodded shyly. The two of them then teleported directly to Baobao Mountain, which remained largely unchanged from its depiction in the original story. However, that little house had improved significantly. Greetings, Lord Martial Ancestor, Lady Martial Ancestor. Sensing their arrival, Son Gohan emerged from the house, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia. Well, very well. Once this task is complete, you shall enter the hyperbolic time chamber. To compensate for the years you have suppressed your realm for this matter, I will ensure you receive due recompense upon your entry. Li Xiaolong said, surveying Son Gohan with a satisfied nod. Thank you, Lord Martial Ancestor. This is merely my duty. In comparison to the sacrifices you have made for Earth, my contributions are negligible, Son Gohan humbly replied. The current Son Gohan was a far cry from his counterpart in the original story. He had reached the pinnacle of the fourth dimension and could ascend to the fifth at any moment. In anticipation of Sun Wukong's arrival, Son Gohan had adhered to Li Xiaolong's orders over the years, suppressing his own realm. Meanwhile, his contemporaries had spent decades within the hyperbolic time chamber, where time flowed at a ratio of 1 day outside equating to 10 years inside, resulting in nearly 100,000 years of cultivation for them. Most of his peers had already ascended to the fifth dimension, with a select few reaching the sixth. Fortunately, Son Gohan remained among the top echelon of Earthlings in talent. By fulfilling his destiny with Sun Wukong, he would be able to enter the hyperbolic time chamber and break through to the fifth dimension. With the assistance of the Martial Ancestor, he would not lag too far behind, and with the opportunities granted by the Martial Ancestor, he might even surpass them. Son Gohan felt fortunate to have been chosen by Li Xiaolong, unaware that this was his destined path, with the only difference being Li Xiaolong's guidance. Grandpa, who are this cool uncle and the angelic sister? Little Wukong, seeing Son Gohan still outside, approached Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia. Has little Wukong always been this sweet-tongued? Li Xiaolong mused, slightly taken aback by the compliment, as the original Wukong had never uttered such flattering words. Wukong, this is Lord Martial Ancestor and his wife, who have come specifically to see you, Son Gohan quickly introduced. You should address them as Lord Martial Ancestor and Lady Martial Ancestor. He corrected little Wukong's form of address. It's fine, let him call me that. Additionally, I plan for Wukong to accompany Hao Yan from now on, and I will also take the time to instruct him. Thus, they will be brothers in arms, and such a form of address is perfectly acceptable, Li Xiaolong remarked, unperturbed by the titles. Having been in the Dragon Ball world for nearly 40 years, Li Xiaolong finally felt a sense of relief as he encountered the fervent dreams of his childhood.
The initial uncertainty of arriving in this world had been replaced by the strength of Earth, which had flourished immensely under his leadership through years of dedicated effort.
As I have grown stronger alongside those I cherish, I have achieved a small goal I set for myself long ago. Little Wukong, you shall henceforth call me Uncle Long. And this celestial sister shall be referred to as Sister Feifei, Li Xiaolong declared, establishing the terms of address. Uncle Long, Sister Feifei. Little Wukong joyfully patted the back of his head and chuckled. Indeed, little Wukong is quite obedient, Mei Fia remarked fondly, appreciating the adorable demeanor of the little one. To her, Li Hao Yan, Broly, and little Wukong each possessed a distinct charm of their own. Since the Martial Ancestor has spoken, we shall adhere to his suggestion. For there is no one on earth who would dare to disregard the words of the Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor, there is a matter I must report to you. A couple of days ago, Wukong and I fell from a cliff, and I discovered that he has lost his previous memories. Furthermore, his temperament has softened considerably. When I first encountered him, he was quite irritable, but since the injury, he has become exceedingly gentle. Son Wukong relayed the news of Wukong's amnesia. Has it truly occurred? It appears there is indeed a hand, or perhaps the world's corrective force, manipulating these events. I shall ascertain whether someone is orchestrating this, or if it is merely the so-called world correction at play. A glimmer of determination shone in Li Xiaolong's eyes as a healing beam enveloped little Wukong. Upon witnessing Li Xiaolong's actions, the Martial Ancestor summoned a divine light that surrounded Wukong, while Son Wukong's eyes reflected a yearning for such a healing method. In Li Xiaolong's vision, a series of images unfolded, each featuring little Wukong, resembling water flowing in reverse, as the scenes rewound to reveal the events that had transpired over time. The images froze at the moment Wukong fell from the cliff, and Li Xiaolong scrutinized this moment repeatedly, seeking confirmation. Remarkably, he found no indication of external interference in the matter. Could it be true that the world correction force exists? If a powerful being were involved, they would surely not escape my causal detection. Moreover, even if the Omni King were to act against a fourth-tier individual, I would be able to perceive it. Li Xiaolong mumbled to himself, leaving son Wukong puzzled by his musings. Please keep an eye on little Wukong. I can manage things here, he reassured. As the little one drifted into a peaceful slumber under Li Xiaolong's healing techniques. Chapter 59. The World Correction Force. Xiaolong. What is this World Correction Force? Mei Fia inquired, having never heard of such a concept before. Emerging from his previously enigmatic state, Li Xiaolong resolved to clarify. The so-called World Correction Force is the power that enables the world to self-repair and correct the historical narrative. For instance, the plots of novels and tales on our Earth represent the historical threads of those narratives. If someone were to disrupt this storyline, the world's rules would restore and complete it. This is the essence of the World Correction Force. Li Xiaolong articulated his understanding. What? The world possesses such a capability? Does that mean our efforts are in vain? If there exists a World Correction Force, are our endeavors not futile? Mei Fia exclaimed in astonishment at this shocking revelation. After all, the existence of this so-called World Correction Force is far more terrifying than formidable foes like the Omni King. The latter are tangible adversaries that one can strive to overcome, whereas the abstract concept of world correction is insidious and unalterable. However, there is no cause for alarm. The World Correction Force is not as daunting as it seems. As the saying goes, minor forces can be reversed, while major forces cannot. As long as the historical trajectory of the world continues in its original direction, even the most significant changes we make will have little impact. Noticing Mei Fia's considerable reaction, Li Xiaolong hurriedly offered words of comfort and clarification. After all, major forces are merely the accumulation of countless minor forces. As long as we are sufficiently powerful and the number of minor changes is substantial, we can reverse even the most formidable major forces. Moreover, if we are strong enough, we can shatter the so-called World Correction Force. Li Xiaolong perceives the relationship between major and minor forces in this way. Even if figures like Hongjun, who embodies the Tao of Heaven, proclaim that minor forces can be reversed while major forces cannot, sheer strength can indeed break through the constraints imposed by the Tao. Unfortunately, the most promising entities, the three pure ones, the Wu clan and the goddess Nuwa, have long fallen into Hongjuan's trap. The ultimate fate of the primordial world seems destined to be complete subjugation under Hongjuan's control, with its denizens at his mercy. This is, in fact, the reason I sought out Wukong, for he is the protagonist of our universe, a pivotal point in the fabric of our historical narrative. To console Mei Fia, Li Xiaolong revealed this truth about Wukong's role as the protagonist. How do you know that Wukong is the protagonist of our universe? It is truly astonishing. Does such a protagonist truly exist? Mei Fia expressed her disbelief at Li Xiaolong's assertion. Indeed, there exists a protagonist in this world, and in this era, that figure is Wukong. The Omni King might have once been the protagonist of the Divine War era. My knowledge of Wukong's role derives from the information feedback received from the Saiyans, which also includes fragments of cosmic information encountered along the way. Although the two are companions in the Tao, the notion of being privy to historical narratives is somewhat beyond comprehension. To preempt any potential repercussions, it is prudent to keep such knowledge concealed from others. This revelation is even more astonishing than Trunks' time travel. Could it be that this cosmic information contains details about Wukong? Mei Fia speculated. Indeed, according to the feedback from these cosmic sources, Wukong's actions align perfectly with the characteristics of a protagonist. In every universe where Wukong exists, he is unequivocally the central figure. Even outside the Omni King's system, wherever Wukong resides, he is the protagonist of that universe. Hence, I am certain that Wukong is the protagonist of our universe. You are quite observant, Xiaolong. I had not even noticed such significant information among these details. Fortunately, you did, otherwise we might have overlooked this matter that pertains to our very survival. At this moment, the panic on Mei Fia's face shifted to a sense of dread. I merely happened to hear about our universe's Wukong before I began to analyze that information. Henceforth, let Hao Yan lead Wukong and his generation. Moreover, the young Wukong is under the watchful eyes of many great deities. If we intervene, it may provoke them into action. With Hao Yan's innate talent, I firmly believe he will adeptly guide the current young generation along a magnificent path. Regarding my son, Li Haoyan, Li Xiaolong has high hopes. He intends for Hao Yan to lead the younger generation, especially with formidable allies such as Broly, Wukong, Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo, all of whom Li Xiaolong has prepared as a support team for Haoyan. I feel reassured letting little Tian lead his generation. By the way, what do you think of Dr. Brief's daughter? Tai Si is significantly older than little Tian, but I find his younger daughter quite promising. She will likely grow into a brilliant scientist. Marrying into our family would not be a poor match for little Tian. What do you think, Xiaolong? Just as the atmosphere became somewhat tense, unexpectedly, Maifia shifted the conversation to little Haoyan's marriage. This matter seems a bit premature. Let them grow and decide for themselves. After all, should we arrange it and they do not fancy each other, it would be problematic. Let the younger generation determine their own marriages. Bulma is also an excellent choice. It depends on their thoughts as they mature. The sudden turn to this topic caught Li Xiaolong off guard. Nevertheless, he remains confident in his son Haoyan, as Haoyan has inherited the fine genes of both himself and Maifia. When he grows up, he will undoubtedly become a paragon. Moreover, Li Xiaolong is quite displeased with Bulma marrying Vegeta in the original tale. As long as it does not involve Wukong, he hopes to alter that narrative. Considering this, he finds the idea of Bulma as his daughter-in-law quite appealing, especially since she is a genius among genius scientists who, even in dire circumstances, invented a time machine. Although due to the nature of the universe under the Grand Priest system, traversing time to alter the past leads to parallel timelines, and the time machine merely traverses those parallel spaces. This invention is undeniably remarkable. In the Dragon Ball universe, Li Xiaolong cannot conceive of any other female of Haoyan's age who possesses Bulma's excellence. As for Wukong, how do you intend to address that? Will little Tian leading them pose any risks? Although Li Xiaolong assures there is no cause for concern, Maifia remains somewhat apprehensive regarding Li Haoyan. Let Wukong's matters unfold naturally. As long as we do not alter the core narrative, even if little Tian becomes his elder brother, it should not pose an issue. Based on my observations, while Wukong is the protagonist in those universes, his experiences differ slightly. There is no need for worry. Although Li Haoyan was born a fifth-dimensional being, which may attract the attention of hidden deities should Wukong accompany him, it is essential to note that Li Haoyan's lineage is not solely derived from Earthlings of the Dragon Ball universe. He possesses half of Li Xiaolong's bloodline. Even if the deities were to discover Li Haoyan's peculiarities, they would merely regard him as a super genius with a hint of earthly lineage. Li Xiaolong's primary concern lies with the attention of the High Priest and the Omni King. However, without the method of causal tracing, they would be utterly incapable of discerning the hidden puppeteer behind Li Haoyan. Chapter 60. Dr. Gallo Master Wu. I wonder when the destiny you speak of will come to pass. For Li Xiaolong, son Wufan had awaited his fate for many years, and his curiosity was overwhelming. Your destiny is to be crushed beneath Goku's feet, Li Xiaolong stated, opting not to obscure the truth. What? To be trampled by Goku? That is inconceivable. The current young Goku could never defeat someone of my fourth-tier strength. Son Wufan exclaimed, astonished, never imagining that his fate would involve being crushed by the very Goku he had taken in. That is because your fate has already been altered by me. However, this destiny was ordained by a deity far more powerful than my current self, which necessitates that you feign death beneath young Goku's feet before retreating into the hyperbolic time chamber for deep meditation. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, numerous individuals above the fourth tier were already in seclusion, and Son Wufan had long anticipated entering this sacred space. Will I still be able to visit Goku after that? I truly cherish that child. I have come to regard him as my grandson, Son Wufan said wistfully as he gazed at young Goku. You may emerge to see him whenever you wish, provided you report to me first. I will ensure you possess the means to remain concealed. Furthermore, Goku will also enter the hyperbolic time chamber, but he will only access the outer layer. He can only enter the inner sanctum after fulfilling his own destiny. Li Xiaolong contemplated that by the time of the Tournament of Power, he would likely be as formidable as the Omni King or the High Priest, if not having established his own universe beyond their dominion. At that point, he would not fear them, and his ranks would be filled with exceptional talents. Then I shall rest assured, I will abide by Master Wu's arrangements. Son Wufan expressed his satisfaction with Li Xiaolong's plans, acknowledging that there was no better approach. Be mindful. Your destiny is set to arrive in approximately 10 years. You must exercise patience during this time, nurturing young Goku and contemplating the martial arts. Li Xiaolong imparted a divine light into Son Wufan's mind. This divine light encompassed a wealth of knowledge, including his insights into the cultivation of dimensional laws. some unique martial arts secrets, seeds of principles, and interpretations of those principles, all of which would afford Sun Wufan a quicker and more advantageous opportunity to comprehend the laws than his peers of the same tier. Though Li Xiaolong would bestow these gifts upon powerful subordinates surpassing the 8th tier in the future, Sun Wufan was already significantly ahead in his journey. Please bring young Goku to my home for visits often. This will foster more interaction between him and Haoyin. I will also encourage Haoyin to spend time with you. Li Xiaolong added as he prepared to depart, primarily to ensure that young Goku did not become overly detached from society. While this may benefit his genuine heart, it could still be detrimental to the current Goku. I must express my gratitude to the esteemed Master Wu for allowing Goku to visit Li Xiaolong's residence. Son Gohan perceives this as a tremendous opportunity for Goku, recognizing that Li Xiaolong intentionally wishes for young Goku to interact with Li Haoyin. The two promptly returned to Li family village, which has flourished significantly compared to Li Xiaolong's initial arrival. Nevertheless, the original sections have been preserved in their primitive charm, a proposal unanimously approved by all the villagers in honor of their heritage. From the heart of the original Li family village, the new village has expanded outward, now rivaling the scale of the Western capital depicted in the original narrative. Furthermore, this new city surpasses the Western capital in terms of advancement, brimming with technological marvels such as flying vehicles, mechs, robots, and androids. Thus, Li family village can no longer be aptly named as such. Li Xiaolong has christened this burgeoning metropolis as the Divine Capital, a nod to his nostalgia for his homeland. Moreover, I almost overlooked an important matter. Dr. Gallo must create the androids. Although the current androids possess strength exceeding that of the perfect form of Cell from the original story, it is indeed a challenge for Dr. Gallo, who must assume the role of an antagonist. It was only upon witnessing the androids traversing the streets that Li Xiaolong recalled the impending android crisis and Gallo's involvement. Dr. Gallo is a focal point of Li Xiaolong's attention. He was absorbed directly into the Technology Institute, and with Li Xiaolong's unwavering support, he has successfully developed androids early on. Through continuous enhancements, the current androids have become extraordinarily powerful, with the strongest boasting combat prowess in the trillions. However, these androids possess a significant drawback. They are incapable of cultivating the eternal technique or the dimensional method. Furthermore, their path to strength relies solely on repeated modifications rather than the mutual consumption and accumulation of power as seen in the original narrative, as they lack the infinite energy cores of their predecessors. Nevertheless, for those devoid of cultivation talent, magical aptitude, or scientific genius, this presents a veritable boon, a pathway to becoming formidable without exerting effort, merely requiring some modifications. Once transformed into androids, they can effortlessly continue their service to Li Xiaolong, a prospect that even those with inherent talents find enviable. For our goals, I am sure he will comprehend and support our approach, Maifia remarked, suggesting that ample compensation would be provided. Such is the only course available, Li Xiaolong lamented, feeling somewhat helpless. If only I were stronger, I could confront those hidden deities, divine officials, and the Omni King directly, instead of merely treading carefully and developing in secrecy. Dr. Brief's Universal Capsule Corporation has also expanded, with the two most brilliant scientists on Earth in the Dragon Ball universe being Gallo and Briefs, with Bulma considered a prodigy of the next generation. Indeed, it has extended throughout the southern galaxy and is now reaching other regions. With the assistance of that octopus in the Galactic Center, there should be little resistance. After all, universal capsules are akin to divine artifacts in the cosmos, and there is no justification for obstructing such conveniences for their subordinates. Li Xingyun has submitted a report on the current situation, and now the management of affairs has been entrusted to his generation. Li Xiaolong is quite satisfied with their accomplishments. Although they took over rather hastily, they soon became adept at handling matters, performing no less effectively than Li Yun and Li Xingchen. However, in the other three regions, incidents involving the theft of universal capsules frequently occur, primarily due to the insufficient supply of these capsules to meet the vast demands of those areas. Li Xiaolong's initial strategy dictated that, apart from the Southern Galaxy and the Galactic Center, the other three regions would remain untouched until Wukong had dealt with the Frozen Demon Clan. By then, the talents from the Southern Galaxy and Galactic Center would have accumulated sufficiently to launch directly into the three major regions. Thus, it is best to maintain the current state. Let them fight amongst themselves for now, as it mainly affects the obstinate factions of the future. Furthermore, if anyone dares to extend their reach towards the southern galaxy, do not hesitate to sever their grasp and exhibit a measure of deterrence. Indeed, Uncle Long, Li Xingyun, and the others felt elated at Li Xiaolong's directive, as they would finally have more tasks to undertake. Chapter 61. Dimensional Storm. Xiao Yun and the others have matured as well. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, nearly 40 years have passed since we first met as mere teenagers. Now, we have reached a small milestone in our objectives. Yet much remains to be accomplished. It is reassuring to have goals. What is to be feared is drifting aimlessly through the days. Compared to his previous life, Li Xiaolong finds great contentment in his current existence. Here, he is surrounded by beloved companions who share his ideals, his son, his kin, and the subordinates he has nurtured himself. Of course, even greater challenges await him ahead. Li Xiaolong believes this life is far more meaningful than the monotonous days of his former existence. Let us stay here for now and focus on seclusion on Earth. We must not become complacent, suggested Maifia. I was just about to say the same, Li Xiaolong responded. But both turned their attention in unison to a certain direction beyond the seventh universe, where a violent dimensional fluctuation had erupted. Well, it seems our plans are temporarily dashed. This fluctuation is intense, suggesting it is not far from the seventh universe, and we must address it, Li Xiaolong remarked with resignation. Let us go investigate together. There is nothing pressing on Earth for them. It is better to resolve such threats early, Maifia said, somewhat exasperated, as she had hoped to enjoy some quality time on Earth with Li Xiaolong, only to be interrupted by urgent matters. Ah, Xiaolong, did you feel that fluctuation as well? I was just about to inform you to see if you could handle that situation, but it seems you are already prepared to depart. Came the voice of Whis from nearby. In unison, both individuals called out to Weiss, nodding in agreement. Weiss, what is the nature of that disturbance? Given its proximity to the seventh universe, we need to ascertain the situation before proceeding. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is paramount in any conflict. Weiss explained. That disturbance is a dimensional storm, arising from an entity from another dimension attempting to breach the barriers and enter our seventh universe. During this process, the point of its arrival generates such a storm. Then, Weiss, do you know what precisely is attempting to descend upon our seventh universe? Li Xiaolong insisted on gathering information about the impending adversary. That entity is a rival who competed with Lord Beerus eons ago and failed. After being defeated by Lord Beerus, it sought to obliterate the universe and was ultimately sealed away in a different dimension by me. However, after countless years, I am uncertain who has released it from its confinement. It is now on the verge of breaking through to our seventh universe, Weiss elaborated. What? Such a formidable being exists? This time, we shall engage in a proper battle, Maifia interjected first. Currently, in the seventh universe, with Lord Beerus in slumber and other beings proving less than formidable, only the two of you can stand against it. As angels, we remain neutral. It is imperative that you take action, Weiss candidly stated the necessity for their involvement. Rest assured, Weiss, we shall handle this matter and ensure it does not enter the seventh universe. Li Xiaolong began to speak, but Maifia eagerly interjected, affirming her commitment to the task, to which Li Xiaolong had no objections. Finally, a peer-level adversary to engage with, Maifia exclaimed with excitement. For years, she had been overshadowed by Li Xiaolong. In her previous encounter with Beerus, she had found herself unable to triumph over the mightiest destroyer. Now, the arrival of a worthy opponent, neither overwhelmingly powerful nor weak, invigorated her spirit, and she was determined to unleash her pent-up frustrations in battle. Then let us depart, they said, activating instantaneous movement, vanishing from the hall. Xiaolong, allow me to take the lead this time, Maifia declared before the dimensional storm. Very well, this time you shall take the forefront, and I will support you. Li Xiaolong expressed his confidence in Maifia's capabilities. Maifia's involvement is just right. Your strengths should be evenly matched, though this does not include any of your mastered principles. Xiaoya Weiss added. Is that so? Then this battle shall be thoroughly exhilarating, Maifia responded, her spirits lifted by Weiss's words. Boom. Although sound cannot travel through the void of space, the commotion caused by the dimensional storm resonated, shaking the nearest cosmic membrane. Li Xiaolong was curious about the true power of this former competitor of the Destroyer, pondering how much it might have evolved over the eons since its sealing. The individual referred to as Bills, when I initially sealed him, was of the ninth dimensional tier. Within the dimension of his confinement, time and space were suspended, devoid of any vital energy. Thus his strength should not have seen significant enhancement since then. Moreover, the reason he was vanquished by Lord Beerus was solely due to his failure to comprehend the laws. Is it truly so? To contend with Lord Beerus without grasping the laws indicates that his power is indeed formidable. Li Xiaolong is acutely aware of the suppressive force the laws exert on those who have yet to understand them. Indeed, Bill's conventional strength was far superior to that of the then Lord Beerus, and at that time, he was still of the 9th dimension. Over the years, he should have ascended to the 10th dimension, comparable to the two of you. However, conventional strength does not amplify within that dimension. Yet he remains a worthy adversary to Xiaoya. Weiss is quite familiar with the conditions of the seal he imposed. Was this fellow already so powerful eons ago? Had he not been sealed, to what extent might he have grown? Mafia did not foresee such a narrative surrounding her opponent. In truth, it is rather unremarkable. This individual has persistently been unable to grasp the power of the laws. No matter how prodigious his conventional strength, he cannot hope to rival those who have comprehended the laws. Xiaoya, you are aware of the overwhelming dominance the laws hold over conventional warriors, are you not? A hint of regret flickered across Weiss's visage. Strictly speaking, Bills is also his disciple, yet he sealed this disciple with his own hands. Once, Weiss believed Bills to be his most exemplary pupil, but he never anticipated that Bills would ultimately fail to comprehend the laws and succumb to madness. It appears that this individual's heart of the path was shattered, leading him astray. It is unexpected that the hearts of such powerful beings in the Dragon Ball universe are so fragile. Aside from the relatively straightforward practice of cultivating energy, it seems that everything else is profoundly lacking. Is there a flaw within this world? Considering his own experiences, along with the observations from his previous life and Weiss's remarks, Li Xiaolong speculated why it seems that the Dragon Ball universe is predominantly focused on power or energy and dominion. It appears that the dimensions of all deities are inherited positions, and the laws are intrinsically tied to these divine ranks. These deities only surged in power post-inheritance. Thereafter, they seem to enter a state of tranquility. Regardless of their prodigious talents prior to assuming divine rank, they fall into silence once they inherit it, Li Xiaolong quietly deduced. Chapter 62. Battle with Bills. The fact that Beerus was capable of defeating Bills, who was of the 9th dimensional tier billions of years ago, is remarkable, especially considering that he had already comprehended the power of the laws at that time. Now, after a billion years, he has only reached the 11th tier, with the destructive laws merely perfected, yet has not grasped any additional laws. Given his prodigious talent displayed billions of years ago, this seems utterly unreasonable. It was only then that Li Xiaolong discerned the inconsistencies surrounding Beerus, based on the talent exhibited billions of years prior. Even a pig could have comprehended other laws given such an extensive duration. Is it the so-called divine position, or perhaps the Omni King's desire to suppress the gifted, compelling them to compete for divine status, while subtly manipulating the circumstances to restrain these inheritors of divine power? This notion lingered in Li Xiaolong's mind. Could it be that the seals affixed to Earthlings were the handiwork of the Omni King, intended to thwart their ascension and prevent any potential threat to his dominion? Once again, Li Xiaolong directed his suspicions towards the Omni King regarding the seals. Unable to reach a conclusion, he decided to directly inquire of Whis. Through Whis' elucidation, although he did not explicitly state the connection to the Omni King, Li Xiaolong surmised that it was indeed orchestrated by him. Dimensions represent realms, and the current universe has severed ties with this aspect of inheritance. The combat prowess of living beings, whether cultivated or naturally developed, is inherently limited, peaking at the level of Jing, 10 to the power of 16. This refers specifically to their base combat strength. Once one reaches this level, they must cultivate their dimension, which not only surpasses the limits of combat power, but also enhances various aspects, including longevity. A person can be likened to a bucket, capable of holding only a finite amount of vital energy. The dimension serves to expand this bucket, thereby allowing it to contain much more than just vital energy. Strictly speaking, once one has cultivated their dimension to the 5th tier, all vital energy will transmute into divine power, and the same applies to inherited divine positions. Thus, Goku was able to continue his ascent after becoming a god of the Saiyans, despite his base combat strength not yet reaching the level of Jing. The divine power of the Saiyan god enabled him to further break through until his base combat strength matched the upper limit of the Saiyan god's divine energy. According to Li Xiaolong's speculation, this limit is Ji, 10 to the power of 24. Generally, a higher dimension correlates with greater combat power, yet within the Omni King's framework. This principle falters, as those inheriting divine positions also inherit the dimensions that accompany them, merely intertwining their existence with the universe without any substantial enhancement. Take the Supreme Kai. For instance, his inherent dimension is at the 10th tier, yet his combat prowess is notably lacking. This deficiency is not solely due to his role in maintaining the cycle of life, but primarily because his dimension was not self-cultivated but inherited through divine position, resulting in diminished combat strength. Only dimensions cultivated independently will yield combat strength that aligns with their level. Without cultivating dimensions, one remains an ordinary mortal, and their lifespan will inevitably reach its conclusion. Beerus embodies both the boon and bane of divine status, as he not only bears the disadvantages of divine inheritance, which restrict his progression, but also suffers diminishment due to the emergence of parallel universes within the Omni King's system, leading to their gradual advancement. All of this was conveyed to Li Xiaolong in a rather clandestine manner by Whis, with much of it derived from Li Xiaolong's own reasoning based on Whis' statements. Boom. As Li Xiaolong conversed with Whis, the epicenter of the dimensional storm erupted once more, unleashing a surge of formidable energy. A sound akin to the shattering of space reverberated, and the fabric of reality fragmented like a shattered mirror, revealing a dark void into which shards of broken space continuously plummeted. Whis, I never anticipated that it would be you who initially sealed me away. Now, upon my emergence from that confinement, you are the first I encounter. Have you come to renew my imprisonment? However, the one who liberated me mentioned that the angels can no longer intervene in cosmic affairs. And what of Beerus? Let him come forth to accept my challenge. Countless millennia have passed. I wonder how much he has progressed. A voice emanated from the abyss, resonating through the void as if transmitted by mental vibrations, allowing for communication even in the vacuum of space. Beerus, I cannot believe that after all these eons, you still dwell on this matter. You were once a prodigious force within the 7th universe, yet now you find yourself opposed to it. There is still time to reconsider. Do not remain obstinately lost in your ways. We have both erred, Whis uttered unexpectedly, leaving those present perplexed. There is no turning back. The condition for my release was to defeat Beerus and claim dominion over the 7th universe, and I acquiesced to their demands. Their ambitions align with mine, do they not? Beerus, clearly unyielding to Whis' words, dismissed the conversation. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us settle this in battle. Should I defeat you, then we shall speak. Mephia interjected, evidently unwilling to squander time listening to Beerus's prattle, interrupting the dialogue between the two. Who do you think you are, insect? You have no place in the discourse of deities. Depart. Beerus retorted, irked by Mephia's interruption, not sensing any formidable aura or dimensional presence from her. He regarded her as an insignificant opponent. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed an aura, not even glancing in Mephia's direction, and turned back to continue his conversation with Whis. Who do you underestimate? Taste my fist. Despite not being angered by Beerus's disdain, Mephia's aura erupted as she launched a punch toward him. What? Does the 7th universe still harbor such strength? Startled by the force emanating from Mephia, Beerus was caught off guard and sent flying a considerable distance by her blow. In an instant, Mephia teleported behind the airborne Beerus and struck him again, propelling him further away. What? Is that instantaneous movement? Could this individual be a prodigy from Adrat? After being struck again, Beerus was astonished, speculating that Mephia must be a genius from Adrat. How about it? Do you still dare to underestimate the heroes of the world? Mephia paused her assault, looking at Beerus with a teasing glint in her eye. Indeed, you must be a remarkable genius from Adrat. Impressive. How about joining my ranks? As my subordinate, you would acquire knowledge and martial skills unattainable on Adrat, Beerus boasted, attempting to recruit Mephia with arrogance. Ridiculous. With such audacity, you wish for me to serve as your subordinate? I would have to deliberate even before considering the act of holding your shoes. It is quite amusing for Mephia to encounter someone as arrogant as Beerus. Is this the demeanor of all formidable beings? Ha ha ha, splendid. Since you refuse to be my subordinate, then may you descend into the abyss. Meet your demise. Upon hearing Mephia's words, Beerus was consumed by rage, his fury erupting as he charged towards her. Oh, is it so effortless to provoke you? No wonder you fell into disarray after being defeated by Bylus. What a fragile heart you possess, more delicate than glass. Li Xiaolong observed with amusement as Maifia's mere words incited such fury in a being of Beer's caliber. This individual is little more than a puppet, controlled by his emotions. A mere husk of power. Wait, emotions? The 7 emotions and 6 desires. How enlightening. The second path of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, as mastered by Luo Ho. Li Xiaolong murmured, seemingly suspended in the void. One can't help but envy Xiaolong. Has he gleaned some insight? Achieving understanding merely by observing the battle, such a prodigy must be safeguarded diligently. Meanwhile, Maifia engaged in combat with Beerus. You are not worthy of such a fate. One who is swayed by emotions has no right to utter such words, she taunted while defending herself. Their figures flickered across the space of the 7th universe, as countless storms arose and dissipated due to their clash. After being sealed for eons, to think a mere junior would dare speak to me so. Even the ancestors of your Yadalat star would have yielded before me. You, a presumptuous descendant, are oblivious to your own insignificance. In preparation for my arrival, let your death serve as my welcoming feast. Beerus could scarcely tolerate Maifia's mockery. Who told you I am from the Yadalat star? I am a true Earthling. Furthermore, you, an ancient being who has lived for billions of years, should bury yourself in the annals of history. After all this time, you have devolved into such a pitiful state. If I were you, having lived this long yet remaining so weak, I would rather find a stone and end my existence. Maifia's taunting skills reached their zenith. Oh, cursed descendant, I shall ensure your demise. Beer's eyes turned crimson, his gaze grotesquely bulging due to the intensity of his emotions, as if they might burst at any moment. Are you merely a master of empty words? A creature of bluster without action? Have you truly become so pathetic over the years? Why not showcase your strength and bring about my end? Your feeble punches, have you not had a meal? Such soft strikes feel more like a massage than an assault. While parrying Beer's tempestuous blows, Maifia continued to provoke him, determined to incite his rage further, compelling him to unleash his full strength against her. Very well, accursed mortal. You have thoroughly enraged me. Huh. Beerus, in a fit of fury, forced Maifia back, gathering his energy. Observing this, Maifia refrained from intervening, patiently awaiting Beerus to amplify his power to its zenith. Chapter 63, Defeating Beerus. Boom. With a swift motion, Bills unleashed an overwhelming aura that expelled the chaotic energies surrounding him. Young one, you shall pay dearly for your actions, he declared. Observing that Maifia refrained from attacking during his moment of concentration and instead chose to wait. Enough of your prattle, old man. Let us engage in battle, Maifia retorted, surging forth with an aura that matched Bill's in intensity. Had this entity not been sealed for eons, one could only imagine the magnitude of his strength. However, it seemed that his power could not ascend without limits. There would surely come a point where it would plateau. Presently, Maifia realized that her own energy barely surpassed his. As she sensed the full breadth of Bill's formidable presence, a serious expression graced her features. The intensity of his aura rivaled her utmost effort. In the presence of such an ancient powerhouse, Maifia knew she had to approach this encounter with utmost seriousness. Although Bills had not grasped the laws of destruction, it remained uncertain whether he possessed other hidden capabilities. As Maifia charged towards him, Bills suddenly moved, conjuring a dark, luminous energy in his hand, which he unleashed towards her. This energy, once freed from Bill's grasp, surged toward Maifia with astonishing speed. The surrounding chaotic energies appeared to be drawn towards the black light, swirling frantically into its core. As the tumultuous energy converged, the dark light expanded, ultimately swelling into a form reminiscent of a black sun. Its fierce aura now exponentially more potent than when it was first unleashed. At that moment, the black sun loomed before Maifia, its menacing energy pressing against her as if a razor-sharp blade were poised to strike her visage. The essence of the laws of destruction? Maifia pondered, recalling that Xiaolong had mentioned this world lacked such laws. Why then did this attack resonate with the essence of destruction? It seemed imperative to capture Bills for interrogation or perhaps to have Xiaolong transform him. Recognizing the destructive essence embedded within Bill's attack, Maifia reflected on Xiaolong's previous understanding of the laws of destruction and resolved to have him covertly enlighten Bills. She refrained from attempting this herself, for her strength and dimensionality were comparable to Bill's, and given the eons he had endured, his mental fortitude was likely superior to her own. Is it possible that Xiaolong has achieved further enlightenment? Maifia mused, casting a sidelong glance in his direction. To her surprise, She observed that he emanated an enigmatic aura much like before, appearing entranced. It was evident to her that Xiaolong had once again reached a moment of profound realization, and she felt a pang of envy. Such moments of insight might elude others for an entire lifetime, yet for Xiaolong, they seemed as commonplace as eating or drinking. Moreover, his innate comprehension was astonishingly formidable. The insights he gleaned far surpassed those of others. Truly, comparing oneself to him was disheartening. Let Bills bear the brunt of my wrath. Mephia resolved, unleashing her own understanding against Bill's attack, which was imbued with the essence of destruction. Due to the profound difficulty others face in grasping the laws of understanding, Li Xiaolong has delineated this comprehension into two distinct phases. The initial phase is the realization of true meaning, which can be regarded as the realm of the law's essence. Upon attaining this understanding, one can further progress to transcend true meaning and ultimately comprehend the power of the law. The essence of this power was exemplified when Mei Fia engaged in direct combat with the true essence of the law of power. Bills, whose aura of destruction seemed as fragile as a balloon encountering a sharp needle, was met with a cataclysmic explosion when the essence of power collided with his enormous attack. Likened to a black sun. What? Impossible. Bills was left in utter disbelief, stunned that his mightiest strike, which he deemed unbeatable, was so effortlessly shattered by what appeared to be a casual blow from Mei Fia. As their attacks clashed, his own was dismantled with alarming ease. With relentless momentum, Mei Fia's essence of power struck Bills, sending him hurtling backward. Impossible. As he was propelled away, his mind erupted with confusion. He had not anticipated that this attack, after defeating his own, would possess such formidable strength. Bills felt as though every inch of his being was on the verge of being obliterated. A sensation more excruciating than when he had been struck by the law of destruction from Beerus. Oh, it seems I have underestimated the law of power, he mused, astonished that the essence of power could rival even the foundational or minor laws of force. He recalled Li Xiaolong stating that the law of power was ranked first among all laws, and now, witnessing this essence in action, he found himself compelled to believe it. Mei Fia, equally surprised by the potency of her essence of power, had not anticipated that mere true meaning could yield effects akin to the laws themselves. Recognizing the efficacy of the law of power, she resolved to specialize in it, relegating other laws to supplementary roles. After all, her comprehension was not as extraordinary as Li Xiaolong's, who seemed to absorb knowledge as easily as one consumes food and drink. Curse it! Break, break, break. Bills, while soaring through the cosmos, concentrated energy to mend himself while simultaneously attempting to counter Mei Fia's essence of power. It was only after traversing the distance of an entire galaxy that he finally extinguished her essence. Who is this person? How can she be so powerful? He pondered, recalling that she had claimed to be from Earth. Earth, wasn't it destroyed billions of years ago? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, as if uttering the words would lead to his demise. This feeling, how could it be? Bills felt as though his fate was grasped tightly in the clutches of despair, sinking deeper into fear. Hey, you there, Bills, right? What other tricks do you have? Let us see them, shall we? Mei Fia was clearly not finished, eager to deliver a thorough thrashing to this arrogant adversary. Bills, now glancing at Mei Fia with a hint of trepidation, thought to himself, who are you calling you? Looking for a fight, are we? Upon hearing Beer's words, Mei Fia swiftly took action, unleashing the renowned prince's technique. This particular manifestation of the technique was elevated, capable of propelling Beers away with a mere energy blast. Alas, I find myself at a loss for words. This individual is simply formidable. Although his aura is only slightly more potent than mine, the sheer force of his attack surpasses my own significantly. Beers, now reaping the bitter consequences of his arrogance, found himself besieged by Mei Fia's energy blasts, which left him grievously wounded. Were it not for his ability to harness energy for self-repair, Mei Fia's relentless onslaught might have led to his demise. Mei Fia's prince's technique differed vastly from the tragic version employed in the tower. It was not merely a veil of smoke, but possessed an impressively high accuracy. The energy blasts seemed almost sentient, striking Beers with remarkable precision. Auntie, I concede. I concede. Please, cease your powers. Beers, overwhelmed by the ferocity of Mei Fia's technique, begged for mercy. Chapter 64. The Transformation of Beers Humph. Now you recognize your auntie's prowess, do you? Did you truly expect me to descend into the abyss for you? Did you foresee this spectacle? After savoring her victory, Mythia paused, gazing at the pitiful state of Beerus with a smirk. Auntie, I was wrong. I was merely speaking out of turn. Please, treat me as if I were nothing more than a fleeting thought, and retract your powers. Beerus, unaccustomed to such torment, yielded entirely. Oh ho ho, Xiaoya, it appears I have underestimated you. I did not anticipate that your aura would rival Beerus, yet in combat. You are indeed a force to be reckoned with. What an unexpected turn of events. Witnessing the conclusion of their battle, Weiss observed Mythia with the delight of one who has stumbled upon a rare treasure. Could it be that Weiss did not discern the true essence of my power? It seems so. After all, Xiaolong mentioned that this world lacks the law of force, particularly one of such high rank. It is reasonable that Weiss cannot perceive the true essence of my strength. Convinced of Weiss's genuine reaction, Mythia felt reassured. Just as the two concluded their clash, Li Xiaolong awakened from his epiphany. Has it ended so soon? Beerus, this is quite disappointing. Where has that arrogance gone? Noticing Beerus' dismal condition, Li Xiaolong taunted him. Who are you to dare mock me? Are you bold enough to accept my challenge? Beerus, already battered by Mythia, faced yet another audacious provocation from this seemingly unassuming figure. Are you certain? Li Xiaolong regarded him with a smirk, amused by Beerus' plight. Not just anyone can best me. Beerus, oblivious to the gravity of his situation, continued his brash taunts. Is Beerus always this audacious? Mythia whispered to Weiss. Sigh, let him seek his own fortune, Weiss remarked, exasperated. In that case, I shall indulge your trivial request. By the way, this offers a perfect opportunity to test the law of 7 emotions and 6 desires I recently comprehended. I had yet to find a suitable venue for such an esoteric law, but now that Beerus has willingly presented himself for experimentation, I shall begrudgingly accommodate him. Oh, a new law, is it? Allow me to broaden my horizons. Mythia seemed to have heard Li Xiaolong's unspoken thoughts, her excitement directed towards him. The 7 emotions and 6 desires, as the name implies, refer to joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and craving. The 6 desires arise from life, death, ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. What is this fellow doing, standing there motionless? In light of this, I shall not hold back. Beerus, sensing Li Xiaolong's static gaze upon him, felt a twinge of unease in his heart, yet his body surged forward with determination, unleashing an overwhelming aura towards Li Xiaolong. Die, you fool! Beerus charged with a relentless force, his fist shattering the space before him as it hurtled towards Li Xiaolong. A rather conventional punch. Alas, it is futile against me. Let me try this instead, Sorrow? Li Xiaolong raised his hand, and a radiant light began to emanate from within Beerus' being. What is happening? Why is there light emanating from within me? I feel an overwhelming urge to cry, a profound sense of desolation enveloping my heart. Beerus, caught in the midst of his assault, suddenly halted, his face contorting in anguish as if he had endured unspeakable suffering. What is this? Why is Beerus crying without reason? Wasn't he here to challenge Xiaolong? Indeed, just moments ago, he radiated an unusual light. Could this be the handiwork of Xiaolong? Mythia speculated quietly. Such methods are truly unprecedented and remarkable. Even Weiss could not discern how Li Xiaolong performed his technique, only suspecting it to be some form of a law he had never encountered before. Damn it! What sorcery are you employing? Cease at once. Beerus, now realizing it was Li Xiaolong's doing, lamented while issuing his desperate cries. Let me try this, Joy. The light within Beerus transformed, emanating a brilliance that evoked unrestrained joy. Ahaha! Stop! What kind of sorcery is this? Beerus felt his body succumb to uncontrollable elation, laughter spilling forth as the tears of sorrow morphed into tears of joy. Xiaolong, while battling this fellow, I sensed he harbored the essence of destruction. I recall you mentioning that there are no laws of destruction in this world. Should you not discreetly guide him to enlightenment, to uncover the secrets of his destructive essence? Mythia's voice resonated in Li Xiaolong's mind. Oh, such matters make this increasingly intriguing. Upon hearing Mythia's words, Li Xiaolong's interest was piqued. The reason I can comprehend laws non-existent in the Dragon Ball realm is that I am not of this world, and possessing the bloodline of a dragon allows me to grasp such principles effortlessly. Weiss is present. Can you guide him without his knowledge? Mythia was particularly concerned about this matter, for despite being sealed, Beerus was once a disciple of Weiss. Fear not, with my current capabilities, Weiss will remain oblivious. Even the 7 emotions and 6 desires I just manifested went undetected by him. Moreover, my proficiency in guiding him to enlightenment is unparalleled. Li Xiaolong was confident in the secrecy of his methods, which were entirely absent from the Dragon Ball world. Hasten to enlighten him, for once this matter passes. One cannot foresee how Weiss will address him. After all, Beerus was rescued by a cabal of conspirators, even as Weiss's disciple. It is implausible that he would be permitted to remain in the cosmos. Surely, Weiss would dispatch him elsewhere or report to the high priest for judgment. As Li Xiaolong closed his perception, the moment he stirred his thoughts, Beerus, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly stood silent, his form resembling that of a statue. It was astonishing how effortlessly he was enlightened. Though Beerus had endured for eons, the essence of his spirit was not overwhelmingly resilient. While quantitatively superior to Mafia, he lacked her intrinsic strength. Moreover, the 7 emotions and 6 desires significantly diminished his resistance, facilitating the process of enlightenment without hindrance. Li Xiaolong found the task of enlightening Beerus remarkably simpler than his initial attempts with the demon race, feeling a sense of reflection. This ease was primarily attributed to his principle of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, which greatly weakened Beerus's defenses. Additionally, the 7 emotions and 6 desires dispersed his mental energy, drawing most of it away to counteract, leaving behind a mere fragment for Li Xiaolong to navigate. Chapter 65, Inheritance. Borderlands. I am curious to uncover the secret of this individual. Unlike the detrimental effects typically associated with soul-searching, Li Xiaolong's enlightenment of Beerus allowed him to explore the latter's memories without harm to the soul, truly a threefold benefit, as it also granted him a loyal subordinate. My method of enlightenment bears some resemblance to Lord Luo of the Starry Sky's soul enslavement. As long as I do not expose it, detection is exceedingly difficult. Li Xiaolong mused, recalling Lord Luo. How could such a phenomenon exist within the Dragon Ball universe? No wonder this individual comprehended the true essence of destruction. It originated from this realm. While inspecting Beerus's memories, Li Xiaolong encountered something utterly extraordinary, a creation not of the Dragon Ball world. Perhaps I shall review this upon my return. I must not risk revealing anything too astonishing that might catch Weiss's attention, for Beerus is his disciple. Li Xiaolong resolved to first back up Beerus's memories, planning to examine them more thoroughly upon his return to Earth. Just as we did before. Simply relay your messages to me. Li Xiaolong transmitted secretly to Beerus using his soul power, ensuring that Weiss would remain oblivious to any anomalies. After all, the essence of soul power vastly surpasses that of mental energy. They belong to entirely different dimensions. In the Dragon Ball world, Li Xiaolong could guarantee that no one possessed such capabilities regarding the soul. Master, I concede. I beseech you, great ancestor, to accept my surrender. I have been blind to your greatness. Please spare me. Upon the withdrawal of Li Xiaolong's control over the 7 emotions and 6 desires, Beerus immediately assumed the role of a dramatic actor, pleading for mercy. It is remarkable how he conceals his true nature. He is undoubtedly a master of theatrics. Mafia remarked while communicating with Li Xiaolong. Xiaolong, do not torment him further. For my sake, grant him clemency this once, Weiss interjected. Since you've spoken, Weiss, I shall grant you this courtesy. Li Xiaolong had no desire to continue the charade. After all, the more one acts, the easier it is to reveal the truth. At present, he yearned only to return to Earth and explore the legacy embedded within Beerus' memories. Thank you, esteemed master, for your leniency. Beerus expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Indeed, Weiss appeared to care for his disciple, and it was fortunate that no excessive actions had been taken previously, as Mafia remarked in a whisper. After all, Beerus was once his favored disciple from eons past, and Weiss must have realized that Beerus was on the brink of comprehending the laws of the universe. Once this occurred, Beerus' progress would likely accelerate tremendously. Li Xiaolong noted that Weiss no longer regarded Beerus with the same coldness as upon their initial meeting. Instead, there was a glimmer of joy and anticipation in his demeanor. Weiss, I wonder how you plan to handle Beerus, Li Xiaolong inquired. Aware that Weiss would not take drastic measures against his most formidable subordinate, yet seeking to understand his intentions. Xiaolong, are you familiar with the demon race? Weiss did not respond directly, but posed a question of his own. Indeed, it was the demon race that wrought devastation upon our Earth. Moreover, we still harbor spatial rifts leading to the demon realm. In my earlier, weaker days, I ventured into the demon realm for training, Li Xiaolong replied, withholding certain details of his knowledge. You speak the truth, yet this does not encompass the entirety of the demon race. Both of you now possess the capacity to learn of other matters. The realm you visited was merely a subordinate demon realm, existing outside our seventh universe, a derivative born of the grand cosmic laws. To us, that realm is trifling. Weiss elaborated with newfound seriousness. Is that so? By your assertion, there exists an original demon realm, from which these subordinate realms derive under the cosmic laws, Li Xiaolong continued, echoing Weiss' words. Precisely. Somewhere beyond our universe lies a place known as the Dark Demon Realm. All demon realms are offshoots birthed from the grand cosmic laws based on the Dark Demon Realm. Weiss elucidated further. Ah, I see. No wonder the demon realm seems so feeble in the present. Are you suggesting, Weiss, that you intend to send Beerus to confront the inhabitants of the Dark Demon Realm? Li Xiaolong provocatively queried. No, Beerus' current strength is insufficient for a battle against the Dark Demon Realm. Eons ago, there existed a demon god named Mechakapura, who fell into dispute with the great priest, my father. As a result, he was wounded by the great priest and subsequently sealed by the Kaioshin of our universe. The Dark Demon Realm is a creation of Mechakapura. Weiss provided an answer that had long puzzled Li Xiaolong. Ah, it makes sense now. Even if the Kaioshin was exceptionally powerful eons ago, how could Mechakapura, who was capable of competing with the Omni King for resources to create a universe, possibly be sealed by him? So it was the great priest who inflicted that injury. Li Xiaolong's confusion was finally dispelled. And what transpired thereafter? What became of Mechakapura? Myphia inquired, feigning ignorance. After Mechakapura was sealed, the beings he created from the Dark Demon Realm launched a fierce assault on our universe. However, our forces successfully halted their advance at a location far removed from our cosmos, which we refer to as the border. I intend to send Bills there for training. As Weiss has finally mentioned his plans for Bills, such a place, one must certainly seize the opportunity to engage in battle, Myphia exclaimed with eagerness. You two should wait until your progress is more substantial before venturing there. After all, individuals of your caliber are exceedingly rare, even across all universes. Though it may be a battlefield, it primarily serves as a training ground for those who have encountered stagnation in their development. Weiss quickly interjected upon hearing Myphia's words. After all, Li Xiaolong and Myphia are the most gifted disciples he has encountered in countless millennia. He would rather not see them take unnecessary risks. Indeed, Weiss, we understand the gravity of the situation, and there are many matters on Earth awaiting our attention. We shall refrain from going there for the time being, Li Xiaolong reassured. Recognizing Weiss's concern for their well-being. Xiaolong, do you truly not wish to visit such a suitable place for combat? Myphia expressed her yearning for such a battleground, discreetly conveying her thoughts to Li Xiaolong. We can discuss this upon our return to Earth. Besides, it is not imperative that we go in person, Li Xiaolong stated, not wanting to dampen Myphia's enthusiasm. He also planned to send a clone to that location for training and reconnaissance. I knew you would understand. Myphia cheered. Bills, I sense you are on the verge of grasping a new law of power, and that is why I am sending you to the border for training. I hope that by the time you return, you will have comprehended that law, Weiss said with great anticipation as he entrusted Bills with this task. Chapter 66. Encountering a fellow countryman. Now that this matter is settled, Weiss, we shall return to our cultivation. You may take Bills to the border for his trial. Li Xiaolong expressed, eager to return and delve into the memories of Bills stored in his mind. Do visit Earth often, Weiss. We shall prepare a lavish feast for you. Myphia warmly welcomed Weiss, who is both mentor and friend. Ever since they became acquainted with Weiss, their subordinate strengths have been rapidly increasing. I certainly will. Weiss replied as he led Bills toward a specific direction. Li Xiaolong established a causal link between them, eliminating the need for Bills to find a way to convey the border's location. Let us return as well. During this time, I discovered something extraordinary from Bills, and I am eager to uncover its secrets. Accompanied by Myphia, Li Xiaolong instantaneously transported back to their abode on Earth. Upon notifying everyone that he and Myphia had returned, instructing them not to disturb them during this period, the two immersed themselves in the closed-off chamber to examine the memories they had retrieved from Bills. To their astonishment, they beheld formations and classical palaces within this world, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. After sharing the retrieved memories with Myphia, they began their exploration. Previously, what Li Xiaolong beheld was a magnificent classical palace. Upon Bill's inexplicable passage through an invisible barrier, he was met with the ancient palace, its grand signboard inscrutable to Bills, yet entirely comprehensible to Li Xiaolong. The three gilded characters Taiji Palace prominently displayed upon the plaque unmistakably denoted the name of this resplendent edifice, exuding an unparalleled aura of profundity. Could this be the source of Beelz's destructive essence? This palace is indeed a breathtaking sight, far surpassing the beauty of any structure on Earth, evoking a sense of profound comfort, akin to a celestial ambience, as Mei Fia mused. By the way, Xiaolong, have you noticed that the transparent barriers surrounding the palace resemble the formations you create? Mei Fia inquired curiously, casting a glance at Li Xiaolong. You are quite astute. Those are indeed formations, and they are far superior to the ones I have devised. In comparison, my formations seem rather juvenile, Li Xiaolong admitted with a hint of excitement. How can there exist formations more formidable than those you create? Was there a genius even more extraordinary than you prior to this? Mei Fia posed, her brow furrowed in confusion. Seeing her query, Li Xiaolong decided to reveal the truth. Xiaoya, the fact is, I am not from this world. This palace is an architectural marvel of my homeland, and these formations were crafted by the predecessors of my lineage. My ability to create formations is inspired by their legacy. Upon viewing the formations, the palace, and the plaque, Li Xiaolong felt an overwhelming certainty. This was undoubtedly the heritage left behind by the ancestors of the Xia clan. Xiaolong, I had an inkling about your origins. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we are partners on this journey, progressing together and confronting all challenges. Are we not? You have your reasons for withholding information, and I trust that when the time is right, you will share it with me, Mei Fia reassured him, harboring no resentment towards his secrecy. Ah, Xiaoya, you are truly the best. In truth, I hail from a realm entirely distinct from this one. I am unaware of the divine being that transported me here, yet I believe my arrival bears a purpose. All I can do is pursue my aspirations and delve into the mysteries of this world alongside you, Li Xiaolong expressed, his tone tinged with complexity. To be honest, my previous world now eludes my understanding. I once perceived it as a realm of pure materiality, yet the phenomenon of my transcendence defies comprehension. It is astonishing to witness remnants of my homeland existing in this world, Li Xiaolong reflected, feeling somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. The initial excitement he felt had transformed into a profound sense of perplexity, as if enveloped by countless enigmas. Xiaolong, if you cannot comprehend, then do not dwell on it. Let us embark on this journey of exploration together. One day, we shall uncover the truth. After all, you have me by your side, and the formidable power you have cultivated. These are your roots in this world. Observing Li Xiaolong's confusion and distress, Mei Fia quickly intervened. You are correct, Xiaoya. I still have you. Together, we shall unravel these enigmas, much like the seals upon your being. Ultimately, I shall decipher them all. Li Xiaolong chose not to ponder further, for he believed that the final riddle would be unveiled alongside the growth of his and Mei Fia's abilities. How peculiar that Beerus could traverse such an intricate formation. Is there something within this palace guiding him? Li Xiaolong began to notice the suspicious elements surrounding the situation. Indeed, this formation surpasses even yours. Your array could not be penetrated by me, let alone Beerus, who is even less capable, Mei Fia remarked, her skepticism growing. They continued to follow the trail of Beerus' memories, traversing pavilions and corridors, crossing vast plazas adorned with incense burners, from which tendrils of fragrant smoke wafted. Li Xiaolong felt as though he could almost savor the scent, and both sensed a fortification of their souls. Merely witnessing such a scene brought a sense of spiritual stability. It truly seemed to be a sacred ground. Could this be the domain of some mythical power? Li Xiaolong pondered. Having passed through the plaza and into a towering structure inscribed with the words Transmission Pavilion, they were greeted by mysterious sounds emanating from within. As Li Xiaolong listened, he felt a fleeting insight beckoning him. But the ephemeral nature of the sounds left him with nothing to grasp. Next, they approached a large alchemical chamber, where the aroma of herbs wafted from a colossal furnace. Both Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia felt their souls experience a semblance of enlightenment, albeit illusory. Finally, guided by Beerus' memories, they arrived at a tranquil courtyard, seemingly designed for meditation. A willow tree swayed gently in the breeze, while a pond adorned with vibrant lotus blossoms lay nearby. In the center, a round table and chairs were arranged, and a figure sat at the table, one hand poised over a chessboard, as if engaged in a celestial game. Ah, comrade, you have finally arrived. A voice resonated in their minds, though Mei Fia could not comprehend it. May I inquire if you are the one who has brought me to this world? Li Xiaolong asked. If you seek the truth, come here to find me, and you shall learn all that you desire, the figure replied, disregarding Li Xiaolong's question. Is it possible that this being cannot hear me? Indeed, after countless eons, this is merely a memory experienced by Beerus. To converse across such vast temporal distances requires an extraordinary level of mastery. It is improbable that such a deity could exist within the Dragon Ball universe, Li Xiaolong contemplated. Chapter 67. Journey to the border soon. The two witnesses observed how Beerus acquired the essence of destruction and emerged from the Tai Chi Palace. As for the subsequent memories, neither of them felt inclined to delve into them. Perhaps in a quieter moment, they would revisit them, for despite Beerus being sealed, he had undoubtedly endured much prior to that, possibly harboring invaluable intelligence within his experiences. What did the master of this palace convey? Mephia could not comprehend the language of the Xia clan. He stated that to unravel all mysteries, we must venture to that location. It appears that a journey is indeed unavoidable. Li Xiaolong expressed concern for Mephia's safety. I understand your worries, but I shall not let you embark on this alone. Besides, he is your fellow countryman. He is unlikely to inflict harm upon me. Moreover, we have our avatars. Why not send them forth instead? Mephia insisted on not allowing Li Xiaolong to go alone. Very well, since the Tai Chi Palace requires passage through the border. Let us dispatch our avatars to explore the border first, gaining experience before proceeding to the Tai Chi Palace. After all, the demonic forces must be dealt with before we can advance. Li Xiaolong discovered that Weiss, who was heading towards the border, had returned. To his surprise, the border was situated directly before the Tai Chi Palace, and the demons had established their stronghold in front of the palace. It seemed feasible to tackle both challenges simultaneously. Without clearing the border, entry to the Tai Chi Palace would remain impossible. Let our true selves meditate on Earth while our avatars engage with both the border and the Tai Chi Palace, Mephia proposed. Indeed, that is the most prudent course of action. Let us proceed with this decision. Li Xiaolong had developed the technique for creating avatars long ago. However, the process of splitting off an avatar significantly drained one's spirit, which is why they had not produced many over the years. Nevertheless, Li Xiaolong's method of avatar creation was exceedingly advanced, unlike the incarnation techniques employed by Saiyans. Saiyans' incarnations were limited in their cultivation and had an upper threshold. In contrast, although Li Xiaolong's avatar technique did incur some cost to the spirit of the original, the avatars bore no distinction from their true selves and fully inherited the original's talents and knowledge. Regardless of the distance between them, their spirits remained interconnected, allowing for real-time memory sharing, devoid of any treachery or the emergence of separate consciousness. Furthermore, upon reaching a profound level of cultivation, the avatars could seamlessly merge with the original, a strategy Li Xiaolong devised for his future path of cultivation. After all, having avatars to assist in comprehending other matters would facilitate his training considerably, granting him an advantage over others. When attaining advanced realms of cultivation, maintaining a singular state would be essential, and the avatars could perfectly integrate with the original, resulting in substantial enhancements to both spirit and abilities. The two summoned their avatars from the time chamber, and, cloaked in secrecy, the avatars instantaneously transported themselves beyond the seventh universe. The border lay several realms away, amidst a dozen universes governed by the Omni Kings. The energy expenditure for such a teleportation was considerable, hence, Li Xiaolong suggested, let us conceal our forms and glide towards the border at a measured pace. The avatars of the two individuals, in terms of their essence, do not significantly differ from their original selves. After all, these avatars have been diligently cultivating within the time chamber since their separation, achieving a dimensional realm of the 10th tier. Thus their combat prowess closely mirrors that of their true forms. These avatars primarily engage in the comprehension of principles, ensuring that their understanding of the laws parallels that of their originals. What one knows, the other does as well. However, they have not delved into the realm of magic. The vastness of space beyond the universe is indeed astonishing, seemingly barren except for the errant chaotic energy and scattered laws. Mephia curiously surveyed the expanse beyond the cosmos. Although Li Xiaolong had previously traced the threads of causality to locate CRs and had gleaned information regarding the outer cosmos from within, nothing could compare to the experience of being there firsthand. It is precisely this errant chaotic energy and scattered laws that sustain the universe and allow for its gradual expansion. Without such sources of energy, the universe would eventually be depleted. Li Xiaolong observed the cosmic sphere before him, perceiving the universe as a collection of translucent orbs, each pulsating with light. The brilliance emanating from the myriad galaxies could be seen even from beyond the universe. While the four realms of the cosmos correspond to the divine realm, the destruction realm, the celestial realm, and the underworld. Viewed from this vantage point, the cosmic sphere appears immensely vast, rendering humanity as inconsequential as a speck of dust, imparting a profound sense of insignificance. The smaller universe, shrouded in dark energy, likely represents the demon realm. Mafia sensed the presence of the demon race she had previously transformed within it. Indeed, that is the demon realm, and I can sense that it now bears our essence. This essence is quite subtle. Only through careful attunement can we perceive it, while others would likely remain oblivious. Yet, it seems that our essence is at the core of this realm. I feel that if I so desired, I could easily obliterate it, Li Xiaolong concluded. Astonished by this revelation, this ability resembles that of the Omni King, though it appears to be a diminished reflection of such power. Is this the authority of the universe, or perhaps the dominion of its creator? However, I suppose it is merely a nascent fragment of authority. Considering the information previously gathered about the Omni King, Li Xiaolong speculated that this ability's advanced form would align with that of the Omni King. He decided to experiment with a particular question upon exiting the Tai Chi Palace, contemplating the refinement of an unclaimed universe or the creation of a miniature cosmos. Perhaps only after ascending to the 12th tier could he create a universe akin to the 7th universe. Li Xiaolong shared his thoughts with Mafia, who wholeheartedly supported the idea. Recognizing that an encounter with the Omni King was inevitable, acquainting themselves with the capabilities of their opponent would be most advantageous, even if they did not engage in outright confrontation. Being prepared with a form of deterrence would prove invaluable. Xiaolong, look ahead. There are numerous fragments resembling shattered cosmic membranes. They appear quite beautiful. Mafia remarked as she pointed forward. Indeed, these must be the remnants left by battles that shattered the cosmos. Quite terrifying to think that conflict could rend the universe to such a degree. The combatants involved must have been divine entities of the 12th rank or higher. Li Xiaolong snapped out of his reverie, his gaze fixed on the fragments of the shattered cosmic membranes, a surge of battle spirit igniting within him. At this level, we should be capable of achieving such feats at the 11th rank, shouldn't we? We are nearing our potential. There are still many hidden divine beings within this vast universe, and we must strive to keep pace with these concealed powers. Mafia, equally filled with martial fervor, was aware of her adversary's superiority, yet remained confident in her own talents, convinced she would soon catch up to them. Chapter 68. The majestic border. Given the circumstances, we must be approaching the border. These fragments of cosmic membranes are likely remnants from the earlier cosmic shattering at the border, Mafia pondered, somewhat uncertain of their precise location. Indeed, just a few more cosmic distances, and we will reach the border. This segment of space has been ravaged by past battles. It does not exhibit the abundance of universes seen elsewhere. Here, apart from the shattered remnants, there lies only an endless void. Through the feedback of the causal lines, Li Xiaolong perceptively gauged their current position. Let us hasten. I am eager to witness the true nature of this so-called border. Mafia's heart raced with anticipation, longing to engage in battle with the formidable forces of the demonic realm. Their figures darted swiftly through the void, their speed an incomprehensible multiple of light. In the emptiness of space, there were far fewer hindrances than within the cosmos. Flight in the universe is termed flying, while in the void, it is better described as teleportation. The disparity between the two realms is indeed vast. Wow, Xiaolong, look! There seems to be a luminous band ahead. After a while of flight, a faint light strip gradually materialized before them. As they advanced, the band grew larger, and they began to discern its form more clearly. Xiaolong, could the luminous band formed by the cosmos ahead be the so-called border? It is astonishingly magnificent. A border crafted from the cosmos is truly breathtaking. Such grandeur is simply unimaginable. As Mafia observed the light band woven from interconnected universes, goosebumps rose on her skin. The spectacle was utterly awe-inspiring. It is indeed the border. I never anticipated it would be so grand and awe-inspiring, forged from individual universes. This is likely the work of the Omni King or a high-ranking divine official. It is truly formidable. Although Li Xiaolong was equally taken aback by the majestic border, his thoughts lingered on future adversaries and competitors. once again recognizing the substantial gap between their current capabilities and those of others. It appears we have a long way to go. We must diligently cultivate ourselves. The disparity is indeed immense, Li Xiaolong said earnestly. Fear not, Xiaolong. I am confident that we shall achieve our aspirations. Our greatest asset lies in our inherent talents. With our gifts, we shall soon catch up to them. Furthermore, we are quietly building our strength, unbeknownst to them, which is indeed our advantage. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, Mai Fia also recognized the formidable nature of their adversaries and acknowledged the vast disparity between the two sides. Yet, instead of feeling disheartened, their resolve was only magnified. As the duo approached the border, they discovered that every few dozen universes was marked by a colossal portal. They selected the nearest portal to approach. From whence do you hail? What is your purpose at the border? Do you possess the necessary documentation for passage? The two guardian deities stationed before the portal inquired. Li Xiaolong was taken aback to find that even the gatekeeping deities were of the 6th tier. It was no wonder that powerful beings were so scarce in the cosmos. Most must have been dispatched to this border to combat the demon race, he surmised. However, observing the situation in the 7th universe hinted at a significant fracture or a major upheaval from some bygone era. Otherwise, such a scarcity of formidable beings would be inexplicable. Li Xiaolong did not attribute the dearth of powerful entities solely to the border circumstances. We hail from the 7th universe, here to train and combat the demon race. Someone will come to escort us shortly, he stated, having already summoned Beerus to receive them as they approached the border. Fully aware of the situation from the feedback he had received along the causal line. Please wait a moment, the two guardian deities replied courteously. For the dimensional aura emanating from the duo far exceeded their own. The energy they exuded was at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, which contributed to the Guardian's respectful demeanor. They are indeed the individuals I am meant to escort. Let us complete the registration swiftly. Beerus soon arrived at the portal and engaged in dialogue with the Guardians. The two deities then employed a device to scan the pair, allowing them to glean the individual's information with clarity. However, this device had its limitations. Li Xiaolong subtly cast a veil of concealment over himself and Mai Fia, as they had no desire to reveal themselves before the king and the high priest. In no time, the Guardians completed the registration without issuing any credentials, and Beerus guided the two into the interior of the border. Who would have thought these two are actually under Lord Weiss? Truly remarkable. It is said that Beerus is one of his disciples. Could it be that these two are also disciples of Lord Weiss? To have nurtured 3 such extraordinary disciples in such a short span is indeed impressive. Once the trio departed, the two guardian deities engaged in speculation, pondering whether Li Xiaolong and Mai Fia were indeed disciples of Weiss. In truth, they were not mistaken, as both had received Weiss's tutelage. But why did the device not indicate that they are disciples of Lord Weiss? One deity inquired curiously. You are mistaken. That individual is undoubtedly a disciple of Lord Weiss, possessing the means to evade the scans of this device. You are aware that this equipment can only scan deities of the destruction god caliber, who appear to be somewhat clever, with a mere flick striking their heads. I have repeated countless times that such actions are unwise, for they may hinder one's growth in stature and intellect. These two deities engage in playful antics to alleviate the tedium of their watch. Upon entering the border fortress with the two companions, Beerus experienced an immediate transformation in the environment. In stark contrast to the void beyond, the interior of the border fortress thrived with vitality. Countless universes intertwined, each teeming with innumerable galaxies and diverse life-bearing planets in harmonious motion. The vibrancy within the fortress was unexpected, revealing a multitude of formidable beings far exceeding those beyond the gates. Mai Fia curiously surveyed the cosmic landscape within the fortress, her senses expanding to perceive the presence of numerous powerful entities. You may refer to us as young master and young mistress, Li Xiaolong stated, not permitting Beerus to address him as master. Very well, young master and young mistress. This border fortress was established eons ago, though at that time I was merely an apprentice destruction god. I had only heard tales of the border fortress, and this marks my first visit. Since its inception, many native powerhouses have emerged within, with the initial strong ones having migrated here from beyond the gates. The majority of the powerful beings have arisen locally over the course of countless millennia. After spending some time here, Beerus had gained a certain understanding of the border fortress. Chapter 69. The peculiarities indeed. It is as you say, those universes beyond the gates must have encountered tremendous upheaval. after billions of years. Even with the migration of many powerful beings, a sufficient number of strong entities should have emerged. Li Xiaolong reflected on Beerus's analysis. What transpired in the universe after my sealing, leading to the decline of its powerful beings, remains a mystery to me. However, I sensed significant energy fluctuations from the exterior while in that alternate space millions of years ago. It is likely that event contributed to the depletion of cosmic strength. Beerus remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Such occurrences exist? It seems a momentous event must have transpired millions of years ago, possibly shrouded in secrecy or obscured by severe fractures in information flow, Mafia stated gravely. Regardless of the reason, it underscores the significance of those events. We shall uncover the details of this matter in due course. For now, let us observe the situation within the border fortress. Are you aware of the information regarding the most formidable personnel stationed by the demon race? Li Xiaolong expressed a keen interest in the demon race, as their journey to the Taiji Palace necessitated traversing the demon stronghold, which could prove challenging if they faced angelic-level adversaries. Young master, based on my recent investigations, I discovered that the demon stronghold is guarded by several dozen destruction god-level beings, whereas our border fortress has only produced a few dozen of such caliber over these billions of years. They are stationed here. While it appears neither side has angelic-level entities present, Beerus divulged the findings he had gathered. Indeed, the emergence of angelic beings is not an easy feat. Remaining stationed here could render one a target. The loss of even a single individual would be profoundly detrimental. Given this, I find solace in the notion that the task at hand is relatively uncomplicated. However, infiltrating the Tai Chi Palace under the watchful eyes of several dozens of destruction deities is no trivial endeavor. Although the absence of angelic presences alleviates some pressure, these formidable destruction deities are not to be trifled with. Xiaolong, have you forgotten the concealed secret technique you devised? As long as we employ this technique, even if we stand before them, they will be unable to detect us unless we inadvertently reveal our aura, Mafia reminded him. This is indeed the case. Yet I have discovered that the formation outside the Tai Chi Palace must be unraveled by me for us to gain entry. This appears to be a test set forth by the palace's master, and the act of deciphering that formation will undoubtedly generate significant disturbances, which will surely attract their attention. Xiaolong elucidated. He too contemplated the secret technique, but upon utilizing the principle of causality, he had ascertained that the formation surrounding the Tai Chi Palace must be dismantled to proceed. You, my fellow townsmen, are rather perplexing. Shouldn't a local extend a warm welcome to another? Instead, you have concocted such complications. Just wait until I encounter him. I shall chastise him thoroughly. Mafia expressed her indignation. After all, there exists a crucial legacy within, and there is an adage we hold dear. One must not impart techniques lightly. It is only natural to impose certain trials. Xiaolong dared not provoke Mafia against that individual. Who could fathom the extent of his power or the nature of his temperament? Undoubtedly, he surpasses even the king of all. As this territory was once his domain eons ago, and the king of all failed to detect any anomalies, indicating the other party's superiority. Are there any restrictions or requirements for engaging in battle beyond this border? Young master, he responded, the engagements here are relatively unrestrained. One may venture out for individual training or form teams for combat. Those of destruction deity caliber seldom stray beyond the borders. Thus my level represents the pinnacle of strength here. The demonic faction mirrors our circumstances, having waged war for eons, transforming this area into a ground for honing skills. Bills ranks among the strongest of those below the destruction deities, and during his time here, many have come to recognize him, frequently seeking him out for collaborative ventures in battle. What accounts for the abundance of powerful individuals in this borderland, yet the peculiarities in their training? Mafia inquired, somewhat perplexed. Peculiar? Rather than attributing the strangeness to the border and cosmic practitioners, it is more accurate to say that it is our Earth that is unusual, Xiaolong mused, fully aware of Mafia's implications. Indeed, apart from our Earth's inhabitants who possess methodologies for cultivating qi, it seems that other practitioners lack such techniques, relying instead on innate talent for the natural enhancement of their qi or employing unique means. Moreover, dimensional laws demand a higher level of aptitude. Aside from that select group, all others are formidable beings whose prowess grows naturally. I presume you are aware of at least part of the reason, Bills? Xiaolong turned to him. Yes, young master. Young mistress. But I cannot disclose this reason, nor may you inquire, for should that occur, I would immediately dissipate, rendering you unable to uncover anything. Bills replied with serene composure. Is that so? Upon realizing the connection between Li Xiaolong and the matter at hand, it became evident that the influence of the entire king was at play. Otherwise, such an effect on Beerus would be implausible. Indeed, the link to the entire king is undeniable. Henceforth, we must exercise greater caution, particularly as we traverse his territory, Mei Fia communicated. Fear not. The entire king is presently oblivious to our presence. He is preoccupied with his own affairs and with my methods of concealment. As long as we refrain from reckless actions, we shall encounter no difficulties. Li Xiaolong proposed. Let us venture to the borders and engage in battle, allowing us to assess the composition of the opposing demonic forces and formulate a corresponding strategy. Indeed, I have long desired to witness the capabilities of these wild demons. Do not disappoint me, Mei Fia chimed, brimming with eagerness. Beerus, caught in the midst of their discourse, found himself devoid of authority, for he remained oblivious to their conversation. And following Li Xiaolong's persuasion, he was bound to absolute obedience. The demons in this area were either natives of the dark demon realm or had evolved over countless millennia since arriving here, undoubtedly surpassing the demonic entities birthed under the cosmic regulations of our universe. At that moment, Li Xiaolong recalled a demon he had once influenced, namely Depura. He remembered Depura as one of the prominent generals under Mikakapura, possessing at least the power of a god of destruction. However, within the realms beyond the seventh universe, Depura was merely an incarnation, his strength inferior even to that of a mere avatar. It was likely that Depura's incarnation in the seventh universe was naturally birthed under the cosmic laws, a temporal counterpart sharing the same name, which had subsequently been refined into an incarnation through certain means. Li Xiaolong speculated quietly. Let me first examine the causal thread of Depura, he thought, conjuring a strand visible only to himself, stretching infinitely into the distance. It appeared these beings had indeed concealed themselves quite far, distancing themselves from the dark demon realm. Nevertheless, Li Xiaolong chose not to squander time and retracted the causal line. He had no desire to waste time on Depura's true form. For the only entity he regarded with trepidation was the deity who created the dark demon realm, Mikakapura. What use is it to hide so far? Once I find you, you shall inevitably become my loyal subordinate, Li Xiaolong mused, gazing toward the direction where the causal line had extended. Xiaolong, you could indeed influence more powerful beings here at the borders. We could even convert those of God of Destruction caliber among the demons. This way, we would not only achieve our goal of reaching the Taiji Palace, but also gain numerous subordinates of God of Destruction level. Mei Fia suggested as the three soared toward the demonic territory, engaging in conversation. Currently, that is unfeasible. I am merely an avatar. My spiritual and mental strength has yet to reach a formidable level. Attempting to influence beings of God of Destruction would be excessively arduous and could even result in backlash. For those beings have lived for eons, their mental fortitude undoubtedly surpassing that of my present form. Only once my true self breaks through to the 11th tier can I hope to influence such powerful entities, Li Xiaolong contemplated, acknowledging the limitations of his current avatar. According to the current pace, the two entities should soon reach the 11th tier. After dispatching their avatars, they entered a secluded state within the Spirit Time House. Given their remarkable talents, had they devoted themselves entirely to this sanctuary, they would have long since achieved the 11th tier. However, numerous responsibilities necessitate their involvement, thereby consuming their time within the Spirit Time House. Presently, the strength of their avatars closely mirrors that of their true forms, enabling the avatars to act on their behalf, thus allowing the true forms to focus entirely on their cultivation. Once the true forms break through, they intend to confront the demonic entities to temper the weaker ones. After the breakthrough, they could swiftly deal with these demons. Li Xiaolong favors this approach, as a direct assault would undoubtedly draw the attention of demonic archangels. Such an event would likely alert the omnipotent beings from the All-King, potentially exposing them entirely to their gaze. This strategy is the most prudent, minimizing their exposure while also allowing for the conversion of numerous destruction-level entities. Moreover, post-breakthrough, visiting the Tai Chi Palace to meet that old acquaintance of his would be considerably safer. Mei Fia, who originally proposed this plan, wholeheartedly supported Li Xiaolong's decision. Young master, there are demonic figures ahead, Beer's voice resonated. Following his gaze, Li Xiaolong beheld several demonic silhouettes emerging in the space ahead. 5 demons escorting a demon guardian, advancing towards the left front of the trio, oblivious to their presence. Young master, why venture into this perilous realm? With the blessings of the demon lord and your unparalleled talent as the finest genius of the demon race, a brief wait would naturally elevate your strength, making the 9th tier easily attainable. Why risk yourself here? One of the demons inquired, their communication occurring through the resonance of life energy, allowing Li Xiaolong to perceive their words instantly. To his surprise, the life energy in this extraterrestrial domain felt remarkably congenial, yielding such an effect. Li Xiaolong was pleasantly astonished by this unexpected ability. Let us observe for now. We must not reveal ourselves. We shall ascertain their situation first, Li Xiaolong declared, encasing the 3 within a concealment array. Xiaolong, can you hear their conversation? Why can't I? Maifu inquired, intrigued. This ability is something I recently discovered. They converse through the resonance of life energy, which I can naturally perceive. I suspect my affinity with this energy enables me to overhear their dialogue, Li Xiaolong explained. Another day of envy for me. I almost wonder if you are the favored child of the heavens, Maifu remarked, her tone tinged with playful bitterness, as if struck by 1,000 blows. Yet, she quickly brightened, adding, but it's fortunate that this favored child of the heavens is my partner. Then, Xiaoya, you are the favored daughter-in-law of the heavens, aren't you? Li Xiaolong teased. Ah, am I merely invisible? The young master and young mistress are flirting right before me, leaving Beerus feeling rather awkward as he attempts to diminish his presence, though his presence is indeed minimal. Indeed, young master Cultivate, there is no need for you to venture into danger. One must be aware that a formidable adversary of a level close to that of our guardians could emerge at any moment, and we would be unable to contend with such a foe, another member of the demon race cautioned. This individual seems to possess significant influence. Li Xiaolong discerned that the 5 demon guards were all 9th tier experts, and anyone who could command the loyalty of 5 such powerful beings must have an extraordinarily strong backing. This fellow is likely a descendant of a celestial-level powerhouse, Li Xiaolong speculated. Young Master Cultivate, as the progeny of our demon race's elders and our foremost prodigy, you are indeed overstepping this time. One must remember that the strong at the border are quick to engage us demons, another guard reiterated with concern. Indeed, he is a descendant of a celestial-level powerhouse. I never anticipated that the demon race had such lineage. Is this not the archetype of a prodigal sect leader? Li Xiaolong thought as he observed Cultivate, feeling a mix of emotions. Please refrain from advising me further. My decision is resolute. I shall not return until I break through to the 9th tier. As the first genius of our demon race in nearly 10 million years to reach the 8th tier in merely 1 million years, I am determined to shatter our records once again. I shall achieve 9th tier status within 1 million years and become the greatest genius in the history of the dark demon realm, Cultivate declared defiantly, as if the 9th tier was within his grasp. This individual can indeed be considered a genius, although it took him 1 million years to reach the 8th tier. I observe that the dimensional laws practiced by these demons are rather rudimentary. His accomplishments warrant the title of genius, Li Xiaolong thought, developing an appreciation for Cultivate's talent. If this fellow were to acquire my eternal life technique and complete dimensional laws, he would likely progress astonishingly, much like Shrag from Namek, Li Xiaolong mused, recalling Shrag, who, like Cultivate, achieved his esteemed status solely through natural talent. Xia, are you interested in these individuals? If you lack the desire to battle, I shall transform them. I have high hopes for the one encircled. Cultivate, Li Xiaolong decided to await Maifu's judgment. The 6 continued their forward flight, blissfully unaware of the impending danger approaching them. Or perhaps it was merely their destiny unfolding. Since we are already out, having fortuitously encountered a few strong opponents, let us engage in combat to stretch our limbs. Maifu resolved, wishing to witness the abilities of these demons and how they differ from those of the 7th universe. Then go ahead and engage. A little sparring will suffice. Li Xiaolong said without concern, for Maifu's strength far exceeded theirs. Hey, you demons ahead, come forth and spar with your elder aunt. Should I be pleased? I might let you leave, Maifu provocatively challenged, her voice resonating with her energy. Who? The demons, startled, immediately began to survey their surroundings. Enough. No need to search any further. Before the 6 individuals, Maifu abruptly teleported into their midst. What? When did she arrive? There wasn't a whisper of sound. They gasped in astonishment. It is important to note that while their prowess at the border was not particularly formidable, it was certainly not negligible. Chapter 71. Unexpected gains. This esteemed elder is the progeny of a demon lord from our clan. Although we cannot fathom your strength, please refrain from harboring ill intentions towards our young master. Our demon lord is not one to be trifled with, one of them bravely declared, attempting to maintain composure. I have no interest in your young master. You five shall engage in combat with me. Should I find it to my liking, I may yet allow you to depart. Myphia remarked, dismayed by the lack of fighting spirit displayed by these beings. Is the demon clan so feeble? Are you so cowed that you cannot muster the will to fight? Myphia sighed, reflecting on how her sudden appearance had indeed startled them. I trust this elder will honor her word. Brothers, let us advance. It is our duty to protect the young master, one of the five urged, and they unleashed their full might against Myphia. Why do I feel as if I am the villain here? Is it not you who are the demons? Do you even uphold the concept of trust? Myphia quipped, skillfully countering their assaults without faltering. Are you still not prepared to unleash your utmost capabilities? Why do you continue to test me? Myphia's frustration grew as she sensed they were holding back. Brothers, let us reveal our strongest techniques. It appears we cannot leave easily today, one of the demons declared. Ice world, manifest, roared another. In an instant, a realm of ice and snow materialized within the void, piercing winds swirling mercilessly. This extraordinary domain spanned roughly the size of a sun, with temperatures plummeting well below -100 degrees. In this frigid environment, even the chaotic energies felt remarkably subdued. Oh, what a delightful surprise. This is the nascent form of a domain, Li Xiaolong, observing from the sidelines, expressed his astonishment towards the demon who conjured the ice world. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the world's heroes. I did not anticipate such a discovery beyond the ancient Chirat. For Li Xiaolong, with his extraordinary talent and comprehension, the notion of a domain should have been grasped long ago. However, such concepts often require a catalyst, otherwise, he would not have instinctively pondered this direction. Now, this opportunity had presented itself. I hope the others do not disappoint me and can provide further surprises, Li Xiaolong thought, as he sought to comprehend his own domain through the lens of the ice world's embryonic form. Gravity domain, suppress. Another demon raised his hands, exerting a tremendous downward force. In the ice world, an unusual gravitational field surged forth, causing Myphia to feel as if her body had become exceedingly heavy. The sensation akin to being ensnared by the force of a black hole. With a slight furrow of her brow, Myphia released a modicum of energy within her, allowing it to circulate autonomously and counteract the gravitational force surrounding her. The reason for this counteraction was her desire to preserve her image. Although her physical strength could easily withstand the gravitational field, her attire and hairstyle were another matter entirely, and she was loath to have her coiffure disrupted. Observing the nascent domain, Li Xiaolong felt a surge of delight at the sight of the gravitational domain. Not only had he encountered a prodigy of the demon race, but he had also stumbled upon 5 concealed talents of the same lineage. Such brilliance could only truly flourish under his tutelage, and he resolved to take these 5 under his wing, not neglecting the demon genius Cultivate either. The intensity of this gravitational field was approximately 10,000 times that of Earth's gravity. Upon comparing the disparity between this force and Earth's gravity, Myphia's expression shifted to one of surprise. This journey had proven worthwhile, as she was now witnessing such astonishing techniques. She also noted Li Xiaolong's state, recognizing his fascination with the abilities displayed by the two individuals. It was evident that what he observed had captured his interest, and she felt a surge of joy, knowing that once he comprehended it, she too would soon master it. You two possess remarkable techniques, earning my esteemed approval. Do you have more to offer? I wish to see further, Myphia remarked with a hint of anticipation directed towards the remaining 3. It seems this esteemed senior is a hidden master. Therefore, my brothers, unleash your most formidable techniques. Surely, after witnessing our abilities, this senior will not impose upon us. The leader of the group spoke. Absolute Spirit Space, reveal yourself. One of the remaining demon race members, who appeared somewhat diminutive, initiated a domain manifestation that left even Li Xiaolong in awe. As the Absolute Spirit Space materialized, it swiftly overlapped with the ice world, and the vital energy within the space seemed to be devoured, vanishing entirely. Myphia even felt as though the energy within her own body was being drawn out. I must absolutely take them under my wing and nurture their talents. Their potential far exceeds that of Cultivate, The so-called foremost genius of the demon race, Li Xiaolong mused, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Spiritual world shatter. Once again, one of the remaining 2 demon race members conjured a domain manifestation, which similarly aligned with the previous one. This new domain was targeted at the mind, although it bore little effect on my Fia, thanks to Li Xiaolong's advanced soul and mental defense techniques, which were akin to celestial arts in the Dragon Ball universe. This method was indeed remarkable. Such techniques are truly extraordinary, sharing a striking resemblance to Xiaolong's mental attack methods. Although they hold no weight against me, they could easily overwhelm others of equal or lesser strength. No wonder they are tasked with protecting Cultivate, my Fia mused, thoroughly impressed by the 5 individuals. Her discerning eye recognized that, if properly cultivated, they would undoubtedly evolve into strategic-level talents. Unforeseen was the embryonic form of the spiritual domain. What then could be the essence of the final individual S domain? Having witnessed the manifestations of the 4, Li Xiaolong was no longer astonished, but rather anticipated the emergence of the last 1S domain. Illusory space, unleash your power. Victory is imperative. The final individual bellowed, and a phantasmal domain materialized, seamlessly merging with the collective forms of the other 4. These 5, having traversed the long annals of time together, were astonished to discover that their domain forms could conjoin, creating a fusion more potent than the sum of its parts. The sheer force of this amalgamation was magnified 1,000-fold compared to their individual efforts. Both Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia were moved by the overwhelming power of the fused domain. Although this spectacle posed no immediate threat to the 2, against adversaries of the 10th tier from other realms, only those at the pinnacle of that tier might hope to escape. For anyone beneath that zenith, encountering these 5 would guarantee no chance of evasion. I never imagined you 5 could achieve such heights. I am thoroughly impressed. You have exerted yourselves to the utmost. Accept your defeat, Mei Fia declared. Truth be told, had it not been for the variable of Li Xiaolong, Mei Fia might still have been merely the head of an ordinary academy for superpowers on Earth, a talented individual, yet one who would not have encountered such a wealth of knowledge and experience. Thus, her admiration for those who could independently glean such astonishing techniques was profound. Although she herself had derived insights, most were inspired by Li Xiaolong, fostering a mutual respect among geniuses. In her eyes, Li Xiaolong was akin to a monster among prodigies. Chapter 72. The 5 Protectors and 1 Disciple. How is this possible? In the terrified gazes of the 5, Mei Fia unleashed a single punch. The wind from her strike appeared soft and feeble, yet upon leaving her fist, it transformed into a tempest capable of tearing apart black holes within the fused domain. A crisp crack echoed, soon followed by an increasing chorus of shattering sounds. As the fusion of their domains splintered like shattered glass, countless fissures appearing across its ethereal membrane. As the force of her punch reached its target, the membrane disintegrated, creating a void that caused the fused domain to collapse and deflate as if it were a punctured balloon. How can this be? One punch, just one punch shattered our combined assault. She didn't even attempt to counter us, and our strongest united attack was effortlessly obliterated. The 5 gazed in disbelief at their shattered domain, as if their very faith had been crushed by Mei Fia's blow. With the domain's destruction, the chaos of the surrounding elemental energies surged toward them, forming a small tempest. How dare you interrupt my enjoyment? Mei Fia exclaimed, waving her hand to obliterate the storm that would ensnare even a 9th-tier powerhouse. Once the elemental tempest was dismantled, the void was naturally replenished. Esteemed Elder, we have exerted our utmost efforts. Since you seem satisfied, we humbly beseech you to show mercy and spare us. We, the 5 who shall forever remember your kindness, have been led by our leader, who consistently stands forth to speak. She is willing to let you go. Alas, I, a connoisseur of talent, am loath to allow such promising individuals to slip away before me. At this moment, Li Xiaolong, accompanied by Beerus, revealed themselves. What? There are still others? Brothers, it appears we are doomed today, young master. Rather than resign ourselves to fate, should we not fight with all our might? Yet again, 2 formidable figures have arrived. And among them, the strikingly handsome man exudes an aura even more perilous than that of the woman. The demon clan clearly will not yield easily. So I urge the others to prepare for a final struggle. Let us fight with fervor. It is I who have brought this misfortune upon you. Had I not insisted on coming here, you would not have been dragged into this calamity alongside me. I apologize deeply. However, rest assured, my father will avenge us. At this moment, Gukila's heart brimmed with regret, hoping that after his demise, his father would seek retribution. With the young master's words, we could face death with some sense of worth. The others observed that Gukila, the foremost talent of the demon clan, was not afraid. Rather, he resolved to stand with them to the end, earning their respect. Ah, what is this display of noble sacrifice? Who speaks of death? When did I ever declare an intention to harm you? As the six prepared for their final stand, Li Xiaolong, somewhat exasperated, interjected, wondering if the demons were truly this stubborn. Elder, are you not here to strike us down? Did you not come to annihilate us? Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, Gukila felt as though he had glimpsed the dawn amid darkness and eagerly inquired, with the other five looking towards Li Xiaolong in anticipation. Who said I intended to annihilate you? Did I ever say such a thing? The world of martial arts is not solely about violence. There exists a realm of human emotion and social intricacies. Li Xiaolong shrugged, with Myphia and Beers sharing a similar sentiment. What is this world of martial arts? What are these human emotions? The six were left in a state of bewilderment, especially after experiencing such despair moments ago, akin to the sensation of a roller coaster, though they had never encountered one. Very well, I have taken note of your remarkable talents and have decided to impart my guidance upon you. There is no need for such anxiety. Our fates are intertwined, and it is for this reason that I choose to teach you. Others would beg for my attention, yet I would not spare them a glance. You should express your gratitude to my young master. Even the god of destruction seeks to consult him, yet my young master does not regard him with favor. Beers chimed in at the opportune moment. We are grateful for your esteemed attention, venerable elder. The five accepted the situation reluctantly under the pressure of Beers' aura. There was no choice. Given the current circumstances, they had to acquiesce. And since Li Xiaolong spoke of cherishing talent, they were eager to discover his true intentions. Fear not, for I hold your talents in high regard. Relax, and first, allow me to show you my belongings. Li Xiaolong raised his hand, conjuring a realm that resembled an entire universe, abundant with life. Countless flora and fauna thrived on vibrant planets, while an infinite expanse of celestial bodies danced in the starry skies. This domain encompassed all, especially captivating the five individuals who found themselves immersed in the profound mysteries of Li Xiaolong's realm. Even Cultivate experienced a flicker of enlightenment. With a swift gesture, Li Xiaolong banished the endless cosmos, pulling the others from their state of reverie, their eyes filled with eager anticipation as they turned to him. Now, do you comprehend that I have not deceived you? Li Xiaolong remained patient, refraining from hastily enlightening them. Instead, he engaged in conversation, subtly guiding them toward understanding, a more prudent approach. I was presumptuous. Cultivate, the most composed among them, spoke first. Might you now introduce yourselves? Noticing that while the group had tempered their imposing presence, a trace of tension lingered, he sought to ease the atmosphere. Esteemed elder, I am Cultivate, the progeny of a 12th-tier demon god. I ventured forth for training, under the directive of my father, who appointed these five as my guardians. I never anticipated encountering such venerable figures so soon. Cultivate began by detailing his lineage, hoping to instill a sense of awe in Li Xiaolong and the others. The demon god Demigula had indeed been elusive. After his rift with Mikakapura, he had concealed himself within the dark demon realm, ultimately rising to become one of its elders, and fathering Cultivate. While observing the confrontation, Li Xiaolong had traced Cultivate's karmic thread, discovering to his astonishment that he was indeed the offspring of Demigula. The revelation that Demigula had hidden away in the dark demon realm following his fallout with Mikakapura was a striking irony. Surely, upon learning this, Mikakapura's countenance would darken further, though it was already rather grim. Furthermore, Cultivate had emerged as the most prodigious talent in the dark demon realm in a millennium, a fact that would undoubtedly rub salt in Mikakapura's wounds. Ah, I am familiar with your father, though I regret I have never had the pleasure of meeting him. I have long admired his prowess, Li Xiaolong said, weaving a web of persuasion. Your potential is remarkable, but alas, your training methods are fundamentally flawed. As the adage goes, efforts are in vain if the direction is askew. If you follow my guidance, I assure you, within a few years, you shall ascend to the 9th tier. Within a century to the 10th tier, and within a millennium, the 11th tier shall not be beyond your reach. Cultivate indeed possessed great talent. Yet Li Xiaolong discerned that the dimensional techniques practiced by these demons, even those at the borders, diverged significantly from his own, merely inferior versions. Nevertheless, even if he were to share his dimensional methods, few would succeed in mastering them, and even among those who did, progress would not surpass their current state. It was merely because Gu Kailate's potential had been sealed by Demigula that Li Xiaolong felt emboldened to make such grandiose promises. Is this truly the case? I humbly beseech you to accept me, Gu Kailate exclaimed, bowing deeply at Li Xiaolong's words, for no practitioner could resist such alluring temptation. Thus, you submit? The 5 individuals were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the rapid turn of events. Just a moment ago, they had been facing a life-and-death crisis. And now they found themselves bowing in reverence. As for you, why not introduce yourselves? Li Xiaolong suggested, turning his gaze towards the other 5. Respected elder, I am Dakris. We are known as the 5 brothers. This is Cyberlon, this is Morg, this is Nightshade, and this is Vargos. We are demons born from the borderlands. Inseparable companions through countless years, united in our struggle against formidable foes. Ultimately, we have grasped the kind of offensive technique that you demonstrated, and we seek your guidance. Dakris explained, introducing them in the order they would manifest the embryonic form of their domain, which naturally reflected their hierarchy. Feel free to ask any questions. I hold great admiration for you. Compared to Gwirit, a prodigy of exceptional cultivation talent, I find your ability to comprehend and innovate truly remarkable. Not many under my command possess such insight, and your presence has inspired me, Li Xiaolong expressed, favoring Dakris and his companions. What is the name of the technique you just employed? I sense it could greatly enhance our attacks. As if our own offensive methods could evolve into that technique you just showcased, Dakris inquired, his expression revealing his lingering curiosity. An excellent question, and one of the reasons I have chosen to mentor you. Your offensive technique is known as the embryonic form of the domain. As an embryonic form, it has the potential to fully develop into a true domain. What I just demonstrated was indeed a domain. In truth, the amalgamation of your 5 embryonic forms is already on the verge of becoming a domain, which signifies the connection we share, Li Xiaolong elucidated. Then, may I ask how significant is the difference between the embryonic form of the domain and the domain itself? Dakris pressed, eager for clarification. To illustrate, the disparity is as vast as that between Gwirit and his father at present. I am reluctant to see such talent as yours go unrecognized, which is why I have chosen to guide you. What do you think? Li Xiaolong provided an example they could comprehend. We are willing, esteemed elder, the 5 responded, acknowledging him with reverence, as the concept of a master was foreign to the demon race. Very well, from now on, you shall refer to me as young master, and this is my companion, whom you may address as young mistress. Henceforth, you will serve as my guardians, and I shall introduce you to other formidable allies under my command, he declared. With the mental defenses of the 6 thoroughly dismantled, Li Xiaolong silently initiated his transformative technique. Unlike the methods from the 7th universe's demon realm, this current technique would not impart any negative effects on those being transformed. Rather, it would subtly enhance their foundational strength. Greetings, young master, they acknowledged, feeling an invigorating surge of power within themselves as they silently underwent the transformation, each recognizing their newfound strength. Do not be astonished. This is merely a small feat of mine. Now that I have transformed the 6 of you, there is nothing left to conceal. I shall directly impart the dimensional law into your minds and simultaneously bestow upon you the methods for cultivating within the domain. Billers, I perceive that your understanding lies within the essence of destruction, a profound realization of the principles of annihilation. I now bestow this knowledge upon you, hoping you will diligently cultivate it and swiftly grasp the significance of these destructive laws. There is no favoritism here. Even Li Xiaolong, too, has received this insight, along with the comprehensive techniques of domain cultivation and the complete dimensional laws. As for Mephia, she has long been granted the methods of domain cultivation by the essence of Earth itself. With matters here concluded, I wonder, Dakris, after years of mingling in this borderland, do you know where formidable warriors gather for combat? We wish to witness the splendor of this realm, having already gathered 6 individuals under our banner. Li Xiaolong is not inclined to waste time and directly inquires of Dakris, this native. Reporting to you, my lord, if we speak of places where strong warriors congregate, we must mention the battle universe. Between our demon clan's stronghold and the borderland lie numerous universes, created by those great figures who, having witnessed the devastation of battles, established realms solely for combat. In these universes, even battles at the level of destruction gods cannot inflict damage unless one resorts to the legendary powers of the laws. Dakras promptly elaborates. Being a native of this borderland, he possesses a clear understanding of the situation here. Oh, the battle universe. How intriguing. The legendary laws. Are there truly so few who grasp these principles in this borderland? Li Xiaolong discerns the underlying nuances in Dakras's words. Logically, one would expect that nearly all beings at the level of destruction gods should comprehend these laws, should they not? Indeed, my lord, the number of beings who grasp the laws in this borderland can scarcely be described as abundant. While there are many at the 11th tier, those who truly comprehend the laws are exceedingly rare. Many speculate that the battles from eons ago shattered the universe, making the understanding of the laws exceedingly difficult. Dakras articulates the conjectures that have circulated in the borderland throughout the years. This reasoning holds merit, and Li Xiaolong finds himself in agreement with this perspective. Even if it is not the sole reason, it surely contributes to the matter at hand. Are there distinctions among these battle universes? According to Dakras's account, these battle universes are far fewer in number than those of the borderland, amounting to merely several dozen. Each universe presents a unique environment. Some are composed entirely of ice. Others possess immense force fields, while some exert mental pressure upon individuals, isolate vital energy, or are filled with illusions, or engulfed in seas of fire, among others. Each of these dozens of combat universes is distinct, characterized by their singular environments. Your embryonic domains must surely derive from the insights gleaned within these battle universes. It seems these realms are not without their merits. The deities who conceive these battle universes must have considered such aspects, or perhaps it's a dispersive effect. Li Xiaolong leans towards the latter, for the deities in the Dragon Ball realm do not appear particularly benevolent. Indeed, as you say, my lord, the embryonic forms of our domains were all comprehended within these universes. However, it is certain that the deities who originally created these universes never contemplated such outcomes. Our ability to grasp the embryonic forms of domains was a fortunate accident, Dakras reflects, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features, accompanied by a sense of gratitude. I recall that fateful encounter in the icy cosmos, where we, 5 in number, were beset by adversaries. Our fierce struggle inadvertently triggered an explosion, unveiling a remarkably enigmatic scene. It was in that serendipitous moment that I first grasped the nascent form of my icy realm. Subsequently, we traversed other worlds, instigating similar explosions, each time unlocking the embryonic shape of our respective domains. In truth, our ability to comprehend these domain prototypes stemmed entirely from that unforeseen incident, rather than any extraordinary talent of our own, which left Dakras feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortune favors the prepared. Without innate aptitude, one could encounter the phenomena of domain evolution, yet glean nothing from it. You, however, possess that innate talent, and you excel at creating opportunities. Otherwise, you would not have all grasped the forms of your domains. While Dakras's understanding of a domain prototype was a stroke of luck, the insights gained by the remaining 4 were a product of their collective collaboration. Remarkably, this did not lead to discord among us. Rather, our bond grew stronger, which is precisely why Li Xiaolong esteemed them so highly. Chapter 74. Extraordinary creatures. Let us now visit this combat realm. Mephia, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Her interest piqued by those battle universes. You 6 should focus on cultivating the skills I have bestowed upon you. If you lack a suitable destination, I can arrange one for you, Li Xiaolong indicated, wishing to avoid the complication of moving such a large group, especially as the 6 were in need of peaceful contemplation. Master, my current journey has not yielded any worthwhile places. Encountering you has exceeded all my expectations. I implore you to guide me. Gwillet, he responded. Though he was unwaveringly loyal to Li Xiaolong, he also possessed his own thoughts and was no mere puppet. And what of you 5? Li Xiaolong inquired, directing his gaze towards Dakras. All is at the discretion of the young master. Our homeland was destroyed in a battle, and for years we have wandered the borders without a proper place. Returning to the main base for cultivation would risk exposure. We shall heed the young master's arrangements. Dakras replied, expressing the desire of the 5 to delve deeply into the teachings Li Xiaolong had provided. Very well. I shall transport you to my homeland for a period of seclusion, Li Xiaolong decided, intending to send them to the Spirit Time House for their retreat, as he had further tasks to assign them. With a wave of his hand, an ultra-long-distance teleportation array materialized. They had not used a teleportation array upon their arrival due to the vast distance and the absence of a guiding presence. Constructing a teleportation array from the 7th universe to the border would have drained him completely, proving exceedingly impractical. Now, the use of the teleportation array was feasible because his main body was on Earth, assisting in its construction, under the guidance of his main self. The energy required to create the array was substantially reduced, allowing this avatar to effortlessly conjure the formation with a mere gesture. This is the teleportation array I have constructed. You shall venture forth to my homeland, which lies exceedingly far from here. Even an angel at full strength would require months to reach it. You are to remain in my domain for a time of seclusion, after which I have tasks to assign you. After imparting these instructions, he ushered them into the array's vicinity. In a flash of light, the 6 vanished from sight. Master, have you returned as well? Outside the realm of the Spirit Time House, Li Xiaolong's physical form welcomed several individuals, who appeared somewhat perplexed upon encountering him. Without offering an explanation, Li Xiaolong raised his hand, drawing the 6 into the Spirit Time House. What you encountered earlier was merely my avatar. This is the universe of the All-King. You would be easily exposed outside, so I suggest you cultivate here. Li Xiaolong succinctly outlined the situation before leading them to their accommodations. The energy in Master S domain is astonishingly rich. I feel that if I were to cultivate here, I could break through to the 9th level in just 2 years. Gu Kailate marveled at the environment of this hidden star. This place is infinitely superior to the realm of the Dark Demon world where my father resides. Although the Dark Demon world is a complete universe, the disparity in environment is truly vast. Gu Kailate, like an inquisitive child, felt compelled to touch and examine everything he encountered. Indeed, this place holds advantages over the outer universe. You should take the opportunity to cultivate well here. By the way, time flows here at a rate 3,600 times faster than outside, meaning that while 10 years pass here, only a day elapses in the outside world. Li Xiaolong explained as he walked. What? The others exclaimed in astonishment. Surprised, are you? I reacted in much the same manner when I first learned this information. Slag had approached unbeknownst to them. The Dragon Clan? Gu Kailate inquired with a hint of confusion upon seeing Slag. In the world of Dragon Ball, the Namekians indeed refer to themselves as the Dragon Clan. There is a long-standing legend that the Namekian race was created by the dragon god Salam, and it is this lineage that allows the Namekians to create Dragon Balls. I am Slag, a super Namekian from Namek, and a loyal warrior of the martial ancestor. I look forward to your guidance. Slag was no longer the individual Li Xiaolong had first encountered, who merely relied on innate talent to accumulate energy. Now, after 1,000,000 years of cultivation within the Spirit Time House, Slag had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level, fully mastering the orange form and developing several new advanced forms, making him the most formidable warrior under Li Xiaolong's command. Of course, there are still individuals stronger than Slag, such as Li Yun and others, who are currently at the peak of the 9th level. They are all family to Li Xiaolong and his most steadfast allies. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask Slag. He has been with us the longest. In this hidden star, martial arts flourish, and if you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask me or others, for there are many martial artists of great strength here. Seeing Slag's warmth for the first time, Li Xiaolong felt pleased and entrusted the group to him while he resumed his seclusion, as he still needed to break through to the 11th level before he could smoothly enter the Tai Chi Palace. Shurag was more than willing to guide the 6 individuals through the mystical star, simultaneously introducing them to the formidable practitioners who were in seclusion there, allowing them to become acquainted. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the border, the trio followed the route as outlined by Dakras, soaring forward until a colossal universe came into view. This universe was approximately twice the size of the 7th universe. From the outside, it appeared as a blazing fireball, radiating an infinite glow of flames. This must be the Inferno universe that Dakras had mentioned. Indeed, the essence of this universe was the law of fire, and the fiery laws within it were exceptionally vibrant. It was evident to Li Xiaolong why Dakras could effortlessly conjure the phenomena of domain evolution. Under such an active singular law, given specific conditions, immense energy could trigger the vibrant singular developmental evolutionary law domain, allowing one to directly comprehend this law domain. Any powerful individuals under Li Xiaolong's command, currently in seclusion on the mystical star, would undoubtedly be able to grasp the embryonic form of the domain, provided it resonated with their own law domains. It was no wonder they had caught his attention. Now, as he imparted the methods of cultivating these domains, their strength would surely receive a significant enhancement. He hoped this journey to the Taiji Palace would yield fruitful results. Docris had also mentioned that this combat universe birthed indigenous peculiar creatures, possessing many wondrous attributes, which they could observe along the way. In truth, Li Xiaolong was not particularly intrigued by the combat universe. His interest lay in those native creatures. Curious about the extraordinary qualities of beings born in such a singularly law-bound universe. Chapter 75. The Fire Clan. Observing fluctuations of battle in that direction, they decided to investigate. From outside the cosmic sphere, one could distinctly sense the vibrations within the universe. If one possessed the secret arts of cultivation or ocular divine abilities, they could clearly discern the circumstances within the cosmic sphere. The trio instantaneously transported themselves to the battlefield, where each side consisted of 5 combatants, engaged in battle on a planet. Although they were all at the 9th tier of power, the peculiarities of the universe rendered it challenging to destroy the planet with their combat energy, unless they attacked with the force of law. Otherwise, ordinary energy blasts would struggle to shatter it. This method could also be applied to Earth, which remained quite fragile. Even a slightly stronger attack could shatter it. However, concealing any changes to Earth presented a dilemma, as the manifestation of laws would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Omni King. Indeed, it was essential to venture out more frequently. This outing had already brought numerous insights. Unlike Myphia, who had a purely touristic mindset, Li Xiaolong sought to observe and draw wisdom from others to enhance himself. Although he had previously completed the elemental laws of Earth, he had not anticipated the concept of intensifying laws. The benefits of intensifying laws were remarkably evident, not only enabling Earth's inhabitants to more easily comprehend the laws, but also allowing the new generation of Earthlings to grow increasingly attuned to these intensified laws with each passing generation. However, the principle of intensification consumes an immense amount of the planet's essence. Li Xiaolong, having recently explored the conditions within this fiery combat universe, discovered that the fire universe was not created without cause. At the core of the fire universe lies a fountain of fiery principles, continuously erupting and dispersing chaotic flames. The reason this fire universe can sustain such prolonged consumption of intensification is entirely due to this fountain of fiery principles. Could it be that other combat universes also share this phenomenon? It is indeed an eye-opener, as such elements were never mentioned in the original text. Upon witnessing the fountain of principles, Li Xiaolong marveled at the wonders of the world, realizing that beyond the Dragon Ball universe depicted in the original work, many extraordinary entities and powerful figures remained unrepresented. You are surrounded by me. I only wish to either vanquish you or be vanquished by you. Strive your utmost to please me, for if I am pleased, I might spare you. Ah ha ha. Just as Li Xiaolong was lost in contemplation, Myphia could no longer remain still. She charged directly into the battlefield, separating the two factions with an audacious declaration. Who was this audacious heroine, daring to act so brazenly? Indeed, how could she so casually meddle in another's conflict? Observing her companions, one could tell they feigned ignorance, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. What lunacy is this? Does she not see that her companions are merely watching from the sidelines? It is truly outrageous. I have always despised those who put on airs before me. Brothers, let us engage. The 10 individuals, who had previously been embroiled in conflict, now coordinated their efforts to attack Myphia, exchanging words as they charged. Now, this is more like it, Myphia thought, satisfied that she would not have to deal with them one by one. A few seconds later, the 10 lay sprawled on the ground, wailing. Heroine, who are you? We have not offended you. Indeed, we mean you no harm. Oh dear, where did this hidden deity come from, so unreasonable as to thrash us? The group writhed on the ground, bewildered and lamenting their fate, having been soundly defeated despite their earlier skirmish. Your battle has ravaged the flora of this planet, and I am merely administering justice. Heroine, look around. The planet is ablaze. Where are the flowers and grass? We are wronged. One member of the demonic faction, having endured the worst of the thrashing, dramatically displayed a performance of grievance. On the verge of tears. Do not dare to argue. Your weakness is your crime. I am pleased, Myphia thought, reveling in the dismay of the fallen. Occasionally, to toy with others brought her immense joy. Is this what they call the art of transferring smiles? A smile does not vanish. It merely shifts from one person to another. The female warrior, though seemingly delicate, need not endure blows. Humph. Weakness does not equate to vulnerability. It is simply that I, the esteemed lady, have chosen not to strike today. The current demeanor of my Fia evokes in Li Xiaolong a vivid recollection of a cartoon eagle he had once seen in a past life, and dormant memories suddenly surged forth, assaulting him with their intensity. Have these individuals been transformed? Observing their lack of combat fervor, my Fia lost interest in the game, contemplating their conversion into subordinates for intelligence work at the border. Xiaoya, you may transform them. Li Xiaolong expressed his lack of desire to engage with the group, believing this would also enhance my Fia's proficiency with the transformation technique. Do you know where the indigenous species of this universe can be found? In no time, my Fia successfully transformed the 10 individuals and inquired about the location of the fire race in the Flame Universe. I know, Master. This universe is known as the Flame Universe, and it is home to only one race, the Flame Clan. This clan is remarkably unique, enveloped in flames, resembling beings that are perpetually ablaze. They cannot be detected through conventional means, for they seem devoid of any aura. Even we, at the divine realm, cannot sense their presence, and thus can only observe them with the naked eye. I once witnessed their gathering on a certain planet. One among the 10 eagerly interjected, revealing a potential previously unnoticed prior to his transformation, and he belonged to the demon race, suggesting not all demons are irredeemable fiends. Indeed, I was present at that time. The Flame Clan is innately drawn to fire, as if they are the offspring of flames themselves. Attacking them with fire will yield no results, while they harbor a profound fear of water. However, there exists no water in the Flame Universe. I recall a water mage who easily triumphed over a formidable member of the Flame Clan. As one companion spoke ahead, another chimed in. Is that so? A universe can birth only one race. Yet it makes sense that the Flame Universe can only spawn such a race, given the singularity of its laws. How numerous is the Flame Clan, then? Since there is but one race in this universe, they must be quite plentiful. Report, Master, the Flame Clan is exceedingly rare. If they choose to conceal themselves, locating them becomes nearly impossible. They are also remarkably united, should one provoke them without swiftly resolving the conflict. They will soon be besieged by the rest of the Flame Clan, the speaker conveyed, a hint of trepidation in his voice, suggesting prior encounters with similar circumstances. Then let us proceed to the planet where you encountered the Flame Clan, Li Xiaolong stated, his curiosity about the Flame Clan piqued. He speculated that this race might be a manifestation of the laws themselves, distinct from other life forms. While other beings are also products of the intertwining of laws, the Flame Clan may very well be life that directly evolved from the laws of fire, deserving to be referred to as the spirits of the laws. Chapter 76. The Soaring Flames Master. This is the very place where I once encountered the Flame Clan. The group soon arrived at the planet described by their guide. This planet is not as lifeless as the previous one. It exudes a vibrant vitality that can be felt. For Li Xiaolong, who has cultivated the laws of life, this planet's exuberance resembles the sun amidst the night. He is certain that this is a life-giving planet. Indeed, this world is home to the Fire Clan, numbering in the hundreds. Within the realm of Li Xiaolong's spiritual perception, there appeared to be no signs of life on this planet. Yet under the scrutiny of his soul power, nothing remains concealed. At the core of this planet lies a space in close proximity to its origin, where numerous members of the Fire Clan reside. For others, traversing the planet's material would be impossible, but for the Fire Clan, it is as effortless as moving through air. Li Xiaolong observes several Fire Clan members gliding through the mantle, akin to humans flying within the atmosphere of Earth. The Fire Clan is indeed remarkable. No one would suspect their habitation within the planet's core. Without the probing of soul power, the anomalies of this planet would go unnoticed. After Li Xiaolong's reminder, my Fia also began to probe with her soul power, marveling at the sight of the Fire Clan members soaring through the mantle. Xiaoya, look at the center of that village. It seems they are conducting some sort of ritual. Let us go and take a closer look. Upon noticing the gathering at the village center, where most of the Fire Clan congregated, Li Xiaolong perceived it as a ceremonial assembly. Stay here, he instructed before he and my Fia instantaneously teleported to the congregation of the Fire Clan. They watched from above, boldly observing the ritual below. Although they made a conspicuous entrance, the Fire Clan remained oblivious, as both had employed concealment techniques. Li Xiaolong was confident that as long as he activated his stealth method, even an angel would find it challenging to detect him. Of course, Myphia was slightly less adept, only able to evade the god of destruction, Beerus. Indeed, these are beings of the laws. It is astonishing to discover such entities exist. The vastness of the world is truly filled with wonders. However, judging by their condition, it seems their spiritual forms are tainted by their union with the material of the universe at birth, rendering them weaker. A perfect being of the laws would naturally wield the power of the laws. Observing the fire clan below, Li Xiaolong felt a sense of reflection. As the ritual commenced, a voice resonated from below, announcing the beginning of the testing. Has it started? Let us see what these beings are actually performing, Li Xiaolong mused, deciding to observe further. Meanwhile, Myphia's gaze was fixed on a female member of the fire clan. Following her line of sight, Li Xiaolong noted that she appeared stronger than the other juvenile members, possibly igniting a spark of admiration within him. What do you think? Have you taken a liking to that little one? Let us observe the ceremony, and afterward, we may consider accepting her as a disciple. Li Xiaolong has already taken on several disciples, and it is high time for Myphia to find some students as well. In truth, Li Xiaolong holds great expectations for Bulma, Android 18, and Chi-Chi, and he wishes for Myphia to take them under her wing. However, they are still quite young or have yet to voice their intentions. In a couple of years, Li Xiaolong plans to encourage them to seek Myphia as their mentor. Xiaoyan, please proceed to test first. At the podium, an adult from the fire clan sat before a cylindrical device and began to call out names. Myphia observed a young girl who, upon hearing her name, obediently approached the instrument. With a swift motion, she struck the device, which ignited in a display of lights. It illuminated 14 segments before ceasing its pulsation. The elder on stage, visibly excited, proclaimed a few words. What? 14 segments. Indeed, she has reached the second tier, 4th stage. Sister Yin, you are truly remarkable, a testament to our illustrious clan's prodigious talent. The youth from the underground fire clan began to murmur among themselves. Cough, cough, silence. Next up, Xiaomei, the officiant continued, beckoning others to step forward for their tests, while the girl named Xiaoyan cast an encouraging glance at the audience below. Wait, why does this scene feel so familiar? Fire, tests, the square. This is precisely the beginning of my journey as the Fire Emperor. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Li Xiaolong was struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After a moment's reflection, he realized the uncanny resemblance between this scene and a certain narrative he was familiar with. Could that boy be the Fire Emperor of this fiery universe? Should the ensuing events align, my next disciples may soon present themselves. Li Xiaolong began to feel a burgeoning anticipation as he observed the young man whom Xiaoyan was watching intently. Before long, the elder announced the final name. Xiaoyan Yao, please approach the testing platform. Upon hearing his name, the young boy named Xiaoyan Yao nervously advanced to the testing apparatus. With a decisive strike, the device lit up, and Xiaoyan Yao anxiously gazed at the segments. Ultimately, the instrument lit up 4 segments before falling silent. He staggered back as if struck by a tremendous blow. Xiaoyan Yao, 1st tier, 4th stage. The officiant's words cut through the air with merciless clarity. Indeed, our once great prodigy has faltered. Just look at his demeanor. Akin to a drenched rat. Surely, a former genius cannot merely feign such despair. Were it not for the clan leader's protection, he would have long been expelled from our esteemed clan. Xiaoyan Yao, does he even deserve our clan's illustrious name? The surrounding children from the Fire Clan engaged in hushed conversations. Brother Yao, I believe in your talent. You possess greater potential than I do. You are merely facing a temporary setback. Once you overcome this, you shall undoubtedly soar to new heights. The girl named Xiaoyan stepped forward to console Xiaoyan Yao. Xiaoyan, perhaps I truly lack talent, Xiaoyan Yao replied, a hint of despondency in his voice. Brother Yao, you once told me to confront any challenge head-on and strive to overcome it. Why give in so easily now? Xiaoyan expressed her disappointment. Indeed, it appears that this individual is undoubtedly the great Emperor of Fire from the fiery universe. I wonder if he shares a similar essence with me, thought Li Xiaolong. Exhilarated as he observed the unfolding situation below, I am keen to discern whether he possesses any semblance of an elder figure, but alas, I perceive none. With a surge of spiritual energy, Li Xiaolong began to probe deeper. This being is a natural embodiment of the laws, devoid of an elder, yet has merged with a complete level of the fire law. However, the inexplicable rise of his fortune piqued Li Xiaolong's curiosity. Through his art of fortune observation, he discerned that while this entity, Xiaoyan Yao, had indeed assimilated a complete fire law. The magnitude of his fortune was continuously escalating, far beyond what could be sustained by merely a complete fire law in the fiery universe. Chapter 77. The Elder turns out to be myself. Could it be that I have unwittingly become the Elder? A hypothesis formed in Li Xiaolong's mind as he utilized causality to investigate the reasons behind Xiaoyan Yao's increasing fortune. To his astonishment, the threads of causality ultimately led back to himself. What an unexpected turn of events. I merely sought to witness a spectacle, and now I find myself entangled within it. Whom shall I seek for counsel? Well, I had initially intended to take this fellow under my wing, so let it be. An elder is still an elder. Li Xiaolong mused, somewhat exasperated. What elder? There are no elders here. Xiaolong, do you envision integrating the Fire Clan into your ranks, or shall they flourish independently? Mafia, puzzled by Li Xiaolong's musings, had grown accustomed to his whimsical nature over the years. In her eyes, he often engaged in peculiar soliloquies. Embrace them. The Fire Clan is truly remarkable. Their entire race embodies the evolution of laws, deserving to be called the spirits of the laws. With my guidance, they shall undoubtedly soar to great heights, liberated from the confines of this minuscule fiery universe. Even the smallest of creatures hold value, and the Fire Clan, as a race of law spirits, is no exception. In this Dragon Ball realm, no one is better suited than I to cultivate these spirits of the laws. Spirits of the laws? The very beings you once speculated about? They indeed exist. Does this imply that there exists a significant probability for such spirits to emerge in other combat universes? I recall you mentioning that these spirits are inherently adept at mastering laws. Although I am perplexed as to why the Fire Clan is so feeble with your nurturing, would they not all eventually grasp the essence of the laws? Mafia herself had come to comprehend the laws, aware of the arduous journey it entails. For many, dimensions are relatively easier to navigate, yet mastering the laws is a formidable challenge. Take, for instance, Beerus, who was capable of contending with destroyers eons ago and still has not grasped the laws. Furthermore, within the factions at the borders, among the numerous destroyers of the 11th tier, only a scant few have attained understanding of the laws. The probability of grasping the laws is exceedingly low, perhaps even less than 1 in a billion. Should corresponding spirits of the laws emerge throughout all combat universes, and if Li Xiaolong were to gather and cultivate them diligently, his ranks would eventually swell with a multitude of subordinates who have mastered the laws, far surpassing the destroyers. Xiaoya, I noticed you have been observing Xiaoyaning for some time. What do you think? Are you interested in taking her as your first disciple? I believe the young one possesses remarkable talent, and under your guidance, she could soar to great heights. Li Xiaolong has also assessed Xiaoyang's abilities and concluded that she is merely slightly inferior. After all, she is destined to be the partner of Xiaoyan Yao. I truly have high hopes for this young individual. Since you have expressed this, I shall accept her as my disciple. After all, you already have numerous disciples, and I cannot fall behind. Initially, Mafia was hesitant about accepting Xiaoyaning, but upon Li Xiaolong's suggestion, she ultimately decided to take her on as a student. What are your plans regarding the Flame Tribe? Since both of us intend to recruit the talents within their ranks, Mafia is reluctant to apply the method of transformation on her first disciple. The Flame Tribe indeed requires transformation, as they will be valuable allies in the future. However, there is no need to transform Xiaoyan Yao and Xiaoyaning. Additionally, I have observed that the Flame Tribe is divided into clans, and it would be beneficial for our 2 disciples to unify the Flame Tribe. This would not only provide them with experience, but also help us consolidate our followers. That is reasonable, but we cannot linger here for too long. Once they have unified the Flame Tribe, how do we plan to transform these people? They are merely stopping here temporarily at the border, with our primary destination being the Taiji Palace. We cannot afford to stay here for an extended period. Here's what I propose. I will leave a fragment of my soul within Xiaoyan Yao. This way, I can guide the young one and also facilitate the transformation of the Flame Tribe members they recruit. Furthermore, I will establish a formation here to assist the fragment in its transformative efforts, sparing us the need for constant travel. Li Xiaolong had just been pondering how to address the concerns regarding Xiaoyan Yao's grandfather, and unexpectedly, he is now becoming a grandfather himself. Will this not harm your fragment? Will it not hinder its sustainability? They both have even more significant tasks to accomplish, and if it poses too great a risk to the fragment, Mafia would prefer that Li Xiaolong refrain from such actions. No harm will come. I shall merely divide a small portion of my soul. As Xiaoyan Yao continues to recruit members from the Flame Tribe, this fragment will grow stronger, and later on, it can transform into another avatar. Li Xiaolong is wary of dividing too much of his soul, as it would be detrimental to both the fragment and the original. A rather ordinary fragment suffices here. This fragment will not only educate the fortunate child, Xiaoyan Yao, but also gradually cultivate and strengthen itself, eventually enabling the creation of another avatar. That sounds agreeable. Should I also consider dividing a small portion of my soul for Xiaoyaning? My Fia felt a flicker of desire. There is no need for that, as your soul is still somewhat fragile. Dividing your soul would cause you significant harm and would not be worth the effort. However, once I have established the formation, you may create a spiritual entity within it. This way, the young one can visit you frequently, and you can impart your knowledge to her. A spiritual entity is a product formed by the amalgamation of spiritual power and vital energy. However, it cannot persist indefinitely. Once the energy and spiritual power are depleted, the entity will vanish. With the enhancement and maintenance of the array, your spiritual consciousness can exist for thousands of years without issue. Li Xiaolong established the array, preparing to set up a supportive soul division and enlightenment array, which also needed defensive and teleportation capabilities. Most importantly, the array must autonomously absorb external energy to sustain its operation, ensuring it can continuously maintain itself and provide ongoing nourishment to Maifia's spiritual consciousness. Thus, Li Xiaolong, adhering to the principle of proximity, directly laid down the array in the center of the square. Maifia also infused her spiritual consciousness into it. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong cast a soul enlightenment technique, affecting all members of the Flame Tribe, except for Xiaoyan Ying and Xiaoyan Yao. Although everyone was successfully enlightened, they continued their activities as usual, exhibiting no signs of abnormality. Even the two little ones remained unaware of any discrepancies. Li Xiaolong imparted the longevity technique, dimensional law, domain cultivation method, and the cultivation guidance of the laws into the minds of the Flame Tribe, urging them to practice diligently. Now, it was time to guide the two little ones individually. Once the tasks were completed, Li Xiaolong and Maifia parted ways to seek their respective disciples to initiate the apprenticeship ceremony. Let me ponder, in what manner should I make my entrance? This little one has no parents, born of the earth, and lacks any rings left by a mother. Observing Xiaoyan Yao in the room, Li Xiaolong found himself at a loss regarding his entrance. This child possesses no adornments. The essence of the laws does not require such trinkets. After a thorough search, Li Xiaolong found nothing. Alas, without any items, does this mean I cannot create my own? Very well, I shall conjure a ring for him instead. Since nothing could be found, Li Xiaolong resolved to fabricate one himself. Chapter 78. The grandfather's entrance. Directly invoking the creation laws, a burst of divine light flickered, and the ambient energy within the room surged toward one specific point. This commotion naturally caught the attention of the contemplative Xiaoyan Yao. In truth, with Li Xiaolong's capabilities, he could have avoided such disturbances, but he desired precisely this effect to draw Xiaoyan Yao's attention. What is this? A glow emanated from the ground, and the surrounding energy rushed toward the source of the light. Xiaoyan Yao, on high alert, turned his gaze toward it. I have slept for 100,000 years. I wonder who has awakened me. Sensing the timing was ripe, Li Xiaolong's soul fragment emerged from the newly created ring on the ground. Who are you? Xiaoyan Yao, startled by the sudden emergence of a seemingly ominous figure, tensed and assumed a combat stance, regarding Li Xiaolong's soul fragment. Oh, is it you, little one? Who has awakened me? Thank you for your support over the years. Otherwise, I might have remained in slumber for several more millennia. Li Xiaolong began to weave his tale. What support? Have I sponsored you in any way? Xiaoyan Yao was perplexed by Li Xiaolong's words. It is the energy you have absorbed over the past 2 years. Without your contribution, I might have remained dormant for thousands of years more, Li Xiaolong said nonchalantly, intending to tease the young one. What? It turns out that the stagnation and even regression I have experienced over the past 2 years are entirely attributable to your malevolent interference. You owe me my vitality. You have caused me immense suffering. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, Xiaoyan Yao was immediately filled with fury, realizing that all his tribulations over the last 2 years were the result of this scoundrel's actions, utterly unforgivable. Little one, do not be so enraged. Bear in mind that the entity before you is a genuine high-level deity. Although my essence is currently but a remnant of my soul, I am indeed a deity of considerable wisdom and skill. Perhaps I am the greatest opportunity you will encounter in this lifetime. Are you truly willing to let your emotions govern you? According to the cosmic hierarchy, levels 1 to 4 are classified as low-level deities, 5 to 8 as mid-level deities, and 8 to 12 as high-level deities. Li Xiaolong, being at the 10th level, is indeed a high-level deity. What? A high-level deity? Master, please accept your disciple's 3 bows. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's assertion, Xiaoyan Yao was taken aback for a moment before instantly kneeling on the ground in a flash, performing 3 deep bows. This unexpected display left Li Xiaolong momentarily speechless. He had intended to gently coax this fellow into becoming his disciple, yet the moment he uttered a single phrase, this individual hastily pledged his allegiance. Li Xiaolong gazed at the kneeling Xiaoyan Yao with a mix of bemusement and satisfaction. All right, my good disciple, you may rise. I accept you as my disciple. Li Xiaolong gestured with his hands, and Xiaoyan Yao felt an invisible force lifting him, enabling him to stand up. I knew it. Since you, Master, are a high-level deity, it stands to reason that you did not manifest merely to engage in idle chatter with a mere mortal like me. Xiaoyan Yao said with a grin, standing beside him. You are indeed teachable. I did not expect you to possess such discernment. Excellent. As a cultivator, one must not only have a resilient heart, but also the ability to observe their surroundings. I have high hopes for you, Li Xiaolong remarked, surprised by Xiaoyan Yao's cleverness. Such an individual would surely seize any opportunity that came his way. Master, may I inquire why you dwell within this ring and exist in such an ephemeral state? I do not recall ever possessing this ring, Xiaoyan Yao asked, curious about the circumstances of his newfound mentor. This ring was brought back by you during one of your outings. Do not dwell on such matters. From now on, wear this ring, for it is a rare treasure. A veritable artifact, Li Xiaolong replied, not wishing to let the young man become preoccupied with the ring's origins. My current form is known as a soul body. My physical body was destroyed in a cataclysmic battle eons ago, and by chance, my soul found refuge within this ring, allowing me to survive, Li Xiaolong continued, activating his persuasive mode. Indeed, who would have thought that such a small ring could be an artifact, enabling your residual soul to persist within it? Truly remarkable. Fear not, Master. I shall wear this ring at all times, Xiaoyan Yao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the ring on the ground. Had Li Xiaolong not yet spoken, he would have rushed forward to claim the ring immediately. What kind of battle could have led to the destruction of your body, Master? It truly ignites my yearning for such an extraordinary event, Xiaoyan Yao reflected, entranced by Li Xiaolong's tale of that fateful confrontation. Very well. That level of combat is beyond your current reach. Only advanced deities of at least the 10th tier may partake, Li Xiaolong interrupted Xiaoyan Yao's aspirations. My dear disciple, I was once a master alchemist eons ago, capable of concocting 10th tier elixirs at the height of my powers. I shall impart my lifelong knowledge unto you, and once you attain the rank of an 8th tier alchemist, you will be able to create a soul rejuvenation pill for me, enabling me to restore myself through another's body. This embodiment of the fire law is a natural alchemical vessel. To have such a disciple and not teach alchemy would be a travesty. As for the methods of alchemy, I have yet to devise any. It is merely a rudimentary craft. I could easily create a new technique, albeit of a lower tier. For all things evolve and transform over time, do they not? Although Xiaoyan Yao could not fully comprehend the intricacies of Li Xiaolong's alchemical discourse, he sensed an innate grandeur in it. He felt as though he was destined for the art of alchemy. Rest assured, Master, I shall diligently cultivate the alchemical techniques you have bestowed upon me and strive to achieve 8th tier mastery swiftly, crafting the soul rejuvenation pill for you and facilitating your return to your true form, Xiaoyan Yao replied with unwavering confidence. What a splendid child. Were I to express such sentiments to someone named Xuanhuan Daiban, I would likely receive a curt retort of you have chosen the path of demise, observing Xiaoyan Yao's reaction. Li Xiaolong could not help but draw a comparison to that peculiar individual. I hope to never encounter such a character. If I do, I shall leave it to you to vanquish him. I have a certain aversion to dealing with such beings. Disciple, I perceive that you possess the innate perfection of the fire law. Your physique is ideally suited for my alchemical pursuits. I am confident that you will surpass me in this field. The reason for your stagnation in cultivation lies in the perfection of the fire law within you, which has been restraining your progress. Li Xiaolong ceased teasing the young man and revealed the cause of his stagnation. What? Such a physique exists? Does Master have a solution? I knew it could not be your doing. Even a single breath from a deity of your caliber could extinguish me. How could I possibly be of any use to you? Despite understanding the reason behind his stagnation, Xiaoyan Yao remained unperturbed, trusting in Li Xiaolong's ability to find a remedy. Though you have not advanced in cultivation over the years, have you not noticed your physical strength and combat prowess steadily increasing? Those who previously tested themselves against you are no match, and their attacks cannot harm you. Li Xiaolong posed a question rather than directly asserting his ability to resolve the issue. Indeed, Master, I had not realized this until now. How astonishing that despite my lack of cultivation progress, my battle capabilities have rapidly improved. I had been so preoccupied with my realm that I overlooked these developments. Xiaoyan Yao reflected, excitement bubbling within him as the previous gloom dissipated. Indeed, my disciple, remember this. When heaven intends to bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, it must first temper their spirit, subject them to hardship, and challenge their very being. To achieve greatness, one must endure suffering. This does not imply that suffering is inherently good. However, those who have faced adversity emerge unscathed and fortified. The trials you have endured over the years have led you to me, have they not? Li Xiaolong began to instill wisdom in Xiaoyan Yao. Yes, Master. What does not kill me makes me stronger. Yet, my greatest fortune lies in your esteemed guidance. Otherwise, no matter how remarkable my alchemical talent, I would have nowhere to hone my craft. Xiaoyan Yao aptly flattered his mentor. Chapter 79. Alchemy. At this moment, Li Xiaolong, in both his corporeal and ethereal forms, diligently immersed himself in the profound art of alchemy, a discipline as vital as array formations. This path offers boundless potential. It knows no limits for those endowed with exceptional talent. The esteemed Dao Tianzuan, the mightiest sage of the primordial age, is a testament to the profound significance of the path of alchemy. Furthermore, the golden elixir of Dao was conceived by the Dao Tianzuan, drawing inspiration from this very discipline. My disciple, my alchemical knowledge is a legacy passed down from a deity who forged the heavens and the earth. I have only scratched the surface of this profound art. I hope you will surpass me on this path. The potential of alchemy is limitless, and with your innate gifts, I am confident that under my guidance, you shall become the foremost alchemy emperor of our world. Seizing the moment while the art of alchemy was still being forged, Li Xiaolong began to paint a vision for Xiaoyan Yao. Master, I shall not fail your expectations, though it may seem like mere dreams. How can one dismiss the importance of cultivation? Have you not seen the tragic tales of those who traverse into the treacherous realms of cultivation, where a moment's distraction may lead to their demise? In such realms, no one will urge you to cultivate. The responsibility lies solely upon oneself. My disciple, I shall impart to you the first chapter of the alchemical method of inspiration from the Supreme. Though it is but the first chapter, it will provide ample material for you to study for quite some time. Mastering this first chapter will elevate you to the rank of a fifth-tier alchemist. I have only just begun to grasp the second chapter myself, and it remains unrefined. Soon, Li Xiaolong, with both his forms, crafted the first chapter. Based on his understanding of alchemists, this initial segment would enable mastery of the fifth tier, as the inspiration was derived from the Supreme. He aptly named it the alchemical method of inspiration from the Supreme. Before finalizing this title, he confirmed its safety through the law of causality, aware of the grave implications of such entanglements. Thank you, Master, for imparting your teachings. Once Li Xiaolong infused the first chapter of the alchemical method of inspiration into Xiaoyan Yao's consciousness, he took a moment to absorb the knowledge before awakening. Bowing 3 times before Li Xiaolong. Very well, my obedient disciple. There is no need for such formality between us. By the way, you should refine this ring. A drop of your blood will suffice to initiate the process. Within it lies a small gift I have prepared for you. In the creation of the ring, Li Xiaolong was inspired by the concept of a storage ring, directly utilizing the principles of a universal capsule as a template to forge the only blood-acknowledged spatial ring in the Dragon Ball world. With obedient compliance, Xiaoyan Yao bit his finger, allowing a drop of his blood to touch the ring, and soon he sensed an inexplicable connection forming between himself and the ring. Try wearing it. Concentrate your thoughts on the ring, and you will perceive the space within it. Similarly, to retrieve items from inside, focus your intent on the object, and you shall extract it. Li Xiaolong instructed the young lad on the usage of this singular spatial ring. Wow, Master, this is astonishing. Truly a divine artifact, so convenient. The space within is even larger than our village. He exclaimed, noticing a lovely furnace inside. Oh, what a beautiful furnace. Let me take a look. With glee, Xiaoyan Yao gazed into the ring's interior, quickly spotting a resplendent golden furnace. This furnace was created by Li Xiaolong alongside the ring, inspired by the legendary Bagua furnace. However, it was certainly not as formidable. Li Xiaolong fashioned it entirely in a golden hue, rendering it visually stunning. Master, is this the elixir furnace you prepared for me? It's simply exquisite. I feel that using this furnace will enhance my success rate in alchemy by at least 30%. Holding the radiant furnace in his hands, Xiaoyan Yao was as joyful as a child weighing 100 pounds. I am glad you like it. I shall henceforth cultivate within this ring. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me at any time. Additionally, if you encounter insurmountable crises, call upon me, and I shall assist you. However, I hope you will strive to resolve your challenges to the fullest extent. Li Xiaolong's soul projection diminished in size, hovering above the ring. Rest assured, Master. Unless faced with an enemy I cannot overcome, I shall never call upon your aid. Xiaoyan Yao was determined not to rely solely on Li Xiaolong. Moreover, there is another task at hand. During your journey of growth, strive to unify the Flame Fire clan. Currently, the clan is far too disorganized. In such a state, outsiders from the cosmos can easily annihilate you, Li Xiaolong added, assigning the mission of unifying the Flame Fire clan. Master, what do you mean? There is more than one universe? How incredible! In Xiaoyan Yao's understanding, the universe was boundless, eternally unreachable at its end. Thus he believed there was only one universe. Hearing that there could be multiple universes was profoundly shocking to him. Indeed, the universe is not singular. Beyond this universe lies an infinite expanse of others. Though I cannot specify how many, Li Xiaolong explained. I too am a being from another universe. However, a battle millennia ago propelled the ring into this universe, which is how I came to meet you. Disciple, do not be overly ambitious. Your current task is to diligently cultivate and elevate your strength. Without power, all else is but an illusion. Noticing the dazed look in Xiaoyan Yao's eyes, Li Xiaolong perceived that he was lost in thought and gently pulled him back from the depths of his endless fantasies with the voice of his soul. The disciple has indeed set his sights too high. Master, please instruct me in the art of alchemy. Returning from his reverie, Xiaoyan Yao turned his attention to the practicalities of reality and began to seek guidance in the craft of potion making. Fortuitously, there are materials within that ring capable of producing the pure pill. Allow me to demonstrate. This pure pill can resolve your issues with cultivation. Li Xiaolong produced several herbs, which were in fact conjured by his avatar through the laws of creation. The perfect flame law within you has been diligently burning away the impurities in your body, utilizing the vital energy you have absorbed. Once these impurities are completely eradicated, your cultivation will soar to remarkable heights. However, there is no need to await that stage. The pure pill I provide will entirely eliminate the impurities within you. Li Xiaolong elucidated the reason for Xiaoyan Yao's cultivation impediment. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiaoyan Yao felt a sense of both triumph and despair, though he was unaware of the historical illusion. Master, do you not require an alchemical furnace? Observing Li Xiaolong levitating the herbs in his hand, as if about to commence the potion-making process, Xiaoyan Yao offered the furnace. My disciple, as a 10th-tier alchemist, I need not a furnace to concoct a 5th-tier potion. Yet, this is my limit. I can only forge 5th-tier elixirs. Pay close attention and learn well, Li Xiaolong instructed. A flame erupted in Li Xiaolong's hand, and several spiritual herbs began to whirl around the fire. This alchemical technique resembles the pinnacle of the supreme alchemical method imparted to me by my master. Truly, my master is worthy of his title. It appears there is much for me to learn. As he observed Li Xiaolong skillfully crafting the potion, Xiaoyan Yao felt a surge of determination within himself. Master, I vow to become an 8th-tier alchemist and create the soul-returning pill for you. Disciple, focus intently. Do not let your mind wander, Li Xiaolong cautioned. Having sensed the youthful one's distraction, he felt a sense of satisfaction, having guessed the thoughts swirling in the young one's mind. Chapter 80. Purification of the Marrow, truly breathtaking. Xiaoyan Yao exclaimed, captivated by the gradually forming pill, as the room filled with a rich fragrance of herbs. Consolidate, Li Xiaolong commanded, and the nearly finished pill began to spin rapidly, with the surrounding vital energy rushing toward it. A brilliant light emanated from the pill, leaving Xiaoyan Yao momentarily blinded. As the light dissipated, he beheld a pill gracefully suspended in midair, adorned with several exquisite cloud patterns. The rich aroma enveloped the entire room, and Xiao Yinyao felt an insistent voice within urging him to consume the pill. Master, is this truly a premium elixir? The 10 cloud patterns are indeed beautiful. Suppressing the overwhelming desire within, Xiao Yinyao curiously scrutinized the pure pill floating before him. As a sole entity, I could have produced a premium elixir with at least 11 cloud patterns if I had a physical form. 12 patterns would depend on fortune. However, I have faith in you, my diligent disciple. Li Xiaolong, in his pursuit of inspiration for the supreme alchemy method, categorized elixirs into 4 tiers: initial, intermediate, advanced, and ultimately the exquisite. The cloud patterns, a unique characteristic of the alchemical technique, are not mere acknowledgments of the heavens. Rather, they manifest as a result of employing the supreme alchemy method. Each set of 3 cloud patterns delineates a distinct level. This marked Li Xiaolong's inaugural attempt at alchemy in this realm, and though it was his first endeavor, he managed to produce an elixir adorned with 10 cloud patterns. A commendable achievement considering that the method itself was entirely of his own invention. Disciple, quickly consume this immaculate elixir. Its efficacy is at its peak now. Once the time passes, its potency will dissipate, Li Xiaolong urged, eager to witness the elixir's first impact in the Dragon Ball universe. He sensed a profound notion blossoming within. Perhaps the world had compensated him after his successful creation of the first elixir, rewarding him with a glimpse into the enhancement of his fortune. Utilizing the art of fortune observation, he gazed upon himself and beheld a dark crimson river of fortune suspended above his head. Should someone in the Dragon Ball world possess the knowledge of fortune and the ability to observe it, they would undoubtedly be struck with fear upon witnessing the magnitude of Li Xiaolong's fortune. In this realm, the majority of individuals are graced with white fortune, with only a scant few possessing green, blue, or the exceedingly rare purple. Thus far, Li Xiaolong had encountered only 2 individuals with golden fortune, the first being Little Goku, and the second, the recently transformed Xian Yinyao, whose fortune turned golden just as he decided to take on disciples. The art of fortune observation was a secret technique Li Xiaolong stumbled upon by chance, thanks in part to Mei Fia's lamentation about the flawed mechanism of selecting geniuses. If only we could directly discern who the true geniuses are, finding absolute talent would be a matter of luck, she had remarked. This notion of luck prompted Li Xiaolong to contemplate the path of fortune. As a genius, one invariably carries a fragment of original fortune, and it is evident that a genius's original fortune far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Through relentless contemplation, he ultimately unraveled the art of fortune observation, along with insights into the laws of fortune. With the art of fortune observation at his disposal, Li Xiaolong indeed uncovered numerous buried talents among his followers, and after nurturing them, their fortunes ascended at least 1 tier. Although the Dragon Ball world lacks a heavenly order, beneficial deeds to the world still garner rewards. He recalled that his previous fortune was merely a deep purple tinged with black, and now it had transformed into a dark crimson. To his astonishment, the act of refining elixirs and imparting the alchemical method had significantly elevated his fortune. Indeed, the path of alchemy parallels that of arrays. It seems prudent to seek an heir to my array techniques, which would also augment my fortune. The creation of arrays previously enhanced his fortune considerably, and he anticipated further rewards from the world once a successor was found. Li Xiaolong resolved to seek someone to inherit his array path. The nature of fortune is truly wondrous. He felt on the verge of breaking through to the 11th tier, and with the elevation of his fortune, the fortunes of those around him would also experience slight enhancements. It appeared that Xiaoya's fortune was nearing a transformation to red as well. Upon comprehending the art of fortune and subsequently creating the technique of divination, Li Xiaolong discerned through observation that an individual's fortune could be assessed by color. The hierarchy, from lowest to highest, is denoted by white, yellow, green, blue, orange, purple, gold, red, reddish-purple, and reddish-black. The shades of red, reddish-purple, and reddish-black were exclusive to his own existence, while the golden hue was observed in the Destroyer, the Angel, the diminutive Wukong, and Myphia. All others were classified beneath the golden echelon. Originally, my fortune was golden, which later evolved into reddish-black after I devised the techniques of longevity, formations, and alchemy. I am uncertain if there exists a further advancement beyond reddish-black. An individual's fortune is not immutable. It fluctuates with the company they keep and the decisions they make. Moreover, one can be influenced by those of exceedingly high fortune, like Li Xiaolong himself. For instance, the geniuses on Earth experienced an elevation of at least one level in their fortunes after Li Xiaolong discovered them. At this moment, Xiaoyan Yao had consumed the pure pill, and the potent medicinal energy was vigorously cleansing the impurities from his body. As time progressed, he resembled a porcelain doll, with fissures appearing upon his skin. I must persevere. Only by successfully refining this medicinal energy and purging my essence can I become powerful enough to repay my master's kindness. Xiaoyan Yao felt as though he might explode. The intense pain had numbed his sensory nerves, yet he gritted his teeth and endured in silence, refusing to utter a sound despite the excruciating agony. Such fortitude is indeed a trial on the path to becoming strong. Observing Xiaoyan Yao's resilience, Li Xiaolong was greatly pleased. With a graceful motion, he summoned a torrent of primordial energy from the cosmos, which, upon encountering Xiaoyan Yao, surged into his body as if it had found its true home. As the primordial energy integrated into Xiaoyan Yao's being, the fissures on his skin gradually vanished, and the anguish etched upon his face began to ease. The once ferocious medicinal power, now tempered by the influx of primordial energy, gently melded with Xiaoyan Yao's flesh and blood. It appears that this elixir requires further refinement. It could also serve to cleanse the ordinary individuals on Earth, potentially forging a new cadre of warriors. With the emergence of the Flame Clan, I shall not lack alchemists under my command, establishing a foundation for the mass production of martial practitioners. A deep, resonant shattering sound echoed from within Xiaoyan Yao, followed by an enigmatic aura emanating from his being. He ascended to the second tier, his essence continually climbing until it plateaued at the pinnacle of that level. Notably, he did not entirely consume the medicinal energy for elevation, but rather utilized it to fortify his foundation. Observing Xiaoyan Yao's actions, Li Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction. After the pure pill had cleansed his impurities, a portion of the medicinal energy remained, which Xiaoyan Yao transformed into a significant enhancement of his own foundation. Chapter 81. Double Elevation to the Second Tier Master. I have finally ascended to the second tier. I feel my combat prowess has increased immensely. I doubt the former me could have defeated the current me, even in dozens. Thank you, Master. Without the elixirs you concocted and your recent assistance, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to achieve this breakthrough. Xiao Yin Yao knelt before Li Xiaolong, expressing his gratitude profusely. Enough, my disciple. There is no need for such displays of reverence, Li Xiaolong said as he helped Xiao Yin Yao to his feet. Now, I want you to go to the testing square. There is something I need to impart to you. Seeing that Xiao Yin Yao had made his breakthrough, Li Xiaolong prepared to execute his next plan. Upon reaching the square, they discovered someone was already waiting there. It was Xiao Yining. Ing, you are here too. Upon seeing Xiao Yining, Xiao Yin Yao hurried over with enthusiasm. Brother Yao, I felt a calling just now, and I followed the sound here. The voice urged me to wait a moment, and lo and behold, you arrived. Did you also hear this calling? Your skills are impressive. I have taken this little fellow as my disciple, and I have just comprehended a new path. My fortune has ascended to a red-black level. Your fortune will soon ascend to red as well. I believe it will happen swiftly. Li Xiaolong conversed with Mei Fia. I lack the profound insight and creativity you possess, making it challenging to teach this little one new concepts. All I could do was bring her here, Mei Fia replied with a hint of helplessness. She too wished to grasp new ideas effortlessly, yet such insights invariably required extraordinary talent. Your accomplishments reflect my own. Besides, my fortune will also influence yours. As my Tao companion, your gains will be substantial. In time, you too shall create your own innovations. Despite Mei Fia's envy, she recognized that while dimensional laws could enhance one's insight, innate talent was of paramount importance. In truth, given Mei Fia's current level of understanding, grasping martial techniques, such as the Turtle School's energy manipulation, would be quite easy for her. However, creating such techniques no longer held much value for her. What she truly sought was a breakthrough in philosophical understanding or the forging of new paths. Sister Ing, I encountered a tremendous opportunity earlier. A high-ranking deity has accepted me as a disciple, and I have just reached the pinnacle of the second tier. Xiao Yin Yao excitedly shared his joy with his beloved. Really, that is wonderful, Brother Yao. You are now a genius and need not endure their scorn any longer. Upon hearing Xiao Yin Yao's words, Xiao Yining leaped in delight, as if the opportunity had been bestowed upon her. Ah, the purity of love. Seeing their innocent affection, Mei Fia felt a twinge of nostalgia, recalling her own experiences from days gone by. Indeed, time has swiftly elapsed over the decades. Li Xiaolong, reflecting on his journey, realizes that the uncertainty he once felt upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world has dissipated. Now, he possesses a clear purpose, companionship in his path, and the joy of fatherhood. He is no longer solitary. With their support, he believes they can pave the way for a fulfilling life. Despite the omnipresent dangers in this realm, yet, Li Xiaolong aspires to cultivate a sanctuary, free from the disturbances of the ambitious. Xiaoyan, let us enter the formation I mentioned. Your young companion must also partake in a legacy, enabling her to progress alongside you in future endeavors. Observing the duo's inclination to linger, Li Xiaolong's soul, emerging from the ring, intervened to halt their interaction. Mei, this is my master. Due to certain circumstances, he can only reside within this ring for the time being. However, I shall resolve this for him in due course. For now, let us proceed into the formation as instructed by my master. Following Li Xiaolong's guidance, the two figures vanished from the plaza. They traversed a wondrous passage, and in a flash of light, they found themselves within the interior of the formation, an auxiliary space prepared by Li Xiaolong for enlightenment. Wow, this is marvelous. Master, might you teach us about this formation? After witnessing its extraordinary nature, Xiaoyan expressed a burgeoning interest. My disciple, remember the wisdom that one cannot overindulge. The path of alchemy is sufficient for a lifetime of pursuit. Do not allow your focus to wane. If you are genuinely intrigued, I may share a few insights during your leisure. Although Xiaoyan was a prodigy blessed with golden fortune, his true affinity lay in alchemy, and Li Xiaolong wished to prevent him from straying too far, for not everyone possesses his versatility. Child, come forth and accept my legacy, called Meifia's spiritual essence. Beckoning Xiaoyan. Subsequently, Xiaoyan followed the customary rites to become Meifia's disciple, embarking upon the transmission of teachings. At that moment, as the two young ones engaged in their ritual, unseen avatars exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with delight. Inside the Spirit Time House, a whirlwind of vitality erupted, enveloping the entire Hidden Essence star in an enigmatic aura. Had it not been for the formidable concealment array set by Li Xiaolong, this energy would have undoubtedly disseminated throughout the cosmos. This energy, it is from Brother Long and also sister-in-law. They are on the verge of breaking through to the 11th tier, thought Li Yun, seated in meditation, as he sensed the vitality storm and turned his gaze toward the closed chambers of Li Xiaolong and Meifia. Many others within Hidden Essence Star exhibited similar reactions, their attention drawn to the direction of the two chambers. As if a collective thought struck them, they closed their eyes and resumed their cultivation, while the profound aura enveloped the entire Hidden Essence Star. Aside from the vitality storm and the arcane energy, a tranquil silence pervaded Hidden Essence Star, as the entire realm fell into seclusion. Under the auspices of the two breakthroughs, numerous individuals entered a brief state of enlightenment. In the past, moments of confusion would swiftly dissolve into clarity, with some individuals of profound cultivation seizing the opportunity to directly transcend their limitations. Even those who did not achieve breakthrough nonetheless deepened their foundational essence within their current realms. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the entire Hidden Essence Star began to expand gradually. This expansion was so subtle that it went unnoticed unless one observed with great care. Moreover, the flora on the Hidden Essence Star exhibited heightened spiritual awareness. Were it not for their continued growth, one might suspect these plants were on the verge of awakening sentience. The concentration of vital energy across the Hidden Essence Star surged dramatically, even surpassing that of the divine realm. Although this opportunity for transcendence brought immense benefits to everything on the Hidden Essence Star, the window for such fortuitous circumstances was fleeting and not subject to human will. Soon, the manifestation of breakthroughs dissipated, and within the secluded chamber, both Li Xiaolong and Mei Fia opened their eyes, joy radiating as they regarded one another. Chapter 82. Mobilization at last. I have reached the 11th tier. I am undoubtedly stronger than that fellow Beerus now. When he awakens next, I shall let him experience the force of my fist, Mei Fia declared, her fist clenched in excitement, recalling how he had once so brazenly dismissed her. I can only imagine that Beerus is now having nightmares, surely unable to enjoy a restful slumber, Li Xiaolong mused, feeling a pang of sympathy for Beerus, who would soon face the consequences of his actions upon awakening. Meanwhile, Beerus, deep in slumber within the realm of destruction, involuntarily shivered, followed by a couple of sneezes. Instinctively pulling the blanket closer around himself. Now that I have ascended to the 11th tier, it is time to set our plans into motion at the border. Li Xiaolong's gaze shifted toward that direction. At this moment at the border, both of their avatars had silently broken through to the 11th tier. Previously, both avatars had reached the pinnacle of the 10th tier, and with the main body's breakthrough, the avatars naturally followed suit. However, unlike the main body's breakthrough, the avatars achieve theirs without any commotion or signs. Once the little one completes her apprenticeship, we shall proceed. It is time to attend to serious matters at the border. Li Xiaolong's avatar stated resolutely. Indeed, it is high time we visited the Tai Chi Palace. Mei Fia expressed her keen interest, especially since it was established by the people of Li Xiaolong's homeland. She was eager to meet those who hailed from his origins. As for the other combat universes, we shall explore them after our visit to the Tai Chi Palace. The gains from this outing have already exceeded my expectations. Although I have reached the 11th tier, I have not forgotten the exploration of the combat universes. After all, just one flame fire universe has yielded a future top-tier race of destruction gods, along with a prodigious disciple blessed with golden fortune. Furthermore, I have grasped the alchemical arts, and the flame fire clan will continually produce elixirs for me. This bounty is truly remarkable. While I am yet unfamiliar with the other combat universes, I surmise that at least one or two among the dozens of combat universes must have birthed a spirit of law akin to the Flamefire universe. To bring such entities under my command would represent another monumental acquisition. Previously, you were reluctant to come to the border, but now you must recognize its benefits. The gains from this venture can be likened to the combined treasures of your subordinates on Namek, Adrat, and Medamo, perhaps even surpassing the magnificence of 3 stars, jested Myphia. Indeed, had it not been for this trip to the Tai Chi Palace, I might not have achieved such rewards. It seems I must adjust my previously concealed strategies. With my recent breakthrough to the 11th tier, I can once again manifest a doppelganger. Once this doppelganger reaches the 9th or 10th tier, I shall send it forth to explore. Through this experience, Li Xiaolong came to realize that the Dragon Ball world encompasses far more than what is depicted in the original narrative. This vast universe awaits his exploration. There are opportunities and races unknown to the indigenous beings of the Dragon Ball realm that he can undoubtedly claim as his own, enriching his foundation. Moreover, dispatching a doppelganger for exploration may uncover elements inaccessible within the cosmos, such as clandestine conspirators and hidden deities, and potentially unravel the mysteries surrounding battles from billions of years past that led to humanity's decline, along with the secrets of the Earth's origin and the sealed bloodlines of its people. Gaining insights into these matters under the authority of the Omni King is exceedingly challenging. After all, even if the Omni King were fragmented, each of his individual aspects remains among the most formidable beings in existence. Attempting to discern such truths within the Omni King's realm could easily attract his attention, and none dare to challenge his authority. Many hidden deities merely engage in subtle machinations, avoiding direct confrontation with the Omni King. Disciple pays respects to master and uncle. Soon after, Xiaoyaning completed her acceptance of Myphia's legacy. Although most of Myphia's teachings were derived from Li Xiaolong, she nonetheless developed elements uniquely suited for female practitioners. Upon concluding the apprenticeship ceremony, the originally purple aura tinged with gold transformed entirely into a golden hue, albeit a somewhat pale shade, starkly contrasting with the deep golden of Xiaoyan Yao. Following the transmission of her cultivation method, Myphia's own crimson-tinged golden aura deepened slightly, as if on the verge of metamorphosing into a crimson fortune. Though this transition would not be easily achieved, future opportunities for such transformations will undoubtedly arise, perhaps upon returning from the Tai Chi Palace. A complete transformation into red may occur, Myphia mused. After all, even golden fortunes are rare in this world, and her crimson-tinged gold, with perseverance, will surely evolve into red. With the apprenticeship ceremony complete, let us venture outside. As for the remaining matters, I shall entrust them to my divided soul and your spiritual essence. In essence, the plan is to unify the Flame Tribe, bringing the captured individuals to this formation to allow Li Xiaolong to enlighten them. Additionally, the two of them performed a poignant reunion act, which brought tears to the eyes of the two young ones, who vowed to restore their master's corporeal form in the future. Mephia's predicament stemmed from a grave injury she had sustained, placing her at a lower realm than Li Xiaolong. She lamented that she could only remain within this formation, and that if there were any issues with Xiaoyaning, she could only seek her here. Furthermore, she could consult with Li Xiaolong's soul fragment, which deeply moved the innocent Xiaoyaning. Upon their emergence, 10 individuals and Beerus immediately gathered around. Beerus, you shall lead these 10 to safeguard the safety of this universe. There must be no mishaps in the flame-fire universe before my return. Additionally, take this time to quietly comprehend the laws of destruction. I hope that by the time I return, you will have mastered them. Li Xiaolong began to assign tasks. Understood, young master. I will diligently protect the flame-fire universe and ensure you are not disappointed. Beerus replied without inquiring about Li Xiaolong's intentions. He had been privy to their prior plans and speculated that both had undoubtedly broken through to the 11th tier, as they had concealed their realms from the others. Before I depart, I will leave behind a formation to ensure your safety as well as that of this universe. You must be vigilant regarding those 2 youngsters, and ensure that no beings of tier 7 or above approach them, Li Xiaolong said, conjuring an image in his hand that revealed Xiaoyan Yao and Xiaoyaning. Although Li Xiaolong's soul fragment resided within a ring, its quality was not particularly high. Even after its recent enhancement upon reaching the 11th tier, it could not contend with beings of tier 7 or above, and even tier 6 posed a challenge. Nonetheless, it could still subdue those of tier 6 through various means. Standing amidst the cosmos, Li Xiaolong closed his eyes as boundless primordial energy surged towards him. After approximately half an hour, a divine light erupted from his hand. He raised it, and an enormous formation gradually expanded, merging with the entire universe. Once protective measures were established, the 2 began their flight towards the Demon Clan's stronghold, marking the commencement of their mission. Chapter 83. The Grand Conversion Xiaoya. You shall convert those below the 10th tier. Leave the conversion of the 11th tier. The destruction god-level beings, to me, Li Xiaolong instructed. Although he had ascended to the 11th tier, Mephia's spiritual strength still paled in comparison to those who had accumulated billions of years of experience at that level. Should she forcibly employ her conversion techniques, she would likely suffer backlash. Xiaolong, could you possibly devise a method for cultivating spiritual and soul power? The current pace of growth for these abilities is far too sluggish. My peers at the same tier have practiced for billions of years, and I find it impossible to convert even a few capable subordinates. Mephia expressed her concerns. Though the individuals Li Xiaolong converted became her subordinates, Mephia yearned to convert a few of her own tier peers for practice. The individuals converted by Li Xiaolong were often hesitant to engage her, forcing her to seek practice with him, where she was consistently bested. In truth, Li Xiaolong had contemplated creating methods for this type of cultivation, but anything concerning spiritual and soul power was inherently complex. To conjure such techniques from thin air would necessitate a profound understanding of the very essence of spiritual and soul power. In this realm of Dragon Ball, he had never encountered anyone possessing psychic abilities, let alone delving into the intricacies of the soul. Even those formidable beings who had spent eons in cultivation had their mental prowess derived merely from countless years of accumulation. The angels were no exception. Although Li Xiaolong had previously devised defensive and offensive techniques concerning both the soul and the mind, his understanding was still insufficient to formulate a method for cultivating both. He hoped that his visit to the Tai Chi Palace would yield insights in this regard. Otherwise, he would be compelled to spend over a decade deciphering the practices of both disciplines. Li Xiaolong felt that the elder from Tai Chi Palace might possess such knowledge. As the individual appeared remarkably extraordinary, and upon first glance, Li Xiaolong surmised that he might be a practitioner of the celestial arts. As the 2 engaged in dialogue while soaring through the skies, the stronghold of the demon tribe soon materialized before them. It was a cosmos larger than any at the border, resembling a grotesque patchwork of numerous universes fused together, evoking an inexplicable sense of discord. Whose masterwork could this be? Such a crude yet functional method of forcibly amalgamating so many universes was indeed remarkable. The border had only been formed after Micah Kapoor's sealing, which suggested that this demon stronghold had also been created during that time. Such a feat might be beyond even Demigra's capabilities. Gazing at the bizarre conglomeration of the demon stronghold, Li Xiaolong fell into contemplation. Could there be other powerful beings assisting the demon tribe? Such abilities likely belonged only to those of the highest echelons, akin to the Grand Priest. Myphia, too, was taken aback, These universes had been forcibly combined. Could it be that the being known as Chuanmo was responsible? Logically, he should be aligned with the demon tribe, or perhaps they were merely his subordinates. Yet he too had been sealed away. Did the Dragon Ball world harbor other entities of such caliber? Above the universe of the demon stronghold, Li Xiaolong failed to sense any presence akin to that of the Omni King, leaving him perplexed as to who had intervened to assist the demon tribe in constructing this patchwork cosmos. There was, however, a presence strikingly similar to that of the demon tribe, exuding an aura of extreme fury, jealousy, and bloodlust that suggested anyone infected by this essence might be driven to madness, losing all rationality, even among the demon tribe. Within that grotesque universe, Li Xiaolong detected another aura, yet it bore no connection to the known powers of the Dragon Ball realm. Let me see if the threads of causality can reveal information about this entity. Li Xiaolong utilized that aura as a medium to invoke the principles of causality and glean information about the existence in question. Once the causal threads were extended, the two ventured into the amalgamated universe, which was indeed their primary destination. Sure enough, there were dozens of beings at the 11th tier, and there might even be some concealed deities among them. Caution was paramount, although both were currently projections and possessed numerous means at their disposal. One could never be too careful of a hidden ambush from a 6th-tier foe, as a surprise attack at a similar level could pose significant trouble, particularly since they could not be certain whether the demons at the border had any remarkable techniques at their disposal. I shall proceed with caution. It is improbable that a being of angelic caliber would assume the role of a mere 6th in command. Let us divide our efforts, for this universe is vast, and these formidable entities are widely dispersed. To enlighten them all will require considerable time. Mafia also sensed her surroundings and discerned that although the number of powerful beings within this stitched-together universe is substantial, their dispersion across the immense cosmos renders their density comparable to that of the inner universe. In truth, the two of us have transcended the destroyer level entirely after breaking through to the 11th tier. In the case of Li Xiaolong, when wielding his most potent spiritual mystic arts, he can rival Weiss in his ultimate angelic form. However, Mafia falls short. Her strongest spiritual embodiment is but a mere fraction of Weiss's angelic state, which is why she remarked that only an angelic-level being could pose a threat through ambush. Currently, the two of us embody a power that is overwhelming within the stronghold of the demon race. After all, among the numerous 11th-tier destroyers present in this stronghold, only a handful have grasped the principles of law, rendering them inadequate in comparison to Li Xiaolong, who has achieved perfection in these laws, and Mafia, who has attained significant mastery. The pair directly executed a teleportation to the nearest powerful entity they sensed, employing a concealment technique to avoid detection. Engaging in combat would be secondary. It could inadvertently draw the attention of the High Priest and the Omni King, which would be undesirable. The first 11th tier being that Li Xiaolong encountered exhibited a high degree of vigilance. Yet, before he could utter a word, Li Xiaolong's enlightening divine light enveloped him completely. The being's eyes became vacant, followed by a glimmer of golden light in his pupils, leading him to kneel before Li Xiaolong in reverence. It turned out that this individual was among the rare few who had comprehended the principles of law, specifically the spatial law. No wonder he detected my teleportation. It was not merely caution, but rather an awareness of the spatial fluctuations caused by my arrival. It is quite fortuitous to encounter a law-understanding entity on the first attempt. After enlightening this demon, Li Xiaolong felt a sense of satisfaction, as he now had an ally possessing comprehension of the law. With proper guidance, this individual could experience significant growth. Given the multitude of 11th-tier beings, if we provide them with the seeds of law, it is certain that several among them will grasp the principles in a short span of time. As for the seeds of law, what Li Xiaolong refers to are the true meanings. Once one attains true meaning, understanding the law becomes inevitable. The reason Beerus has been unable to grasp the law of destruction for eons is twofold. Firstly, the law of destruction does not exist within the Dragon Ball universe. And secondly, its immense power requires an accumulation of spiritual strength over millennia to endure its weight. This is a lamentable aspect of the strong beings in the Dragon Ball universe. Their spiritual enhancement progresses at a painfully slow pace, relying solely on their extended lifespans to accumulate strength without any supplementary means. Their knowledge of mental prowess is severely lacking, with only the angels delving into this domain, let alone beings with souls from different dimensions. Chapter 84 Encountering the Genius of the Demon Clan Xiaolong was tasked with the conversion of those strong individuals of the 11th tier. While I could only engage with those beneath the 10th tier, I held on to the hope that fortune would favor me. Among so many demons, it seemed improbable that I would not encounter a genius. When that moment arrives, I can only imagine how envious Xiaolong would be. Mafia gazed longingly at the 11th tier powerhouses, yet her spiritual strength was insufficient to convert them, leaving her to place her hopes on the possibility of meeting some prodigies in the near future. In truth, her aspirations regarding the 11th tier beings were not driven by personal ambition. After all, she and Li Xiaolong were of one essence. Once Li Xiaolong performed the conversion, she too would be their sovereign. Her enjoyment lay merely in the process of converting those of the same tier and alleviating some of Li Xiaolong's burdens, nothing more. Having converted hundreds of demons, all of whom were of the 10th tier and below, she pondered why not a single exceptional talent had emerged amidst this multitude. The scarcity of geniuses was rather disheartening. In a short span, Mafia had transformed tens of thousands of demons, yet had yet to encounter the prodigy she envisioned. If one were to assess strictly, the individuals she had converted at the 10th tier could indeed be considered geniuses, for one must possess considerable talent to reach that level. However, Mafia's standards for what constituted a genius had become markedly more stringent than before. No longer would mere proficiency in cultivating the eternal life technique suffice as a qualification. As it had on Earth, patience is key, she reassured herself, as her intuition, long dormant, whispered that she would eventually cross paths with a genius who met her criteria. To ascertain whether she might encounter such an individual this time, she had even summoned her heightened senses once more. Meanwhile, Li Xiaolong faced no obstacles on his journey, seamlessly converting the 11th tier beings he encountered. In doing so, he also converted other powerful figures, sparing Mafia the need to traverse back and forth. Having converted more than a dozen of the 11th tier, he found it disheartening that only the first among them comprehended a principle. The cognitive abilities of these individuals were indeed lackluster. After eons, they had failed to grasp a principle that resonated with their essence. Li Xiaolong felt a twinge of frustration akin to a teacher disappointed in a wayward pupil. Had the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world been privy to Li Xiaolong's sentiments, they might have pursued him with fervor. Not everyone possesses his extraordinary talents, and understanding is intrinsically linked to the strength of one's soul. A powerful soul inevitably harbors greater understanding, yet there are those whose understanding is profound despite possessing a less potent soul, indicating a remarkable stability within their essence. At last, he encountered another individual who had grasped the principle. Just as Li Xiaolong instantaneously transported himself to the location of the next 11th tier powerhouse, he found another who had indeed comprehended a principle. Upon converting this individual, he learned that they wielded a principle known as bloodlust, a lower-tier principle of the demonic laws within the Dragon Ball universe. Its potential was regrettably limited, incapable of propelling this 11th tier powerhouse much further unless they stumbled upon a grand opportunity to elevate this principle to a higher tier or transform it into a true demonic law. However, at this moment, Li Xiaolong has successfully transformed this individual. Naturally, he would not stand idly by as this fellow's potential wanes at the 11th level. He directly infused the profound insights of the devil's laws and the essence of demonic truth into this person's mind before proceeding to his next destination. As Li Xiaolong was engaged in the transformation of the second demonic entity, Mafia stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. She discovered a demon who had comprehended the essence of truth. To her astonishment, she had encountered a genius, and judging by his apparent 8th level, he was undoubtedly more talented than Li Xiaolong's disciple, Cultivate. With this realization, she decided to take this individual as her own disciple, envisioning a rivalry where her demon would triumph over Li Xiaolong's apprentice, which promised to be quite entertaining. After transforming a multitude of demons on a particular planet, Mafia realized that one among them was a hidden genius. Initially, she had been reluctant to employ the transformation technique on him, unaware of his latent brilliance. Moreover, the process of reversing the transformation could inflict significant harm on the transformed individual. Should the transformed person's soul be weak, undoing the transformation could even be fatal. Nevertheless, the current side effects of the transformation technique were negligible. Any ramifications would manifest in the future. By that time, Xiaolong would surely develop an even more refined transformation method. Thus, she resolved to accept him as a disciple, considering that Xiaolong's demon disciple had also undergone transformation, rendering their standings equal. Maifia no longer lingered on her doubts. After all, such matters could be resolved later. If resolution proved impossible, she would still gain a commendable disciple. After all, how could any genius surpass her own and Li Xiaolong's talents? Genius is merely a threshold to my domain, Maifia proclaimed with a hint of pride. A sentiment that held true. Upon closer examination, it seemed that the young fellow had grasped the lower-level truths of the devil's laws, although not the most rudimentary essence. It was remarkable that a demon had comprehended the lower-level truths of the devil's laws. One would expect them to grasp the devil's laws themselves. Maifia promptly imparted her own understanding of the devil's laws and their true essence to the young man. Cao Si, immerse yourself in your training here. Your master will return shortly to retrieve you. I hope by the time I come for you, you will have comprehended the essence of the devil's laws. The demon's name was Cao Si, a rather unremarkable name, much like his humble demeanor. Indeed, Cao Si exhibited greater talent than Gu Kailat. Having cultivated for a mere 500,000 years, he had already attained the 8th level, matching Gu Kailat in rank. However, Gu Kailat was at the pinnacle of the 8th level, while Cao Si was at its initial stage. Though the disparity was considerable, Maifia held high hopes for her disciple. She was confident that Cao Si would swiftly bridge this gap. Moreover, Cao Si had grasped the essence of truth, whereas Gu Kailat merely possessed a lofty rank. Thus, Cao Si was destined to comprehend the laws ahead of Gu Kailat. Fortune smiled upon her, and she hoped to encounter more such geniuses, securing another admirable disciple. With a light heart, Maifia hummed a tune as she set off to transform the next demon. Why do I sense the faith of the demons within me swiftly dissipating? What could be the reason for this? Did something significant occur within the demon realm? Or has calamity struck the shadow demon realm? In a certain dimensional space, a colossal and menacing figure opened its eyes, and a voice that seemed to pierce the very fabric of one's mind emanated from its mouth. This dimensional space served as the seal for Mikakapura. While Li Xiaolong and Maifia fervently sought to convert the demons at the border stronghold, he sensed a frenzied decline in the faith of the demon race within himself. This situation could not persist. Otherwise, escaping this seal would become even more arduous. He needed to send a clone to investigate. Both the shadow demon realm and the border required scrutiny. He promptly notified his clone to proceed with the investigation. Within this sealed space, he possessed means to convey messages. Mikakapura's clones differed from Li Xiaolong's in that the latter's clones could share memories and insights in real time, akin to quantum communication. In contrast, Mikakapura's clones lacked this capability, as did the clones of others from the Dragon Ball universe. Their clones functioned as independent entities, necessitating mutual transmission for information sharing. Moreover, such clones could potentially rebel, for as identical beings, none wished to be the subservient one. Chapter 85. A shift in strategy soon. Mikakapura's true form, utilizing special methods, informed 2 clones, one dispatched to probe the shadow demon realm and the other to investigate the border universe. These clones were far superior to the one Li Xiaolong had previously encountered. Had he faced Mikakapura's clone, escape would have been impossible, for these 2 dispatched clones were of the 11th tier. I shall uncover who dares to meddle with my demons. The Mikakapura clone en route to the border snorted coldly, hastening its pace. Why do I feel as though I am being watched? Has my every move been detected by some formidable being? As Li Xiaolong journeyed to his next destination, a sensation of being scrutinized enveloped him. I must discover who it is that dares to observe me. Sensing the enigmatic feeling, Li Xiaolong decided to trace the threads of causality to uncover the truth. To his astonishment, he had activated the threads of causality twice in quick succession, incurring considerable expenditure of energy. After invoking the threads, he felt a significant depletion of the vital energy within him. The activation of these threads was not without cost. The price was measured by the strength of the information sought and the distance involved. Previously, probing the architect behind the demon race's stitched universe had drained a vast amount of his energy, nearly exhausting it entirely. Had it not been for the harmonious presence of scattered energy in the world, replenishing such a substantial amount would have taken considerable time. It seems this individual possesses power comparable to mine, or perhaps is situated quite far away. After careful consideration, Li Xiaolong chose to dismiss the notion of the one observing him. Based on the energy expenditure, he inferred that the opponent's strength should be roughly equivalent to his own, albeit in a basic combat state. Regardless, Let us first transform the demonic entities here before patiently awaiting that individual, who will undoubtedly make a swift leap to the next target. Li Xiaolong resumed his endeavor of transformation. It strikes me that my actions bear a certain resemblance to those of two particular individuals. Oh, adding the phrase "you and I are fated" would render it even more similar. Alas, what can one do when the earth is so barren? Yet, wait, this only heightens the similarity. As he engaged in transformation while self-deprecating, Li Xiaolong hesitated to contemplate further. After all, he was a man blessed with a beautiful wife. Although the demonic stronghold of the universe is vast beyond measure and has developed over billions of years, it cannot withstand the duo's transformative efforts. Upon arriving at each life-bearing planet, they enveloped it entirely in their transformation spells, and eventually, Li Xiaolong extended his influence to encompass entire star systems. Of course, such exertion takes a significant toll on mental energy, but fortunately, his mental fortitude is formidable and recovers swiftly. How thoughtless! This universe is so immense. While the density of powerful beings is comparable to that of the seventh universe, the sheer scale of this cosmos is overwhelming. At this rate, how long will it take to complete the transformation? No, I must limit Xiaoya to transforming only those demonic entities above the 5th tier. Many planets brimming with demons lack even 5th-tier powerhouses. They can develop at their own pace, and later, I may send my transformed subordinates to govern them. After transforming an 11th-tier demon once more, Li Xiaolong encountered a grave issue. This universe is simply too expansive, and there are far too many life-bearing planets. Even transforming one star system at a time consumes an inordinate amount of time. Moreover, Maifia's mental prowess is not as robust as his. Their simultaneous efforts could take years to fully transform all life-bearing planets in this universe, which contradicts their initial intent of expediency. I too have realized that limiting our transformation to those above the 5th tier simplifies matters considerably. Maifia, having encountered similar obstacles, contacted him simultaneously, and they ultimately resolved to confine their efforts to those above the 5th tier. While the number of individuals above this tier has accumulated significantly over billions of years, the stronger demons tend to favor subordinates who are 1 or 2 tiers weaker. Thus, such demons often congregate, with the exception of a few dozen at the 11th tier who maintain their dominion over this universe. Other powerful beings primarily revolve around the 10th tier demons. Maifia directly approached a 10th tier demon, swiftly transforming him and his subordinates in a single surge, significantly hastening the process. What? Why has the faith suddenly plummeted so rapidly? Damn it! Who is responsible? Should I find you? You shall witness my methods and come to regret your existence in this world. After the two altered their strategies, the sealed entity Micacapulus sensed that his faith was waning at an accelerated rate. The nature of faith is profoundly enigmatic. The more powerful an individual, the mightier the faith they inspire. Thus, although the demons within the stronghold are numerous, Micacapula's faith here is significantly bolstered by those of the more powerful dimensional demons. Cursed be this seal, for it has intensified my constraints. That wretched being, once my doppelganger locates you, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. The anguished echoes of Micacapula reverberate within the confines of this sealed space. The injuries inflicted upon me by the omnipotent king eons ago have yet to heal, and now, due to Li Xiaolong's unforeseen actions, my divine power has waned, compelling me to allocate even more strength to suppress my wounds. As my resistance against the seal diminishes, naturally, its bindings upon me have become more pronounced. Once I have transformed these principal demon clan elites, I shall request Xiaolong to employ his divination technique to identify any remaining prodigies. After all, the younger and weaker these talents are, the greater their potential for future accomplishments. Maifia, lacking comprehension of the laws of fortune, despite having studied the art of divination, can only scrutinize individuals one by one, unable to conduct extensive investigations like Li Xiaolong. Furthermore, her divination can only unveil the fortunes of those beneath the purple tier. Should she encounter a prodigy of golden fortune, it is likely that she may overlook them. As not every individual blessed with golden fortune is ostentatious, their brilliance can often be discerned through their actions. Such fortuitous luck. I have chanced upon yet another prodigy, who, in mere thousands of years, has ascended to the 6th tier and even devised her own unique combat techniques. After Maifia transformed a 10th tier powerhouse and his followers, she stumbled upon another promising talent. This individual, in a relatively short span of thousands of years, has reached the 6th tier and crafted a distinctive set of combat secrets. This being is even more extraordinary than cows. My Fia eagerly shared this discovery with Li Xiaolong, who rejoiced in her success. In such a brief period, transitioning from having no disciples to acquiring 3 prodigious students, Li Xiaolong surmised that this talent, even if not of golden fortune, surely possesses a fortune that is tinged with gold. This prodigious individual is named Laser, a demon who excels at concealing her true capabilities. She publicly claims to be millions of years old, and those who have witnessed her combat techniques have all been eliminated. Even the 10th tier demon remains oblivious to the existence of such a genius among her ranks. Had it not been for my Fia's intervention, Laser would have continued to cultivate in secrecy, eventually defeating the 10th tier powerhouse transformed by my Fia and subsequently advancing to the 11th tier, ultimately grasping the laws and breaching the 12th tier. She once became a legend among the demon clan. However, with my Fia's involvement, Laser's achievements are destined to surpass her original trajectory. This insight was gleaned by Li Xiaolong after acquiring a deeper understanding of the laws of time. Chapter 86. The Singular Universe. What do you mean by the Singular Universe, and how does it differ from the 12 universes? Li Xiaolong pondered that this so-called Singular Universe holds the key. As for the path of faith, he was not particularly concerned. For Mikika Pula's essence relies on her own comprehension, offering no benefit for him to exploit. Unbeknownst to the young master, has he been informed of the division of the omnipotent king into 2 parts? Mikika Pula's doppelganger refrained from responding, instead posing a question to Li Xiaolong. I have indeed heard whispers of this matter, albeit only in passing. Previously, the sovereign was divided into 2 entities, one residing within the cosmos and the other embodying the essence of the Dark Lord. Li Xiaolong has already conveyed this to my Fia, and there is no need for further concealment, as the prior intent was merely to prevent my Fia from becoming disheartened by the revelation. This brings us back to Ian's past, when the sovereign's cosmos was not as it is today. At that time, it was an expanse of remarkable grandeur, devoid of the so-called 12 parallel universes or the concept of parallel timelines. However, following a cataclysmic battle millions of years ago, the sovereign was shattered into 2 parts. The visage of Mikika Pura's avatar betrayed a sense of trepidation. That conflict fragmented the vast cosmos under the sovereign's dominion, resulting in the sovereign itself being divided into the aspects of dark and divine. The divine aspect, in a bid to maintain cosmic order, endeavored to coalesce the shattered fragments of the universe. Yet, even the divine aspect of the sovereign lacked the formidable power necessary to govern such an immense expanse. Mikika Pura's avatar exhibited a look of reverence. Despite their adversarial relationship with the sovereign, it did not diminish their admiration. Thus, in pursuit of sustaining dominion over the majority of the universe, the divine aspect of the sovereign established the configuration of the 18 universes, as Li Xiaolong continued. Indeed, young master, it is remarkable that you are aware of the 18 universes. To perpetuate his reign, the divine aspect of the sovereign amalgamated the majority of cosmic fragments into these 18 universes, though subsequently, the dark aspect of the sovereign severed 6 of those universes. I see now. I had presumed that the sovereign had obliterated those 6 universes himself. What transpired next? Li Xiaolong finally understood why only 12 universes remained. They had been divided by the Dark Lord. The original text merely indicated that they were eradicated by the sovereign. Though both were facets of the same entity, clearing them away is distinctly different from partitioning them. Following this, a fierce confrontation erupted between the 2 aspects of the sovereign. I, too, participated in that battle, during which my true form sustained grievous injuries. At that time, I was aligned with the dark aspect of the sovereign, yet ultimately, the sovereign triumphed over the Dark Lord and sealed him away. However, this victory came at a tremendous cost, which is why my true form managed to escape. Mikika Pura reflected, as if that grand conflict were unfolding before his very eyes. The toll exacted on the sovereign was overwhelmingly severe. Thus, in the aftermath, to restore balance and preserve dominion over the 12 universes, the sovereign introduced the concepts of parallel timelines and parallel universes. This explains the existence of the current 12-universe system of the sovereign, as well as the emergence of parallel timelines beneath each of the 12 universes. Since that monumental battle, certain dark deities have encroached upon the realms that the sovereign could no longer govern, crafting their own universes. Unlike the sovereign's realms, These newly forged universes do not give rise to parallel timelines or parallel universes. They stand unique within the grand cosmos. Such singular universes shall henceforth be referred to as unique universes. After the creation of the singular universe, the essence itself attained an understanding of the path of faith. At that time, the Omnipotent One had solely crafted this unique universe. Yet no one knew what profound insights he had gleaned regarding the singular universe he had brought into existence. His adversaries were deeply apprehensive, though none had ever witnessed the true nature of this enigmatic understanding. It is presumed that prior to the Omnipotent One's creation of his singular universe, a cataclysmic battle must have transpired. Otherwise, his universe would surely be even more expansive. Li Xiaolong, observing Mei Kicapula's silence, continued to inquire. Indeed, as the young master speculated, the universe at that time was the great universe itself, devoid of any so-called creator. However, for the sake of the diverse races inhabiting the universe, all factions united in a monumental conflict, a clash that shattered the great universe, leading to its gradual expansion into the void, resulting in the vast cosmos we perceive today. A look of regret crossed Mei Kicapula's face. What was the cause of that conflict that compelled all races to unite? Li Xiaolong's curiosity was piqued, sensing that this matter was likely linked to the sealing of the Earthlings. Only the essence was privy to this information, perhaps a silent agreement among those who had endured that battle, collectively safeguarding the secret. Mei Kicapula pondered, yet could not retrieve any memories of that event. Very well. I shall seek your essence later to gain clarity on this matter, he concluded, though he was aware that, despite Mei Kicapula's injuries, Li Xiaolong was not so presumptuous as to challenge him. One wondered how many singular universes currently existed within the great universe. These unique realms could potentially serve as future allies, even if they could not forge alliances. Understanding their nature was imperative to avoid unforeseen encounters without prior knowledge of their capabilities. Presently, the singular universes within the great universe included the realm of time, the dragon god realm, the angelic realm, the dark demon realm, and the demon realm. These unique universes were birthed during the cataclysmic clash between the Omnipotent One and the dark magic. The existence of any subsequent singular universes remains uncertain, as the expanse of the current great universe has grown unimaginably vast. Although the creation of singular universes generates considerable reverberation, should one venture to the periphery of the great universe, the emergence of a singular universe would likely go undetected. I had anticipated the angelic realm, the dragon god realm, and the dark demon realm. However, the realm of time being a singular universe was unforeseen. As for the demon realm, I have never heard of it. Could it be that the demon race is an exceedingly discreet presence? Why have I never come across news of them? Li Xiaolong recalled the lingering essence atop the stitched universe. Young master, the realm of time is quite unique. It serves as the central hub for all universes within the Omnipotent One system. Its purpose is to monitor the temporal existence of all universes under the Omnipotent One's domain. While the separation of parallel timelines is a technique of the Omnipotent One, excessive divisions could prove detrimental to him as well. Thus, he commanded the creation of the realm of time as a singular universe to oversee the temporal dynamics of those universes. Mei Kicapula's essence, well versed in the subsequent events, recounted all he knew in detail. As for the realm of demons, it is not that they are discreet. Rather, demons are a far more ruthless race than our own magical kin. The reason you, my esteemed master, are unaware of them is that they reside in a universe exceedingly distant from the complete royal system, much farther than the boundaries of our own territory. Although this avatar has not encountered many members of the demon race, the memories bestowed by the original self are not exactly a secret. Let me elaborate on the demon race. Li Xiaolong has comprehended a principle known as the demon principle, which suggests that the creator of the demon realm must possess immense power to elevate the demon principle to such heights. Chapter 87, Grom. Among the formidable followers of the great master of all magic, several were of the same caliber as the original self, one of whom was the creator of the demon realm, known as Grom. Mezi Kappa displayed an expression of both resentment and admiration. Although he had been transformed by Li Xiaolong, his emotions remained unchanged, now solely devoted to Li Xiaolong. That individual surpassed the original self in strength. In the past, during a fierce battle between the great master of all magic and the supreme king, both the original self and Grom faced off against other powerful members of the angelic race. Ultimately, the great master was defeated, and the Supreme King was gravely injured. Nonetheless, the Supreme King was not something the original self could contend with. They were preparing to unite against the Supreme King when Grom, taking advantage of the Supreme King's onslaught, managed to escape, leaving the original self to face the wrath of the severely wounded Supreme King. Mizi Capra's avatar recounted this old tale with indignation. Even as an avatar, he could feel the weight of immense humiliation. That fellow was nothing short of a coward. After fleeing, Grom hid at the edge of the vast universe and subsequently created the demon realm there, which lies far from the center of the grand universe. Thus, it can be concluded that Grom was already somewhat stronger than your original self even before he created the unique universe. Initially, Li Xiaolong believed that Grom was not significantly stronger than Mizi Capra, but to his surprise, even before establishing the unique universe and grasping his own distinct path, he was already several degrees mightier than Mizi Capra. It is indeed true. This is a point that compels our admiration for him. He can be regarded as the most formidable warrior nurtured by the great master of all magic, having surpassed the original self in less than half the time. Yet, unexpectedly, this individual turned out to be a deserter. It is no wonder your original self was grievously injured by the Supreme King, given your temperament. It is fortunate that you were not completely annihilated. Li Xiaolong held a different perspective on Mizi Capra's avatar. If the great master of all magic had not been defeated at that time, Grom's flight could be deemed cowardly. However, with the towering figure of the great master fallen, it was prudent for Grom to flee and preserve his strength rather than await total annihilation by the Supreme King. Originally, they could not even triumph over the angelic race. Once the Supreme King withdrew his attention, they would be directly crushed. Grom's actions were entirely indicative of a desire to conserve strength, unlike Mizi Capra, who acted impulsively. It is no wonder that Li Xiaolong and his companions could incite the anger of this avatar with just a few words. You must cultivate your heart diligently. Such a disposition is not commendable. Now, please continue. Li Xiaolong intends to refine his heart with the essence of Mica Capula. He shall adhere to the young master's command. After Grom created the demon realm, the Omni King has since diversified into numerous counterparts, significantly diminishing the threat he poses. However, the High Priest subsequently established the angelic realm between the demon realm and the Omni King's cosmic system, specifically designed to obstruct the demon race and prevent them from impeding the Omni King's plans. Nonetheless, that individual seldom resides in the demon realm, often retreating to other locations out of fear of the High Priest's intervention, while the High Priest remains steadfastly guarding the Omni King. This is one of the reasons Mica Capula perceives Grom as a coward. While the High Priest disregards him, he still hides away. Nevertheless, that individual did contribute to the demon race. After his true form was sealed, he molded the universe here to create the current stronghold of the demon race. Had he not intervened, the dark demon realm might have been utterly annihilated. For this, Mica Capula feels a sense of gratitude. If the demon race were to face complete extinction, he would lack the spiritual power to suppress the injuries inflicted by the Omni King. No wonder I previously sensed the aura of demonic laws above the stronghold of the demon race. It was indeed crafted by Grom. However, I remain oblivious to the next realm after your ascension to the 12th level. Li Xiaolong is currently at the 11th level, soon to reach the 12th. And he is entirely unaware of what lies beyond that. In truth, I possess scant knowledge regarding the realms beyond the 12th level, as even their true forms lack a precise definition. Not even the Omni King or Lord of all demons has a concrete cultivation method, nor does the fully realized Omni King possess a defined path or realm. Mica Capula's essence expressed his confusion. What? Such a situation exists? How do they cultivate to ascend? Upon hearing the astonishing words of Mica Capula's essence, both Li Xiaolong and Myphia were taken aback. Young master, it seems that after their laws ascend to the rules, each of them cultivates according to those rules, with each individual's method of cultivation differing based on their comprehension of the respective rules. The primary focus is on cultivating around the rules, while the rest is reliant on personal exploration. Although Mica Capula's essence yearned to unearth further knowledge regarding the realms beyond the 12th level from his mind, he found no memories pertaining to this matter. No matter how he searched, Li Xiaolong, on the other hand, had some understanding of the laws, for he knew that once his laws reached perfection, they would ultimately ascend to become rules. Vis had previously spoken of this to him. It appears that my earlier intuition was correct. One should not comprehend too many inferior laws, or ideally, one should avoid allowing inferior laws to occupy the soul. even aside from considerations for future realms. An excess of inferior laws would overwhelm the soul, proving detrimental to one's cultivation. Gazing at Mythia, Li Xiaolong felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had prevented her from comprehending the lower laws, and even assisted her in elevating her understanding of those laws. Had he failed, Mythia's future would have been profoundly jeopardized. Although he possessed the capability to rectify the situation, it would consume an inordinate amount of time, consequently hindering their cultivation progress significantly. It appeared that any future realms would have to be explored independently. However, he held confidence in this endeavor, as it was his forte. For now, he resolved to focus on the ascent of laws to principles, dismissing any thoughts that would only burden his mind. Li Xiaolong remained untroubled, reassured by his formidable comprehension. You should also dedicate yourself to your training. I have severed the exploitation your essence exerted upon you. The faith it drew from you has been interrupted. No matter how hard you exerted yourselves before, your essence would siphon away your greatest achievements. Now that I have cut off its means, you will be able to cultivate more effectively. After enlightening Mikakapura's avatar, Li Xiaolong identified a pressing issue, directly severing the faith path that oppressed his essence through the principle of causality. Thank you, my lord. No wonder I felt incredibly unburdened upon awakening. Even the circulation of my vital energy has accelerated significantly. It must be your intervention. I can only imagine how furious my essence must be right now. Mikakapura's avatar expressed, astonished as he assessed his own state. Who could it be? My avatar is gone. Damn it, do not let this deity emerge. Oh, I have lost an 11th tier avatar to sustain myself. Mikakapura's essence erupted in fury, disregarding his rage as he immediately focused all his efforts on suppressing his injuries. Xiaolong, since the matter has been resolved, we are aware of what we need to know. Let us proceed to the Taiji Palace, Mythia interjected, having listened attentively. Chapter 88. Breaking the formation indeed, it was time to head to the Taiji Palace. Li Xiaolong gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the palace. He harbored a certain apprehension towards this fellow countryman, for although he had comprehended the laws of time, he could not glimpse far into the future. Moreover, repeatedly employing the laws of time to intervene in future events could lead to significant repercussions, rendering it counterproductive. However, this compatriot could foresee events billions of years hence. Li Xiaolong was uncertain of what accomplishments he would achieve in the realm of time, but it was evident that the time laws could not reach such heights. Furthermore, it seemed that this individual had devised a trial specifically for him, manifested in the external formation that needed to be unraveled to gain entry into the Taiji Palace. The magnitude of knowing one's fate billions of years prior far surpassed that of any sovereign. If the sovereign possessed such abilities, there would be no need for any actions. The trio arrived before the formation at the periphery of the Taiji Palace. To Mythia and Mikakapura, this location appeared devoid of substance, merely a void. Had they not been informed in advance, they would scarcely believe that such a magnificent palace could exist here. Despite their exhaustive investigations, Mythia was unable to discern the presence of the formation, feeling somewhat disheartened. Though she had learned a smattering of formations from Li Xiaolong over the years, it was merely the surface of a vast ocean of knowledge. Indeed, the intricacies of this formation are profound. It is no wonder that the sovereign was oblivious to it during his prime. Were it not for my own proficiency in formations and the strength of my soul, I might never have discerned its existence. Even now, I can merely glimpse the edges of this formation. Standing before it, Li Xiaolong conjured a formation inscription in his hand and affixed it to one corner of the array. As soon as the inscription made contact, it began to emit a wondrous radiance, gradually expanding until the entire outline of the formation became apparent. To my astonishment, this formation is immense, rivaling the expanse of the entire seventh universe. Mythia remarked upon witnessing its manifestation. This is likely not the full extent of that individual's capabilities. He simply requires this vast space. At present, Li Xiaolong lacks the ability to arrange such a sophisticated formation, while he can create one that envelopes the entire universe. It pales in comparison to the efficacy of this array. Kapla, guard us from the periphery and ensure that the demonic entities do not intrude upon this place. Li Xiaolong instructed. Although they had converted high-ranking demons, many of the lower-tier demons remained untransformed, and the disturbances caused by unraveling the formation would surely attract their attention. Upon receiving the command, Meiji Kapla's avatar promptly stationed itself at the outskirts of Li Xiaolong's formation disassembling site. while Mei Fia stood nearby, vigilant. As Li Xiaolong commenced dismantling the formation, a formidable wave of energy began to emanate from that location. Had it not been for the vastness of the demon's stronghold, this wave could have resonated beyond the boundaries of the universe. I underestimated the profundity of this formation. It is indeed of a higher caliber than I presumed. However, this presents a fortuitous opportunity to absorb knowledge of formations while dismantling it, thereby enriching my own understanding and accelerating my future endeavors. When Li Xiaolong truly began to dismantle the formation, he realized its complexity. Should he rely solely on his current foundational knowledge, it would take him more than a decade to fully unravel it. Nevertheless, with his innate comprehension, he would simultaneously grasp and assimilate the knowledge embedded within the formation, thereby hastening his progress as his understanding deepened. Is this the formation spoken of by the young master? It is indeed awe-inspiring. Previously, no one had discerned its existence, and merely attempting to dismantle it has unleashed such tremendous energy. The fact that even the sovereign in his complete form could not perceive it suggests that following the young master holds a bright future. Perhaps I may even surpass my own essence. Meiji Capla's avatar gazed towards the direction of the dismantling, feeling increasingly fortunate to have encountered Li Xiaolong. Indeed, as he had surmised, without Li Xiaolong, he would have never transcended his original form, nor would he have broken through the 12th tier. At long last, he has arrived. I had thought he would take longer to prepare. Yet, his insight is truly enviable, constantly advancing even in the art of dismantling formations. Within the courtyard of the Tai Chi Palace, a figure observed Li Xiaolong as he unraveled the formation, though his attention was not primarily on him, but rather on Mei Fia. At long last, the day I have awaited has arrived. The gaze of the individual upon Mei Fia is laden with complexity, yet it is evident that a benevolent expression graces his countenance. However, given this fellow's remarkable insight, it is likely that he will unravel the intricacies of the formation within a year. It is indeed time for an encounter. Though he speaks thus, his attention remains steadfastly fixed on Mei Fia, unbeknownst to Li Xiaolong, who is completely absorbed in the vast knowledge of formations. The murmurs of his compatriots within the Taiji Palace go unnoticed. He is engrossed in crystallizing runes to decipher the formation, his mind incessantly absorbing the arcane wisdom of these intricate designs. What a tremendous fluctuation! It is utterly terrifying. How is it that the Lords of Darkness remain inactive? Such a disturbance undoubtedly signifies something significant. Since the Lords of Darkness have not taken action, this presents an opportunity for us. A month after Li Xiaolong commenced his decryption of the formation, the entire universe of the demon race became aware of the tremors emanating from his endeavors. Initially, those demons who had not undergone transformation speculated that it was a clash between two 11th-tier demon gods. Consequently, all 11th-tier beings and their subordinates emerged to maintain order and prevent the rest of the demons from approaching, which only fueled the curiosity of those untransformed demons. Many demons resorted to technological means to clandestinely approach the heart of the formation. A significant number banded together, eager to explore the site of the formation's breach, their imaginations ignited by visions of discovering something that could elevate their status. However, they encountered the avatar of Micah Kapura, stationed on the periphery. You must withdraw. There is nothing here that you seek. If you do not depart, I shall ensure you understand the meaning of consequences. Micah Kapura showed no mercy towards these petty minions. His duty was to prevent anyone from disturbing Li Xiaolong's efforts. Releasing his formidable aura, Micah Kapura's overwhelming presence compelled the multitude of demons to retreat, as none dared challenge the authority of an 11th-tier powerhouse. After all, the strongest among them was merely at the 4th tier, and they were acutely aware of the vast gulf between their powers. It would be folly to confront an 11th tier being over something they could not comprehend. The demons wisely withdrew, without any audacious individuals daring to shout in defiance. Once those demons had retreated, no further attempts were made to approach the site. It seems the returning demons conveyed the message about this place to their kin, who naturally would not wish to provoke Micah Kapura. I cannot comprehend most of these formation runes, yet Li Xiaolong is able to grasp and unravel them with remarkable speed. As he deciphered the formation, Li Xiaolong presented the runes to Mei Fia for her study. Were it not for this, he would have achieved even greater speed in his decryption. Chapter 89. Taiji Palace. Alas, what could that esteemed lord be doing in that place? It has been nearly a year, and the endless fluctuations persist in the universe of the demon race. Many lower-tier demons are engaged in discussions regarding the disturbances radiating from Li Xiaolong's decryption of the formation. Indeed, it has been almost a year. That esteemed individual is truly formidable, capable of sustaining such immense fluctuations for an entire year. One awestruck demon gazed in the direction of Li Xiaolong's efforts to breach the formation. Over the nearly past year, the lower-tier demon clans have grown accustomed to the commotion generated by Li Xiaolong's array-breaking exploits, with many harboring merely a yearning for strength. Naturally, news of these events has reached the borderlands, prompting numerous formidable individuals from that region to form teams and venture forth to investigate the demon clan stronghold. However, those who have taken action are primarily those ranked at the 10th tier or below, predominantly comprising groups of 8th, 9th, and 10th tier warriors. As for the 11th tier powerhouses within the border, they have remained inactive. Such high-ranking beings seldom intervene, preferring to allow the 10th tier individuals to take the lead in reconnaissance. Should the enemy truly mobilize significant forces, it would not be too late for them to act, whereas a direct invasion could incite a full-scale war between the two factions, potentially even drawing in angelic-level combatants. In response to the incursions from the border, Li Xiaolong's enlightened warriors have naturally emerged to intercept. Historically, the demon clans have not fared well in battle, but with the cultivation methods provided by Li Xiaolong, their strength has seen considerable enhancement during this period. Overall, they have begun to surpass the warriors from the borderlands in terms of power. Of course, the 11th tier demons have also refrained from taking action, otherwise, these individuals would surely meet their demise within the demon stronghold. The reason for the inactivity of the 11th tier demons lies in Li Xiaolong's orders, for he covets the elite individuals from the border. Once he has successfully enlightened them, he will gain a substantial number of capable subordinates. Moreover, Li Xiaolong has encouraged them to diligently comprehend the true essence of the laws he has bestowed upon them, and they are eagerly seizing the time to understand, lest they fall behind their peers. As the 11th tier individuals from the border observed the lack of response from their demon counterparts, they too began to disregard the matter. Over time, the people from the borderlands have set this issue aside, no longer organizing teams for investigation, but rather conducting regular trials and battles against the demons. Master, I have finally become a 3rd tier alchemist, and my cultivation has also reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier, bringing me one step closer to restoring your physical form. In the flame universe, a young boy soared swiftly, a ring in his hand radiating a brilliant light as Li Xiaolong's soul projection manifested. This boy was none other than Li Xiaolong's disciple, Xiaoyan Yao. Throughout the past year, during Li Xiaolong's efforts to dismantle the array, Xiaoyan Yao has been honing his skills within the flame universe. With the innate talent of the law's spirit, he has ascended from the 2nd to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, successfully becoming a 3rd tier alchemist. Following Xiaoyan Yao's display of talent, the chieftain of the Xiaoyao clan has taken on the role of his protector, a decision influenced by Li Xiaolong, who seeks to test and validate certain hypotheses regarding whether the protagonist might stumble upon treasures or encounter fortuitous events. Li Xiaolong eagerly appointed the chieftain of the Xiaoyao clan as his guardian, thereby allowing Xiaoyan Yao to embark on his journey of experience sooner than anticipated. To his astonishment, Xiaoyan Yao seemed to have a knack for effortlessly discovering treasures during his excursions, and even when faced with peril, he managed to navigate through it with ease. This, of course, was predicated on the fact that Li Xiaolong had entrusted the resolution of crises beyond Xiaoyan Yao's capabilities to their chieftain. Recently, Xiaoyan Yao encountered a peculiar object that resembled a dark, enigmatic sphere. Despite his efforts, he was unable to discern its nature. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong utilized a soul-seeking technique, inadvertently activating the sphere, within which he acquired 3 invaluable gifts. The sphere bestowed upon him 3 essential legacies of knowledge: alchemy, formation techniques, and artifact crafting. These were precisely the areas in which Li Xiaolong found himself in dire need. The alchemical knowledge completed his understanding of the craft, while the formation knowledge significantly accelerated his ability to decipher the intricacies of the Taiji Palace formations. Li Xiaolong pondered whether this opportunity was a stroke of fortune for him, for Xiaoyan Yao, or perhaps a harmonious convergence of their fates that led to this serendipitous encounter. Regardless, both benefited immensely, and Li Xiaolong imparted the entirety of the alchemical knowledge to Xiaoyan Yao. Naturally, he imposed seals that would only be lifted once Xiaoyan Yao's spiritual essence reached a certain threshold, for the vastness of that knowledge would overwhelm him at his current capacity. Even Li Xiaolong himself had only grasped a fraction of the formation knowledge, yet this limited understanding significantly expedited his ability to break formations. The rapidity with which Xiaoyan Yao dismantled formations puzzled the observer within the Taiji Palace. Throughout the year, he had spent the majority of his time watching Li Xiaolong at work, noting how he simultaneously deciphered formations while sharing his insights with Mei Fia. Over the year, he had witnessed the astounding pace of Li Xiaolong's progress. After acquiring the 3 legacies, Li Xiaolong also shared these insights with Mei Fia, alleviating the need for him to convey explanations personally. He only devoted time to understanding and elucidating aspects not covered by the formation legacy. As a result, Li Xiaolong's efficiency in dismantling formations surged considerably. At this rate, it would not be long before the external formations were unraveled. The individual within the Taiji Palace gazed with anticipation at the two outside, a hint of nervousness flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the days passed swiftly. And on one particular day, while Li Xiaolong was wholly engrossed in breaking the formations, he suddenly sensed a significant reduction in the pressure emanating from them, followed by a rapid dissipation of the formidable fluctuations. The two exchanged exhilarated glances, having labored diligently for nearly a year to successfully breach the formation. Although they had gleaned ample knowledge from it, they were eager to meet the esteemed individual within the Taiji Palace, confident that the formation legacies would not be withheld from them. During the period of deciphering the formation, both individuals increasingly felt that the other was testing their resolve. The enigmatic strength of the other, surpassing even that of the king, suggested that if there were any intention to harm, there would be no need to create such a formation for them to unravel, nor to observe their attempts at doing so. Finally, having successfully unraveled the formation, which proved to be no easy feat, they prepared to enter. At last, they would meet this fellow countryman. Li Xiaolong let out a long sigh of relief. The intense study of the formation's intricacies over the past year had left him somewhat fatigued, though he quickly regained his composure, and that fleeting weariness vanished. Why do I feel a subtle joy? Mei Fia pondered, a perplexing sense of elation rising within her at the moment the formation was breached. Let us proceed. Upon entering the Taiji Palace, we shall surely uncover the reasons behind this, Li Xiaolong noted, having also sensed Mei Fia's unusual demeanor. Hand in hand, they stepped into the formation, with Li Xiaolong reminding his avatar, Mei Capra, to safeguard the entrance. However, his concerns proved unnecessary. As soon as they entered, the enchanting portal resembling a starry sky vanished without a trace. This left Mei Capra in a state of uncertainty. After confirming with Li Xiaolong that communication remained intact, he dutifully continued to guard the now invisible entrance. Upon entering the formation, the dark expanse of cosmic space faded away, revealing a realm that resembled a paradise. Before them stood a majestic mountain gate, with the ancient characters Taiji Palace inscribed above, embodying profound philosophical essence. Such a beautiful place. To linger here is pure bliss. It feels as though our mental states have been immensely elevated, Mei Fia exclaimed, her heart overflowing with indescribable joy as she beheld the ethereal scenery. Indeed, this place appears almost otherworldly, Li Xiaolong echoed, his excitement prompting him to survey the surroundings. While Earth in the 7th universe boasted many splendid sights, none possessed the transcendent ambience of this realm, not even the grandest of temples. Moreover, every pavilion and tower here mirrored the celestial palaces he had envisioned in his childhood, further enhanced by the rich spiritual energy permeating the area, leading Li Xiaolong to suspect that this locale was a fragment of a celestial paradise. Upon his arrival, Li Xiaolong discerned that the essence in this realm was not merely primal energy, but a form of spiritual energy far superior to it. He understood this intuitively after absorbing the spiritual energy, as if divinely enlightened. Gazing up at the ancient characters Taiji Palace, Li Xiaolong felt an infinite depth of meaning emanating from them, as though he was on the brink of a profound epiphany, poised to grasp remarkable insights. Yet, he swiftly interrupted this burgeoning sense of enlightenment, recognizing that his foremost priority was to meet the fellow countryman. The profound meanings within those characters could wait until after he had made that crucial encounter. Two individuals traversed the mountain gate and ascended the celestial ladder that pierced the clouds. Atop this ladder lay an expansive plaza, flanked by towering dragon-patterned columns. The grandeur of this vast square, once a bustling hub of the Taiji Palace, was evident, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands for martial exhibitions. However, the emptiness of the plaza evoked a profound sense of solitude within their hearts. Behind the plaza stood a magnificent high platform, upon which majestic ancient structures rose proudly. As the two gazed upon the architecture of the transmission pavilion, the resonant sounds of Taoist teachings emanated from within, filling their minds with boundless mysteries. Yet, the complexities of these revelations left them feeling both enlightened and perplexed, as if they had grasped something significant yet remained utterly confounded. After passing the transmission pavilion, they encountered the alchemy pavilion, where the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Merely inhaling this scent made them feel invigorated, as though they were on the brink of transcendence. Following the path etched in their memories, they finally arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. With a mixture of trepidation, they pushed open the door, and the figure within turned to face them. "Ah, you have arrived, my child," the person said kindly, addressing them first. "Senior, we have come," Li Xiaolong noted a hint of peculiarity. This individual had previously referred to him as a fellow townsman, but now addressed him as a child. Furthermore, it was rather impolite to stare at one's companion. Suddenly, he sensed an odd atmosphere in the air as he turned to find Mei Fia gazing intently at this so-called fellow townsman. "What is happening? No, this is strange. Why does this person resemble Xiaoyu so closely?" Li Xiaolong's mind raced as he turned to face the individual, only to behold a countenance strikingly similar to Mei Fia's, complete with traces of tears upon their cheeks. Li Xiaolong found himself in a state of bewilderment, alternating his gaze between Mei Fia and the purported fellow townsman, grappling with a swirling storm of speculation that he could scarcely believe. "Children, please come in. I will explain everything," the man urged, guiding them to sit by the lakeside. "Senior, what is going on?" After a brief silence, Li Xiaolong finally inquired, while Mei Fia, tears streaming down her face, remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the man. "My name is Su Tianxing, and I am Xiao Yu's biological father," the man spoke gently, his eyes filled with paternal affection for Mei Fia. "What?" Though Li Xiaolong had surmised a semblance of truth, hearing it confirmed left him utterly astonished. He had never imagined that this fellow townsman would reveal himself as his father-in-law. A revelation that was beyond his comprehension. "Father Hua." Mei Fia could no longer contain her grief and wept uncontrollably. She had been alone since she could remember. Until she met Li Xiaolong, the loneliness and hardships of her past surged forth in a torrent of emotion. "Why did you abandon your daughter?" Mei Fia sobbed, voicing the question that had tormented her heart. Li Xiaolong, too, looked at this father-in-law with a gaze filled with curiosity. "Children, it is I who have wronged you. Please, allow me to explain," Su Tianxing said, his heart aching as he began to unfold the story behind his actions. "My child, in truth, we, like Xiaolong, do not belong to this world. We hail from another realm, having arrived in this world several billion years prior," Su Tianxing spoke slowly, his face adorned with the hues of reminiscence. In his recounting, he described how they initially came to the Dragon Ball universe due to a cataclysmic war that erupted in the celestial realm. This conflict was so fierce that it plunged the heavens into darkness, compelling even the exalted celestial emperor to partake in the fray. The outcome was a devastating shattering of the celestial realm. The sect of Su Tianxing, the Taiji Palace, was also embroiled in that battle. As a junior disciple, he was assigned to guard the sect while his elder brothers fought. Alongside him was the newly born Mei Fia, who at that time was known as Su Lanxin. Naturally, Li Xiaolong's esteemed mother-in-law had ventured into battle due to her profound mastery of the celestial arts. However, while Su Tianxing awaited the return of his fellow sect members, he was instead met with the chaos of the Celestial Emperor's battle, which obliterated the very grounds of Taiji Palace, casting it into the void. After traversing the endless expanse of nothingness, Taiji Palace was ensnared by the nascent Dragon Ball world. Initially, Su Tianxing was elated, believing they had narrowly escaped calamity. Yet, upon stepping out of Taiji Palace, he was confronted by the unconscious suppression of the Dragon Ball world's essence. Had he not retained a modicum of strength, he would have been subdued by the nebulous consciousness of this world the moment he exited. Upon retreating back to Taiji Palace, Su Tianxing was filled with trepidation, relieved that the protective formations of the palace were still intact. Otherwise, the entire sect would have been crushed under the weight of the world's vague consciousness. This formation had been created by the Grand Elder of Taiji Palace, who was but one realm below the Celestial Emperor, thereby explaining its capacity to uphold him during their traversal through the boundless void. In the aftermath of these events, Su Tianxing devoted himself to contemplating strategies against the world-S consciousness while nurturing Myphia. However, he soon discerned that the spiritual energy within Taiji Palace was dwindling. Without this vital energy, the protective formations would soon collapse, leaving both him and Myphia vulnerable to the oppressive grasp of the world-S consciousness. Consequently, he sealed Myphia in a state of temporal stasis, realizing that the singular advantage of this nascent world was the fragility of its governing laws, which could be easily manipulated. He subsequently ceased his own cultivation, which significantly slowed the depletion of spiritual energy within Taiji Palace. Most importantly, the protective formation continued to siphon energy from the external realm, converting it into spiritual essence, albeit at a painfully slow rate, as the nature of spiritual energy is exceedingly refined. This was the rationale behind his decision to halt his cultivation. Despite his cessation, Su Tianxing remained a godlike entity within the Dragon Ball world. Had he been in a realm beyond, he possessed the might to shatter the very consciousness of that world. Chapter 91. The Annihilation of World Consciousness. In the years following the demise of the world consciousness, Su Tianxing relentlessly sought methods to eradicate it. Gradually, the Dragon Ball world began to give birth to sentient beings, primarily evolving from Su Tianxing himself. Although these beings bore a resemblance to him, they were merely imitations in form. Upon witnessing the emergence of a celestial human race, derived from him by the world consciousness, Su Tianxing initially felt a surge of anger, perceiving it as a form of humiliation. However, after extensive observation within the Tai Chi Palace, he discovered that these innate beings of the Dragon Ball universe possessed considerable talent, some even exhibiting a ferocious nature. The sight of these fierce innate beings sparked a plan within Su Tianxing, to utilize them to annihilate the nascent world consciousness or to incite the formation of two opposing factions among them. In the ensuing days, he diligently attracted these celestial beings to the Tai Chi Palace. Though he could not leave the palace, those celestial beings from the Dragon Ball world could enter with his permission and would not face the wrath of the world consciousness upon departure. Su Tianxing subsequently devised two distinct training methodologies. One was the dimensional technique currently practiced by Li Xiaolong, while the other mirrored the dimensional method embraced by the demon race. Although both were dimensional techniques, the latter would inevitably transform its practitioners into demons, becoming increasingly savage with each advancement. As these two divergent training paths proliferated, the innate beings grew stronger, naturally dividing into two factions. These factions named themselves angels and demons, and the present-day angel and demon races are their descendants. Over time, the tensions between the angels and demons escalated, reaching a point where a racial war seemed imminent. Yet, Su Tianxing continued to mediate between the two factions, as neither had attained the strength he desired. Should conflict arise, it was likely that both races would annihilate one another, leaving the Dragon Ball world consciousness unscathed. Thus, Su Tianxing endeavored to suppress the discord between the two factions while guiding them towards greater strength. Although minor skirmishes frequently erupted, the two races consistently restrained themselves from engaging in full-scale warfare. They awaited the moment when their strongest members could eclipse the might of their rivals. In this manner, the two factions navigated a million years of intermittent friction without major incident. Throughout this millennium, the world consciousness did inspect the angels and demons. But upon discovering that both factions were merely studying within the Tai Chi Palace, it ceased its scrutiny, allowing them to pursue their training. After all, as a nascent world consciousness, it operated largely on instinct, with its primary concern being the absorption of energy from beyond the world to strengthen itself, thereby fostering its own growth in the process. After the world's consciousness withdrew its momentary attention from the Taiji Palace, Su Tianxing commenced the genuine elevation of the two clans. In the ensuing period, the realms of both clans experienced an unprecedented surge, with all individuals attaining levels far beyond the 12th tier. Once some had reached the 12th tier, Su Tianxing guided them in constructing their own realms of rules. These realms, capable of continuously absorbing energy from the external world, grew stronger with the addition of more rules. Consequently, the energy from the Dragon Ball world was incessantly siphoned by the angelic and demonic races. However, the world consciousness had primarily focused its efforts on absorbing energy from beyond the world, remaining oblivious to the anomalies within. This was largely due to the fact that the energy it absorbed surpassed that of the angels and demons combined. Yet, should the two clans continue to break through, There would eventually come a day when the world consciousness's rate of energy absorption could no longer keep pace with that of the two clans. Su Tianqing had no intention of allowing the clans to grow to such an extent, for at that point, the world consciousness would suppress them all, rendering his efforts futile. As the energy absorption rate of the two clans began to rival that of the world consciousness, Su Tianqing ignited the flames of war between them. The ensuing conflict had the potential to shatter the Dragon Ball world, and the nascent world consciousness would perish alongside its destruction. With the war unleashed, the nascent Dragon Ball world was engulfed in relentless battle. Countless planets were obliterated, and myriad spatial realms shattered. Combat filled the world at every moment, with angels falling and demons perishing alike. What followed was a clash of the two clans' most formidable forces, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble. It was only then that the world consciousness reacted, preparing to suppress both clans entirely. However, Su Tianqing would not grant it an opportunity to breathe. He detonated the means he had concealed within the bodies of the two clans, allowing their strongest warriors to continuously absorb the world's energy and break through. Once they had broken through, the two sides, now blinded by bloodlust, clashed once more, resulting in mutual destruction. Yet, in their annihilation, the world itself fractured, and the world consciousness was extinguished. In its final moments, however, it had taken precautions against the Taiji Palace, confining it to that place, thus preventing Su Tianqing from exiting. After the world shattered, the obliterated world consciousness reincarnated as the Omni King, and the fragmentation of the Dragon Ball world led to a loosening of the world's rules. This allowed Su Tianqing to glimpse a vision of Li Xiaolong's arrival from eons into the future, prompting him to begin his elaborate plans in anticipation of that moment. For he had witnessed fragments of history where Li Xiaolong came to his rescue. Subsequently, he sent Xiaomei Fia through the river of time to the moment when Li Xiaolong would arrive, and arranged the formation outside the Taiji Palace, the very one that Li Xiaolong would eventually decipher, to conceal the palace. Over the course of billions of years, the reincarnated world consciousness, now the Omni King, unified the shattered Dragon Ball world to create the largest singular universe of that era. During this time, Su Tianqing, in accordance with his lineage, birthed the native human race of the Dragon Ball universe, which came to be known as Earthlings. Ultimately, the Omni King, after consolidating the majority of the shattered Dragon Ball worlds into a singular universe, discovered the inhabitants of Earth at that time. Thanks to the lineage of Su Tianqing and his clandestine tutelage, the Earthlings progressed at an astonishing rate, with their mightiest even nearing the power of the Omni King. However, due to the fact that the Omni King was a reincarnation of the world consciousness and the fragmentation of the Dragon Ball realms, he was considerably weaker than when he embodied the world consciousness. He had lost dominion over the entire Dragon Ball universe and could only exert control over the singular universe he had created, which allowed the Earthlings to swiftly catch up to him. Upon realizing the Earthlings were descendants of Su Tianqing, the Omni King waged war against them. In this conflict, Su Tianqing compelled the strongest Earthling to harness the energy of the singular universe created by the Omni King through the rules of the world. After a breakthrough, that individual managed to split the Omni King into two entities, the divine aspect and the demonic aspect. Yet, even though the Omni King was divided, the Earthling perished in the process. Much like during the previous battle between angels and demons, where both sides suffered mutual annihilation. At the very moment of his fragmentation, the Omni King, struck by the terrifying potential of the Earthlings, unleashed the energy of his singular universe to impose a bloodline seal upon them, simultaneously sealing the Earth itself. Furthermore, he obliterated the dimensional techniques inherited from Su Tianqing within the singular universe he had created. This explains why such techniques are absent from the cosmic fabric of Earth. The Namekians, the inhabitants of Metamor, and those from the planet Adrat were aware of the dimensional techniques because their ancestors had once been formidable beings who contributed to the Omni King's conflict. However, he merely chose not to erase their ancestors' memories of these techniques, while the cultivation method itself was indeed expunged. The reason Li Xiaolong was granted access to the dimensional techniques was due to Su Tianqing forcibly imparting them to the dragon upon his wish. And these techniques were far more refined and flawless than those practiced by angels and demons. Li Xiaolong finally comprehended why Earthlings cultivated at a pace surpassing that of other cosmic races. Chapter 92. The inability to cultivate the celestial path. It turns out I have misjudged you, Father. You have waited for me for countless eons. Yet I have only been apart from you for a brief moment. Why, then, are there no memories of you within my recollections? My Fia's emotions shifted from sorrow to guilt. For Su Tianqing had been separated from him for billions of years. While she had been sent through the river of time by Su Tianqing to a period just 1 or 2 years prior to her encounter with Li Xiaolong. Had you arrived in this time with your former memories, the instincts of this world would have detected you. Although the consciousness of this world has been extinguished and reincarnated into what you know as the Omni King, the world itself retains its instincts. After I obliterated the world consciousness, the innate instincts of this world would naturally harbor an aversion to anything associated with me. Thus, I sealed your memories, for the world's instincts could still uncover them. Su Tianqing took extensive measures for My Fia's safety. Had the world's instincts suppressed her, he would have regretted it for eternity. Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, your son-in-law shall undoubtedly rescue you. Though a fellow villager has transformed into my father-in-law, I hold profound admiration for Su Tianqing's endeavors. Moreover, he has bestowed upon me such a splendid companion. Thus, it is both a matter of sentiment and reason that I must rescue this esteemed father-in-law. By the way, esteemed father-in-law, the seal within Xiaoya's bloodline must also be your doing, correct? It suddenly dawned on Li Xiaolong regarding the seal within my Fia. If the seal were to be lifted, her innate talent might surpass even my own. Indeed, I am the one who sealed it, yet this seal, much like those within the bodies of the descendants of Earth, cannot be undone by me. It can only be released by you. The reason Su Tianqing established the seal was to prevent my Fia from being discovered by the world's primal instincts. That is true. However, my objective aligns with this as well, and I should soon achieve this goal. After a brief contemplation, Li Xiaolong discerned the crux of the matter. If Su Tianqing were to unseal it, then these individuals, including my Fia, would be suppressed by the world's primal instincts, as they would have been tainted by Su Tianqing's essence. Conversely, should you be the one to lift the seal, such an occurrence would be averted. Initially, I presumed my transference to this realm was orchestrated by your hand. Yet, it appears further investigation is warranted. Li Xiaolong had previously suspected that his advantageous father-in-law was responsible for his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, but it now seems that this was not the case. Your arrival in this world is likely the result of some celestial emperor's machinations. Only beings of such exalted stature can traverse the boundless void to deliver you here and ensure your acceptance by the world's primal instincts. Otherwise, you would be unable to escape the fate of being suppressed by the world's essence. Su Tianqing articulated his conjecture. Now it makes sense. No wonder I was rewarded by the world's primal instincts when I previously established the alchemy doctrine. Upon hearing Su Tianqing's words, Li Xiaolong recalled how he was granted fortune when he imparted the art of alchemy. Yet, despite Su Tianqing's creation of dimensional laws and other elements within the Dragon Ball universe, he received no recognition and was instead confined within the Tai Chi Palace. It was, after all, this world that acknowledged his existence, granting him a legitimate identity. It is no wonder that my Fia and the Seal of Earth require your intervention for unsealing. This is the advantage of being recognized by the world's primal instincts, essentially allowing you to open doors for these individuals. Esteemed father-in-law, might I inquire whether I could cultivate the legacies of the Tai Chi Palace? This would expedite my efforts to rescue you. Li Xiaolong was quite covetous of the legacies from the Tai Chi Palace, for they represent the path of immortality, far superior to the dimensional laws created by Su Tianqing to contend with the world's consciousness. If he could cultivate these immortal legacies, he would soon surpass even the Omni King. That is not permissible. In this realm, there is no spiritual energy of immortality. Moreover, should you pursue the cultivation of immortal legacies, you would undoubtedly become a target for the world's primal instincts. Even the Omni King would discover you prematurely. While there is indeed spiritual energy within the Tai Chi Palace, it fundamentally serves to protect the sect and cannot facilitate your cultivation. However, you may still utilize the legacies of the three paths, alchemy, array, and weaponry, as those will not be opposed by the world's primal instincts and may, in fact, yield rewards for you. Su Tianqing's words ring true. Although the Dragon Ball world is abundant in natural energy, it pales in comparison to the ethereal essence of the celestial realm. If Li Xiaolong were to cultivate celestial techniques, he would find himself deprived of the vast reserves of celestial energy necessary for his practice. Furthermore, such endeavors would likely render his identity incompatible with the fundamental laws of this world. While direct cultivation of celestial legacies may be beyond reach, one could observe and learn. I believe, given your innate talent, it would not be impossible to devise a cultivation method suited to this realm, drawing inspiration from those celestial teachings. It is essential to have faith in your creative potential, Su Tianqing reassured as Li Xiaolong pondered deeply. Indeed, Xiaolong, I am confident that your insight will lead you to discover a suitable cultivation approach for this world, Maifia added encouragingly. Rest assured, this minor setback will not deter me. My thoughts align with yours. I was merely contemplating whether I could utilize the celestial legacies as a framework to devise a technique that could be practiced here, which could seamlessly transition into celestial cultivation once we transcend the limitations of this world. That is our ultimate aspiration. In his contemplation, Li Xiaolong envisioned a technique rooted in celestial legacies, capable of being practiced within the Dragon Ball universe, yet adaptable for immediate transformation into celestial practices. This would alleviate concerns regarding the need for recultivation. Your idea is exceptionally astute, young man. You have surpassed our expectations. I truly did not misjudge your potential. Su Tianqing remarked, finding Li Xiaolong's response credible. You too should proceed to accept your legacies without further delay, and leave this old man to his musings. It is imperative that you create the technique you discussed, allowing you to reach the pinnacle of this world and ultimately liberate me. The three engaged in conversation for an extended period until Su Tianqing issued the parting order, urging the two to delve into their legacies, for they were reluctant to depart. Initially, Li Xiaolong contemplated how to rescue his father-in-law while ensuring his own freedom. Yet he was taken aback to learn that the elder had already devised a solution to refine the Dragon Ball world itself. This was a notion he had never previously considered, yet upon hearing his father-in-law's proposal, he found merit in it. However, the undertaking of refining this world would undoubtedly encounter formidable opposition, chiefly from Zeno and the Grand Priest. Ultimately, they would have to confront them, since they are adversaries. It would be prudent to eliminate them in one fell swoop. The two soon set about their legacies, with Maifia opting for the trio of alchemical and formation techniques. Should she wish to pursue celestial cultivation, she would have to wait for Li Xiaolong to create the type of technique he envisioned. Meanwhile, Li Xiaolong naturally chose the celestial legacy, eager to develop the technique promptly. Otherwise, they would soon reach the 12th tier, at which point they would need to consider their future paths. As for why Su Tianqing, a powerful celestial being, could not create the technique himself, it was simply because any technique he crafted would be detected by the world's inherent laws, much like how manufactured goods bear anti-counterfeiting marks. His creations would be stamped with his signature, a consequence of higher-order regulations that cannot be replicated. Chapter 93. The emergence of the cosmic street rogue as Li Xiaolong and Maifia's avatars embraced the inheritance. Li Xiaolong's true self devoted himself to comprehending the shared cultivation techniques in the hidden essence star. Meanwhile, Maifia was receiving three distinct legacies, while Li Xiaolong's soul fragment was instructing Xiaoyanyao. Upon breaking through to the 11th tier, Li Xiaolong had also manifested a new avatar, whereas Maifia, due to the limitations of her spiritual essence, did not create another incarnation. His second avatar had already reached the 8th tier in the hidden essence star. Although a year had elapsed in the outside world, his time spent in the hidden essence star amounted to merely 3 or 4 days in the external realm. The brevity of his training time was attributed to a job opportunity introduced by Weiss. On that day, he encountered Kuranoya, who had accompanied Weiss. After much insistence from Kuranoya, he reluctantly accepted a position as her employee, thus joining the ranks of the Time and Space Patrol. In this manner, a cosmic street rogue was born. Despite his initial reluctance, he acquired a legitimate identity to operate across various universes under the Omni King system, which was far preferable to the peril of being caught while attempting to smuggle himself. To his surprise, the Bingshan 01007 universe had evolved much earlier than anticipated, having already transformed into the realm of the Sharer game. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia as Li Xiaolong hovered high above, reflecting on the unfolding events below. After joining the Time and Space Patrol, Li Xiaolong finally grasped the intricacies of the entire Omni King system. For the realm of time serves as the nexus for all universes under the Omni King. He classified these universes according to the 60 Jiazi system and in parallel time-space. He categorized them as 0104, noting that most universes within the Omni King system possess 4 parallel dimensions. Exceeding this number would lead to annihilation, a duty entrusted to the realm of time. The 12 universes were classified as 001012. Thus, the universe he currently inhabited was designated as the Bingshan 01007 universe. Consequently, the maximum number of counterparts under the Omni King system was revealed to be 240, which astonished Li Xiaolong. Indeed, the Earth within this world harbored seals as well. Yet the bloodline of its inhabitants had been infinitely diluted. As his father-in-law had surmised, only the Earth in the Jiazi 01007 universe remained the original source. The seals of the Earth's essence here were significantly weakened. Sensing the plight of the Earth's denizens, Li Xiaolong felt a deep sorrow, devoid of their own identity. The inhabitants of this universe were but playthings for the so-called deities and powerful beings, with the ongoing share game leading countless Earthlings to their doom. Undoubtedly, the Jiazi 01007 universe, as the original source during the Omni King's singular existence, was the strongest. In comparison, the mightiest Slag in this realm only exhibited a combat power of 1 or 200 million. This made sense, otherwise, the Slag of his own universe would be equally formidable, rendering Goku and his companions incapable of victory. After perusing the annals of this universe's history, Li Xiaolong unraveled the mysteries that had long plagued his mind. The cosmic realm he inhabited, known as Slag, seemed insurmountable for figures like Wukong. Yet this particular universe was not nearly as formidable. Li Xiaolong's arrival in the Bicheng 01007 universe was orchestrated by Kuranoya, who had dispatched him on a mission upon detecting illegal temporal transgressions. Upon entering this universe, Li Xiaolong's soul instinctively recognized the culprits behind the time travel, namely, Trunks and the future version of Cell. The future Cell had traversed through time alongside Trunks via a time machine, remaining undetected by Trunks. Upon reaching this universe, he swiftly detached from the time machine and subsequently located the laboratory of Dr. Gero. Within this lab, Future Cell discovered the embryonic form of Cell from this universe. Still in its developmental phase, after finding the embryonic Cell, Future Cell absorbed his past self through his tail. This act caused Cell's energy to surge dramatically, and Li Xiaolong, observing the unfolding events, chose not to intervene. He was curious to witness the prowess of this universe's warrior while also hoping to teach a lesson to androids 17 and 18. Preventing them from becoming overly arrogant or malevolent. In an explosive display, Cell erupted with a golden radiance, his overwhelming aura penetrating the basement while the clouds above were violently dispersed. The mountain concealing Dr. Gero's laboratory crumbled as if an earthquake had struck, the massive structure fracturing into pieces. Within Cell's being resided Scion cells, thus the aura he emitted resembled the golden flames of a Super Saiyan. Feeling an unmatched surge of power, Cell erupted in raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, what unparalleled strength! I am now the mightiest in the universe. With such power, I shall dominate all, ha ha ha." Ascending to the skies, he gazed down upon the earth with a sense of invincibility. His battle power estimated to be over 90 billion, soon approaching 100 billion. Son Goku, let us see how you dare to confront me. Satisfied with his current capabilities, Cell reveled in the fact that he had surpassed the data set by Dr. Gero for his perfect form. Yet, he was not content. His ambition was to absorb androids 17 and 18 from this universe, achieving the true embodiment of perfection. Despite possessing the Scion trait of seeking strength, he welcomed the prospect of becoming even more powerful. After indulging in his self-admiration, Cell set forth to seek out androids 17 and 18. Meanwhile, androids 16, 17, and 18 were blissfully unaware of the looming threat as they leisurely traversed the roads on their excursion. Warning: a tremendous energy reaction is rapidly approaching. Upon detecting the formidable aura of Cell, number 16 issued an alert. As an artificial being created by Dr. Gero of this universe, although he lacks the boundless energy of numbers 17 and 18, his sensitivity to energy signatures is considerably superior to theirs. What is happening? Could it be Goku and the others? Are they preparing to attack us? At last, number 17 sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Cell, mistakenly identifying it as that of Goku and his companions due to the presence of their essence within Cell, which is derived from their cells. Although the current Cell pales in comparison to the artificial beings created by Dr. Gero, he still poses a significant threat to these young warriors. Once he absorbs numbers 17 and 18, he will surpass the original Lightning Cell by leaps and bounds, exceeding even the capabilities of Goku and his allies. Despite the dire circumstances unfolding below, Li Xiaolong refrained from intervening at this moment, believing that they must face some hardship to ultimately resolve the situation themselves. Without this crisis, how would they confront future challenges? If it is indeed Goku and his companions, he shall wait and observe their intentions, seeing that they had little to occupy themselves. Number 18 suggested they bide their time. Wait, 17, 18. This aura is extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing that of Goku and the others. We should leave at once. We stand no chance against it. Chapter 94. Delivering to your doorstep. As Cell's aura drew nearer, Number 16 discerned its strength with increasing clarity. A cold sweat breaking out as he urged the duo to flee. However, to his astonishment, 17 and 18 leapt from the vehicle, charging towards the source of Cell's energy. Truly, the audacity of the inexperienced. One can only hope they maintain such courage in the future. Li Xiaolong observed their reckless actions with disbelief. Knowing full well their adversary was stronger, they did not flee but instead rushed towards him. Even if they chose not to evade, they need not hasten their demise so eagerly. You need not go. It would be futile, as Cell would dispatch you in an instant. Why sacrifice your lives needlessly? They will be safe. I shall ensure their protection. Just as Number 16 prepared to abandon the vehicle and follow the pair, Li Xiaolong appeared beside him. What? When did he arrive? How is this possible? Just a glance renders me immobile. At that moment, confronted by Li Xiaolong's sudden presence, Number 16 was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, entirely unaware of his approach. After being met with Li Xiaolong's gaze, he found himself frozen, unable to comprehend the depth of such power. However, he instinctively ceased all movement. In this world, Number 16 also fell victim to Cell's wrath, and Li Xiaolong had no desire to see him sacrificed so easily, particularly since his demise had not yet been avenged by the warriors. Although saving Number 16 could be considered a change in history, it fell well within his authority. It was indeed unreasonable. Others could not alter history, yet he could. And remarkably, his alterations would not result in parallel timelines. This was one of the privileges of being the elite time patrol. The two individuals, noticing that Number 16 had neither followed nor attracted their attention, were struck by the thought that he might as well have perished, an impression skillfully implanted by Li Xiaolong, who directly infused them with the memory that Number 16 had already sacrificed himself. From now on, you shall be called Zhu Wujing. The original Number 16 has passed away. Li Xiaolong had effectively crafted a new identity for him, marking a rebirth of sorts. Furthermore, through the creation of laws, he endowed him with a corporeal form, thus ensuring his complete resurrection. Additionally, I have transformed your body into that of a human. From now on, you must diligently cultivate and protect the earth. With the newly created body, Zhu Wujing was now able to cultivate just like anyone else. Thank you for your gracious rebirth, my lord. Zhu Wujing expressed his gratitude upon sensing his transformation, feeling new knowledge of cultivation techniques bestowed upon him by Li Xiaolong. Meanwhile, Number 17, 18, and Cell were hastily converging. It was indeed 17 and 18, a stroke of luck, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure without effort. Little did they know how foolishly eager they were to walk into their demise. Upon seeing the approaching 17 and 18, Cell felt a joy surpassing that of winning a fortune. He had not anticipated that, upon sensing his aura, they would not flee but rather come straight toward him. Akin to leaping into the jaws of a dinosaur, a delightful gift from nature. What is happening? Who are you? Why do you possess the aura of Sun Wukong and the others? 17 questioned, his face a mask of confusion as he distinctly sensed the presence of Sun Wukong. 18, on the other hand, regarded Cell with disdain, feeling a profound sense of disgust, accompanied by an unsettling fear rising within her. Cell, perceiving the two before him as mere prey awaiting his delight, indulged in one of the common traits of Dragon Ball characters, boasting, "Today, I shall graciously reveal to you two failures. Haha, I am the ultimate android. Dr. Gero created me to conquer the entire Earth and the universe. I am the strongest in the cosmos, destined to become the emperor of the universe. And you two fools are merely a part of my ascension to completeness. Once I absorb you, no one in this universe will stand against me. Come, you fools, allow me to absorb you. You shall be honored to become a part of the cosmic emperor," Cell declared arrogantly, his gaze dismissively sweeping over the two as if they were inconsequential grains of dust. Such arrogance exists in this world, with individuals daring to aspire to dominate the entire universe, utterly oblivious to their own absurdity. What nonsense is this about the ultimate artificial being? With a visage so repulsive, how could one even contemplate absorbing us? Witnessing the pompous demeanor of Cell, number 18, already disgusted, could not contain her disdain. Get lost back to where you came from. I have no desire to take a life today. In contrast to the more composed number 18, number 17's temper flared, unleashing his formidable aura without reservation. Very well, indeed. How dare you speak to the Emperor of the Universe in such a manner? It seems you are blissfully unaware of my power, he declared. I shall proclaim to this world through your demise that the authority of the Universe Emperor is not to be trifled with by the likes of you. Their words seemed to strike a nerve within Cell, who then erupted with all his might. Golden flames of energy erupted from Cell, akin to a Super Saiyan transformation, scattering the clouds in the sky with his overwhelming force. What? This cannot be. Number 17 gasped in horror, taken aback by the sheer strength of his opponent. A power that rendered him nearly incapable of resistance under the immense pressure. Enough. Your part in this play has ended. It is time to sound your funeral dirge. Come forth. In an instant, Cell was before number 17. His chilling words felt like a death sentence, causing tremors within number 17's heart. With a resounding impact, Cell struck before number 17 could react, his fist landing squarely in number 17's abdomen. Ugh! Number 17 cried out, his body being launched away like a limp shrimp. As he soared through the air, Cell reappeared above him, delivering a crushing kick that sent number 17 plummeting to the earth like a falling star. The ground shook with a tremendous roar as dust and debris rose into the air. What a pitiful sight. Let this be a lesson to prevent such foolishness in the future, remarked Li Xiaolong nonchalantly, observing the aftermath unfold in mere moments. Number 18, still processing the rapid sequence of events, was shocked to see her brother struck down into the depths of the ground. Upon regaining her senses, number 18 rushed to confront Cell, her fury ignited at the sight of her brother's plight. Regrettably, her attacks appeared to Cell as if they were in slow motion, effortlessly evaded, and her vulnerabilities were swiftly exploited. In a flash, Cell executed another downward kick, striking number 18 in the back, sending her crashing into the earth as well. Chapter 95. Cell devours number 17 with a tremendous crash. A massive crater formed beside the one created by number 17, both fighters now buried deep within the ground, feeling as if their bodies were on the verge of disintegration. Damn it! 17 felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation surge within him, summoning every ounce of strength to soar into the sky. Had they not been androids endowed with boundless energy, the recent assault from Cell might have claimed their lives. The renowned prince's technique emerged as 17 ascended, unleashing a flurry of relentless attacks upon Cell. The onslaught of the prince's technique struck Cell with fervor, scattering energy blasts that obliterated the surrounding mountains and earth, rendering the landscape as though it had succumbed to apocalyptic devastation. Soon, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, obscuring Cell's form, prompting 17 to halt his assault, warily eyeing the dense fog. 18 struggled to emerge from the depths, equally vigilant towards the shroud of smoke. Had their efforts borne fruit? Was that fiend vanquished? Unfortunately, the duo was unfamiliar with the lore of Dragon Ball, unaware of the famed prince's technique and the law of smoke and injury. Had they known, they would have swiftly made their escape. Are you merely tickling me? Have you not eaten? Cell's voice resonated from within the smoke. As the haze gradually dissipated, Cell's silhouette materialized, revealing that although the prince's technique had struck him, it had barely grazed his skin, failing to penetrate even the aura surrounding him. How can this be? So formidable. It appears our demise is inevitable here, 17 thought, despair flooding his heart as he comprehended their impending doom. Enough of this farce, you two failures. It is time for your requiem. Allow me to compose your funeral dirge. Cell's chilling laughter echoed like a demon's whisper in their ears. As Cell advanced towards them, his footsteps stirred a tempest within their minds. Suddenly, a figure charged towards Cell with breathtaking speed. Solar flare. A blinding light erupted, reminiscent of the sun itself, rendering all present momentarily blinded to their surroundings. With a resounding crash, Cell was propelled backward from the surprise assault. His overconfidence was a contributing factor, but the assailant's flawless coordination also played a crucial role in their success. At that moment, the warriors finally arrived on the scene to rescue the two. But just as they began to lower their guard, another intense radiance ignited, catching the arriving fighters off guard. Cell, the instigator of chaos, paid no heed to the warriors. He approached 17, swiftly unfurling the tip of his tail into a grand absorbing apparatus, and in an instant, 17 was consumed whole. With 17 absorbed, Cell's power surged further, enveloped in a golden aura that seemed almost tangible. Haha, I am the strongest in the universe. Goku, are you prepared to face your doom? With a newfound might, Cell disregarded the fate of 18 and boldly declared war upon Goku and his allies. After absorbing his past self, Cell's power had already surpassed 9 billion. Following the assimilation of Android 17, his combat prowess skyrocketed to over 100 billion, ultimately reaching an astonishing 160 billion. Android 18 could not allow him to absorb any more, for if he did, Goku and the others would be utterly incapable of confronting him. Witnessing Cell consume Android 17 compelled Li Xiaolong to reconsider his stance, leading to the unfortunate fate of only Android 17 being injured. Alas, let Android 17 bear this loss. Given his nature, he would surely encounter hardship in the future regardless of this incident. With the completion of his consumption of Android 17, Cell's form underwent a transformation. The wings on his back grew larger and darker, their hardness significantly enhanced compared to before. His tail, which had previously protruded, retracted into his back, and his grotesque face became smoother, resembling that of a human. Haha, I am undeniably the strongest in the universe. I am the emperor of the cosmos. Goku, will you submit or face annihilation? Choose wisely, for my patience is limited. Cell roared with arrogant laughter, perceiving everyone around him as mere insignificance. Android 17. No, dear sister, I failed to protect you. Android 18 wept helplessly upon witnessing 17's demise at the hands of Cell. What a pathetic excuse for an artificial human, Cell. I find you utterly insufferable, daring to act so arrogantly before the Prince of Saiyans. Prepare for your demise. You should start shopping for a coffin. Upon hearing Cell's brazen words, Vegeta could not contain his disdain. He stepped forward, his demeanor icy, regarding Cell with the same contempt one might reserve for refuse. Oh, have you come to challenge me? This is yet another iconic scene from Dragon Ball. Alas, poor Tragic Tower is about to meet his fate. Seeing Vegeta rush forth to confront Cell ignited Li Xiaolong's curiosity, prompting him to prepare for the unfolding drama. The secondary protagonist in Dragon Ball has a notorious reputation for eagerly rushing into battles, only to be swiftly defeated, thus earning him the nickname Tragic Tower. While Vegeta possesses commendable qualities, his glaring flaw is his pride, which often leads to his downfall and endangers those around him. Though he is undeniably diligent, his Saiyan royal pride remains his Achilles heel, causing harm to many without affording him the power necessary to uphold such pride. In his previous life, Li Xiaolong admired Vegeta, yet he loathed his arrogance. This pride frequently led Vegeta to refuse merging with Goku to tackle crises, had he been willing to utilize the Metamoran fusion technique. Many of their challenges would have been rendered trivial. Alas, he has once again seized the initiative. What a pity. As a battle enthusiast, Goku felt immense frustration upon witnessing Vegeta snatch away his opportunity to confront Cell, lamenting that he had arrived too late. Goku, do not rush into everything. Being the first to face Cell may result in you losing a significant amount of luck. After Tragic Tower falls, your subsequent battle will yield minimal loss of fortune, even if you are defeated. As Li Xiaolong, an observer of the battle, heard Wukong's words, he began to mutter to himself, leaving Zhu Wujing, who stood beside him, utterly bewildered. He understood each word spoken, yet when they were woven together, their meaning eluded him. With a deeper exploration of the path of fate, Li Xiaolong had now begun to perceive the subtle fluctuations of fortune. Previously, he could not discern the impact of unrealized events on the fortunes of others. However, he could now momentarily glimpse the changes in fate that would occur if such hypothetical situations were to unfold. Chapter 96. The Tragic Tower of Speed. As Sun Wukong wallowed in frustration, the confrontation between Vegeta and Cell abruptly vanished from sight. Suddenly, the air erupted with intense clashes, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous sounds resonating above. Observing the two combatants still cautiously testing each other in midair, Li Xiaolong felt no desire to comment on their reckless behavior, particularly Vegeta's. Just moments ago, he had clearly sensed Cell's overwhelming aura. Yet now he was still probing Cell's strength as if in a state of normalcy, an audacious display of arrogance. Had his presence not graced this universe, it is likely that, as Cell had claimed, it would have succumbed to his dominion. plunging into a state of despair. After all, Cell's ability to absorb humanity would only render him stronger, potentially leaving the universe bereft of life. Humph, such flamboyance. Even at this juncture, you dare to present such theatrics to me? Begone. With a swift motion, a figure shot through the air, crashing heavily onto a mountain, causing the entire peak to collapse and shatter into countless fragments. Humph, truly pathetic. Is this all you've got, Vegeta? After exchanging a few blows with Vegeta, Cell grew weary of their playful sparring, effortlessly sending Vegeta flying with a single strike. Then disdainfully activating his taunting ability. Dear Vegeta, you are quite the pitiful one. Perhaps you should summon your beloved son Goku instead, according to Dr. Gero's data. He far surpasses your meager prowess. Li Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle at Cell's surprisingly polite demeanor, which reminded him of a certain individual whose retreat had caused a certain series to regress by 20 years. Ah, cursed android. You call yourself Cell, do you? You have successfully provoked my ire. Prepare yourself for a lesson, for you are woefully unaware of your own insignificance. Cell's words ignited Vegeta's fury. He could not tolerate being compared unfavorably to Son Goku. Though it was an undeniable truth, his pride as a Saiyan prince would not allow anyone, save for Beerus, to diminish it. With a furious determination, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged towards Cell. As he launched himself into the air, the remnants of the collapsed mountain crumbled further beneath his feet. Dare to insult me? I shall make you wish for death. Vegeta's eyes blazed with rage, as if possessed. The humiliation of being struck down by Cell was already unbearable, but the public mockery stoked the flames of his anger further. In an instant, he appeared at Cell's side, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Cell's midsection. Ah, my dear kidneys were unexpectedly assaulted by the arrogant Cell, who fell victim to a sudden strike from Vegeta, eliciting a painful gasp. Cursed be Vegeta for his underhanded tactics, attacking my kidneys without honor. Cell inhaled sharply. This blow served as a lesson to his overconfidence. Who would have thought Vegeta possessed such cunning? Even Bruce Lee found amusement in Vegeta's audacious attack on Cell's vulnerability. Humph, what a so-called universe's strongest warrior, in my eyes. You are merely a master of verbal bravado. Is that all you have? With his successful strike, Vegeta's bravado surged once more, revealing his unchanging nature. Although Vegeta's surprise attack inflicted some damage on Cell, it is worth noting that Cell is not solely composed of Saiyan cells. He also harbors Namekian genetics, renowned for their remarkable regenerative abilities. The minor injury inflicted by Vegeta was swiftly mended, and due to his Saiyan heritage, his strength was marginally enhanced. However, this slight increase was negligible for Cell, who remained oblivious to this Saiyan trait. Were Cell to discover this characteristic, it could spell catastrophic consequences for Goku and his companions. After recuperating, Cell recognized the terrifying speed of his regeneration and dismissed Vegeta as inconsequential. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you flourish with a mere glimmer of sunlight. To me, even a Super Saiyan is but a trifling nuisance. Come at me. If you manage to injure me again, I shall share your surname. Although Cell was exceedingly arrogant, he indeed had the grounds to boast on Earth, as long as no external forces intervened. What? Come and perish before me. After enduring yet another insult from Cell, Vegeta, who had just begun to feel prideful, erupted with rage, even experiencing a slight boost in his combat power due to his fury. The golden aura surrounding Vegeta intensified, charged with rage, as he unleashed a punch towards Cell. A cry of anguish echoed, yet it did not emanate from Cell. Instead, Cell seized Vegeta's incoming fist with a vice-like grip, causing Vegeta to feel as though his hand might be crushed. He let out a cry, desperately attempting to withdraw his fist from Cell's grasp. Humph, a waste of expression. Begone, Vegeta. Gripping Vegeta's fist, Cell spun him around like refuse before casting him aside, akin to a human projectile, sending Vegeta crashing into a mountain peak once more. Perhaps it would do him good to endure some hardship, preventing his reckless behavior in the face of danger, lest he continue to be the subject of ridicule as Speedy Vegeta. Yet, it seems he has yet to learn his lesson. Ah, well, perhaps after experiencing enough setbacks, he will finally grow. Witnessing Vegeta's dismal plight, Bruce Lee had no intention of intervening. Should Goku ultimately enter the fray, he might lend assistance. Alas, this tragic figure, Vegeta, consistently fails to learn from his experiences, inevitably endangering those around him. It seems that the time for Goku to take the stage has finally arrived, as the tragic tower is now incapable of further combat. Although this individual has yet to unleash his Super Saiyan 2 form, he has squandered his potential. Observing the tragic tower's withdrawal from the Super Saiyan state, Li Xiaolong begins to anticipate either Goku or Gohan stepping into the fray. Even if Vegeta were to transform into Super Saiyan 2, it would merely prolong his struggle under Cell's might. In this universe, Vegeta has inexplicably transformed into Super Saiyan 2 early on. Even Goku and Gohan have done so, surpassing most of their counterparts in other universes during the same period. However, despite reaching Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta is merely at the initial stage of this transformation, resulting in a combat power only twice that of Super Saiyan 1. Currently, Vegeta's base combat power exceeds 1 billion, and his Super Saiyan 2 form barely surpasses 1 trillion, still significantly trailing behind Cell. Moreover, he is gravely injured and unable to continue fighting. At present, Goku's Super Saiyan 2 power stands at over 1,300 billion, while Gohan's exceeds 1,500 billion, making Gohan the strongest fighter on Earth, not Goku. It is lamentable that such a promising Gohan, endowed with exceptional talent and the bloodline of both Saiyans and Earthlings, has ultimately fallen short. One can only wonder if he will heed my counsel. I truly hope he does not end up as another mere shadow of his potential. In Chapter 97, Cell's Super Saiyan 2, Li Xiaolong finally has the opportunity to observe the offspring of the union between Saiyans and Earthlings. He notes that although Gohan's Earthling bloodline is only half, its sealing power is diminished by nearly 3/4. The Earthling bloodline was originally crafted by Su Tianqing, a prominent figure in the celestial realm. Even a fraction of it is formidable, and with Gohan's half-Saiyan heritage, it creates a potent combination. It is no wonder that the hybrid offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings are so remarkably strong, providing a resolution to Li Xiaolong's long-standing queries. As Gohan prepares to engage Cell in battle, Goku steps forward first. Gohan, hold the line for me. This enemy is extraordinary. Should I falter? Your presence will help wear him down. You will make your entrance later, for safety's sake. This time, Goku does not underestimate the situation. He recognizes Cell's formidable power and transforms directly into Super Saiyan 2, ready to confront Cell head-on. Finally, this is more like it, Goku. Unlike that brash Vegeta, who seems to be preoccupied while facing me. How fitting that he now lies on the ground. Cell taunts, relishing the moment. Come on, Cell, let me experience your skills. Goku calmly responds, adopting a fighting stance. Huh, Cell exclaims, ceasing his banter, and mimics the transformation gestures of Goku and the others, followed by an unsettling sound emanating from his mouth. As the low, guttural roar of Shalu echoed forth, the ground became a tempest of flying sand and stones. Colossal boulders seemingly defying the pull of gravity, gradually floating into the air. A terrifying storm swept through the surroundings, causing trees to bend and scatter chaotically. In that moment, Shalu's form transformed, the golden aura enveloping him deepening in hue, taking on a tangible quality. Even the most formidable attacks could not penetrate this fiery mantle. His muscles swelled, veins bulging, and arcs of electricity danced within the golden flames, presenting an image of immense power. This marked Shalu's transformation into the Super Saiyan 2 form, Lightning Shalu. What? The warriors watching in awe were immediately intimidated by Shalu's overwhelming presence. His aura surpassed even that of Goku in his Super Saiyan 2 state. Ha ha ha, Son Goku. Behold the magnitude of my strength. What do you possess to challenge me? I shall inevitably become the emperor of the universe. Immersed in the intoxicating power of his transformation, Shalu reveled in his might. Yet, he was merely a slave to such power. This degree of strength was fleeting. Observing Shalu's arrogance, Li Xiaolong remained unfazed. His words were directed towards Zhu Wujing beside him, who, having received his own training, would not succumb to the same fate as Shalu. Master Wuzhu, do you truly not wish to intervene? I fear that Shalu is far stronger than Goku and the others. Is there no risk? 16. Now Zhu Wujing expressed his concern. However, after glancing at the composed Li Xiaolong, he fell silent. He could not fathom the extent of Li Xiaolong's power. But anyone capable of creating a physical form for him would undoubtedly be formidable, especially considering the myriad of powerful cultivation techniques swirling in his mind. It was evident that Master Wuzhu was destined for greatness. Rest assured, just observe. With me here, no calamity will befall us. Li Xiaolong held back a thought. Even if disaster were to strike, his strength would ensure protection. Although he was currently at the 8th tier, He could outmatch any ninth-tier individual, not the likes of the Kaioshin, but true combat prodigies of that level. Though Goku had the opportunity to strike first during Shalu's transformation, he, being Goku, held no desire for underhanded tactics. Should he fall, he would do so honorably. Come, Son Goku. Shalu felt a measure of respect for Goku's principles, thus refraining from further insults and charged toward him. Goku, too, surged forward with unwavering resolve, intent on safeguarding those he cherished. He unleashed a powerful hook, landing a solid blow on Shalu, who reciprocated with equal force. Both warriors staggered back before colliding once more. While Saiyan physiology surpassed that of Earthlings, they bore the flaw of their own physicality. Despite their overwhelming battle prowess upon transformation, their bodies remained vulnerable. Even moderately powerful technological weaponry could inflict harm upon them, indicating the necessity for rigorous physical training. As Li Xiaolong observed the battle, he finally recalled a particular weakness of the Saiyans. Their physical form was astoundingly fragile. In his universe, the Earthlings of the 01007 galaxy had experienced significant enhancements in their physical prowess, thanks to the dimensional techniques he had imparted. With the elevation of their realms, merely reaching the third or fourth stage of cultivation would enable them to rival the current incarnation of Goku in this universe. In contrast, Li Xiaolong's own physical capabilities had grown to an extraordinary level. Even standing still, he could withstand attacks from this universe's cell without so much as a scratch. It seemed imperative that he devise a technique for physical cultivation. Who knows what unforeseen benefits might arise. After absorbing Android 17, Cell boasted a combat power exceeding 200 billion, yet he could only manifest around 160 billion in battle, still unable to fully harness that power. Li Xiaolong pondered as he watched the fight unfold. Although it appeared that Cell possessed exceptional talent, mastering Goku's techniques and those of others with just a glance was only feasible due to the vast reservoir of data supporting him and the Saiyan cells he had acquired. However, merely possessing Saiyan cells was insufficient for mastering one's own power. It required relentless self-discipline and refinement. Otherwise, Cell would not have become a slave to his own strength. At the very least, he could serve as a formidable asset. Li Xiaolong did not intend to eliminate or transport Cell. Instead, he envisioned him training and safeguarding Earth within this 01007 galaxy. Under his guidance, Cell would undoubtedly experience remarkable growth, ensuring that, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be capable of providing some measure of defense. The sounds of battle echoed through the air, punctuated by Goku's iconic battle cries. Despite Goku's relentless onslaught, his attacks were still effortlessly countered by Cell. With an air of composure, Cell navigated Goku's barrage of punches like a gentleman amidst a battlefield, and were it not for his grotesque appearance, one might mistake him for a true nobleman. However, as time passed, the smile faded from Cell's visage. His patience began to wane. Initially, he sought to gauge Goku's limits, but instead found himself confronted with a mere series of basic punches and kicks, far from the spectacle he had anticipated. With a furious roar, Cell channeled his power into his fist, launching a powerful strike that sent Goku hurtling through the air. Despite Goku's swift defensive posture, the disparity in their combat prowess was overwhelming. Even with advanced preparation, he was sent crashing away by Cell's blow. The surrounding mountains trembled in response, uncertain which peak would be the next to crumble. Goku collided with several mountains before finally halting his retreat. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he regarded Cell with newfound seriousness. You truly are a formidable opponent, Cell. Just now, I thought Vegeta's defeat was merely due to his carelessness, yet it seems he was bested fairly. Son Wukong, you are indeed a remarkable martial artist. Were you not my intended target, perhaps we could have forged a friendship. Alas, such an extraordinary warrior is destined to meet his demise at my hands. The two began to extol each other's virtues, sharing a moment of mutual admiration. Indeed, you are far superior to that worthless Vegeta. Regrettably, he shall never surpass you, for both of you are fated to perish. The Earth will be obliterated alongside you. So, if you wish to annihilate the Earth, you must first defeat me, huh? Wukong's calm gaze turned serious. He would not permit anyone to harm those he cherished or destroy the world he vowed to protect. In an instant, Wukong teleported behind Cell, but as his fist struck, it met Cell's own. Have you forgotten, Wukong? I possess the same abilities you do. There's no need for such tricks, Cell sneered, effortlessly blocking Wukong's sudden assault. Realizing his first strike had failed, Wukong quickly teleported away from Cell at such close range. A single blow from Cell could gravely injure him or expose him to a surprise attack from Cell's tail. As Wukong moved to his next location, Cell similarly teleported behind him, ready to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, Wukong sensed the danger in time, teleporting away again and launching another offensive against Cell. This time, Wukong's attack proved effective. Had Cell been more adept with his teleportation, he might have dodged it. Wukong's fist struck true against Cell's side, sending him hurtling away like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. After shattering several mountain peaks, Cell finally came to a halt, blood trickling from his mouth. Wukong's solid strike had evidently inflicted considerable harm. Despite the pain, Cell bore through it, and, seizing the moment when Wukong relaxed his guard, teleported once more, landing a punch that sent Wukong flying again. This time, Wukong did not crash into a mountain peak, but was propelled high into the sky by the force of Cell's blow. Wukong strained to sense Cell's energy, but it seemed to vanish into thin air. No matter how hard he searched, he could not locate it. Below, Krillin anxiously watched Wukong from the ground. Hearing Krillin's warning, Wukong quickly regained control of his trajectory, vanishing in an instant. Cell's fist struck the very spot where Wukong had just been, the space itself seeming as though it might shatter from the impact. You are as slippery as an eel. Very well, I shall not pursue you. You surely have people you care about, thought Cell, his patience waning as Wukong evaded his attacks time and again. He glanced down at the spectators below, preparing to eliminate them first. Cell. Wukong's furious roar echoed, ignited by Cell's intentions. The sight of Cell's malevolence enraged him further, and he charged at Cell. Cell, witnessing Wukong's fury, revealed a wicked smile. He cared not for morality, only for the fulfillment of his own ambitions. This fellow is indeed malevolent. Regarding Cell's actions, Zhu Wujing instinctively feels a sense of repulsion, which is understandable given that he sacrificed himself to save androids 17 and 18 in the original timeline. If you find him intolerable, then focus on your training. There are multiple universes and countless cells exist. When you become sufficiently powerful, you may vanquish those cells. And of course, you will witness the original, favorable conclusion. Observing Zhu Wujing's reaction, Li Xiaolong encouraged him, noting that the cell of this universe could not be defeated by him, at least not in the immediate future. However, that may change. As Li Xiaolong did not intend to modify Cell. Instead, he sought merely to enlighten him and purify his malevolent heart. The rest would depend on Cell's subsequent training. At this moment, Goku had showcased nearly all of his abilities, including the afterimage technique. Yet he found that not only did it fail to inflict any damage on Cell, but it also allowed Cell to acquire techniques not cataloged in his data. Subsequently, Cell utilized the techniques learned from Goku to counter him, causing Goku considerable distress. With a resounding crash, Goku slammed into the ground, creating a radiating crater. Cell soared above, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Fortunately, just as Cell was about to land, Goku employed instant transmission to evade the attack. The crater, struck by Cell's assault, resembled one impacted by an asteroid, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Had Li Xiaolong not shielded the Earth, Cell's strike might have obliterated this universe's planet. However, none observed the anomaly, as the battle was intensely fierce, and few would notice such details amidst the chaos. Chapter 98. Gohan enters the fray. How infuriating. This scoundrel has mastered my father's techniques. Gohan, watching the battle, was filled with rage. Cell was utterly vexing. Possessing not only immense power, but also an extraordinary capacity to learn, he had quickly assimilated Goku's techniques. After a prolonged clash, Goku began to feel fatigued and distanced himself, adopting Vegeta's royal fighting style. Ha, 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 humph. Childish tricks, Cell scoffed, deploying a protective barrier. The barrage of energy blasts merely caused a slight change in the barrier's hue. Is this where your journey ends, Son Goku? If so, allow me to conclude this tedious battle. Rest assured, they will accompany you. Cell commenced his taunts. How dare you, Cell? Don't get too cocky. Kamehameha. Goku summoned his remaining strength, unleashing the Kamehameha wave, a brilliant blue beam surging towards Cell like a rushing torrent. Very well, let us see who is stronger, Cell declared, retracting his barrier and responding with his own Kamehameha. The left side has always lost in the clash of waves. Out comes the pig. Goku, your positioning is flawed this time, and you are inherently weaker than this current Cell, Li Xiaolong remarked. uttering words incomprehensible to Zhu Wujing. Indeed, as soon as Li Xiaolong's words faded, Cell's Kamehameha began to push Goku's back. Goku attempted to increase his output, yet his stamina had already waned, preventing him from doing so. Ultimately, Goku was propelled away by Cell's Kamehameha. Even as he fell from the sky, he reverted to his normal state, but fortunately, Gohan caught him just in time. Despite having battled for an extended period, Goku was exhausted, yet Cell appeared unaffected, not even breathing heavily. This was the power of Android 17's infinite energy core. Haha, I am the strongest being in the universe. Who among you dares to challenge me? Cell boasted arrogantly, his arms outstretched in the air. At this moment, Cell resembled a tyrant, as ever since the demise of the three-surname individual, he regarded everyone as mere pawns. You dare harm my father, Cell? Your demise is imminent. After entrusting Goku to Krillin, Gohan stepped forward and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing his staggering battle power of 14.5 billion. The audacity of Cell's laughter in the air was abruptly interrupted by Gohan's imposing aura. Son Gohan, I did not expect you to be even more formidable than Son Goku. Alas, you are still no match for me. Come and fight. In Cell's database, Gohan was not deemed as powerful as Goku, which is why he had consistently overlooked him. The sheer might of Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 transformation left Cell momentarily stunned. Had his own power not surpassed Gohan's, he might have resorted to feigning weakness to elicit Gohan's mercy. Without uttering a word, Gohan swiftly teleported beside Cell and sent him flying, continuing to unleash a barrage of instant transmission attacks before Cell could regain his bearings, batting him around like a ball. Well done, Gohan. Piccolo, the guardian of the Sun family, praised Gohan's decisive actions without reservation. Enough. Enraged by Gohan's relentless assault, Cell's fury caused a slight surge in his power, allowing him to break free from Gohan's grasp. Had he not possessed Piccolo's cells, Gohan's earlier onslaught might have proven catastrophic. Damn it, I nearly faltered. Cell glared menacingly at Gohan, a wave of trepidation washing over him, calming his previously brash demeanor. Gohan, this is more like it. Your potential has yet to be fully realized. I will not allow you to become simply a scholar. Observing Gohan's performance, Li Xiaolong felt immense satisfaction. He had resolved to ensure Gohan trains diligently, even if it meant persuading Chi-Chi to support that endeavor. Gohan's inclination to become a scholar stemmed partly from Chi-Chi's nurturing influence, instilling in him an aspiration for academic excellence. Furthermore, Goku's frequent training sessions contributed to Gohan's voracious appetite, a trait inherited from his Saiyan lineage. With both Goku and Gohan's insatiable hunger, even the wealth bestowed upon Chi-Chi by the Ox King would soon dwindle. Moreover, with Goten's arrival, Chi-Chi's desire for Gohan to secure a scholarly path to contribute financially became even stronger. Once these matters were resolved, and Chi-Chi was persuaded, she would likely acquiesce. As for Gohan, he was no longer a mere child. Li Xiaolong smirked mischievously as he watched Gohan engage in battle with Cell. Oh, why does the smile of Lord Wuzu appear so malevolent? It seems rather terrifying, causing Zhu Wujing to shrink back in fear, though he dares not voice his thoughts. On the battlefield, the figures of Gohan and Cell shift continuously, transforming the entire sky into their arena. The dreadful shockwaves emanate outward with each collision between them. It appears that Cell is growing increasingly adept in battle, gradually mastering the combat prowess that he previously could not harness. Only Gohan and Cell have recognized this development. Gohan is eager for a swift resolution. Otherwise, the longer the fight drags on, the more likely Cell will overwhelm him. Initially contemplating how to intervene, Gohan finds that Cell has already devised a solution for himself. Li Xiaolong had intended to subtly enhance Cell's abilities should both sides be evenly matched. Yet before he could act, Cell had begun to grow stronger on his own. Should he employ the Great Demon Dragon, the Buddha's Palm, or perhaps the Heavenly Silkworm Foot? At this moment, Li Xiaolong finds himself torn over what method to use for his intervention. The Great Demon Dragon? The Buddha's Palm? The Heavenly Silkworm Foot? Such names sound incredibly imposing, piquing Zhu Wujing's curiosity as he overhears Li Xiaolong's musings. Study well. All of these techniques are part of your legacy. Li Xiaolong responds without turning to face Zhu Wujing. Why is this Saiyan child so formidable? My combat power far exceeds his. Yet he can still engage me in a fierce struggle. Despite growing increasingly proficient, Cell remains astonished by Gohan's strength. Just as Cell becomes distracted, Gohan seizes the opportunity and delivers a powerful punch to Cell's abdomen. Cell is sent flying like a bowstring-released shrimp, coughing up blood from the impact. Seizing this advantageous moment, Gohan follows up with a sweeping kick to Cell's head, leaving Cell's mind reeling and propelling him further away. As Gohan instantaneously positions himself above Cell, preparing to strike again, Cell reacts quickly, activating his protective shield. With the shield in place, Cell is akin to a rubber ball, sent soaring by Gohan's blow. However, once Cell stabilizes himself, an expression of surprise crosses his face, while Gohan's countenance grows grave. Chapter 99. The Buddha's palm to the rescue. Has he finally realized? Observing the expressions of Gohan and Cell, Li Xiaolong understands that Cell has discerned the Saiyan characteristic of increasing combat power after recovering from severe injuries. Indeed, the two blows Gohan landed moments ago had severely wounded Cell. Had he not activated his shield in time, Gohan could have potentially defeated him. Haha, son Gohan. You've realized it, haven't you? You're still far from defeating me. This is the trait of your Saiyan kind. I assent it. Recovering from grave wounds enhances your combat power. What do you have to contend with me? Cell has assimilated the genetic material of Piccolo, and after his recent grievous injuries, he swiftly recuperated, discovering that his combat prowess had surged by several million units. Previously, he had not noticed this enhancement, as his earlier wounds were quite minor. However, following this severe injury, he finally recognized this particular trait. Cursed be this wretch. He has once again grown more formidable. Gohan, witnessing the audacity of Cell, felt his face turn a shade of green with fury. He was well aware that Saiyans experience an increase in power upon recovering from significant wounds, and thus, upon observing Cell's behavior, he understood that calamity was at hand. Although Gohan too could leverage this characteristic to amplify his combat abilities, he lacked the advantage of possessing Piccolo's cells, which would allow for rapid recovery, unless, of course, he were to consume a Senzu bean. Yet, the Senzu beans in their universe had long been depleted by Yajirobe, leaving only remnants for dire situations. Just as Gohan prepared to launch another assault on Cell, the latter made a sudden move. He concentrated a beam of energy and unleashed it upon his own chest, causing his aura to rapidly diminish. However, thanks to Piccolo's cells, he quickly regained his strength, resulting in a further significant augmentation of his combat power, potentially by tens of millions. In truth, much of Cell's newfound power stemmed from abilities he had previously been unable to harness, and while the newly acquired strength remained beyond his control, it manifested as an apparent increase in his overall prowess. Gohan recognized the gravity of the situation and instantaneously teleported beside Cell, ready to strike. But Cell cunningly evaded him by teleporting away. A comical scene unfolded as Gohan and Cell darted through the air, engaging in rapid teleportation. While Cell continuously inflicted harm upon himself, his aura fluctuated wildly, yet the most potent energy continued to swell. How infuriating! This fiend refuses to confront him head-on. Gohan, overwhelmed with frustration and rage, could only watch helplessly as Cell grew stronger, feeling utterly unable to catch up. Fueled by this indignation and anger, Gohan's power surged to over 170 billion, surpassing Cell's previous strength by 100 billion. Yet, Cell's power continued to escalate, reaching a terrifying 200 billion, widening the chasm between them. Boom! Just as Gohan was in pursuit of Cell, the latter abruptly reversed direction and delivered a devastating blow to Gohan's face. Gasp! Caught off guard, Gohan was severely injured by this strike and plummeted heavily to the ground. Floating high in the sky, Cell clasped his hands together, forming the signature pose for the Kamehameha wave, as a brilliant blue light emanated from his palms, preparing to deliver a final blow to the fallen Gohan. Gohan. Upon witnessing this dire moment, the warriors rushed forward, intent on attacking the charging Cell. Alas, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Even Piccolo's current strength paled in comparison to Cell's. The aura radiating from Cell was so formidable that it repelled all who dared approach. It was time to intervene. The time for the Relay Palm had come. Watch closely, Wujing, and learn well. Recognizing that the others were powerless to resist, Li Xiaolong deemed it time to make his entrance. Rising to his feet, he pressed his hands into the void. Boom, boom, boom. The sky, once clear and serene, suddenly erupted with thunderous roars and flashes of lightning, as a colossal vortex emerged in the heavens, seemingly heralding the arrival of some dreadful entity. Those ensnared at the heart of the vortex suddenly realized they were bound, their bodies immobile, save for the flicker of thought. High above, the radiant aura surrounding Cell dissipated, and he plummeted toward the earth, maintaining his charged stance. This immense pressure did not spare the gravely injured Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta. Even Vegeta was compelled to awaken under such overwhelming force. Monstrous fiend, how dare you inflict harm here, showing utter disregard for my authority. Behold my divine palm. A transcendent voice resonated through the air, causing Cell to feel as if his very being would shatter upon hearing it. Despite his immobility, terror flooded Cell's eyes. Following this ethereal utterance, the oppressive force intensified, and the vast vortex trembled, revealing a resplendent golden light. A titanic golden hand gradually emerged, eliciting expressions of horror from all who beheld it. Once the hand fully materialized from the vortex, its sheer enormity became apparent. It seemed to encompass the very sky, with intricate patterns visible upon its surface, akin to the size of the entire Earth. Yet, all they could glimpse were the minute gaps between its fingers, unable to perceive the hand in its entirety at first. As the palm continued to magnify before their eyes, they could discern the pores upon it, and then the very cells that comprised it. In that moment, the onlookers ceased all thoughts, closing their eyes in anticipation of their fates. No, I cannot perish yet. Cell roared inwardly, for he was the target of this immense hand. The pressure bearing down upon him compressed him into a mere mass of flesh. And had he been able to vocalize, his cries would have echoed across the globe. Fortunately for Cell, his core remained intact. But darkness soon enveloped him as consciousness slipped away. As the massive hand descended, it vanished into the void, yet behind Cell, a colossal mountain shaped like a hand materialized. Ultimately, the divine radiance that adorned the hand cascaded over the assembled crowd, instilling a profound sense of relief. Every discomfort seemed to evaporate, even reviving the gravely wounded Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta. When the divine light enveloped Cell, it transformed him, and the once mighty vortex above radiated an intense divine brilliance, from which a beam of light descended, revealing the figure of Li Xiaolong as he gracefully descended before them. Wow, who are you? So cool. Amidst the astonishment, Goku approached Li Xiaolong, playfully scratching the back of his head and laughing heartily, exuding an air of familiarity. Just as I thought, you haven't changed. Li Xiaolong smiled knowingly at Goku, and upon witnessing his smile, the previously tense crowd began to feel a sense of ease. All right, everyone can rest assured, for I am here to save you. By the way, my name is Li Xiaolong, though many refer to me as the martial ancestor. Here is a small token of our first meeting. Feel free to accept it without hesitation. Chapter 100. The uniqueness of the Time-Space Patrol team noticing the anxious gazes directed at him. Li Xiaolong retrieved a bulging bag from his ring amidst the astonishment of the crowd. He handed the bag to Wukong, indicating that he should take a look. Wow, it's actually a bag full of divine beings. Wukong exclaimed upon seeing the contents, prompting everyone to rush over for a closer inspection. Indeed, it was a remarkable sight. A bag tall enough to stand beside a person, brimming with divine beings. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such an abundance of divine beings was truly astonishing. However, for those present, the weight of the bag was of little concern, as they were accustomed to splitting a single divine being in half for use. They had never experienced such prosperity before. In fact, Li Xiaolong had many more bags of divine beings stored within his ring, but one bag was more than sufficient for their needs. He intended to distribute the others to warriors from different universes in due course. After acquiring the cultivation method for the divine beings from the cat immortal, Li Xiaolong diligently refined the process, resulting in a yield that multiplied several times over. Yet, he was not content with merely this. He aspired to mass-produce divine beings to prepare for the current scenario. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong secretly established a planet in a space near the divine realm, where he assigned numerous robots and members of the Wuda tribe to oversee the cultivation of these divine beings. The entire planet was now filled with divine beings, granting his followers a newfound freedom in their abundance. Each of his subordinates had access to dozens of divine beings, and it was worth noting that he also had people from the southern galaxy under his command. Moreover, the storage ring he possessed was crafted based on the knowledge of forging he had acquired, combined with the technology of the universal capsule. Though only a limited batch of several hundred had been produced before he entered seclusion, his current avatar had not forged any, but had entrusted the relevant technology to Dr. Briefs for mass production, as the storage ring offered far greater convenience than the universal capsule. The world, influenced by his creations and guidance, was gradually evolving towards the reality he remembered. While the crowd remained engrossed in their astonishment at the divine beings, a knowing smile crept across Li Xiaolong's lips. Indeed, possessing the identity of a member of the Time-Space Patrol meant that even altering history would not spawn parallel timelines. Moreover, by bestowing divine beings upon Wukong, he had not attracted the attention of the Omni King. It seemed that this identity could serve as a strategic advantage for many future endeavors. It was no mere whim that led Li Xiaolong to gift Wukong the divine beings. He had remained vigilant throughout, prepared to activate a teleportation array to escape beyond the realm of the Omni King should his gaze fall upon him. After waiting for a considerable time without the emergence of a parallel universe or drawing the Omni King's attention, Li Xiaolong's mind began to race with possibilities. In the universe known as Cosmic Cycle 01007, created by the One King as the sole universe before its cataclysm, lies the most pivotal and central realm, where the attention and might of the One King are concentrated. Thus, many matters required Li Xiaolong to proceed methodically. Even the forces he cultivated had to remain concealed within the Veiled Star. Now that he has discerned the advantages of his unique identity as a member of the Time and Space Patrol, he is determined to exploit this opportunity. Xiaolong, you seem quite joyful, remarked Wukong, who approached just in time to see Li Xiaolong smiling. He promptly expressed his gratitude once again. For Li Xiaolong had not only saved them all, but had also bestowed upon them a considerable number of Senza beans. Xiaolong, perhaps you should take some of these Senza beans back with you. They must be of great significance to you as well. It feels rather inappropriate for us to accept such a large quantity in one go, said Piccolo, his face turning green with astonishment. Indeed, Uncle Xiaolong, Gohan chimed in, reverting to his somewhat bashful demeanor. The group now addressed Li Xiaolong with a newfound warmth, no longer using his full name. All right, Wukong, Gohan, Piccolo. There's no need for further discussion. I have plenty more of these Senza beans in large bags. The reason I only gave you one bag is that I fear you might become overly reliant on them. You must understand that there are injuries in this world that even Senza beans cannot heal. Sensing that the others were about to persuade him further, Li Xiaolong deftly shifted the topic. What? There are injuries that Senza beans cannot heal? What kind of formidable being could inflict such wounds? Wukong, filled with battle spirit, became intrigued not by the nature of the wounds, but by the potential adversary responsible for them. Wukong, your path has deviated, although it may be suitable for you Saiyans. However, once your combat power reaches the level of Jing, if you continue to train in this manner, you will forever remain stagnant at this stage and unable to progress. Seizing the opportune moment, Li Xiaolong broached the subject of the limits of mortal cultivation. What level is Jing? Wukong appeared perplexed by this term. Dad, it's exponentially stronger than your current transformation, Gohan promptly clarified. Such power, and it's just in their normal state. Imagine how formidable their combat power must be when transformed. Wukong's focus once again shifted back to the notion of strength, neglecting the issue of stagnation. Wukong, it seems your focus has strayed. Piccolo, ever the voice of reason, interjected. Then, Xiaolong, what knowledge do you possess that you could impart to us? Piccolo understood that Li Xiaolong would not have raised this issue without purpose. There must be something he wished to convey. I must once again mention my title of martial ancestor. To be frank with you, I am from Earth. And the reason I am honored with the title of martial ancestor is that I have propagated martial arts on Earth in our universe. Many Earthlings from our universe are now far stronger than the mightiest among you, Gohan, and I am their messenger. What? Xiaolong, you are actually from Earth? It turns out Earthlings can be so powerful. As Li Xiaolong conversed with Wukong, the warriors gathered around, and Krillin, upon learning that Li Xiaolong was an Earthling, exclaimed in astonishment. He perceived a glimmer of hope, although he had previously been regarded as the strongest Earthling due to his talent. The widening gap between himself and Wukong and the others had plunged him into profound despair. No matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not catch up to the Saiyans. Now, hearing that Li Xiaolong was an Earthling who was leading his fellow Earthlings towards strength, Krillin felt a renewed sense of hope, hence his emotional reaction. Xiaolong, what are the other universes? Inquisitive as ever, Bulma, the genius scientist, was focused on a different aspect than the others. There exists not just one universe, but many. Some are parallel universes, while others are entirely distinct realms. I hail from a parallel universe that bears resemblance to yours. Upon Bulma's interjection, Li Xiaolong patiently elucidated, for in his universe, he had long regarded Bulma as a prospective daughter-in-law, and as the female protagonist of Dragon Ball, he naturally held her in high esteem, albeit in an appreciative manner. Trunks, you originate from a timeline parallel to this universe, Li Xiaolong addressed Trunks, who, upon having his lineage uncovered, felt a surge of anxiety and prepared to flee. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Li Xiaolong. Calm down, Trunks, there is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I merely wish to impart that traversing time and space is a grave transgression, one that the gods do not permit. Your arrival has altered the history of this universe, thus giving rise to the parallel timeline you inhabit. Observing Trunks' reaction, Li Xiaolong sought to reassure him. That dire timeline you came from still has many trials ahead. Hence, you have not merely traversed time. Rather, you have crossed into a universe whose history was identical to that of your parallel timeline prior to your arrival. Even if you alter the history of this universe, the history of your own will remain unchanged. What? I cannot believe it. It is impossible. Does that mean all my efforts were in vain? Trunks, clearly in disbelief, struggled to accept this revelation. He had endured tremendous hardship to arrive here, and his mother had poured her heart and soul into the endeavor, only to find that it yielded nothing in the end. Now, Trunks, take a moment to collect yourself. I will assist you in resolving the challenges faced by your universe. You need not worry. Given his advantageous position as a member of the Time Patrol, Li Xiaolong was determined to aid Trunks and potentially recruit a number of individuals to his side. Indeed, a win-win situation. Xiaolong, please tell us how to become stronger and the correct path to cultivation. I believe that with your guidance, Trunks will also be able to resolve the predicaments of the future timeline. Piccolo, feeling anxious, spoke up, for he too had been left far behind by Wukong and the others. Each time he witnessed the Saiyans' progress, a sense of discomfort washed over him. Now that he recognized the hope of catching up, he eagerly wished to learn the method of cultivation as soon as possible. Indeed, Ternanx, with my guidance, even in my absence, you shall navigate those predicaments alone. Observing the lingering worry and sorrow on Ternanx's face, Li Xiaolong offered words of comfort. Now, let us discuss your cultivation challenges. Although your method of harnessing energy is markedly more advanced than that of individuals across the cosmos, there exists a ceiling to your potential, and your baseline combat abilities evolve rather sluggishly. However, should you embrace the cultivation techniques I impart, your prowess will soar exponentially. Li Xiaolong referred to the eternal life technique and the dimensional method, both fundamental to cultivation. Once mastered, these techniques will facilitate rapid advancement for you, as you are indeed prodigies among Earthlings. As for the Saiyans, they must gradually cultivate the eternal life technique before progressing to the dimensional method. Among the assembly, Li Xiaolong held particular admiration for Gohan. Although the bloodline of Earthlings in this universe 01007 is not as potent as that in universe 01007, Gohan possesses the lineage of celestial beings. With diligent cultivation and enhancement, his future remains boundless, especially since only a quarter of the great bloodline seal is intact. Upon entering the dimensional method, one ascends to the first tier of dimension, with a total of 12 tiers available. The deity occupies the first tier, yet his dimension was inherited rather than earned through personal cultivation, rendering him relatively weak. Should one cultivate and elevate their dimension independently, every facet of their being would experience substantial enhancement, at least a tenfold increase. Moreover, as your dimension ascends, your physical form will accommodate greater amounts of vital energy, thus erasing any limitations to your advancement, barring a dimensional stagnation at a certain realm. It is noteworthy that your combat strength reflects the manifestation of energy within your bodies, akin to vital energy transforming into a force expressed in your combat capabilities. Upon reaching the 5th tier of dimensional ascension, your vital energy will coalesce into divine power. When an individual inherits a divine status, it grants them a corresponding dimension but does not transmute their internal vital energy into divine power. However, if they attain a higher divine status, they may inherit the intrinsic laws associated with it. The reason destroyer gods surpass Supreme Kai is that they have attained a considerable dimension through personal cultivation before inheriting their divine status, which also comes with the formidable power of destruction laws. Thus, the amalgamation of these factors establishes the destroyer gods as the mightiest entities in the universe. Yet, Those who inherit divine status are simultaneously empowered and constrained by it. The Omni King, in a bid to prevent the emergence of formidable beings that might betray the universe, has imposed restrictions on the innate talents of all beings within the system. Furthermore, he selects only the most exceptional talents to inherit divine statuses, ensuring they remain under his watchful gaze, while manipulating their divine statuses to further limit their cultivation potential, all the while maintaining control over the universe and eliminating any rising threats. Furthermore, he has also created parallel universes and timelines, such that each emergence of parallel dimensions weakens the beings within the universe. Under the weight of this triple diminishment, he firmly believes that events akin to the First and Second World Wars will never reoccur. In truth, all of the king's endeavors are aimed at restoring his complete form and seeking vengeance upon the hidden Su Tianqing. Regrettably, he remains oblivious to the emergence of Li Xiaolong, who is steadily undermining his foundations. It turns out there are numerous realms of existence. How magnificent this is! I yearn to engage in combat with these formidable beings. After listening to Li Xiaolong's elucidation, Wukong felt a surge of aspiration. Moreover, I must caution you that your previous assumptions were misguided. You have underestimated the other inhabitants of Earth. The erasure of their memories post-resurrection and the denial of martial arts access are grave oversights. I wish to inform you that many among them possess innate talents surpassing your own. If given the opportunity to cultivate, they would swiftly catch up to you, thus preventing the isolation you currently face in times of crisis. Li Xiaolong is determined to cease the patronizing protection of Earthlings as if they were mere sheep. Among them lie numerous prodigies. By imparting martial techniques, it will not be long before individuals capable of rivaling Saiyans emerge. Additionally, I will establish an institution under the Earth's monarchy dedicated to teaching cultivation. Wukong, you shall be the chief administrator of this institution, which will also provide you considerable assistance. Li Xiaolong will not mince words with the king of this world. He intends to demonstrate his might to compel this so-called monarch to promote martial arts, magic, and technology. He plans to assign individuals to oversee affairs in this universe, with the first newcomers joining the Time Patrol, subsequently managing Earth and expanding from there into the cosmos. This is one of the benefits he has discovered about the Time Patrol, and it aligns with his earlier plans. Unexpectedly, this realm of time appears to be one of the contingencies left by the king for himself, and it has fortuitously fallen into my hands. Since we are destined to confront each other, I shall not hold back. Initially, he was reluctant to join the Time Patrol, yet he never anticipated that doing so would yield such substantial advantages. Chapter 102. I am Cell, the Cosmic Overlord. Krillin, you must diligently cultivate from now on. Do not succumb to discouragement. Li Xiaolong turned to Krillin, holding high hopes for him. Just moments ago, he had utilized a fortune-telling technique to glimpse Krillin's destiny, discovering that his fortune is gradually ascending. It is likely that with the right teachings, he could attain a purple fortune. And even gold is not beyond the realm of possibility. Gohan, among all these individuals, I have the highest expectations for you. I hope you will cultivate earnestly and not squander your extraordinary talents. I understand your mother has always wished for you to become a scholar, but scholars may not be equipped to handle the impending crises. He turned his gaze toward Gohan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder as he began to counsel him. Gohan is still young and has yet to reach a stage where change is nearly impossible. However, he appears somewhat conflicted at this moment. Rest assured, I shall speak to your mother. Do you not aspire to be as formidable as Uncle Xiaolong? Did you witness the technique he just demonstrated? With diligent practice, you too can master such skills. Once you become a strong individual, many endeavors will become remarkably effortless. Li Xiaolong had activated his persuasive charm, exerting considerable effort to prevent Wu Fan from becoming a mere shadow of his former self. Was it that technique, the descending palm strike? I wish to learn it. Currently, Wu Fan is quite impressionable, or rather, easily guided, and he is deeply intrigued by Li Xiaolong's descending palm technique. At this moment, a crowd gathered around Li Xiaolong, engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Cell, who had been subdued by Li Xiaolong. Meanwhile, within Cell's mind, a tempest of thoughts surged. I am Cell, the most formidable artificial warrior in the universe, meticulously designed by Dr. Gero, integrating the genes of numerous powerful beings, including Saiyans, Frieza, and the Demon King Piccolo. My existence is predicated on becoming the sovereign of the universe, compelling all life forms to submit to my will. I possess unparalleled intelligence, overwhelming combat prowess, and the ability to regenerate. No harm can utterly vanquish me. My ambition is to surpass all Saiyans, to be the strongest entity in the cosmos. In pursuit of this goal, I continuously evolve and grow stronger. I augment my might by absorbing humans and even unlock the power of Super Saiyans through the absorption of other Saiyans. I believed myself invincible until I encountered my lifelong adversary, Li Xiaolong, who is now my master. Son Goku, a Saiyan warrior of unfathomable strength, consistently unleashes astounding power at pivotal moments. Our battles are fiercely intense, each clash resounding throughout the universe. Yet, just as I believe victory is within my grasp, Goku always retaliates with even greater force. I am reluctant to accept defeat. I am enraged and vow to utterly conquer Goku. Thus I evolved. My strength reached unprecedented heights, and I was convinced that this time, I would dominate the universe. However, fate has a penchant for irony. Just as I prepared to deliver the final blow to Goku, his son, Gohan, unexpectedly unleashed a remarkable power. It turns out that Gohan harbors the purest essence of Saiyan strength, which had remained dormant until now. In Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 state, I was thoroughly suppressed, my power rendered insignificant before him. I was unwilling to concede, filled with fury, and roared in defiance. Yet ultimately, I was defeated by Gohan. Yet again, fate played its cruel joke. Just as I was poised to strike the final blow to Gohan, a palm strike descended from the heavens, casting me to the ground, and that individual became my master. It was utterly absurd. I, Cell, the cosmic overlord, was ultimately vanquished by a young Earthling. My tale serves as a reminder to all, no matter how immense one's power may be, it can always be eclipsed by an even greater force. Yet, I, Cell, shall not concede defeat so easily. I will diligently cultivate my strength upon this earth, patiently awaiting the opportunity for retribution. I seek vengeance against Son Wukong and Gohan. As for my master, I bear no animosity towards him. I am his most loyal subordinate. This is the tale of me, Cell, a warrior who never surrenders. Although I have faltered now, I firmly believe that one day I shall rise again and become the true sovereign of the universe. If Li Xiaolong were to hear my heartfelt sentiments, he would undoubtedly retort, "You must strive for your examinations. By the way, Xiaolong, how shall we deal with that rascal Cell? He has devoured Android 17. Can you rescue him?" At this moment, Android 18 recalled her brother, a wave of sorrow flooding her heart as she cast a hopeful gaze towards Li Xiaolong. Rest assured, the current Cell has undergone a transformation under my guidance. Additionally, I will ensure the rescue of Android 17. Under the scrutiny of Android 18, Li Xiaolong felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet he had no interest in her. It was better to let Krillin handle this, for he had already bound his life to Mei Fia and could never accept another woman. With a gesture, Li Xiaolong summoned Cell, who was trapped beneath the mountain, sending him soaring uncontrollably from the shattered earth. I have met the esteemed martial ancestor. Previously, I failed to recognize the gravity of my actions, causing grave destruction to this planet. For that, I am willing to devote myself eternally to its protection, hoping to atone for my sins. These words were, of course, prompted by Li Xiaolong. He did not desire others to know of his reformation of Cell, nor did he wish to elaborate on the concept of reformation itself. Others still harbored animosity towards Cell, and it was Goku who first spoke up. "I believe this fellow is genuinely remorseful. Let us afford him this chance." Sensing the direction of the conversation, Goku continued, "If he were to cause chaos again, I shall defeat him," he chuckled. With that, the others fell silent, tacitly acknowledging Cell's presence. "Now, I shall summon Android 17 back," Li Xiaolong declared, and with a gesture, Android 17 materialized before the gathered assembly. "Where am I? Have you all come to join me?" Android 17, bewildered by the scene before him, was met by Android 18 and the others. "Brother, it is such a relief to see you safe. I thought I would never see you again." Android 18 rushed forward and embraced 17, weeping profusely. "Am I truly saved?" "Sister, please, do not cry. I am fine," he replied, realizing the situation. He had indeed been rescued, and he finally addressed Android 18 as sister. After shedding tears for a while, she regained her composure. "My battle power has not diminished, and I remain in my perfect form. Truly, my master has treated me well." Watching the siblings embrace, Cell gazed at his hands in astonishment, filled with gratitude for Li Xiaolong. For he had retained his perfect form and had not regressed despite losing 17. "Very well, Cell. You must now commit to your training and diligently protect the earth. The strength cultivated through your own efforts far surpasses that gained through consumption. Observing the lingering hostility towards Cell, Li Xiaolong spoke up, for he had now gained a degree of authority in the hearts of the others. Understood, Master Wuzhou. I shall diligently cultivate to protect the earth. Shenron knelt on one knee, and upon witnessing his submission, the onlookers ceased their hostile gazes towards him. Now let us discuss the matter of cultivation. Chapter 103. The transmission of doctrine, has it finally arrived? Among the crowd, the most eager to learn the methods of cultivation were Piccolo and Krillin, with Goku and Vegeta also sharing their enthusiasm. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. I shall impart to you the techniques known as the Eternal Life Technique and the Dimensional Law. The latter is typically inaccessible to most, requiring one to first master the Eternal Life Technique before progressing to the Dimensional Law. However, for Saiyans,
It is customary to prioritize the dimensional law due to the nature of your lineage. For others, it entirely hinges on your innate talents.
Li Xiaolong directly infused the techniques into the minds of everyone present, and all were enveloped in the newfound knowledge of cultivation, including Bulma, who was intrigued by the information. This was because Li Xiaolong had conveyed to her that cultivation would enhance her beauty and intellect, enabling her to devise ideas previously unimaginable. The allure of beauty holds immense power over women, and with Bulma embodying both beauty and wisdom, she naturally valued her allure and intelligence greatly.
After completing the transmission of techniques to the assembly, Li Xiaolong turned his gaze towards the so-called king. At that moment, the king was in his palace,
Enjoying the performances of others. Suddenly, the entire palace began to tremble, prompting the guards to hastily escort the king away from the palace. Once outside, the people were met with a sky that resembled an apocalyptic scene. Thick, dark clouds loomed overhead, and countless purple lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking the palace and wreaking havoc. Then, something extraordinary transpired in the clouds. A colossal vortex appeared at the epicenter of the most intense lightning, as if an unparalleled catastrophe were poised to emerge from it. This spectacle was not limited to those near the palace. Even individuals miles away could witness the phenomenon, which was eagerly reported by enthusiastic television stations. This display was indeed the handiwork of Li Xiaolong, who had executed a similar maneuver before with ease. His aim was to leave an indelible impression of terror in the hearts of Earth's inhabitants, planting the seeds of strength within them, unlike the times when they remained blissfully unaware. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong descended from the vortex, manifesting a formidable ethereal form that bore a striking resemblance to the wrathful image of a thunder god. This form exuded an aura of divinity and intimidation, surrounded by countless arcs of purple lightning that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. The first visible aspect of this ethereal form was its feet, two colossal appendages dwarfing the palace itself. As they appeared, the onlookers were paralyzed with fear, and with the emergence of this form, an overwhelming pressure began to envelop the earth. Even the warriors immersed in the comprehension of martial arts were startled awake by the overwhelming presence, initially believing that a formidable enemy was about to invade Earth. However, upon witnessing the colossal figure on the horizon, their gazes shifted towards Li Xiaolong. I am here to initiate the martial path for Earth. Henceforth, the inhabitants of this planet shall receive the martial arts bestowed by me. Regardless of your willingness to govern Earth, you must now shoulder this responsibility. Among you, it is improbable that all are virtuous and compliant in their pursuits of cultivation. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's proclamation, the crowd reluctantly accepted this reality, as they were powerless to oppose him, especially considering he had just saved their lives. You need not wear such sorrowful expressions. I shall send assistance your way. Your only task during this interim is to manage those who will come to take over. Furthermore, this endeavor will also prove beneficial for your own cultivation. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaolong mentioned his intention to send aid, hoping to prevent any potential blunders. The group's faces brightened with this announcement. Do strive diligently in your cultivation. Do not underestimate them, for they may currently appear inept. However, should the talents among them rise, it may soon be beyond your purview. Just as the warriors began to relax, Li Xiaolong delivered another reminder, prompting each individual to delve into their mental faculties, aspiring to master the dimensional arts swiftly. On the side of the Dharma body, it descended from the whirlpool, the towering purple lightning giant visible from afar, causing many timid souls to prostrate themselves in fear. I am the ancestor of martial arts. Witnessing the beings of this world struggling in despair without guidance, and the truths of existence shrouded in obscurity, I, with a heart of compassion, bestow upon you the martial path. My intention is to cease conflict through martial means, fostering peace and safety for all beings. I implore you to earnestly cultivate the martial arts, fortifying the prestige of humanity on Earth. With a sweeping gesture of the gigantic purple lightning hand, countless specks of light emerged, each entering an individual's forehead. If the recipient was malevolent, dark smoke would emanate from their body. If they were injured, a green light enveloped them, healing even lost parts of their physical form. As the nominal king of Earth, I charge you to guide the martial path diligently. Do not indulge in hedonism as in times past, or I shall cast you down to the depths of hell. Do you comprehend? The immense gaze of the Dharma body fixed upon the king, who, having received the legacy, felt an overwhelming pressure multiply upon him, as if to flatten him against the ground. I shall adhere to the ancestors' decree, the king proclaimed, bowing repeatedly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Earth had faced numerous crises, all of which were averted by these warriors. Thus, I shall permit them to instruct you in martial arts and ensure they receive their due recognition. Heroes must not be overlooked, for who would be willing to step forth as a hero otherwise? With another wave of the Dharma body's colossal hand, several grand portraits materialized, depicting the warriors, including Wukong and his comrades. Thus, I shall dispatch envoys to assist you in the cultivation of martial arts. Remember, the noble gentleman, like the heavens, remains unyielding in his self-improvement. If you wish to witness a more splendid world, let us strive together. As these words resonated, the divine form transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the cosmos. Subsequently, every inhabitant of Earth felt the air turn remarkably fresh, and the swirling vortex in the sky vanished, revealing a vast expanse of clear blue, as if the preceding events had been but a figment of imagination. Yet, all were left with an enduring legacy echoing within their minds. The great martial ancestor is benevolent, echoed a resounding proclamation above the earth. The response has been quite favorable. The majority of Earth's populace is now engaged in martial arts. Even Chi-Chi has embraced the legacy. I do not doubt that Chi-Chi will no longer hinder Gohan's pursuit of martial training. With the nominal king's robust support and my plans to send someone to take over shortly, the status of martial arts practitioners will surely ascend rapidly. Observing the outcomes of these maneuvers, Li Xiaolong felt a sense of joy, having successfully orchestrated a scheme. He contemplated probing Chi-Chi's sentiments while observing Gohan, as a plan began to form in his mind. Chapter 104. Divine Rice. Moreover, the technological prowess of this world must not be neglected. It would be wise to have them bring back a few talents from the Technology Institute to develop our own establishment before they return. Li Xiaolong has never relaxed his focus on technology, although he dedicates most of his time to martial arts. He consistently visits the Technology Institute during his free moments to explore cutting-edge advancements. On one occasion at the Institute, he discovered a prodigious talent who, based merely on descriptions, managed to preliminarily devise two-dimensional foil, water droplets, and elemental weaponry from the three-body problem. However, substantial improvements and upgrades would be necessary to align it with Li Xiaolong's expectations. He offered suggestions, particularly regarding the two-dimensional foil, which he recalled had irreversible side effects. If given sufficient time, the entire universe could descend into two dimensions, a consequence Li Xiaolong wished to avoid. While he must confront the Omni King, he has no desire to annihilate the universe. He also recognized that the power of the two-dimensional foil was somewhat limited. For those who have mastered the laws, it would prove ineffective, as a single law could obliterate the foil. Nonetheless, it remains a rare weapon, for most deities possess no means to resist it. Thus, the two-dimensional foil could indeed become a formidable tool for containment, allowing even ordinary individuals to ensnare those below the sixth tier with ease. After a period of contemplation, the warriors, at Bulma's invitation, prepared to host a celebratory gathering, partly to discuss the governance of martial arts on Earth, and partly to welcome Cell into their ranks. Vegeta, with his characteristic pride, initially hesitated, but eventually acquiesced in light of unanimous agreement. Naturally, as the undisputed protagonist of the day, Li Xiaolong received warm invitations from all, including the aloof Vegeta. Upon a grand cruise ship, a magnificent banquet is underway, attended by the warriors known to Goku and, at the invitation of Li Xiaolong. Goku has brought along Chi-Chi, who Li Xiaolong hopes to persuade. The attendees engage in lively toasts, with Li Xiaolong ardently attempting to sway Chi-Chi. Initially, her stance remains resolute. But Li Xiaolong elaborates on his recent initiation of martial arts on Earth, explaining that the practice is becoming a widespread trend among its inhabitants. He unveils his collaboration with Bulma's Universal Capsule Company, promising to expand these ventures throughout the cosmos, ensuring that the profits will support the martial artists. Furthermore, Li Xiaolong intends to establish a connection with the Galactic Center, enabling warriors to undertake missions for substantial rewards, thus creating a sustainable cycle devoid of stagnation. In a dramatic revelation, Li Xiaolong presents a vision of a dystopian future, showcasing the despair that awaits, including the tragic fate of Zamasu. He also crafts a scenario where Chi-Chi permits Gohan to pursue martial arts, illustrating a blissful existence facilitated by his intervention. The stark contrast between Gohan's grim demise in the dystopian vision and the joyful life depicted in Li Xiaolong's creation compels Chi-Chi to make her choice. She ultimately consents to Gohan's martial training and vows her unwavering support. Partly alleviated by Li Xiaolong's resolution of her financial concerns. Gohan, he declares, I shall unlock your potential. As a descendant of both Earthlings and Saiyans, you harbor immense latent power. Once this potential is harnessed, you shall become the mightiest warrior on Earth. With Chi-Chi convinced, Li Xiaolong prepares to embark on the next phase of his plan, to unleash Gohan's potential, astonishing the assembly and elevating the gathering to a climactic peak. In accordance with the original narrative, Li Xiaolong assesses that only a fraction of Gohan's potential has been unlocked by the Elder Kai, with the majority perhaps stemming from his Saiyan lineage, while his Earthling heritage, represented by his father-in-law Su Tianxing, has been scarcely tapped. However, Gohan is now approximately a year younger than when the Elder Kai began to unlock his potential in the original tale, and he has received less training. Nevertheless, Li Xiaolong possesses ample methods to address this deficiency. The impetus behind unlocking Gohan's potential lies in the fact that his Earthling bloodline has remained dormant. Awakening this potential will catalyze his training, propelling him forward as if on a rocket. It is likely that his advancements will far surpass those of Goku and Vegeta, thereby instilling a sense of urgency in them, prompting their own rapid progression. Li Xiaolong harbors no concerns regarding Goku and the others' ability to withstand this pressure. Goku's unyielding spirit and dedication to martial arts will only serve to accelerate his growth. As for Vegeta, as long as Goku is present, he will forever strive to keep pace with him. Of course, aside from unlocking Gohan's potential, Li Xiaolong would not neglect others, such as Krillin and Piccolo. Although the bloodline of the Earthlings in this BNGCH in his 01007 universe may not be as profound as that of his own universe, their sealed potential is also not as formidable. As long as Li Xiaolong can guide the latent abilities within them, their cultivation will undoubtedly progress by leaps and bounds. Take Yamcha, for instance. He possesses a certain degree of talent. However, witnessing the widening gap between himself and Goku, not to mention being surpassed by Krillin, another Earthling, inflicted a severe blow to his confidence, ultimately leading him to withdraw from this realm. Once Li Xiaolong draws forth his hidden potential, it is conceivable that Yamcha's pace of advancement may rival that of Vegeta. Gohan sat obediently before Li Xiaolong, who gently touched Gohan's forehead with a hand radiating divine light. Unlike the old Kai, Li Xiaolong did not require any elaborate rituals to guide potential. Nor did he share the old Kai's penchant for frivolity, such as caressing Bulma. Those present observed as Gohan's body emanated a resplendent white light under Li Xiaolong's guidance. A powerful aura rising from within him, an aura that felt both ancient and profoundly sacred. This divine energy naturally stemmed from the mighty figure of Xie Tianxing in the realm of the celestial, and thankfully, Li Xiaolong had previously established a concealment formation. Otherwise, such energy would surely attract the attention of the Omni King. Contrary to the anticipated explosive surge of power, as Li Xiaolong continued his guidance, Gohan's aura gradually became tranquil, eventually appearing as if it had entirely receded within him, rendering Gohan seemingly an innocuous child. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong withdrew his hand from Gohan's forehead, and the gathered crowd looked on expectantly. After a few minutes, Gohan slowly opened his eyes. Externally, he appeared unchanged. However, upon closer inspection, One could discern a faint silver glow enveloping his form. This silver luminescence differed markedly from the one emitted by Goku's Ultra Instinct. Gohan's glow was purer, exuding an essence that appeared to embody both offense and defense. Gohan, how do you feel? Goku inquired with concern, noticing Gohan's lack of immediate reaction. Yes, Gohan. How are you faring? Piccolo, too, approached eagerly, anxious to know. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, I feel fantastic. It's as if the power within me is boundless. And I can sense myself growing stronger with each passing moment. Gohan articulated after a moment of introspection, revealing a hint of distinction in his tone. Gohan, why not showcase your abilities and satisfy their curiosity? Li Xiaolong, well aware of Gohan's current strength, encouraged him. All right, Uncle Xiaolong, but should I demonstrate here on this vessel? I fear I might damage it, Gohan replied, glancing down at the ship before deciding to ascend into the sky for his exhibition. There's no need for that, Gohan. You may display your prowess right here, Li Xiaolong gestured, conjuring an arena that materialized out of thin air, enveloped by an invisible barrier. As everyone took their places in the spectator stands. What a remarkable technique. Piccolo surveyed everything within the arena with astonishment. Although he possessed magical abilities himself, he found the methods employed by Li Xiaolong, which bore similarities to magic, to be extraordinarily powerful, igniting within him a desire to learn. You won't be able to replicate this just yet, Li Xiaolong remarked, seemingly perceiving Piccolo's thoughts. This is something I created through the laws of creation. What magic produces cannot compare to this. Suddenly, a breathtaking aura erupted, and Piccolo felt as though he was being crushed by a black hole. His entire being trembled under this overwhelming presence, instinctively filled with fear, compounded by the relentless pressure that made him shudder. The others present mirrored Piccolo's reaction. After all, Gohan had grown immensely powerful, such that even Goku and Vegeta could only maintain their Super Saiyan forms to withstand it. Indeed, the power developed by the old Kai was far superior, boasting a staggering combat strength of 25 trillion. Furthermore, this form was only a fraction of Gohan's potential, as he was still young and his foundational combat strength had yet to reach its peak. Once he matured, he would undoubtedly become terrifyingly formidable, especially with the lineage and bloodline of his esteemed father-in-law, which would obliterate any limits on his future power. Li Xiaolong gazed at his accomplishment with satisfaction, nodding repeatedly. 25 trillion in strength placed him among the elite even within the realm of Dragon Ball Super. By activating the bloodline of Su Tianqing within Gohan, a figure of significant stature in the celestial realm, naturally, there would be no upper limit to Gohan's combat prowess. However, for precaution's sake, Li Xiaolong concealed the aura of Su Tianqing's bloodline from Gohan, for if he were to leave, Gohan might face unforeseen dangers, possibly from the Omni King or others. Gohan's immense strength sparked a yearning within Goku to engage him in battle, despite the overwhelming pressure. Vegeta, too, seemed ablaze with an intense fire in his eyes, as Gohan, the son of Son Goku, had once again left him far behind. Goku, Vegeta, I assume you would both relish the opportunity to battle the current Gohan, would you not? Li Xiaolong inquired knowingly, eager to guide the two towards fusion to become Vegeto, for he too wished to witness this rare amalgamation from the Dragon Ball universe. Goku had learned the Metamoran fusion technique during the Buu saga after encountering the Metamorans in the afterlife, and although he had yet to master it, Li Xiaolong had nearly perfected the secret art himself. Xiaolong, do you have a way to assist us? Goku spoke first before Vegeta could voice his thoughts. It's nothing complicated. There exists a secret technique that can allow you both to merge into a powerful warrior. After fusing, you should be able to engage with the current Gohan. Li Xiaolong continued to guide, fully aware that Vegeta's temperament often resisted fusion techniques. All right, Xiaolong, we agree. Teach us swiftly. I can hardly contain my eagerness to battle Gohan. Without waiting for Goku's response, Vegeta eagerly consented. Li Xiaolong was somewhat surprised, but upon seeing the fervor in Vegeta's eyes, he understood. Very well, if that's the case. Follow my instructions precisely. Do you comprehend? Seeing that both individuals were ready, Li Xiaolong promptly began to elucidate the essential techniques of the Metamoran fusion. Upon hearing these movements, Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. However, recalling his own grandiose declarations, he steadfastly completed the fusion ritual. As the ritual concluded, a man radiating an immense energy emerged, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Although still suppressed by Gohan's energy, one could discern the potent royal pressure within his presence. I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. We are the fused warrior, Vegeto, born from the amalgamation of our essences, echoed Vegeto, his voice imbued with a commanding regal aura, as if he regarded the world with disdain. Indeed, it is remarkable to possess such combat prowess from our first fusion, boasting an impressive battle power of over 138 billion in its base state. Should I transform into Super Saiyan 2, my power would ascend to 27.6 trillion. Upon witnessing Vegeto's formidable strength, Li Xiaolong nodded in approval. Vegeto's base battle power was derived from the sum of their individual strengths multiplied by a factor of 120. The rationale behind this multiplier, Li Xiaolong surmised, was likely attributed to their initial fusion. With increased familiarity, the multiplier would undoubtedly be even more staggering. Interestingly, Vegeto's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 granted him a 200-fold increase, closely mirroring the pre-fusion augmentation of the two warriors. In truth, had they fused during the Cell Saga, their power would have surely been more formidable, with Li Xiaolong estimating that their base form could potentially reach several trillion. At that moment, Vegeto was striking a flamboyant pose, reveling in his newfound might. Adorned in an orange and black vest, with a billowing blue belt accentuating his form, Vegeto's regal presence was further amplified. His chiseled abs on display, and a confident smile gracing his lips. Come on, Gohan, show me your current strength. Vegeto beckoned playfully. Despite being a fusion of his father and Uncle Vegeta, his demeanor was undeniably provocative. Gohan, observing Vegeto's ostentation, couldn't he help but smirk, and without hesitation, charged forth to engage in combat. Bang! A figure crashed heavily onto the arena, unmistakably Vegeto. Though he emanated royal energy, the idiosyncrasies typical of Dragon Ball warriors remained. And being a fusion only exaggerated these traits. Vegeto, you should transform into Super Saiyan 2. There is no need to waste time testing Gohan's prowess. Only in that form can you truly match him, Li Xiaolong advised. Despite being knocked down by Gohan's strike, Vegeto's regal demeanor remained unshaken. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, Vegeto refrained from further delay, unleashing a powerful shout as he transformed. Boom! With the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, an aura of pressure emerged, rivaling Gohan's, and even surpassing it. Indeed, such formidable power. Come, Gohan, let us engage in a true battle. In the arena, two figures, one silver and the other gold, collided in a radiant burst of energy. Bang! The clash between the two individuals erupted with a resounding collision, unleashing a tempest from the point of impact. Had it not been for the audience's elevated seating, many would have been swept away by the gale. Both combatants tentatively gauged each other's strength before a dazzling stream of silver and gold surged forth, colliding at high speed. Each impact released a terrifying surge of energy, casting radiant fluorescence upon the protective barrier of the arena. However, the spectators were too engrossed in the fierce duel to appreciate the beauty of the luminous display. Their eyes riveted on the combatants. The arena's unique design allowed everyone, regardless of their strength, to witness the unfolding spectacle with clarity. What formidable power! I hope that after Li Xiaolong unlocks my potential, I too can experience such a tremendous transformation. As he observed the battle between Goku and Gohan, Krillin felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his heart brimming with anticipation for Li Xiaolong's assistance. The fighting prowess of Gohan and Goku was utterly daunting. Gohan had surpassed him by leaps and bounds. In the days to come, he resolved to train diligently to keep pace with Gohan. Meanwhile, Piccolo, witnessing the fierce exchange, turned pale with shock. As Gohan's mentor, he felt a mix of pride for Gohan and a sense of melancholy for himself. Indeed, the new generation was surpassing the old. In his contemplation, Piccolo glanced toward Li Xiaolong's direction, eager to see the outcome of the battle. Chapter 106. A grievous defeat at this moment. The two fighters had intensified their skirmish after initial probing, unleashing their maximum potential. Goku maintained an air of invincible composure. Yet beneath that facade lay a hint of seriousness and gravity. They were indeed the mightiest warriors post-fusion. And it was surprising that Goku had only managed to marginally suppress Gohan. As time progressed, Goku recognized a chilling reality. Gohan exhibited remarkable adaptability, quickly attuning to his combat rhythm, and his fighting power was escalating rapidly. In a mere span of moments, Gohan's strength had surged by several hundred million. It appeared Gohan was beginning to harness his newfound gifts, gradually mastering the once uncontrollable power within him. Observing Gohan's impressive performance, Li Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction. Gohan's rapid increase in fighting power was attributed to the pure essence of energy that Li Xiaolong had infused him with while guiding him to unlock his potential. This energy was of a far superior quality compared to what he had previously imparted to the demon tribes in the demon realm. It was exceptionally pure and foundational for Gohan's strength. As Gohan engaged in battle, he slowly began to grasp the latent energy within him, thus facilitating his swift enhancement in power. Of course, the influence of his bloodline also played a crucial role. Gohan, you are truly remarkable, managing to hold your ground against me. Now, I shall unleash my full strength, Goku declared, pausing after countless collisions to regard his opponent, preparing to reveal his ultimate capabilities. His current power level stands at 27.6 trillion, while Gohan's battle power is 25 trillion. He is confident in his ability to triumph over Gohan. Vegeta, that rascal. Well, once they face defeat after their disintegration, it shall serve as a lesson for them, a reminder to cease their pretentious demeanor. Observing Vegeta's ostentatious behavior, Li Xiaolong could only facepalm in exasperation. He had previously neglected to inform both of them that Vegeta's existence was bound by time. This duration is contingent upon the strength of his adversary. Should the opponent be his equal, Vegeta's combat would deplete a significant amount of his stamina, hastening his disintegration. Furthermore, even in the absence of conflict, his existence is still subject to time constraints. This battle marks Vegeta's debut, and due to his insufficient fusion proficiency, it will undoubtedly have repercussions. Moreover, Gohan is not significantly weaker than him at this moment. In his divine Gohan state, Gohan's physical strength has also seen considerable enhancement. A strategic advantage Li Xiaolong had previously conferred upon him, having recognized the Saiyans' physical vulnerabilities. Currently, Vegeta's typical attacks barely phase Gohan, while against a weaker opponent, Gohan could withstand their most formidable assaults with sheer physical resilience. This realization dawned upon Gohan during the skirmish, although the pretentious Vegeta remained oblivious. Come forth. I too wish to witness the extent of my current prowess. The Gohan of today is far removed from the future Goten, and his combat against Vegeta has ignited his fighting spirit, with both exuding an air of determination for victory. Gohan was the first to initiate the assault, breaking through the air in an instant, appearing behind Vegeta with a blink, and launching a punch aimed at Vegeta's midsection. Gohan's audacity in targeting Vegeta's midsection amused Li Xiaolong. Did Gohan wish to forego having a younger brother? However, Vegeta evaded Gohan's sneak attack with remarkable ingenuity, swiftly seizing Gohan's arm post-evade and using the momentum to throw him back. This exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, yet they had already completed a round of combat. Subsequently, Vegeta employed instant transmission, preparing to capitalize on his advantage, but Gohan's reflexes were equally swift. Remaining vigilant against Vegeta's ambush after being repelled, Gohan executed an elbow strike towards his rear, fortuitously colliding with Vegeta's approaching fist, and both were thrust back by the overwhelming force. Both are unparalleled masters of combat, engaging without hesitation. Should an attack prove ineffective, they promptly strategize for the next. What a breathtaking battle this is. Were it not for the arena crafted by Xiaolong, we would be unable to discern their movements. In the spectator's stance, the audience was captivated, witnessing a clash of this magnitude that previously seemed unimaginable. Tap, tap, tap. After countless exchanges, both began to employ the Prince's technique, countering each other's waves of energy. Although Gogeta is indeed a formidable opponent, this time his positioning is surprisingly flawed. Li Xiaolong privately calculates the time until Gogeta disintegrates, noting that Gogeta has once again taken his position on the left, which may foreshadow a failure that does not count as a true defeat. Kamehameha. Indeed, it wasn't long before both sides felt it was time to act. Once they had established their stances, both began to gather energy for the final clash, employing the classic Kamehameha technique. As the two prepared, two beams of blue light violently collided. However, Gohan's Kamehameha wave gradually began to recede over time, a consequence of his combat power being inferior to Gogeta's by a significant margin. At that moment, Gogeta's expression changed dramatically, followed by his sudden disappearance, making way for the appearances of Son Goku and Vegeta on the battlefield. Quick, get away, Dad. Uncle Vegeta. Gohan's expression shifted upon witnessing this scene. with Gogeta's disintegration. His Kamehameha also vanished, and Gohan's Kamehameha surged directly towards Son Goku and Vegeta. The spectators watching from the arena also changed color, anxiously observing Goku and Vegeta in the fray. Xiaolong, can you intervene to save Goku and Vegeta? At this moment, the calmest among them, Piccolo, turned to Li Xiaolong. Fear not, just watch closely. They will be fine and may even benefit from this ordeal. Li Xiaolong replied with a smile, urging everyone to continue watching. In an instant, Gohan's Kamehameha enveloped Son Goku and Vegeta, a blinding light obscuring their condition, leaving the onlookers anxiously awaiting the outcome. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta were enduring immense pain. It was excruciating. Gohan's Kamehameha completely engulfed them. Yet, for some reason, a green light began to emanate from their bodies, continuously healing their wounds, preventing them from succumbing to Gohan's attack. As their injuries were repeatedly mended, they experienced a strange mix of pain and pleasure, feeling their combat power rapidly increase. Since their transformation into Super Saiyans, they had rarely experienced such sensations, and now, after a long time, they were reliving that feeling. However, the Kamehameha wave dissipated quickly. Gohan wisely concluded his technique, and as the light faded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, witnessing that both Goku and Vegeta were unharmed. All eyes turned to Li Xiaolong. For according to Gohan's earlier demonstrated power, it seemed impossible for Goku and Vegeta to have survived that attack. So, Goku, Vegeta, how did that feel? Li Xiaolong inquired without offering an explanation. Phew, that was close. I nearly bit the dust. It really was a near-death experience. Goku sighed deeply. It was unexpected that Goku would make a joke. Hearing his words, Li Xiaolong facepalmed in disbelief. It was truly perilous. Just when Goku and I were about to be obliterated by Gohan's energy wave, that mysterious green light continuously healed us, preventing us from being annihilated. Vegeta bore the semblance of a survivor, for had their recent assault occurred at their current levels, they would undoubtedly have been obliterated. Yet, fortune favored them. Their combat prowess had notably increased. This was the silver lining amidst their suffering, for the enhancement to their baseline power exceeded 100 million. And transforming into Super Saiyan 2 would amplify it by over 200 billion. This is the gift I bestow upon you. This arena possesses the remarkable ability to continuously mend the injuries sustained by combatants, regardless of the ferocity of the assault. As long as it does not surpass the threshold I have established within this arena, any damage inflicted can be restored. Long ago, on planet Sadala, I gifted a similar arena to the Saiyans, for it is indeed well suited to their kind. Therefore, I have likewise provided one for Goku and his companions in this universe, enabling them to grow stronger more swiftly without depleting senzu beans. With the conclusion of the battle, the banquet soon followed suit. Trunks, it is time to visit your universe. Chapter 107. The despairing time-space come. Trunks, let us venture into your time. With the tribulations of this universe resolved, I, Li Xiaolong, had no intention of lingering further. Numerous matters awaited my attention and planning. Thank you, Uncle Xiaolong. Trunks, deeply moved by Li Xiaolong's remembrance of his affairs, promptly led his companions to the location of the time travel device. Uncle Xiaolong, the time machine is not yet fully charged and will require some time. After inspecting the device, Trunks expressed his trepidation, recognizing that this delay would necessitate Li Xiaolong's patience, as he sensed Li Xiaolong was preoccupied with other endeavors, hence his urgency to traverse to Trunks' time. Not a problem, Li Xiaolong replied, waving his hand. The essence of the cosmos transformed into the energy required for the time machine, and in an instant, it was fully charged. Remarkable. Although they had witnessed several of Li Xiaolong's extraordinary abilities, the spectacle left them utterly astonished. Well then, no need to wait any longer. Oh, Trunks, here, this is for you, Li Xiaolong said, tossing a ring towards him, simultaneously storing the time machine within it. Trunks caught the ring and, following Li Xiaolong's guidance, examined its contents. Thank you, Uncle Xiaolong. On behalf of the people of the future world, I express my gratitude for the abundance of supplies contained within the ring, including food, water, and other essentials. It is noteworthy that the space within this ring is as vast as an entire planet. Of course, the most crucial item was the ample supply of senzu beans. Li Xiaolong felt a profound sympathy for Trunks' plight, thus he naturally wished to extend his support. There is no need for further thanks. You must diligently cultivate your skills. Should I learn that anyone is polluting your universe, I shall not spare you. Though stated in jest, These words served as Li Xiaolong's encouragement for Trunks. I shall surely protect my world. By the way, Uncle Xiaolong, since you have stored the time machine, do we not require it? Trunks was filled with deep emotion, grateful for the care of a mentor-like figure. However, a question lingered in his heart. No need for that. You may keep the time machine. I have my own means to traverse to your world. By the way, when using the time machine, exercise caution. Do not alter the fabric of history. If you wish to make changes, you must inform me. It must be done with my presence. Lastly, Li Xiaolong reminded Trunks to be prudent with the time machine, although he could easily reclaim it. He was curious about how the narrative would unfold after he saved that despairing world, especially with the time machine still in Trunks' possession. Androids 17 and 18. You shall accompany us to that world. It holds opportunities for you. Li Xiaolong intended to bring along androids 17 and 18, as in that realm. They were the source of chaos. He planned for the counterparts of androids 17 and 18 in that world to be consumed by their counterparts from this universe, relieving him of any moral burden. Although Goku and Vegeta expressed a desire to assist, Li Xiaolong declined. He did not wish to attract the attention of the Omni King. The time for the Tournament of Power had not yet arrived, and the Omni King did not require Goku's presence to initiate it. If he were to lure Goku into that universe, he would undoubtedly draw the Omni King's scrutiny, which would jeopardize his forthcoming plans. With Trunks, androids 17 and 18 in tow, the four figures gradually vanished before the onlookers. Within the time tunnel constructed by Li Xiaolong, the three observed the ever-changing scenery with curiosity, marveling at its wonder. The reason for constructing a time tunnel rather than simply teleporting to Trunks' universe was that Li Xiaolong intended for Trunks to frequently visit the Bingshan 01007 universe to train with Goku and the others. After establishing the time tunnel, Goku and Trunks would have the freedom to traverse as they pleased, independent of Li Xiaolong, as it would be their own discovered passage. Trunks, you need not use the time machine to seek out Goku anymore. I have created a time passage between your two universes. You may use this passage to visit Goku. And of course, you can teach them how to utilize it. Wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Xiaolong. Li Xiaolong directly implanted the method of using the time passage into Trunks' mind, causing Trunks to tremble with excitement and express his profound gratitude repeatedly. The time passage Li Xiaolong constructed was further enhanced with a powerful concealment array, along with a defensive array, rendering it nearly undetectable by the Omni King unless he fortuitously attacked the array surrounding the passage. Soon, a vivid scene unfolded before them, and they found themselves arriving in Trunks' despairing universe, Bingshan 04007. As they beheld the crumbling ruins, the heavy leaden clouds, and the flames consuming the landscape, androids 17 and 18 frowned, feeling discontent in this oppressive world. What a truly grim and polluted world, remarked Android 17, reflecting on the dismal surroundings. Indeed, in this chaotic world, all of this turmoil is the consequence of your actions in this universe. My initial aggression towards you was due to my mistaken belief that you were the embodiment of this world's afflictions. Trunks gazed at androids 17 and 18 with a tumultuous expression upon his arrival in this realm. He often contemplated the eradication of the pair before gradually accepting the benevolence they exhibited over time. First, let us seek your mother and ascertain her condition, Li Xiaolong suggested, noticing the trio's somber demeanor. This way, please, he added, aware of Trunks' familiarity with the circumstances of this world as its guardian. Very well, Trunks, teleport us there directly. You must first master the instant transmission technique I am imparting to you. With my insights on training, you will soon grasp it. Following that, diligent practice will be essential, for the perils of your universe are far from over. You must learn to face them independently, for I cannot always be at your side, Li Xiaolong reiterated. Having spent several days preparing a banquet after delivering his teachings on Earth, during this interval, he had guided Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days. And now Trunks had attained the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, boasting a combat power of 900 billion. With further training, he would soon catch up to the pace of Vegeta from the universe he traversed, the B01007 universe. As these thoughts exchanged, Li Xiaolong had already instantaneously transported the three of them to Bulma's side. I will, Trunks affirmed promptly, standing at attention. At that moment, Bulma was engrossed in her research. Upon hearing Trunks' voice, she turned with surprise and joy. However, her expression shifted upon recognizing androids 17 and 18, and she instinctively reached for a nearby weapon. poised to defend herself. Mother, wait. These two are not the demons you remember. They are the androids from the past, here to assist us in addressing the true threats. Trunks quickly interjected, taking several minutes to recount his recent experiences to Bulma. After absorbing Trunks' explanation, Bulma gradually lowered her weapon, her gaze shifting to Li Xiaolong. You must be Li Xiaolong, the one Trunks speaks of. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am grateful for your care of Trunks and for your efforts to rescue our world. She introduced herself, extending her hand in a gesture of gratitude and welcome. Although Bulma exhibited no hostility towards androids 17 and 18, her demeanor remained cautious, as shifting perspectives on such matters is not easily accomplished. The two androids understood her sentiments. Greetings, Bulma. In fact, I have encountered you many times before, though not in this current incarnation, Li Xiaolong replied with a hint of familiarity. In the B-01007 universe, he had long envisioned Bulma as his future daughter-in-law, thus fostering a closer relationship between her and his son, Li Xiaolong. Hence, his words bore truth. Mother, how are things now? Chapter 108. Trunks atoning for past mistakes. The current situation is dire, ever since your departure. Those two ruffians have escalated their destruction of everything on Earth, resulting in numerous casualties and the annihilation of many shelters. Bulma is extremely furious. Had Goku been present, he would never have permitted such devastation. Unfortunately, Goku succumbed to heart disease and can no longer intervene in earthly affairs. Upon learning of the circumstances, Trunks immediately resolved to embark on a quest for redemption, determined to have those two fiends consumed by the benevolent androids 17 and 18. How infuriating! Listening to Bulma's words, Trunks gritted his teeth, wishing he could confront the dark androids 17 and 18 at that very moment. Let us proceed and deal with them. With Trunks' current combat prowess, and my support by his side, I need not devise any battle plans. I shall simply allow Trunks to charge forward. Trunks, be cautious. I shall await your triumphant return at the base, Bulma advised with concern. Instantly, the four vanished from the base, reappearing in the midst of desolation. Though the androids lacked a detectable aura, locating the two dark androids was effortless for Li Xiaolong. Help! Is anyone there to save us? No. You two demons. Amidst the ruins, two dark silhouettes loomed above, extinguishing any glimmer of hope for those fleeing below, leaving them to run in helpless despair. Ha! How thrilling! The sight of these insects fleeing is exhilarating. Their screams are like divine music. From above the light source, a chilling voice echoed, revealing the sinister androids 17 and 18. As they moved, they unleashed beams from their hands, each blast obliterating vast structures and claiming countless innocent lives. Cease this! Among the rubble, a young boy spread his arms, shielding a fallen woman, his mother. Ah, such commendable courage, but alas, it is foolishness in our eyes. Observing the boy's actions, Android 17 remained unmoved, mockingly taunting him. Just as a light emanated from 17's fingertips, the boy closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. You are quite brave. I have arrived. Darkness shall be dispelled, and light shall forever illuminate your path. With a flick of his hand, Li Xiaolong deflected the energy blast from Dark Android 17, crouching to gently pat the boy's head. You two scoundrels, prepare to face your judgment. Upon sighting the dark androids, Trunks' enmity flared brightly. Oh, is this not the defeated Saiyan monkey? What brings you here to us again? Android 17 regarded Trunks with disdain. You vile creature, die? In response to 17's derision, Trunks charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with him. Little one, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Observing the courageous young boy, Li Xiaolong prepared to take him under his wing, for not only did the boy possess a high level of fortune, but he also exhibited that rare and precious quality that endeared him to Li Xiaolong. Uncle, can you save my mother first? The boy did not respond to Li Xiaolong's inquiry. Instead, he anxiously glanced back at his mother. A trivial matter. Li Xiaolong swiftly cast a healing spell, enveloping the entire ruins. All the injured individuals within the debris rapidly regained their health. Even those on the brink of death were pulled back from the threshold of the afterlife. Mother, you're all right. You've recovered. It's truly wonderful. The boy, who had shown no fear or tears in the face of the formidable entities known as number 17 and number 18, now shed tears of sorrow and joy. Junior, mother is fine now. Be good and stop crying. The woman gently embraced the boy, offering him comfort. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. the woman said to Li Xiaolong, fully aware of the recent events. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. It was but a small effort. I have taken quite a liking to your son. May I inquire if you would allow him to become my disciple? After addressing the woman, Li Xiaolong turned to the boy and asked, So, little one, can you now become my disciple? Whatever my benefactor decides, the woman replied, clearly recognizing the monumental opportunity this presented for her son. With such extraordinary methods, she believed that if her son were to learn, he would not suffer so tragically should those two demons appear again. Uncle, if I become your disciple, will I be stronger than those two demons? Can you teach me that technique you used earlier? After shedding his tears, the boy did not immediately agree to become a disciple. Instead, he questioned Li Xiaolong, causing his mother to worry that Li Xiaolong might refuse the boy. However, her concern was unwarranted. As long as you become my disciple and diligently cultivate your skills, you will surpass those two beings by countless measures. If you wish to learn, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Li Xiaolong affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. This boy, who appeared to be of a similar age to Hao Yin, truly charmed him. Juner, hurry and become my disciple, his mother urged him. Disciple Lu Tianjun pays respects to master. The boy, with a childlike voice, bowed 3 times to Li Xiaolong, though he was unsure why he was bowing. An inexplicable impulse compelled him to do so with reverence. Good, obedient disciple, come let your master hold you. Li Xiaolong joyfully lifted Lu Tianjun into his arms. Lu Tianjun, a fine name. I hope you grow to be a protector of our people. I have great expectations for you. Laughing heartily while holding Lu Tianjun, Li Xiaolong felt a swell of joy in Li Xiaolong's eyes. As Lu Tianjun successfully became his disciple, the boy's fortune transformed into a golden hue, interspersed with shades of light red. Indeed, it is as I suspected. It is even more potent than Xiao Ya's fortune. Truly worthy of the name Tianjuan, this fortune is befitting of such a title. Congratulations, Xiaolong, on acquiring an excellent disciple. Following Lu Tianjun's initiation, number 17 and number 18 emerged from the shadows to offer their congratulations. It's you two demons. Upon observing the countenance of the two individuals, the little one and his mother glared fiercely at them, adopting a posture reminiscent of combatants ready to engage. It is important to clarify that Xiao Tianjun and Xiao Yao are not the 17th and 18th of your world, but rather entities dispatched to eliminate their counterparts. Xiao Tianjun's mother is named Wang Xiao Yao, and Li Xiaolong called out to the two. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong assumed the role of narrator, elucidating the circumstances surrounding the event, while another narrative unfolded simultaneously. At this moment, Dark 17 found himself firmly subdued by Trunks, who pressed him into the ground with considerable force, not merely as a metaphor, but as an action. Trunks, emulating Broly's signature technique, grasped Dark 17's head with a powerful grip, grinding him into the earth without resistance. Dark 17 was utterly powerless against Trunks' relentless control. How infuriating! Dark 18 exclaimed upon witnessing her brother being dominated by a former subordinate. Enraged, she prepared to unleash her fury to rescue her dear brother. Cursed former subordinate, how dare you treat my brother in such a manner? Prepare to meet your end. Dark 18 launched a fierce assault toward Trunks' back. I am no longer the insignificant figure of the past. You would do well to recognize the changes wrought in me. As the sound of her voice and the formidable energy wave reached him, Trunks, still clutching Dark 17's head, instantaneously positioned himself behind Dark 18. What? Dark 18 was momentarily engulfed in darkness, only to feel her body being ruthlessly ground into the earth. A rather comical scene unfolded, with Trunks holding each of them by their heads, fervently rubbing them against the ground, while they offered no resistance whatsoever. Even the spectators were taken aback by this spectacle, completely forgetting the impending threat of death. Let this young lad release his built-up grievances and pressures, Li Xiaolong thought, choosing not to intervene. After a long period of suppression, this catharsis was ultimately beneficial for Trunks. He pondered how significant their enhancements would be once they had consumed their respective counterparts. Chapter 109. Devour. Sensing Li Xiaolong's gaze upon them, 17 and 18 instinctively recoiled, still harboring a degree of trepidation towards him. Being in the presence of such an unpredictable individual was undeniably taxing for them. Once Trunks has finished venting, you may proceed to devour your counterparts, which will grant you substantial augmentation. Upon witnessing their reactions, Li Xiaolong discerned their fears. However, he was disinclined to provide an explanation, as long as they refrained from malevolence. He had no intention of targeting them. How could this be? You, a worthless being, have suddenly become so powerful? I refuse to believe it. You are merely a defeated foe, Dark 17 exclaimed, exhibiting a remarkable lack of awareness despite the undeniable reality before him. Even as he was ground into the earth by Trunks, he foolishly voiced his astonishment. You call me worthless, yet you find yourself at the mercy of one deemed worthless. Does that not render you even more pathetic? You are the epitome of futility. Trunks paid no heed to the words of Android 17. What did it matter if he was deemed worthless? As long as he was engaged in righteous deeds. Even his perceived shortcomings paled in comparison to the two malevolent demons who thrived on destruction and slaughter. How dare they treat the Emperor of the Universe with such contempt? You shall pay for this. Android 17 seized Trunks' hand, attempting to break free from his grasp, yet despite his struggles, Trunks remained unyielding. Very well. You two utterly worthless beings, accept your fate. This time, there shall be no second chances. Trunks was far more resolute than Goku and Gohan, acting decisively without hesitation, impervious to the enemy's false pretenses. Subsequently, he unleashed a furious assault upon the two androids, venting his pent-up rage. As Trunks reduced the dark versions of androids 17 and 18 to a state of near defeat, those who had been pursued by the duo found the courage to join in denouncing them. However, the damage inflicted by the dark androids was negligible, yet it provided a cathartic release for the survivors. Having faced life and death, this emotional purging would enable them to cultivate their abilities more effectively than others in the future. Now, Trunks, they are on the brink of collapse. Let them expend their final energies. You too shall consume them. A spell was cast into the minds of androids 17 and 18. A special incantation crafted by Li Xiaolong to absorb and refine the counterparts, distinctly different from Cell's method of devouring. This unique spell devised by Li Xiaolong allowed for the complete merging of counterparts, rather than merely absorbing fragments as Cell did. Li Xiaolong had also anticipated the potential dangers posed by dark versions of androids 17 and 18, should precautions not be taken. The tranquil counterparts might succumb to corruption after consuming their dark selves. Thus, he incorporated a purification mechanism within the spell, which did not require their conscious effort. As long as they activated the refining incantation, the purification would automatically commence, akin to the operation of cosmic laws, an ingenious application of Li Xiaolong's understanding of such principles. Cough, cough. Why do you resemble us so closely? The weakened dark versions of androids 17 and 18 lay on the ground, their faces swollen from the beating, now displaying expressions of shock upon the arrival of their counterparts. We are you from another world, Android 17 stated coldly, gazing down at the fallen dark version of himself. Since you are my counterpart from another realm, then slay them for me. Together, we could reign over this world. The dark Android 17, clearly undeterred, summoned all his remaining strength to entice his counterpart, even in his frail state. Enough. There is no point in wasting time on them. They must pay for their transgressions. And this is the price they must bear. Observing Android 17's inclination to engage in further dialogue with his dark self, Android 18 interrupted, directly initiating the operation of the absorption and refining incantation, enveloping her dark counterpart in a radiant glow. As the radiance enveloped the dark figure of Android 18, her form swiftly blurred and transformed into a stream of light that was drawn into Android 18's palm, with the flow of her vital energy. This luminous essence was wholly absorbed by her. What sorcery have you unleashed? Where have you taken my sister? Dark Android 17 exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as Dark Android 18 vanished in the blink of an eye. Your crimes are beyond measure. This leniency is a mere kindness towards you. She has been refined and consumed by my sister, and henceforth, your existence will be eradicated from this world. As he spoke, Android 17 raised his hand, channeling his energy, enveloping himself in divine light. No, I refuse to accept this. Dark Android 17's protest was cut short as he too was consumed by the radiant stream. After devouring their counterparts, the two sat cross-legged, commencing their refining process. Uncle Xiaolong, do you think they might also succumb to darkness? Trunks, observing their meditative state, voiced his concern to Li Xiaolong. He feared that if they were to darken after consuming their counterparts, he would not stand a chance against them. Rest assured, the incantation I provided them has eliminated that possibility. The crisis in your world is temporarily averted. Li Xiaolong acknowledged Trunks' caution, recognizing the merit in his vigilance, which could prevent numerous tragedies. Boom. Rustle. 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 Soon, a formidable pressure erupted from the place where androids 17 and 18 meditated, far surpassing that of the dark versions. How can such a powerful aura emanate from them, especially from androids? What if something has gone awry with Trunks? Bulma, sensing their overwhelming energy through her scanner, felt a surge of concern and prepared to investigate. If Trunks were to fall, their world would be devoid of hope. Fear not, Bulma. The dark androids have been vanquished by Trunks. The two emanating this powerful aura are the androids I brought along. They consumed their counterparts, hence the surge of energy. There is no need for alarm. We shall return shortly. Li Xiaolong's voice resonated in Bulma's mind, having anticipated this very scene as he sensed the eruption of energy. Indeed, they did not disappoint. Their battle power surged from hundreds of billions to thousands of billions. Yet, this was not the most remarkable aspect. Their potential had more than doubled. A truly astonishing feat, their subsequent achievements would likely rival those of Goku and his companions. In Li Xiaolong's eyes, androids 17 and 18's fortune had ascended to a deep purple hue, interlaced with vast swathes of gold. Once they transitioned to golden fortune, it would undoubtedly signify the essence of a protagonist. Moreover, both their physical prowess and innate talents had experienced tremendous growth, exceeding twofold. This was not a mere enhancement from practicing dimensional techniques. It was an essential elevation, ensuring that their future endeavors in dimensional training would yield remarkable results. Gratitude is extended to Lord Wuzu for bestowing upon us this opportunity. Once the refining process was completed, both individuals swiftly knelt before Li Xiaolong, expressing their heartfelt thanks, even altering their address towards him. Indeed, you must diligently cultivate the techniques I have imparted. I firmly believe you will soon catch up to Wukong and his companions. In truth, their combat prowess has already surpassed that of Wukong and Vegeta, with only Gohan able to restrain them. However, upon returning, should Wukong feel inspired and combine it with the techniques I have provided him, it is likely that he will soon surpass both of them, and Vegeta might follow suit. Chapter 110. The world ruled by Broly. After soothing the crowd, Li Xiaolong returned to Bulma's base accompanied by his newly accepted disciples and their exceptionally graceful mother. Trunks, it is such a relief to see you unharmed. You are our great hero. We have triumphed. Bulma exclaimed with tears of joy upon witnessing Trunks' return. In truth, Bulma has borne burdens no less than Trunks, perhaps even more, for as the second daughter of the Universal Capsule Company, she has not only undertaken the development of the time machine in this desolate world, but has also led its inhabitants, providing them with hope for survival. The current Bulma appears weary and weathered. Bulma, you must take a moment to rest. We shall handle the subsequent matters, Li Xiaolong declared, employing a hypnosis spell to ensure Bulma could recuperate, while simultaneously restoring her vitality and unlocking her potential. Henceforth, this world's Bulma will exhibit greater wisdom and will not be lacking in her cultivation aptitude. Are you two here to assist in settling the inhabitants of this world? Or are you merely here to cultivate? Li Xiaolong inquired, preparing to rejuvenate this despairing realm, directing his gaze towards androids 17 and 18. Let us lend a hand. Having absorbed this world's essence, we must contribute something in return. 18 responded before 17 could decline. Then let us depart. After ensuring Bulma was settled, the group exited the base, and the world outside still bore the grim visage of a post-apocalyptic landscape. In truth, you need not do much, simply maintain order. And I shall take care of the rest, Li Xiaolong remarked, his brow furrowing at the sight of the chaotic world. Suddenly, a divine light illuminated his eyes, and he raised his hands towards the sky, manipulating the air as if conducting an unseen symphony. As Li Xiaolong gestured, the scene before them rapidly transformed, akin to a film being rewound, causing all that transpired on Earth to reverse, though the memories of the recent events remained intact. The imagery soon froze just before the devastation wrought by the androids, yet at this moment, the androids themselves were absent, their acts of destruction forever etched in the hearts of the people. The cell of this world was the same as the one that followed Trunks into that alternate timeline. Thus, this version of Cell ceased to exist as well. Remarkably restored, the group gazed in astonishment at Li Xiaolong's abilities, their jaws nearly grazing the ground in disbelief. After restoring Earth to its former glory, Li Xiaolong appointed several individuals to maintain order, as their memories still lingered. However, It took a considerable amount of explanation for number 17 and number 18 to convince everyone. Wow, Master, that technique of yours is remarkable. May I learn it? Lu Tianjun gazed at Li Xiaolong with starry eyes, his admiration evident. As long as you diligently apply yourself, I shall impart all that I know to you. Whether you succeed depends on your own fortune, Li Xiaolong replied. He possessed an abundance of knowledge, and while his disciples were destined for greatness, they could only grasp a fraction of what he could teach. In the time that followed, Li Xiaolong lingered in this universe, aiming to mentor his disciple Lu Tianjun and to pass down martial arts to the people of Earth. It is noteworthy that after restoring the Dragon Balls, Bulma and her companions wished for Goku and the others to be resurrected, but they all declined the offer, choosing instead to remain in the heavenly realm for further cultivation. In fact, during the restoration of Earth, Li Xiaolong had already consulted Goku and the others about their desires, and they had expressed their wish not to return to life. They allowed Bulma and Trunks to make the wish only to reassure them. Uncle Xiaolong, will we have the chance to meet again? Trunks looked at Li Xiaolong with reluctance, as did Bulma, Lu Tianjun, and his mother. Li Xiaolong had received a message from other universes requiring his attention, which was also the reason for the alteration of time and space. Tianjun, Trunks, after I depart, you must continue your training diligently. Many crises await Earth, and only your strength can confront them. Bulma, you too must seek out talented individuals. I have imparted martial arts, and the people of Earth should contribute to the challenges of the future. You must discover and nurture talent to assist you, rather than shouldering all responsibilities alone. They possess both the obligation and right to contribute. Addressing the gathered individuals, Li Xiaolong provided his final instructions. Master, Uncle Xiaolong, we will train diligently and will not disappoint you. By the way, Tianjun, take this ring. It contains a fragment of my spirit. Should you encounter any questions, you may inquire through it. Li Xiaolong infused a portion of his soul into the ring, opting to refer to it as a spiritual entity, as they would understand the concept of a soul fragment through their own legacy. I must take my leave. Take care and remain vigilant against future crises. A gentleman must strive relentlessly. I hope that when we meet again, you will exceed my expectations. Li Xiaolong's figure gradually faded from view, his voice echoing in the air. After returning to the Bingchen 01007 universe and ensuring the safe return of number 17 and number 18, Li Xiaolong promptly journeyed to the Bingcho 01007 universe, where pressing matters awaited resolution. Standing outside the Bingcho 01007 universe, Li Xiaolong began to investigate the information within. To his astonishment, he discovered that this universe was dominated by Broly, and the main characters had all been vanquished by him. Once he comprehended the situation in this universe, Li Xiaolong was taken aback, for Goku and the others had indeed been eradicated by Broly. The Broly of this universe is not merely acting under the influence of his father, Paragus. Rather, these actions are entirely his own. The first to perish at his hands was, in fact, his father. Intriguingly, it appears that the alteration of this world's history is intricately linked to this Broly, and it seems that an old acquaintance may soon re-emerge. Just moments ago, Li Xiaolong utilized the thread of causality to probe the situation and discovered a faint causal connection between himself and this Broly, reminiscent of the Saiyans he had previously encountered. At the heart of the galaxy, Broly occupies the position once held by the Galactic King, while several individuals tremble in submission beneath him. In a moment of boredom, Broly carelessly unleashed a ki blast, extinguishing a vibrant life with ease. As he prepared to strike again at the others below, Li Xiaolong's figure suddenly materialized within Broly's line of sight. Old friend, we meet again, Li Xiaolong spoke first, recognizing Broly as the embodiment of that particular Saiyans. At this moment, Broly was merely a vessel, with control over this body having long since passed to Saiyans. Old friend, why do I not recall you? Broly withdrew his intent to attack, gazing at Li Xiaolong with confusion, having no recollection of him whatsoever. Chapter 111, Super Saiyan 5. Have you forgotten me so soon? I once probed your essence, but given your abilities, finding me was never a possibility, Li Xiaolong remarked with a smile, observing Broly, who was indeed the incarnation of Saiyans. So it was you. Upon Li Xiaolong's reminder, Saiyans suddenly recalled, despite the passage of considerable time, he had retreated to a more remote corner of the universe for this very reason. You wretched being, had it not been for you, I would never have found myself in such a desolate location. You are truly cursed. Since fleeing to that distant place, CRs had encountered a string of misfortunes. Although these calamities posed no real threat to his essence, they had left him in a state of utter disarray. Are you prepared to face my wrath? Though he had broken free from the constraints of the cosmic rules regarding Saiyans, the fiery temper inherent in Saiyans still influenced him, especially given his transcendent bloodline and current incarnation. Come forth, let me see what you are made of, to dare to show such cruelty towards your own kin. While he neither endorsed nor opposed CR's methods, recognizing them as personal choices, Li Xiaolong had just utilized the thread of causality once more and distinctly perceived the realm of CR's true form, discovering that it was indeed at the 12th dimension. Initially, Li Xiaolong contemplated guiding this incarnation along the thread of causality to enlighten his true self. But the fact that CRs existed at the 12th dimension posed a considerable challenge for Li Xiaolong. Moreover, the audacious CRs has retreated to the fringes of the vast cosmos. Even if one were to reverse the lines of causality to subdue him, it would impose an immense toll on Li Xiaolong's avatar. To exert such effort merely to convert a single CRs, resulting in significant damage to this avatar's spirit, would be a futile endeavor. Since subduing his true form is unattainable, Li Xiaolong resolves to deliver a thorough beating to this entity's manifestation, claiming a worthy avatar as a form of interest. In the cosmic void, Li Xiaolong invokes the laws of space, transforming their surroundings into a bubble-like realm, effortlessly transporting them into the boundless expanse of the universe. What? The laws of space. Upon witnessing Li Xiaolong's display, CRs immediately attempts to flee. However, his silhouette continues to whirl in the void. As a Saiyan who has endured for billions of years, and one of the 12th tier, he is acutely aware of how the power of laws restrains those who have yet to comprehend them. Once the laws are invoked, even if his manifestation possesses the pinnacle of combat prowess achievable in the grand cosmos, victory over his opponent remains elusive. Only his true form could potentially overcome the adversary. But that victory hinges on the condition that the opponent's mastery of the laws is only rudimentary. Otherwise, he would not have spent these years evading, fearing the destructive laws wielded by the gods of destruction. Where is your previous bravado? Now, you have no choice but to face me head-on, or else you shall witness my true capabilities. Li Xiaolong would not allow this opportunity to slip away. Yet engaging in battle with his perfected laws against CRs would indeed feel oppressive. I say, esteemed friend, have I wronged you in any way? Why do you persistently pursue me? You, a being of such profound mastery over the laws. Why trouble a mere scion struggling at the brink of sustenance? CRs lamented, his countenance sorrowful, even suppressing his scion temper. Very well, I shall grant your request and refrain from using the powers of the laws in our battle. In truth, he could have easily subdued his opponent, yet Li Xiaolong was intrigued to observe the capabilities of this Broly manifestation. This is your word. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's declaration, Broly ceased his flight, convinced that without the laws in play, he would surely prevail, as he assumed Li Xiaolong to be merely immortal due to his concealed dimensional realm. But he ought to reflect. Had he ever encountered a mortal who comprehended the laws after living for billions of years? I place great value on my word, Li Xiaolong proclaimed, standing with an air of supreme pride. With Li Xiaolong's promise secured, Broly transformed instantly, eschewing the cautious approach of Goku and the others. Instead of testing the waters in his base form, he immediately ascended to Super Saiyan, a figure with silvery hair and bulging muscles, exuding a palpable sense of strength, manifested before Li Xiaolong. This form was unfamiliar to him. However, it appeared even more refined and powerful than Super Saiyan 4 in the Limit Break. What form is this? Since they had never met before, Li Xiaolong directly inquired of the other party. He could sense that the opponent's combat power had surged to a staggering 8,800. This was merely an avatar of the opponent. This was the legendary Super Saiyan 5. Broly lifted his head with pride, his voice cold and indifferent. In truth, he had only recently refined this avatar, and through a special method, he had elevated its combat power to this level. However, this avatar had little room for further enhancement from this point onward. So, Super Saiyan 5 truly exists. But what about Super Saiyan 6, or even Super Saiyan 100? Li Xiaolong found himself rather curious about this question. If such forms existed, he wished to witness their transcendent transformations. All of that is mere delusion. Ever since I shattered dimensions, I have solely focused on cultivating dimensional energy absorption, which is why I have only developed to Super Saiyan 5. Are we going to fight or not? Broly began to grow impatient, subsequently launching several energy blasts towards Li Xiaolong. Such trivial tricks, Li Xiaolong remarked as he employed a technique to intercept all the energy blasts Broly hurled at him, effortlessly shattering them with a slight exertion of force. Why not show your true prowess? This is hardly enough to impress me, he continued, maintaining a smile as he regarded Broly. Broly, infuriated by Li Xiaolong's demeanor, charged forward, ready to engage in close combat. The augmentation of physical strength granted by Super Saiyan 5 was even more formidable than that of Super Saiyan 4, instilling him with great confidence in his physical prowess. Comparing physical strength, are we? This is the first time someone has dared to challenge me on this front. Li Xiaolong's physical strength was indeed formidable. Even if he stood still and allowed Broly to strike, the attack would scarcely breach his defenses. As the two engaged, beams of light collided in the void of space. Li Xiaolong was presently relying solely on his raw physical strength to counter Broly. Although he found himself at a slight disadvantage, the shock evident in Broly's eyes was unmistakable. It was utterly astonishing that Li Xiaolong could contend with his Super Saiyan 5 form using nothing but physical strength, even though he was being suppressed. After a period of intense hand-to-hand combat, Li Xiaolong began to feel somewhat bored. Is there no other means at your disposal? This is becoming tiresome, he remarked, intensifying the pressure he exerted on Broly. Damn it, I was careless. The opponent has grasped the principles of combat. How could I have underestimated him? Broly finally recognized the source of his predicament, yet he could only press on stubbornly. Damn it, Kaioken, unleash your power. With Broly's furious roar, a red aura enveloped his body, amplifying his energy to 200 times its original strength. Indeed, with your current physique, you can withstand 200 times the Kaioken, Li Xiaolong observed, assessing his opponent. Stop boasting and prepare to receive my attack. Broly, feeling mocked by Li Xiaolong's demeanor while grappling with the immense pressure of the Kaioken, was thoroughly displeased. You are nearly at my limit. Just try a little harder, Li Xiaolong taunted, skillfully dodging Broly's powerful blows while provoking him further. Merely a bluff. Broly remained unfazed, continuing his tempestuous assault on Li Xiaolong. Is there no other trick up your sleeve? If not, it may be time for you to take your final bow. Observing that Broly had exhausted his options, Li Xiaolong, lacking the patience to prolong the encounter, resolved to conclude this battle. Although Broly's strength was astonishing, it still paled in comparison to his own expectations. Well, after my playful jests, it is indeed your time to exit. Suddenly, Li Xiaolong distanced himself, prompting Broly to swiftly turn and attempt to flee. Do you think you can escape? Let's see you run a light year. Li Xiaolong stood his ground, yet his voice echoed in Broly's ears. In truth, Broly had intended to employ instant transmission, only to find himself unable to do so, forced instead to sprint through the cosmic void. A light year's distance? Once I secure my hiding place, I shall certainly avenge this affront. In the midst of his flight, Broly plotted, unaware that all his movements were being observed by Li Xiaolong. How naive of you. I've already allowed you to flee 2 light years. Who would have thought you would prove so inept? Millions of years wasted. Then, Li Xiaolong extended his right hand into the void, conjuring an ethereal palm that reached out toward Broly. As it stretched further from Li Xiaolong, the phantom hand grew increasingly colossal, ultimately halting when it attained a length of 2.5 light years. You cannot escape my grasp. Li Xiaolong's voice resonated once more in Broly's ears. Broly spun around in frantic search, failing to locate Li Xiaolong, yet spotting the immense hand advancing towards him, which sent a jolt of terror through his being. My life is forfeit, Broly internally lamented, ceasing his flight to accept his fate, exhibiting a semblance of self-awareness. Li Xiaolong nodded at Broly's reaction. Such acknowledgement was not shameful, as he recognized the vast disparity in their strengths. The gigantic hand ensnared Broly and swiftly retracted, bringing him back to Li Xiaolong's side. This maneuver startled onlookers across the cosmos, but upon realizing that the colossal hand was merely apprehending Broly, their astonishment subsided. Do you yield? Li Xiaolong asked, his formidable figure looming before Broly. This technique stemmed from his mastery of spatial laws, adept at both capturing and confining adversaries. Who are you, that you possess such prowess? I have never heard of your name. Broly gazed in terror at Li Xiaolong beyond the confines of his grasp, having sensed a fraction of his power earlier, but never anticipating such overwhelming might. Had he known of Li Xiaolong's terrifying capabilities, he would have fled at the very moment of his appearance. There is no need for alarm. I bear you no ill will. Instead, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity, yet I shall retain this incarnation of yours." Contemplating the Broly held within his grasp, Li Xiaolong devised a plan. Recognizing that this individual had retreated to the fringes of the vast cosmos due to his failure to comprehend the laws of existence. Why not take advantage of this individual to stir the waters of the universe under the authority of the Omni King? Allowing myself to intervene in the schemes of these realms in the guise of a time patrol, I shall bestow upon you the methods and insights for comprehending the laws. The extent of your understanding shall depend solely upon your capabilities. Although the memories of the CRs are not shared with his original self, he merely activated the latent mental techniques within Broly. Once initiated, his mental techniques evolved into a presence akin to that of a spiritual entity. Consequently, after imparting the insights and methods of the CR's laws, Li Xiaolong intends to expel this spiritual entity from Broly's form, as Broly has become nothing more than an empty shell. Is there such a fortunate opportunity in this world? Who is it that has come to strike me down and, in return, grant me such immense fortune? Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, CRs appeared somewhat bewildered. However, upon learning of this remarkable opportunity, his muscle-bound mind momentarily faltered as he gazed eagerly at Li Xiaolong, awaiting the bestowed fortune. How has this individual managed to transcend the restrictions of the grand cosmos, exhibiting such naivety? Observing CR's demeanor, Li Xiaolong felt somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, it was advantageous. After imparting the laws to him, this fellow would undoubtedly plunge headlong into the Omni King's universe, allowing Li Xiaolong to follow in his wake and gradually undermine the Omni King's domain. Li Xiaolong directly infused the comprehension and methods of the combat laws into CR's spiritual entity. Then, with a gentle tap, he expelled CR's spiritual essence from Broly's body. Astonishingly, I was released so effortlessly. Suspended in midair, CRs appeared in a semi-transparent form, bearing some resemblance to Broly. "You may depart now." Li Xiaolong issued an eviction command. In an instant, CRs vanished without hesitation, casting one last lingering glance at Li Xiaolong. Utterly perplexed by his intentions, the god of destruction of this universe has ceased to exist, and the angel is incapacitated. I wonder if I can refine this universe. After CR's departure, Li Xiaolong stored Broly's shell within his ring, preparing to test whether he could refine this universe be NGCHU 01007. Without delay, Li Xiaolong commenced the arrangement of formations at the four corners of the universe. Following his acceptance of the Taiji Palace formation inheritance, Li Xiaolong's formations have grown immensely powerful, exceeding their previous strength by 100-fold, even without thorough comprehension and cultivation. Refining an entire universe is far more challenging than merely destroying one. Even now, Li Xiaolong can only achieve this with the aid of formations. I wonder what benefits refining a universe will bestow upon me, Li Xiaolong began to anticipate. Chapter 113. The benefits of universal enhancement. Li Xiaolong swiftly established the formations at the four corners of the universe. As the formations activated, countless inscriptions spread forth from within. Subsequently, the formation runes of the four extremes divided the universe into four distinct parts, and then the four extremes formations interconnected to create a cohesive whole. At this moment, Li Xiaolong sat cross-legged outside the cosmic sphere. Beneath him, a radiant formation whirled rapidly, linking the four extremes of the universe to the cosmos beneath his feet. Indeed, it was time. As the formation inscriptions completely enveloped the cosmic sphere, Li Xiaolong began to connect to the formation beneath him and commenced the process of refinement. As he initiated the refinement of the universe, Li Xiaolong felt an overwhelming mental pressure surge upon him. Had it not been for the extreme purity of his spiritual energy, this immense pressure could have shattered his mind. It was indeed no simple task. Fortunately, he had refrained from hastily proceeding with the refinement and had set up the formation as an aid. Otherwise, this avatar would likely have collapsed. Sitting in a meditative posture, Li Xiaolong felt a wave of trepidation for having avoided recklessness. It appeared that defeating the Omni King was still a distant goal. After all, he was the reincarnation of the great universe's consciousness. Even if dispersed now, he remained a being favored by the fate of the grand cosmos. Li Xiaolong realized that his cultivation time was still too brief. His strengths were evident, particularly his innate talent. However, compared to the ancient deities, his cultivation period was woefully short. Even with the time-manipulating artifact, the Room of Spirit and Time, he was often bogged down by trivialities, resulting in slow progress. Dismissing all other thoughts, Li Xiaolong focused intently on refining the universe. As he delved deeper into the refinement, a torrent of information surged within his mind, much of which he deemed unnecessary at that moment. Furthermore, such a vast influx of information could prove detrimental, leading him to seal away these insights deep within his consciousness for future reference. Most of this information was ultimately inconsequential, requiring him to discern its value individually. What was amiss? Why did he sense something peculiar? While Li Xiaolong refined the universe, the destroyer god of this universe, Whis, sensed an unusual disturbance. Yet no matter how he investigated, he could not ascertain the source of this feeling. He then grasped his staff, preparing to contact the high priest within his domain. The tip of the staff illuminated, but after a prolonged wait, darkness persisted, causing Whis's expression to grow grave. It seemed this universe was on the brink of calamity. Previously, Lord Beerus had been slain by those with ulterior motives through that mechanism, and now he could not reach his father. It appeared that the grand universe was set to be engulfed in turmoil once again. Whis keenly sensed the impending crisis but remained untroubled. For the angelic race possessed ample resilience to confront future challenges. The reason Whis could not connect with the high priest was due to the formation Li Xiaolong had arranged, which also served to isolate the cosmos from all external influences. Additionally, he severed the causal link between this universe and the Omni King. Otherwise, he would not dare to so boldly refine a universe within the Omni King's domain. Though the Omni King was immensely powerful, he was not omnipotent, at the very least. Li Xiaolong was capable of cutting the causal ties between the Omni King and this universe. Moreover, in this universe, Beerus was slain by Broly through a life-binding mechanism, causing Whis, the angel, to come to a standstill. It was only then that Li Xiaolong dared to refine this universe. Had the god of destruction and the angel remained in their prime, Li Xiaolong would have refrained from such a venture. Their presence alone would allow the angel to offer some resistance against Li Xiaolong, inevitably attracting the attention of the Grand Minister and the Omni King. The Omni King, capable of transcending time and space, could arrive at any point in the universe in an instant, and Li Xiaolong was not willing to take that risk. In fact, prior to this, Li Xiaolong conducted an experiment to ascertain whether he could enlighten Whis, specifically targeting the Whis from Universe 01007. However, he lamentably discovered that the entity's mental fortitude far surpassed his own at that moment, although his own spiritual essence and soul were more potent than that of Whis. The sheer magnitude of Whis's mental prowess was overwhelming. The angelic race inherently excelled in the realm of the mind, and each of these angels had existed for billions of years, through countless years of accumulation. The mental strength of the angelic lineage could be deemed the most formidable in the vast cosmos, significantly surpassing that of other races. While Whis hesitated on whether to seek the Grand Minister to report the situation, Li Xiaolong, seated in the void outside the cosmic sphere, wore an expression of joy. At that moment, the process of his refinement had reached over half completion, prompting him to amplify his mental output and hasten the final stages of the refinement. A tremendous roar resonated throughout the universe, causing all beings to involuntarily direct their gaze towards the source of the sound, the very core of the universe. What? The universe has changed hands. Upon hearing the thunderous noise, Whis' countenance shifted dramatically as he swiftly made his way towards the core of the universe. Outside the cosmic sphere, Li Xiaolong wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, releasing a sigh of relief. He had finally completed the process without any dire consequences, though his avatar had nearly reached the brink of mental collapse. The sheer volume of information contained within a universe is indeed staggering. Even though this universe belonged to the Omni King system, had Li Xiaolong not sealed away this information, he would have succumbed to mental breakdown long ago. The act of sealing this information alone consumed a significant portion of his mental strength, but thankfully, he managed to complete the refinement unscathed. Let us see what benefits this refinement of the universe has conferred upon me. Once again seated in the void, Li Xiaolong began to explore the advantages bestowed upon him by this cosmic refinement. The phrase master of the universe naturally surfaced in his mind, as he realized he now possessed dominion over everything within the universe, capable of ensnaring even Whis, rendering him immobile. Furthermore, Li Xiaolong discovered that the laws of the universe lay before him, profoundly resonating with him. He now found that comprehending these laws required merely a fraction of the time he previously expended, allowing him to grasp them with ease. The quantity of laws within the universe was exceedingly vast, While many were of lower and mid-tier status, their sheer abundance was remarkable, and there were also numerous higher-tier laws, at least dozens, if not hundreds. Additionally, Li Xiaolong discovered that whenever he wished, he could manipulate the cosmic sphere with effortless grace. Initially, he contemplated how to transport this celestial orb beyond the realm of the Omni King's universe, but now he had effortlessly resolved this challenge. Furthermore, he realized that he could harness the power of the entire universe. Thus, when confronted by adversaries of equal strength, the might of the cosmos would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. While the power of a single universe may seem insignificant in the presence of top-tier warriors, what if one were to possess countless such powers, akin to that of the Omni King? In his quest to refine the universe, Li Xiaolong had unearthed a hidden card of the Omni King. With this revelation, he would be better prepared to face the Omni King in the future, ensuring he would not be caught off guard. Moreover, the Omni King commanded numerous universes and was the reincarnation of the consciousness of the grand universe, undoubtedly having comprehended countless laws, with rules that exceeded mere singularity. It was only now that Li Xiaolong truly grasped the immense strength of the Omni King, and this was merely a fraction of his true power. Clearly, if he wished to rescue his esteemed father-in-law, he would need to exert considerable effort. With a serious expression, he organized the information swirling in his mind. This universe could serve as a foundation for the future. However, Li Xiaolong chose not to dwell on it any longer and began to contemplate the potential applications of this universe. Chapter 114. The Pursuit of the High Priest. Though Li Xiaolong held little regard for the laws within this universe, he had a multitude of subordinates who needed to comprehend these principles. With the support of this universe, those among his ranks who met the requirements could grasp the laws at an accelerated pace. First, he would relocate this universe to the realm of the Omni King. Although he severed the causal connection between the Omni King and this universe, it was inevitable that, over time, the Omni King would become aware of it. Guiding the universe through the vast void of the grand cosmos, Li Xiaolong initially preferred to utilize a teleportation array. However, the sheer magnitude of the universe made it impossible for him to establish a teleportation array capable of transporting an entire universe at this stage. Thus, he had to resort to navigating through the cosmic expanse. Nevertheless, this approach significantly heightened the risk of exposure. To mitigate this, Li Xiaolong fabricated the illusion of the universe's destruction and established concealment formations beyond its boundaries, allowing him to buy some time. Indeed, the universe had changed hands. It was unclear who possessed the ability to refine this universe under the Omni King's oversight, all while moving it without detection. At this moment, Whis, confined within the realm of destruction by Li Xiaolong, felt a profound shock as he sensed that the universe was no longer in its previous position, and it was now hurtling towards the cosmic edge. Had Whis noticed sooner, he would not have been ensnared by Li Xiaolong. After all, even a destroyer god could shatter the universe, let alone an angel. However, Li Xiaolong had utilized the power of the universe to bind Whis, akin to wrapping a person in layers of gauze, rendering them utterly incapable of exerting strength. Typically, one could easily tear through gauze with minimal effort, but when ensnared in layers upon layers, all strength was rendered futile. At this moment, Weiss's situation was akin to being ensnared in bandages. Unless someone from the outside intervened to liberate him from this confinement or provided him with the means to unleash his potential, he remained trapped. Li Xiaolong paid no heed to Weiss. Even if Weiss attempted to reach out to the outside world, he was powerless. For the formations he had set up effectively obstructed any information he sought to transmit into the cosmos. Within the Grand Palace of the Cosmic Sovereign, located in the Bingsho 01 universe, a projection of the 12 universes was displayed, and suddenly, the projection of the 7th universe vanished with a resounding silence. An angel on duty gazed incredulously at the spot where the 7th universe had once been projected, rubbing his eyes to assure himself that he was not merely hallucinating. After repeatedly confirming this shocking occurrence, the angel swiftly turned and dashed towards the palace, using his scepter to incessantly attempt to contact Weiss, yet he received no response. What has caused such a commotion? The high priest inquired calmly upon observing the flustered angel, exuding an air of complete control over the situation. Father, it is grave news. The 7th universe has vanished. The angel reported hastily, even altering his usual address for the high priest. Could it be that the demon clan has intervened to annihilate the 7th universe? The high priest speculated as he made his way towards the site of the projection. Upon arriving, he began to investigate, and continued attempting to reach Weiss, his earlier composure replaced by a weighty seriousness. Unable to contact Weiss, he pondered the implications. If the demon clan had indeed destroyed the universe, only the destroyer would perish, yet Weiss would undoubtedly survive such an onslaught. Moreover, who among the vast universe would dare to intrude upon this vicinity, so close to the heart of the cosmos, and confront the angelic race? The high priest held a profound confidence in the strength of the angelic order, fully aware that the cosmic sovereign was the reincarnation of the original consciousness of the universe. And yet, the current sovereign also belonged to the angelic race. In addition, there was he himself, a being second only to the sovereign. And the angelic race had always been inherently powerful. Even without the ability to cultivate, they were born stronger than the average destroyer. For instance, the apprentice angel of the seventh universe, Myers, was an existence far more formidable than the typical destroyer, not to mention that Beerus had existed for millions of years. The angelic race required an extensive gestation period before birth, which contributed to their inherent strength, akin to beginning their cultivation while still in the womb. As he could not ascertain the cause from the projection, the high priest decided to directly inspect the site of the disappearance. His speed eclipsed that of the angels, allowing him to arrive swiftly at the location where the seventh universe had vanished. There were signs of destruction, yet they appeared too deliberate. Not resembling the aftermath of a battle, it seemed the adversary had intentionally left clues to confound them. Initially, the high priest intended to utilize the laws of time to trace back the events leading to the disappearance of the seventh universe. Yet his mastery over those laws was merely complete. In contrast, Li Xiaolong also possessed a complete mastery of the laws of time, rendering him unable to surpass Li Xiaolong's capabilities and thus unable to retrace time for investigation, leaving him only to hypothesize. Wait, this direction is incorrect. Ah, yes. The vital energy and the essence of the void have been entirely evacuated in this direction, and the area cleared precisely matches the size of the seventh universe. As the Grand Priest investigated the direction in which Li Xiaolong was hastening towards the edge of the great universe, he detected an anomaly. Li Xiaolong was manipulating the cosmos to create a vacuum conduit of primordial energy along his escape path. As Li Xiaolong deftly navigated the universe, the void left in his wake resembled a projectile traversing through the air, resulting in a diminished air density along its trajectory compared to surrounding regions. The Grand Priest, following the path left by the cosmos, pursued relentlessly. Despite Li Xiaolong's initial advantage, his speed in controlling the universe's flight could not surpass that of the Grand Priest's pursuit. Soon, the traps Li Xiaolong had laid along the route were triggered by the Grand Priest. What? This has drawn out the Grand Priest. I must accelerate, or else being caught by him would spell trouble. Upon triggering the mechanisms Li Xiaolong had set, the image of the Grand Priest in hot pursuit materialized before him. This was a tactical arrangement he had devised as a precaution, and to his surprise, it proved effective. Li Xiaolong promptly urged the cosmos to hasten toward the boundary of the great universe, but the distance between the pursuer and the pursued grew alarmingly smaller. The primordial energy along this path was dwindling, suggesting that the opponent was drawing ever closer. Sensing the diminishing concentration of primordial energy, the Grand Priest quickened his pursuit. The earlier path, now being reopened by the influx of energy, rendered the energy density increasingly akin to that of the great universe's void. Thus, as the Grand Priest perceived the thinning concentration of energy along the route, he surged forward with renewed vigor. What is this? It's like a stubborn adhesive. The more I chase, the tighter the grip. It seems escape is futile. Observing the Grand Priest's figure drawing nearer, Li Xiaolong's heart raced with alarm. At the current speed of the Grand Priest, it would not be long before he was caught. Was the cosmos doomed to fall? If that were the case, why continue to flee? It was time to confront the Grand Priest's formidable prowess. Realizing escape was an illusion, Li Xiaolong ceased his flight, halting the manipulation of the cosmos, and began to set up a grand formation in the void outside. Although the Grand Priest had been divided, he was not an adversary Li Xiaolong could hope to defeat in his current state, prompting him to hastily arrange a lethal array to bolster his defenses against the Grand Priest. Chapter 115. Confronting the Grand Priest. The primordial energy along this path is becoming alarmingly sparse, nearly vanishing. As the Grand Priest closed in, only a few universes away from Li Xiaolong, he sensed a faint sense of danger ahead. To err on the side of caution, he reduced his speed, confident that no one could defeat him. yet aware that a moment of vulnerability could lead to disgrace. Unbeknownst to him, the Grand Priest inadvertently stepped into the lethal array Li Xiaolong had meticulously arranged, and the scenery before his eyes transformed, no longer the dull, gray void of the great universe. Instead, he beheld a breathtaking mountain, suffused with ethereal energy, more exquisite than any beauty he had ever encountered. Why did this sublime atmosphere feel so familiar? Gazing at the majestic mountain, the Grand Priest felt an uncanny sense of recognition. The High Priest, a survivor among the first generation of angels, has ventured into the Tai Chi Palace. However, Su Tianqing has erased this portion of his memory, leaving him with a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he has encountered such an ethereal realm. Indeed, his strength is formidable. Were it not for the aid of the formation, even with the mightiest embodiment of the 5 elements, I would struggle to withstand him for long. At this moment, Li Xiaolong quietly observes the High Priest within the formation. True to his status as a first-generation angel, he has survived since the inception of the great universe's consciousness. Billions of years have passed, and even though the characteristics of the universe have diminished his power significantly, the pressure he exerts upon Li Xiaolong remains immense. It appears I have grown complacent, having faced little resistance until now, only to inadvertently provoke a being of such magnitude. However, the knowledge gained from refining the universe is of utmost value. Whether or not the universe can be taken away is secondary. Additionally, observing the High Priest's prowess will aid in future preparations. As long as I maintain my concealment, I can attribute this incident to the Demon Clan. Although I am prepared to test my strength against the High Priest, I have no intention of revealing my true capabilities. Instead, I plan to redirect the ensuing chaos toward the demon race. High Priest, I never expected you to be the one who ultimately arrived. And who might you be? I do not recall anyone by that name. Having lived for billions of years, the High Priest has encountered many great beings, yet none match this one. To think that after all this time, even the old acquaintances have forgotten me, how very poignant. Li Xiaolong feigned a tone of deep reflection. He then activated the illusion array within the formation. Although the High Priest possesses immense mental fortitude, he fell victim to this unfamiliar illusion. As he became ensnared, the High Priest beheld a figure gradually materializing from the mountain's summit, suffused with an aura of profound essence. Is it you? I cannot believe you survived that great battle. Guided by the illusion, the High Priest uttered the name of the figure he perceived, while the illusion reflected this image back to Li Xiaolong. The figure appeared indistinguishable from the High Priest, suggesting he, too, was among the first beings created by the great universe's consciousness. Observing the image in his mind, Li Xiaolong seamlessly transformed into the likeness of De. Indeed, I survived that cataclysmic clash, though I was grievously wounded and have been in slumber until now. I never anticipated my first encounter upon awakening would be with you. You instigated the war. Now, as the great universe lies shattered, even the consciousness of the great universe has reincarnated as Lord Jinwang. The present state of the universe is one of ruin, all attributable to your kind, the true architects of this calamity. To have survived until now is a remarkable stroke of fortune, yet you still dare to attempt to seize the universe. Such audacity is truly reckless. The High Priest's emotions grew increasingly unstable as he spoke, his aura intensifying. History is penned by the victors. Now that your angelic lineage wields great power, it is easy for you to lay all blame upon us. Yet, you angels are equally culpable for this disaster. Li Xiaolong remained uncertain whether the Emperor belonged to the Demon Clan, for the two factions appeared strikingly similar. The sole distinguishing feature being the red hue of the Emperor's eyes. Emperor bore no resemblance to the description of the Demon Clan provided by Micah Kapura. The consciousness of the grand universe created beings such as us, yet you insist on categorizing yourselves as demons. Were it not for this, the grand universe would have perished in the cataclysm of your two factions' conflict. Your existence as demons is unwarranted. Because of your malevolence, we have even lost contact with the Lord of the Divine. The High Priest seethed with indignation, referring to the Lord of the Divine as Su Tianqing. Though eons had passed, the High Priest remained oblivious to the truth. The initial conflict was instigated by the very Lord he revered. In fact, even the reincarnated consciousness of the grand universe failed to realize that Su Tianqing orchestrated that catastrophic battle, and naturally, the current ruler remained unaware of the underlying conspiracy. We angels merely seek to subdue you. How dare you demons resist? Humph, such a futile endeavor. You have slumbered for countless millennia and should have hidden away upon awakening. Yet here you are, audaciously provoking us, utterly oblivious to your impending doom. By the heavens, how absurdly conventional this creature's words are. Could it be that angels are merely the reincarnations of some exceptional beings? Upon hearing the high priest's words, Li Xiaolong felt a surge of indignation on behalf of the demon clan. Enough jesting. Face your demise, Emperor Yi, seemingly reluctant to waste further words. The high priest struck without warning, unleashing the power of the laws. Humph, the so-called angelic laws hold no sway over me. Li Xiaolong feigned the demeanor of the high priest's illusion, defiantly obliterating the high priest's attack with a single strike. Angelic laws? You have actually comprehended the angelic laws. The high priest was taken aback as he witnessed Li Xiaolong's counterattack employing the angelic laws, for in his memory, Emperor Yi had not grasped such principles. Moreover, the angels had always believed that a single individual could not comprehend two opposing laws. If one were to master conflicting powers, that individual would meet an untimely demise. Once, a prodigious angel simultaneously grasped both angelic and demonic laws, only to meet a swift and tragic end. Their conclusion was that it was due to the mastery of the demonic laws that led to his downfall. This reasoning contributed to the angel's profound hatred for demons. In truth, they were entirely mistaken. The demise of that angel stemmed from his soul being unable to bear the weight of such vast powers, ultimately resulting in his soul being shattered by the laws. Consequently, the angelic lineage projected their animosity for that angel's death onto the demon clan and Su Tianqing. Seeking to amplify the enmity between the two factions, undoubtedly fanned the flames of discord. Humph, this eon's long slumber has not left me empty-handed. Though that great battle left me gravely wounded and in repose, it also granted me insight into the angelic laws. You angels are truly the epitome of hypocrisy. The demise of your prodigy must surely be attributed to your own machinations, all in the pursuit of inciting war. Your desperation knows no bounds. In the present day, I.D.E. have simultaneously comprehended both the demon law and the angel law. What do you have to say about that? The two are currently locked in a fierce battle. The power of the laws swirling through the air and radiant lights illuminating the array space. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The clan leader would never deceive us. How could anyone possibly grasp opposing laws simultaneously and remain unscathed? In truth, upon witnessing Li Xiaolong disguised as D.E. wield the angel law, the high priest began to waver, resulting in a noticeable diminishment in the ferocity of his attacks. Otherwise, Li Xiaolong would have likely succumbed after just a few strikes. Chapter 116. A Successful Escape. Humph. This is merely a pretext fabricated by your angel race to incite war, cloaked in a facade of righteousness. The demon law and angel law are not inherently contradictory. They are baseless accusations thrust upon us by your kind. It is solely due to your victory in that war, and the subsequent decimation of our demon clan's leadership, that you seized the narrative and imposed these charges upon us. Li Xiaolong continued to stir the high priest's inner turmoil. Without this tactic, his avatar would struggle to evade the high priest's grasp today. Although aided by the array, the disparity between him and the high priest was insurmountable, and his current mastery of formations was insufficient to bridge such a vast gap. Furthermore, many of his abilities were rendered unusable, such as his true form. While his most formidable avatar could amplify his strength significantly, the high priest could effortlessly suppress him should he invoke the power of the laws. At that point, Li Xiaolong's avatar would likely be lost, and there was even a chance that his true self might be exposed. Given Li Xiaolong's foundation, had his current realm been at the 12th tier, he might have stood a chance to contest with the high priest, albeit only in a mere contest of strength. Humph. Utter nonsense. This was derived from the clan leader's deductions. The clan leader could not possibly be mistaken. Despite his internal conflict, the high priest's assault did not relent, continuing to rain down upon Li Xiaolong's guise as D.E. like a torrential storm. However, the intensity of the high priest's strikes was evidently diminished compared to before, providing Li Xiaolong with considerable relief. Could your angel clan leader truly be more learned and powerful than the Lord God? When your leader consulted the Lord God regarding this matter, did the Lord God ever provide a definitive response? These matters had previously been mentioned by Su Tianqing, my advantageous father-in-law, and Li Xiaolong had not anticipated their relevance today. As he countered the high priest's onslaught, Li Xiaolong skillfully maneuvered him towards the confinement array. which could ensnare the High Priest for a brief moment, sufficient time for him to utilize a teleportation array or instantaneously depart from this location. As for the refined universe, it would have to be left for the High Priest to take back, although he had tampered with it, concealing his mark. This hidden mark could be activated at any time. The High Priest would certainly not destroy this universe, but would return it to its original state, should the need arise. Li Xiaolong could reclaim control over this universe, provided that his concealed mark remained undetected and unremoved. However, the Grand Priest remains oblivious. For even now he has not realized that he has fallen victim to Li Xiaolong's illusionary formation, a hidden mark far more potent than this illusion. Li Xiaolong harbors concerns that the Omni King might discover that hidden mark, or worse, annihilate this universe and create another. After all, in the eyes of the Omni King, what significance does a universe hold? The lives within it are mere trifles, easily erased at will. It is to be hoped that such a calamity does not come to pass. Li Xiaolong still wishes for the preservation of this universe. After all, opportunities like this are rare beneath the vast expanse of the Omni King's cosmic hierarchy. Once he escapes from the Grand Priest's grasp, he intends to refine those unclaimed universes. Having recognized the benefits of refining universes, Li Xiaolong has no intention of neglecting those unclaimed realms, as they are invaluable resources. In truth, he prefers that the people of Li Family Village, along with his other subordinates, engage in the refinement of these universes. This would greatly aid their comprehension of the laws, empowering them as masters of the universe. What is happening? This fellow has suddenly intensified his assault. Just as Li Xiaolong retreats while fighting, the Grand Priest unexpectedly amplifies his offensive, leaving Li Xiaolong straining under the pressure. It appears he must activate the killing formation. Initially, he hoped to avoid revealing the formation, but the pressure from the Grand Priest leaves him no choice. Activate! Li Xiaolong exclaimed a peculiar incantation, causing the Grand Priest to regard him with suspicion. What does he mean by activate? At that moment, the entire space, once imbued with an ethereal ambience, transformed into a realm thick with murderous intent. The atmosphere was saturated with a palpable aura of slaughter, making the Grand Priest feel as though his very skin might be torn asunder. What manner of technique is this? It is unlike anything I have ever encountered. Although he senses the looming danger within this space, it does not yet pose a lethal threat. Thus, the Grand Priest begins to scrutinize the killing formation. Intriguing, this technique bears a resemblance to the powers acquired after mastering a universe. Yet it seems to possess a higher level of sophistication, not merely more advanced, but with greater potential for development than the authority gained over a universe. Observing Li Xiaolong's pretense of being unable to contend with him, the Grand Priest, now realizing that this technique does not present a fatal threat, halts his assault to observe the killing formation. However, his assumptions are clearly misguided. Under the onslaught of the killing formation, his attempts to counter and comprehend this extraordinary technique yield no results. This is a life-saving technique bestowed upon me by the Lord of the Gods. Had I not been weakened from my recent revival, you would have been vanquished long ago, Li Xiaolong proclaimed dramatically, all the while guiding the Grand Priest toward the encirclement of the formation. Attempt to flee? Emperor He. While your technique is indeed powerful and has exerted considerable pressure upon me, it is still insufficient. Upon observing Li Xiaolong's direction of movement, the Grand Priest initially presumed that Li intended to employ an unfamiliar tactic to ensnare him and subsequently flee, regarding him with a hint of contempt. As the Grand Priest simultaneously countered the assault of the formation, he advanced toward Li Xiaolong's position. Indeed, he has taken the bait. A smile graced Li Xiaolong's lips upon realizing the Grand Priest had fallen into his trap. Engaging while retreating, he ultimately lured the Grand Priest to the location of the confinement array he had meticulously arranged, which promptly activated, ensnaring the Grand Priest within its confines. How is this possible? I cannot move. The Grand Priest recognized something was amiss the moment he was trapped, and he unleashed his full might in an attempt to break free from the confinement. The next encounter shall not mirror this one. Await my return to collect the interest, and the universe shall remain yours for now. As the Grand Priest found himself ensnared, Li Xiaolong activated the teleportation array, transporting himself directly beyond the borders to the Demon Clan's stronghold. Should he have employed instantaneous movement, he would still be detected by the Grand Priest, who too had mastered the principles of spatial manipulation. As Li Xiaolong departed, the Grand Priest swiftly extricated himself from the confinement's grip, and the killing array shattered and vanished along with the confinement. Such extraordinary tactics. It could very well be a life-saving technique bestowed by the Lord of the Gods. It is for the best that he has departed. It is a rare occasion for an old acquaintance to survive, and I do not wish to resort to lethal measures, especially considering we are of the same kin. I hope our paths do not cross again. Gazing toward the direction where Li Xiaolong had just vanished, the Grand Priest reflected, realizing that he had indeed held back considerably. Otherwise, he would have captured Li Xiaolong, disguised as the Emperor Yi, long ago. Had Li Xiaolong not masqueraded as the Emperor Yi, the Grand Priest would have already dismantled this avatar of his. Arriving beside the universe left by Li Xiaolong, the Grand Priest commenced his investigation. Chapter 117. The method of divine refinement. The Grand Priest certainly allowed an ocean's worth of leniency. Otherwise, I would not have escaped so effortlessly. Now transported to the Demon Clan's stronghold, Li Xiaolong finally regained his senses. No matter how incompetent the Grand Priest may be, he could not have permitted such an easy escape. Reflecting on the previous battle, it was fraught with inconsistencies. Could it be that the Grand Priest harbors doubts regarding the All-King? No. Perhaps he questions the ancient conflict and does not hold an entirely hostile view toward the Demon Clan. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that he would let his adversary go. Alas, if I cannot comprehend it, I shall not dwell on it. It is not of paramount importance. Would the Grand Priest ever ally with me against the All-King? Absolutely not. Since I cannot fathom it, I shall cease my contemplation. Instead, I will instruct the demons at the stronghold to compile information regarding the unclaimed universes, as I have more pressing matters to attend to. Soon enough, the demons gathered and presented the information on the unclaimed universes to Li Xiaolong, who began to peruse the data. The scale of these universes is quite substantial. Initially, I intended for others to refine them as sources of aid. Yet it appears that notion was somewhat premature. In the information gathered by the Demon Clan regarding the unclaimed universes, it was observed that their dimensions were largely comparable to the seventh universe he had previously refined. Even with the aid of formations, the process of refinement proved somewhat arduous for him, let alone for those under his command whose soul and mental prowess starkly contrasted with his own. Even the inhabitants of Lijia village could only manage to refine universes 10 times smaller than the seventh universe he had previously processed, and that too required his assistance through formations. I can devise a method of divine refinement tailored for their cultivation, since their mental strength is insufficient. Guiding them to reach that realm seems plausible. Additionally, through the use of medicinal elixirs, I can enhance their mental faculties to that level, allowing for a gradual refinement of the universe as it settles. Suddenly, Li Xiaolong recalled a divine refinement technique he had encountered in the legacy of the Taiji Palace. However, this technique necessitated the cultivation of celestial spiritual energy to succeed. Although both his main body and first avatar were in seclusion for comprehension, it was feasible for his second avatar to explore a divine refinement method suitable for the Dragon Ball world. The potency of this technique need not be extraordinary. It merely needs to enable his subordinates of sufficient realm to cultivate their mental strength to the level capable of refining universes of that scale. Having established a time acceleration formation, Li Xiaolong began to delve into the divine refinement technique within it. This time acceleration formation was also acquired from the legacy of the Taiji Palace. However, due to the limitations of this avatar's capabilities, he could only set up a formation with a time ratio of 2:1, wherein 1 day in the external world equates to 2 days within. Before entering seclusion, Li Xiaolong sent a message to Li Yun, instructing him to arrange for personnel to manage martial affairs in the BNGCH in a 01007 universe. Of course, Li Yun did not need to personally oversee this. He merely had to select a group of individuals to send over. In the BNGCH in 01007 universe, Li Xiaolong had previously established a teleportation formation, which could only be activated by this current batch of Li Yun's personnel due to the immense energy expenditure required to initiate it, an expenditure sufficient to drain a 6th-tier individual completely. The reason for such a significant consumption lay in the vast distance between the two universes. Upon receiving Li Xiaolong's message, Li Yun swiftly convened the inhabitants of Lijiao village to discuss which individuals should be dispatched. Ultimately, it was decided to send 2 6th-tier individuals and 10 5th-tier individuals to the BNGCH in a 01007 universe. These individuals did not possess the breakthrough experience of Li Xiaolong when he ascended to the 5th and 6th tiers, lacking the time necessary for accumulation. Consequently, when Li Xiaolong broke through to the 5th tier, his combat power was a mere 350 billion, and at the time of his 6th tier breakthrough, it was only 40 trillion. These individuals originally lacked the cultivation talent that Li Xiaolong possessed. In the face of formidable barriers to ascension, they could only frantically absorb primordial energy to accumulate strength. Within the Spirit Time House, under a time ratio of 1 to 10 years, their combat prowess over these many years had become formidable. Most 5th-tier individuals were at the level of Jing, while 6th-tier individuals were at the level of Guy. Of course, the strength of these individuals could be attributed to prolonged accumulation and the extraordinarily high concentration of primordial energy in the hidden essence star, which allowed them to draw upon it freely. Among the 12 dispatched, 2 individuals of the 6th tier hailed from the village of Li, while the 10 of the 5th tier comprised individuals from Earth, Namek, Adrat, and Metamora. Although Adrat and Metamora had perished in the universe of Bingchen 01007, and the Namekians had vacated their home planet, such matters became trivial following Li Xiaolong's comprehension of the Dragon Goddess principles. Upon mastering these principles, Li Xiaolong acquired the ability to bestow others with the power to create Dragon Balls, which, due to their uniqueness, possessed abilities second only to the Super Dragon Balls. Furthermore, he inscribed a formation atop the Dragon Balls to absorb vital energy and wishes, allowing the Dragon Balls he created to recover within merely a month after a wish was made. Additionally, each of his Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes at once, making the complete restoration of several planets effortlessly achievable. As they embarked on their journey, the others donned the formation talismans crafted by Li Xiaolong, which could entirely conceal their dimensional auras. Even if their combat prowess was revealed, they would not be detected, leading others to perceive them merely as exceptionally powerful mortals. Moreover, Li Yun accompanied them to the realm of time, where, under the auspices of a letter of introduction from Li Xiaolong, Cronoa, the god of time, graciously permitted their entry into the Time Patrol. In truth, Cronoa's willingness to accept them stemmed from their formidable strength. Had they been weak, even with Li Xiaolong's recommendation, they would not have gained her approval. Li Xiaolong's strategy aimed for the majority of those above the 5th tier under his command to join the Time Patrol. However, Cronoa responded that each universe could only have a limited number of representatives in the Time Patrol, a decree established by the Omni King to prevent the exploitation of the Time Patrol's privileges for nefarious purposes across parallel universes. Yet, despite this foresight, Li Xiaolong discovered a loophole. Although the Omni King had preemptively thwarted such occurrences, Li Xiaolong could utilize those joining the Time Patrol from his universe as a springboard. He envisioned sending these individuals to other universes to cultivate talents and power, subsequently allowing those talents to join the Time Patrol, thereby facilitating rapid expansion. It wouldn't be long before all universes under the Omni King's realm would fall under his influence, albeit this influence would pertain solely to personnel, as the control over the universes would require a more gradual approach. After joining the Time Patrol, there were no immediate tasks, much to their delight. Upon returning to Earth, they utilized the formation to teleport to the universe of Bingchen 01007, having previously participated in martial arts management within their respective universes. They quickly adapted upon arriving in Bingchen 01007, initially overseeing the martial affairs of Earth. Subsequently, individuals from the 3 planets made wishes to restore the 3 planets of Bingchen 01007, with each taking charge of the martial matters on their respective planets. Chapter 118. The Return of the Overlord. After streamlining the martial affairs of Earth, several individuals began to extend their influence into the cosmos. The warriors had matured significantly, and the Omni King's attention towards Goku had diminished. Thus, those few ventured into the universe with less restraint than in the 01007 universe, directly nurturing martial artists from Earth before initiating their expansion. The inhabitants of 3 planets also disseminated their martial arts throughout the cosmos. In truth, they were also managing affairs concerning the universe of the parallel dimension, the realm of despair. As for the technological advancements and other matters of this universe, they entrusted them to the local scientist, Bulma. They would hand over the technology brought from their universe to Bulma, enabling her to establish a technology institute dedicated to the thorough research and analysis of these innovations. To their astonishment, they found that Dr. Jero in your universe was incredibly remarkable, having invented androids that truly benefited humanity, as well as formidable intelligent robots. Upon reviewing the materials sent by Li Yun, Dr. Briefs and his colleagues were utterly amazed. Most of the contents were unfamiliar to them, surpassing their own advancements by several eras. Particularly after learning about Dr. Gero's circumstances and his research achievements, they were even more astonished. With proper guidance, even Dr. Gero from your universe could make monumental contributions to Earth. However, various factors had shaped the situation in your universe. In our universe, under the guidance of Brother Xiaolong, Dr. Gero's talents could flourish without the issues faced in yours. Li Yun was well aware of these cosmic conditions, as Li Xiaolong shared such information with him. Brother Li Yun, how is Xiaolong doing? Why didn't he accompany you this time? Everyone was curious about this matter and turned their attention to Li Yun. Brother Xiaolong is currently engaged in cultivation in a distant universe and could not join us. However, if you have questions, feel free to ask me. I manage all matters concerning Brother Xiaolong in our universe. Observing the eager Saiyans, Li Yun understood their desire to challenge him. And he too wished to gauge the potential of Goku and Gohan, whom Xiaolong held in high regard. Yet, the disparity between them was substantial. He merely wished to glimpse the future of Goku and Gohan from his universe through their counterparts here. Brother Li Yun, may we engage in a contest? I can sense your formidable strength. Goku boldly stepped forward to issue a challenge. I think not. The gap between us is far too vast. Let him take my place. He is the weakest among us. This is not a matter of underestimating you, but rather acknowledging the significant difference in strength. Li Yun clearly hesitated to engage directly and instead allowed one of the Earthlings accompanying him to step forward. This individual, though the weakest at the 5th level, possessed combat capabilities that were quite formidable due to the overwhelming energy they had absorbed in the spirit light chamber. As far as I know, the two of you can merge to become Vegeto. I advise you both to consider this transformation before confronting him, Li Yun kindly cautioned. Brother Li Yun, allow me to attempt this on my own. Goku, oblivious to the true strength of his opponent, was eager to engage in battle solo. Although he had been diligently training with the techniques imparted by Li Xiaolong, and his battle prowess had indeed escalated rapidly over this brief period. It had only been a few months since Li Xiaolong's departure. His regular combat power had only increased by 100 million, now reaching 850 million. Vegeta, on the other hand, had augmented his power by 50 million, but the most significant progress had been made by Gohan, whose battle strength under that mysterious form had soared to 3,200 million. Furthermore, Gohan was the first in this universe to attain dimensional mastery, now standing at the pinnacle of the first stage, a testament to the terrifying potential of his bloodline's partial awakening. Transform into Super Saiyan 2 without delay, urged the Earthling accompanying Li Yun, observing Goku's determination to fight in his normal state. Despite his admiration for Goku developed during their time together, he understood the gravity of the situation when it came to combat. Boom. As Goku insisted on his approach, his opponent unleashed a portion of his aura, causing Goku to stumble momentarily. Indeed formidable. Goku steadied himself, a grave expression crossing his face as he regarded his adversary. Heeding the advice given, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, elevating his battle power to 1,700,000,000,000. The Saiyan transformations truly defy logic. Though he had previously witnessed Bardock and others transform into Super Saiyans on Planet Salad, Li Yun couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia watching Goku's transformation. How fortunate I am not to have rushed in earlier. It would have been I who faced humiliation. Feeling the released aura of the Earthling who accompanied Li Yun, Vegeta broke into a cold sweat, relieved that he had refrained from recklessly charging forward. To prevent Goku from suffering an embarrassing defeat, the Earthling intentionally held back. And Goku recognized this leniency, opting to halt his offensive after a brief skirmish. Vegeta, let us merge into Vegeto. The strength of our opponent exceeds expectations. Goku proposed as he approached Vegeta, scratching the back of his head. TCH. Vegeta, with a hint of arrogance, reluctantly acquiesced to Goku's request, secretly eager for a proper battle, but knowing he had to summon the Prince of all Saiyans. After the fusion ceremony concluded, a figure radiating the essence of the Prince emerged. Behold, I am Vegeto. The Prince exhibited his innate charisma, clenching his fists as he reveled in his newfound strength, brimming with confidence. Swish, swish, swish. Despite being the Prince, Vegeto did not underestimate his opponent. Immediately following the completion of the fusion, The Earthling unleashed his aura, creating an overwhelming presence that made Vegito feel as though his theatricality had faltered. Under the pressure of the formidable aura, Vegito transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his battle power skyrocketing to 45 trillion. Due to the nature of their second fusion, the combat power of the two individuals post-fusion is equivalent to the sum of their individual strengths multiplied by 150. The current Bi King can truly be regarded as the strongest warrior on Earth, excluding Li Yun and his companions. Intriguingly, the enhancement upon fusion is remarkably substantial, far exceeding that of human fusions. Li Yun observed Gogeta with keen interest. The multiplicative increase from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta dwarfs that of any Earthling, even in their first fusion, while still inexperienced. Goku and Vegeta achieved a 120-fold increase, yet their maximum enhancement, regardless of proficiency, caps at 50 times. Dragon Brother is likely aware of this phenomenon, but for now, he chose to focus on the battle. After all, both would ultimately serve under his command, and a greater enhancement would be beneficial. With that thought, Li Yun turned his gaze to the two combatants on the battlefield. Chapter 119. Void Meditation. As Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, an overwhelming aura surged forth, pressing down upon the gathered onlookers. With a mere wave of his hand, Li Yun alleviated the oppressive atmosphere, effectively isolating Gogeta's overwhelming energy. Such is the fighting style of the Saiyans, an extravagant expenditure of energy. If they could contain this power within, their transformations could potentially persist for an extended duration. Observing Gogeta in his Super Saiyan form, Li Yun readily identified the inherent drawbacks of this transformation. However, he had no immediate solutions and could only wait to see if Li Xiaolong might address this issue in the future. In stark contrast to Gogeta stood his opponent, who exuded a calm and balanced demeanor, devoid of any overt aggression. Yet, this very composure caused Gogeta to furrow his brow, prompting even Bi King to adopt a more cautious stance. The depths of his opponent remained inscrutable, but regardless, it was merely a sparring session. After a few moments of observation, Gogeta, unable to contain his impatience, launched an attack. A resounding crash echoed through the battlefield as the clash occurred. When the smoke cleared, the individual accompanying Li Yun stood proudly in place, while Gogeta was forced back several dozen steps. What? Even Gogeta was pushed back? This individual is exceedingly powerful. Piccolo, witnessing Gogeta's disadvantage in their initial exchange, was left astonished, his face paling in disbelief. The other Dragon Ball warriors shared his shock as they beheld the two combatants. Their opponent had managed to repel Gogeta with hardly any visible effort, leaving them utterly astounded. Most astonished of all was Krillin. His shock did not stem from Gogeta's retreat, but rather from the realization that this opponent, like him, was a pure Earthling, effortlessly repelling the strongest warrior formed from the fusion of two Saiyans. This ignited a fervent flame within his martial spirit. Compared to Li Xiaolong, this individual represented a more attainable future for him. Li Xiaolong's strength felt almost insurmountable, a level he dared not even imagine. Is this the true power of Earthling blood? Uncle Xiaolong had mentioned that the Earthling lineage within him had been unsealed, and as long as he diligently practiced, he would surely catch up to them in no time. As Gohan reminisced about the words spoken by Bruce Lee, his heart swelled with motivation. Over the past few months, he had cast aside the influence of Chi-Chi and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Indeed, Gohan was worthy of the high expectations placed upon him by his mentor. A single battle had rendered his martial spirit even more resolute. Observing the performance of those present, Li Yun imperceptibly nodded. In a world where martial arts were not particularly flourishing, the accomplishments of these individuals spoke volumes about their steadfast commitment to the path of martial arts. You exhibit far too many unnecessary movements. Your flaws are glaring and your speed lacks finesse. The individual who accompanied Li Yun fought with equal prowess against Gogeta. Yet Gogeta appeared as if he were merely a being of raw power, easily manipulated by his opponent. The techniques employed by Gogeta seemed childish play to his adversary, who effortlessly countered them, exploiting Gogeta's vulnerabilities with ease. Gasping for breath, Gogeta felt himself falter. He had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of his opponent at equal power levels. He felt like a mere child being toyed with. In that moment, Gogeta had to concede that he was outmatched. Unbeknownst to him, his opponent had trained alongside numerous formidable warriors on Hidden Star, their understanding of power and techniques far surpassing his own, due to millennia of accumulated experience. Thus, Gogeta's defeat at equal strength was hardly a disgrace. Let us fight until our very essence is unraveled. Acknowledging the vast superiority of his opponent's comprehension of martial arts, Gogeta seized the opportunity to elevate his own abilities and re-engaged in battle. You are truly powerful. It is astonishing. You are worlds apart from us Earthlings. But I shall swiftly catch up to you and ultimately defeat you. After Gogeta's dissolution, Goku lay exhausted on the ground, utterly fatigued, yet feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Goku, it is good to see you possess such confidence. Although Bruce Lee had long foretold that Goku was destined to be the one who would ultimately meet his end, Li Yin was curious to see if Goku could surpass the talents they had nurtured. I must take my leave now, my friends. The path of martial arts is akin to rowing against the current. I hope you will progress hand in hand. When we meet again, I trust you will have transformed into true warriors. Li Yin had come to this universe with the intent of fostering martial arts. And now that the arrangements were in place for a stable operation, it was time for him to retreat into solitude. Must you depart so soon? We will truly miss you. Goku and the others gazed at Li Yin with reluctance. Under his guidance, their growth as warriors had been monumental, and they found it difficult to adapt to his impending absence. All gatherings must eventually disperse. Continue your training diligently, and should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek guidance from them. Their martial knowledge is not vastly inferior to mine. After Li Yun's departure, the protagonists each resumed their training. With the expert guidance he had provided, they no longer needed to expend energy directing the ordinary Earthlings. Time swiftly passed, and over a year had slipped by within the time array of Li Xiaolong's second avatar's seclusion. On this day, Li Xiaolong finally opened his tightly shut eyes, a brilliant light flickering briefly within them. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, he realized that perseverance had borne fruit. He had devised a method for enhancing spiritual power suitable for the Dragon Ball world. He named this technique the Void Meditation Method, capable of drawing peculiar forces from the void to continuously amplify one's spiritual strength. With this method, the formidable individuals under his command would soon be able to compensate for their spiritual deficiencies and refine the unclaimed cosmos. Having perfected his preparations, Li Xiaolong wasted no time and promptly returned to the universe 01007, summoning all individuals of 5th rank and above to the Hidden Depth Star. Indeed, observing the remarkable talents gathered before him, Li Xiaolong felt immense satisfaction, affirming that his years of toil had not been in vain. It was now the year 745 of the AG calendar, merely 4 years since Goku and his companions embarked on their Dragon Ball journey. And Li Xiaolong had spent 46 years in this world. At present, both he and Myphia had attained the 11th rank, while Li Yun and others had reached the 9th rank, and Li Xingqian and his cohort were at the 8th rank. Moreover, the Earth had witnessed a tremendous martial arts surge. Excluding the inhabitants of Li Family Village, there were 5 individuals of the 7th rank among Earthlings, one of whom was, of course, the god Piccolo. Additionally, there were over 100 at the 6th rank, more than 2,000 at the 5th rank, over 6,000 at the 4th rank, more than 10,000 at the 3rd rank, nearly 50,000 at the 2nd rank, and over 150,000 at the 1st rank. Li Family Village had also experienced a population explosion, with the young newcomers finally surpassing 1,000, a result of Li Xiaolong's vigorous encouragement for the younger generation to procreate. Given the initially scant population base, however, with the elder generation in retirement, the younger members of Li Family Village began to shoulder the responsibilities of management. As for the warriors of Metamor Star and Adrat Star, their strengths were comparable, with a handful at the 6th rank, over 100 at the 5th rank, more than 200 at the 4th rank, over 500 at the 3rd rank, 600 or 700 at the 2nd rank, and around 1,000 at the 1st rank. Regarding Namek, it boasted 2 8th rank warriors, namely the Grand Elder and Slag, while the remaining individuals mirrored the others. With 4 at the 6th rank, 50 at the 5th rank, over 100 at the 4th rank, more than 200 at the 3rd rank, 300 at the 2nd rank, and over 600 at the 1st rank. The Namekians were few in number, resulting in fewer strong warriors compared to the other 2 planets. However, when juxtaposed with Earth, the populations of all 3 planets seemed scant. Hence their lower-ranked martial artists appeared relatively limited. Chapter 120. Transmitting the teachings as for the Grand Elder's ascension to the 8th rank. This was due to Li Xiaolong's impulsive decision to grant an avatar to the Grand Elder. who unexpectedly managed to separate part of his own body to refine it into an avatar. The Namekians possess a racial talent for regrowth after dismemberment, an ability that cannot be learned. With this avatar, Li Xiaolong instructed the Grand Elder to remain on Namek, awaiting destiny, while his main body continued to cultivate on the hidden depth star. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, must patiently await the arrival of his destiny, unable to forge a corporeal doppelganger as the Grand Elder does. Additionally, there lies the domain of the 5 elements, a creation by Bruce Lee. Although the 5 Virtue clan is sparse, comprising just over 1,000 souls, perhaps it is the planet's capacity to sustain this modest population, coupled with its robust development and powerful essence, that has led to their current state. Presently, the majority of the 5 Virtue clan members are at least of the 3rd tier, with the most formidable ascending to the 5th, due to their relatively brief cultivation period. It is natural that their strongest individuals lag behind the warriors from other planets under Bruce Lee's command. As for the Saiyans from planet Sadala, Bruce Lee has refrained from summoning them, as their cultivation levels are notably low, and the concept of refining the universe is beyond their current capabilities. However, it is worth mentioning that in recent years, Bardock and Belia have advanced to Super Saiyan 2, thanks to the training methods bestowed by Bruce Lee, allowing them to progress at an astonishing rate. Recognizing the inherent weakness of the Saiyans' physical forms, Bruce Lee devised a specialized method for cultivating their bodies, which is accessible to all under his command. Nevertheless, only the Saiyans require this specific training. Others, upon progressing through dimensional cultivation, naturally enhance their physicality, and when supplemented with this method, their corporeal forms become remarkably formidable. Bruce Lee also intends to impart methods for enhancing mental fortitude to the Saiyans. Yet he plans to first focus on training the strongest individuals among them, aiming for a swift refinement of the universe to grasp the laws that resonate with their essence. In truth, the most qualified individuals present to practice the void meditation technique are solely Li Yun, Li Xingqian, and a few others, including Slag and the Grand Elder in his corporeal form. When considering the internal meetings of Li Village, it is evident that those at the 7th tier will soon meet the necessary requirements. For those who have yet to ascend beyond the 8th tier, do not lose heart. Strive diligently, for the boundless universe offers ample opportunities for all. Observing the despondency among those below the 8th tier, Bruce Lee encouraged them, igniting their fervor for cultivation. Once he completed his arrangements, these individuals hurried back to their secluded training. With only 4 years remaining before Goku and his companions embark on their Dragon Ball journey, it is time to bestow upon Goku some essential gifts, for the foes he will encounter in the future are far more formidable than those from other universes. Let Tian'er undertake this task. Previously, he hesitated to allow Li Xiaolong to train young Goku, but circumstances have changed. Having accepted the inheritance of the Taiji Palace's formations, he can now ensure that Li Xiaolong can train young Goku without drawing the attention of the Omni King. Li Xiaolong is now 9 years old, yet his dimensional realm remains at the 5th tier, as Bruce Lee wishes for him to solidify his foundation. Premature breakthroughs could complicate his future cultivation journey. While his constitution allows him to commence earlier and progress more swiftly than others, this very nature may hinder his development at advanced stages, potentially becoming a burden as he seeks higher realms. To mitigate any risks, it is prudent to approach these endeavors under the guise of the Temporal Patrol. Despite Bruce Lee's confidence in his current mastery of formations, he prefers to impart knowledge to young Goku while operating as a member of the Temporal Patrol, just to be safe. However, his role as a member of the Time Patrol, imparting knowledge to little Wukong, serves merely as a fade. The true responsibility lies with Li Xiaolong. At present, little Wukong is still quite young, and the martial arts wisdom he can absorb is limited. Thus, in the future, Li Xiaolong will frequently bestow upon him the profound knowledge of martial arts. Xiao Tian, it is time for you to guide little Wukong in his training. We must establish a solid foundation for him. Li Xiaolong transformed into another member of the Time Patrol and approached little Wukong. Uncle, who are you? Today marks the day when Li Xiaolong visits Baozi Mountain to play with Wukong, so upon encountering the unfamiliar figure of Li Xiaolong, he harbors no suspicion. Wukong, I have come to impart some knowledge to you. If you master these teachings, you shall become a formidable warrior. Li Xiaolong crouched down, gazing at the adorable Wukong, and directly implanted the longevity technique and dimensional method into his mind. The longevity technique and dimensional method that Li Xiaolong provided to Wukong differ from those offered to Earthlings. They have been meticulously crafted over the years to align with the unique characteristics of the Scion lineage. Although their efficacy might not surpass that of Earthlings, they are certainly a significant improvement compared to the original narrative, effectively granting Wukong an extraordinary advantage. Xiao Tian, you shall now instruct Wukong in his training, and you too may commence your practice of the dimensional method. Upon returning home, Li Xiaolong resumed his true form. That's wonderful, Dad. At last, I can begin my training. Yay! Having finally received his father's approval, Li Xiaolong leaped for joy. After years of merely practicing techniques without the ability to train in the dimensional method, he felt as if he had been stifled. Now, with the opportunity to train, he was eager to show others what true talent looks like, especially his senior brother, Cultivate, who, since being taken as Li Xiaolong's disciple and training on the Hidden Star, often boasted of being the foremost genius of the demon clan. Naturally, the competitive spirit within him yearned to outshine his rival. He silently vowed that when the time comes, that fellow would be left utterly astonished. Dad, I'm off to train now. I can hardly wait. In an instant, he dashed into the training room. Li Xiaolong had already rehearsed the dimensional method countless times in his mind, and with his inherent abilities, he required no guidance from Li Xiaolong. In no time, success was his. Truly, he is my son. A quarter of an hour after Li Xiaolong entered the training room, an enigmatic aura emanated from within. The seal on his dimension had been lifted upon mastering the dimensional method. The essence of a peak 5th-tier dimension erupted forth, yet soon after, intricate mystical inscriptions appeared on his surface, sealing his aura within. This was the array technique left by Li Xiaolong. Summoning Broly, he imparted the longevity technique and dimensional method to him as well, offering guidance before heading to planet Sadala, where he likewise shared the improved training methods. Someone has ventured to the location of the sealed Mikakapura's true form. These individuals possess quite the audacity. It seems an opportune moment to pay them a visit. As Li Xiaolong concluded his journey on the planet Shadara, the mechanism he had left to seal the dimensional rift containing Mechakapura was activated. Chapter 121, Releasing Mechakapura First. Let us observe the intentions of these individuals. He directly initiated the array hidden beyond the sealed dimension, teleporting there. Li Xiaolong concealed his presence and began to survey the newcomers. Shadows emerged from the dim void, approaching from various directions. Soon, a total of 10 silhouettes converged at the seal's rift. The avatars of Saiyans. It seems this individual is on the verge of comprehending the laws after I bestowed upon him the method and insights. Gazing at one of the figures, though shrouded in shadow, Li Xiaolong instantly recognized their forms. Their cloaking techniques were rather rudimentary. While they could disguise their identities among themselves, to Li Xiaolong, their methods were akin to a child playing hide-and-seek. This one is Black Goku. Yet another avatar, surprisingly not the Black Goku usurped by Zamasu. Turning his attention to another shadow, Li Xiaolong was taken aback, for this figure was none other than Goku himself. This Goku was the genuine article, not the one possessed by Zamasu. Most notably, this Goku had also transcended dimensional limitations. Though merely an avatar, his dimension reached an impressive 7th tier, and Li Xiaolong sensed the immense energy within him, indicating his base combat power was at the level of Z. Remarkably, this Black Goku avatar seemed even more formidable than Saiyans, though the original might be slightly weaker. Saiyans' avatar was constrained by the limits of mortal combat power, making it the weakest among the assembly. It appeared that Saiyans lacked the ability to create avatars, suggesting that such techniques were indeed precious among these hidden figures. Up to this point, Li Xiaolong had only encountered Mechakapura, Black Goku, and another individual present with the ability to create avatars. Even Depura, whom he had encountered in the demon realm, was merely an avatar. The two robust figures bore unmistakable traits of the dragon god realm. Their cloaking methods would only deceive themselves. Observing these two individuals from the dragon god realm, Li Xiaolong felt a hint of amusement. Yet the draconic aura emanating from them confirmed their identities. This avatar of Mechakapura also possessed an 11th tier, indicating that this individual had a wealth of contingencies, truly befitting one who created the dark demon realm. Mechakapura had not gone to great lengths to obscure his presence. The shadow merely served to evade detection by angels. While these two appeared similar to demons, they radiated the malevolent aura sensed previously in the demon stronghold, suggesting they were indeed of the demon race. Turning his gaze to the remaining two figures, Li Xiaolong noted their aura of savage bloodlust. unmistakably marking them as denizens of the demon realm. At last, Li Xiaolong turned his gaze towards a solitary figure. Beneath the shadows, a tall figure adorned with a mask stood alone in a corner, forming a faction akin to Black Wukong and Saiyans. These dark Saiyans certainly knew how to play their cards. 3 Saiyans, 3 factions. To his astonishment, the masked individual was none other than Broly, also a mere avatar. Li Xiaolong observed the trio of Saiyans with keen interest, only to be surprised that this masked Broly had managed to shatter the genetic peril left by Saiyans in their bloodline. The essence emanating from the depths of the mask bore the scent of demons. Had this Broly allied himself with the demon clan? Li Xiaolong sensed an overwhelming demonic aura surrounding the dark Broly's mask, yet he did not stand alongside the 2 members of the demon clan, leaving Li Xiaolong somewhat perplexed. The remaining 2 figures evidently trailed closely behind the avatar of Mizi Capra, unmistakably his subordinates. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all acutely aware of the purpose of our gathering, began the Mizi Capra avatar, stepping into the center of the assembly, his excitement palpable. It appeared his intent was to unseal the confinement of his true form, suggesting that his previous dealings with the demon clan had significantly diminished his faith power. Li Xiaolong contemplated this, particularly in light of the Mizi Capra avatar's remarks regarding the collection of cosmic energy. It seemed that the obliteration of the parallel universe in which he resided was the handiwork of these individuals. Had the Omni King truly become so feeble? Was it possible that such crude methods of concealment could go unnoticed? Or had the Omni King tacitly permitted these individuals to extract the 12 universes from that parallel realm? Li Xiaolong leaned towards the latter hypothesis. After all, the Omni King was the reincarnation of the cosmic consciousness of the Dragon Ball universe, and could not possibly be blind to such lowly tactics. There must be some sinister plot at play. A sense of caution crept into Li Xiaolong's mind. Any conspiracy that would allow the Omni King to acquiesce to the release of the Mizi Capra avatar must be significant. The demon clan was notoriously untrustworthy. How could one place faith in such a figure? Just as the Mizi Capra avatar was fervently delivering his speech, Ciars's cold voice pierced the air. I remember when I collaborated with your demon clan to acquire the method of creating avatars, only to find that after reaching the top 10, you reneged on your word. Your credibility leaves much to be desired. Ciars immediately recounted the previous betrayal by Mizi Capra, prompting the attention of others to shift toward him. The prior circumstances had been unavoidable. Following the conclusion of that affair, his true form had been sealed, rendering him incapable of delivering on the promise of the avatar method. He assured them that once his true form was liberated from confinement, both commitments would be fulfilled. Faced with the revelation from Ciars in front of so many allies, Mizi Capra found himself in an awkward position. Enough of the trivialities. Hand over the technique of duplication to me at once, or this collaboration shall come to an abrupt end. Cyrus has long coveted the art of duplication, and with this opportunity at hand, he is determined to seize it without delay. Damn it! This fellow dares to make such a demand at this moment. I have no choice but to acquiesce. Once he possesses the technique, his arrogance will surely amplify. Mezcapura inwardly cursed. He had deliberately withheld the technique from Cyrus to curtail his strength, but under the current circumstances, he had no alternative but to comply. I shall now bestow upon this esteemed individual the art of duplication. Mezcapura refrained from disclosing their identities among those present. Only his allies knew who he was, while the identities of the others remained concealed, although Mezcapura's own identity was public knowledge. Even as he surrendered the technique to Cyrus, the expression beneath his mask darkened. Once my true form is unsealed, what will it matter if you have the duplication technique? Chapter 122. Secret assistance. The treasures of my demonic kind are not so easily acquired. The moment my true form is unsealed, I shall seek you out. Mezcapura's doppelganger began to plot how to locate Cyrus's true form once he was liberated. To find my true form. You are still several 100 million years too early. Cyrus was not so foolish. After all, both he and Mezcapura had reached the 12th tier of cultivation. How could he be so naive as to ignore the implications of Mezcapura's true form being unleashed against him? Esteemed colleagues, since we have reached a consensus, I kindly ask you to present the universes you have gathered over the years. It is time for the ritual. To avoid prolonged delays, Mezcapura's doppelganger swiftly redirected the conversation towards the matter of unsealing. How did these individuals manage to transport the universes? Upon hearing the words of Mezcapura's doppelganger, Li Xiaolong's eyes brightened. If he had previously possessed the means to carry the universes, he could have refined that universe and easily taken it away, rather than being pursued by the Grand Priest and forced to abandon it. The hidden control mechanisms of the previous universe were still intact, and it had not been destroyed. Evidently, the Grand Priest and the Omni King remained oblivious. Li Xiaolong sensed that the hidden control mechanisms of the previously refined universe, B01007, were still operational, causing him to feel a surge of joy. Under Li Xiaolong's expectant gaze, the 10 conspirators each produced a luminous sphere held tightly in their hands. Is this it? I anticipated some sophisticated method. Yet all it amounts to is the annihilation of a universe, condensing all matter and energy into these spheres, devoid even of the universe's essence. They are all parallel universes existing under the Omni King's domain, and there is even a trace of the parallel universe to which I belong. It seems the recent storm that obliterated the parallel universe was indeed their doing. Observing the luminous spheres in the hands of the demons accompanying Mezcapura, Li Xiaolong sensed the remnants of the previously vanished parallel universe. The spheres they collected must have required the destruction of dozens of parallel 12-dimensional universes, clearly with the tacit approval of the Omni King. After witnessing the spheres in the hands of these 10 individuals, Li Xiaolong confirmed the suspicions that had lingered in his mind. What exactly is the King of all intending? He seems to tacitly permit these individuals to obliterate numerous parallel universes. And even the release of Mezcapura's true form has been acquiesced. A grave expression crept across Li Xiaolong's face. He sensed that the King of all was undoubtedly orchestrating an immense scheme. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. He pondered when the true form and the first avatar would be able to devise cultivation methods beyond the 12th tier. However, unnecessary worries bore no fruit. So Li Xiaolong continued to observe the actions of these individuals. Splendid. With this cosmic energy, it suffices to unseal the dimensional confinement of the true form. Upon witnessing the luminous orbs in everyone's hands, Mezcapura's avatar was filled with exhilaration, leading the others toward the fissure of the seal. To Li Xiaolong's astonishment, Mezcapura's avatar guided the others in embedding the luminous orbs into the void recesses of the dimensional rift. Good heavens! Surely they do not intend to blast this dimensional seal apart with that cosmic energy. Li Xiaolong could not help but exclaim. Although collecting cosmic energy appears quite effortless with the King of All's tacit approval, this is an utter waste. One of these orbs alone could suffice to create many universes. These individuals are indeed squandering precious resources. No, I must ensure that these cosmic energy orbs lend their support to me, a diligent steward of resources. Having endured a life of frugality, I am finally receiving sponsorship. How profoundly moving. Boom. Mezcapura detonated one cosmic orb, resulting in a violent explosion that reverberated throughout the entire dimensional rift and the surrounding vast cosmic void. Now is the moment, as blinding light illuminated the rift. Rendering it impossible to discern, Li Xiaolong swiftly teleported to the remaining cosmic energy orbs, quickly gathering them. Thank you for your generous contributions. I have never experienced such affluence before. While collecting the cosmic energy orbs, Li Xiaolong marveled at his newfound wealth. With these orbs, he need no longer fret about the scarcity of universes to refine. Once he ascends to the 12th tier, he shall be capable of creating a universe comparable in magnitude to the 7th universe. Indeed, hidden within these orbs lay the means of the King of all. A trivial matter, such rudimentary tactics may deceive those 10, but not my discerning eye. Employing a sealing formation, Li Xiaolong encapsulated the luminous orb, thus sealing away the King of all's concealed measures. Subsequently, he stored all the orbs within his spatial ring. Since you have so generously sponsored me with these energy orbs, I must reciprocate. To express my gratitude, I shall assist you in unsealing this dimensional confinement. Li Xiaolong was eager to witness the true strength of Mezcapura's avatar and to unveil the King of all's ulterior motives. For only when a conspiracy is laid bare can he devise a response. In Li Xiaolong's eyes, this dimensional seal appeared exceedingly elementary. He could have effortlessly unraveled it even before acquiring the Tai Chi Palace's array inheritance. With a swift gesture, a formation was unleashed, which rapidly merged with the dimensional rift seal. As the blinding light from the explosion began to fade, Li Xiaolong's figure vanished, and the dimensional seal was subsequently breached by the formation. The oppressive weight of the seal has vanished. Could it be that the clone has finally succeeded in breaking the seal? Within the sealed dimensional space, The colossal form of Mikakapura suddenly felt a lightness enveloping him, followed by an influx of external energy and radiance. A sense of surrealism washed over Mikakapura. Disbelief compelled him to move his body, realizing that the pervasive pressure of the seal had dissipated. It's truly unsealed. This divine being is finally free. With the confirmation of the seal's destruction, Mikakapura no longer needed to exert effort resisting the sealing force. Instantly, his formidable aura erupted forth, transmitting directly from the dimensional rift. What? Has the seal truly been broken so effortlessly? As Mikakapura's powerful presence emanated from the rift, the expressions of all outside transformed. Mikakapura and the two demon kin accompanying him radiated joy, while the others appeared grave, especially the three Saiyans. As they felt the overwhelming pressure of that aura, thoughts of retreat began to stir within their hearts. Since the seal has been lifted, I shall take my leave first. Remember to fulfill your promise. Sensing the impending danger, Black Goku promptly activated instant transmission to escape the dimensional rift, followed suit by Broly, who left behind a parting remark before vanishing. In contrast, CR's, though his face bore an expression of deep concern, had no intention of fleeing. He resolved to observe the situation regarding Mikakapura's true form. At worst, he would lose this incarnation. He had many such manifestations, and the loss of one or two would not pain him significantly. Chapter 123. The Power of Rules Indeed. It is immensely powerful. Merely a fraction of its might is already so formidable. Sensing the aura radiating from Mikakapura, Li Xiaolong felt astonished, not anticipating that even a portion of his essence could rival that of an angel. While this individual may not surpass the Grand Priest at his peak, he certainly stands on par with him. Once unleashed, he would undoubtedly draw the attention of both Zeno and the Grand Priest. Though Li Xiaolong suspected this was part of Zeno's scheme, the release of such a being would surely divert most of their focus toward Mikakapura. This development would allow him greater freedom to act and expedite his plans. Ultimately, Li Xiaolong's primary concern was to ascertain the injuries inflicted upon him by Zeno. Although they were not yet fully manifested, they would provide insights into Zeno's capabilities. The two individuals from the Dragon God realm, upon sensing Mikakapura's aura, produced two instruments seemingly from nowhere to commence their investigation. After gathering sufficient data, they gradually dissipated, departing from this contentious locale. Do not forget your promise. I trust you will make a judicious choice. In contrast to the frantic escape of Black Goku and Black Broly, the two denizens of the Dragon God realm appeared remarkably composed, departing only after securing their desired objectives. How might the two inhabitants of the demon realm proceed? Observing the stillness of the two demonic figures, Li Xiaolong felt a twinge of curiosity. Yet, recalling the aid rendered by the demon realm to the demon race following the sealing of Mikakapura, their behavior no longer seemed perplexing. Having been imprisoned for eons, their bodies stiffened. They were finally liberated from this avian cage. The Kaioshin of time, now that I have emerged, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Within the dimensional space, Mikakapura flexed his rigid form, the sound of cracking reverberating through the air, as he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Kuranoya, the one who had sealed him. It appeared that Kuranoya was no ordinary adversary. Although Mikakapura had been sealed only after sustaining significant injuries from the Omni King, that individual was undoubtedly of a comparable caliber. I was nearly deceived by that charming exterior. She merely sought to have me serve her, unaware that I would exploit my position as a member of the Time Patrol for my own benefit. Previously, Li Xiaolong had not thoroughly examined Kuranoya's realm. In hindsight, he recognized his oversight. How could a being deemed a contingency by the Omni King, responsible for overseeing the Kaioshin of time, possibly be weak? With a thunderous crash and a series of fractures, a colossal claw emerged from the dimensional rift. The narrow fissure proved utterly feeble before such a massive appendage, easily torn asunder, as Mikakapura's gargantuan form brutally breached the confines of his prison. Truly, my father-in-law's techniques are extraordinary. While the demon race typically manifests in a Tao body form, this individual had astonishingly been transformed by his methods. Mikakapura's true form resembled a fearsome beast adorned with wings, towering magnificently. In contrast, all others present retained their normal Tao body shapes, dwarfed to the size of his fingernail. Upon Mikakapura's chest, a vast wound radiating a silvery glow was starkly visible. Even after countless eons, the potency of this wound remained formidable. a remnant of the injuries inflicted when the Omni King was split into two entities. What horrors would have been unleashed if the Omni King had been whole? Upon witnessing the injury upon Mikakapura's chest, Li Xiaolong sensed an aura resonating with angelic laws, alongside numerous other principles. These sensations were merely superficial. Beneath them lay the essence of rules themselves. Indeed, the Omni King had grasped myriad laws. An expression of realization crossed Li Xiaolong's face. Mikakapura had been quite fortunate. He likely had been merely caught in the aftermath of the battle between the Omni King and the Omni Demon. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago, even as a mere bystander. It took him eons to contend with the power of these laws, revealing the vast chasm between their strengths, akin to the disparity between mortals and destroyer gods. In Li Xiaolong's eyes, within Mikakapura's being, two forces of law wrestled against the power of the wound. The individual has only grasped two aspects of the power of rules, and the disparity with the king of all is indeed vast. One of these aspects pertains to the principle of faith, likely acquired during the creation of the Dark Demon realm. It is unexpected that the reward for creating a singular world would be the power of rules. Li Xiaolong recalls that the avatar of Mikakapula he had enlightened once mentioned that the creation of a unique universe would lead to the comprehension of a principle. It seems this principle is indeed that of rules. One wonders how many rules the king of all, at the zenith of his power, comprehended while crafting such an immense unique universe. It is inconceivable that he merely grasped a single rule. The king of all's ability to comprehend such a multitude of rules stems from his inherent strength and the rewards of creating a unique universe. It is likely that his mastery of the path of rules is quite profound, possibly achieving perfection in many realms of rules. Li Xiaolong categorizes the realms of rules into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Although he has yet to advance the power of laws to that of rules, Su Tianxing has described to him the characteristics of rules as divided by realm. In Li Xiaolong's estimation, the 2 rules possessed by Mikakapula are merely at the stage of major success. No wonder this individual has spent countless eons without managing to extinguish the rules of the king of all. The presence of several perfected rules has spared Mikakapula from immediate demise, which is a testament to his resilience. It is time to depart. Having gleaned all that he wished to know, Li Xiaolong chose not to linger, lest he attract the attention of Mikakapula's main body. With a swift motion, he vanished from his location. There appears to be a little mouse lurking in the shadows. How intriguing. It seems I have not detected the presence of the other. Sensing the faint disturbance left by Li Xiaolong's departure, Mikakapula displayed an expression of curiosity. We, who have encountered the demon realm's king god, bowed respectfully towards Mikakapula. Although the individual has left, the means Li Xiaolong employed in the shadows continue to operate, allowing him to observe the conversation unfolding here. Sayers, I did not anticipate your audacity to remain. It seems you possess some fortitude. Mikakapula taunted, gazing at Sayers' avatar. Though the demon realm's king god surpasses me in strength, I am not without my own means. After all, this is merely a fading avatar. Sayers replied, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Mikakapula. To him, the current Mikakapula appeared to be a fade of strength, concealing inner frailty. He had witnessed the peak of Mikakapula's power before the battle had even commenced. And compared to that time, the present Mikakapula seemed utterly weakened. Furthermore, upon observing the wound, Sayers surmised that even with assistance, Mikakapula would require considerable time to eradicate the rule's power embedded in his injuries. Chapter 124. The creation of the universe. Very well, you may depart. I have matters of significance to discuss, and your presence is no longer required. Mikakapula did not annihilate Sayers' avatar, but rather shifted it away before turning his attention to the 5 individuals present. Once I comprehend the power of laws, you shall see. Having had a prior grievance with Mikakapula, Sayers expressed his bitterness at being so rudely dismissed. Your thoughts are misguided, even if you comprehend the essence of the laws. Before the other, you are merely a larger insect. Who? The voice that echoed in his ears startled Sayers, causing him to glance around anxiously. Have you forgotten my presence so soon? I am the one who has bestowed upon you immense fortune. The figure of Li Xiaolong suddenly materialized within Sayers' sight, and upon seeing him, Sayers appeared utterly drained of energy. Could it be that I am as fearsome as Mikakapura to invoke such dread? Amused by Sayers' reaction, Li Xiaolong found it rather humorous that this fellow could experience fear. What do you intend to do? Sayers regarded Li Xiaolong with suspicion. I have merely come to enlighten you. It is imperative for you to understand that the laws are categorized into 4 realms: initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. You have yet to grasp even the basics of the laws. To dare challenge Mikakapura is tantamount to courting death. What? Such realms exist? Then what is the realm of Mikakapura? Taken aback by Li Xiaolong's words, CRs inquired with curiosity. You fool! Did I not grant you the inheritance that delineates the realms of the laws? Mikakapura's current state is not one of laws, but of rules. Rules represent the advanced stage of the laws, and they too are divided into 4 realms: initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Mikakapura currently resides in the major achievement realm. Li Xiaolong, exasperated, elucidated further. What? Rules? I must admit, I did not thoroughly examine the inheritance you provided. Upon realizing that the laws could progress to rules, CRs gasped, then awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Wait, why are you revealing this to me? Surely you have an ulterior motive. Now composed, CRs watched Li Xiaolong warily. Do not be alarmed. As compensation for this information, you may retain this incarnation. Li Xiaolong regarded CRs with a cheerful demeanor. Very well, you may take your leave. This incarnation shall serve as my reward. By the way, remember to diligently comprehend the laws, for you are still far too weak to entertain thoughts of challenging Mikakapura. Before CRs could finish speaking, Li Xiaolong forcefully expelled his spiritual essence from the incarnation and subsequently collected Broly's empty shell. Humph! CR's spiritual essence scoffed, swiftly vanishing from Li Xiaolong's view. I hope this fellow does not disappoint me. As he observed the departing CRs, Li Xiaolong wished for him to swiftly grasp the laws. By the way, now that Mikakapura has emerged, I have dealt with the demons at their stronghold. Their faith in Mikakapura has been obliterated, and he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Li Xiaolong pondered a crucial issue. How to manage those demons was now of paramount importance. I must first create a universe to temporarily accommodate them. Fortunately, I had previously acquired the cosmic energy they had gathered. Otherwise, this predicament would be quite challenging to resolve. An orb of energy materialized in his hand, and with a plan forming in his mind, he decided to venture to the fringes of the great cosmic void to conduct an initial experiment. Let us commence without delay. For if we tarry, it shall be too late when Mikakapura realizes the situation. With a direct focus on the essence of CRs, Li Xiaolong activated the array concealed within CR's spiritual form. What is this? A brilliant light emanated from CRs, who was hastening back, startling his spiritual entity. In an instant, Li Xiaolong appeared before CRs. Goodness! Brother, could you refrain from being so frightening? What is your intention? I have already reached the edge of the vast cosmic void. Please, spare me. Upon recognizing Li Xiaolong, CR's translucent spiritual form crumbled, his expression a blend of despair and helplessness. Fear not, I harbor no interest in you. Merely utilizing your presence to arrive at this edge of the vast cosmic void. You may depart now. Do you truly have no ulterior motives? CRs regarded Li Xiaolong with skepticism. Enough of this. Be gone. Do you expect me to provide you with a meal? Observing CRs, who resembled a startled bird, Li Xiaolong pondered whether he truly appeared that menacing. After all, he had only claimed 2 of CR's incarnations, which the latter seemed to have little regard for. Once assured by Li Xiaolong, CR's spiritual form vanished in a flash. This fellow indeed possesses the means to traverse swiftly from the heart of the vast universe to its outer void. Watching CR's departing silhouette, Li Xiaolong contemplated. Yet now that he had arrived at this vast cosmic void, he too could traverse this expanse with ease in the future. After progressing further toward the direction of the cosmic void, Li Xiaolong halted. This shall suffice, for everywhere is but a realm of nothingness. He produced a luminous orb, extracting energy and matter from it, and then invoked the principles of the 5 elements: creation, life, world, and space. Utilizing the immense energy and material drawn forth, he commenced the shaping of the embryonic form of the universe, grounded in these principles. Good heavens! This fellow is indeed creating a universe. I must seize this rare opportunity to observe closely. Perhaps I shall finally grasp the essence of these principles. The previously fleeing CRs, sensing the colossal disturbance from Li Xiaolong's cosmic creation, returned to investigate. Initially believing it to be an extraordinary treasure, upon discovering it was Li Xiaolong, he contemplated fleeing once more. However, upon witnessing Li Xiaolong's genuine act of universe creation, he found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move. Whose formidable avatar is this? I have not heard of such a figure before. Regardless, I shall take this opportunity to observe the marvel of universe creation. CRs fixated intently on Li Xiaolong's cosmic endeavor, having sensed his arrival moments earlier. Noting that CRs was merely a spectator to his creation, Li Xiaolong paid him no further mind. After establishing a protective array around the perimeter, Li Xiaolong dedicated himself to his task. Let me first create a universe slightly smaller than the 7th universe. With my current strength of the 2nd avatar, it is utterly impossible to conjure a universe of such magnitude as the 7th. What a remarkable method this is, truly unprecedented. As the colossal light screen materialized around Li Xiaolong, adorned with incomprehensible symbols resembling characters, CR's spiritual form was profoundly astonished. In Chapter 125-01 Universe. While Li Xiaolong was conjuring a universe, several figures stood beneath the Omni King in the Omni King's palace, reporting on the situation. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. Micah Kapura has been released, and we await their corresponding actions. The Grand Priest spoke from the lower ranks, while another angel eloquently elaborated. Well done, proceed according to plan. And await my complete return. The voice of the Omni King, now imbued with a commanding presence, was no longer the endearing tone reminiscent of Dragon Ball Super. The current demeanor of the Omni King radiated authority, rendering even the Grand Priest comparatively diminished, his voice resonating with an undeniable gravitas. We shall obey your will, Your Majesty. They replied. Subsequently, the overwhelming pressure that had made it difficult to breathe dissipated, replaced by a sudden transformation in the Omni King's aura, shifting from an imposing figure to an adorably naive one. Oh dear, why are you all so serious? The Omni King inquired with a hint of curiosity, as if feigning amnesia. Observing the solemn faces below, if Li Xiaolong were present, he would recognize that this was indeed the true visage of the Omni King from Dragon Ball Super. Upon hearing these words, the tension among the crowd loosened, allowing them to relax. Meanwhile, Micah Kapura and his companions were conspiring before a dimensional rift, entirely oblivious to the fact that their every move was being broadcast to others. Within the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest held an ancient bronze mirror, which displayed real-time footage of Micah Kapura's machinations. How delightful! The Omni King clapped his hands in joy, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor of supremacy. Similarly, the conspiratorial discussions of Micah Kapura and his companions were conveyed to Li Xiaolong through his methods. This fellow is remarkably audacious, openly discussing plans while his subordinates and the two demons appear to be fools. Such ignorance, aspiring to defy the Omni King, while others are watching your every move. As Li Xiaolong created the universe, he allocated a portion of his focus to observe their conspiracy, noting that they too were under the watchful gaze of the angels. Now that I have emerged, it is time to commence the true plan. I hope your demon clan will offer robust support. Likewise, I shall send aid to help you resist the angels, he declared. My deity has pledged to fully support your endeavors before our arrival. Our two clans share a common origin. During this period, we must collaborate rather than foster animosity, the leader of the demon realm articulated. Indeed, were it not for that scoundrel Grom, it would have taken much longer for me to emerge, or we might have been eradicated by the angels. Although Micah Kapura held disdain for Grom's retreat during that great battle, he could not deny that Grom's choice was indeed the correct one at that time. Let us settle on this. We shall first wreak havoc across the 12 universes, transforming their native champions into fiends or subjugating them. This will incite chaos within the realm of the Omni King, allowing us to reap the energies and materials of these universes. For now, let this suffice. Any further matters can be discussed between myself and that fellow Grom. The latecomer Mezakapura glanced around the void, gesturing to the two members of the demonic clan before vanishing into the abyss. Roaring with amusement, one of the angels remarked how Mezakapura had shown a hint of cleverness, yet lamented that he could not escape their grasp, adding a touch of entertainment to their endeavors. Observing Mezakapura's actions, an angel expressed contempt, urging caution against underestimating their adversaries. The high priest, exhibiting greater prudence, commanded the assembled angels to attend to their tasks. At the edge of the vast void, Li Xiaolong similarly redirected his focus, diligently engaged in the creation of a universe. As time progressed, the nascent form of a universe began to materialize within the emptiness. Li Xiaolong soon felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. Despite the aid of formations and the sustenance of luminous orbs, he sensed his mental energy waning. Fortunately, he had refrained from recklessly creating a universe of the magnitude of the seventh. Meanwhile, Crs was left astounded by the spectacle. It was terrifying indeed. This being, appearing to be below the 12th tier, was capable of birthing such a vast universe. Those orbs of different hues must surely represent the laws, evoking envy in all who beheld it. Witnessing Li Xiaolong's mastery of the power of laws, Crs fell silent, feeling a pang of inadequacy, as he had spent countless eons without grasping even a fraction of such principles, while his counterpart seemingly wielded them with ease. In truth, Crs was aware of the peculiar characteristics of Mezcapura's avatar and mistakenly assumed that Li Xiaolong's creation was akin to his understanding, believing that the laws were merely a reflection of the avatar's own comprehension. Given the traits of the avatar as described by Crs, he could hardly fathom the extent of the laws grasped by Li Xiaolong's avatar, leading him to ponder the immense strength of the original. Suddenly, Li Xiaolong noticed a significant drain on his energy. This could not continue. He must establish a yuan gathering array. As the embryonic universe approached completion, he felt his vital energy depleting at an alarming rate. If this continued without replenishment, he feared he would soon be utterly drained. Fortunately, he had prepared an array plate beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been unable to allocate time to set up the yuan gathering array. From his ring emerged an ancient array plate, crafted by Li Xiaolong through the fusion of his mastery of artifact refinement. Initially intended for the universe he was to refine, he found it fortuitously applicable in this moment. As the ancient array plate took flight, countless inscriptions surged forth, swiftly enveloping the area in which Li Xiaolong resided, creating a yuan gathering array of such magnitude that it rivaled that of an entire universe. Even at the edge of the vast cosmic void, where vital energy was scarce, the efficacy of such a colossal gathering array proved to be exceedingly formidable. The ethereal essence coalesced into a tempest of primordial energy, swiftly converging towards Li Xiaolong. Unfazed by the purity of this energy, he relinquished any barriers. His physique manifested its extraordinary capabilities, as the energy surged into him with exuberance, as if it had finally found its home. What a remarkable technique this is, capable of attracting such a vast quantity of primordial energy, especially at the very edge of the cosmic void. Witnessing the swirling tempest around Li Xiaolong, Crs was left utterly astonished. The volume of energy was comparable to what he had amassed over millennia. With a sigh of relief, Li Xiaolong noted that the rate of energy consumption equaled that of absorption. It was fortunate, indeed. The failure to create a universe would be a minor setback. Yet the loss of his second avatar would be a grave misfortune. Just as the universe was on the brink of formation, Li Xiaolong summoned 4 array discs from his ring, each imbued with the dual qualities of energy gathering and the absorption of chaotic laws. The discs were embedded at the 4 cardinal points of the universe. Although this nascent universe was relatively small, the presence of the 4 discs promised rapid growth, soon to rival the magnitude of the 7th universe. A powerful wave emanated forth, traveling through the void at speeds surpassing light by an immeasurable margin, as if proclaiming its own birth. It was a success. Since this was the first universe he had created, he deemed it fitting to name it the 01 universe. Chapter 126. The infuriated Capra. Indeed, it had not yet reached the scale of a singular universe, thus the opportunity to comprehend the laws remained elusive. My hypothesis appears to be correct. The number of laws one can grasp in universe creation correlates directly with its scale. Given that the singular universe created by the Omni King is so immense, it is likely that he comprehended far more than a mere dozen laws. And the Demon King too probably mastered a similar multitude. As Su Tianxing had mentioned, upon the division of the Omni King, all aspects were split into 2 parts. Consequently, it stands to reason that the laws inherited by the Demon King predominantly pertain to the demonic aspect. Oh, this individual has unexpectedly attained enlightenment. It seems he will soon grasp the power of the laws. Under the impact of the waves emanating from the birth of the 01 universe, Crs entered a state of epiphany, radiating the essence of the true meaning of the laws. Remarkably, it was the essence of battle. Evidently, this individual is suited for the laws of combat. If that is the case, allow me to assist you. A beam of light penetrated Cr's mind, imparting the insights of the battle laws, remnants of Mephia's own evolution in combat. Having completed this, Li Xiaolong concealed the 01 universe within the void and activated the array to return to the Demon Clan stronghold. Before the array, All the demons who had been enlightened by Li Xiaolong and Mafia had gathered, awaiting his command. Greetings, martial ancestor. Very well. Proceed orderly into the teleportation array. From henceforth, you shall cultivate within the universe I have created. The enlightened demons filed into the teleportation array with remarkable order. Is this the universe created by the martial ancestor? The energy here is so rich. Cultivating in this realm, I shall surely advance swiftly. Indeed, the laws here are remarkably profound. It seems that those of our level shall soon grasp these principles. The first to arrive were the numerous 11th tier demons, who, upon sensing the environment of the 01 universe, gasped in astonishment before swiftly dispersing to stake their claims. Following them were the 10th tier demons, and so on. As for the lower tier demons, Li Xiaolong did not permit them to enter the teleportation array. Micah Kapura had no intention of investigating the circumstances of these lesser beings. After allowing all demons above the 5th tier who had been enlightened to enter the teleportation array, Li Xiaolong's figure vanished from the demon stronghold. He needed to ascertain why his divine power had diminished so significantly. Should he discover the culprit, he would ensure their suffering was beyond imagination. Micah Kapura hurried through the void, having been unsealed for over 10 days now. Since the discussions among a few had concluded, he had been racing towards the border stronghold of the demons. However, the location from which he had been sealed was far too distant, even farther from the border than the Jiazi 01 cosmic system where Li Xiaolong resided. Lacking special means, he could only travel diligently. After several days of relentless journeying, he finally arrived at the border, gazing upon the distant demon stronghold, and he quickened his pace. Cursed thief, where do you think you're going? Just as Li Xiaolong's figure began to fade from the teleportation array, Micah Kapura's voice, laced with fury, echoed through the air. Oh, have you arrived? However, the deed is done. Farewell. Li Xiaolong waved at the enraged Micah Kapura, his form vanishing completely, and the teleportation array beneath him also disappeared from sight. Damn it. A slightly delayed Micah Kapura roared in anger, his terrifying aura sweeping across the demon stronghold's universe, causing countless planets to shatter under his pressure. Cursed thief. Do not let me catch you. In a fit of rage, Micah Kapura pounded frantically at the location where the teleportation array had just illuminated, but alas, the hope for outcome did not manifest. Instead, he could only vent his wrath upon the planet that housed the teleportation array. What transpired? And why was Micah Kapura in such a rage? The high-ranking officials within the border sensed the aura emanating from Micah Kapura and promptly summoned the overseeing angels for inquiries. Report. High Officer, we are unaware of who has stealthily taken away the high-tier demons from our border stronghold. Micah Kapura returned just in time to witness the escape, hence his fury. Have we discerned the identity of the perpetrator? No, our divine artifact has failed to gather any information about the individual, nor could it determine how they made their escape. As if this person materialized from thin air and then vanished into nothingness. Such a phenomenon is indeed intriguing. Very well, let us not concern ourselves with this individual. For even Micah Kapura dares not confront them. They pose no threat to our plans. We shall simply monitor Micah Kapura closely, as the individual merely possesses certain special means to evade our surveillance. After some contemplation, the high-ranking official decreed that Li Xiaolong's affairs need not be addressed, as they perceived him merely as a minor nuisance. Furthermore, given Li Xiaolong's ability to obscure their oversight, they were incapable of monitoring him. In the stronghold of the demon clan, after venting his frustrations, Micah Kapura sought to uncover any trace of Li Xiaolong or remnants of formations. However, after a prolonged search, he found nothing. Damnable little thief, I have memorized your scent. Do not fall into my grasp, for then you shall truly understand what it means to face the demon clan. Subsequently, Micah Kapura devised what he believed to be reliable measures within the stronghold. Regrettably, these methods could deter angels or others, but proved ineffective against Li Xiaolong. Nevertheless, it seemed that Li Xiaolong would not pose an immediate threat to the demon clan, as they remained the primary combatants against the angels. His main focus now shifted to the formidable beings at the border of the realm of all kings and further into the cosmos under their dominion. I do this for your sake, to maintain the balance of power between both factions. Truly, it is a labor of love. Alas, where in the universe can one find a soul as benevolent as mine? After ensuring the safety of the converted demons, Li Xiaolong returned to the border, preparing to convert the strong beings there. When the inevitable clash between the two races occurred, it would be beneficial to have them show leniency. He decided to begin with those at the 11th rank, as most of the strong beings aligned with the realm of all kings had not cultivated their realms. These individuals were worth nurturing. In stark contrast to the demon clan, the realm of all kings primarily governed individuals who had not cultivated their realms. A consequence of severed legacies. Only those intricately connected to the divine race could cultivate to the dimensional realm. Thus, the majority of the strong beings at the border had reached the limits of combat power attainable by mortals, and most could transform to enhance their strength. In the eyes of these so-called divine beings, they appeared as inconsequential mortals, yet to me, they are invaluable treasures. The second group Li Xiaolong intended to convert consisted of those whose combat power had reached mortal limits, among whom undoubtedly lay geniuses capable of directly cultivating dimensional laws. Once he helped them break through their limitations, their futures would be boundless. The number of 11th rank individuals within the border was roughly comparable to that of the demon clan, totaling only a few dozen. Li Xiaolong devoted a little time to fully convert them, with only 4 or 5 grasping the laws. After several months, he successfully converted those who had reached their limits and imparted to them the techniques for longevity and dimensional laws. Initially, he had considered converting those at ranks 5 to 10, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to the sheer volume of individuals, which far exceeded that of the demon clan. He did not wish to invest excessive time in this endeavor. Koranoya has another mission. It seems a perfect opportunity to relax and observe. Chapter 127. Super Bu. Upon reviewing the coordinates required to traverse the universe, Li Xiaolong discovered they were not far from the border. He instantly teleported to the location. Why is this universe so saturated with demonic energy? As he arrived outside the target universe, he was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of darkness. Had Mika Kapura and his kin already initiated their assault? It was prudent to assess the situation before proceeding. Hastily, Li Xiaolong began to examine the condition of the universe, and what he uncovered was nothing short of astonishing. This universe has surprisingly fallen under the dominion of Bu, a being who has fully integrated the essence of the Grand Kaishin, thereby inheriting his dimensional attributes. Initially, this Bu exhibited normalcy. Upon assimilating the Grand Kaishin's dimension, the benevolent aspect within him completely overshadowed the malevolent one, along with the wisdom inherited from the Grand Kaishin. Thus, in this universe, the Kaishin is not Shin but Bu. However, the god of destruction, Beerus, is not bound to Bu but rather to the old Kaishin. One day, a divine attendant of Bu stumbled upon an artifact, a mask of immense power. Unable to ascertain its nature, he presented the mask to Bu, who, driven by curiosity, unwittingly donned it. This marked the commencement of a dark transformation. Bu, now possessed by malevolence, consumed the old Kaishin, leaving Beerus to lament in his slumber. While the angel wisp became immobilized, after devouring all deities in the divine realm, Bu evolved into Super Bu. Strikingly, the mask resembled that of the previous Broly. Was it crafted by Broly himself or by the enigmatic figure behind the mask? Observing the demonic aura radiating from Super Broly's mask, Li Xiaolong found himself uncertain of its origin. It would be prudent to seek out Goku and his companions in this world. Delay could result in their annihilation. In a flash, Li Xiaolong appeared on Earth within this universe. The planet had already endured a fierce confrontation. The first to engage was Gohan. Yet this universe's Gohan had also been languishing for an extended period. He faltered against Super Bu after only a few exchanges. Witnessing Gohan sprawled on the ground, his eyes devoid of life, Li Xiaolong shook his head. Super Bu's single blow had transformed the majority of Earth's inhabitants into confectionery, leaving Gohan engulfed in guilt. Too injured to continue the fight. Gohan, do you wish to avenge them? If so, I shall grant you that opportunity. Li Xiaolong's voice resonated within Gohan's mind, prompting him to weakly search for its source. No need to look. Simply express your desire in your thoughts, whether you wish to seek vengeance or to fight once more. Li Xiaolong did not wish to resolve every matter himself. He wanted Goku, Gohan, and their companions to develop their own crisis management skills. Yes, I long to tear them apart. Gohan fervently replied within his mind, his teeth clenched in determination. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish. Furthermore, I hope you will dedicate yourself to martial arts henceforth. Your experiences over the years have sufficiently proven the naivety of your previous beliefs. Only through sufficient strength can you protect those you cherish, not through mere knowledge. This Gohan exists in a timeline even further along than the Gohan from the universe 01007 encountered previously by Li Xiaolong, which he designated as 01007. Thus, he did not expect to persuade Gohan with mere words. As long as you allow me to exact my revenge, I shall devote myself to martial arts and will never again neglect my training. As Li Xiaolong prepared to take action, Gohan's resolute voice echoed once more. This incident had profoundly impacted him, awakening his awareness of the significance of strength, for in that singular strike from Super Bu, both Chi-Chi and Videl had met their demise. As you wish. With a radiant beam of healing light, Li Xiaolong restored Gohan's injuries, simultaneously activating his earthly bloodline. This not only augmented his potential but also guided the latent power within him, as the surrounding energy surged towards Gohan. To Super Bu's eyes, he merely observed a green light flickering across the fallen Gohan's upper body, followed by a flash of silvery brilliance, as unseen energy frantically converged upon him. Super Bu's expression darkened with impatience, and he hurled a spell towards Gohan. However, the anticipated transformation of Gohan into a mere dessert did not materialize. Upon contact with Gohan's silvery aura, the spell was consumed, inadvertently bestowing Gohan with a modicum of strength. Die, unyielding.
Super Bu furiously unleashed a barrage of spells upon Gohan. Dark magic, white magic, a relentless rain of sorcery. Ha! I've never witnessed an enemy empowering their foe before.
You're rather generous. Li Xiaolong found amusement in Super Bu's antics. Initially, he had hesitated to grant Gohan too much power at once. Yet, after Gohan's bloodline activation, he became immune to magic and could even absorb it as sustenance for his growth. This characteristic had been deliberately embedded by Su Tianqing when crafting Earthlings, intended as a countermeasure against the magic of angels and demons. After a relentless assault, Super Bu found himself wearied, pausing to catch his breath. Subsequently, he consumed all the Earthlings he had transformed into treats, an act Li Xiaolong did not impede. Although those slain by Bu's magic could not be revived with Dragon Balls, he could resurrect them. Allowing them to endure some hardship would prevent them from being brainwashed into believing that martial arts were mere illusions. Once Bu had devoured the entirety of humanity, turned into delicacies, Gohan erupted with an overwhelming aura, the silvery light enveloping him deeper than that of his counterpart from Universe 01007. His combat power soared to an astonishing 300 quintillion. Despite Super Bu currently possessing 500 quintillion in power, Gohan's inherent ability to counteract magic allowed him to challenge Bu effectively. Observing Gohan's present state, Li Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction. This Gohan surpassed the younger version by virtue of years of accumulated experience. You are truly damned. I shall not spare you. In truth, Gohan had sensed Super Bu consuming all those transformed into treats, yet he was in the midst of a metamorphosis. Halting would mean an incomplete transformation, ultimately leading to his defeat. Thus he bore the humiliation and waited for his evolution to reach fruition. In this moment of fury, Gohan's power surged dramatically, escalating to 350 quintillion, leaving even Li Xiaolong astonished at the effects of this rage-induced state. Merely a defeated foe, yet you dare to bark before me. This time, I shall not hold back. Upon sensing the explosive aura emitted by Gohan, Super Bu likewise unleashed his utmost power. A staggering force of 500 quintillion erupting forth, causing the very earth to tremble incessantly. Chapter 128, Vegeta's Theft of the Foe in an Instant. The figures of Gohan and Super Bu vanished, colliding in midair multiple times. Boom, 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 boom. Each impact unleashed a tremendous force, rippling through the fabric of space as if a stone had been cast into a pond, sending waves of distortion outward in concentric circles. How terrifying. I never imagined Gohan could rally himself and grow this formidable. How has he achieved such strength? In the distance, a green figure emerged, Piccolo, arriving late but swiftly responding to the overwhelming pressure from the two combatants. As he drew closer, the intensity of their battle aura left him aghast, realizing that Gohan had far surpassed him. Do not despair. If you desire it, I can assist you in becoming as powerful as Gohan. Suddenly, the figure of Li Xiaolong appeared beside Piccolo. When did he arrive? Piccolo's face turned pale with shock at Li Xiaolong's sudden appearance. Fear not. I am here to thwart that fellow, but I am more interested in witnessing your resistance against the invaders. Thus, I am more than willing to aid you in your quest for strength. Observing Piccolo's wary demeanor, Li Xiaolong remained unperturbed. After all, in such moments, caution is a natural instinct, especially for the ever-cautious Piccolo. Boom. Gohan and Super Buu exchanged blows once more, an evenly matched strike that forced both to stagger back, leaving deep furrows in the ground. Hee. Not bad, Son Gohan. It seems you indeed possess the strength to challenge me. Alas, it ends here. Super Buu wore a sinister grin, entirely at odds with the divine persona he claimed to embody. Buu, I shall ensure you pay the price. Your fate is death. There is no other option. Even if it costs me my life, I will take you down with me, Gohan declared with fierce determination. At this moment, Gohan was equally astonished by his own power, realizing how remarkably strong he had become in such a short span, and immune to Super Buu's magical assaults. I admit, I underestimated you. To contend with me without transforming into a Super Saiyan is quite an achievement. It is rare for a mere mortal to reach such heights. I find you admirable. Thus, I shall grant you the honor of becoming part of me. Currently, Super Buu's intellect, derived from the Grand Kai, primarily guided him, allowing him to articulate his thoughts with ease. He was unaware of the specifics of Gohan's form, believing it to be a mere normality, which could also be deemed as his standard state. Let us prolong your struggle a while longer. Savoring the defeat of a worthy opponent is my greatest pleasure. The battle will conclude swiftly. Super Buu chuckled ominously, his aura remaining unwavering throughout the skirmish. Humph, do not speak too soon. Gohan's face radiated excitement as he realized that, with the passage of time following the battle, his combat prowess not only remained intact, but was gradually on the rise. At this rate of growth, he estimated that it would not be long before he could completely subdue the formidable Super Buu, and thus, he felt no urgency whatsoever. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of their clash echoed through the air like thunder. A subtle distortion in space rippled forth, and a smirk crept onto Li Xiaolong's lips as he gazed towards the source of the disturbance. In the blink of an eye, two figures materialized in his line of sight. It was none other than Goku and Vegeta. The duo, having hurried back from some unknown location, caught Piccolo's attention, prompting him to rush over and brief them on the current situation. Gohan has grown astonishingly powerful. It is truly remarkable. You must be Li Xiaolong, right? Greetings. I am Goku. Upon grasping the situation, Goku marveled at Gohan's newfound strength while extending a hand in greeting to Li Xiaolong. Greetings, Goku. I have encountered you numerous times in other universes. There is no need for introductions, as I know you even better than you know yourself. This world's Goku was already aware of the existence of parallel universes, so Li Xiaolong found no need for further explanation. I must express my gratitude for assisting Gohan in becoming stronger. Witnessing Gohan's resurgence and his remarkable surpassing of his former self brought genuine joy to Goku. If you desire, I can assist you in enhancing your strength as well. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with interest, but Goku preempted him by speaking first. Thank you, Xiaolong, but we wish to see if we can defeat this foe through our own power. There is no need for your assistance. You have already aided Gohan, and it would be inappropriate to trouble you further. Goku's words flustered Vegeta, causing his expression to change dramatically. Li Xiaolong feigned ignorance, and seeing that the decision was already made, Vegeta resigned himself to the situation. After all, with his pride, how could he possibly request help from Li Xiaolong? In that case, I will not press the matter. However, if you wish to defeat that adversary, you will need to fuse into Vegito. Li Xiaolong began to guide Goku toward the direction he hoped for. Xiaolong, you even know about Vegito. You truly understand us well. Since you have suggested it, Vegeta, let us fuse and fight together. Turning to Vegeta, Goku extended an invitation for fusion. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, inwardly cursing Goku for relinquishing the opportunity to grow stronger, opting instead for the humiliating act of fusing into Vegito. It was utterly incomprehensible. Nevertheless, Vegeta ultimately acquiesced to the invitation to fuse into Vegito. In a flash of light, a figure emanating an overwhelming aura materialized, instantly drawing the gaze of the entire space toward him. I am neither Kakarot nor Vegeta. I am the Grand Vegito. As soon as he appeared, Vegito began to exude confidence, fixing his gaze on the battlefield, and in an instant, he stood before Gohan. Gohan, you should rest now. This opponent is mine to handle. Vegito, uncle. Before Gohan could even refuse, Vegeta dashed forward to take over the battle, leaving Gohan feeling somewhat frustrated, as the anger within him remained unexpressed. However, Witnessing Vegeta already engaged with Super Bu, he had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. How dare this garbage challenge me, the divine? After stepping back, Gohan watched the fight with vigilance. Upon seeing Vegeta's flamboyant demeanor, Super Bu was thoroughly displeased. How could he allow someone to outshine him in arrogance? Super Bu swiftly struck Vegeta, sending him flying, and beckoned Gohan with a gesture. Unforgivable. Huh. Watch closely. For I am neither Kakarot nor Vegeta. I am Vegeta. With a face full of dirt and fury, Vegeta was incensed, as the prince of all Saiyans. Being struck down so easily felt like a blow to his dignity. Soon, the prince transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged forth, only to be once again knocked into the ground by Super Bu. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and lunged at Super Bu. Yet once more, he was swatted down as if he were a mere fly. Enough. Are you playing games with me? At this moment, Vegeta's inner monologue echoed, It's only fitting for the prince to face some setbacks. Li Xiaolong observed the spectacle with a smile, not intervening. It was rare to witness the prince in such a predicament, and he wanted to savor the moment. Chapter 129, Gohan to the rescue. Finally, Vegeta abandoned his usual probing tactics and transformed into Super Saiyan 3, unleashing an unparalleled aura from beneath the ground, which even suppressed Super Bu's presence. This was utterly unforgivable. Vegeta's cold voice rang in Super Bu's ears, and before he could react, Vegeta struck, sending Super Bu crashing into the earth, avenging his earlier humiliation. Only a worthy opponent deserves my full strength. Come, let us battle. Once I consume you, even the angels shall no longer intimidate me. Sensing Vegeta's overwhelming might in Super Saiyan 3, Super Bu became exhilarated. At that moment, Vegeta's combat power soared to 600 quintillion, Goku's base form being 45 trillion. Vegeta's 3 trillion. In this universe, Vegeta's base power was the sum of the two multiplied by 200, with their Super Saiyan 3 enhancement being 4,000 times. Not bad, surpassing Super Bu's power by 100 quintillion. The only concern was whether this fool would squander his advantage. Observing Vegeta's current state, Li Xiaolong felt somewhat satisfied. Yet he was well aware of Vegeta's notorious tendency to show off, a trait that often led to his downfall more so than Goku or Vegeta. Indeed, as soon as Li Xiaolong's thoughts concluded, Vegeta, now fully aware of his dominance over Super Bu, began to show off. Rather than swiftly dispatching Super Bu, Vegeta engaged in a brawl, leaving Bu somewhat perplexed. Bu thought to himself, come on, I am Bu. At least show me some respect. I fear nothing in close combat. This foolish prince has begun to show off again. Piccolo, watching the unfolding scene, felt his face turn green with anxiety. If he weren't at a disadvantage, he would have charged in to give Vegeta a couple of hard slaps. Do not rush. After all, there is still Gohan and myself. Observing Piccolo's anxious expression, which had turned a shade of green, Li Xiaolong offered words of consolation. Are you truly unwilling to accept my assistance in unlocking your potential? If I were to aid you in harnessing your strength, you would be on par with these two formidable individuals. Piccolo's current power has reached the zenith attainable by mere mortals, boasting a consistent battle power of 5,000. This level of power is indeed explosive within the vast cosmos. However, Piccolo does not possess the ability to transform, even if he were to become a Super Namekian. The enhancement would be negligible compared to the overwhelming prowess of the Super Saiyans. Although he lacks the Earthling bloodline created by Su Tianqing, he does possess the lineage of the Dragon Clan. With Li Xiaolong's guidance, Piccolo could undoubtedly unleash his orange form, effortlessly achieving a battle power in the hundreds of quintillions. I shall ponder this further. Piccolo found himself in a quandary, having instinctively equated Li Xiaolong's potential development with the abilities of the Grand Elder, thus hesitating. Li Xiaolong remained unperturbed, continuing to observe the spectacle of Vegeta's performance on the battlefield. Bang! 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 At that moment, Vegeta distanced himself from Super Bu, unleashing what appeared to be an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, employing his renowned prince's combat style once more. A futile display. Super Bu, unfazed, erected a protective barrier while regarding Vegeta's antics with disdain. Has it proven effective? It seems he has grown weary. Vegeta paused, gazing towards the billowing smoke. Where on earth did this haze originate? We are in aerial combat. Observing the inexplicable cloud of smoke, Li Xiaolong could not help but feel a twinge of skepticism. It was utterly illogical. Super Bu burst forth from the smoke, swiftly closing the distance to Vegeta, seizing his head and forcefully grinding it into the ground, leaving a deep furrow. How brutal. Witnessing Vegeta being pressed into the ground, creating a visible trench, Li Xiaolong felt a pang of sympathy. Vegeta emitted a harrowing scream, desperately attempting to break free from Super Buu's grasp, yet Gogeta seemed bound by some unseen force, unable to escape. Just as Gohan prepared to intervene, Super Buu released Vegeta. In that moment, Vegeta appeared stripped of his regal demeanor, looking rather pitiful. The fabric of his back had been scorched from the friction, and had it not been for his energy shielding, he would have suffered severe burns. Curse be you. You are utterly unforgivable. Vegeta's fury ignited, humiliated by Super Buu's actions, leaving him to question where to place his pride, especially with others present. No longer holding back, Vegeta unleashed his full power, engaging in a fierce clash with Super Buu, causing ripples of space to shimmer around them. Finally taking matters seriously, yet regrettably, this fusion's time was drawing to a close. Ultimately, it would be Gohan who would have to intervene. Li Xiaolong watched with keen interest as the two combatants unleashed their full capabilities, finally transforming this battle into something captivating, as opposed to the earlier farce that had been devoid of excitement. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta, with a serious demeanor, swiftly subdued Super Buu, delivering a powerful blow that forced Buu to retreat. He made a preparatory gesture, sensing that the time for his fusion was nearing its end. Kamehameha. A formidable Kamehameha wave surged forth, met by Super Buu's own ultimate attack. Two colossal beams of energy clashed in a fierce standoff. Yet it was evident that Super Buu was at a disadvantage, as his ultimate move was being relentlessly pushed back by the Kamehameha, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his cheeks. Gohan, prepare to save your father and the others. Li Xiaolong urged Gohan, who was anxiously watching the confrontation. Oh, Gohan responded, momentarily taken aback by Li Xiaolong's words, but without hesitation, he instantaneously teleported to Vegeta's side. At that moment, Vegeta's Kamehameha had nearly engulfed Super Buu's attack, poised to descend upon him. However, just then, Super Buu suddenly felt a lightening of the pressure. His ultimate technique began to push back against the Kamehameha. The instant Gohan materialized beside Vegeta, Vegeta disintegrated into Goku and Vegeta. What? Both men exclaimed in surprise, hastily devising a response. But they were ill-prepared to face Super Buu's ultimate move, Kamehameha. As they pondered their next course of action, Gohan's voice rang in their ears. A massive blue beam erupted forth, colliding with the beam emitted by Super Buu. Both fighters exhaled in relief, then quickly vacated the battlefield. In the fray, Gohan and Super Buu were locked in a struggle. Having expended a significant amount of stamina and energy against Vegeta, Gohan now found himself subtly gaining the upper hand over Super Buu. As time passed, Super Buu realized that Gohan not only retained his stamina, but was growing stronger. A realization shared by Goku and the others, who rallied behind Gohan. Damn it, how can this guy, a Saiyan, endure for so long? By my experience, he should be running out of energy. At this moment, Buu remained trapped in his past understanding of Gohan, completely oblivious to the fact that Gohan's lineage had been awakened by Li Xiaolong. As time progressed, Gohan would only grow stronger. He was now a true embodiment of resilience. Chapter 130. Transformation. Impossible. Super Buu's voice, laced with disbelief, echoed as his form was reduced to ashes beneath Gohan's Kamehameha. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Gohan effortlessly soared back to where the others were gathered, as if he hadn't expended any energy at all. Gohan, well done, Goku exclaimed, patting Gohan on the shoulder, filled with pride, knowing that Gohan had surpassed him immensely. It's all thanks to this uncle who helped me grow stronger. I promised him I would diligently practice martial arts from now on. By the way, uncle, may I ask your name? Gohan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Li Xiaolong, recognizing that without his intervention, they would have been unable to overcome this crisis. No need to be so formal, Gohan. My name is Li Xiaolong. You can call me Uncle Xiaolong. I have also trained others from different universes, so I am not unfamiliar with you all. Enough of this for now. The crisis has yet to be averted, and we must first deal with Super Buu. The four had inquiries for Li Xiaolong, but he interrupted their intentions. What? That fiend is still alive? The four were taken aback, unaware of Buu's peculiarities in this universe. Moments ago, during the confrontation with Gohan, Super Buu had ejected some of his own tissue. Had it not been for Li Xiaolong's presence, he might have succeeded. Did I summon you forth? Or did you emerge on your own? Li Xiaolong directly locked onto Buu's hiding place with his aura, and upon being targeted, Bu felt as though he were immobilized under immense pressure. Although Li Xiaolong's energy was directed at Super Bu, the others felt its weight. Even Gohan struggled to maintain his stance, weakly kneeling, while Piccolo was pinned to the ground, and Goku and Vegeta found themselves prone. My apologies. I may have exerted a bit too much pressure. As Li Xiaolong retracted his aura, the oppressive weight lifted from the group. In truth, his actions were deliberate, aimed at igniting their desire for strength, a method most effective. How infuriating. Who are you to uncover my concealment? Just as Li Xiaolong prepared to unleash his pressure upon Bu once more, Bu's form gradually materialized not far from them. What? He truly remains unvanquished. Why have we not sensed his aura? Gohan articulated the crux of the matter, and Li Xiaolong proceeded to enlighten them about the realms and the undetectable nature of divine auras. It is surprising how well-versed you are in divine matters. Why assist these mere mortals? You must also be a deity. Let us obliterate these beings together and jointly rule this universe. We could even use it as a springboard to dominate others. Super Bu began to seduce Li Xiaolong, his mask emanating an invisible aura to influence him. Goku and the others exchanged anxious glances with Li Xiaolong, bracing for combat against Super Bu. Fear not. Humph. Such trivial tactics dare to confront me? Li Xiaolong regarded Super Bu, noting the peculiar nature of his mask. He intends to flee, Gohan warned, and scarcely had he spoken when Super Bu vanished from sight, prompting the others to pursue. Very well, you may observe, he cannot escape. Let him flee for half a universe. What does it matter? Now it was finally Li Xiaolong's moment to shine. He would not let this opportunity slip by, standing confidently in place, preventing Goku and the others from pursuing Bu. After a brief wait, the group grew anxious, but Li Xiaolong made his move. To their astonishment, he extended his hand into the void, and a transparent hand began to materialize from his position, growing larger as it reached for Bu's escape route. Capture! Li Xiaolong's voice resonated like thunder in their minds, even echoing in the thoughts of the already half-universe away Super Bu. No. Upon witnessing the colossal hand of Super Bu emitting a cry of despair, he found himself ensnared within its grip. In the blink of an eye, he beheld the outline of Earth, and in the subsequent moment, he returned to the side of Li Xiaolong. This. The others were rendered speechless by Li Xiaolong's astounding display. How delightful it was for him to witness their astonishment. Relax, feeling dizzy is quite normal, he reassured, reaching for the mask adorning Super Bu's face. No, please no. Though he himself was a demon, in Super Bu's eyes, Li Xiaolong's outstretched hand towards his mask resembled the terrifying claw of a malevolent fiend. An intriguing toy indeed. As he toyed with the mask in his grasp, Li Xiaolong sealed it away into his spatial ring. Well, the farce should come to an end. He unleashed a transformative divine light upon Super Bu, preparing to take him away. This Bu was fully conscious, and he intended to mentor him thoroughly, integrating him with other counterparts. After providing an explanation to the others, they began to accept this reality, their hostility towards Super Bu diminishing significantly. Now, everyone on Earth had been consumed by this creature, and even the Dragon Balls could not resurrect them. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls were no longer available. Goku and the others were at a loss. Leave this matter to me. Without further ado, Li Xiaolong initiated the time reversal he had employed in the realm of despair. Earth reverted to its original state, as if nothing had changed. Yet everything was different. All retained the memory of Bu's tyranny. Li Xiaolong simultaneously revived Old Kai and Beerus. While both were unreliable, their existence was essential for the stability of this universe. He then ensured that martial arts would be passed down on Earth in the same manner, igniting the martial tradition of this universe. Drawing from his previous experience, he appointed Goku and the others to teach the Earthlings. Under Li Xiaolong's admonition, the warriors recognized their prior narrow-mindedness and eagerly accepted their roles, demonstrating even greater dedication than they had in the Bingtian universe. Fortunately, the prior reserve of talent had been substantial. Otherwise, they would have had to rely solely on the local Goku warriors to lead the martial arts here. In truth, Li Xiaolong had begun to sense a looming crisis regarding the scarcity of talent. As he traversed more universes, the number of Earthlings requiring leadership naturally increased, and the warriors were unequipped to undertake the weighty responsibility of spreading martial arts across the cosmos. Perhaps he could explore the avenue of artificial beings. Contemplating this, Li Xiaolong reasoned that since the cultivation of masters was a slow process, utilizing artificial beings as substitutes might prove advantageous. requiring only a single individual to oversee them. This plan was indeed feasible. Nodding in affirmation of his strategy, he acknowledged that artificial beings could now be mass-produced and had already reached a power level sufficient for disseminating martial arts across the universe. Goku, I must return. You all must diligently teach the Earthlings. After relaying all pertinent matters to the warriors, Li Xiaolong hurriedly made his way back to his own universe, for he had received a most crucial message. Chapter 131. Daughter Li Xiao. Upon receiving that message, Li Xiaolong hastened back to the Jiazi 01007 universe with utmost urgency. Congratulations, Brother Long, on the birth of your dragon daughter. Congratulations to the martial ancestor on welcoming this dragon child. Congratulations, Master. As soon as Li Xiaolong appeared, Li Yun, accompanied by a throng of well-wishers, rushed forth to extend their congratulations. During his seclusion, Li Xiaolong had sown a seed with Mei Fia, and now, at long last, it had borne fruit. Unable to extricate himself from his meditative state, he sent his second avatar in his stead. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Everyone shall receive a reward. Each will be granted a third-tier elixir. With a grand gesture, Li Xiaolong summoned a rain of elixirs from the hidden stars, crafted over the years by his disciple, Xiaoyan Yao. At last, these elixirs found their purpose, as his followers, well-versed in their efficacy, erupted in joyous acclaim upon witnessing the bounty. Though merely third tier, these elixirs held little significance for the higher echelons. However, they could be of immense benefit to their descendants outside the time chamber. Xiaoya, you have worked hard, Li Xiaolong said, taking Mei Fia's hand as he beheld the lively Mei Fia. Xiaolong, let us name our daughter, she replied, cradling their adorable little one with a radiant smile. I hope she will be as beautiful and gracious as you, serene and peaceful. Let us call her Li Xiao. What do you think? Xiao, a splendid name. Henceforth, she shall be known as Xiao. Mei Fia was thoroughly pleased with this choice, and the name of their little one was settled in harmonious agreement. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong organized a grand celebration to honor the birth of their precious daughter, hosting a sumptuous banquet that lasted for a full 7 days. He extended invitations to the formidable beings of the southern galaxy and deities throughout the cosmos, including Vis, who were more than eager to partake in the culinary delights of Earth. Li Haoyan, too, held a deep affection for his younger sister, significantly reducing his playtime with Wukong and Broly to remain at home and watch over her. Li Xiaolong's second avatar refrained from venturing out, choosing instead to recuperate at home, cherish moments with family, and impart martial teachings to his disciples. Regarding the previous martial affairs of the Guiwei 01007 universe, he dispatched a leader to oversee the martial matters there with a team of several dozen individuals. As the days spent with family swiftly passed, for years flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Li Xiaolong remained at home, nurturing and educating both Li Haoyan and Li Xiao while also guiding the formidable beings under his command. His disciples, including Broly, Gu Kailat, Xiaoyan Yao, and Lu Tianjun, were likewise brought under his tutelage. Over these years, Xiaoyan Yao had successfully unified the Flame Universe and ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th tier within a mere few years, becoming the chieftain of the Flame Clan. The elixirs previously bestowed by Li Xiaolong were indeed crafted by the Flame Clan under Xiaoyan Yao's guidance. As for Lu Tianjun, this little fellow exhibits a multitude of expressions akin to Xiaoyan Yao. He has inherited Li Xiaolong's mastery of tools, seemingly drawing on the fortune of the despairing time-space he inhabits, advancing at a pace even swifter than Xiaoyan Yao, having already reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. This remarkable progress is also attributed to the partial unsealing of his earthly bloodline. The universe they reside in is not the sole center created by the Omni King, and the seals within them are not as formidable. Furthermore, he has inherited a unique mastery of tools, and the innate affinity of the vast cosmos seems to favor him as well. In recent years, under Li Xiaolong's guidance, the new generation of Li family village has finally surpassed the significant threshold of 5,000. As for the rapid increase in children within just a few years, it is undoubtedly due to Li Xiaolong playing the role of matchmaker for these descendants. Encouraged by Li Xiaolong, the younger generation of Li family village typically embraces polygamy, with each individual averaging more than 2 children every 4 years. Moreover, it is noteworthy that in recent years, Li Xiaolong has subtly infiltrated the other 3 cosmic regions, namely the Western Galaxy, Eastern Galaxy, and Northern Galaxy, which have long been under his control. With the covert assistance of Li Xiaolong, The overall strength of the three major galaxies has seen a remarkable enhancement. Additionally, he has openly and covertly guided Frieza in his training. As a result of previous endeavors, the current Goku has grown extraordinarily powerful, boasting a foundational combat strength of several tens of thousands, surpassing the original tale in a most astonishing manner. One wonders whether Piccolo would be able to withstand even a mere finger poke from this version of Goku. Li Xiaolong suddenly recalled Piccolo and resolved to assist him in due course. His ultimate aim is to ensure the birth of Piccolo II while allowing Piccolo to survive and merge with the deity Kami. Once Kami reaches his full potential, it is likely that his talents will rival, if not surpass, those of the Grand Elder. The moment has finally arrived. It evokes a profound sense of nostalgia for childhood. In the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed since arriving in this world. Li Xiaolong gazed reflectively in the direction of young Goku. It is now March of the year 749 in the Age of Earth, and Bulma has already entered high school, with only a few months remaining before she embarks on her quest for the Dragon Balls. Over the years, Li Haoyan has completely captured Bulma's heart, and it is only a matter of time before the two can officially celebrate their union. One wonders whether Bulma will discover the 5-star Dragon Ball in a cave as she did in the original tale. Li Xiaolong immediately unleashed his divine sense to investigate, and to his astonishment, there indeed lay a 5-star Dragon Ball in the very cave where Bulma had found it in the original story. It is noteworthy that the Dragon Balls had been utilized several times prior to this. The unexpected return of that 5-star ball to its original location made Li Xiaolong once again marvel at the potency of the cosmic rules. He is certain that its return to that spot is not the handiwork of the Omni King or any deity. In the ensuing days, Li Xiaolong continued to lead a languorous life, at home purifying the bloodlines of the over 5,000 new generations of Li family village. He awaited the commencement of the narrative, preparing to validate certain truths, scrutinizing the operational mechanisms of the cosmic rules, and researching the so-called power of world correction, which is, in essence, the cosmic rules themselves. I hope not to be disappointed and to manifest the grand cosmic rules. In truth, the principles established by Li Xiaolong have already advanced to the level of rules. However, he remains patient, awaiting the creation of cultivation methods beyond the 12th stage by his true self and first avatar. Thus, his only means to observe these rules is through this method, as he has yet to uncover any semblance of rules within the 7th universe, likely due to its inferior nature. He could seek out Weiss. Yet since participating in the banquet, Weiss has vanished, presumably summoned by the High Priest. Left with no alternatives, he resorts to this method to see if he can manifest the great cosmic rules for observation. As for the approach, he has devised a strategy, altering pivotal plot points to allow the grand cosmic rules to automatically manifest and amend these crucial elements. At this moment, the 5-star sphere within the cavern suddenly vanished, only to reappear entombed within the thick glacial ice of Antarctica. I refuse to believe that this won't allow me to witness my own creation, Li Xiaolong mused, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 132, Harnessing the Power of Rules. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong added a layer of spatial law around the 5-star sphere before pausing, directly employing his spiritual energy to observe its movements. Although the power of rules is superior to that of laws, it is certainly unable to evade the scrutiny of spiritual force. There's movement. Shortly after Li Xiaolong imposed the spatial law upon the 5-star sphere, he sensed a tremendous resistance. He intensified the output of the spatial law, not intending to contend with the grand cosmic rules, but merely to evoke their manifestation. To compete with his perfected spatial law, the grand cosmos would undoubtedly retaliate with a higher order of rules. This was his opportunity. Indeed, as the grand cosmos instinctively began to resist the spatial law, Li Xiaolong gradually amplified the output of the spatial law, prompting the cosmos to similarly escalate its counteracting rules. Come forth, into my grasp, Li Xiaolong chuckled. Akin to a mischievous uncle, cleverly ensnaring the instincts of the grand cosmos step by step. Once he had perfected the output of the spatial law, he finally sensed the grand cosmos beginning to exert its power of rules. An unparalleled sense of oppression caused the spatial law to quiver, and soon the perfected spatial law enveloping the 5-star sphere began to collapse, allowing the cosmic instinct to rectify the obstruction, and the intense pressure of the rules dissipated. Indeed, although it was only for a brief moment, I have distinctly felt the power of rules. Li Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction, having finally realized his desire to witness the rules. Though the experience was fleeting, his comprehension was more than sufficient. Observing the power of rules relocating the five-star sphere back to its original cavern, Li Xiaolong refrained from further interference. Any additional obstruction might provoke the Grand Cosmos to eradicate him as an obstacle. Truly formidable, this warrants further contemplation. Although he cannot yet elevate the laws, drawing inspiration from this experience shall suffice. Li Haoyan was summoned to discuss the commencement of Bulma's Dragon Ball journey, after which Li Xiaolong retreated into seclusion. This matter did not require his constant oversight, as it had already been firmly established. Li Haoyan was more than capable of managing it, especially with the substantial cast at his disposal. Under the revised regulations, Bulma discovered the five-star ball and conducted her research. With the arrival of summer, she and Li Haoyan embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls. On September 1st, 749 in the Age of the Universe, they encountered Goku, who was out hunting at the foot of the Baozi Mountain. At this time, Son Gohan had already begun his training on the Hidden Star, under Li Xiaolong's guidance. Gohan faked his death, mirroring his demise from the original story. To compensate him, Li Xiaolong personally crafted breakthrough pills of levels 5 to 8 and tailored a unique martial art for him. Upon entering the Hidden Star, armed with these compensations, Gohan made remarkable progress and has now reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage. Invited by Li Haoyan and Bulma, the young Goku joined their Dragon Ball expedition. What followed unfolded much like the original tale, albeit predominantly featuring actors, the exceptions being the Pilaf gang and the God of Tea. While even Master Roshi indulged in the role of an actor, throughout their journey, it was mainly young Goku who triumphed over various challenges. Had it not been for the diligent training of these actors, Goku's current strength might have truly been inadequate for such feats. Without Li Haoyan's covert assistance, the likes of King Pilaf and the God of Tea would have likely succumbed to Goku's might long ago. Li Haoyan exerted considerable effort to fulfill his father's task, though he regarded it as a delightful excursion with his future fiancée. Indeed, this lad exhibits the same vigor I once possessed. While in seclusion, Li Xiaolong divided his attention to observe the trio, and upon witnessing the unbreakable bond between him and Bulma, he could not help but smile with paternal pride. Yet, Li Xiaolong perhaps overlooked the fact that it was Maifia who had initially chosen to accompany him. In the end, during the granting of wishes, it was that pig who ultimately prevailed, fulfilling a wish that Li Xiaolong had predetermined. However, it was merely a trivial wish. Li Xiaolong's own Dragon Ball was far superior, capable of granting 3 wishes at once. After Goku and the others completed their search for the Dragon Balls, Li Xiaolong received a message from Kuranoya regarding a matter that no one else could resolve. Having idled for several years, it was time for him to engage in some activity. After years of languor at home, Li Xiaolong found himself somewhat bored, and thus he was keen to discover what issue required his intervention. In truth, both angels and destroyers could have resolved this matter, yet they were reluctant to act. After searching extensively within the realm of time, Kuranoya had no choice but to summon Li Xiaolong for assistance. I am curious to see who is responsible for this crisis. Could it be the machinations of Mechikabura and his ilk? Li Xiao, now over 4 years old, exhibits talent on par with Li Haoyan. Born with a peak 5th stage potential, her intelligence at this tender age rivals that of deities. Summoning Li Haoyan and Li Yun, he briefed them before Li Xiaolong was transported to the realm of time. The troubled universe was far too distant from his central location, thus, it was prudent to take advantage of the resources available in the realm of time. Xiaolong, what brings you to my realm of time today? Since joining the Time Patrol, Li Xiaolong had never visited this realm. This was only the second encounter with Kuranoya. Lord Kaioshin, you could at least provide some subsidies. Over the years, I have managed to reach my destinations on my own, Li Xiaolong jested. Alas, Xiaolong, you are aware of the poverty that plagues my realm of time. It is a marvel that we have managed to maintain the bare essentials all these years. There are no surplus resources to spare for subsidies, Kuranoya lamented, her expression eliciting sympathy. All right, enough of that. You, as the Kaioshin, have it rather unfortunate. Here, take these supplies for your use. Li Xiaolong retrieved several large bags from his ring and tossed them to Kuranoya, filled with celestial beans and strategic materials. Wow, so many celestial beans. Did you plunder the universe to bring these to Earth? Kuranoya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight. What are you thinking? Would a person of my integrity engage in such acts? At most, I simply refined the universe in silence. These were cultivated by my subordinates. You can use them with confidence. What? That is even possible? Why hadn't I thought of that before? Hee hee. I shall try to cultivate some myself and see if it succeeds. Hearing Li Xiaolong, Kuranoya's eyes lit up. Frankly, Li Xiaolong felt that the gods, under the pressure of the Omni King, had lost their initiative, unable to even conceive of the cultivation of celestial beings. It was indeed unbefitting of their wisdom. How about I directly share the method for cultivating celestial beings with you? This way, you won't waste time researching it. Excellent. Thank you, Xiaolong. Kuranoya replied without hesitation, as if she had been eagerly awaiting those words. However, it mattered little. He had intended to share the method with Kuranoya for some time, but he had never found the opportunity to visit the realm of time, not because he had forgotten while accompanying his daughter. Now that Mechikabura had been released, the pressure on the Time Patrol would undoubtedly be significantly greater than in the original narrative. His intention was to have Mechikabura exhaust the strength of the Omni King's subordinates, not to deplete the forces he valued. With celestial beings, the Time Patrol would have a means of survival when facing Mechikabura's subordinates. In due course, Li Xiaolong would also have the Flame Tribe concoct numerous elixirs to supply the Time Patrol. Now, let us discuss the current situation. Chapter 133, Goku and Vegeta traverse time and space. Was it the machinations of the Demon Clan? Li Xiaolong leaned towards the notion that the Demon Clan was at play, as that would allow him to refine the universe. The universe was at the edge, and once refined, he could swiftly depart. It was neither the Demon Clan, nor the Devils, nor any other faction. It was a traitor among the gods of that distant universe. Kuranoya spoke in an unnatural manner, detailing the situation, for after all, a traitor had emerged among their deities, a matter that brought little honor to their faces. Deities? Li Xiaolong felt a surge of suspicion within him. Indeed, a trainee god of the realm had betrayed them. He had wished upon the Super Dragon Balls to usurp the body of that universe's Goku, subsequently traversing through time to alter the history of an alternate parallel universe. That individual was exceedingly powerful, having sent forth agents who all returned in defeat. Even the two formidable warriors were rendered powerless. The two figures that Kuranoya referenced were Gogeta and Vegeto, an unexpected fusion of Goku and Vegeta from different universes, now an inseparable entity. Yet, they were still too inexperienced to contend with Zamasu. Perhaps with 2 more years of training, they might stand a chance. It truly was Zamasu, and the narrative of that universe seemed to be advancing at an alarming pace. Li Xiaolong harbored doubts that someone had meddled with the flow of time in that universe. Moreover, we discovered a method of temporal acceleration outside that universe, with a ratio of approximately 5-to-1, yet we could not ascertain who was responsible for this acceleration. Xiaolong, having grasped various laws, was thus invited to investigate the identity behind this manipulation. Very well, I shall take on this matter. In truth, Li Xiaolong was already aware without investigation that it was indeed Mechikabura who had accelerated the time in that universe. With his identity as a member of the Time Patrol, even if he drew attention, it would not pose a significant issue. However, he must remain cautious, as the angels were closely monitoring Mechikabura, and he could not afford to expose himself due to a single assignment. Li Xiaolong began to devise a strategy for addressing this predicament, as he had no desire to be under the watchful gaze of the angels. Utilizing the unique temporal pathways of the time dimension, he swiftly arrived at the universe ravaged by Zamasu. Concealing his form, he prepared to observe before making any decisions, primarily to ascertain whether the angels were indeed surveilling this universe and to uncover the source of the temporal acceleration beyond its confines. Mechikabura was quite generous, employing the source of time in such a manner, glancing towards the external source that continuously supplied power to accelerate the time flow of the universe. Li Xiaolong felt a pang of envy. The source of time had been extracted from the very essence of the universe. Such a vast reservoir of temporal energy could not be drawn forth without dozens of universal essences. Li Xiaolong speculated that this source of time was derived from the universe that had been damaged when they rescued Mechikabura's true form. Fortune favored him this time, as it seemed an upgrade for the hyperbolic time chamber was indeed in order. Upon meeting Su Tianqing, he had discerned that the creator of the hyperbolic time chamber was none other than the mightiest of the ancient Earthlings. After extracting the source of time to create the chamber and infusing it with his own temporal laws, when the hyperbolic time chamber was first established, the time ratio had been an astonishing 10,000 years to 1. As countless millennia elapsed, the essence within dwindled significantly, reducing the passage of time to a mere year equating to 1. Li Xiaolong, infusing his own temporal principles, altered this ratio to a century equating to 1. thereby accelerating the consumption of the intrinsic essence of time. Fortunately, he encountered this source of temporal essence. Otherwise, in a few brief years, the temporal essence of the spirit time room would have been utterly depleted, compelling him to extract some essence of time from the cosmos. Without haste to act, Li Xiaolong first assessed the state of this universe. It was the realm that Zamasu had traversed from the Despair universe, returning to the past to alter its course, resulting in a universe that never birthed parallel timelines. Observing the lifeless earth beneath him, Li Xiaolong furrowed his brow, pondering why antagonists often relish in environmental destruction. Shrouding everything in a pall of despair, they seem to delight in annihilating all life, as exemplified by the likes of Dark Android, Zamasu, Dark Goku, and Dark Broly, who leave nothing but their solitary existence amidst the vast cosmos. Is this truly entertaining? At this moment, Zamasu was rampaging across this earth, infuriated by the previous thwarting efforts of the Time Patrol, which had escaped his clutches. His current amusement was derived from the slaughter of innocents. His philosophy was simple. When feeling dismal, he would slay someone for joy, and when in high spirits, he would do the same. For the act of killing brought him sheer delight. Paying no heed to Zamasu's destruction, Li Xiaolong knew he could resurrect these souls later, viewing this incident as a necessary lesson for them. This Zamasu was significantly more formidable than his counterpart in Dragon Ball Super, possessing a combat prowess that could rival even the lowest-tier gods of destruction. At that moment, Li Xiaolong sensed a surge of temporal fluctuations, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was Goku and Vegeta from an alternate universe, arriving via their time-traveling vessel to rescue this realm. Upon their arrival, Zamasu and Dark Goku immediately sensed their presence. Goku and Vegeta exchanged astonished glances as they beheld the approaching Dark Goku. "Why are you still here? Who resurrected you?" Dark Goku, equally taken aback, recalled murdering both of them, unaware that they had arrived in a time machine. Indeed, it was this wretched being. How despicable for a deity to commit such vile acts. Witnessing Dark Goku before him, Goku was filled with rage. Prior to entering this universe, they had surmised that Dark Goku had seized control of his body through Zamasu's wish upon the Super Dragon Balls. Now, upon witnessing the desolate earth and the grim atmosphere, Goku's fury intensified. In contrast to Goku's ire, Vegeta felt exhilaration. The sight of Dark Goku ignited his battle instincts. "Kakarot, leave this scoundrel to me, while you handle that green-skinned fiend. The mere sight of this doppelganger has me brimming with enthusiasm." Indeed, Vegeta was primed for combat, his fists clenched with determination. "So, it's Zamasu, is it? I now comprehend. You used the Super Dragon Balls to wish for our bodies. You are truly deserving of your fate," Goku declared, his expression stern as he confronted his adversary. What does it matter if you know? You wretched humans are unworthy of possessing such formidable combat prowess." Black Goku looked indifferently at Goku, fully embracing his own actions. "How dare you, a mere mortal, claim the right to be a deity? What have you done with the other me who has taken your form?" The current Goku appears as a true superior being, his intellect finally engaged. "This matter is of no concern to you, despicable mortal. Occupying the body of a god and defiling it naturally warrants your demise." Black Goku chuckled darkly, as if discussing something trivial. "You truly are insufferable. How could one like you ascend to divinity?" Goku was engulfed in fury, and the battle was imminent. Chapter 134, The Insult of Black Goku. "How did you two manage to resurrect? I had already dispatched you in this world long ago." Black Goku did not rush into combat. Instead, he began to probe Goku for information. Such matters are not for you to know." With Vegeta's pride, he naturally refused to answer these inquiries. "Where has that Trunks fellow gone? Did he not accompany you to your doom? Are you ever finished? You're quite the chatterbox, aren't you? We did not come here to converse. My sole intent is to defeat you and grind you into the ground." Vegeta, already impatient, erupted with an explosion of golden energy, blue arcs of electricity swirling around him, his terrifying aura piercing the heavens. Without further ado, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Boom. Vegeta, in a fit of irritation, charged at Black Goku, his speed shattering the sound barrier and producing a thunderous explosion. Bang! Vegeta's punch was easily deflected by Black Goku, the impact resonating like thunder. Expecting a single strike to suffice was naive. Vegeta forcefully planted his feet into the ground, leveraging the fractured surface to alter his attack trajectory. He unleashed the fist of the Buddha with fervor against Black Goku. Bang, bang, bang. Black Goku crossed his arms, effortlessly blocking Vegeta's relentless assault, his feet forced back by the power of Vegeta's strikes, carving deep furrows into the ground. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Each encounter with that weakling Trunks leaves me weary. It is refreshing to engage with you as an appetizer. Black Goku's malevolent laughter echoed, effortlessly handling Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form. Huh. With a roar, a golden aura ignited around Black Goku, blue arcs intertwining, an astonishing energy erupting forth. Black Goku too transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Clearly, his form surpassed Vegeta's. As he harnessed Goku's body while simultaneously receiving a slight enhancement from the Super Dragon Balls, along with a stronger mental fortitude than Goku, enabling him to unleash even greater power. However, due to occupying another's body, his control over Goku's form is indeed quite limited, and his martial prowess is woefully inadequate. Relying solely on brute force to contend with Vegeta, this wretched being has usurped my body and can even transform into Super Saiyan 2. It is utterly unjust. Goku, witnessing Zamasu commit such heartless acts while wearing his visage, is filled with rage and discontent. What does it matter if he can transform into Super Saiyan 2? Just wait and see how I will shatter that detestable, punchable face. Vegeta, unwilling to back down, uttered fierce words and charged towards Black Goku in an instant. Hey Vegeta, this seems a bit personal, doesn't it? Goku remarked, somewhat speechless. Even at such a critical moment, Vegeta still harbored his petty grievances. He could sense that this Zamasu, who had taken over his body, was formidable. If he did not exercise caution, he might find himself in dire straits. This fool Vegeta would never learn his lesson. Once again, he was destined to become a tragic figure. Concealed in the sky, Li Xiaolong found Vegeta's antics amusing and eagerly anticipated his transformation into a tragic character. As Vegeta charged in with lightning speed, Black Goku similarly refused to yield, racing towards Vegeta with equal fervor. Boom! The golden auras of both combatants collided, triggering a chain reaction akin to an explosion, causing the ground to cave in as if a meteorite had struck. The sound of rapid-fire clashes echoed as their figures flickered through space. In a mere moment, they had exchanged blows hundreds of times. The battlefield was littered with the remnants of their fierce combat, countless energy blasts erupting and creating craters in the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Black Goku unleashed a ki blast at the moment Vegeta was momentarily exposed. Should this strike connect, Vegeta would surely sustain significant injuries, even if he did not lose his fighting capability. A childish trick, utterly juvenile. Vegeta perceived Black Goku's energy blast as a mere childish play. An attempt to strike him was laughable. With a cold smirk, he seemingly ignored the attack and advanced toward the incoming blast, but just before it struck, Vegeta's body twisted gracefully, effortlessly evading the assault. Boom! Vegeta's fist landed squarely on Black Goku's abdomen. The tremendous force sent Black Goku flying backward, spewing blood and bile as he crashed through several abandoned buildings before finally halting. Swish! Vegeta did not squander this opportunity to press the attack, instantly appearing before Black Goku, unleashing a torrential storm of strikes once more. Infuriated by being injured by a mere mortal he had scorned, Black Goku quickly steadied himself to fend off Vegeta's onslaught. Their figures flickered in the air, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. This guy is even stronger than when I fought him. How could his combat power increase so rapidly? In the distance, Trunks, with a grave expression, voiced his concerns. However, upon spotting his uncle Goku observing the battle, he felt a sense of relief. Compared to Vegeta, he had greater faith in Goku. After delivering a powerful blow that sent Black Goku flying, Vegeta seized the moment. Channeling energy into his hands, he unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, each cry of ah, ha, da, 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 echoing as he seemingly drew from an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Behold, the true prince's combat technique. Countless golden energy blasts rained down like a machine gun, obliterating the surrounding ruins as if clearing away debris, leaving behind deep craters in the earth. Indeed, the prince's technique had manifested. That fool, so recklessly squandering his stamina, would soon find himself in dire straits. Observing Vegeta's performance, Black Goku smirked, clearly having subdued his opponent, and began to revel in the moment. Once this wave of the prince's technique concluded, Vegeta would soon be reduced to a pitiful state. It was a classic case of a dog failing to change its ways. Huffing and puffing. Just as expected, Vegeta's energy waned dramatically after executing the prince's technique, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Ha ha, Vegeta. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? To stoop so low as to employ such disgraceful tactics is utterly ridiculous, yet it suits me just fine. Your energy must be nearly depleted by now. As the dust settled, Black Goku stood imperiously unscathed, having not even activated his shield. Not a single one of Vegeta's energy blasts had struck him. Ha ha ha, though it is unbecoming of a noble being to speak in such a manner. I cannot help but declare, Vegeta, you are truly foolish. You thrive on your own stupidity in battle, the more the merrier. Black Goku's unrestrained laughter resonated across the battlefield. And upon hearing his taunts, Vegeta's face darkened, as if he had consumed a mouthful of excrement. Vegeta indeed felt the toll of his earlier technique weighing heavily on his stamina, yet as the Prince of the Saiyans, he had to uphold his dignity. He was furious. However, Vegeta, it must be acknowledged that despite your foolishness, your combat prowess is commendable. Black Goku's words flowed smoothly, dripping with disdain. You, who spew nonsense, are undoubtedly far stronger than Kakarot in this form. I presume you can transform into Super Blue? If not, prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta glanced back at Goku, who was spectating the battle, and inquired Super Blue. Hearing Vegeta's words, Black Goku appeared perplexed, as he had not discovered any Super Blue form after occupying Goku's body. Huh. No need for further ado, Vegeta declared, transforming into Super Blue. Although mortals could not perceive the aura of the divine, Black Goku, as a product of Zamasu's body swap, naturally inherited Zamasu's dimensional prowess. As he felt the terrifying divine aura emanating from Vegeta, Black Goku's expression grew serious. The divine energy erupted from Vegeta, casting a surreal blue hue across the landscape, rendering the world devoid of its original colors. A terrifying pressure descended upon the realm, as azure flames blazed fiercely, and Vegeta seemed to embody the sole, true deity of existence. What? How could this be? Feeling the oppressive aura of Vegeta, Black Goku's once defiant visage finally revealed a flicker of fear, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Transform quickly, do not squander time, or I shall annihilate you in an instant. Observing the terror etched upon Black Goku's face, Vegeta raised his head high, relishing the triumph of having overpowered his foe. A sense of profound satisfaction swelling within him. I cannot transform like that. Black Goku gazed at Vegeta in terror, his voice trembling slightly. Ha! As I suspected. How could a wretch like you, who inhabits another's body, possibly master such abilities? You truly cannot transform. Vegeta, having received confirmation, unleashed a torrent of mockery upon his opponent. Black Goku, subjected to Vegeta's scorn, found his countenance darkening ominously. Boom. Vegeta suddenly appeared before Black Goku, delivering a powerful blow, his fist embedding solidly within Black Goku's abdomen. Under the force of Vegeta's iron fist, Black Goku was sent hurtling backward. Every ounce of strength within this body had been honed through extensive training and countless life-and-death battles. How could a mere usurper like you comprehend its essence? Bang, bang, bang. With his stamina waning, Vegeta resolved to conclude the battle swiftly, unleashing a tempest of attacks upon Black Goku. A single strike drove Black Goku into the earth, followed by a vicious kick. Like a mere ball, Black Goku was ruthlessly battered by Vegeta in midair. Vegeta reappeared behind Black Goku, delivering a kick that sent him soaring away. You, who merely resorts to borrowing another's body, can never grasp the arduous journey to harness this power, nor can you wield it effectively. Only a true martial artist can master this strength, understanding the boundless intricacies of Saiyan cells. Bang, 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 bang. As Vegeta rained blows upon Black Goku, fury coursed through him. This scoundrel had trampled upon the honor of the Saiyans, and he must retaliate. Black Goku was repeatedly launched into the air, only to be forcefully brought crashing back down, leaving a series of radiant craters upon the ground. Goku, observing from afar, felt a tumult of emotions. He had always been the one to dominate Vegeta. And although this individual was Zamasu, he was still a reflection of his own body. Witnessing his own likeness being mercilessly pummeled by Vegeta stirred a complex turmoil within him. Damnable mortals, my divine plan to eradicate humanity is indeed justified. You filthy, wretched beings dare treat a deity in such a manner. deserving of the most severe punishment. Black Goku finally seized an opening, evading Vegeta's strike, his rage boiling as he enumerated Vegeta's transgressions. The existence of humanity is the gravest error in this world. Executing the plan to eliminate humanity is the rightful duty of a deity. How dare you, despicable humans, possess power greater than that of the gods? You all deserve to perish. The very existence of humanity is the greatest affront to divinity. The dark Wukong spiraled into madness. Akin to a lunatic fervently striving to demonstrate the essence of this world, ensnared in a logical deadlock from which he could not extricate himself. Utterly nonsensical. What a farcical deity, nothing but worthless drivel. I have never encountered such shamelessness, as he cloaks his ambition in such absurd justifications. In the face of dark Wukong's onslaught, Vegeta deftly evaded, subsequently scoffing as he refuted the nonsensical rhetoric. What a ridiculous deity. You are not but a cunning rat. Truly a monkey claiming kingship in the absence of tigers. Vanish before me. Vegeta seized dark Wukong by his garment. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a double-footed strike akin to thunder, landing a blow upon Wukong's midsection. Dark Wukong soared backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, creating yet another massive crater in the already ravaged terrain. Coughing, he managed to rise, asserting with difficulty, I have defeated all gods. How amusing, truly amusing, that this character would engage in self-justification. Observing the clash below, Li Xiaolong felt as though he had discovered a new realm. Zama's descent into self-verification revealed the madness that permeated their ranks. You despicable coward. You exploited the divine connection between the Kaioshin and the Destroyer to ambush and slay the Kaioshin, didn't you? A wretch like you, forever wallowing in the gutter. How could you ever muster the courage to face the Kaioshin directly? Vegeta held Zama's in contempt, admiring only those of noble character, not those who wallow in self-pity and blame the world for their misfortunes. So what? I still killed them. I am the one true God in this world. You, a lowly human, dare to blaspheme the greatness of the true deity? You should take your own life. Dark Wukong was incensed by Vegeta's scorn. Vegeta's unexpected side surprised many. Witnessing Zama's furious state, Li Xiaolong was taken aback, discovering a new facet of Vegeta that, if harnessed well, could serve as a potent weapon of animosity. This world has no need for your narrow-minded evil god. Your best fate is to descend into hell and repent. Vegeta continued his relentless assault, mercilessly battering Dark Wukong. Dad, please end this battle quickly to prevent prolonged complications. Trunks interjected as he appeared on the battlefield. What are you doing here, Trunks? It's dangerous. You should retreat. Goku cautioned. Uncle Goku, I've noticed that Dark Wukong's Super Saiyan power is even more formidable than before. I have a foreboding feeling that we must resolve this swiftly, or unforeseen calamities may arise. In contrast to Goku's laid-back demeanor, Trunks exhibited a decisive nature. He would not prolong a battle that could be concluded in a single strike. I understand. Hey, Vegeta, in this fight now, there's no need to hold back. Let's settle this once and for all. Goku exclaimed, his gaze serious as he addressed the combatants. I had no intention of holding back. You flatter yourself. Enough of this banter. It is time to conclude your wretched existence. With a powerful kick, Black Goku was sent flying, and Vegeta began to gather his energy, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Unfortunately, your wretched desire as an evil god shall remain unrealized. Vegeta continued to taunt, an astonishing aura emanating from him as he focused his power. Damnable evil god, perish! He shouted, ultimate flash. A resounding explosion erupted as a golden beam, imbued with destructive force, surged toward Black Goku. Just as the ultimate flash was about to strike, a figure suddenly appeared, rescuing the immobilized Black Goku. As the dust settled, everyone beheld the figure, a grotesque green monster standing beside Black Goku. Zamasu. They gasped in disbelief. 2 Zamasus had manifested. Chapter 136. Binding Technique. What? 2 Zamasus. Everyone stared, astonishment etched on their faces. The tension in the air was palpable. That was perilously close. Had you perished, the human eradication plan would have fallen solely upon my shoulders. It must be executed by both of us. Despite the grave danger moments ago, they had edged closer to achieving their ultimate forms. Black Goku's injuries had healed, and assessing his condition, he smirked. That fellow has restored his energy at an alarming rate. Goku and Vegeta, sensing Black Goku's aura, exchanged astonished glances. These two are Zamasus from different realms. Indeed, filth gathers with filth, Vegeta concluded after contemplation. Black Goku was the Zamasu from the realm where Goku originally resided, whereas the repugnant Zamasu was evidently from this realm. Though they shared a name, they were independent entities. The alliance of these two was troubling. Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, Trunks' understanding dawned, yet his brow furrowed in concern as he scrutinized the duo. They're merely two insignificant pests. An additional one is just more refuse, nothing to fret about, Vegeta proclaimed haughtily. However, Trunks remained tense, for he knew whenever Vegeta exhibited such bravado, the true challenge had only just begun. I took the time to confirm matters across other parallel universes, Zamasu remarked with a sinister grin. His appearance was undeniably grotesque, evoking a visceral reaction. Li Xiaolong expressed his disdain, nearly overwhelmed by the sight of Zamasu, his stomach churning at the sight. No wonder it took you so long to return. I feared you had encountered trouble, Black Goku remarked, feigning understanding. What of the other parallel universes? No significant difficulties, I trust? He inquired, concerned, as the ugly Zamasu had ventured with the Ring of Time to explore and devise their plans across the multiverse. The universes in question are remarkably easy to conquer, presenting virtually no obstacles. As long as we can deal with the Kaioshin, the god of destruction will inevitably follow suit. Gazing at the time ring in his possession, the grotesque Zamasu found himself increasingly enamored, recognizing it as a crucial instrument for their dominion over other realms. However, when he opened the box containing the time ring, he was taken aback to discover two additional rings within, one born from his alteration of history, and the other manifesting after the past Beerus annihilated his former self. What is this? How can there be two rings appearing out of thin air? The grotesque Zamasu exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the extra rings. You were killed by Lord Beerus in the past. History has indeed been altered. And by changing the history of this world, new parallel universes have come into existence. Vegeta's voice resonated in their ears like a thunderclap, startling both Zamasus, who had underestimated their adversary's presence. So you are indeed versions from the past. Since you have so kindly presented yourselves, I shall not hesitate to claim your lives. Black Goku glared menacingly at Goku and Vegeta. What? These two fellows actually came from the past? How did they traverse time and space without the time rings? The grotesque Zamasu was left in shock at Black Goku's revelation. That is of no concern to you. It is time to settle our grievances, Vegeta declared, pointing at the grotesque Zamasu before charging into battle against Black Goku. In this encounter, Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, found himself evenly matched against Black Goku, contrary to expectations of an easy victory. How is this possible? His combat power has surged so rapidly. Vegeta marveled at Black Goku, recognizing that despite his own considerable fatigue and diminished strength, he was significantly more powerful than his Super Saiyan 2 self. Now, facing an opponent who was merely in Super Saiyan 2, yet managing to contend with his Super Saiyan Blue form, left him utterly astonished. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Black Goku, launching a fierce punch aimed at him. However, the anticipated scene of sending Black Goku flying did not unfold. Black Goku's speed surpassed his own. The ground beneath them cracked as Black Goku leapt, executing his counterattack midair. Vegeta adeptly maneuvered, skillfully evading Black Goku's energy blasts, which detonated upon striking the ground, causing massive explosions. Yet, after dodging the attack, Vegeta observed an unusual motion from Black Goku. He stood firm, extending his left hand towards Vegeta as if grasping at the void itself. A peculiar sound resonated, and to Vegeta's dismay, he found himself immobilized, as if the very space around him had been locked. What is going on? Why can I not move? What kind of technique is this? Vegeta stared in horror at his opponent, straining to break free from the bindings. Witnessing his restraint technique take effect on Vegeta, Black Goku began to speak incessantly. Vegeta, you speak the truth. I once believed I could completely dominate Goku's body and fully harness his power, but I was gravely mistaken. Not only am I incapable of mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, even the Super Saiyan form itself eludes my grasp. However, I have unearthed the secret of the Saiyans, which has bestowed upon me this formidable strength. Ha ha ha, Black Goku proclaimed, reveling in his own words with a boisterous laugh. Hearing this, Vegeta struggled fiercely, his muscles tensing as veins bulged ominously. Damn it! Vegeta unleashed his own energy, finally breaking free from Black Goku's binding technique. Could it be that he has discovered the Saiyan trait of exponentially increasing energy upon nearing death? Goku and Vegeta exchanged worried glances, while Trunks, watching from below, murmured to himself. It was evident that Black Goku had indeed capitalized on this trait. The truth lay in the fact that Black Goku's original body, that of Goku, had accumulated an immense reservoir of power over the decades, particularly since the Frieza crisis, without ever utilizing this mechanism to enhance his combat abilities. The latent energy within Goku was colossal, and once Zamasu recognized this characteristic, he relentlessly exploited it. Yet, this method of amplifying strength has its limits. Once the internal energy is depleted, one can no longer exploit it. Just because you can utilize this method, doesn't mean we cannot? In reality, Vegeta and his companions were indeed unable to augment their power in this manner, as their injuries did not allow for rapid recovery like Black Goku's. Unless they had sufficient Senzu beans to spare, they would find themselves in dire straits, as they had to split each bean in half to use it, an obviously insufficient condition. Chapter 137. Crimson Form. As Vegeta pondered this, Black Goku launched his attack, determined not to give his opponent a chance to devise a countermeasure. In an instant, he teleported before Vegeta and delivered a powerful punch, sending him crashing into a building, where he smashed through several structures before finally halting his momentum. Damn it! If only I had a Senzu bean, this would be so much easier, Vegeta muttered, wishing he could return and deliver a thorough beating to Yachirobe. Struggling to rise from the ruins, he caught a glimpse of something. What is this? Have I been struck into hallucinations? As he stood, Vegeta's peripheral vision caught a flicker of green light. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a Senzu bean lying amidst the debris. Unable to believe his eyes, he rubbed them in disbelief. Looking back at the spot, the Senzu bean remained real. Without a second thought, he dragged his injured body to retrieve it and swiftly placed it in his mouth. Ha ha ha! Vegeta, have you truly been rendered foolish by my blows? Scavenging for scraps to consume? Black Goku attempted to mock him, but in the next moment, Vegeta's energy surged, his battle power surpassing its previous limits, leaving Black Goku in astonishment. The divine beans were naturally bestowed upon Vegeta by Li Xiaolong. While he relished witnessing Vegeta's tragic transformation, he harbored an even greater disdain for the grotesque Zamasu. In Li Xiaolong's eyes, Zamasu was far more repugnant than any demon or fiend, provoking a visceral reaction akin to wanting to expel last night's meal. He was baffled as to how his mentor could have selected such an abhorrent being as a candidate for the Supreme Kai. With his physical injuries mended, Vegeta charged furiously at Black Goku, unwilling to allow his opponent a moment's respite in this realm. His body ignited once more with azure flames as he unleashed a powerful punch toward Black Goku. Merely a vanquished foe. How dare you speak of valor? Black Goku met Vegeta's fierce gaze, unperturbed, and surged forward. A thunderous clash erupted as their fists collided. Vegeta remained steadfast while Black Goku was sent reeling. Blood sprayed as Black Goku was propelled backward, clearly suffering from the impact of their confrontation. Ha ha ha, splendid. You serve perfectly as a vessel to amplify my divine combat energy. You are doing remarkably well. He laughed, blood spilling from his lips. Under the grotesque Zamasu's swift healing, Black Goku's injuries began to mend rapidly, and as his form stabilized, his power surged anew. Vegeta regarded his adversary with grave concern. This ability surpassed even the miraculous beans. Ha ha ha. I have ascended to a realm unattainable by mere mortals. Are you prepared to face my judgment? Black Goku cackled triumphantly, ascending into the air to survey Vegeta and the others. What is happening? The group sensed an overwhelming energy about to erupt. Huh? Black Goku bellowed from above, an astonishing aura emanating from his being. The very fabric of the world trembled under the weight of his power. Is it merely a transformation? Such a commotion for this. One might mistake you for invincible. Li Xiaolong, discontented by the sight of such an unsightly creature causing such a ruckus, waved his hand, stabilizing the heavens and nullifying the cataclysmic aura of Black Goku's transformation. What is this? Black Goku and the loathsome Zamasu exchanged bewildered glances, akin to fish caught in their throats. Should not a being of such strength exude a formidable presence? In an instant, it was gone, leaving them with no semblance of dignity. Having awkwardly completed a rather unimpressive transformation, Black Goku underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. The previous golden flames dissipated, replaced by a vivid pink aura, akin to the Super Saiyan Blue transformations of Goku and Vegeta, imbued with a divine essence. His hair shifted to a flamboyant pink, surrounded by crackling purple lightning, and his pupils transformed to a sinister pink hue, appearing even more malevolent than before. It was truly revolting, such an unsightly creature adorned with the hue of a maiden. It was simply nauseating. Upon encountering the once familiar crimson form, Li Xiaolong now felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion, attributing it all to the grotesque appearance of Zamasu, which rendered even Goku's transformation into that form repulsive to him. Although the transformation's peculiarities had subsided, the formidable aura emanating from Black Goku sent shivers down the spines of those present. What is this form? The sensation is strikingly akin to our Super Blue. Witnessing the adversary morph into alternate forms using his own body, Goku was astounded by the sheer power of the gambling den, his fighting spirit ignited. Ha ha ha, behold my exclusive form, a state unattainable by mere mortals. Surpassing your Super Blue, let us call it Super 9. Ha ha ha, tremble mortals. Black Goku hovered above, looking down at Goku and the others with a mocking grin. Vegeta, I propose we join forces against him. Caution is the key to survival. Recognizing the opponent's strength, Goku stepped forward to suggest a coalition. No. Your foe is that hideously repulsive Zamasu. I can handle him alone. You confront the other one, lest he restore this wretch, for if that occurs, we may find ourselves in dire straits today. Although Vegeta's insistence bore the semblance of reluctance to share the foe, his words held merit. If the grotesque Zamasu continuously rejuvenated Black Goku, none of them would escape unscathed. Then let him be my responsibility. Hey, Zamasu, come and battle me. Goku called out to the hideous Zamasu, prepared to confront him in vengeance for both his worlds and family. Come forth, Son Goku, and let me witness just how powerful you truly are. Zamasu feigned a smile, and the two soared away from the area to establish a new battlefield. As the realization of Black Goku's might settled in, Goku would not underestimate the grotesque Zamasu. He immediately transformed into his Super Blue state. The two clashed, unleashing an invisible wave that rippled through space, nearly overwhelming it with the force of their confrontation. In another arena, Vegeta and Black Goku engaged in battle as well, creating their own spatial ripples. This is overwhelmingly powerful. Even a mere aftershock could spell my doom. Trunks gazed in terror at the two battlegrounds, simultaneously envious of the strength possessed by the four warriors. Do you wish to become as formidable as they are, or even surpass them? If so, I can assist you. Simply express your desire in your heart, without the need for vocal affirmation. Li Xiaolong's voice resonated within Trunks' mind. This Trunks is not the same as the one from the past. He bears a striking resemblance to the Trunks from the timeline of despair, prompting Li Xiaolong to offer his assistance. Chapter 138. The mysterious Trunks, who are you? Who speaks in my mind? As Li Xiaolong's voice echoed within his consciousness, Trunks frantically scanned his surroundings, yet found no one. You need only tell me if you wish to grow stronger. If you desire to personally protect your Earth and your family. Yes, I certainly do. I yearn to obliterate these vile beings. Trunks gritted his teeth in his mind. Yet he harbored doubts about the capabilities of the voice's owner to bestow immense power in an instant. If such feats were achievable, what need would there be for arduous training? It would be far simpler for everyone to seek him out. As you wish, spoke Li Xiaolong, and in that moment, Trunks felt his body involuntarily settle into a meditative posture. A warm current surged through him, as if something within was being liberated. The comparison of strength between Trunks and Gohan lingered in the air. Observing Trunks below, Li Xiaolong contemplated Gohan, after unsealing the earthly bloodlines of both. Their new forms had become a norm, akin to a constant state of power-up, accessible at will with negligible consumption. He found himself eager to witness a clash between Trunks and Gohan in their unsealed states to discern who would emerge victorious. Personally, he leaned towards Trunks, who was known for his decisive nature, while Gohan's resolve was less certain. What's Trunks doing? Why is he engaging in such antics on this perilous battlefield? Vegeta, embroiled in combat, was the first to notice Trunks' anomaly, but with Black Goku pressing relentlessly, he had no time to dwell on it. Soon, the others too recognized Trunks' peculiar behavior. What is that guy up to? Is he concocting some strategy against us? Black Goku communicated with the grotesque Zamasu during their battle. Let him be. He is but a mere mortal, a defeated foe. If he could devise a means to counter us, he wouldn't have returned to the past seeking reinforcements, Zamasu scoffed. holding Trunks in utter contempt, dismissing mortals altogether, and especially a fallen one. Rest assured, once your transformation is complete, you will easily overpower any one of them. Their exchange was not conducted telepathically, and Trunks overheard their words. Li Xiaolong's reassurances echoed in his mind. Though Trunks was unperturbed, he could feel his strength surging rapidly. Once his transformation was complete, as the voice had proclaimed, he would be capable of effortlessly defeating both Zamasus. Noticing no further anomalies from Trunks, the four fighters continued their battle. At that moment, Goku landed a powerful punch on the grotesque Zamasu, sending him crashing into the ruins, and then pierced his body with a ki blast, leaving Zamasu helpless amidst the debris. Goku's old habit resurfaced, seeing Zamasu seemingly devoid of the ability to retaliate. He resolved to spare him and turned to seek the Dragon Balls of this world to resurrect the fallen. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, I never imagined you, a mere mortal, would remain unchanged. I almost hesitate to kill you. You make for an amusing plaything. Alas, your naivety is staggering. The Dragon Balls of this world have been wished away by me, and you dream of resurrecting these mortals? Such folly. As he spoke, the grotesque Zamasu's injuries fully healed. The hole created by Goku's ki blast mended completely. What does this mean? Your injuries have healed. How is that possible? Goku exclaimed in shock as he gazed at the grotesque Zamasu. Just moments ago, he had inflicted a significant wound upon his opponent, yet in the blink of an eye, Zamasu had returned to his former state. Was he endowed with the resilience of Bu? Would you care to know my final wish? Zamasu taunted, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I shall generously divulge it to you. My last wish is for immortality. You cannot kill me. Ha ha ha. The malevolent Zamasu reveled in Goku's fury, as if the anger etched upon Goku's face brought him delight. Ha ha ha. Although your power surpasses mine by a great margin, I am impervious to death. What will you use to combat me? By the way, let me share a piece of news with you. The Dragon Balls of this world no longer exist. Ha ha ha. All thanks to my handiwork. And your family in this world? They were slain by another version of me. I shall never forget the trust they placed in you. Seeing another version of me, they mistook him for you. Ha ha ha. That version of me mercilessly slaughtered them, and their despairing gazes brought me immense joy. I can sense your desire to kill me. Come then, try to take my life. I am invincible. Zamasu's wicked laughter echoed, deliberately provoking Goku. He had succeeded. Goku cared deeply for his family and friends, and Zamasu's despicable actions had struck a nerve. Zamasu, you shall perish. Goku roared, his fury surging, and his Super Saiyan Blue form deepening in hue. Bang 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 bang. Goku unleashed a tempest of attacks upon the grotesque Zamasu, whose body shattered and regenerated under the onslaught. Even when Goku's strikes severed his limbs, Zamasu was able to restore himself instantaneously. Unlike the Namekians, whose healing came at a substantial cost, Zamasu's immortality required no apparent expenditure, at least in their immediate view. Indeed, there was a flaw in his immortality. Each restoration drained his soul's energy. No wonder they transformed into monstrous beings when they fused. It appeared they morphed into something akin to nightmares. Observing from the skies, Li Xiaolong discerned the peculiarities of Zamasu's immortality. Initially, he believed that Dragon God Salama's doctrine involved the soul, but after careful consideration, he concluded that it was merely a characteristic of Zamasu's rules. In this world, there can be no secret technique or wish that succeeds without a cost. Even a Saiyant's ability to increase power requires them to be gravely injured before they can recover. This delicate balance is difficult to manage, if not executed properly. It could result in fatal injuries, necessitating swift recovery methods. You must have brought some Senzu beans with you to this world. Let me guess. The pouch at your waist contains them. That must be your last supply of Senzu beans. Though Goku pummeled him relentlessly, the grotesque Zamasu appeared unfazed, continuing his incessant chatter. As Zamasu's gaze fell upon the pouch of Senzu beans at Goku's waist, he gestured, and the pouch flew into his grasp. This is bad. Upon witnessing the theft of his precious Senzu beans, Wukong's expression darkened. These were their trump cards, now so effortlessly seized by the adversary. Just as he attempted to intervene, it was already too late. The beans disintegrated into ash within the grotesque hands of Zamasu, who appeared to revel in the act, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. As Wukong readied himself to launch another assault, he suddenly found himself immobilized, ensnared by Zamasu's divine power, unable to move. Behold, my divine might is truly formidable, Zamasu taunted. A mere mortal is easily subdued with but a flick of my wrist. Indeed, I am the one true God in this world, and my plan to eradicate mortals is undeniably righteous. After binding Wukong, Zamasu, seemingly unhinged, muttered to himself. Chapter 139. The Divine Rescue. The cries of Wukong, now under control, distracted Vegeta, who was similarly being overwhelmed by Black Goku. In an instant, he was thrust into the ruins, visibly wounded. As anticipated, the blue flames enveloping Vegeta extinguished, and his hair reverted to its natural black hue, signaling his return to a normal state from the Super Saiyan Blue form. A tremendous surge of energy erupted, halting all actions as everyone turned to the source of this formidable aura. At that moment, Trunks had undergone a remarkable transformation, bearing a striking resemblance to Gohan, exuding an enigmatic presence. However, he also radiated a deeper, more aggressive silver light akin to Ultra Instinct, unlike the gentle glow associated with it. As Trunks opened his eyes, a divine light seemed to emanate from within. You may take your bow. Trunks' voice resonated in Black Goku's ears. Before Black Goku could react, the divine Trunks flicked his finger, sending Black Goku soaring like a kite severed from its string. With a resounding crash, Black Goku pierced through several buildings, carving a deep furrow in the ground before finally coming to a halt at a considerable distance. Oh, remarkably, he yet lives, Trunks mused, having held back considerably in that strike. To his surprise, a mere flick of his finger had nearly obliterated the once mighty Black Goku. Feeling an unprecedented sense of strength, Trunks basked in the security that such power bestowed. After reveling in his newfound might, Trunks cast a steely gaze upon the fallen Black Goku. Both were trash deities who had reduced his once beautiful home to chaos and ruin. Since you are no longer capable, allow me to grant you a final release. There is no salvation for one like you. Descend into hell to atone for your sins. Trunks possessed neither Wukong's compassion nor Vegeta's arrogance. He seized the opportunity to strike. A ki blast formed in his palm and was hurled toward Black Goku. With a thunderous explosion, dust billowed, activating the law of smoke without harm. Zamasu's immortal form proved to be rather advantageous indeed. Before the fusion, this immortal body possessed almost no flaws, save for its soul-devouring nature. Below, Li Xiaolong observed the unfolding scenario with clarity. Wukong, in his typical lackluster fashion, had failed to monitor the grotesque Zamasu, allowing him to intercept the strike aimed at Black Wukong. This powerful blow indeed obliterated Zamasu, yet the immortal being resurrected instantaneously. It was you who saved him. But what of it? You shall still meet your demise. As the dust settled, Trunks beheld the repulsive Zamasu shielding Black Wukong and lamented inwardly that this adversary had not been vanquished, an utter affront to justice. Let us employ that technique. This defeated foe has grown too formidable. Only that move can possibly secure our victory. Coughing up a pool of blood, Black Wukong weakly proposed. We are left with no choice but to resort to that technique. Who would have thought that a mere mortal could wield such formidable power? It is a disgrace to the divine. Zamasu's already hideous visage twisted further in fury, yet he paid no heed to this. As the two repugnant figures clasped their hands in a grotesque cross, following a blinding flash, something even more unsightly emerged. Although they fused using patera earrings, the manner in which they did so was utterly revolting, enough to make one retch. Witnessing the abominable fusion below, Li Xiaolong felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Upon their successful amalgamation, the once formidable aura of Black Wukong dissipated, replaced by the explosive and sinister energy of the fused entity, casting an ominous shadow over the earth. What? They have fused? This spells trouble for us. Wukong, stunned by the sight of the patera earrings adorning the entity's ears, was filled with dread. For he understood the fusion's potency far surpassed the enhancement he and Vegeta had achieved through the Metamoran fusion technique. A mere chicken and a thatched hut. Trunks, acutely aware of the combat energy radiating from the fused entity, noted that it was considerably weaker than his own. Yet the threat of its binding powers and immortality loomed large in his mind. Rejoice, mortals, for witnessing this form of mine is both your fortune and your misfortune. I shall reduce you to mere ash. How dare you mock me? Die. Infuriated by the entity's arrogant demeanor, Trunks, with no penchant for verbosity, struck before the being could finish its proclamation, sending it hurtling away. The fused Zamasu's face twisted in terror as he soared through the air, carving a deep furrow into the ground. Curse mortal, you lack all decorum, interrupting a deity's words. I shall rend your flesh to pieces. Truly tiresome. Are you a broken record? Is this all you can ever say? Trunks, growing weary of the incessant prattle, appeared before the entity in a flash, seizing its arm and slamming it to the ground repeatedly, a scene reminiscent of the Hulk's merciless treatment of Loki. Damnable mortal, you dare to humiliate a deity? I shall see you dead. I shall send you to the depths of hell. The grotesque and hideous Zamasu roared in fury, his violent actions lacking any semblance of justice or aesthetic appeal, constituting a profound insult to the divine. This wretched being, a mere echo of his own words, repeated his disdain for the so-called deities, uttering, "Die, you pathetic divinity." Unresisting, the monstrous Zamasu was mercilessly hurled to the ground by Trunks, leaving deep craters on either side. Had it not been for his immortality, he would have long since descended into the depths of hell under Trunks's brutal onslaught. Now, Zamasu experienced a pain far beyond anything he had encountered before. Prior to their fusion, they were unafraid of suffering, yet now, their senses were heightened, and both their immortal essence and Saiyan bloodline were diluted. Consequently, with each strike from Trunks, Zamasu felt the genuine sting of agony, only to be restored by his immortality, and then gravely injured anew. This cycle of relentless torment and recovery continued unabated. Damnable mortal, you have gone too far. I shall judge your sins. This is utterly crude and devoid of justice. Do you only possess empty threats? I await your judgment. Do not merely speak without action. Trunks, genuinely intent on ending Zamasu's existence, found himself at a loss against his opponent's immortality. However, he noticed that with each severe injury he inflicted, Zamasu's recovery began to slow. Although Goku and the others remained oblivious to this development, Trunks was acutely aware of the change. Chapter 140. The soul's imprisonment cursed this wretched mortal, so base and insufferable. I am truly enraged. Zamasu, consumed by rage, could hardly contain himself. Once self-proclaimed as the sole, true god of the universe, he now found himself humiliated by a mere mortal, and he sensed that his immortality was not as reliable as before. He would not permit the sanctity of divinity to be challenged. Roaring in defiance, he sought to amplify his strength through sheer fury, and indeed, his efforts bore fruit as a formidable aura erupted from within him. In the midst of this surge, Zamasu broke free from Trunks' grip and swiftly distanced himself, casting a grim and resentful gaze at his adversary. His aura continued to ascend, coalescing behind him into a radiant white halo, a reward from the cosmos for his newfound power, both visually striking and capable of offensive use. With thunderous booms, white lightning struck down, darkening the skies further. Trunks remained calm, observing his opponent, sensing that Zamasu would soon reach his peak. Even in his strongest form, he doubted Zamasu could surpass him, and thus he felt no fear. Perish. As Zamasu stabilized his energy, Trunks seized the moment to act, forcefully grabbing Zamasu's head and grinding it into the ground, reminiscent of Broly's signature move. Damnable mortal, once more. Zamasu, once again subjected to humiliation, felt an acute loss of dignity. Before his transformation, he was pinned to the ground, and even after his metamorphosis, he remained at the mercy of his adversary. What purpose did his transformation serve? Cursed be the mortals. The divine halo behind Zamasu erupted in radiant light, and soon, a series of order-based divine lightning descended. Trunks sensed an ominous force lurking within the white lightning, an embodiment of the power of rules. It appeared that this individual was indeed being manipulated by the Grand Zeno from the shadows. Upon realizing the presence of such rule-based power within the white lightning, Li Xiaolong was taken aback. Though Zamasu appeared formidable, he was rendered insignificant in the face of someone who wielded the power of rules. To ensure that Li Xiaolong could make his grand entrance, the Grand Zeno had even permitted the adversary to inherit the cosmic rules. Li Xiaolong could not help but marvel at the Grand Zeno's magnanimity. Be wary and evade those white bolts. Should you be struck, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to cope. Li Xiaolong cautioned, fearing that Trunks might falter. My lord, what is this energy? Trunks inquired. It is the power of rules. For now, you need not ask too many questions. Once the battle concludes, I shall enlighten you. Understood, my lord. At that moment, Trunks held Li Xiaolong in the highest esteem, referring to him as my lord. Even without revealing himself, Li Xiaolong had empowered him to such an extent that Trunks could scarcely fathom the depth of his strength. Thunderous roars echoed as the white lightning cascaded down. Trunks cautiously dodged the bolts, aware that while his life was not at risk, being struck would undoubtedly leave him gravely injured. These troublesome, white bolts were vexatious. As he evaded the relentless strikes, Trunks began to contemplate strategies to counter them. With a swift movement, he teleported behind Zamasu, preparing for a surprise attack. However, at the moment he was poised to strike, the divine halo behind Zamasu seemed to possess an awareness of his intentions. Waves of white lightning erupted from the halo, forcing Trunks to evade yet again, leaving him to search for another opportunity to launch his assault. Zamasu displayed remarkable patience, extravagantly wielding the power of rule-based lightning. But it would not be long before such an expenditure proved unsustainable. Li Xiaolong, observing the audacious Zamasu from above, discerned that his endurance was limited. This was the inherent flaw of being forcibly infused with the authority of rules. One as cultivation, physicality, and control could never truly keep pace. As anticipated, after dodging numerous strikes, Trunks noted that the white lightning pursuing him began to thin. He then witnessed the divine halo behind Zamasu dissolve into a beam of light, vanishing into his body, and the white lightning ceased. "You've had your turn, now it is mine." Upon seeing the disappearance of Zamasu's divine halo, Trunks immediately launched his assault. Boom! Zamasu was propelled away by Trunks's attack, his body shattered and broken. However, due to the effect of his immortality, the fragmented form swiftly began to mend, albeit at a noticeably slower pace than before. His immortality appears to be recovering at a reduced rate. What an opportune moment. Now, I need not fear that I cannot vanquish him. The observant Trunks quickly noticed the anomaly in Zamasu's immortality, feeling a surge of joy. Now, he was the stronger combatant. And despite the prolonged battle, he sensed that his own power was gradually increasing, with minimal exertion on his stamina. The attack speed of the protagonist escalated once more, leaving Zamasu utterly defenseless. He spewed forth blood in a frenzied manner, his body shattering only to be mended repeatedly. The anguished cries of Zamasu echoed, his earlier arrogance extinguished. He was now akin to a fish on a chopping board, awaiting his demise at the hands of Trunks once his immortal form was finally depleted. Cursed be it! Why has my immortality faltered? I am the sole true deity of this world. How could I possibly be vanquished by a filthy mortal such as you? Impossible! Zamasu roared in impotent fury, grappling with the reality of his impending death. The time would come when his immortality would yield to his own demise. Cursed deity, perish! Trunks unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each imbued with the unique essence of Earthling bloodlines, rendering his attacks far more potent against Zamasu than those of others. After a while, Trunks sensed that Zamasu's immortality was waning. He surmised that a few more strikes would suffice to extinguish his foe. Ultimate Flash. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Trunks prepared to unleash his ultimate move to obliterate Zamasu. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. Zamasu's resentful voice resonated as he struggled against Trunks's ultimate flash, but ultimately, he could no longer withstand the onslaught. His form disintegrated into ash, scattering into the air under the force of the attack. In the King's palace, the Omni King felt a surge of excitement, anticipating his own moment to shine. Once Zamasu transformed into that celestial demon, Goku would undoubtedly summon him forth. Though the process differed slightly from his expectations, the outcome remained as he had envisioned. On the battlefield, Li Xiaolong observed Zamasu's soul floating in the air, emanating an eerie glow, a manifestation of its connection to the cosmic origin. Despite being merely a soul, it was far too feeble to seize the cosmic source. Such aspirations were futile. Alas, the Omni King's desire for your emergence is but a delusion. Li Xiaolong seized the opportunity to confine Zamasu's soul, opting not to obliterate it, as he wished to study this entity further. Meanwhile, in the Omni King's palace, the king grew impatient, awaiting Goku to press the button he had provided. Go and ascertain why Son Goku has yet to act. The cold voice of the Omni King resonated within the palace, prompting an angel to approach with a report. Lord Omni King, it appears that Zamasu has not merged with the cosmic origin. Instead, he has inexplicably vanished, the angel stammered, trembling as he knelt, unable to meet the king's gaze. Oh, intriguing, truly intriguing. I did not anticipate that someone would intervene from the shadows, managing to evade the scrutiny of the angelic artifacts. Very well. It is fortunate that the attempt was thwarted. At least we have discerned the presence of a hidden adversary. Continue monitoring the situation. The Omni King remained unfazed and began to track Li Xiaolong's whereabouts. Yet despite his efforts, he could not uncover any traces of Li Xiaolong's clandestine actions. A frown creased the face of the Omni King, akin to a fragile egg. Never mind. As long as the plan proceeds, it matters not. He is merely a cowardly rat who dares to strike from the shadows, unworthy of concern. As the once imperious aura of the king faded, he appeared once more as a fool. At that moment, Li Xiaolong, in his second avatar, sensed the abrupt disappearance of the angel's surveillance and swiftly made his way to the source of time and space beyond the universe, hastily securing it within his spatial ring. Following this, he concealed himself once again, just as the angel's watchful presence returned. Fortunately, he had acted preemptively. Otherwise, retrieving the source of time and space would have proven quite troublesome. Upon perceiving the angel's gaze, Li Xiaolong felt a surge of relief for his prompt action in securing the source. Otherwise, he would have been left wondering how long he would have to wait. The source of time and space has vanished? The returning angel immediately recognized the absence of the time and space source, a mix of shock and fury coursing through him. He promptly ordered a report while he monitored the situation in real time. Soon, he received a response indicating that one need not concern oneself with a mere source of time and space, yet he felt a pang of regret. Such a substantial source had slipped through his fingers. He had anticipated adding it to his collection upon the completion of this mission, only to have it snatched away by another. He vowed to locate the culprit, promising that should he find them, they would face dire consequences. For it was indeed his hard-earned reward. Achoo! Who is this, who dares to target me? A sudden sneeze made Li Xiaolong acutely aware that someone had taken an interest in him. However, without the means to investigate the cause, he could not ascertain the identity of his observer. Subsequently, he assumed the guise of a member of the Time Patrol, feigning a breach of space to appear before Trunks. The Time Patrol has arrived so swiftly this time. This is truly uncharacteristic. Moreover, when did the Time Patrol acquire such formidable individuals? As soon as Li Xiaolong materialized, the watching angel detected him and recognized his affiliation with the Time Patrol. With the arrival of the Time Patrol, the need for stringent surveillance dissipated, and the angel redirected his focus to monitoring other areas. Indeed, the identity of the Time Patrol proved advantageous. Upon sensing the absence of the angel's scrutiny, Li Xiaolong boldly approached Date and the others. Are you the esteemed individual who has come to assist me? Thank you immensely. Date rushed towards Li Xiaolong and bowed deeply. Assistance? What assistance? Goku queried, perplexed, as he had not witnessed anyone intervening on their behalf, save for Trunks' sudden surge of power that vanquished Zamasu. It is as Uncle Goku says, the reason I was able to become so powerful just now is due to this esteemed individual's assistance. He secretly aided me in becoming stronger. Trunks quickly began explaining the recent events to the two. All right, let us set aside the titles of esteemed one. My name is Li Xiaolong. I am commonly referred to as the martial ancestor. Trunks, you may call me Uncle Xiaolong, as others from different universes do. As for you, Goku, feel free to address me as you wish. Xiaolong, since you have enabled Trunks to attain such strength, would you be willing to teach us? Also, what do you mean by mentioning Trunks from other worlds? Wukong, with his familiar demeanor, casually draped his arm over Li Xiaolong's shoulder and began to inquire. Had it been Vegeta, such familiarity would have been impossible. The only instance Vegeta relinquished his Saiyan pride was when he knelt before Whis, beseeching him for guidance. Regrettably, the techniques that empower Trunks can only be utilized by those possessing Earthling blood. You are pure Saiyans and cannot achieve strength through such means. But I can impart to you the art of cultivation. Once you reach a certain level of mastery, your Super Blue form can become a state of normalcy. Wukong and his companion's Super Blue is a manifestation of their utilization of the divine essence inherent in Super Saiyan God. With cultivation to the 5th dimensional tier, a continuous supply of divine energy will naturally be available to them. However, the amount of divine energy that can be absorbed and stored at the 5th tier is limited, albeit significantly greater than the time they can currently maintain their Super Blue form. Even without attaining the 5th tier, their physical bodies and mental fortitude will be enhanced across the board. Moreover, I have specifically prepared methods for physical cultivation, which I have disseminated throughout the universe where I have taught martial arts. Consequently, the physical shortcomings of the Saiyans will be rectified. Is that truly the case? My adoptive father? Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with hope, though he dared only to entertain such thoughts internally, never voicing them aloud. All right. The crisis in this world has been averted. It is time to restore it and revive the people. Uncle Xiaolong, earlier Zamasu claimed he had destroyed the Dragon Balls. How shall we resurrect the people and restore Earth? Trunks inquired with concern, while Wukong and Vegeta cast similarly worried glances. Just watch closely. I can revive them and restore the Earth without the Dragon Balls. Especially you, Trunks. Observe carefully how I accomplish this. I hope you can learn something from it. Though if you do not, it is of no consequence. Understood, Uncle Xiaolong. I shall observe diligently. Trunks replied earnestly. Upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words, Wukong and Vegeta also became serious. The two cultivation enthusiasts would not miss any opportunity to grow stronger. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong deftly manipulated the laws of time and space, performing with ease due to his experience. The entire Earth appeared to reverse, coming to a halt just before Zamasu's descent. The resurrected inhabitants of Earth retained the memories of Zamasu's destruction, as well as the recollections of Wukong and his allies' fierce battles, including the memory of Li Xiaolong restoring the planet. The only notable change was Zamasu. He was truly dead, or rather, his soul had been confined by Li Xiaolong. Remarkable. Everyone exclaimed in awe at Li Xiaolong's miraculous restoration of Earth. Trunks appeared contemplative, and Li Xiaolong nodded in acknowledgement of Trunks' reaction. As someone who frequently traverses time, Li Xiaolong believed Trunks possessed an affinity for the laws of time. Indeed, following the earlier demonstration, Trunks exhibited a glimmer of understanding, albeit only a superficial grasp. This was primarily due to Trunks' current low level of mastery. Were it not for the enhancement of his Earthling bloodline, he would not have comprehended even that. Nevertheless, with the advantage of his Earthling heritage, Trunks' cultivation of dimensional laws would surely accelerate, and with the elevation of his rank, he would soon grasp the principles of time. Chapter 142. The Divine Special Forces and the Awakening of Gohan. Uncle Xiaolong. I feel utterly useless, for I have learned nothing, Trunks lamented, plagued by a sense of inadequacy as he questioned whether he had disappointed Li Xiaolong's expectations. Trunks, in truth, you have already grasped the essence of what is known as the law of time. You have merely skimmed the surface. The laws are exceedingly difficult to comprehend. To have even touched upon its surface is commendable. With diligent practice of the teachings I have imparted, I have faith that you shall soon master the power of the laws. To illustrate, had Zamasu's white lightning, infused with the power of the law, struck you, it would have inflicted severe injury, and a second strike would have reduced you to ashes. However, that power was not his to command. Otherwise, none of you would have stood a chance against him today. Furthermore, once you truly understand the law of time, you would effortlessly vanquish a fused Zamasu, even if you were 100,000 times more powerful than him, provided he has not comprehended the laws himself. Li Xiaolong proceeded to elucidate the formidable nature of the laws to the trio. Upon hearing his words, Goku and Vegeta were left in awe. With a radiant burst of energy, Li Xiaolong scattered light into the air, which subsequently dispersed into countless fragments before vanishing. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge flooded the minds of all Earthlings, encompassing the eternal life technique, dimensional laws, field cultivation methods, the celestial demon strategy, and various other doctrines. This influx of knowledge also reached the native warriors, who were hastening towards Li Xiaolong and his companions. As they absorbed the newfound wisdom, their expressions transformed dramatically, plunging them into a state of ecstatic joy. Particularly, Earthling Krillin and Namekian Piccolo glimpsed a glimmer of hope as they caught up with Goku and his allies, who shared in their delight, relishing the prospect of having training partners once more. Gohan, you have returned. This is splendid, Trunks exclaimed, overwhelmed with relief as he witnessed the resurrection of Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta from his world, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Trunks, you have endured much, the Vegeta of this realm said, offering a rare gesture of comfort as he placed a hand on Trunks' shoulder. With the memories he possessed, he understood the depths of despair Trunks had faced. Thank you, my counterpart, for resolving the crisis in our world, the Goku of this realm expressed earnestly as the two Gokus finally met. The past Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head, being of the same essence. They were soon engaged in a spirited tussle, purely for the sake of training. In a rare turn of events, Vegeta chose to console Trunks rather than confront his alternate self. Gohan, I trust you now comprehend the significance of cultivation. Without formidable strength, you will find yourself powerless to protect those you cherish in times of peril. Have you resolved to dedicate yourself to rigorous training? Li Xiaolong remarked, observing Gohan's scholarly demeanor. Though technology can indeed enhance one's capabilities, Gohan, as a natural warrior, you are ill-suited for the role of a scholar. To defy one's innate gifts is a profound waste of time and will inevitably invite repercussions. If Gohan were to diligently cultivate his abilities, these crises would be non-existent. The so-called challenges would merely be resolved with a single blow in the presence of a devoted Gohan. Indeed, the current state of Goku also mirrors this sentiment. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong shared with Gohan and Chi-Chi the perils faced by their family in other realms, alongside the astonishing imagery of Gohan's strength unleashed post the awakening of his bloodline. The mother and son exchanged nods of understanding, after which Gohan bowed deeply before Li Xiaolong. "Uncle Xiaolong, I comprehend what I must do. Please assist me in becoming stronger and guide me in my training," Gohan earnestly declared. At long last, Gohan has awakened. The devoted caretaker of the Sun family, Piccolo, gazed at Gohan with a sense of relief. It is never too late to mend one's ways. From this day forth, you shall stand alongside Trunks to safeguard the Earth. Following this, Li Xiaolong promptly extended his hand to unseal Gohan's dormant bloodline, unleashing a formidable aura that erupted across the planet. However, with a mere wave of his hand, that overwhelming presence dissipated. A Gohan, strikingly akin to Trunks in his current form, materialized before all. The battling Gokus ceased their skirmish, their eyes gleaming with fierce battle intent as they regarded Gohan. Indeed, only the blood of Earthlings possesses such potential for enhancement, one of the Gokus remarked. The others were left perplexed by this statement until Goku elucidated the matter, prompting Piccolo and the others to gaze at Li Xiaolong with renewed fascination. "Do not rush. I will assist you in unsealing your bloodlines in due course. For now, Gohan and Trunks, are you interested in a friendly spar? I wish to witness your prowess in combat. I too wish to spar with Gohan. Let us provide Uncle Xiaolong with a modicum of amusement." Trunks was confident that their duel would not astonish Li Xiaolong. "Very well, I seek to gauge my current strength. Let us heed Uncle Xiaolong's advice and engage in a match. You may spar here. We must avoid causing further destruction to the recently restored Earth." Li Xiaolong conjured a miniature arena, and the onlookers regarded it with skepticism, questioning how such a small platform could facilitate a proper duel. With a deft flick, Li Xiaolong enlarged the arena, which then crashed heavily to the ground, revealing a colossal stage that left everyone in awe. Now, the function and usage of this arena are as follows. If you dedicate yourselves to your training, you too may reach my level in due time. After elucidating the arena's purpose, he indulged in grandiose visions for all, regardless of their ability to grasp them. "Gohan, Trunks, commence your duel. Let us behold the spectacle." With the arena established, the two warriors, unperturbed by the prospect of injury, unleashed their full strength in a clash. Despite the distance created by the spectators' stands, all could sense the immense pressure emanating from their confrontation. This time, we face worthy opponents. Gohan and Trunks have grown far more powerful than we. Goku, undeterred, was filled with an invigorating battle spirit, relishing the intensity of the struggle. Beside him, Vegeta felt similarly charged, yet he harbored a desire for Trunks to triumph over Gohan. Though Trunks is younger than Gohan, the perennial second has no choice but to hope that his son can defeat Goku's offspring. Now, he feels a sense of solace, as at least his son Trunks has surpassed Goku's son Goten. He casts a challenging glance at Goku, who, somewhat puzzled, scratches the back of his head. That insatiable desire for victory from Vegeta. However, within the confines of this arena, both fighters are unfettered, and Gohan remains the stronger of the two. Nevertheless, through these experiences, Trunks has matured significantly. Even if Goten were to unlock his bloodline, he would still lack Trunks' formidable strength. Chapter 143. Gohan slightly prevails from this perspective. Vegeta, the eternal second, has indeed regained some ground. The arena erupted with the sounds of their fierce combat, as they expended what seemed like boundless energy. Energy blasts soared chaotically, followed by their physical clashes, accompanied by the thunderous echoes of massive explosions. If one were to identify the most exhilarated individual present, it would undoubtedly be Krillin. As Earth's mightiest human, he has long been overshadowed by the Saiyans, often finding himself on the receiving end of overwhelming defeats. Now, witnessing Gohan and Trunks unlock their bloodlines and grow so powerful, he finally glimpses a glimmer of hope. After so many years, he is on the verge of emerging from the shadows. Once Li Xiaolong assists him in unlocking his bloodline, his immediate desire is to impress Android 18, followed by seeking sparring sessions with Goku and the others. Moreover, he has heard from Li Xiaolong that after unlocking his bloodline, His training potential might even surpass that of Goku and the other Saiyans. He is filled with excitement. After all these years, it is finally his turn to shine. Indeed, Krillin's journey has not been easy, and he too is ready to break free from obscurity. Observing the elated Krillin, Li Xiaolong nods. And had he known Krillin's intentions, his foremost wish to impress Android 18, he would surely be left in disbelief. Bang, bang, bang. In the arena, Gohan and Trunks collided fiercely, their brutal exchanges igniting a fervor within them both. Their battle prompted Li Xiaolong to reminisce about the Super Saiyan 4 transformation as a distinct transformation pathway. Super Saiyan 4 embodies pure power, making for an exhilarating spectacle. Throughout his travels across numerous universes, Li Xiaolong has yet to encounter a universe featuring Super Saiyan 4. He has only observed Super Saiyan 5 among the CRs. This is partly due to the current timeline being relatively early, as well as the fact that the universes he has visited largely follow the narrative arc of Dragon Ball Super. Additionally, given their spatial relationships, he speculates that the universes closer to the demon realm are those that have adopted the Super Saiyan 4 evolutionary path. In Li Xiaolong's analysis, should one consider which Saiyans would first grasp the laws of power, he would undoubtedly prioritize those following the Super Saiyan 4 route. Their adherence to pure strength fosters a closer affinity with the laws of power and combat. When he eventually encounters a Super Saiyan 4 Goku, he plans to impart the laws of battle and strength to them, realizing that the laws of power here are not merely those of strength, but rather a subordinate aspect of those laws. Moreover, I can impart the Ultra 4 system to Goku and his companions from this universe, to see if they can simultaneously pursue both the Ultra Blue and Ultra 4 paths. If they succeed, it would be remarkable, though I suspect it may not be an easy endeavor, since I cannot encounter Goku and his allies on the Ultra 4 path for the time being. I shall allow the Goku of this universe to embark on this journey. Should they manage to harmonize the powers of both paths, a tremendous enhancement will undoubtedly await them. At this moment, Gohan and Trunks are engaged in a fierce clash, with Gohan unleashing the Kamehameha wave while Trunks counters with his final flash. The arena reverberates with an astonishing cacophony. Were they battling on Earth, the planet would have been shattered by the shockwaves of their confrontation. The residual force is immensely formidable, capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space itself. Indeed, Gohan possesses the upper hand, although Trunks is not to be underestimated. Despite Gohan's less favorable positioning, his age and innate talent afford him a slight advantage over Trunks. Even with positional advantages, Trunks' disadvantages are evident. He lags behind Gohan in both age and talent. With a tremendous roar, Gohan's Kamehameha wave overwhelms Trunks' final flash, striking him directly and causing a violent explosion. However, in an instant, Trunks' form swiftly reassembles as if time itself were reversing, and he materializes once more, whole and intact. Gohan, I admit defeat, Trunks concedes with grace. Despite his loss, he does not dwell on it. Acknowledging defeat is not a matter of shame, and he resolves to train diligently to reclaim victory in the future. Gohan, it wasn't easy for me either. I nearly lost to you. You've truly become a formidable warrior, Gohan remarks sincerely, not merely offering platitudes. He genuinely came close to defeat, and he is relieved to have persevered. As he pats Trunks on the shoulder, an unspoken understanding passes between them, both reveling in each other's accomplishments. Gohan, Trunks, you have both proven yourselves worthy as warriors. You now share the responsibility of protecting Earth. Do not let your guard down. Train diligently, for great challenges lie ahead that you are presently ill-equipped to face. Li Xiaolong's caution refers to the future threats posed by Dragon Ball heroes and his impending conflict with the Omni King, which will undoubtedly have far-reaching consequences that they must confront themselves. Goku, I am aware of another transformation system, which I shall share with you. If you can master it and integrate it with your Ultra Blue form, the enhancement will be beyond your imagination. As Goku and his companions gaze on with curiosity, Li Xiaolong imparts the knowledge of the Ultra 4 and Ultra 5 paths to them, for such knowledge is reserved solely for Saiyans and does not require dissemination to others. Ultra 4, Ultra 5. They seem utterly magnificent. The unparalleled power is clearly a form destined for Saiyans. Upon envisioning the forms and knowledge of Ultra 4 and Ultra 5, Goku is immediately enamored by their allure. They are simply extraordinary. I hope you can master this form and then merge it with your Ultra Blue. There is another point that Li Xiaolong did not mention. The union of Goku's Ultra Instinct form with Super Saiyan God and Vegeta's Ultra Ego form with Super Saiyan God. The combination of Vegeta's Ultra Ego form and Super Saiyan God is considerably easier, as both represent the utmost application of power. However, merging Goku's Ultra Instinct form with Super Saiyan God presents a far greater challenge. Ultra Instinct embodies supreme calmness and rationality, while Super Saiyan God signifies the absolute utilization of power. This form surpasses Super Saiyan 4 in terms of power application and control, although it shares similarities with Ultra Instinct. The conflicts are also profound. For Goku to merge these two forms, he must identify their commonalities and possess absolute mastery over both, utilizing their shared characteristics for the fusion. The path has already been laid out for them. Whether they can traverse it depends on their innate talent and opportunity. Even if this path proves unsuccessful, it is of little consequence, as the longevity decision and dimensional law will pave the way for them. After spending some time in this universe, Li Xiaolong created a teleportation array, allowing several dozen androids to take over the martial affairs of this universe, after which Li Xiaolong, along with Goku and Vegeta from the past timeline, returned to their universe. Chapter 144. Angering Beerus. This is your universe, indeed a nostalgic feeling. Upon returning to their universe with Goku and the others, Li Xiaolong expressed his sentiments. The development of this universe is strikingly similar to that of the Dragon Ball Super universe. It could be said to be the very universe of Dragon Ball Super, albeit with a timeline that is significantly accelerated compared to other parallel universes. Xiaolong, have you encountered a universe identical to ours? Goku inquired, puzzled. Having returned from the future world, he was aware that, despite being a future timeline, there were numerous differences from his own world. Yes, it is almost identical, Li Xiaolong remarked, though he was referring to the Dragon Ball Super world depicted in the media he had consumed. You've returned. Where is Trunks? Why didn't he come with you? Has the crisis in that world been resolved? Bulma, noticing their return and spotting Li Xiaolong, had become considerably more vigilant following her experience with Black Goku, and immediately began to inquire about Li Xiaolong's circumstances. Do not worry, he is Xiaolong, Li Xiaolong. It is thanks to Xiaolong that the crisis in the future world was resolved. Without him, we would likely have perished in that future world. Goku explained in response to Bulma's inquiry. Such a thing happened? Please, tell us more. Goku then began to recount the events of the future, explaining the entire saga of the dragon's trajectory, naturally including all of Li Xiaolong's actions in the future world. Li Xiaolong, is it? Altering the timeline is a grave offense. As a god of destruction, I have the duty to obliterate you, the one who disrupts the timeline. Beerus' cold voice resonated, causing a tense silence among everyone present, as they anxiously regarded Beerus and Whis, who had appeared unbeknownst to them. Lord Beerus, Goku wished to say something, but Lord Beerus bypassed him and approached Li Xiaolong, gazing at him with indifference. Weiss, ha ha ha. Goku, I have previously mentioned that altering time and space is a taboo shared by all gods. I cannot assist you this time, Weiss stated with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, is Lord Beerus intending to destroy me? I wonder how Lord Beerus plans to handle himself then. Will he seek forgiveness from the Omni King? Li Xiaolong inquired, a smile playing on his lips. What? You actually know of the Omni King? No, you, a mere mortal, cannot deceive me. You are merely an informed mortal, Beerus retorted, his arrogance evident, believing that a mortal could not possibly be aware of the Omni King, assuming he had merely heard it somewhere. Oh, does Lord Beerus not think he should take responsibility for himself? After all, he personally altered history and consequently gave rise to a new time ring. Li Xiaolong's expression remained unperturbed, challenging Beerus, which left Beerus feeling his dignity was unrecognized, his status as a supreme deity disrespected. I, the god of destruction, have acted for the development of the universe. How can that be construed as altering time and space? You sharp-tongued brat, do you think I will explain myself to a mere mortal? I could obliterate you directly. Beerus' voice grew increasingly icy, and all present understood that he was furious. Goku, Bulma, and the others anxiously turned to Weiss, but Weiss continued to watch the tension between the two with a smile. Does this imply that Lord Beerus' destructive power is invincible? Perhaps he should put it to the test. Seeing Beerus, Li Xiaolong's fists itched with anticipation. He intentionally provoked Beerus to have the opportunity to strike him. Then you shall not regret it. Ka ka ka. Without further ado, Beerus unleashed a wave of destructive energy toward Li Xiaolong, believing that a mere mortal would be obliterated by a fraction of his destructive power. A slender beam of destructive energy shot forth from his palm, only for Li Xiaolong to catch it effortlessly, much to Beerus's astonishment. Does Lord Beerus look down upon someone? Such a trivial amount of destructive power. Who do you intend to destroy? Even they cannot be destroyed, Li Xiaolong declared, gesturing toward the others present. Beerus felt insulted once more, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Fine, since you, a mere mortal, seek death, I shall grant your wish. With that, Beerus hurled a dark sphere of destructive energy. However, upon encasing Li Xiaolong, the sphere did not yield the destruction Beerus anticipated. Instead, it began to shrink until it vanished entirely. How could this be? Beerus was incredulous, unable to fathom that a mortal could withstand his destructive sphere. Lord Beerus, it seems the opponent has also comprehended the principles of destruction, hence, your sphere has no effect on him. Ha ha ha, Weiss interjected at that moment. What? You have actually grasped the principles of destruction. It is inconceivable that a mere mortal could comprehend the laws of the universe. Beerus felt as though his entire worldview had been overturned. Hey, Whis, you've been rather cryptic. I was hoping to amuse Lord Beerus. Yet you reveal such a side of yourself, remarked Bruce Lee with a playful smile directed at Whis. Oh dear, my apologies. I may have let slip a bit too much, Whis replied, turning around with an irreverent chuckle. Whis, why didn't you mention this sooner? And you, Bruce Lee, have truly vexed this god of destruction. Prepare to receive a proper lesson. Beerus exclaimed, his anger boiling over as he directed a fierce gaze at Bruce Lee. Oh dear. It seems Lord Beerus is genuinely upset. I would be delighted to help alleviate his anger. Let us engage in battle right here, Lord Beerus, Bruce Lee declared, conjuring a platform for their duel. Although this arena could not contain his full power, it would prevent Beerus's energy from dissipating. As long as he did not exceed the arena's limits, victory over Beerus was within reach. What is this remarkable creation? It feels incredibly exquisite, truly an extraordinary object. Whis exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm as he observed the arena, becoming engrossed in its intricacies, disregarding everything else. Meanwhile, Beerus had already followed Bruce Lee onto the platform, and others, witnessing this, joined Goku and the others to witness the clash of these two divine beings. Goku and his companions were well aware of Beerus's immense strength. Even in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, they were merely playthings in his hands. Bruce Lee's audacity to challenge Beerus hinted at his own divine prowess. Such a monumental battle, a sight to behold in a lifetime, was not to be missed. With the arena's protection in place, they had no fears of being harmed by the residual forces of their conflict. Seeing Goku and Vegeta enter, the others naturally followed suit. Within the arena, Bruce Lee and Beerus stood facing each other, the space between them trembling incessantly, as if their combined energies were compressing the very fabric of reality. Chapter 145, Effortlessly Controlling Beerus. Come now, Lord Beerus, Bruce Lee beckoned, allowing Beerus the first move to avoid any claims of unfair advantage. Arrogant fool, very well. I shall not hold back. Beerus, realizing Bruce Lee was of equal standing, activated his Ultra Instinct form and instantly appeared before Bruce Lee, launching a powerful strike. Swish! Beerus's fist collided with Bruce Lee, shattering his form into myriad fragments. Yet, Beerus's expression was far from relaxed. In fact, it grew more serious. For the shattered figure was merely a mirage conjured by Bruce Lee, and even Beerus had not perceived when this illusion had been created. It was only when his fist struck the phantom that he realized it was a mere decoy. Lord Beerus, is that all you can muster? Your speed is disappointingly slow. Perhaps you skipped breakfast this morning. Even a mere mortal like myself can outpace you. Bruce Lee appeared behind Beerus, his voice startling the god of destruction. I suppose you're feeling quite flustered now, aren't you, my young friend? As Beerus turned, the figure of Li Xiaolong vanished once more, only to reappear behind him. Boy, cease your evasive antics. If you possess any courage, let us engage in a fair contest. Surely, you are not afraid to confront me directly. Beerus, vexed by Li Xiaolong's antics, uttered in exasperation. Very well, as per Lord Beerus's wish, shall we engage in a proper duel? Are you prepared, Lord Beerus? Initially intending to toy with Beerus, Li Xiaolong was taken aback by the latter's lack of patience. Had he been subjected to such humiliation, he too would have lost his composure. Come forth. Before Beerus could complete his sentence, Li Xiaolong delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. You scoundrel! You fight dishonorably, resorting to ambush. Beerus wiped the blood from his mouth, exclaiming a famous adage. Lord Beerus, I did indeed warn you to be prepared. It is your own arrogance that led to this predicament. Have some dignity, Lord Beerus. Li Xiaolong waved dismissively in the air. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Beerus fell silent, recognizing that it was indeed his own overconfidence that had left him unprepared. However, he was astonished by the speed and power of Li Xiaolong's attack. Now serious, Beerus summoned a dark purple flame, manifesting a substantial protective aura around himself. The two warriors transformed into beams of light, colliding with great force. After a brief stalemate, a slight smile graced Li Xiaolong's lips as he exerted himself, his fist striking out like lightning, shattering Beerus's defenses. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Just then, a peculiar light enveloped Li Xiaolong's fist, crashing forcefully into Beerus's chest. Beerus let out a muffled groan, propelled backward for several dozen meters, crashing into multiple mountain peaks. Struggling to regain his footing, his gaze burned with fury and resentment. How dare you? Before he could finish his sentence, Beerus coughed violently, his energy waning to the utmost. Li Xiaolong hovered silently in the air, observing Beerus with a glimmer of pity in his eyes. What? Beerus's own attack was effortlessly dodged by Li Xiaolong. Yet he discerned something from the latter's evasive maneuvers. Could it be that you? Beerus pondered a conclusion he was reluctant to accept. The mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique, the divine skill of the angels. I never imagined you would also grasp Ultra Instinct, Beerus said through clenched teeth. Li Xiaolong responded with a smile. Ultra Instinct, you say? It is hardly a remarkable secret technique. It is not so difficult to comprehend. Was it not easily attainable? Surely, Lord Beerus, you have not yet mastered Ultra Instinct? What then, do you possess to be proud of? His utilization of Ultra Instinct was, in truth, a playful jest aimed at Beerus. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Li Xiaolong launched another assault, his form resembling that of a specter, appearing instantaneously before Beerus. Though Beerus exerted all his might to defend himself, Li Xiaolong's relentless onslaught overwhelmed him, leaving Beerus in a position of utter disadvantage. Alas, Lord Beerus, have you not trained in ages? All you do is sleep. How has your strength deteriorated to such a pitiful state? Li Xiaolong deliberately paused, exclaiming with exasperation, how infuriating. Go to hell. In the next moment, the god of destruction, Beerus, charged at Li Xiaolong once more, initiating a second round of attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. If the previous exchange could be deemed the first round, it was merely Beerus's probing strike. Now, however, he was earnest, unleashing genuine assaults. Each blow held such force that, if unleashed upon Earth, it could effortlessly shatter the planet. Their formidable strikes reverberated through the air of the arena, creating a series of sonic booms. With attacks exceeding 1,000 strikes per second, not a single one managed to land on Li Xiaolong amidst Beerus's relentless onslaught. Damn it! You have actually comprehended the perfect state of Ultra Instinct. After a prolonged exchange, Beerus found himself panting, while Li Xiaolong remained composed, as if untouched by the fierce battle surrounding him. It dawned upon Beerus that Li Xiaolong was undeniably a more powerful being than he himself. Conventional combat prowess could not match Li Xiaolong, and the laws of power bore no effect on him. How was he to contend with such an opponent? Yet, his pride would not allow him to concede defeat, compelling him to persist in the struggle. Lord Beerus must train harder. It is shameful that even a mere mortal like myself cannot be vanquished, not even grazing the hem of my garment. Lord Beerus is truly derelict in his duties. Perhaps I should report to the Omni King and suggest replacing Lord Beerus with someone more competent to fulfill the role of the god of destruction. What you think of that idea? Whis. Oh ho ho ho. Do not jest about Lord Beerus, Xiaolong. Whis interjected, seemingly indifferent. Who are you, to know of the Omni King? Humph. Do you think this god of destruction does not wish to train? It is merely the constraints of my divine position that bind me. Otherwise, I would have long since transcended to the level of an angel. Cough, cough. Lord Beerus, be cautious with your words. Do not speak carelessly lest you truly be replaced. Just as Beerus intended to continue, Whis cleared his throat, prompting Beerus to choke on his words, a look of dread crossing his features as he gazed skyward. As I suspected, divine positions indeed constrain the beings of the universe, and the Omni King imposes limitations on the talents of those within his cosmic hierarchy. How tyrannical. Observing Beerus's reaction, Li Xiaolong had already deduced much of the truth. Fear not, Lord Beerus. In this arena, they cannot monitor you. You need not worry that your previous words have reached their ears, Li Xiaolong reassured him, then turned to Whis, realizing that Whis still had concerns for Beerus. Had Whis reported Beerus's prior remarks to the Grand Priest, Beerus's position would surely have been in jeopardy. It seemed that even among the angels, there was not complete unity. Perhaps some factions could be swayed. Chapter 146. The 12th Order. Lord Beerus, what say you? Shall we continue the battle? Li Xiaolong observed Beerus, now bruised and battered, and could not suppress a chuckle. Though he had largely focused on defense, every strike he did unleash had inflicted substantial damage upon Beerus. Today, the god of destruction is feeling famished and somewhat fatigued. Once I have satiated my hunger, I shall reveal my true prowess. Hey, Bulma, prepare a feast for me. This god of destruction desires a hearty meal. Beerus smirked, seeking a way to alleviate his predicament. Naturally, Bulma, being the second daughter of the Capsule Corporation, would have no trouble arranging a banquet. It was imperative to entertain this divine being properly. Otherwise, should he become enraged, once Li Xiaolong departs, he might obliterate the earth, leaving them with no place to lament. Ah, this is exquisite. I have never tasted anything like this before. It is simply delectable. The culinary delights of Earth are truly abundant. At this moment, Beerus had reverted to his usual form, appearing as the same slender cat, showing no traces of the bruises Li Xiaolong had inflicted earlier. During this gathering, Li Xiaolong even showcased his culinary skills, astonishing everyone in the universe. Beerus and Whis wept while they dined, for this was the most exquisite food they had ever encountered. In comparison, the instant noodles they once cherished seemed utterly trivial. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaolong discovered that he had not subdued Beerus through combat, but rather, a single sumptuous meal had won him over. Indeed, the power of cuisine surpasses that of violence, at least within the realm of Dragon Ball. Following this gathering, Beerus and Whis returned to the realm of the gods of destruction, with Beerus vowing to train diligently under Whis's supervision, while Li Xiaolong remained on Earth to impart martial arts and guide Chi-Chi. With several experiences under his belt, Li Xiaolong found himself more adept at mentoring Chi-Chi. After a series of swift moves, she soon knelt in submission, and then it was time to rekindle Gohan's martial spirit. Due to the accelerated nature of this universe, Gohan was older than he had ever been, yet his martial heart had weakened considerably. He had transformed into a mere scholar, preoccupied solely with his trivial academic pursuits. However, Gohan's true talent did not lie in the realm of science and technology. He was a born warrior. His academic endeavors, on this earth, could be deemed worthless, and in the face of real crises, they would be utterly insignificant. To Li Xiaolong's surprise, while he managed to reach Chi-Chi, Gohan remained impervious, as if he had entirely lost his martial spirit. Ultimately, Li Xiaolong arranged for Gohan to be presented with the scientific achievements and androids from his home planet. Upon witnessing these advancements, Gohan was finally roused from his stupor. Of course, the androids played a significant role in this awakening, reminding Gohan of the struggles he faced against them in the past. And he ultimately sought Li Xiaolong's assistance in unlocking his Earthling heritage. After granting Gohan this release, he ascended to become the most formidable human in the universe. In comparison, Trunks from this universe appeared considerably weaker, far removed from the Trunks of the future world. This was an inevitable outcome. The Trunks of this world had never endured the same hardships, and thus could not comprehend the significance of strength. Likewise, Goten shared this lack of understanding. Upon the unlocking of their bloodlines, both Goten and Trunks from this universe remained evenly matched. However, with their bloodlines unsealed, no matter their laziness, they will inevitably grow stronger. Their rate of enhancement rivals, if not surpasses, that of Broly. Should Goku and his companions become aware of this, they would undoubtedly envy these young individuals, who have now switched roles. Once the objects of admiration, they now find themselves enviously gazing upon others. The most elated among them is Krillin, who has finally risen to prominence. Following the unsealing of his bloodline by Li Xiaolong, he feels as though he is rapidly ascending in strength, experiencing a growth rate that matches what he previously achieved in an entire year within the span of just a single day. Moreover, post-unsealing, Krillin can be described as a super genius, mastering the dimensional arts at a pace unparalleled by anyone else. Within mere days, he has attained the first tier of this skill, leaving everyone astounded. Finally, he has had his moment of triumph. Once Li Xiaolong had concluded the affairs of this universe and entrusted them to those who came to receive them. He bid farewell to its inhabitants and prepared to venture alone towards the universe near the realm of demons, effectively crossing diagonally from his current universe. Suddenly, as Li Xiaolong's second avatar traversed the vast cosmic void towards the aforementioned universe, an immense aura erupted from him, emanating an enigmatic essence. Both his main body and first avatar had ascended to the 12th tier, magnificent. Now, his second avatar has also reached the 10th tier. In an instant, Li Xiaolong halted, his expression transforming into one of elation as he sensed the change in his realm and accessed the shared memories with his main body and first avatar. At this moment, on Enyun Star, a tremendous mysterious aura surged forth from Li Xiaolong's main body, almost materializing in form. Reminiscent of the searing silver light unleashed during the climactic battle between Goku and Jiren when they transitioned into their ultimate forms. However, the enigmatic aura radiating from Li Xiaolong was more gentle, exuding a regal and mysterious hue. The entirety of Enyun Star became enveloped in this profound essence. Had it not been for Li Xiaolong's protective formations, the aura would have long since pierced through the confines of the time chamber and burst into the cosmos. This essence showered upon everything on Enyun Star, causing all its inhabitants to enter a state of enlightenment. Under the influence of this aura, the star itself began to expand rapidly, akin to a balloon being gently inflated. All vegetation on Enyun Star, upon absorbing this essence, seemed to undergo a metamorphosis towards legendary spiritual herbs, appearing increasingly sentient as they transformed. Simultaneously, the vital energy of Enyun Star surged dramatically, now several times stronger than that of the divine realm, with its concentration continually increasing. Eventually, upon reaching a critical point, the entire Enyun Star experienced a downpour of vital energy rain. One by one, spiritual energy pools began to form, and under the enhancement of this vital energy, the first colossal tree of Enyun Star gradually awakened a semblance of spiritual intelligence. As the colossal tree awakened its intelligence, the entire hidden star underwent a profound transformation, as if chaos had been replaced by a newfound order. This magnificent tree, a divine metamorphosis of the hidden star, established dominion over its laws and everything within, dispelling the previous state of disorder. Under the guidance of the colossal tree, the life-giving rain of essence fell uniformly across every corner of the hidden star, with excess essence coalescing into spiritual pools or merging into subterranean veins, giving rise to a multitude of essence stone deposits. Chapter 147. The Surge of Breakthroughs. Subsequently, the hidden star was engulfed in a fervor of breakthroughs, with many lower-tier individuals achieving even 2 levels of advancement. In the wake of this breakthrough frenzy, an enigmatic aura emanated from Myphia, culminating in a magnificent eruption akin to Li Xiaolong's own essence, enveloping the entirety of the hidden star. The torrential rain of essence became increasingly frenzied. The accumulation of quantity led to a qualitative change, resulting in the emergence of a plethora of sentient flora. These newly birthed spiritual beings, under the guidance of the colossal tree, began to assist in the management of the hidden star's geological and hydrological systems. However, no animals underwent transformation into sentient beasts during this revelry, perhaps due to the hidden star's intrinsic affinity for plant-like entities. Upon hearing of the opportunities within the hidden star, many individuals below the 4th tier flocked there in hopes of attaining breakthroughs. The influx of seekers rendered the hidden star overcrowded. For many, this surge of breakthroughs represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They feared that missing this chance would lead to a lifetime of regret. Conversely, those who had yet to reach even the 1st tier could only lament their inability to enter the hidden star, for even if they did, they would be unable to partake in the breakthrough frenzy, as their lack of dimensional mastery precluded them from experiencing the profound aura. Yet, they could still benefit from the increased foundational energy, while lower-tier individuals could sense the breakthroughs of their peers. The overwhelming presence of Li Xiaolong and Myphia's 12th-tier essences rendered the lower-tier breakthroughs imperceptible to them. Following this event, the main body or the first avatar would be poised to create vast expanses of the universe, utilizing the previously accumulated energy matter. With their current capabilities, they could effortlessly bring forth a multitude of universes. Moreover, after this occurrence, Li Yun and others would undoubtedly achieve breakthroughs, with many from Earth also poised to advance in large numbers. This dimensional method proved exceptionally potent, a testament to the ingenuity of the father-in-law, who had devised such an extraordinary technique that the essence of breakthroughs could assist others in their own advancements. Fortunately, the dimensional laws imparted to angels and demons were incomplete. Otherwise, a balance of power would have been unattainable. Outside the cosmos, someone was on the verge of a breakthrough. Who could it be? The essence from Li Xiaolong's second avatar resonated through the cosmic membrane. Soon, two figures appeared outside the cosmic membrane, but by then, Li Xiaolong's second avatar had already vanished without a trace. Such rapid breakthroughs. We arrived at the earliest opportunity and yet failed to catch a glimpse of the individual, remarked a yellow-skinned rat-like being. Indeed, it is astonishingly swift. We have arrived at the utmost speed, yet we encountered not a single soul. The angel remarked beside him. These two were the mouse god of destruction and his angel, who had just moments ago approached the vicinity where Li Xiaolong's second avatar had broken through. Following their arrival, an additional 22 figures made their way to the site, comprising other gods of destruction and angels under the mouse god's domain, including Beerus and Whis. To break through so rapidly and then vanish, their adversary is indeed formidable. Beerus stated gravely. Humph, Beerus, have you been rendered foolish by slumber? The enemy dares not even show their face, and having broken through so swiftly, they fled immediately. How strong can they truly be? Are you so dull-witted as to lack even this basic understanding? The speaker was naturally the mouse god of destruction, who relished the chance to berate Beerus, having long sought an opportunity to do so. After all, he was a mouse, and Beerus a cat, destined to be at odds. You wretched rodent. Do you wish to engage in battle? If you desire a thorough thrashing at my hands, I would be more than willing to oblige. Otherwise, kindly silence your incessant, irritating chatter. Beerus retorted without hesitation. His assessment of Li Xiaolong's strength stemmed from the lingering aura he sensed, a menacing presence he had only experienced from Whis. And indeed, this aura was many times more potent. Let us spar if you dare. I am eager to see if you have made any progress over the years. In this timeline of the cosmic system, devoid of the divine martial arts conference, there had been no opportunities for the gods of destruction to engage in combat. However, long ago, Beerus had delivered a significant beating to the mouse god, leaving him humiliated and harboring a grudge, seeking an opportunity to confront Beerus once more. Hoping to deepen the impression of humiliation, now, the chance had presented itself. Humph, with your shallow insight, how could you possibly discern the strength of our opponent? However, since you have chosen to challenge me, I shall gladly provide you with another opportunity to reinforce the lesson from our last encounter. Beerus cracked his knuckles, confident in his superiority as the mightiest of the gods of destruction, believing that even a coalition of other gods could not defeat him. Just as the tension between the two escalated, their angels intervened. It is forbidden for gods of destruction to engage in combat without special approval. Have you both forgotten? Or do you wish for us to report this matter to Lord Zeno, allowing him to make a determination? The two angels grinned mischievously, invoking Zeno, knowing it would quell the rising animosity between the two. Upon hearing Zeno's name, both combatants wilted like withered eggplants. Humph. After exchanging glances, they turned away with disdain. Indeed, Lord Beerus's assessment was accurate. Their opponent is powerful, strong enough to contend with any angel among us, perhaps even to overcome us. The angel of the mouse god of destruction proclaimed. What? All the destroyers, with the exception of Beerus, gazed in astonishment at the angel. Indeed, their consensus was that the individual was immensely powerful. Should we report this to the Grand Priest and Zeno? One angel inquired. I believe it would be prudent to do so. We cannot afford to ignore the intentions of someone so formidable, lest chaos ensue. However, I contend that there is no need for alarm. The fact that this being swiftly broke through and then departed suggests a disinterest in any interaction with us. They may have merely been passing through and experienced a fortuitous breakthrough. We need not be so anxious, as such actions could inadvertently provoke a neutral party into becoming our adversary, which would be most undesirable. Whis sensed a certain connection in that aura and interjected. I concur with Whis. It is likely that this individual was simply passing through and happened to achieve a breakthrough, so there is no reason to instigate conflict with them. The angel of the sixth universe, Vados, echoed his sentiments, aligning her thoughts closely with Wiss's. Subsequently, other angels expressed their opinions, ultimately reaching a consensus that Li Xiaolong was indeed just a passerby, resulting in the decision not to report to the Grand Priest and Zeno. At this moment, Li Xiaolong, unaware that his breakthrough had sparked a discussion among the angels and destroyers, continued to hasten towards the universe bordering the demon realm at an even swifter pace than before. In the secluded chamber of the hidden star, Li Xiaolong's true self slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air as an intangible pressure emanated from him. He had finally ascended to the 12th tier. Now, he dared to proclaim that he stood at the position of a player in the Dragon Ball world. After this breakthrough, Li Xiaolong assessed his newfound strength. Based on his prior encounter with the Grand Priest, he believed he could now triumph over the Grand Priest in his angelic form. However, if the Grand Priest possessed a stronger form, Li Xiaolong would not prevail. Moreover, the Grand Priest was a master of the rules, undoubtedly wielding a form that governed them. Once that form was activated, no matter how much stronger Li Xiaolong was in his ordinary state, the overwhelming nature of the rules would render him unable to defeat the Grand Priest. The disparity between rules and laws is akin to the chasm separating one who has not comprehended the laws from one who has. As if a vast divide lay before them. Xiaolong, have you devised the subsequent methods for cultivation? Maifia's voice resonated, as both awakened nearly simultaneously. With a portion of the seal within her being released, Maifia's cultivation talent had significantly improved. Li Xiaolong now felt a sense of urgency. Previously, he had advanced slowly due to the extensive time spent managing affairs and creating cultivation techniques. However, he now recognized the necessity of dedicating himself to earnest cultivation. If he failed to do so, he risked relinquishing the initiative to Maifia, and during their sparring sessions, he would find himself at her mercy. Li Xiaolong preferred to maintain the upper hand. Fortune has smiled upon us. The subsequent cultivation method has been crafted, sufficient for us to ascend to the zenith of power within this realm, effortlessly overcoming the formidable presence of the Supreme King in his prime. Even should the Supreme King unify with the cosmic entity and the eternal demon to reclaim his former glory, as long as we dedicate time to mastering this advanced technique, we shall prevail, ultimately refining this world and rescuing my esteemed father-in-law. This time, Li Xiaolong has not only transcended to the 12th level, but has also integrated the legacy of the Taiji Palace, devising a cultivation method perfectly suited for the Dragon Ball universe. Moreover, this technique is designed for seamless adaptation should we return to the celestial realm, ensuring a flawless transition and the preservation of our realms and insights. You are truly remarkable, Xiaolong. I always believed in your ability to conjure miracles. I never anticipated that we would both surpass the 12th level and that you would create an advanced cultivation method. What shall you name it? Maifia exclaimed joyfully, practically leaping in delight. This is indeed a double blessing. As for the name, I shall designate it as the War God Codex, as it aptly corresponds to the subsequent cultivation technique of the dimensional method. Previously, there was the longevity technique, and among the methods I am acquainted with, the War God Codex serves as its continuation. Thus, it shall be called the War God Codex. What a splendid name. It perfectly embodies our forthcoming endeavors, defeating the Supreme King, refining this world, and rescuing my father, aligning beautifully with its title. I had not considered that interpretation. Regardless, let me first impart the War God Codex to you. We shall cultivate together. Although the War God Codex is already considered the mightiest technique within the Dragon Ball universe, it does not necessitate the engraving on special materials for its transmission, as is customary in the celestial realm. The War God Codex has yet to reach such a level. Thus, it can be conveyed through the power of the soul. I directly transmitted the War God Codex into Maifia's mind, prompting her to begin her exploration. With rules as the foundation, laws as the flesh, and vital energy as the sustenance, one creates a world within, growing stronger as one fills this world with rules, laws, and vital energy. The cultivation is categorized into 8 realms: planetary, stellar, star system, star domain, galaxy, galaxy cluster, universe, and great universe. Indeed, a grand vision. Upon gazing at the War God Codex in her mind, Maifia initially considered commenting on the rather blunt naming approach, yet ultimately refrained, acknowledging its grandeur. The name is indeed somewhat crude, but it is merely a transitional technique. Once we defeat the Supreme King and refine this universe, we shall revert to the cultivation methods of the celestial realm. This technique is sufficient for our journey in this world. As if anticipating Maifia's thoughts, Li Xiaolong acknowledged the bluntness of the name, noting that it is merely a temporary measure. When the time comes to shift to the celestial realm as techniques, the War God Codex may well be discarded. Indeed, it is simply a designation, a mere code. As long as we possess a viable cultivation method, we shall adapt upon our return to the celestial realm. My Fia wholeheartedly agreed with Li Xiaolong's perspective. Although it may appear that there are 8 realms, we can effortlessly attain the Star Domain realm. By cultivating the War God Codex, one can directly ascend to this stage. Once we elevate the laws to the level of principles, reaching the cosmic realm will be a simple endeavor. Unlike the formidable beings in the Dragon Ball universe, who possess the ability to create a unique universe, this capability is limited to a select few. However, by diligently practicing the War God Codex created by Li Xiaolong, anyone who starts from the beginning can naturally create their own unique universe upon reaching the cosmic realm, making the advancement in realms considerably swifter and easier than that of the Dragon Ball universe's powerful entities. With the War God Codex, the majority of Li Xiaolong's followers will be able to transcend and master their own unique universe and harness the power of the principles. Even if they have yet to comprehend the power of the principles, upon creating a universe within themselves, the universe will assist them in grasping this power. However, if one's understanding of the principles relies solely on the universe's assistance, further comprehension will prove challenging and subsequent advancements in realm will naturally become arduous. With the War God Codex, the number of powerful beings at the realm of principles under our banner will undoubtedly surge, allowing us to outnumber those aligned with the Omni King. As long as we can hold back the Omni King, his subordinates will find themselves devoid of any chance of survival. Even if we cannot immediately defeat the Omni King, we can render him powerless. As the reincarnation of the Dragon Ball universe's consciousness, should the Omni King merge into one, he would undoubtedly possess overwhelming strength. My Fia refrained from expressing all her thoughts, speculating that if the Omni King were to unify, he might retain certain concealed abilities, such as the power of world authority. Chapter 149. The Grand Creation of Universes. Next, there is an exceedingly significant task to undertake. Li Xiaolong awaits My Fia's successful cultivation of the War God Codex, preparing to embark on a venture of profound consequence, creating a universe that allows his followers to master the universe and comprehend the principles. What is this important undertaking? After successfully cultivating the War God Codex, My Fia indeed elevated her internal world to the Star Domain realm, and upon comprehending the principles, she would be able to create a universe of unique magnitude within herself. Create a universe, Li Xiaolong proclaimed. Create a universe? Xiaolong, have you already elevated your power of laws to that of principles? My Fia inquired, puzzled. Upon exiting her seclusion, she recalled that Li Xiaolong had not yet ascended his power of laws to that level. How could the disparity be so vast? Not quite. I intend to create a universe of the same magnitude as our 7th universe. Previously, my 2nd avatar refined a universe and discovered that upon becoming the master of that universe, one would be endowed by it. The benefits of such endowment include the ability for the universe's master to swiftly comprehend the power of the principles. The universe I plan to create will allow them to refine themselves into masters of the universe, thereby expediting their understanding of the principles. Furthermore, my 2nd avatar had covertly gathered several energy orbs from various universes during Mizukapura's unsealing, each containing vast energies and materials from the destruction of numerous universes. With these orbs, I can create enough universes for all those who have reached the 9th tier and beyond to refine. Li Xiaolong recounted the events of the past and subsequently summoned all individuals above the 9th rank. As he gazed at the hundreds gathered below, a swell of pride filled his heart. These were the fruits of his labor. After over 50 years in the Dragon Ball world, not only had he ascended to the 12th rank himself, but he had also guided the people of Earth and his followers towards their own ascension. Now, there were hundreds of individuals above the 9th rank. I am about to announce a matter of immense significance that will greatly benefit you in the future. Seize this opportunity well. Do not let me down. With that, Li Xiaolong revealed the concept of creating a universe, detailing the immense advantages of mastering the cosmos and the benefits of comprehending the laws of existence. Thank you, Master Wu. The crowd exclaimed, their hearts shaken, some bursting with joy. This news arrived with such unexpected suddenness that they felt as though they had been struck by a windfall from the heavens, leaving them in a daze. Yet, gratitude prevailed, and they all knelt in thanks. For those of you who have not yet reached the requisite rank, do not be disheartened. Once you grasp the laws, you too will be able to relinquish your role as the master of the universe. I hope you will diligently cultivate your skills and attain the realm of cosmic mastery. Li Xiaolong consoled the visibly disappointed individuals of the 8th rank and below. Now, follow me. Witnessing the creation of a universe will also prove beneficial for you. With a wave, Li Xiaolong gathered everyone, regardless of their rank, and in an instant, they vanished from the hidden star. In the next moment, Li Xiaolong reappeared at the very site where he had originally created the 01 universe. Xia? Join me in the creation of a universe. It will greatly aid your future cultivation. He offered Maifio a sphere of energy, while simultaneously imparting his insights on cosmic creation into her mind. They each chose a direction and began to forge a universe at the edge of this vast cosmos. Energetic tempests erupted, and the intense fluctuations from the newly formed universes resonated through the void, yet remained unnoticed in this remote region. After the cosmos were created, Li Xiaolong layered intricate formations upon them, some to aid in refining the universe, others to conceal it, alongside formidable defensive and offensive arrays. Moreover, the locations they chose for creating these universes were meticulously planned by Li Xiaolong. Once assembled, these universes would form a colossal formation, with the cosmos serving as the core. In the event that the Omni King unified and became insurmountable, this formation would serve as a means to vanquish him. However, achieving such power would require time, as the mere hundreds of universes they had created were insufficient as the foundational core. Future efforts would necessitate either further creation or the relocation of additional universes to serve as the basis, a daunting endeavor. The Master Wu is truly formidable. We cannot fathom when we might reach his exalted realm. The spectators marveled, observing that the universe, initially created, had already been refined by someone who was drawing upon the cosmos endowment to comprehend the power of the laws. Indeed, the benevolence of the martial ancestor is remarkable without his guidance. We might still be oblivious to our fate, perhaps reduced to mere dust. In other universes, we are but pawns in the hands of so-called deities, where even an unknown individual can stir ripples on Earth. We must diligently cultivate our skills, so that one day we can contribute to the martial ancestor's endeavors, honoring his unwavering dedication to our development. Truly, had it not been for the martial ancestor, we would have long succumbed to fate, never having the chance to witness such a grand spectacle. I vow to train earnestly. Even if I cannot follow in the footsteps of the martial ancestor in this life, I shall strive to advance his cause. Upon my return to Earth, I will ardently propagate the martial arts, nurturing fresh talent for the martial ancestor. I, too, recognize that without the martial ancestor's emergence, the impending crisis of artificial beings would likely have claimed the lives of many. Although we might ultimately be revived by those few young ones, living in such a muddled state lacks meaning. It is far more significant to illuminate the path for future generations with our lives. Upon my return, I shall also promote martial arts. The martial ancestor has stated that while our current realm may be modest, our offspring will inherit our talents. I am determined to procreate abundantly, ensuring that the descendants of Earth become ever more formidable. This scene was unfolding among many, particularly those who found advancement to be challenging. They were now on a path of absorbing primordial energy to enhance their combat prowess. Each expressed their fervent thoughts, inspiring those around them. Even those with superior talents did not look down upon these individuals. Rather, they admired their efforts. Their actions contribute to the greater cause of Earth, and even the act of procreation serves to bring forth offspring with greater innate abilities. Moreover, these children, influenced by such martial practitioners, will undoubtedly surpass their predecessors in strength. Soon, hundreds of universes were created, and a magnificent array materialized. If Li Xiaolong were to control this formation now, he could potentially match a non-fused Omni King. Chapter 150, Behold My Great Might. While Li Xiaolong was engaged in the creation of universes at the edge of the grand cosmos, a spacecraft from his universe entered Earth's atmosphere. The target has entered the atmosphere. Actor 1 is in position. Received. Acknowledged. We are stationed at the target's landing site. All set, awaiting the protagonist's entrance. The spacecraft swiftly descended near a farmland, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. Report. The target has landed. Actor 1 is in position. Received. Let the target experience the fear of the farmers. Shortly after, a figure clad in battle attire, wearing a detector over his eyes, emerged from the spacecraft. This individual was none other than Raditz, newly arrived on Earth. Hey, who are you? Why are you here? I am here to find Kakarot. Are you Kakarot? Upon the sudden appearance of the farmer, Raditz was taken aback. He had not sensed the man's approach at all, as if he had materialized before him and began inquiring about himself in an instant. Kakarot? You must be referring to Son Goku, but he is not here. The farmer pondered aloud. Silently activating his scouter, Raditz discerned the farmer's combat power. Humph, a meager power level of 5, a waste of my time, Raditz declared, finally uttering his infamous words. Prepare for action, the target is about to deliver his infamous line, and the show may commence. How audacious! You dare to speak so arrogantly in my presence, showing me such blatant disrespect? Behold my might. Just as Raditz was about to conclude his derision towards the farmer, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the farmer's lips, startling Raditz profoundly. In an astonishing display, the farmer soared into the air and struck him with a powerful palm, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. Do not inquire how Raditz recognized the sound. It simply manifested in his mind as the unmistakable roar of a dragon. Roar. The golden dragon ensnared Raditz, dragging him across the ground for a considerable distance before coming to a halt, leaving Raditz feeling utterly powerless. Pick up the straw. I said. Pick up the straw. The farmer's thunderous voice resounded once more, and in a daze from the unexpected assault, Raditz complied, gathering the straw from the ground. Good. Unit 1 can withdraw. Let the target seek out Goku on his own, came a voice through the farmer's earpiece, and in an instant, the farmer dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. What just happened? After a brief moment, Raditz regained his senses, staring blankly at the straw in his hands. What in the world? How could such a formidable being exist on Earth? Why did he vanish suddenly? Was his sole purpose to thrash me and then disappear? Angrily, he prepared to discard the straw, intending to trample it underfoot, but the farmer's command echoed in his mind. Pick up the straw. Pick up the straw. This was indeed bizarre. He resolved to find Kakarot and leave this planet post-haste. Ultimately, Raditz refrained from discarding the straw. Instead, he flew toward the location indicated by the scouter, where the combat power was most formidable. Attention all units. The target is heading towards Gohan. Still clutching a bundle of straw, Raditz swiftly arrived at the location of Gohan and Piccolo. Uncle, did you come to find me? Gohan's soft, endearing voice rang out. Raditz furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the numbers on his scouter, his expression laden with confusion. What is this? It's not Kakarot. How can this mere child possess a combat power of 900? How could such a prodigy emerge from this lowly planet? Doubt crept into his mind. Could my scouter be malfunctioning? It can't be that faulty. Raditz aimed the scouter at Gohan once more, and the reading still displayed a combat power of 900. Raditz was astounded. A mere low-level planet had birthed such a remarkable child, even among the prodigious offspring of the Saiyans. It is utterly implausible for one so young to possess such formidable combat prowess. This realization dawned upon Raditz as he beheld Gohan's resemblance to Goku in his youth. Youngster, who is Kakarot to you, and what is your name? I am Gohan. For years of age, Gohan replied, suddenly exhibiting a remarkable politeness as he introduced himself. Raditz, however, paid no heed to Gohan's name. He had already deduced from his appearance that he was Goku's son. Your father is Kakarot, is he not? It stands to reason, as he is the only Saiyan on Earth. You must be his child. Quickly, take me to your father. Alas, could we spare Raditz's life? We shall return to rectify his ways and assist him in becoming a better individual. At that moment, a group of onlookers were engaged in gossip. Among them Bardock and Jine, though Raditz was oblivious to their presence. Bardock, witnessing his son's disgraceful demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Fear not, Raditz. You may take him back to Planet Salad. Even if he cannot be reformed, it matters little, but it would be prudent to ensure his improvement. Otherwise, should Master Wuzu return and inadvertently encounter him, he will face dire consequences. This matter was being closely monitored by the current authority of Li Family Village, who, upon hearing Bardock's words, commented while indulging in gossip. Thank you, my lord. Bardock bowed in gratitude, though he was several decades older. He found himself inferior in strength and stature, particularly as the other party held a higher status as the authority of Li Family Village, compelling him to yield to their governance. Now let us observe their performance. Gohan gazed adorably at Raditz. Youngster, did you not hear my words? I am your father's brother, thus your uncle. Hurry and take me to your father. When Gohan remained unmoving, Raditz's brow furrowed and his tone soured. What do you seek from my father? Gohan, puzzled by the Saiyan claiming to be his uncle, reflected on the Saiyans he had encountered on planet Salad, who were always courteous and spoke with grace. This self-proclaimed uncle, however, exhibited a complete lack of decorum. Moreover, Gohan sensed a violent aura emanating from him, chaotic and unrestrained, unlike any Saiyan he had met on planet Salad, where their presence was calm and devoid of such turbulent energy. You and your father, Kakarot, are members of the Saiyan race, a martial lineage in the cosmos, thriving through the conquest of planets. Regrettably, the Saiyan race was obliterated over 20 years ago along with planet Vegeta, leaving but a few survivors. Hence, I have been dispatched under Prince Vegeta's command to locate your father as an ally. I shall now escort you both back. For one so young. Your combat capability is extraordinary, a rarity indeed. Once taken back, you will assuredly be put to great use. Chapter 151. Commence your performance. What Prince Vegeta? I have never heard of him, Gohan replied earnestly. Nonsense. Raditz exclaimed with an air of arrogance. Have you ever heard of Prince Vegeta of the Saiyan race? What has Kakarot taught you? I must inquire why he is yet to eradicate the native inhabitants of Earth. Gohan, displeased, retorted, You, who dare to call yourself my uncle, are crossing the line by suggesting my father should slay the Earthlings. I shall apprehend you now. Weren't you just defeated by someone and left disoriented? How quickly you forget. With that, Gohan tightened his belt, ready to take action. Seeing this, Raditz burst into derisive laughter. How utterly laughable. Even with a battle power of 900. You are no match for me. You little brat, I didn't expect such bravado from someone so diminutive. You think you're facing whom? But then again, it's not your fault. You've never encountered true power. Naturally, you wouldn't recognize my might, and at your tender age, when you can barely hold your bladder. How could you have seen the world? You probably can't even remember the way out of your own home. And Kakarot is merely a lowly warrior. He couldn't possibly impart such wisdom upon you. Is your son truly so brave as to speak to Gohan in such a manner? He might just be knocked out with a single punch. Hearing Raditz's outrageous claims, everyone gazed in shock at Bardock and Jine. After all, Gohan had been personally unsealed from his bloodline's restrictions by Li Xiaolong and had always remained by Piccolo's side. Piccolo, too, was the offspring of the Demon King Piccolo, who, after expelling him, had his injuries healed by Li Xiaolong, preventing his demise. Subsequently, the Demon King was entrusted to the Supreme Kai, who ultimately fused with him, achieving his complete form, restoring his innate talents to rival the youthful Grand Elder and Shrag, now standing at the same level as them. Under the scrutiny of so many onlookers, Jine and Bardock wished for a chasm to swallow them. It was utterly humiliating. Raditz's declarations grew increasingly outrageous, and they regretted sparing his life, wishing they could strike down this unfilial offspring. Presently, Gohan could not even triumph over Bardock, who had long since attained the Super Saiyan 3 form and transcended into a higher dimension. Yet here was Raditz, boldly boasting in the presence of such formidable strength, utterly oblivious to the concept of danger. As Bardock and Jine felt a profound sense of shame, Raditz commenced his brazen display once more. Let me enlighten you, so you won't continue to appear as a frog at the bottom of a well. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I hail from the illustrious Vegeta team, known throughout the cosmos. My name is Raditz. Remember it well. I am indeed your uncle. My battle power stands at 4,000. Are you frightened yet? My Vegeta team serves under the tyrant Frieza, who entrusts us with high-stakes combat missions. Our status is second only to the formidable Ginyu Force. Alas, this individual possesses a most peculiar mindset, blissfully unaware that he is but cannon fodder for Frieza, embodying the very essence of a fool. Once more, all present were astounded by Raditz's audacious proclamations. One must refrain from anger, for he is indeed flesh and blood. At this moment, Bardock and Jine gritted their teeth, striving to maintain their composure, particularly Bardock, who, were it not for the resemblance he bore to Raditz, might have doubted their kinship. A battle power of 4,000 is deemed formidable? Gohan trembled, utterly incredulous. Is he truly so proud of such paltry strength? He could easily surpass that with the mere movement of a finger. Raditz, however, reveled in Gohan's astonishment, oblivious to the fact that Gohan found it laughable that Raditz considered himself a warrior of significance with such a meager power level. With an air of pride, Raditz puffed out his chest, asserting that a battle power of 4,000 is a rare sight in the cosmos. The celestial bodies are classified into low, medium, and high-tier planets. Earth, merely a low-tier planet, boasts no combatants whose strength exceeds 1,000. Raditz evidently forgot the farmer who had left him dazed moments ago, still clutching the straw in his hands. What of that straw you hold? Gohan inquired, pointing at Raditz's hand. Straw? What straw? You must be mistaken. Raditz, realizing his predicament, hastily shoved the straw into his battle attire. Each time he contemplated discarding it, an echoing taunt reverberated in his mind, compelling him to keep it. How amusing. Speaking to a mere child is futile. Now, prepare to witness and experience the terrifying might of your esteemed uncle. Tremble before my immense power. Even among the Saiyan race, it is rare for an adult to exceed a battle power of 3,000. Do not be overly surprised if my prowess leaves you in a state of utter shock. Raditz laughed arrogantly, unleashing his inner strength. At that moment, he pondered that although Kakarot had failed to conquer Earth, he had nonetheless contributed a trace of Saiyan lineage. Having been suppressed by Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz finally perceived an opportunity to showcase his perceived superiority, hence his audacity. Those Saiyans do not conceal their energy. They do oscillate between combat and ordinary states, with a significant disparity in their power levels. As Raditz fully released his restraints, a tempest surged around him, while Gohan stood before him, unperturbed, observing his uncle's display with indifference. Are you not awestruck by my might? Behold, my battle power stands at 4,000. A cut above the rest on planet Vegeta, Raditz proclaimed with glee, crediting his strength to the rigorous training imposed by Vegeta and Nappa. He assumed Gohan was captivated by his power, his eyes fixated upon him. Yet, in truth, Gohan was astonished, but not by Raditz's strength. Rather, he found him so weak that he felt no interest whatsoever. Is it truly only 4,000 combat power? Gohan muttered to himself, utterly mortified that his uncle possessed such a meager strength. His gaze towards Raditz transformed into one of profound pity. His elder brother, Kaioken, had once informed him that planet Vegeta was a rather primitive world, where warriors exceeding a combat power of 10,000 were exceedingly rare. It was said that even King Vegeta's might hovered around that figure. For Raditz, a combat power of 4,000 might indeed be considered a remarkable talent. Raditz, however, was engulfed in confusion. Why did his nephew regard him with such a peculiar expression? Was it not due to his fearsome combat prowess? Chapter 152. The Frightened Raditz Little Brat. Are you astonished by my tremendous power? Fear not. With your innate talent, should you follow Prince Vegeta, in due course, you shall surely become a formidable force in the universe. Since you are so thoroughly impressed by my prowess, let us hasten to seek out your father. I have pressing matters to discuss with him. Raditz remained oblivious to Gohan's expression of disappointment, lost in his own reverie. Your son seems more suited for a solo performance. He is far too self-absorbed. Compared to Goku, you, my eldest nephew, are woefully lacking. Upon our return, we must provide him with proper guidance to instill in him a sense of humility. Bardock and Jine wished fervently for Gohan to swiftly strike Raditz down. The embarrassment was unbearable. Indeed, it seemed that associating with Vegeta had only taught him bad habits. If your father were to obey and eliminate the natives of this planet, I might consider allowing this useless low-level warrior to join our ranks. Otherwise, let him experience my might firsthand. Noticing Gohan's silence, Raditz continued, fool. The word escaped Gohan's lips. From the beginning, this self-proclaimed uncle had been prattling on, belittling Earthlings. Gohan, possessing half-Earthling blood himself, could not fathom such disdain. After all, among his friends, any one of them could effortlessly defeat this arrogant so-called uncle. What did you say? Raditz snapped back, jolted from his self-absorption, his face contorted with rage. How dare a mere wretch with a paltry 4,000 combat power presume to act so high and mighty? Many infants born on Earth could easily vanquish you. What audacity do you possess to look down upon Earthlings? Who granted you such courage? Earth boasts powerful entities like the esteemed Master Wu and numerous guardians. And yet a jester like you dares to wreak havoc here? You must not know the meaning of death. And you expect my father to assist you in killing? Have you lost your mind? Or do you believe everyone else is as foolish as you? Gohan retorted angrily. Though this individual before him might indeed be his uncle, he would not permit such insults towards his father, the guiding light of all. Though I hold your talent in high regard, young one, it is essential to recognize that in this vast universe, geniuses abound like fish crossing a river. Those who have yet to cultivate their gifts remain mere potential. Since you have chosen to disregard my counsel, I shall impart to you the fundamental laws of survival within this universe. lest you offend the wrong individuals and bring misfortune upon Prince Vegeta. Upon hearing Gohan audaciously insult him, Raditz, filled with indignation, prepared to strike. It is truly a predicament. My grandfather insists I spare my uncle's life, which confirms that this individual is indeed my kin. Reluctantly, I must temper my power. Just as Gohan was about to engage, he despondently recalled Bardock's telepathic message urging him to spare Raditz, his uncle. This revelation unequivocally acknowledged Raditz's familial ties. Impossible, Raditz exclaimed, glancing at his scouter in disbelief. As the readings fluctuated alarmingly. 5,000. How could this child possess such battle prowess? This must be a trick. Child, what kind of ruse is this? Surely, you cannot have transformed your power so dramatically, Raditz bellowed, unable to fathom the reality before him. How ludicrous. You have seen the evidence, yet you persist in self-deception. It is utterly laughable. Gohan felt disheartened by his uncle's reaction. Even lacking overwhelming strength, he would not regard Raditz so dismissively had he not exhibited such incredulity. With a surge of energy, Gohan's aura tore through the cloud cover, radiating a profound sense of balance, contrasting Raditz's ferocious presence. In an instant, Raditz's aura was overshadowed by Gohan's formidable force. His expression hardened, the smile evaporating from his face as he felt the oppressive weight of Gohan's might, leaving him drenched in sweat. How can this be? This cannot be real. A mere child cannot possess a battle power of 5,000. The scouter must be malfunctioning. Raditz stared at Gohan, eyes wide with disbelief. Child, how can your battle power be so elevated? Elevated? I find it rather modest. At this level, any random individual could easily best me. Your perspective is quite impoverished if you deem a mere 5,000 to be impressive. Gohan relished Raditz's astonishment, finding satisfaction in this display of superiority. If I were to unleash my full potential, even a fraction of my energy would likely overwhelm this so-called uncle. Humph, young one. While your battle power may surpass mine, it remains merely a numerical value. Experience and combat technique are equally paramount. After years of battle, my expertise in these areas far exceeds yours. Bardock, in disbelief, recognized that Gohan's training was inherited from the legendary martial artist Li Xiaolong. Raditz's attempt to belittle Gohan in this regard was misguided, for Gohan had long engaged in rigorous sparring with others, far surpassing Raditz in battle experience. How could this little imp possess such incredible strength? Even Prince Vegeta was not this formidable in his youth. It seems that only Broly, who was exiled by King Vegeta, could rival such power. Observing Gohan enveloped in a white aura, Raditz pondered. Enough dawdling. Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Then come at me. Gohan was poised to launch his attack. Wait. It was only after Gohan's energy locked onto him that Raditz truly felt the weight of that formidable aura. Cold sweat cascading down his brow, and he began to falter. Why waste words? Let us finish this quickly so I can return home for dinner. Gohan disregarded Raditz's remarks and initiated his assault. With a punch to the gut, Raditz was sent flying like a limp shrimp, blood spewing from his mouth, clearly indicating that Gohan's strike had inflicted severe injury. With such meager strength, how dare you cause trouble on Earth? It is utterly nonsensical. Show me your battle experience and techniques. I must return home for dinner afterwards. Chapter 153. The Doctor, you insolent brat. How dare you underestimate me? You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Hearing Gohan's words ignited Raditz's fury, dispelling his fear, and he charged at Gohan. Is this your battle experience and technique? You are no different from a primitive. As Raditz lunged, Gohan simply extended a finger to effortlessly block the feeble attack, and with a slight tremor, sent Raditz hurtling away. How is this possible? Raditz gazed incredulously at Gohan, clutching his chest as he coughed up blood. If this is all you have, you might as well go home for dinner. Gohan was prepared to defeat Raditz swiftly. It was a waste of time otherwise. Lacking strength, experience, and even proper techniques, Raditz was no match for him. Gohan, you need to mention the Dragon Balls. We must draw Vegeta and Frieza in as well. Just as Gohan was ready to conclude the battle, a voice echoed in his mind. Oh right, how could I have forgotten? Uncle Hao-Yin specifically instructed me to inform this fellow about the Dragon Balls before I came out. Thankfully, I was reminded by the elder from Li Village. After the reminder, Gohan recalled Li Hao-Yin's earlier advice. You are here searching for the Dragon Balls, aren't you? Gohan feigned understanding as he spoke. Dragon Balls? What Dragon Balls? I already told you I came to find your father. Raditz responded, utterly bewildered. You don't even know about the Dragon Balls. And yet you dare to come to Earth? The Dragon Balls can grant any wish. They were created by the great Kami to aid humanity, and you are unaware of them. What? On the other end of the scouter, Vegeta and Frieza exchanged glances of excitement upon hearing this news, each beginning to fantasize about the wishes they would make once they acquired the Dragon Balls. The onlookers, witnessing Gohan so candidly reveal the existence of the Dragon Balls, were left speechless, astonished that he would disclose such information. After a prolonged wait, everyone finally relaxed when they saw that Gohan was unharmed. Brother, can I defeat him now? I am so hungry. I must return home for a meal, Gohan exclaimed anxiously. Very well, swiftly vanquish him so you can dine, he added. With half Saiyan lineage, Gohan naturally possessed a prodigious appetite, and they were well aware of it. All right, your part is done. Now, proceed to defeat him. Suddenly, Gohan appeared before Raditz, delivering a powerful punch that plunged Raditz into darkness, rendering him unconscious. Simultaneously, Gohan destroyed Raditz's scouter, infuriating both Vegeta and Frieza, who were observing the interference on their monitors. Enough, enough. Now we await Vegeta and Frieza's arrival on Earth. Bardock, take your eldest son back and ensure he comprehends the magnitude of this universe. The others dispersed to resume their training. Rest assured, I shall diligently instruct this fellow, Bardock declared, hoisting Raditz onto his shoulder. After bowing to the inhabitants of Earth, he utilized instant transmission back to planet Sadala. In the distant expanses of the universe, Li Xiaolong and Myphia had successfully completed the creation of the cosmos, leaving behind a singular energy orb, which Li Xiaolong intended to retain for future needs. How is it, Xiaoya? What insights have you gained? He inquired. The creation of a universe is governed by profound principles, and his understanding was nearly flawless. The only incomplete elements pertained to insights gained during the creation process, forming part of the myriad laws he had encountered. Several principles he had previously grasped were now perfected, alongside several new laws. Let me assess your newly comprehended laws. If they belong to the lower tier, discard them and aim for the higher principles, as lower laws merely squander time. Myphia showcased her newly acquired laws, with a dozen diverse beams of light swirling around her. Retain these 5, the rest can be discarded. Although some include mid-tier laws, it is unnecessary to waste time on them. Pointing to the 5 beams, which represented principles recognized as part of the ancient laws, Li Xiaolong acknowledged their significance for primary comprehension. I did not expect you to uncover laws absent from this world. It seems your ascension to the 12th tier has gradually awakened your bloodline. As Li Xiaolong and Myphia cataloged their gains, a fierce battle erupted in a distant universe. On an unnamed planet, the surface was engulfed in terrifying lava, with searing heat continuously erupting. Who are you? Inquired the Time Patrol Goku, gazing intently at the figure before him. This Time Patrol Goku had come alongside Vegeta to pursue the architect of cosmic destruction, only to sense a formidable energy upon tracking down this fearsome lava planet. Oh, it appears you two have followed me, Son Goku. Vegeta, an elderly man, his hair a stark white, turned to face the Time Patrol's son Wukong and Vegeta, his gaze imbued with an unsettling intensity. The right side of this elder's body appeared to have undergone modification. His right eye and arm glimmered with a metallic sheen, and his right hand had been transformed into a weapon radiating a menacing light, clearly possessing formidable offensive capabilities. You make for excellent test subjects. It seems I am fortuitously in need of research materials, and here you 2 splendid specimens come to me willingly, he remarked, assessing Son Wukong and Vegeta as though they were mere experiments, a notion that made both warriors profoundly uncomfortable. Test subjects, is it? We shall see if you possess the prowess to back up your arrogance. Vegeta, from the Time Patrol, paid no heed to this seemingly frail old man, unleashing his formidable aura in preparation for a decisive confrontation. With a thunderous roar, an intense energy surged forth, golden flames erupting skyward, causing the very ground of the magma planet to tremble violently, as if on the brink of disintegration. As Vegeta transformed, blue lightning crackled around him, a testament to his escalating power. In a dazzling display, the golden flames burst forth, and Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Due to his significantly higher base power compared to other universes' versions of himself, this Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 transformation surpassed the Super Saiyan 3 forms of his counterparts in other realms. Chapter 154. The tragic duo. The Time Patrol's Vegeta exhibited a far greater caution than his counterparts from other universes. He transformed immediately, eschewing the usual tactic of fighting in his base form before succumbing to defeat. With an indomitable resolve, Vegeta charged toward the doctor with remarkable speed. The doctor's right eye glowed ominously red, fixating on Vegeta's movements, meticulously gathering and analyzing data. As Vegeta closed the distance, the doctor effortlessly evaded the attack. Wielding a purple blade that emitted a formidable energy slash aimed directly at Vegeta. The powerful purple energy blade struck with tremendous force, sending Vegeta reeling backward, revealing the doctor's formidable strength. Humph, not without merit, are you? Let us see how you fare against me again. Despite being knocked back, Vegeta refused to concede. He vanished and reappeared behind the doctor, delivering a crushing blow to the elder's midsection, initiating a fierce assault. It is worth noting that Vegeta was not merely preying upon an old man. After all, the Time Patrol's Vegeta was at least 60 years old himself, though due to the Saiyan nature, they maintained their youthful appearance for an extended period. In this moment, two warriors, both considered elderly by age, engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Initially, the doctor found himself overwhelmed, forced into a defensive stance as he absorbed several blows from Vegeta. Although he could only react passively, his right eye continued to flicker with lights, analyzing Vegeta's combat data. With the aid of a microcomputer within his body, he diligently collected information on Vegeta, effortlessly amassing valuable insights into his opponent's fighting style. After acquiring a wealth of data on Vegeta, he gradually began to gain the upper hand, ultimately managing to suppress Vegeta. How astonishing! Vegeta was being overwhelmed. This could not continue, for the universe was in peril. Goku, watching Vegeta being subdued in the skies, felt an overwhelming urgency. He could no longer afford to wait. If this persisted, the cosmos would be in jeopardy. Boom! Another surge of formidable energy erupted. A terrifying golden aura exploded forth, transforming the very heavens into a golden hue, as Goku astonishingly ascended to Super Saiyan 3. This was not the time for testing the waters or frivolous games. Every second wasted here meant greater danger for the entire universe. Thus, disregarding any notions of martial ethics, Goku transformed and prepared to launch a coordinated assault on the doctor. Kakarot, what do you mean by this? My battle is not yet finished, Vegeta retorted, visibly displeased upon Goku's arrival on the battlefield. Vegeta, we cannot afford to squander time here. I sense a profoundly wicked aura from the underworld rapidly intensifying. If we linger any longer, this universe may very well face destruction, Goku replied, his brow furrowed with concern. Bang, 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 bang. The doctor was struck solidly by the energy blasts Goku unleashed. Humph. If that is the case, let us conclude this swiftly. I shall join. Vegeta, irritated by Goku's explanation, declared, unleashing his own energy blasts, which glimmered with golden intensity, relentlessly bombarding the doctor. As Vegeta executed the authentic tactics of a prince, the formidable energy blasts soared through the air towards their target. Despite the ferocity of Vegeta's assault, each strike was deftly captured by the doctor's right eye. With the aid of a sophisticated internal computer, he rapidly assimilated the data on Goku and Vegeta. Swish, 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 swish. The doctor, like a phantom, evaded the onslaught of both Goku and Vegeta with remarkable speed. At a pivotal moment, he halted his evasive maneuvers, conjuring an energy shield beside him. Humph. Your turn should be over now. It's time for mine. He sneered, effortlessly deflecting the combined attacks of Goku and Vegeta with a single punch. With a casual flick of his wrist, the purple blade on his arm unleashed a cutting wave, swiftly aimed at Vegeta. Humph. Such trivial techniques. How dare you flaunt your skills before me? Vegeta thought little of this strike, dismissing it as riddled with flaws. With a scoff, he prepared to swat the energy blade aside without concern. However, to Vegeta's astonishment, in the next instant, the purple energy blade inexplicably vanished before him, only to reappear behind him, striking fiercely at his back. What is happening? Vegeta was taken aback. This seemingly flawed attack had turned out to be unexpectedly elusive, causing him to stumble forward, nearly falling into the molten lava. Damn it! This guy's techniques are infuriatingly insidious. The Time Patrol's Vegeta, this time, dared not be complacent. The nature of the attack was utterly bizarre and indefensible. He unleashed an energy blast to extricate himself from the predicament. Whoosh! Observing that Vegeta withstood his assault, the doctor swiftly directed a purple energy blade toward Goku, which hurtled toward him with alarming speed. Boom, boom, like cutting chives. The purple energy blade effortlessly extinguished Goku's energy blast, continuing its relentless advance toward him. Whoosh! Goku had already witnessed Vegeta's predicament and prepared himself. However, despite his vigilance, the purple energy blade vanished just before striking him. As expected, the blade reappeared behind Goku and collided forcefully with his back. Bang! Goku felt as if his back had been scorched, a plume of black smoke rising, and despite his defenses, he was struck. Whoosh! 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 After successfully landing a hit, the doctor pressed his advantage, launching more energy blades at the two. Goku and Vegeta could only flee desperately. The attack was too peculiar to anticipate. Yet, no matter how they evaded, the purple energy blades would invariably manifest behind them, relentlessly bombarding them even if they turned around. Ah, damn it. What kind of underhanded tactics is this? Such a lack of martial ethics. Bang. With no effective defensive measures, Vegeta and Goku had no choice but to shield their fronts and backs with their hands, enduring the fierce onslaught of the purple blades. Rumble. Haha. Weren't you both quite arrogant just a moment ago? Why not continue that bravado? Show me your true strength. As he bombarded them, the doctor taunted Goku and Vegeta, seemingly eager for them to unleash their full power. Chapter 155, Super Saiyan 4. How infuriating. Do not be so arrogant. Unable to tolerate the doctor's taunts any longer, Vegeta resolved to teach him a lesson, for he would not allow this insufferable trickster to flaunt his bravado before him. With a furious roar, Vegeta assumed a posture reminiscent of severe discomfort, all of which was meticulously recorded by the doctor's right eye, with his internal microcomputer continually assisting in calculations. Splendid, splendid. Just like that, I can collect your data thoroughly. It is utterly perfect, laid bare before me. The doctor watched with excitement as Vegeta prepared to transform, showing no inclination to flee. In fact, he eagerly anticipated Vegeta's metamorphosis into a more formidable form. What is this fool up to, appearing so delighted? Never mind. I shall also transform into Super Saiyan 4 and join Vegeta in battle, aiming for a swift resolution to prevent any unforeseen complications. Goku, sensing the doctor's unusual demeanor, decided to transform into Super Saiyan 4 as well, ready to confront the doctor alongside Vegeta. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Sun Wukong is transforming into an even mightier form, thereby enhancing the perfection of my data. Transform, transform. The more powerful your forms become, the more exquisite my creation shall be. Witnessing Wukong's transformation, the doctor was filled with exhilaration, his right eye gleaming with a fervent red light as he rapidly collected the transformation data of Wukong and Vegeta. Boom, boom. Two formidable auras erupted, as if these forces had become the very nucleus of the universe. Two immensely powerful figures manifested before the doctor's eyes, radiating an overwhelming sense of strength, embodying the very essence of power itself. What splendid specimens you are, so powerful that it sends shivers down the spine. With the two of you as my materials, my creation is destined for perfection. The doctor was utterly elated to witness Wukong and Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. They complemented each other so flawlessly, displaying their transformation processes right before his eyes. He meticulously gathered their data, his heart brimming with joy as he observed them. That insufferable fool, still laughing. I shall soon wipe that smile off your face. Enraged by the doctor's continued laughter, Vegeta charged at him, unleashing a barrage of blows. Bam! 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 This time, the doctor was no match for Vegeta and could only passively endure the assault. Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Wukong, also transformed into Super Saiyan 4, decided to prevent any unforeseen complications by unleashing a Kamehameha wave at the defenseless doctor. What? The doctor was taken aback by the energy of the Kamehameha, but he was unprepared for Vegeta's ultimate move. Seizing the moment, Vegeta charged his ultimate flash and directed it towards the doctor. The two beams of overwhelming energy collided with the doctor, causing the entire magma planet to convulse, spewing countless streams of lava, as if the very planet were on the verge of disintegration under the weight of such force. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous energy stirred up storms throughout the cosmos, obliterating countless celestial bodies in its wake. How terrifying. Who are these combatants? Merely the residual shockwaves from their battle have led to the destruction of so many planets, rivaling even Lord Beerus. On King Kai's planet, The Kais felt the turbulence reverberating through the universe and turned their attention to the battleground of the three warriors. Upon witnessing the devastation wrought upon countless planets by the residual effects of their clash, the Kais gazed in horror at the epicenter of the battle. What? It's Wukong and Vegeta. When did they become so formidable? Wait, why are there two Wukongs and two Vegetas? The sight of the Time Patrol's Wukong and Vegeta left the Kais utterly astonished by their strength. When had they grown so powerful? But when he glanced back at Earth, he discovered that the universe's Wukong and Vegeta were training there, shattering the Kais' comprehension. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom why there existed two Wukongs and two Vegetas, and why their power levels differed so drastically. The timeline of this universe is still quite far along, having just reached the era of the Sharer Games, thus creating a significant disparity between the Time Patrol's Goku and Vegeta. Who is this formidable adversary that even the mighty Goku and Vegeta must join forces to confront? Observing the situation, the King Kai is equally perplexed. A previously unseen powerhouse necessitates the combined efforts of both Goku and Vegeta. Xiaolong, the Time Patrol requires your assistance. Just as Li Xiaolong was exchanging insights with Mei Feiya, the token of the Time Patrol on him resonated with the voice of Kun Luoya. What is the matter, Lord Kai? Li Xiaolong inquired as he grasped the token. Well, Xiaolong, the Goku and Vegeta of the Time Patrol encountered difficulties while on a mission, ensnared by a formidable opponent, rendering them unable to respond. Moreover, an exceedingly potent malevolent energy is coalescing in the hell of that universe, which, if left unchecked, could soon manifest into a terrifying entity. I have been unable to find anyone suitable for this arduous task, and you are our best option. Though reluctant to make such a request, Kun Luoya's duty to maintain the temporal balance across universes compelled him to reach out to Li Xiaolong. Send me the coordinates. I shall proceed at once. Li Xiaolong decided, intending to accompany Mei Feiya to ascertain the nature of the situation. Before long, Kun Luoya transmitted the coordinates of the universe where Goku and the others were engaged in battle. Xiaoya, let us see what unfolds, he said to Mei Feiya. Certainly, I have not fought in a while. It would be intriguing to witness the adversary capable of compelling both Ultra Instinct Goku and Vegeta to unite without gaining the upper hand, Mei Feiya replied, her eagerness evident, clearly yearning for a confrontation after years of seclusion. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong waved his hand, returning those unrefined in the universe back to his own realm before activating the concealment array of this cluster of universes. He then crafted a teleportation circle with Mei Feiya to transport them to the designated universe. As he ascended to the 12th tier, his mastery over the array techniques flourished, allowing for greater distances to be traversed, a feat he could now sustain without difficulty. In no time, Li Xiaolong and Mei Feiya arrived at the outskirts of the targeted universe. Observing the cosmic sphere before him, Li Xiaolong quickly grasped the situation within. What is happening? Why is the doctor present in this timeline? Confused by the sight within the cosmic sphere, Li Xiaolong pondered. Wasn't the doctor supposed to emerge only in the Dragon Ball Heroes timeline? Furthermore, gazing towards the underworld of this earth, he noticed a swirling mass of malevolent energy rapidly coalescing. An evil wave was on the verge of manifestation. During the Dragon Ball Heroes era, the doctor had gathered the dark energy from the underworld and compiled data on Goku and Vegeta, subsequently creating a remarkably grotesque evil wave. This incarnation of the evil wave differs significantly from its initial appearance. The one conjured by the doctor possesses an extraordinary strength. While the first manifestation of the evil wave was formidable, it was merely superior to Super Saiyan 3 Goku. The malevolent wave conjured by the doctor is indeed extraordinary, possessing an unsettling strength. This wave amalgamates the data of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta transmitted by the doctor. After a complete evolution, its power is formidable enough to subdue Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta, as well as their counterparts from another universe, Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, along with Trunks. Even a combined effort of 5 individuals would falter against this malevolent wave, thus it is aptly designated as a super malevolent wave. Ultimately, it was only through the use of the soul eraser technique by Gogeta that this sinister energy was purified and subsequently annihilated. However, the method employed by Gogeta, while termed the soul eraser, did not delve into the realm of souls. Rather, it was a technique aimed at purifying evil energy, not a spiritual maneuver. Ultimately, The malevolent wave is a conglomeration of the nefarious energies amassed within the underworld over the years. Once its evil energy was purified, the malevolent wave was naturally eradicated. A rather ingenious approach. The presence of such extraordinarily potent evil energy within the underworld is astonishing, given its intensity. It is likely that Goku and Vegeta would struggle against it. Upon witnessing the formation of this malevolent wave in the underworld, Mephia gazed in astonishment at the swirling malevolence. She had not anticipated that the mere evil energy of the underworld could coalesce into such a formidable entity. It is indeed remarkable. Fear not, for these two individuals can merge. Their fusion through the Patera earrings creates a Gogeta significantly more powerful than the fusion techniques employed by the Metamorphs. With Gogeta in play, this malevolent wave shall not stir much turbulence. Gogeta in his Super Saiyan 4 form is yet to be seen by Li Xiaolong. This time, the opportunity has finally arrived. Furthermore, the secondary avatar is determined to journey across vast distances to witness the Super Saiyan 4 forms of Goku and Vegeta near the Demon Realm. Unexpectedly, before the secondary avatar could encounter the Super Saiyan 4 forms, his original self first encountered the Time Patrol's Super Saiyan 3 Goku and Vegeta. In truth, the secondary avatar was aware that the Time Patrol's Goku and Vegeta could transform into Super Saiyan 4, yet he had never crossed paths with them, as they had been perpetually occupied with missions. Their elusive nature prompted the secondary avatar to traverse great distances to the universe where Super Saiyan 4 transformations occur. How vexing. Just as I approached, my original self encountered these two. Is this some sort of jest? These two are constantly on the move, causing me to travel so far for naught. Upon my return, I shall ensure they receive ample training. Nevertheless, since I am already here and there is little of consequence occurring, I might as well stir things up in this universe. With my original self present, there will be no significant upheaval there. Moreover, this enables me to hasten my progress. Why not seize the opportunity? As the secondary avatar sped through the cosmos, a surge of frustration overwhelmed him upon witnessing the scenes in his mind. After all his arduous efforts to reach this point, his original self had encountered the Time Patrol's Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta. This operation is simply infuriating. Just when the second avatar was hesitating about whether to return, he suddenly recalled the prospect of developing within this universe. Regardless of the location, development is still development. Thus, he chose to progress in the universe adjacent to the Demon Realm, which would expedite the dissemination of his martial arts. It was merely retracing his old path in a new universe. Armed with prior experience and the support of his true form, he was certain that his advancement would be significantly swifter this time. Moreover, with his identity as a member of the Time Patrol, any alterations he made within these universes would pose no issues. Without delay, upon locating the universe where Goku, following the Super Saiyan route, resided, the second avatar commenced his martial arts propagation centered around this universe. With the assistance of androids, his efforts in promoting martial arts accelerated remarkably. It resembled a fission reaction. Once initiated, as long as the martial arts had yet to permeate the universe, this explosive growth would persist unabated. Inspired by the second avatar, Li Xiaolong, in his true form, also centered his efforts around Universe 01007, extending his martial arts and dominion to the surrounding universes. In contrast to his native universe system, which was the original source of the vast universe created by the Omni King, he needed to be exceedingly cautious of their scrutiny. As for the surrounding universe systems, he harbored no concerns. Creating a hidden star within the hyperbolic time chamber was simply a trifling task for him, now capable of creating universes. With this, the situation opened up, and his martial arts enterprise began to flourish rapidly, with numerous members from Li family village joining the clandestine group. These individuals were dispatched one by one to the universes where Li Xiaolong was imparting martial arts. Although only one member from Li family village was needed per universe, the sheer number of universes was overwhelming. Consequently, a new generation emerged from Li family village, with scarcely any young adults remaining. Most had been sent out to manage the affairs of martial arts across the universes. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta from the Time Patrol launched a fierce assault against the Doctor, determined to swiftly resolve the confrontation and proceed to the afterlife. Huh, the Doctor bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles rippling, and a golden aura erupted from within him. A powerful momentum surged forth from the Doctor. Ha ha ha. Thank you both for being such perfect materials. I have collected your data, and it is truly impeccable. I shall express my gratitude for your contributions. To show my appreciation for providing me with such flawless data, I will allow you to engage in battle with my most exquisite creation. You should be thankful to me for granting you the opportunity to fight with abandon. The doctor's form resembled that of a Saiyan, shocking both Goku and Vegeta, causing them to momentarily halt their movements. Could this guy be a Saiyan? This is bad. The opponent is about to escape, just as both were astonished. The doctor slashed through space with the blade of his right hand and instantly vanished into it. The Time Patrol's Goku and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them, preparing to intervene, but in an instant, the figure of the doctor vanished without a trace.